My name is Yemo. Though I originally crossed over, cruel reality mocked me. Not only was my soul shattered, but it also attached itself to a majestic koi fish in an aquarium. I could simultaneously perceive both human and fish vision, hearing, smell, and taste. My mind was split in two, controlling two bodies, driving me nearly to madness. To make matters worse, this was a high martial world teeming with giant beasts, no cheats, no formidable power, leaving me at constant risk of becoming a monster's meal. For example, on July 18, 2053, a massive python appeared in Australia, blocking dozens of rockets before leaving after a large-scale slaughter. This legendary monster is very likely to be Yemengade. After a year of arduous cultivation in this human body, my vitality only reached 0.3. Although this is 3 times that of an ordinary person, it falls far short of the 30 standard for warriors announced by the Blue Star Martial Arts Federation. Vitality is a comprehensive attribute that measures human physique, encompassing strength, speed, endurance, recovery, explosive power, and defense. The first test is in 3 days, requiring a life value of 0.5 to enter the elite class and begin cultivating the foundation establishment technique. Otherwise, the gap will only widen further. Just as I was despairingly calling out to the system in vain, an intense hunger surged through my mind. It didn't come from my physical body, but from my dragon-scale form, the koi fish avatar. As I walked to the kitchen to get some dried fish, a translucent screen appeared before my eyes. Host, EMO HP, 0.3 abilities, avatar, innate, power, 0 avatar, koi level, weak variant talent, none evolution points, 0/30 cheat obtained. I tossed the dried fish into the water tank. The next moment, I watched the sinking fish treat through the eyes of a koi. The koi fish lunged forward and swallowed the dried fish in one bite, its movements fluid in practice like muscle memory etched into its genes. The dried fish entered his mouth and instantly transformed into a stream of heat coursing through his body, its digestive power astonishing. I excitedly poured the entire bag of dried fish into the tank, focusing on the koi doppelganger devouring the meat. After eating this piece of fish, a surge of warmth spread from the abdomen to every limb, and the koi's size noticeably increased, with all-round enhancements in speed, strength, defense, and more. Immediately afterward, a line of text appeared, consuming a massive amount of food. Your koi doppelganger has gained 1 evolution point. Current cumulative evolution points, 1/3. The host received energy feedback from 001. I then opened the interface and found the main body's power value had changed to 001, while the doppelganger's evolution points became 1/30. I noticed a plus sign appearing next to the health value. With a thought, I instantly sensed a scorching force spreading through my body, continuously strengthening my physique, enhancing both power and speed. Looking at the attribute panel again, the strength value has returned to 0, while my health points changed from 0.3 to 0.31. Normally, it would take a month to increase health by 0.01, but now as long as my koi clone keeps eating, it can continuously replenish vitality. This is practically a glitch. With a burning excitement, I checked my account balance and decided to head to the seafood market to buy some marine products. I rushed to the fish market on my bicycle and bought a large quantity of seafood from the female shop owner, including salmon, Arctic lobsters, and large crabs. Returning home, I poured all the fish food into the tank and shifted my consciousness to the koi. The koi opened its eyes, unleashed its strength, and snatched a piece of moray eel meat in one bite, tearing it apart alive. The meat chunks melted instantly upon entering its stomach, and a warm liquid once again appeared on its body. Chapter 3 Genetic Mutation? Monster? Yemo felt a sweet, refreshing fragrance emanating from within him. After a pause, it picked up another piece of fish. Another 20 minutes passed, and the fish in the aquarium grew fewer and fewer. Yemo suddenly realized that the increase in evolution points seemed to have little to do with what it ate. Whether it was salmon or Arctic shrimp, the boost it received was identical. At that moment, a massive tuna was swallowed whole in one gulp. The fish flesh melted instantly upon entry, transforming into pure, concentrated power. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that this small piece of fish could grant him such immense power. 3 times more than meat of the same weight. What was going on? Yemo was utterly baffled. At that moment, the system notification sounded once more. Your koi has consumed a weak black tuna, gaining 1 evolution point. Current accumulated evolution points, 2/3. Host receives 0.01 energy feedback. A minor mutation? I get it now. Yemo finally caught on. This was a weak mutant beast whose blood contained more energy. With the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, many animals and plants began to undergo mutations. The more advanced ones were called beasts, creatures posing a tremendous threat to humanity. Take the one Yemo brought, for instance. It was a new species whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary tuna. I recall seeing a giant tuna over a meter long and weighing more than 200 kilograms at the Aquatic Products Trading Center. Yemo's eyes lit up as he grabbed his phone and dialed the woman's number. "Boss, I want that black tuna over a foot long. I'll transfer the payment immediately." The moment the call connected, Yemo hurriedly declared, "Handsome, are you kidding me? Black tuna at 200 yuan per kilogram? That's over 4,000 yuan for a 230 kilogram fish. The boss's wife gasped, clutching her chest. It's in your account. And the address. Boss, the sooner the better. I'm hungry, hurry up. Yemo didn't want to say much either, immediately transferring the money. After all, a weak mutant beast was extremely rare, especially one as massive as a black tuna. Handsome, I understand how you feel, but please calm down. Seriously. WeChat raised 46,000 yuan. Before the words had even finished echoing, a voice rang out, leaving her utterly stunned. Holy crap. That kid. Any other questions? Yemo's calm voice came through the phone. No. Wait. Hey, handsome, since you're being so earnest, I'll give you a bowl of eel soup. It'll do you good. Electric eel? Alright, the sooner the better. Yemo didn't seem to mind, hanging up the phone immediately. The real focus, however, was that black tuna. The female shopkeeper worked at lightning speed, quickly bringing out the black tuna and the complimentary eel soup. Hey, handsome. As someone with experience, I'd advise you to cut back on this sort of thing. Take it easy. Look. This eel is your tonic. If you need anything, just V me. With that, she gave a flirtatious wink and turned to leave. Yemo. Looks like he'd been misunderstood. Truthfully, you couldn't blame the landlady. Juggling two tasks at once was exhausting. It made Yemo look even more like a debauched drunkard. Shaking his head, Yemo didn't bother arguing with the shopkeeper. He carried the two large boxes into the house. Weighing over 200 kilograms, the load was effortless for him with his 0.31 physique. The moment Yemo entered his room, he eagerly tore open the larger box. A fish over a foot long had been filleted and neatly arranged inside. This service was too good to be true. Next, Yemo proceeded to open the other box. A massive electric eel, half a meter long, lay motionless inside, encased in a thick layer of ice. Just by eyeing it, this electric eel must weigh 40 to 50 kilograms. Impressive. She knows how to run a business. Yemo chuckled softly, moving the small fish aside. Yemo then delivered the black tuna to the kitchen, where it was cut up to provide better meals for the koi. About 30 minutes later, Yemo returned to the room carrying a large platter of fish fillets. I wonder how much my health would increase if I devoured this entire black tuna. Yemo's face lit up with excitement as he dropped piece after piece of flesh into the water. The next moment, he felt his consciousness sink downward, drawn toward the location of the koi. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It swam happily, devouring the fish meat piece by piece. Waves of power erupted from the koi's body, radiating through every limb and bone, causing every ounce of flesh and every cell within its body to undergo an immense enhancement. Soon, Yemo received a notification. Your koi beast has consumed a weak black tuna, gaining 1 evolution point. Current cumulative evolution points, 330. Host receives 0.01 energy feedback. Accompanying this message, the fish's body swelled to twice its original size. Overall strength slightly increased. Continue. Yemo continuously tossed fish meat into the tank, guiding it to eat. Before he knew it, over 5 hours had passed. Over 200 kilograms of black tuna were devoured in a single gulp. By now, the koi carp, originally about 3 feet long, had grown to 70 or 80 centimeters, nearly filling the entire aquarium. The koi swam joyfully through the water, its long whiskers dancing in the current. Its scales shimmered with a golden glow, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Forcing down his excitement, Yemo opened his character panel. Host, Yemo. Health 0.31. Ability clone innate. Energy 0.29. Avatar, koi. Level weak variant. Potential none. Evolution points 30-30. Note, your dragon scale dragon soul has reached its maximum evolution. It can no longer be enhanced through food. Only after completing evolution can it be upgraded again. Note, as a non-potential type, your dragon scale dragon body can combine with other species to achieve greater enhancement. Note, your first advancement grants you the genes of up to 1 creature. 0.29? Yemo's eyes lit up with delight as he stared at the familiar datasheet. 0.29 meant Yemo had channeled all his power into the vitality attribute, granting him a vitality stat of 0.6. The first test in 3 days would be a piece of cake for them. So that's how it was. Yemo's eyes sparkled with delight as he clenched his fists, his face radiating excitement. It could be said that the most crucial hurdle on the path of a martial artist was the elite class. Joining the elite class meant they could begin cultivating foundational techniques. Becoming a martial artist before graduation was entirely possible. Staying in the regular class meant grinding away day after day, progressing at a painfully slow pace. Without the koi avatar, relying solely on his own cultivation, it would take at least 2.5 years to raise his vitality to 0.6. But now, it took only 5 hours. This isn't talent, it's monstrous. Chapter 4, The First Transformation? Thunder Carp. Forcing himself to suppress his excitement, Yemo continued scrolling down. Before advancing, this koi could not gain evolution points through feeding. In other words, the koi had reached a bottleneck only metamorphosis could break through. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The moment Emo glanced at it, his eyes narrowed sharply. Genetic modification with other life forms? Is that even possible? Does this mean it can integrate the power of all living beings? At this thought, Emo's heart burned with fervor. After all, anything is possible in nature. Many creatures possess extraordinary abilities. Among insects, there's a beetle called the giant rhinoceros beetle that can lift objects hundreds of times heavier than its own body. Truly a creature of immense strength. If the genes of this war spearworm were integrated into it, it could likely unleash a force of thousands of pounds. That's a truly terrifying figure. The koi clone's current offensive tactics rely primarily on swift dashes and tearing attacks. The actual combat enhancement from sheer strength isn't as significant as one might think. Emo took a deep breath. Truthfully, Emo was reluctant to use the DNA of this giant spear beetle. First, it clashed with the koi's offensive style. Second, its potential for brute strength seemed rather ordinary. Which one should we use? Why don't you look it up online? Emo's expression froze momentarily. Seconds later, his eyes flashed with surprise and delight. Oh my! Emo rushed impatiently to the main hall, scooping up the frozen electric eel and carrying it inside. Thunder! In this world, few forces surpass lightning in power. Especially in water, the destructive power of thunder was unmatched. If the electric eel's thunderous power could be integrated into it, then. Yet Emo's face was filled with a smile. Who would have thought it would come in handy today? In an instant, Emo simply tossed the entire eel into the tank. The koi carp was far too large to bother cutting into pieces for feeding. Then, with a flicker of his thoughts, the koi in the tank slowly opened their eyes. Gurgle. The koi lunged forward, sinking its jaws into the electric eel. Large chunks of flesh were torn off. Once swallowed, they transformed into pure, concentrated energy. But unlike before, this energy didn't spread throughout his limbs and bones. Instead, it gathered within his body. Another 3 minutes passed. A 50+ kilogram eel was devoured clean. Level up. Emo's consciousness returned to his physical body. At that very moment, the power accumulated within Tion gently erupted violently. Like an avalanche or a tidal wave, surging power filled every fiber of its being. Every cell throughout the koi's body was in a state of extreme excitement, continuously differentiating, growing, and contracting. Meanwhile, the cells within his own body underwent a complete metamorphosis. These genes were shattered, only to be reassembled anew. In that instant, he sensed something unusual. In the koi's vision, the 6 senses would fade and merge, making his entire being feel weightless, as if gravity had vanished. This state lasted for over 2 minutes before gradually subsiding. Now, nearly all its scales had transformed into a golden hue, its body growing slimmer and more elongated. 2 dragon whiskers swayed gently in the breeze, radiating an air of supreme confidence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint golden glow flickering within the koi's eyes. Its power is more than 5 times what it was before. Emo carefully sensed his koi avatar and was instantly overjoyed. Upgrade complete. Host has received 0.5 points of power. Emo froze for a moment before his excitement surged again. This is fantastic. It seemed that both his avatar and his own essence were influenced by him. Activate. Emo silently commanded. Host Emo. Health 0.31. Ability clone innate. Strength 0.79. Avatar Thunder Koi. Level advanced mutant. Skill lightning bolt beginner. Evolution points 0-100. Seeing his stats, Emo was thrilled. Take his physique, for instance. If Emo channeled all his strength into enhancing his vitality would soar to an astonishing 1.1. For a student whose average was only 0.27, such a result was absolutely devastating. Next was his spirit pet the koi. After undergoing a transformation, its level had risen from weak mutant to mature mutant. Moreover, its name had changed to Thunder Koi. In his talents section, a new entry appeared, Basic Thunder. The evolution points required for the first advancement stage were 30, and for the second stage, 100? Emo pondered silently. He hadn't yet seen the full extent of this koi's potential. If it continued growing at this rate, just how powerful would his koi avatar become? Could it stand against those legendary monsters? This thought instantly piqued Emo's interest, his face lighting up with anticipation. Next, Emo examined his innate abilities. Lightning Beginner. Release, creates a massive electric field within a 3-meter radius. Sensing, can precisely detect areas over 30 meters around. So, by focusing my mental energy on a specific spot, I can perceive greater detail? Emo was startled, then read it carefully. Discharge. Perception. What an incredible talent for thunder. Seeing this description of his aptitude, Emo's face broke into a faint smile. Indeed, combining it with electric eel genes was the right choice. Releasing currents and sensing them, it's practically a god-tier skill. Now, it's time to elevate my strength. Chapter 5, Dare to Bet? He channeled all his power into boosting his health points. My health surged dramatically in an instant. Health points, 1.1.
Breaking through the 1 HP barrier marked a significant step forward, representing a minor bottleneck. Breaking through it brought immense benefits. Yemo even felt he could now effortlessly lift a car with his bare hands.
10 combatants each at 0.99 HP attacking a single combatant at 1 HP might not even pose a threat. Once you ascend this tier, you effectively create a vast gap between yourself and those below.
Taking a normal step forward propelled Yemo forward like a cannonball.
He nearly slammed into the wall. The immense power surge brought an unfamiliar sensation to his body. The ascent had been too rapid, leaving him momentarily unable to control himself. Yemo reached for a water cup, crushing it with the slightest touch. Only after a long while did this overwhelming sense of uncontrollability finally fade. Yemo gazed at his now enhanced physique, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Truly worthy of a golden finger, the intensity of this enhancement was nothing short of formidable. This all-around enhancement felt incredibly satisfying. The test in 3 days will be a piece of cake. 3 days later, Yundun University Gymnasium. Countless freshmen had been waiting here for quite some time. Though they had already gained admission to this university, the upcoming placement exams were actually the most crucial test. Once admitted to the elite class, becoming a martial artist in the future was practically a certainty. Countless freshmen were itching to get started today, eagerly awaiting the opening semester tests. Most other freshmen were accompanied by family members to varying degrees. Only Yemo stood alone outside the venue. Following the order of registration, each person collected their assigned test number. This was a highly systematic assessment. The punching machine tested strength and explosive power, while the treadmill assessed speed and endurance. After running, candidates rested for 20 minutes before testing recovery speed. The final test was also the most grueling, the nightmare of every candidate. Defensive skills were tested here, with massive wooden posts dropped from a certain height onto the test subject's body. Each slight increase in the log's height intensifies the test's difficulty. If you can't withstand it, never force yourself to endure. Otherwise, you'll inevitably suffer internal injuries from the impact, potentially even vomiting blood and dying. Yemo had just finished reading the test descriptions when he suddenly felt a gaze lock onto him. The person approached him purposefully.
"Isn't this Yemo?"
A voice rang out, tinged with surprise but dominated by mockery.
Yemo turned to look, and a wave of unpleasant memories surfaced in his mind. Shinsho, the bully who had tormented him throughout all 3 years of high school. His family had martial arts connections and substantial business holdings. Moreover, his elders taught at Yundun University, granting him exceptionally powerful connections.
Yemo, orphaned and alone, possessed only a faint glimmer of cultivation talent. He entered their high school with the lowest possible scores.
Naturally, he became the target of Shinsho's bullying.
Who'd have thought you'd get such a stroke of dog's luck?
Getting into this university is the luckiest break you'll ever have in your life. Shinsho approached with a hint of amusement on his face.
It seemed his college life wouldn't be boring after all.
Yemo's gaze grew icy. Did this guy really think he was still the same pushover who could be pushed around at will? Leveraging his family's influence, Shinsho had secured substantial financial backing.
He regularly consumed the flesh of mutated creatures. His physical condition was exceptionally strong among his peers. His vitality was likely around 0.8.
"Xiaosho, who are you talking to?"
A man who bore a slight resemblance to Shinsho approached. He appeared only a few years older than Shinsho.
"Brother, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Yemo."
Seeing his younger brother's demeanor, Shinyi instantly understood the social standing of the man before them.
Yunduan's admissions standards keep getting worse. Even trash from commoner families can get in now.
Shinyi was a senior in his 4th year, meaning he should graduate next year.
He was now just a step away from becoming a true powerhouse. "Ah, bro, you have no idea.
He barely scraped into high school by the skin of his teeth, and probably only got into Yundun by the skin of his teeth too." Shinsho stared at Yemo with utter contempt.
"Don't waste your time on this trash. Go take the test. Getting into the elite class is a sure thing for you. Don't let this garbage get to you." After saying this, Shinyi turned away from Yemo.
In his eyes, the other was no better than an insect, scarcely worthy of even a single mocking word.
Shinsho nodded and proceeded to take his number card for the test. Yemo watched Shinsho's retreating figure, a faint smile touching his lips as he followed suit.
Soon they reached the strength testing area. While waiting in line, many recognized Shinsho.
"See that?
That's Shinsho, the second young master of the Qin family from Shiping.
Holy crap!
In our second-tier small city, the Qin family is like a colossus.
To be in the same university as an heir to a family like theirs. I'm so proud. Wow! The Qin family's son is so handsome. I wish I could be in the same class as him. He comes from a prominent family, after all. He'll definitely be in the elite class. There's no way he'd be with us commoners."
The envious stares felt incredibly satisfying to Shinsho. His gaze drifted until he suddenly noticed Yemo standing behind him, grinning like an idiot.
"Get away from me, you jerk. You're bad luck."
Shinsho pretended to wave his hand in front of his nose twice, as if trying to shoo away the scent of bad luck. Yemo, however, dropped his smile and stared at him coldly. Feeling that icy stare, Shinsho instantly perked up.
What? What's with that look? Think I won't make you relive the misery of high school? Someone like you would probably get weeded out in the first round of testing. Might even get expelled outright. Don't try to cozy up to me. Don't think I'll help you.
Shinsho seemed to have read Yemo's mind and quickly distanced himself from the guy. If the guy used his friend's name to get into the school, it would be an embarrassment for him.
Yemo's approach had nothing to do with that.
A slow smile curved his lips.
Young Master Chin, aren't you the one who loves betting? Why don't we make a wager between us? What do you say?
Back in high school, Shinsho had been particularly fond of making bets with others, relishing the thrill of victory. Yemo seized upon this weakness, planning to have a good chat with the guy.
Who knows? Maybe he could squeeze some benefits out of him. Wouldn't it be sweet to trade them for some evolution points? Shinsho's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked over.
The other S words had indeed stirred his greed.
Seeing that look, Yemo couldn't help but sneer inwardly.
If this guy ever took control of the Chin family, he'd surely squander every last penny. With his love for gambling, all it'd take was digging him a pit and he'd jump right in. After a brief stretch, Yemo was ready to deliver a resounding slap in the face.
Chapter 6, Afraid You Can't Take a Loss.
The moment he heard the word bet, Shinsho perked up instantly.
He sized up Yemo from head to toe. What do you want to bet on?
Yemo pointed to the testing device behind him.
Let's bet on this test whether I can get into the elite class or not. Hearing this, Shinsho couldn't help but burst out laughing.
What was your high school like?
You're here to make a joke, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. You in the elite class?
Shinsho's voice was unusually loud, drawing the attention of several people nearby.
Even Yemo, who appeared so confident, couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery on his face.
Our freshman class's average score is barely above 0.3.
What gives him the nerve to claim he can join the elite class? Ridiculous. Someone like him probably just wants attention.
Young Master Chin knows this guy and knows exactly what he's made of.
He actually dared to bet against young Master Chin? He's just asking for trouble. I know this kid.
He was at the same high school as young Master Chin.
He was the bottom-ranked student in their class.
The onlookers chattered away, many of them lifting up Shinsho in their words while putting Emo down.
What if their flattery hit the right note and Shinsho took a liking to them, making them his underlings? Wouldn't that be delightful? Young Master Chin wouldn't be backing out of the bet, would he?
Emo intended to use reverse psychology, but he had completely underestimated the man before him. Before he could even finish his sentence, Shinsho couldn't hold back any longer.
Of course, I'll take the bet. I have to. With a sure win, why wouldn't I bet with you? It's just...
Shinsho paused, a hint of mockery flickering across his face before he continued.
What could you possibly bet against me? A single meal I eat could easily buy your life. Emo chuckled, then immediately proposed an incredibly tempting condition.
If you win, I'll be your dog for all 4 years of college.
Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do.
Shinsho stroked his chin and nodded.
Sounds decent. Having a personal errand dog isn't bad. So what do I lose if I lose? A faint smile appeared on Yemo's face.
Fresh meat from a 1,000-kilogram mutant beast.
Shinsho burst into laughter upon hearing this. You're out of your mind.
Even the cheapest mutated beast meat costs over 100,000 for 1,000 kilograms.
You'd be my lackey for years. Do you really think you're worth that much? 800 kilograms at most. Yemo nodded decisively in agreement. 800 kilograms, even the cheapest black tuna before would have been enough to boost his evolution points by 80.
Before long, he'd accumulate 100 evolution points. In front of everyone here, Shinsho and I have made a wager. We hope you'll all bear witness.
After speaking, Yemo smiled warmly at Shinsho. The guy had already fallen into the trap. He was determined to get those 800 kilograms of meat. It was Shinsho's turn.
He stepped forward and charged up his power against the punching bag before him. Then he unleashed a fierce punch. The numbers flashed rapidly. His right hand came to a halt at the reading of 0.81.
The entire crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight. Even the teacher in charge of recording the results couldn't help but push up his glasses, a look of approval crossing his face. Holy crap! That's ridiculously high. The power in his right fist is terrifying. A score of 0.81 must mean it weighs a ton. Holy cow! No wonder he's the second young master of the Chin family. Utterly terrifying.
The Chin family could easily have gotten second young Master Chin admitted to the elite class without testing.
If he hadn't wanted to show off his strength, he wouldn't have even bothered taking this test.
Shinsho basked in the buzz of surrounding whispers. He swung his left fist once more.
Beep beep beep.
The machine's score flashed rapidly before settling at 0.79. His left hand was just a tad weaker than his right. Shinsho flexed his wrist, a defiant look on his face as he stared at Yemo. In his estimation, Yemo was at best a 0.2 something scorer. Even if he scored a few points higher, it would never reach 0.4. Exceeding 0.5 to enter the elite class was utterly impossible. Next, the registration teacher fixed his gaze on Yemo. He knew this guy had just made a loud bet with Chinsho, and he'd noticed the situation over here. He wondered whether this guy was genuinely capable or just trying to save face. Begin, the teacher said. Chinsho stood nearby with his arms crossed, showing no hurry to move to the next testing station. Instead, he remained there quietly, preparing to mock Yemo directly. Yemo took a deep breath, clenching his right fist. Then he swung his fist with all his might. The punch was so fast it created a sonic boom. The entire boxing machine trembled. The numbers on the display flashed rapidly before finally settling at 1.12. The entire arena fell silent, even the instructor recording the results was stunned. Holy crap! How is that even possible? 1.12. Impossible. That's way too high. Is this really a freshman? Only second-year students in the elite class could barely manage that. Unbelievable. No wonder he dared to bet against young Master Chin earlier. Turns out he's got some serious skills. Everyone was left speechless. Chinsho felt like he'd swallowed a load of crap. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I demand a machine inspection. Without a word, the teacher opened the machine. After inspecting it, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. My apologies, student. The machine malfunctioned earlier. Could you please retake the test? Hearing this, everyone present instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So it was the machine malfunctioning. No wonder that kid was always at the bottom of his class. How could he suddenly be so strong? That gave me a scare. I thought he'd actually pulled it off. This machine malfunctioning at such a critical moment had me on the edge of my seat. Chinsho's face also revealed a look of understanding. No wonder it was the machine malfunctioning. Yemo punched the air again without a word. Beep beep beep. After the beeping, the number returned to 1.13. The proctor frowned deeply. Could the boxing machine truly be malfunctioning? Was it beyond even his own repair? But after inspecting it, his face suddenly contorted with shock. This time, there was absolutely no malfunction. The candidate's previous score was completely valid and legitimate. Seeing the expression on the teacher's face, Chinsho was a bit baffled. Sir, you should announce that the machine broke down again. Chinsho seemed to be waiting for the teacher to speak. But the teacher shook his head. The machine is functioning perfectly. This is the student's genuine score. Please test the left hand now. Chinsho stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. There's absolutely no way to cheat on this test, and it's even less likely he has some powerful connections to bribe the proctor. Which means this is truly his actual score. Impossible. Impossible. Chinsho wasn't devastated by losing the bet. What he couldn't accept was that someone he'd once looked down on had surpassed him. Losing money was trivial, losing face was the real disaster. He'd made that bet in front of everyone, and now he'd been utterly humiliated. How embarrassing. Chapter 7. If I can't beat them fair and square, I'll use my connections. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Yemo swung his left fist once more. Beep beep beep. Test result, 1.11. Test subject 138, strength test average score, 1.12. Congratulations, your admission to the elite class is a sure thing. The instructor finished speaking and shot a slightly amused glance at Chinsho. Yemo felt a bit puzzled. Teacher, if they're announcing acceptance now, what's the point of taking the rest of the tests? Seeing that Yemo wasn't trying to pick a fight but genuinely didn't understand, the instructor finally explained some basic knowledge. After listening, Yemo nodded in sudden understanding. The highest score in any test reflects the test taker's strongest ability. Take Chinsho's strength test earlier, for example, his score was 0.8. This represented his strongest attribute, strength. He would definitely develop in the strength-based path. If agility and recovery were his strengths, he'd naturally gravitate toward agility-based development. Different strengths meant different paths to choose in the future. These vitality assessment scores are calculated based on the highest proficiency value. For instance, Chinsho might only reach 0.6 in agility, but if his best score is 0.81, that 0.81 would be recorded as his result. Yemo, however, was different. With the system's enhancement, he developed all-around abilities. His scores in each test were consistently around 1.1, with only slight fluctuations and no significant deviations. Chinsho, utterly humiliated, turned to leave immediately for the next test. Yemo strode forward swiftly and blocked Chinsho's path. What do you want? Chinsho's face darkened. You won't have forgotten our earlier wager, second young Master Chin. Hurry up and honor your promise. Once the tests are over, I won't even know where to find you. Chinsho's gaze swept over Yemo like a murderous glare. Though 100,000 yuan wasn't much to him, losing face left him deeply unsettled. This card has no pin. There's a total of 200,000 yuan inside. Go buy your own meat. Take it and get lost.
Shinsho pulled out a wallet and rummaged through it. He then flung the card at Yemo. Thank you, young Master Chin. Everyone see? Young Master Chin truly keeps his word when it comes to gambling. On the surface, Yemo's words seemed like flattery toward Shinsho, but anyone with half a brain knew the guy was just making him look like a complete fool. Shinsho's face turned a deep, liver-like shade of purple. Without a backward glance, he marched off to the next test. After all the tests were completed, the teacher stared in shock at Yemo's score sheet. This guy actually had an average score of 1.1. Nothing stood out exceptionally, it was balanced development across all attributes. Shinsho's face darkened like charcoal as he emerged from the testing hall and walked straight over to his older brother. What's wrong? Did the test results show an error? Shinyi looked puzzled. Shinsho shook his head vigorously, then immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Nephew Shinsho, today should be your entrance exam day. How come you have time to call your uncle? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Shinsho immediately recounted the recent incident. What? They dared to embarrass a member of the Chin family in public? Rest assured, I'll handle it. In the principal's office for the first-year students, a balding middle-aged man with a large belly sat, his face flushed with anger. Yemo, congratulations on your official acceptance into Elite Class F at Yundun University. Please report to the university with your belongings within 3 days. Reading the text message on his phone, Yemo furrowed his brow slightly. Given his academic standing, he should have been placed in at least Class A or B. How could he possibly be assigned to the bottom-ranked Class F? It was common knowledge that significant disparities existed between each class. The higher the class rank, the more abundant the resources allocated. Yemo shook his head. It wasn't a big deal. With the divine cheat of the koi fish, even if his assigned class was subpar, he still had opportunities to keep growing stronger. Glancing at the card in his hand, Yemo's face broke into a delighted smile. He immediately called the fish shop owner. Young man, back for more fish? What kind would you like this time? The shopkeeper greeted Yemo warmly, recognizing him as a valued customer. Last time, he'd spent over 40,000 on fish. Do you have any new mutant creatures this time? Around 200,000 yuan total. The shopkeeper was startled by the request. How could this young man keep increasing his spending like this? Could he be involved in some shady money-making scheme? We have something. A 600+ kilogram magic pattern squid, delivered right to your door. Yemo didn't hesitate upon hearing this. Such squid typically fetched around 300 yuan per kilogram. Compared to black tuna, squid possessed greater power, so it must contain more energy. It should have been over 200,000 yuan, but I'm in a good mood today. My daughter got into the Elite F class at Yundun University. I'll knock off a 0 for you. The shopkeeper's voice brimmed with excitement. Yemo smiled faintly. What a coincidence. Then I'll have the chance to meet your daughter. I've also been accepted into the Elite F class at Yundun University. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yemo hung up. Soon after, the magic pattern squid arrived. Yemo first filled the bathtub with water, then removed the koi from its cramped fish tank and transferred it to the tub. He then tossed the magic pattern squid into the tub as well. A wave of hunger surged through him once more. Yemo sank his consciousness. He commanded the koi to bite down on one of the magic pattern squid's tentacles, but to his surprise, the bite failed to tear it off. Its toughness was simply too excessive. With no other choice, Yemo withdrew his consciousness back into his body. He then took his knife and severed each of its 8 tentacles one by one. He fed the pieces to the koi in small bites. It took a full 3 hours before the entire magic pattern squid was devoured. Yemo didn't even spare the innards. The koi had grown significantly larger, appearing quite plump and tender now. Yemo's heart leapt with joy as he checked the interface. Health 1.1. Strength 0.85. Evolution points 85-100. The instant she gained strength, Yemo didn't rush to add it to her health points. At a critical moment, this preserved strength might just save her life. By feigning weakness during combat, he could suddenly surge in power. His opponents would be utterly caught off guard. It was one of Yemo's hidden trump cards. Early the next morning, Yemo locked all the doors and windows at home before draining the bathtub. He then carried his luggage to his dorm room at Yundun University. The dorm was a single room. Schools like theirs, dedicated to cultivating martial artists, generally received subsidies from national policies. Each student resided in a detached villa equipped with a dedicated cultivation room and wooden dummy training posts. There's also a fixed meal allowance, with 1 serving of mutant beast meat provided daily. The treatment was truly excellent. Chapter 8, You've Made an Enemy. After putting down his luggage, Yemo decided to head back home to figure out a way to bring the koi fish over. A daily ration of mutant beast meat, though only a small portion, less than half a pound, wasn't bad at all. It worked better for the koi than for himself. After staying in the dormitory for 2 days, the day of official registration arrived. Yemo followed the directions to the classroom for Class F. Even though they were martial artists, they still needed to learn some theoretical knowledge. Yemo found a seat in the corner and sat down. Soon, classmates began entering the room, each eyeing the others with curiosity. A few more outgoing students had already started chatting together. Yemo watched them quietly.
Suddenly, the chair beside him was pulled out, snapping Yemo back to the present.
Hello. A girl with a sweet smile sat down beside Yemo.
Just like my mom said, you're the most handsome guy in the crowd, but you look a bit flaky. Catching a faint whiff of fishy odor on her, Yemo realized.
This must be the boss's daughter. Hi, I'm Yemo. And just to clarify, I'm not weak at all. Yemo explained awkwardly. Of course I know you, Boss Yi. Thank you for patronizing my business, otherwise, where would I get all this living expenses? The girl smiled cheerfully at Yemo.
Then, with grace and ease, she began introducing herself.
My name is Li Wanyue. You can call me Xiaoyu. Yemo nodded, acknowledging the introduction. People gradually filled the classroom. A tall teacher walked into the classroom. Everyone expected a stunning beauty.
But when they saw her face, they were all stunned. Her figure was stunning, yet her face looked like she was already in her 40s or 50s.
Though the teacher's face bore no expression, everyone instantly fell silent.
An aura of authority radiated from her. This was the kind of pressure only a martial artist could possess.
Everyone, stand up.
All the students stood up crisply and in unison.
Good morning, teacher.
They all said in unison, though none knew why.
The teacher nodded and waved for them to sit down. Starting today, I will be your counselor.
I look forward to your support over the next 4 years. Feel free to come to me with any questions regarding cultivation or daily life.
My name is Yu.
Yu set down his book and continued. As you all know, we're the bottom of the elite class. Being placed in Class F means your abilities fall between 0.5 and 0.6.
Over the next 4 years, I'll train you using the most grueling methods.
You'd better listen carefully, or else get the hell out. Yu's voice was flat, his face twisted into a faint, cold smile.
Report.
A voice cut through the quiet classroom.
All eyes turned toward the source. Yemo stood up. Teacher, my score isn't between 0.5 and 0.6.
Before Yemo could finish speaking, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He immediately sat back down. I'll discuss your matter with you later. Yu shot Yemo a glance before continuing to lay out his rules.
Li Wanyue quietly tugged at Yemo's sleeve and whispered. Mr. Yi, isn't your strength rated between 0.5 and 0.6? What's your actual power level? Not very high. Just over 1 point. Li Wanyue nodded thoughtfully. Oh, just over 1? No wonder. What?
Li Wanyue's words trailed off as she suddenly realized something, her voice involuntarily rising several pitches.
You two, stand up.
Yu was just wondering who he'd pick to establish his authority, and here they were, practically walking into his trap.
Go to the field. Run 500 laps. Finish before lunch. If you don't finish, you don't eat.
Li Wanyue looked like she was about to cry, but she had no choice but to go downstairs and start running.
Even with their above-average physical fitness, running that many laps would leave them utterly exhausted.
Yi said nothing, knowing this was a deliberate diversion to get him alone, likely to discuss something important. Just after they finished running around 11 a.m., they spotted Yu waiting at the edge of the field. He unleashed a torrent of abuse at Li Wanyue first, then dismissed her, leaving Yemo alone.
You've offended someone.
Yu cut straight to the chase, voicing the question Yemo most wanted answered. But before Yemo could respond, Yu gave a wry, resigned smile and continued.
I've offended people too.
Otherwise, with my teaching skills, I'd be at least the counselor for the Elite A class.
Yemo fell silent for a moment. Even in this brief encounter, he could sense how incorruptible this teacher was. The punishment showed no leniency simply because Li Wanyue was a girl. He tolerated no nonsense whatsoever, even an accidental outburst during class-warranted punishment.
Such a personality was bound to make enemies easily.
So what you're saying is? Yemo asked tentatively. Let's collaborate.
I'll provide you with the best resources I can offer, and you'll help me thoroughly humiliate Class A's counselor. That ungrateful fool needs to see that even in the worst class, I can still make a mark.
Yemo pondered for a moment before quickly nodding in agreement.
What he needed most for his advancement right now was resources. The other party just wanted to vent. Yemo could strengthen himself while helping Yu. There was no reason to refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I want mutant beast meat. The more, the better. Yemo demanded without hesitation. Yu pondered briefly before nodding. I can provide you with a maximum of 1 pound of the lowest grade per day.
I can't openly favor you with resources, but I'll add more mutant beast meat to your rations. Yemo's face lit up at the words.
Not bad at all. Little by little, it would add up. Cultivation techniques are ranked into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The most elite Saint tier techniques are scarce nationwide, only a handful exist. At most, I can provide you with a Mystic tier technique, which is the one I cultivate myself.
The academy also has mystic tier cultivation techniques, but you'll need to complete certain tasks and earn academy reward points to exchange for them. Yu finished speaking and looked at Yemo, waiting for his decision. The more powerful the cultivation technique, the greater its combat utility. Yemo refused to rely on others for everything. Flowers raised in a greenhouse remain weak. He preferred to fight for resources himself. I'll consider this first. No rush. With the koi's cultivation speed, progress wouldn't be slow. He could start by linking his own techniques with yellow grade ones. Oh, and can I ask one more thing? Who put those little shoes on me? Without hesitation, Yu blurted out a name. The year director, Qin Yang. Yemo understood immediately upon hearing this. So it was someone from the Qin family. That explained it. He had previously offended Qinsho, assuming the elders wouldn't stoop to meddling in their juniors' disputes. Little did he expect the Qins to be so shameless they'd stoop to meddling in their juniors' disputes. Chapter 9. This isn't the place for a scene, is it? Yemo tossed a large chunk of mutated beast meat into the bathtub, then commanded the koi to devour it. He figured out the survival rules of the school. Here, they had to take on assignments. Many tasks required the help of students like them, who possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. As martial artists proliferated, so did criminal elements. Even regular police found them difficult to handle. Some missions involved assisting the police. These dangerous missions offered higher point rewards. There are also non-dangerous tasks, like cleaning the restrooms for a week, which still earn 1 point. Within the academy, only the most basic yellow grade technique, the Yun family fist, was available for cultivation. Following the technique's instructions, Yemo struggled through the movements, sweat pouring down his body as he painstakingly executed a rather contorted set of Yun family fist. The movements held a certain mystique with each punch. His blood surged through his veins as if boiling. Completing one set of the form proved no easier than running 500 laps. After practicing all morning, Yemo's stats remained unchanged. He estimated it would take at least 5 days of training to increase his vitality. Theory classes were held on Monday and Wednesday mornings, with the rest of the time free for students. The school had no fear of students lacking motivation. Monthly exams were held every month. The 5 students who consistently ranked at the bottom of their class for 2 consecutive exams would be demoted to the next lower tier class. Conversely, the top 3 students in consecutive monthly exams who exceeded the average health points of the higher tier automatically advanced to that tier, gaining access to superior resources. Students ranking in the bottom 5 of Class F for 2 consecutive monthly exams will be demoted to regular classes. Under this tiered system, students rarely waste their days idly. Is Yemo here? The knock came, and Yemo looked toward the door to see a girl in a cute dress standing there. Li Wanyue blinked her big eyes as she waited at the doorway. What is it? Yemo opened the door just a crack. Let's go grab a bite. There are so many delicious snacks near our school, I'll show you around. Li Wanyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was clear she truly loved food. Yemo finally tidied up and went out with her. When you're not busy, focus on your cultivation. Don't go out playing all the time. After wandering around, they arrived at a barbecue stall. You're treating today. Your boss you're way richer than me. Li Wanyue said as she clicked away, placing orders. Yemo glanced at his wallet with a look of confusion. He didn't have much money left in his wallet. With all the dishes she'd ordered, it wouldn't even cover the bill. Alright then, young lady. You and your boyfriend really do look like a married couple. The owner took the large pile of skewers Li Wanyue had selected and teased her playfully. Li Wanyue smiled and stuck out her tongue. Hey, boss, don't go saying things like that. He's not my boyfriend. The aroma of the grilled skewers wafted over quickly. Yemo couldn't resist the temptation either. Suddenly, 3 young men with dyed yellow hair walked into the shop. They chatted and laughed, cigarettes dangling from their mouths. Completely oblivious to the public setting, they bellowed loudly. Hey, boss, grill these skewers for us, will ya? The owner visibly grew wary upon seeing them. These guys certainly didn't look like they could afford to pay. Total is 130 yuan. Scan the QR code or cash? The owner asked tentatively. The leader, with his dyed yellow hair, patted his head and swung his leg back and forth. We're with Dragon Brother. Cut us some slack. Their intentions were crystal clear, they wanted a free meal. The owner dared not set such a precedent. Otherwise, it would become a bottomless pit, they'd never stop demanding more. I don't know any Dragon Brother or whatever. Just hand over the money. Hearing this, the young punks instantly surrounded the owner, ready to tear the place apart. Back off. I'm a Yun Dun student. Anyone mess with me, and I'll make sure you regret it. A slender boy emerged from the back. Yemo instantly recognized him as a classmate from yesterday's lecture. This seemed to be his family's shop, and he was helping his father out. Yun Dun? What year in class? Hearing the boy's apparent connection to Yun Dun University, the rowdy youths backed off, first gauging whether they could afford to provoke him. First year elite class F, Wan Wei. Hearing this, the trio visibly relaxed. Ha, just some first year trash from class F.
We thought you were something special. Our dragon brother here is a master with 1 HP. If you don't want to end up crippled, just behave yourself. Ruanwei remained completely unfazed by the threat, swiftly dispatching the 3 punks with a few punches and kicks. They fled while shouting threats to bring reinforcements. This tastes amazing. Li Wanyue devoured the barbecue in big bites, her face radiating pure happiness. The earlier incident hadn't dampened her spirits in the slightest. Such incidents had become all too common since martial artists became widespread, causing public safety to plummet by several levels. Some people always wanted to lord over others using their strength. He's a classmate of ours. Wait, if it really comes to blows, we should probably step in and help. While Li Wanyuan appeared to be paying attention to the situation here, she was actually quite observant and keeping a close eye on things. Yi Mo shot her an amused glance. So this girl wasn't just a glutton, she had other skills too. Before long, the 3 punks arrived with a group of people surrounding them. Their leader radiated sheer arrogance, his upper body inked with a dragon tattoo. His entire demeanor radiated arrogance. Is your shop the only one refusing to give Brother Dragon some face? The man kicked over a table full of diners, sending chairs and plates flying. The customers dared not utter a word, lowering their heads and fleeing in silence. This guy was a powerhouse close to a martial artist, no ordinary person could handle him. You're the one from Cloud Shield, aren't you? Dragon Brother strode into the shop, eyeing Ruanwei as if ready to fight. After hearing his underling admit they'd picked the wrong fight, he'd been genuinely scared. This guy was from Cloud Shield University. A university specifically training martial artists. He might even get in trouble because of his men. But upon learning the opponent was merely a freshman and from the weakest class F, he finally relaxed. Freshmen in class F were only around strength level 0.5, no real threat to him. He, on the other hand, was a power type fighter with a full 1 strength rating. What do you think you're doing? The owner stood in front of his son, his hand holding the phone, trembling uncontrollably. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. The man paid no heed to the threat, snatching the phone and crushing it in his hand. From now on, pay me protection money every single day. Or else, you're not allowed to run this shop. Dragon Brother declared arrogantly, reaching to snatch the cash stuffed inside the owner's apron. Stop it! Ruanwei roared, lunging to grab the man's wrist. But his strength was no match for the man's, and he was thrown backward out of the shop, crashing heavily to the ground. You dare hit my son! I'll fight you to the death! The owner yelled, grabbing a barbecue skewer and stabbing it into Brother Long's arm. He then swung his fist, ready to strike Brother Long. Long Go winced in pain, anger flushing his face. He was, after all, far stronger than the average person. The reason he'd been stabbed by the skewer was simply because he hadn't had time to dodge. Now that he'd regained his senses, his rage boiled over. He swung a powerful punch straight at the boss's face. The boss was just an ordinary man. This punch alone could have left him bleeding from the head and dead on the spot. Just as his fist was about to connect with the boss's face, a large hand clamped down hard on his fist. Getting physical in a store owned by my classmate? That's not cool. The cold words reached Brother Long's ears, and the other man looked toward the owner of the hand in terror. Could a student from Class F be this strong? Chapter 10, The Ultimate Trio. All eyes were fixed on that figure. Who the hell are you? Mind your own damn business. Longgo tried to forcefully shake off the other's hand, hoping to intimidate him with loud shouts. But the other's large hand was like an iron clamp, gripping his fist so tightly he couldn't move an inch. This is my classmate's stall. You just up and tear it down like that? Don't you think that's a bit disrespectful? Yi Mo didn't wait for an answer, swiftly pinning the man against the wall. Pinned against the wall, Brother Long struggled violently, his face twisted with ferocity. What are you staring at? Get him! His furious roar snapped his henchmen out of their daze. A group of them swarmed forward, weapons raised, ready to attack Yi Mo. Think I'm invisible? Li Wanyue stepped out from her seat. Though a woman, she was nonetheless a formidable 0.56 tier powerhouse. Dealing with this group of ordinary people was effortless for her. A single punch or kick was enough to send them flying. Before long, none of the henchmen dared to move. Ruanwei scrambled to his feet from the doorway and joined the circle. He shot the two a grateful glance. This place has Cloud Shield backing. You still dare cause trouble? Yi Mo executed a shoulder throw, pinning Brother Long to the ground before reaching into his pocket and pulling out a wallet. He emptied all the cash inside. Longgo finally grasped the situation and let them do as they pleased. The money totaled over 2,000 yuan. Yi Mo handed it all to the owner. This is punishment for disrupting someone else's business, plus compensation for the owner's distress. If you dare cause trouble again, we won't be so lenient next time. Yi Mo delivered a vicious kick to Brother Long's backside, sending him flying out of the shop. The other henchmen, seeing this, quickly hoisted their boss and fled in a hurry. You two are Xiaowei's classmates, right? Thank you so much. The owner repeatedly thanked them, then offered to treat them to dinner, grilling many more skewers of meat. Ruanwei, not one for words, still managed to thank them both. Yemo packed up the remaining skewers he hadn't finished as his koi avatar kept nagging him that it was starving. Though this stuff wasn't as tasty as mutant beast meat, it would at least fill his stomach. Wednesday morning, Class F classroom. After several days together, I trust you've all gotten to know one another. Our academy organizes combat teams of 3. You may choose your own teammates to hone your coordination over the coming period. The upcoming monthly exams will also be conducted in 3-person combat teams. You spoke from the podium while giving Emo a meaningful glance, signaling for him to team up with the 2 0.59 rated students in the class. Emo merely smiled faintly and shook his head. He already had his own plan in mind. Then came the free team forming period. Those with higher health points received more invitations. Emo, however, found himself unapproached. Few knew much about him. Several classmates hadn't attended yesterday's reunion, and he was one of them. Everyone gave brief introductions to get acquainted, but no one recognized Emo. With Boss Yi on my team, my monthly exams are practically guaranteed to be a breeze. Li Wanyue grinned as she leaned close to Emo. Who do you think would be best for the last spot? Emo was curious about her thoughts. Well, I'm a strength type, and you seemed like a strength type yesterday too. Our team needs an agility type. Emo nodded in agreement. That was true. He was versatile. Li Wanyue was strength-based. If they could find a speed type, it would be perfect. What about Ruanwei? Li Wanyue glanced toward a solitary figure in the corner. That guy hadn't been invited either, precisely because his health points were too low. Barely scraping by at 0.51. He barely scraped into the elite class. If he teamed up with weaker players or went solo, he'd likely be demoted to the regular class before long. Emo still held some faith in him. After all, they were somewhat familiar with each other, and besides, they owed each other a debt of gratitude. It made commanding him much smoother. He's way too weak. Let's swap him out. Can Boss Yi, who's over 1.0, really carry 2 deadweights? Li Wanyue, to be honest, was a bit put off by Ruanwei. The guy was just too weak. Let's assess the situation first. Emo stepped forward. He still didn't know what the midterm exam entailed, but the school's requirement for teams of 3 must carry some significance. Seeing someone approach, Ruanwei's eyes lit up momentarily. But upon recognizing the person, his gaze immediately darted away. Ruanwei, are you joining our team? Li Wanyue poked her head out from behind Emo. Ruanwei looked taken aback. If I join your team, I'll only slow you down. Ruanwei shook his head, about to refuse. Don't worry about that. As long as you want to grow stronger, we can strive together. Emo offered a friendly smile. Ruanwei felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? That guy actually invited Ruanwei. Ruanwei the class dunce. And someone actually invited him? They must be afraid the monthly exam won't be challenging enough. What good can someone that weak possibly do? Looks like the bottom 3 spots are already taken. We can relax a bit now. I know that girl Li Wanyue. She's actually pretty capable, a power type with 0.56 HP. I was thinking of teaming up with her, but looks like she's digging her own grave now. The surrounding students chattered away without restraint. They sought to elevate their own worth by mocking Ruanwei stepping on others to lift themselves up. I genuinely want to get stronger. I'm willing to work hard. If you don't mind, please take me with you. Ruanwei's face darkened at the surrounding remarks. But he mustered his courage. This might be his last chance. If he failed this midterm exam again, his hard-won spot in the elite class would be demoted to the regular class. That's the spirit. My villa number is F179. Come find me here tomorrow morning. Those who made it into the elite class all possessed some degree of talent. The children of wealthy families consumed more mutated beast meat. Yet to be placed in the same class as him proved his own exceptional talent. Li Wanyue sighed but extended her hand to shake Ruanwei's. Welcome aboard. Early the next morning, Emo slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at his attribute panel, a faint smile touched his lips. A pound of mutant beast meat daily and the quality seemed quite high, likely the kind selling for 700 or 800 per pound. Emo fed it all to the koi. The accumulation over these 3 days had once again boosted his strength value. Strength 0.87. The improvement is still a bit slow. Emo muttered to himself before finally shifting his gaze to the mission center. Here, missions were graded into different tiers based on merit. The highest tier was primary merit, equivalent to 5 academy points, signifying the greatest contribution to the mission. Second is the secondary achievement, which can be exchanged for 3 points. It is earned by completing your primary duties under normal command. Then comes ordinary merit, which can be exchanged for 1 point. This indicates a relatively low level of completion in one's assigned tasks. The worst is no contribution, failing to contribute at all, potentially hindering progress. This earns no points and may even lead to accountability. The immediate goal is to take on missions. Chapter 11, Sudden Mutation. As Emo pondered whether to head to the mission center, a knock sounded at the villa's front door.
Descending the stairs, he found his two teammates waiting.
Why did you ask us to meet you here?
I was planning to go shopping at the mall today.
Lee Wanyua looked at Yi-Mo with some confusion. I called you both here today to prepare for the monthly exams.
From now on, the three of us need to train together every single day, using all our free time for boxing drills.
Otherwise, how else are we going to boost our health points? Yi-Mo gave Lee Wanyue a playful smack on the head. Lee Wanyue clutched her head and pouted. Ruan Wei, however, had no objections whatsoever. He was eager to train.
Only this way could he live up to his father's expectations. Only this way could he carve out a place among future martial artists. Only by becoming a martial artist could he improve his family's life.
His conviction was far stronger than Lee Wanyue's. Yi-Mo led the two of them through martial arts drills in the courtyard, training relentlessly from dawn until dusk. All three were drenched in sweat, their bodies aching.
Yet their gains were substantial. At this pace, they should be able to increase their health points by 0.01 within 3 to 5 days.
This was the result of diligent practice.
It was already a remarkably fast rate of cultivation.
Yi-Mo wiped the sweat from his body with a towel. Today's results are promising. From now on, we'll practice boxing techniques Monday through Friday. Does that mean we get weekends off?
Lee Wanyue's face lit up with a delighted smile as she blinked her big eyes expectantly.
Yi-Mo rolled his eyes at her.
On Friday night, we'll go to the mission center at school, pick up a task we can handle, and try to earn some merit points.
I've already checked those points can be exchanged for mutant beast meat. Hearing this, both Ruan Wei and Lee Wanyue's breathing grew heavy.
Mutant beast meat was a precious commodity, usually priced exorbitantly beyond what families like theirs could afford. The school was surprisingly generous, providing them a meat meal every day.
But the quantity was ultimately too small.
The rate of improvement was also slow. Whoever could eat more mutated beast meat would progress faster. Unlike the children of wealthy families who had everything handed to them, these poor kids had to fight their way through the task center on their own. After discussing it together, the three finalized their training plan. A week passed quickly. On Friday evening, the three of them browsed through the options at the entrance of the mission center.
Finally, they found a mission. F-rank mission, assist police in combating theft crimes.
Early Saturday morning, the trio reported to the police station. It was clear the police had a long-standing partnership with their university. As soon as they produced their Cloud Shield University ID badges, the officers understood their purpose. They were promptly escorted to a conference room.
These are the students from Cloud Shield University. We need their assistance with this mission.
A man was discussing something with others.
Upon seeing the trio enter, he instructed them to take a seat. These thieves are getting more and more brazen.
They're actually organizing a master thief competition inside the large supermarket, Women's Warehouse. Whoever steals the most money wins.
Hearing the leader's words, several officers below couldn't help but show flashes of anger.
This was a blatant disregard for the police.
Daring to hold such a contest openly, wasn't that mocking the police's incompetence?
The opponents have strong individuals, more capable than ordinary people but still below martial artists.
Our intel indicates several of them possess strength ratings between 0.5 and 0.6.
Indeed, Class F students could only accept F-level missions. These mission levels were assigned by the mission center after conducting risk assessments. They were deemed manageable within acceptable life risk parameters, without extreme difficulty, hence their assignment. This operation involved plainclothes officers, and the police team included several skilled members. They were just a small local police station handling the matter.
Approximately 20 officers were deployed.
Only a handful were capable of confronting high-level criminals. The rest were only equipped to handle ordinary criminals. These three individuals did not need to position themselves close to the criminals.
Their sole responsibility was to hold the line and prevent the criminals from escaping.
Each highly skilled officer was assigned a specific criminal to apprehend.
No offense, but these three greenhorns with zero combat experience, even with their high health points, shouldn't be on such a dangerous mission. One officer voiced his discontent. He was one of the elite officers, known as Old Mo. Since it's state policy and their school has arranged it, this is a good way for them to gain experience. Stop complaining.
The man who seemed to be in charge offered a brief reassurance before leading the group out of the police station toward the mall. The trio spread out across the mall's 3 floors. Yi-Mo was on the 3rd floor, the luxury goods level, when a clear voice came through his earpiece.
Target has entered the mall.
All units, be advised.
2 suspects remain on the 1st floor, the remaining 5 have proceeded to the 2nd floor. Copy that. We're heading to the vicinity to keep watch. 3 remain on the 2nd floor, the last 2 have ascended to the 3rd floor. Proceed according to the original plan.
Yi-Mo sat in a corner, casually playing with his phone, but in reality, he was scanning his surroundings with his peripheral vision. He had already memorized the photos of several criminals.
He knew their corresponding information inside out.
With 2 highly capable officers on this floor, plus the 3 ordinary officers from Sanming and himself holding the rear, logically speaking, the criminals should have no chance of escape. Suddenly, Yemo's senses detected a faint hint of danger. His 30-meter perception range kicked in at that moment. He looked toward the source of the danger and saw one of the criminals strutting into a luxury goods store. Yemo immediately activated his earpiece to contact the officers on this floor. Yemo of Cloud Shield University reporting, the enemy strength appears to exceed our initial assessment. The other officers sounded puzzled. Please repeat your statement. I detected the enemy's health points estimated at 1.1 or higher. Several officers were momentarily perplexed. Please elaborate on how you detected this. They found it hard to believe the students' claim, given that their intelligence systems were top tier and never made mistakes. The strongest among these thieves couldn't possibly exceed a strength rating of 0.6. How could they suddenly become powerhouses above 1.2? Please believe me. Yemo couldn't possibly reveal his own abilities. He could only pray these officers would choose to believe his words. Call for backup immediately. Proceed with the original plan. If something goes wrong, we have a backup. Clearly still skeptical of Yemo, several officers on the third floor sprang into action. Lao Mo swiftly closed in on the criminal who had even made Yemo sense danger. He grabbed the man's arm, attempting to restrain him. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Police!" But things didn't go as planned. An unexpected change happened in an instant. The guy wasn't affected by his strength at all and easily broke free. Then, a kick landed squarely on his lower abdomen. Cough cough. Lao Mo coughed up blood in great gulps before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Other officers nearby immediately rushed over upon seeing this. They hadn't expected the suspect to be so formidable. Now that they'd exposed themselves, they'd stirred the hornet's nest. If the enemy were to use the lives of the crowd as bargaining chips, it would be disastrous. In the corner, Yemo rose to his feet, lightning flickering around his wrists. Time to test my lightning abilities. Chapter 12, Sparks and Lightning Along the Way. Seeing the officers unable to harm him, the criminal grew bold. What began as a simple theft had now escalated into robbery. The dazzling array of gold and jewels before him caught his eye. He leapt over the counter and began plundering everything in sight. Other officers tried to subdue him, but he easily fought them off. Bad news. Third floor is out of control, call for backup immediately. Second floor apprehended. Backup is on the way. Criminal on the first floor attempting escape. Will provide backup after apprehension. Voices crackled through the earpiece. Soon, another highly skilled officer was beaten until he vomited blood and lost consciousness. Now, aside from Yemo, there were no other elite officers left on the third floor. The remaining officers dared not approach him too closely, fearing for their own lives. After all, this criminal's strength was terrifying. A single punch or kick could easily kill an ordinary person. They merely watched him closely from the perimeter, constantly tracking his position while awaiting backup. He was seen frantically stuffing various gold jewelry into a large sack. All the while, he muttered incessantly, "I'm rich. I'm rich." After hearing the police were on the scene, the ordinary residents on this floor quickly dispersed. The evacuation was nearly complete. The entire third floor now appeared completely deserted. Yemo slowly made his way forward from the corner. One officer immediately grew anxious. "Hey, kid, don't go up there. You're a student from Cloud Shield Class F. You can't beat him. These students were here to train. If they got injured or even killed, the officers would face consequences." This was a scenario no one wanted to see unfold. Yemo shook his head, then strode purposefully toward the counter. He watched the criminal inside, busily stuffing jewels into his pockets, and a faint smile touched his lips. "Get lost, kid." The criminal, seeing someone dare approach him, felt his authority challenged. After all, he was a formidable figure with 1.57 life points. How could he tolerate some punk challenging his authority? Just days ago, he had been a mere 0.46 HP weakling. It was only by chance that he obtained a piece of high-grade mutated beast meat, allowing him to take a giant leap forward. He'd shot straight up to 1.57. Here I come. Yemo unleashed the Yun family fist technique for both cultivation and combat. His opponent's strength attributes surpassed his own, so Yemo dared not engage in a direct clash. Instead, he relied on skillful maneuvering. He sought to attack from all manner of awkward angles. The opponent occasionally absorbed a few punches head-on, occasionally dodged them. He tried to counterattack, but his techniques were merely ordinary combat skills. They were no match for a yellow-gray technique like the Yun family fist. Moreover, his speed couldn't match Yemo's either. For a moment, he couldn't even land a single blow on his opponent. "Kid, you're pretty fast. You've got something. Honestly, I've killed plenty of people, but a student with your kind of talent? This is my first time." As he spoke, he delivered a vicious kick, which Yemo deftly dodged once more. Their fierce battle disrupted the surrounding shops. Shards of glass from the display cases flew everywhere. Seeing he couldn't overpower this kid, and having looted enough treasures for now, it was time to find an opportunity to escape. He scanned the area. There were no hostages left to threaten. When his gaze fell upon a counter, his eyes lit up.
A clerk was kneeling on the floor, hugging his head and trembling violently. Taking a police officer hostage was less effective than taking a clerk who couldn't resist. He immediately rolled over to the teller, grabbed her by the throat, and yanked her up from the floor. "Kid, get the hell out of here. Or I'll kill her." Yemo hadn't expected the other party to already have a hostage. A plan instantly formed in his mind. Just then, officers from the second and first floors rushed up to provide backup. The crowd had already surrounded the criminal. Yet the suspect remained defiant, emboldened by the hostage in his grasp. The two injured individuals had already been sent for treatment. The others were escorting the criminal back to the police station. Meanwhile, a large contingent of police reinforcements was rushing to the scene. Take my advice. Holding an ordinary person hostage isn't enough leverage. If they let you go, you'll kill more people. They absolutely won't let you leave. Hearing his words, all the officers looked at Yemo with confusion. They shot Yemo hostile glances. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Instead of calming the criminal down, he's actually provoking him. What if he made an extreme move and harmed the hostage? I'm a student at Yunnan University. You can sense my abilities aren't ordinary. Holding me hostage would give you far greater leverage than holding an ordinary person. I'm willing to swap places with that woman. Let her go, and I'll be your hostage. Yemo raised his hands, signaling he was unarmed. The criminal wasn't falling for his ploy. He had no intention of releasing anyone. No, Brother Yi. Come back. It's dangerous. Li Wanyue was visibly anxious. The officers felt the same way. Yemo. Come back immediately. If something happens to you, how can we face your superiors? Don't put yourself in danger. Come back now. The criminal, who had initially refused to exchange hostages, suddenly had an idea upon hearing their frantic pleas. He tossed the hostage aside. Then he clamped his hand around Yemo's neck. A slight twist could snap it clean off. Everyone's hearts clenched in terror, worry etched on every face. They couldn't understand why Yemo insisted on exchanging this particular hostage. Was it for the sake of the people's safety? With his back to the criminal and facing the police officers, Yemo flashed a faint smile. Seeing this smile, the worry on everyone's faces turned to confusion. The criminal noticed the change in the officers' expressions across from him. The pressure on the hostage's neck tightened further. Kid, don't try any tricks, or else I'll. Before he could finish, a massive electric shock instantly surged through his entire body. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, his face etched with profound shock. Every hair on his body stood on end. Black smoke began to seep from his mouth. His vision began to blur. Before long, he lost consciousness, yet the electrical current continued to rage through his body. Yemo sensed the presence behind him fading away. Realizing the man was nearly electrocuted to death, he finally released his grip. A thick plume of black smoke poured from the criminal's mouth as he collapsed backward, unconscious. Chapter 13, The Farthest Mission. Brother Yi. Are you okay? Ruanwei rushed to his side at lightning speed, and the other officers followed suit. They swiftly subdued the unconscious suspect on the ground. They secured him with specialized anti-fighter handcuffs. Li Wanyue hurried over as well. Only after confirming Yemo was unharmed did the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Impressive. I never expected the intelligence to be flawed. We owe this to you both. The operations chief coordinator exhaled deeply, having narrowly avoided casualties. It was all thanks to these Yundan students, especially Yemo. Without his decisive intervention, capturing the suspect would have been impossible. I'm in charge of evaluating this operation. With my authority, I can award 2 primary credits. Your subordinate performed well during the mission, but can only receive a secondary credit. The officer scribbled notes in a small notebook as he spoke. Did you see the tattoo on the back of the neck of the man you apprehended? A ferocious snake. Yemo followed the supervisor's pointing finger and indeed spotted the tattoo. That's a member of the Black Snake Organization. They're the largest terrorist group operating within our country, with many members being martial artists. Extremely high danger level. Yemo heard about this for the first time and couldn't help but frown, but he still committed the organization to memory. The police officers escorted the criminals back. The 3 from Cloud Shield planned to return directly to school, so they didn't accompany them. Mr. Yi, you're truly a hidden gem and early awakener. Li Wanyue smiled warmly at Yemo. After becoming martial artists, each person gained abilities corresponding to their unique physical constitution. Some could manipulate fire, others control water. In short, the abilities were diverse and extraordinary. Martial artists are also known as awakened ones. A select few possessed extraordinary talents, awakening special abilities before their life points reached 3.0 upon becoming martial artists. These are the so-called early awakened ones. After becoming martial artists, their power far surpasses that of others at the same level. Yemo was clearly one such individual. Yemo smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. Your vitality must already be above 1, right? Add that to being a special awakener, you should be in Class A at the very least. How did you end up in Class F? Ruan Wei was also curious. Logically speaking, such top-tier talent should have secured him a spot in Class A without question. Even if he underperformed, he shouldn't have ended up in Class F. I offended someone. Yemo didn't want to elaborate, and the two wisely didn't press further. Upon returning to the academy, all three indeed received points. Yemo earned 10 points. After spending a long time browsing the school's point exchange counter, he finally figured out what 10 points could buy. 1 point was equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash. This meant 10 points could be exchanged for mutant beast meat worth 100,000 yuan. Yemo ultimately chose a mutant sea turtle weighing over 10 pounds. He considered this the best value, a higher-tier mutant creature that was also relatively light, making it affordable for him. The mutated sea turtle's shell was exceptionally large. Yemo hoisted the turtle onto his shoulders and headed back, unable to hide the delight spreading across his face. He had a hunch that consuming this turtle would likely max out his evolution points. Clang! Yemo tossed the kitchen knife, now chipped from repeated cuts, aside. A look of helplessness crossed his face. This turtle was too tough, he couldn't even pry open its shell. What the hell was he supposed to do? Yemo was at a loss, so he chopped off the turtle's head. Then he reached in and carefully scooped out the meat piece by piece from the head cavity. It took Yemo the entire night to finish the job. But upon seeing his attribute panel, his face lit up with excitement. Evolution points, 100. Further evolution points can only be obtained after breaking through. Strength, 1.00. Skills, lightning, beginner, turtle shell shield, beginner. Yemo's face lit up with delight. Possessing the turtle shell shield meant he now held another trump card. With the tortoise shell's terrifying defense, even bullets probably couldn't pierce it. He was bound to shine during the monthly exams. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, he cultivated the yellow grade technique, Yun Family Fist, and Yemo's health points had also increased significantly. Health points, 1.14. Simultaneously, his task points had accumulated to 15 over the month. Once he broke through, he planned to immediately exchange his points for mutated beast meat to eat. Today was the day of the monthly exam, and everyone arrived at the classroom feeling somewhat nervous. Ruan Wei greeted them. His own progress over the past month had been substantial. They had no leisure activities, dedicating themselves entirely to cultivation. Ruan Wei's health points had reached 0.56. It was a tremendous improvement. Li Wanyue was no exception. Her vitality was now conservatively estimated to be at least 0.6. They continuously completed quests to obtain various mutated beast meats. They also practiced martial arts daily, naturally accelerating their progress. The other students, however, chose not to train immediately, instead savoring their hard-won university life. They planned to take it slow and steady, practicing gradually. Those who considered themselves more gifted simply holed up in their dorms playing video games. They barely trained at all. The team they once deemed the weakest had quietly undergone a transformation. Today is your monthly exam. Each group will come up to draw their tasks. Yu placed a stack of task slips on the table. Successfully completed tasks would earn them points based on their level of accomplishment. Each team sent a representative to draw a task slip. Yemo picked up a task slip and his expression darkened instantly. Their task wasn't local, they'd have to take a train north. On the grasslands, a mutated creature was attacking herders' sheep. The herders were utterly helpless against it. Preliminary estimates placed the creature's strength between 0.6 and 0.7, making this an E-rank mission. Holy crap! This mission's messed up, right? Why is it only E-rank? We can't handle this. Immediately, someone voiced their doubts. Yu wore a faint, cold smile. Everyone, shut up. The once noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. You three are teaming up for this mission and you want an F rank? What kind of test would it be without any challenge? Yu unleashed a torrent of scolding, singling out every single person. Now get moving on the tasks you've each been assigned. Get to work immediately. If you don't finish within 3 days, the exam will be counted as a 0 for all of you. Yu slammed his fist on the desk in anger. Everyone rushed out of the classroom in a flash. Yemo and his two companions felt like crying. Clutching 3 high-speed rail tickets, they faced a 2-hour journey to the northern grasslands. After all that, only one task requires traveling out of town and we just had to draw it. Mr. Ye's luck isn't exactly stellar, huh? Li Wanyue pursed her lips. Yemo felt utterly helpless too. How had he ended up with such a crappy assignment? Ruan Wei remained silent, quietly following behind the two. His abilities fell short of theirs, and he usually kept to himself, saying little. The three quickly boarded the high-speed train after ticket inspection. Behind them, several individuals wore grim expressions, their hands gripping heavy bundles. Chapter 14, What the Security Department is Doing. Sunflower seeds, drinks, mineral water. As the snack cart passed by, Yemo drew his legs inward, simultaneously clearing his mind and regulating his breathing. An elderly woman filled her cup with hot water, but suddenly, for some reason, the hot water spout erupted. It splashed everywhere. Conductor. What's wrong with this train? If I hadn't dodged fast enough, I'd be covered in boiling water.
The woman's shrill scream echoed through the car. The attendant hurried over, quickly shutting off the water valve while apologizing profusely. The attendant returned to her compartment to look for a mop. Just as she emerged with the mop ready to clean the floor, a dark muzzle suddenly pressed against her forehead. Ah! The attendant screamed in terror and was knocked to the floor by the butt of a gun. Hearing the scream, everyone looked over. A hooded robber fired a shot straight into the ceiling. Bang! The deafening sound echoed instantly. Everyone jumped in fright. At that very moment, a hoarse male voice came over the train's public address system. Dear passengers, congratulations, you are now our hostages. Please refrain from any resistance, or I cannot guarantee my men won't harm you.
Train Dispatch Center. What the hell?
Why has G-1576 lost contact?
A pot-bellied middle-aged man barked orders at the control console. No idea. The signal just vanished suddenly. Report. The signal's back.
A voice filled with surprise rang out, and the man hurried over.
He soon sensed something was amiss from the operator's stunned expression.
The selector removed the headset from his ear and handed it over.
The man took it. A man's voice came through. Haha, we're Black Snake. We've hijacked and taken control of your train. We've planted a timed bomb on board. If you don't agree to our demands, we'll all go down together.
The voice carried a hint of hysterical madness. After the voice faded, several gunshots echoed from the other end. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He immediately called the police. Simultaneously, he stormed over to the security chief in a rage and slapped him across the face.
How the hell did you conduct security? You didn't notice something this big.
They managed to bring bombs and guns on board. The supervisor reeled from the blow, dazed and unable to recover for a long moment.
Go! Get over there!
The armed robber shoved the train attendant, forcing her to the other end of the car. Standing in the carriage, he watched the trembling passengers with a smug look on his face. He failed to notice the sharp gaze fixed on him from beside him.
Yemo held his ground, unwilling to make a move until he understood the robber's situation.
But he secretly sent a message to Fu Guoliang, the police chief in charge.
What? You're on that train? Yemo confirmed their presence.
Great. Keep us updated immediately with any new information, and please protect the passengers' safety while ensuring your own security. We're investigating the hijackers' situation here. We'll send you detailed information shortly.
The entire police station went on high alert, strategizing how to rescue the passengers on the train. Fu Guoliang finally received some good news: they had their people on board.
Having collaborated with the police multiple times, they were well aware of Yemo's capabilities. They quickly identified the hijackers' situation. There were 7 hijackers in total, primarily positioned in the front section of the train.
Yemo was in carriage 7.
Each preceding car had 1 robber stationed. After gathering all the information, Yemo extended his foot toward the water stain beside him. This large puddle on the floor hadn't been mopped up yet, and now the terrorists were standing right in it.
Wasn't this the perfect conductor? Yemo acted decisively, instantly enveloping himself in a halo of electricity. Ugh! 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 The terrorist's entire body began convulsing violently.
Then he collapsed to the ground, unconscious.
Yemo quickly rose to his feet and exchanged a glance with Li Wanyu and Wan Wei.
The two instantly understood, binding the terrorist and stripping him of all his weapons.
Their movements were swift and precise. The crowd watching the scene grew visibly excited. Good heavens! They subdued the criminals so quickly. Amazing! We're saved! Thank goodness! Who'd have thought a business trip would turn into this? What rotten luck! Are they cops? They look so young. Moving that fast, could they be martial artists? This is great! We're saved! We're saved! The entire carriage erupted in excitement. Yemo waved his hand, signaling them to lower their voices.
There are bandits in the front cars, but not in the rear ones.
Move quickly to the very last car and tell everyone in the other cars to head back too. After Yemo gave his orders, the others quickly gathered their belongings and fled toward the rear. To think this trump card was played here. Yemo muttered to himself.
He swiftly allocated all 1.0 points of his power to his health bar.
Health, 2.14. A colossal surge of energy erupted within him. Yemo couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. After adjusting to his current state, Yemo turned to the two of them. You two stay out of this. Leave it to me. The enemy possessed firearms, and their health was too low. If they joined the fight, they risked injury or even death. Can you handle this alone? It's too dangerous. We should wait for the authorities to handle it. Let's retreat to the rear.
Li Wanyue's usual playful demeanor vanished, her expression turning grave. Before they became martial artists, firearms could still pose a threat to them.
It's fine, don't worry.
I'm an early awakener, you all know my strength.
Yemo flashed a confident gesture before striding toward the next carriage. Yi. Li Wanhua tried to say something more, but Wan Wei pulled her back. We have no choice but to trust Brother Yi. Let's go to the rear and calm the crowd first. Li Wanhua sighed, then nodded firmly and hurried toward the rear. A faint glow emanated from Yi Mo's arms, followed by a layer of armor forming over them. Judging by the patterns, it bore a certain resemblance to the markings on a turtle shell. After briefly testing its hardness, Yi Mo's confidence surged. Breaching his defense with firearms was virtually impossible. Of course, this protection was limited to his arms. Other body parts would still sustain injuries if hit by bullets. Currently, the turtle shell shield was nearly entry-level, offering far too limited coverage. Yi Mo entered the next car, successfully fooling the hijacker by pretending to have just come from the restroom. Taking advantage of the hijacker's inattention, he swiftly closed the distance. The speed at which the 2.14 lifeforce erupted was astonishing. It could traverse the length of the car in about a second. The instant he made contact, electric sparks crackled around him. A sharp crackling of electricity filled the air. The robber twitched a few times before collapsing to the floor. Yi Mo immediately evacuated the passengers from this car, directing them to flee toward the rear. He then repeated the process, only to encounter an unexpected turn of events in the third car. Chapter 15, Slaying the Warrior. Seconds earlier, he had swiftly dealt with the robber in the previous car. He intended to finish this one just as quickly, using the same method. Yi Mo swiftly closed in on his target, but unexpectedly, the robber seemed to have regained his senses. He spun around and fired at lightning speed. A formidable opponent. Though not a martial artist, the opponent possessed an absolute health value of 0.3. Otherwise, there was no way he could have reacted in such a short time, especially since this robber could even turn around and fire. Though the turn was swift, the target hadn't had time to aim. After firing just 2 shots, Yi Mo closed in and made physical contact. The electric current surged through him, swiftly finishing him off. Before Yi Mo could reach the next car, a gun was pressed against his head. The people in our car lost contact. It's because of you, right? A man with a scar on his face appeared beside Yi Mo, the pistol in his hand pressed against Yi Mo's temple. Hijacking a high-speed train. Do you know what crime you've committed? Yi Mo's voice was icy cold. He dared not make a sudden move, quietly removing the tortoise shell shield from his arm. It formed a turtle shell shield over his head. Die. The moment the gun fired, Yi Mo's fist struck the opponent. Clang. A sharp metallic clang echoed as the bullet was deflected straight out from his temple. A faint light shield glowed over his temple. The tortoise shell shield proved quite effective, directly blocking the incoming bullet. Our demands are actually quite simple: release everyone you've captured over the past period. The leader of the hijackers negotiated terms with the police. The purpose of hijacking the high-speed train was to rescue their comrades. Earlier, 40 or 50 of their comrades had been arrested, and they couldn't swallow their anger. I cannot agree to your demands, but I will escalate this matter through the proper channels. This will take time. Please remain calm and refrain from harming the hostages. The negotiation expert addressed the hijackers. At the nearest military base, several armed helicopters had already taken off. They were heading toward the high-speed train's location at maximum speed. Meanwhile, the next station had been sealed off. All police forces were on high alert, and the public had been fully evacuated. Their control center actually had the capability to take control of the high-speed train. The train would next stop at this station. Snipers are positioned in all directions. Releasing them is out of the question. If those individuals were allowed to escape, they would cause even greater destruction and endanger more lives. Therefore, for safety's sake, they absolutely cannot be allowed to leave. There were reports of developments aboard the train. The hostages held by the criminals are now confined to just 1 or 2 carriages. They have someone on the bullet train handling the situation. But things might get a bit tricky from here on out. Their leader is a genuine martial artist. Yi Mo quickly arrived at the first carriage. There were no hijackers here, but a timed bomb had been planted. Everyone evacuate to the rear cars immediately. We've cleared the rear cars, no robbers there. Upon hearing this, the passengers hurriedly grabbed their luggage and headed toward the last car. Yi Mo made his way to the driver's compartment door. The last remaining robber was inside this very driver's cabin. The train conductor was already dead, leaving only the robber in the control room. Everyone in car 1 had already been evacuated. Yi Mo pushed open the slightly ajar cab door. The robber, who had been negotiating terms with the police over the intercom, froze slightly upon seeing a stranger standing at the cab door. But when he saw the empty first car behind the man, his anger flared. Who the hell are you? The robber's face twisted into a vicious grimace as he drew a long knife from his waist. A sudden burst of flames erupted from the blade. A martial artist. Yi Mo's heart skipped a beat. The man before him was a fire attribute martial artist. Kid, did you take out all my guys? The robber called out to his teammates over the walkie-talkie, but received no response. Fine. I'd barely laid out my terms, and you've already taken out my entire crew. Anger flashed across the robber's face as he gritted his teeth and swung his blade. A massive blade of flame shot toward Yi Mo. Yemo rolled sideways, ducking behind a seat. The blade's glow sliced clean through the entire carriage, cleaving every seat in its path in two. Damn it! If he'd known there was a martial artist here, Yemo would never have gotten involved. This was pure suicide. His own health bar was barely 2.14, while theirs started at a minimum of 3.0. Die! The robber leaped forward, raising his long sword high and bringing it down with all his might. Yemo dodged swiftly as the blade plunged into the underside of the high-speed train, the tracks rushing by clearly visible below. Seizing the moment as the robber pulled the blade free, Yemo delivered a vicious punch straight into his chest. The robber staggered for a moment before quickly regaining his footing. You're nothing but trash, not even a martial artist, yet you dare try to ambush me. The robber delivered a vicious kick to Yemo's chest. Fortunately, the tortoise-shell shield arrived just in time. It successfully blocked the kick. But how could such a full-force strike be so easily endured? The blow shattered the tortoise-shell shield clean through. Yemo couldn't help but feel a wave of sweetness surge up his throat. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yemo collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color as he gasped for breath. The bandit advanced, a savage grin spreading across his face. He raised his long blade high, intent on severing Yemo's head. A sudden flash of lightning erupted in Yemo's eyes. He sprang up and wrapped his arms around the man's waist. An intense surge of electricity followed. The robber screamed wildly, yet he did not lose consciousness. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and struggled to resist. A martial artist's vitality was simply too formidable. Even such terrifying electric currents failed to knock him unconscious, nearly causing temporary paralysis. Yemo steeled his resolve, charging forward while clutching the man. His only chance to subdue the robber now was to use his own force against him. Yemo charged forward like a madman, pushing the robber toward the control room. He slammed the robber hard against the train control console. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the train's control panel. The wires inside were exposed. I'll electrocute you to death. And then there's the high-speed rail's electricity too. Yemo let out a maniacal laugh, then yanked the wires loose. He clutched them in his hands. Intense electrical arcs surged around both of them. Even Yemo, with his lightning manipulating ability, couldn't withstand such a terrifying current. His vision went black and he passed out. When he came to, he found himself lying on a stretcher. Not far away lay a charred, blackened corpse covered in white cloth. What the hell? Yemo struggled to sit up on the stretcher. The massive current hadn't harmed him, it had merely knocked him unconscious. He was fine now. The two medics ignored him and hoisted him into the ambulance. Young man, you're a real champ, you saved everyone on this bus. One of the doctors gave him a thumbs up. I heard they're going to award you tomorrow. Such a great contribution. Boss Yi is amazing. Ruan Wei and Li Wanyue were also in the ambulance. Hearing this, Yemo's heart skipped a beat. He sprang to his feet, kicked open the ambulance door, and turned to roar at the two. What are you standing around for? Run. We only have 3 days to complete the mission. It's already noon today. If we stay in this city waiting for tomorrow's award ceremony, we'll waste 2 days. If we fail to finish the mission on the last day, we'll get 0 points on the monthly exam. Chapter 16, Mutant Golden Eagle. We owe this to the 3 students from Cloud Shield Academy. The train dispatcher in the office took a sip of tea. Only after confirming all hostages in the train were safe and the police had defused the timer bomb did he finally exhale in relief. He dared not imagine how many innocent lives would have been lost if today's incident had gone wrong. Even he would likely have been implicated. The security personnel responsible for inspections dared not even breathe a sigh of relief. This industry was about to undergo a strict overhaul. Seated beside Fu Guoliang were Yu, his face etched with anxiety, and an elderly gentleman clad in a white training uniform. Are my 3 students okay? Yu tugged at Fu Guoliang, firing questions at him. Fu Guoliang was truly at his wits' end. They're fine. They're absolutely fine. The most seriously injured one was only knocked unconscious by the shock. After speaking, he glanced at the elderly gentleman in the white training uniform. This man was Yun Gu, the president of Yundun University and the 17th generation heir of the Yun family fist. He was also a formidable martial arts master. Yun Gu understood that Fu Guoliang genuinely didn't want to get into a lengthy exchange with Yu. They still had cleanup work to attend to. Teacher Yu, no need to ask. Aren't these students' records right here on display? This one named GMO, his strength was only around 1 point during the entrance exam, and he's even an early awakener. Why is someone of this caliber in your class F? Yu hesitated to reveal the truth, stammering his words. Yun Gu instantly sensed there must be hidden circumstances at play. Oomph, looks like someone's pulling strings behind the scenes. Since you can't speak freely, teacher Yu, I'll investigate this myself. Yu's temples throbbed visibly. Those who knew him well understood that such a look signaled he was on the brink of fury. What? He ran away? Fu Guoliang received a call that left him both amused and exasperated. Are your monthly exams that strict?
Those 3 kids were supposed to go to the hospital tomorrow for commendation, but they said they were worried about the exam, so they ran away. Youngoo and Yu exchanged glances. For a moment, Youngoo, who had been furious just now, burst into laughter. These 3 students were truly something else. At the bus station entrance, the 3 of them were panting heavily. The high-speed rail station was now sealed off and likely unusable for the foreseeable future. They'd have to find another way to reach the northern grasslands. The grasslands weren't too far from here. By noon, the trio had reached the grasslands. After searching for a long time using their map, they finally arrived at the nomads' encampment. Flocks of sheep grazed on the hillside in vast, rolling patches. Ruan Wei couldn't help but lick his lips. These sheep look so plump and tender. If my dad could roast one, it would taste amazing. Hearing this, all 3 felt peckish. None had eaten lunch yet. After inquiring around the camp, they approached the largest tent. The herders here wore fur garments, suggesting a relatively primitive lifestyle. Inside the tent, however, the modern amenities astonished the 3 visitors. Electric lights, heaters, even computers and televisions. Behind the tent stood a massive diesel generator. Gurgle, gurgle. Pulling back the tent flap, the spicy, savory aroma of hot pot hit them like a wave. Inside a copper pot, the broth bubbled and simmered. Sliced fresh lamb lay neatly arranged beside it. A round figure sat with their back to them, dipping slices of lamb into the broth. All 3 of them couldn't help but swallow hard. Who's there? Hearing the entrance, the plump figure didn't even bother to turn around, simply opening their mouth to ask. Hello, we're from Yundun University here to help you deal with the mutant beast attack. Yi Mo spoke up. Upon hearing they were from Cloud Shield University, the figure set down his chopsticks and slowly stood up, revealing himself to be a 6-foot-tall, hefty man. Great! Cloud Shield has finally sent someone. The big man wiped his mouth with a fur-lined cloth, grinning widely. Then, in a pitiful tone, he began. These days, our sheep keep dwindling, and it's got me all worked up. Even eating a whole lamb a day can't cheer me up. Yi Mo couldn't help but curl his lip. This guy really could eat probably more than the damage his mutant beast caused. Could you tell us exactly what's been happening? Li Wanyue inquired. The man merely glanced at the trio before promptly pulling them to sit beside the hot pot. Come on, let's fill our bellies first, then talk about the rest. Yi Mo and the others were indeed hungry. Hearing this, they didn't hesitate and dug in heartily. They ate and chatted. This fellow was named Hugao, the son of the chieftain within this nomadic group. They belonged to a fairly large nomadic tribe. They raised tens of thousands of cattle and sheep. Logically speaking, with such a large herd, even if one animal went missing each day, it would be difficult to detect an attack by a mutant beast. The problem was this mutant beast was incredibly brazen. At first, they thought it was some kind of wild wolf or tiger, but later they realized that every time, a huge golden eagle would appear above the tribe. This creature would circle for about 2 hours before finally landing. It would select the most tender and delicious lambs from the flock and carry them off. Its speed was lightning fast, rendering hunting rifles and dogs utterly useless against it. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Unwilling to bear these losses, the herders felt utterly helpless and finally requested reinforcements. Try this. It's our homemade milk wine, absolutely delicious. Hugao downed his wooden bowl in one gulp. The other 3, who had heard of it but never tasted it, followed suit, emptying their bowls in a single draft. By the end of the meal, the 4 had grown considerably closer. Hugao's warm and easygoing nature won the favor of the other 3. To be honest, I'm also from Yundun University. I just haven't reported in yet. I plan to go in the next couple of days. When I got my acceptance letter, our tribe was in the middle of moving from one place to another. If I hadn't gone with them, I wouldn't have been able to find my tribe when I came home next year. Hugao scratched his head sheepishly. He is a student in Class E. Most crucially, his greatest strength lies neither in power nor speed, but in a very unique attribute. His recovery ability and endurance far surpass those of ordinary people. He could run at full speed for hours without stopping. After a mere half-hour rest, he could spring back to his feet and resume running with renewed vigor. It was precisely this quality that caught the attention of Cloud Shield University, which plans to cultivate him as a pilot case. If they could truly cultivate an endurance specialist, it would be a remarkable achievement. His own lack of speed meant he was utterly helpless against that golden eagle. Young chief! The golden eagle is back. Hearing the clan member's shouts outside the door, Hugao's eyes widened in anger. That golden eagle was a picky eater, favoring only the plumpest, most tender lambs just like his own preference. Every lamb it devoured meant one less for him, so news of its return filled Hugao with seething hatred. Chapter 17, Thunder Spear. Wah! The golden eagle circled in the sky, letting out a piercing cry. It scanned the flock intently for prey. The herders drove the flock toward the pen, all on high alert, holding long and short spears. These were the very guns they used for hunting. Yi Mo and his 2 companions emerged, watching the golden eagle circling overhead with a hint of curiosity on their faces. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Yi Mo's mind. What if he captured this golden eagle and fed it to his koi carp to trigger an evolutionary breakthrough?
What kind of abilities might it evolve? This was a bold innovation and experiment.
After all, the last breakthrough involved a marine creature connected to water.
He had gained the power of lightning. If he could accidentally gain flight abilities, or perhaps claw-like powers, that would be a tremendous upgrade. Moreover, the koi could perfectly replicate any ability he possessed. This meant that if the koi could break free from water's constraints, combined with flight, it could assist in combat. Imagine an enemy focused on fighting you, only for a tiny fish to suddenly dart behind them and strike. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. 2 against 1 would still give you the upper hand. And this mutant beast was practically free. Yemo was penniless, dirt poor. Without money to buy mutated beast meat, he had no choice but to hunt for himself. The golden eagle before him was undoubtedly the best choice. But how could he possibly reach it while it soared in the sky? For now, he could only wait and see. Skills: lightning, basic, tortoiseshell shield, beginner. Though Yemo had been electrocuted into unconsciousness on the bullet train, he now possessed a deeper understanding of lightning. His lightning skill had advanced from beginner to basic level. The sole benefit gained was the ability to project lightning remotely. Previously, he still needed to make physical contact with his opponents to release powerful currents that would paralyze or stun them. Now, however, he could attack enemies from a distance. After much consideration, this might be Yemo's only ability capable of posing a threat to flying creatures. And he only gets one chance. If he missed the first time, the opponent would surely be on guard, making it unlikely he could pull off the same tactic again. The golden eagle circled for a long time. The 3 had devised a preliminary battle plan. Since the enemy wouldn't pursue them, they'd find a way to lure them into the air. Li Wanyue possessed great strength, while Ruanwei was exceptionally swift. Working together, they planned for Li Wanyue to fling Ruanwei skyward. During the golden eagle's dive to seize the lamb, they might make contact. If they could make contact with the golden eagle, a single decisive strike might just take it down. After finalizing the plan, the trio swiftly opened the sheep pen and mingled among the flock. They simultaneously warned the herders not to use their hunting rifles. What if they accidentally shot the wrong target? What? These are the reinforcements the young chieftain found? A bunch of kids? What chance do they stand against that golden eagle? Bull. Are these 3 even old enough to shave? And they tell us to put down our guns? The herders had suffered losses these past days, and their complaints were loud and clear. Many were reluctant to trust the trio. But Hulao overruled the objections. At least they're the ones I brought in. Give them a chance. What have you achieved with your guns all these days? Any results? Hugao's words silenced all the herders. These herders, who had never attended school, still clung to feudal ways of thinking and valued seniority above all else. Yet among the young people, they respected only Hugao. The reason was simple: this kid had attended school and become the tribe's only college graduate. In their eyes, that made him an intellectual. Using his knowledge, Hugao assisted in delivering many lambs during difficult births. He successfully won over many herders, earning great respect in their hearts. Now they were all willing to give him face and drop the matter. They holstered their guns and watched the situation unfold. Soon, the golden eagle had already selected its target. It flapped its wings, then swiftly tucked them close to its body. Like a cannonball poised to fire, it plunged vertically from the sky. Only as it neared the flock did it slowly spread its wings and extend its sharp talons. The flock erupted into chaos, with Yemo and the others standing at its center. Li Wanyue seized the moment, resting both hands on her knees. Ruanwei leapt onto her hands, and Li Wanyue swiftly lifted him upward. A powerful surge propelled Ruanwei into the air, soaring straight toward the golden eagle in the sky. In his hand, he clutched a dagger as his weapon. The golden eagle's sharp eyes quickly detected an object approaching. A surprisingly human-like expression flickered across its face, almost as if it were sneering. With a gentle flap of its wings, it evaded Ruanwei. Ruanwei had no choice but to adjust his posture mid-air, crashing heavily into the sheep herd below. His formidable physique prevented injury, though his stomach churned violently. The golden eagle swiftly closed in on the flock. "One more try, this time it's my turn," Yemo declared as he charged toward Li Wanyue. She immediately readjusted her stance and lifted him up once more. Yemo moved with blinding speed, his body light as a feather, plunging toward the enemy's heart like a sword drawn from its scabbard. The golden eagle flashed another sneer of contempt, just as it prepared to flap its wings to evade. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted before his eyes. Yemo had actually formed a spear-like lance with his bare hands. He had only intended to replicate the game skill Thunder Spear, but unexpectedly, it materialized before his eyes. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward the golden eagle's position. Electricity crackled through the air, carrying a faint, acrid smell. The golden eagle couldn't react in time, its wing struck directly. It let out a piercing cry as the massive electrical current paralyzed its wings, rendering them useless. It plummeted to the ground in free fall, crashing heavily onto the earth. Yemo landed alongside it, rolling once to reach the golden eagle's side. With one hand, he seized the golden eagle's neck. Then he snapped it clean off. The herders nearby, who had been murmuring discontent, fell silent. Their eyes widened, their mouths agape, as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Heavens! A celestial being has descended. As one herder cried out in awe, they slowly knelt toward Yemo in their native language. In their minds, those who could summon thunder and lightning were undoubtedly the thunder god and lightning goddess of the heavens. They were gods and goddesses. Living in isolation from the outside world, they still clung to some feudal superstitions. Before long, a large crowd had fallen to their knees. Hu Gao stared at Yemo in utter astonishment. Having received some education, he recognized this as the power of an early awakener and didn't worship Yemo as a god like the other herdsmen. Chapter 18, Making Demands Right in Front of the Principal. Brother Yi, when did you become so formidable? Ruan Wei stared at Yemo in awe. He hadn't seemed this powerful before. Why did he feel the gap between them was widening? He'd been training diligently lately too, and his talent should be decent by all accounts. He'd even consumed plenty of mutated beast meat, yet no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't match Yemo's intensity. Yemo smiled, offering no further explanation. This mission is complete. I'll take care of the golden eagle's carcass. Yemo addressed the surrounding herders. Which of these herders dared to object? Initially, they'd planned to shoot the golden eagle and sell it as compensation for their previous sheep losses. But now that this god had spoken, how could they refuse? Holy crap! You guys are so badass. What squad are you in? Is it Squad A? But logically, shouldn't you be handling rank missions? Why take on my E-rank task? Tiger Herald approached the trio, greeting them with a mix of awe and surprise. It seemed his greatest gain this time wasn't solving the herder's golden eagle problem, but meeting 3 powerful peers from his own grade. We're just from the crappiest F class. We're climbing up, but it won't be fast. Li Wanyue smiled faintly before stretching lazily. Why don't you treat us to dinner tonight? We've never tried authentic whole roasted lamb before. At the mention of food, Yemo and Ruan Wei instantly perked up, their eyes gleaming as they looked at Hu Gao. Hu Gao patted his chest with great generosity. Absolutely no problem. Tonight, I'll treat you to roast whole lamb. Then tomorrow, I'll head back to Yundun with you. The herders were overjoyed to hear the deity would stay for dinner. Especially since he'd helped them deal with that troublesome golden eagle. Yemo first asked the herders to help him butcher and refrigerate the golden eagle, fearing the meat might spoil by the time he brought it back. What if the koi got diarrhea from eating it? Tiger's father treated them with great hospitality. That evening's roast lamb feast was a resounding success, with both hosts and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. We're all rough men, not good with words. Please look after my eldest son at school from now on. Shifu stood up and down 3 bowls of milk wine in quick succession, his face flushing with warmth. Yemo and the others naturally accepted without hesitation. Early the next morning, they packed their belongings and boarded the high-speed train back to Yundun. I truly hope you'll join Classy soon. I'll be waiting for you there. Hu Gao waved goodbye before heading to his dormitory. Life didn't return to normal for the trio. The very first thing that happened upon their return to school was being dragged into the office by an enraged Yu for a thorough scolding. You 3 little punks are utterly reckless. After practicing for a while, do you think you're invincible? Have you forgotten your own names? Yu was furious, slamming his fist so hard on the desk that the perfectly intact surface shattered into dust. What level of power do you lot even have? How dare you take on such a dangerous mission? Especially you. Love showing off, huh? Charging in alone to fight bandits. Are you trying to die? Yu pointed his finger at the 3 of them and berated them for over an hour. Though his words were harsh, their hearts felt warm. They knew their teacher genuinely cared for their well-being. Every word was laced with concern, fearing they might come to harm. Huff. Yu picked up her water cup, took a sip to moisten her throat, and by then, most of her anger had subsided. Get yourselves to the principal's office. The principal wants to see the 3 of you. The trio immediately adopted a submissive, apologetic posture, practically fleeing the office as if escaping. Ms. Yu is terrifying. I couldn't even breathe just now. Ruan Wei patted his chest, still feeling the lingering fear. You bet. I was scared out of my wits too. Yemo mimicked her tone. But soon, they both noticed the peculiar glances directed at them. Those looks seemed to say, you weren't this scared when you took on the robbers single-handedly. Yemo could only clear his throat awkwardly. The 3 soon arrived at the principal's office door. Well, our Cloud Shield's hero is back. Seated at the head of the desk, Yungu held a cup of tea as he observed the trio. Their heroic deeds had been widely publicized, making Yundun University famous nationwide. Next year's admissions would surely attract even more promising new students. Moreover, as the university's president, he had been officially commended by the authorities. It was precisely his effective teaching methods that produced such capable students under his guidance. At least, that was the view from above. Reporters were even dispatched specifically to interview him. Yungu has become a hot commodity these past few days. Numerous companies were eager to use this opportunity to donate to Yundun. Yundun University, which had previously survived on meager subsidies from the Education Bureau, suddenly saw its funding surge dramatically. That's why Yun-gu looked so radiant. You two youngsters step outside. I need to speak with him privately. Young-gu gestured toward Yi-mo, and the other two withdrew. Shin Young has been expelled. Young-gu's blunt opening statement startled Yi-mo. I've thoroughly investigated his underhanded tactics against you, transferring you to Class F. He's received his due punishment. Now I'm giving you a choice, you may return to Class A at any time. Yi-mo hadn't expected Yun-gu to take this matter so seriously. To dismiss someone from such a crucial position as the grade director so casually. It seemed Yun-gu was someone who wouldn't tolerate the slightest injustice. Returning to Class A is acceptable, but I have two conditions. Yun-gu's curiosity was piqued upon hearing this. Becoming a Class A student naturally meant access to better resources. If it were an ordinary student, they'd likely be accepting the offer with gratitude right now. But this kid not only refused, he actually had demands. Young-gu's interest was instantly piqued. This kid kept surprising him. Go ahead, tell me what they are. Yi-mo held up one finger. My two teammates should be promoted to Class A with me. Then he held up a second finger. Teacher you must become Class A's homeroom teacher. If these two conditions are met, I'll transfer to Class A immediately. A peculiar expression flashed across Yun-gu's face. He shook his head. I'm afraid I can't agree to either of your requests. Your teammates' health points are too low, they simply don't meet Class A's standards. Secondly, I've thoroughly investigated Teacher Yu. While she did cross Qin Yang, the decision is final and cannot be arbitrarily changed. After hearing this, Yi-mo smiled. In that case, I won't be joining Class A either. At this declaration, Yun-gu's expression darkened. Was this brat trying to leverage his own strength to make demands? Not a shred of respect for me. Yet Yi-mo's next words piqued his interest once more. First, we'll climb the ranks step by step with my two teammates, relying solely on our own abilities. As for the second demand, how about we make a bet? Chapter 19, Wings of the Kunpeng. Flight ability unlocked. Young-gu looked at Yi-mo with some surprise, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. You youngster are quite something, daring to bet against an old man like me. So, how do you propose we wager? Young-gu hadn't intended to engage with Yi-mo at all. After all, replacing a class's counselor and homeroom teacher was an extremely serious matter. After all, these teachers might hold permanent positions that couldn't be changed on a whim. But when he heard the other party mention a bet, his curiosity was suddenly piqued. He couldn't fathom what kind of stakes this kid could possibly offer to wager against him. If it piqued his interest, he might make an exception and bend the rules just this once. Simple. The three of us will fight our way up to Class A within a year. During this time, Teacher Yu will follow us. For every class we climb up, he'll swap positions with that class's homeroom teacher. After hearing the conditions, Yun-gu paused briefly in thought. He immediately agreed. No problem. If you can lead your two teammates to Class A within a year, I won't object. However, Young-gu's tone shifted, a sly gleam appearing in his eyes. If you fail to meet this wager within a year, you will become my disciple, my direct disciple. He knew he was getting old and it was time to cultivate a successor. With no male heir in his own family, he had no choice but to seek an outsider to inherit his legacy. If the other party wished to take him as a master, they would naturally have to acknowledge him as their godfather. Only then could they receive his true legacy. And the future presidency of the entire Yundun University. Yi-mo flashed a confident smile and nodded. A hint of delight flashed across Yun-gu's face. Such an interesting young man, so full of vitality. Just like himself back when he had only recently begun his cultivation journey. In Yi-mo, he saw his own reflection from years past. In that case, it's settled. Yi-mo and Yun-gu sealed their agreement with a high five before turning and leaving the principal's office. Without delay, Yun-gu immediately summoned all first-year teachers for a routine meeting. He informed them of the wager. What? How can this be? I refuse to accept it. Yen Xiaoxia, homeroom teacher of Class A, was furious. She had barely managed to secure her position through some special means. She knew her teaching skills were far inferior to Yu's, but the latter was stubborn and clueless about social niceties. This had given someone as smooth as her an opening. An opportunity to climb even higher. If this policy were implemented now, her position as Class A homeroom teacher could very well be snatched away. This was a major concern, for the resources allocated to a teacher's class directly influenced the quality of resources available for their own cultivation. As homeroom teacher and counselor for Class A, his compensation naturally ranked highest among all faculty. Teacher Yen seems rather reluctant to accept this arrangement. How about I offer you the position of principal instead? Young-gu's expression immediately darkened. In its earliest days, Yundun University was known as the Yundun sect, a small sect. It was Yun-gu who, through his own abilities, gradually built Yundun into a university. His authority within the school was supreme, unchallenged by anyone. He couldn't be bothered to explain to these teachers, he simply informed them. For here, he was an absolute dictator, and no one could influence his authority. This. Yan Xiaoxia immediately backed down, no longer daring to speak up. The other teachers raised no objections either, as they harbored no ambitions of their own. Villa District. Brother Yi, the principal really assigned you to Class A? And you actually refused him? Ruan Wei stared at Yi Mo in disbelief. Faced with such temptation, he himself might well have been unable to resist. After all, promotion to Class A would significantly increase his access to resources. His own abilities would improve much faster then. He simply couldn't fathom why Yi Mo would turn down such a golden opportunity. I've already made a bet with the principal. I've essentially sold myself. Yi Mo explained the entire situation to the two of them. Shock rippled through their eyes. Mr. Yi, you're not joking, right? To climb into Class A within a year, we'd have to rank in the top 3 on every single monthly exam. Li Wanyue felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over her, a look of genuine distress flickering across her face. You can feel the progress we've made this month yourselves. If we train relentlessly, catching up to those noble offspring isn't impossible. She was right about that. They had made significant progress this past month. Originally, they were both unremarkable members of Class F with low vitality. Now, one had broken through to 0.6 HP, while the other reached 0.56. With another month of training, Ruan Wei would surely reach the 0.6 threshold, allowing him to advance to Class E. However, further advancement would prove more challenging. As the time span grows longer, others will improve even without dedicated practice. Catching up to the average level of the target class will become increasingly difficult. Therefore, they must now study and train with even greater diligence. They should make better use of their free time and consume more mutated beast meat to enhance themselves. Sai, I know the road ahead will be tough, but I've already boarded Boss Yi's ship. There's no turning back now. Li Wanyue licked her lips as she spoke. Following Boss Yi means we get mutant beast meat. If we take on more missions, our growth will definitely accelerate. Ruan Wei nodded in agreement. The trio parted ways, agreeing to train together tomorrow. The first thing Emo did upon returning to the dorm was pull out a large bag of golden eagle meat and dump it all into the bathtub. He then sank his consciousness, instantly connecting with the koi. It devoured chunks of golden eagle meat. A faint energy began to form within the koi. Your koi has consumed the mutated golden eagle. Note, for your second advancement, you may obtain up to 2 types of biological genes. Currently acquired, Xuanjia turtle biological genes, golden eagle biological genes. Level up! Emo commanded the system in his mind. A burst of golden light erupted, causing Jean Li to convulse violently. The scales on its back gradually parted as 2 fleshy bulges pushed through. The bulges then opened, and feathers began sprouting at a visible pace. Wings had actually sprouted from its back. In its current form, Jean Li was neither quite fish nor quite bird. This upgrade brought immense benefits to the koi. Transforming into an amphibious creature, the koi's gills underwent a profound change, developing 2 small lungs. These lungs could absorb oxygen from the air. It could now completely break free from the constraints of water. A thrilled smile spread across Yemo's face. Upgrade complete. Host has received 1.5 points of power. Yemo opened the attribute panel to check. Health 2.14. Strength 1.5. Evolution points 0,500. Skills Lightning Strike, Basic, Turtle Shell Shield, Beginner, Kuanping's Wings, Beginner. Chapter 20, One Punch to Repel the Enemy. Monday morning class began with Yu Yu's expression as cold as ever. Announcing our class's monthly exam results, the top-ranked trio is Yemo's team. Congratulations to them. As soon as Yu Yu spoke, every single student in the class froze in place. The look of anticipation on everyone's faces froze. Impossible. How could that little team possibly come in first? A girl stood up, her face dark with displeasure. Their team had suffered injuries during this mission, barely managing to complete it. Taking on an E-level mission as a trio had been challenging enough, yet they believed they'd pushed themselves to the limit. By all accounts, they should have been the top scorers in the monthly exam. Her health points stood at a mere 0.62. In the month since enrollment, her life points had only increased by 0.03, a relatively diligent cultivation rate among students. Oh? Are you dissatisfied with the grade evaluation? You found the girl's reaction somewhat amusing. Her arms crossed over her chest, her face brimming with defiance. She believed their squad's combat record should have secured them first place. No one should have surpassed them. Of course. The 3 of us teamed up to take down a mutated brown bear with around 0.9 health points. The mission we drew was the absolute toughest, most challenging one in the entire E-rank tier. With achievements like that, we deserve first place. The girl lifted her head proudly as she spoke. Her classmates gasped in astonishment at the revelation. HP 0.9. Could such a formidable creature really be hunted by students from Class F? So that's why Zhang Xiaowei and the others were so badly injured. It was because of this. Judging by their performance, they should be the top team in our class. I recall Emo and the others just ran farther than everyone else. Looks like the grade for this monthly exam was inflated. How dare they let the weakest team take first place? It's an absolute disgrace to the rest of us. I refuse to accept it. They must have some special connections involved. Otherwise, how could their team possibly take first place based on their strength alone? Could their performance really be more terrifying than Zhang Xiaohui's team's? The students chattered away, their words brimming with discontent toward the academy. Ahem. You didn't get angry or lose his temper. Instead, he calmly rummaged through his bag, pulled out a newspaper, and without a word, walked over and slammed it down on Zhang Xiaohui's desk. Read this news article for yourselves. Zhang Xiaohui shot you a defiant glare. Her two teammates leaned in, curious to see what the paper contained. The headline that met their eyes was about the incident that had occurred on the high-speed train the day before yesterday. High-speed train hijacked, 3 students from Yundun University saved the day and rescue the people. It's true our students made this news, but how does this relate to their grades? Zhang Xiaohui froze mid-sentence. Could these two events possibly be connected? Teacher, are you implying they were responsible for this? You nodded calmly. So now you understand why you can't measure up to them? Zhang Xiaohui's face flushed crimson with anger. The teacher's words left her with no dignity whatsoever. As the top student in the class, she naturally refused to accept such humiliation. Those robbers are just ordinary people, after all. Their value is nowhere near that of the brown bear on our team uniform. I suggest you look beyond the headlines and read the actual content. You extended a finger and tapped a circled phrase. Zhang Xiaohui and the others shot her a displeased look. Their eyes scanned the text, widening abruptly before freezing in place. Zhang Xiaohui's voice trembled slightly as she read aloud, seemingly unable to believe the facts before her eyes. One of the robbers is a martial artist with 3.2 life points. When she uttered the word martial artist, her voice practically screeched. The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared at Yemo and his companions in utter disbelief. Yemo kept his eyes gently closed, neither acknowledging their stares nor intending to offer any explanation. Ruanwei appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. Li Wanyue, however, flashed a defiant smile at Zhang Xiaohui. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those 3 taking on a martial artist? He'd be taken out in one move, okay. Li Wanyue rolled her eyes at the remark. Zhang Xiaohui, you're always so stuck up in class, looking down on everyone. How about we settle this? Li Wanyue spoke with unwavering confidence, her self-assurance rooted in yesterday's mission. Thanks to their outstanding performance and saving passengers on the train, the mission was rated an A-class. The primary contributor to an F-rank mission earned 5 points. But the primary contributor of an A-level mission earned a whopping 30 points. All 3 of them were recognized as primary contributors, with Yemo even earning 2 primary credits. Last night, they had already exchanged all those points for mutant beast meat. After consuming it, their strength surged dramatically, reaching the 0.63 level. Thus, Li Wanyue now felt no fear toward Zhang Xiaohui. Oomph. I remember your stats when you first enrolled a pathetic 0.56 life points. And now you dare strut around in front of me? Spill it. What dirty tricks did you use to kill that martial artist? Zhang Xiaohui's words were sharp as a blade. She brushed past Yu and strode directly in front of Li Wanyue. She looked down on Li Wanyue with an air of superiority. And you think you have the right to speak? Li Wanyue rose to her feet and unleashed a punch without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohui hadn't expected her opponent to attack. She raised her hand to block, a smirk still on her face. In her eyes, the other was merely a novice. Both belonged to the strength-type discipline. There was no way the other could possibly shake her. Most people thought the same. The outcome, however, stunned everyone. Zhang Xiaohui was struck squarely in the palm. Her face froze in disbelief as she stumbled backward several steps before finally steadying herself. Her palm trembled slightly. The sheer force of that punch had been overwhelming. The difference in their health bars was a mere 0.01, but that was significant. Holy crap! How could Li Wanyue possibly knock Zhang Xiaohui back with one punch? How could she be this strong? Zhang Xiaohui was already the strongest in our class, and she got knocked back with one punch. When Li Wanyue first enrolled, she was clearly weaker than Zhang Xiaohui by more than just a little. How could she knock Zhang Xiaohui back with a single punch after just 1 month? Chapter 21, Purifying the Essence and Refining the Marrow. Zhang Xiaohui gritted her teeth. Looks like you've all improved significantly lately. The next monthly exam is a team battle. Only the strongest squad will win. We'll settle this properly then. Hope your 2 teammates are as strong as you. Knowing she couldn't win now, she could only leave these harsh words behind for later revenge. Continuing would only make her look foolish. Li Wanyue couldn't hold back her laughter. With your level of skill, you want to challenge my teammates? I'm not even the captain of our team. The real captain is Yemo. Her implication was clear. The strongest member held the leadership role, and he was merely an average player, not the strongest among them. At his words, all eyes turned to Yemo. Could his strength have already reached 0.7? Speculation swirled among the crowd, and simultaneously, a surge of competitive spirit ignited within them. Enough! You too will face consequences later. Class begins now. You didn't stop Zhang Xiaowei from causing trouble. In his eyes, this was healthy competition among students. Only through increased mutual competition would they be more willing to dedicate themselves to cultivation. Therefore, she would not interfere in their personal disputes. But if they disrupted the class order or even came to blows in class, then she had to intervene. After this clash, Zhang Xiaowei, who had always boasted of being the class prodigy, and her two teammates would surely train with even greater intensity. You knew all too well just how relentlessly Yemo and his two companions pushed themselves in their daily training. They never allowed themselves even a moment's rest. Monday through Friday, he trains in boxing from dawn till dusk. He trained the Yun family fist with relentless dedication. He also constantly tackled various tasks assigned by the academy, accumulating points to exchange for mutated beast meat. It was no wonder their strength improved so rapidly. Soon, morning classes ended. Instead of leaving immediately, the crowd gathered around. Brother Yi, let us meet you. Sis Yu, how do you guys train normally? How did you improve so much in such a short time? Any secrets? Big brother, can I tag along? I'm a natural sycophant, I'll do whatever you tell me. The students swarmed around the trio, chattering away. They were trying to pry information from them to help their own cultivation. But the trio exchanged glances without a word, merely offering faint smiles. Their strength was earned through relentless personal effort, not some secret trick. Alright, everyone. All you need to do is practice diligently. Yemo said as he pushed through the crowd, leading his team of 3 away. He now intended to seek out Yu to inquire about the breakthrough matter before returning to his dormitory. Yesterday had been too rushed, he hadn't had time to utilize his power to increase his health points. Teacher Yu. Yemo entered the office to find Yu seated at her desk, sipping tea. 2 figures lay prone beside her, performing push-ups. If you two don't hit 5,000 reps today, you're not leaving. After speaking, Yu singled out Yemo and led him to a secluded spot. Spit it out. What do you want with me? Yu sipped her tea lightly as she spoke. Teacher Yu, I'm ready to break through to the martial artist realm. Is there anything I should be aware of? Yu blew on the floating tea leaves in his cup, not answering immediately. Instead, he took a sip of water, though the trembling of his hand betrayed the profound shock within. Ahem. She'd intended to calm her nerves with the tea, but ended up choking on the sip. Say that again? When you enrolled, your vitality was only 1.1. Now, after just 1 month, you're telling me you're about to break through to martial artist? Yu stared at Yemo as if he were a monster. His face was etched with profound shock. How on earth was this guy training? How could anyone progress this fast? Teacher, you don't need to concern yourself with that. I can break through, period. Yemo replied calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Yu patted his wildly beating chest, calming himself. Just proceed with the normal breakthrough. While this is a bottleneck, and breaking through will bring significant benefits, there's nothing particularly special you need to be mindful of. As an early awakener, you'll naturally receive immense assistance during your breakthrough. Your abilities will undergo an evolution. Also, take a shower after breaking through. I suggest not doing it on the bed, the floor is best. Yemo nodded, his expression a mix of understanding and curiosity, a hint of longing flickering in his eyes. He now possessed 3 skills. If all could evolve, that would be fantastic. His combat prowess would skyrocket. As for the last bit of advice? He promptly ignored it. Yemo licked his lips with a hint of excitement before bidding farewell to Yu. The first thing he did upon returning to his dorm was sit cross-legged on the cushion. His consciousness sank into the system. He allocated all his points to his health bar. Yemo's entire body trembled violently. A deep, thunderous glow erupted from his eyes. Immediately, a pair of wings unfurled behind his back. Tortoise-shell patterns began to faintly emerge on his chest. The first skill to undergo transformation was lightning. The white lightning surging through Yemo's body instantly shifted to a pale blue hue, its destructive power surging to a vastly higher level. His wings then rapidly expanded in size before unexpectedly becoming invisible, turning transparent. Only he could sense their presence, invisible and intangible. The tortoise-shell pattern on his chest, originally no larger than a palm, instantly spread to cover his entire chest. Its coverage area expanded dramatically. All 3 skills had advanced. Skills: Lightning, Intermediate, Turtle Shell Shield, Basic, Kuanpeng's Wings, Basic. Just as Yemo was about to test how much stronger his abilities had become, a tingling, pleasantly numbing sensation suddenly surged through his body. His meridians began to stir, and he felt an odd aura emanating from his entire body. A faint, unpleasant odor accompanied it. Just as Yemo used his nose to trace the source of the stench, streams of thick, black pus began oozing relentlessly from his pores. Ugh! The smell was utterly revolting. Just one whiff made him dizzy and lightheaded. This black, viscous pus emitted an overwhelming stench. Breakthrough Warrior, Purify Essence and Refine Marrow. Chapter 22, Cultivation Frenzy. Yemo stared at the bedsheets now stained pitch black. He finally understood what Yu meant by his last words. Next time something like this happened, he'd break through in the bathroom or bathtub. Any bodily fluids would be easy to clean up. Zhang Xiaowei was drenched in sweat, gripping two massive barbells. She lifted and lowered them with one arm. After several repetitions, Zhang Xiaowei exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the floor. Not enough. Still not enough.
Muttering to herself, she scrambled back to her feet and began practicing the Yun family fist. After completing over a dozen sets, Zhang Xiaowei could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the floor. Xiaowei, you don't have to push yourself so hard. They definitely didn't train like this. There must be some technique or method involved. A boy handed her a cup of water. The aura emanating from him was noticeably stronger than Zhang Xiaowei's. Bro, don't interfere. I have to settle this myself. I'll make sure that pays. After speaking, Zhang Xiaowei exhaled deeply and picked up a glass of white milk from the table. This glass of white milk was no ordinary drink. It came from a mutated cow. Its effects were comparable to mutated beast meat. The Zhang family's wealth was evident in their ability to afford such high-end ingredients. Don't worry. They made a bet with the principal, didn't they? Once they arrive in Class B, I won't let them off the hook. I'll make sure to get revenge for you. A deep, icy glint of murderous intent flashed across Zhang Qi's face. They might not even make it up there. I have connections in Class E. With a little arrangement, I'll make them wish they were dead. Zhang Xiaowei ignored her own brother and continued practicing the Yun family fist. Father secured a cultivation technique for us at an immense cost, essentially depleting over half of our Zhang family's assets. This ordinary yellow-grade cultivation technique is no longer worthy of us. With this manual, our cultivation will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. Unable to bear watching his sister struggle, so Zhang Qi pulled a tattered manual from his robe. A low-grade Xian-level cultivation technique, shatter earth art. Zhang Xiaowei's eyes flickered. She nodded resolutely, accepted the scroll, and began studying the cultivation techniques within. After the commotion caused by Zhang Xiaowei and Li Wanyue in class, everyone's cultivation pace had accelerated. Those who had thought university life would bring carefree days were now diligently cultivating. With their solid innate talent, once they committed to earnest cultivation, their progress accelerated rapidly. Sometime later, Zhang Xiaowei arrived at the school training room wearing a sexy fitness outfit. Sis Shang, haven't seen you around lately. Did you sneak home for some intensive training? A handsome guy approached her and greeted her. Zhang Wei, don't hold me back when the time comes. I'm going to crush those three into the ground. Zhang Xiaowei's words dripped with venom. She had already planned how she would humiliate Li Wanyue once she crushed her. Zhang Wei, her teammate, chuckled upon hearing this. He came from an ordinary family, but his talent was undeniable. After a month of training, his health points had increased significantly. If the captain hadn't come looking for you today, would you still be hiding? Zhang Wei gestured toward a man behind them as he spoke. The man seemed oblivious to their conversation, still absorbed in practicing his martial arts techniques. Brotherly. When addressing this man, Zhang Xiaowei's tone noticeably softened, shedding her earlier arrogant demeanor. She wasn't the captain of their team either. Li Feng was their true leader. Rumor had it that Li Feng came from a prominent family, one based in the capital city. His cultivation technique was also a profound great art. He possessed exceptional talent and cultivated an exceptionally powerful technique, yet for some reason, his health points were extremely low when he first enrolled. After just 1 month, he had already raised his vitality to 0.73. Such cultivation speed and talent could be considered top tier. We need to hone our combat skills and learn to coordinate with each other. While we could defeat them individually, if they join forces and execute flawless teamwork, it will give us a run for our money. To ensure absolute certainty, we'll spend the next period honing our skills together. Li Feng's goal was also to climb upward. He wanted to reach higher positions. Class A was merely a starting point in his eyes. Finishing fourth in the last monthly exam left Li Feng deeply unsatisfied. He had planned to climb to Class A as quickly as possible, only to be intercepted midway. When facing that brown bear earlier, Li Feng had essentially fought it one-on-one. Zhang Xiaowei and Zhang Wei's combat strength was still too weak. They couldn't get involved at all. They mostly circled around the edges, trying to provide support. Naturally, he sustained the most severe injuries. In the end, he had to resort to a brutal injury-for-injury tactic to finally take down the brown bear. After several days of recuperation, his physical condition had fully recovered, and he resumed his training. Rest assured, I've secured the maximum resources available from the clan. I'll give it my all. I have no other demands. My sole objective is to take down Li Wanyue. Zhang Xiaowei clenched her teeth. The humiliation of that day would never fade from her memory. How dare that lowly girl from an ordinary family make her lose face in front of so many people? Ugh! Wei collapsed onto the ground, letting out a long sigh. His entire body was drenched in sweat. I'm done. My stamina's probably down to 0.6 now. Can't train anymore today. He struggled to his feet, every muscle aching. Yi Mo and Li Wanyue continued their boxing drills nearby. This isn't sustainable. Everyone's talent is roughly equal.
If they keep training together like this, they'll catch up to us before long. We need to change our approach. Li Wanyue wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Yemo as she spoke. In their hearts, Yemo had long become the core of their group of veterans, and every decision was made by him. It would be best if we could obtain cultivation techniques now. The ordinary Yun family fist, though a high-grade yellow rank technique, has unsatisfactory cultivation speed. Yemo's eyes flashed with sharp determination. So, Boss Yi, have you been thinking about anything lately? Yemo gave a mysterious smile before opening a news article on his phone. The two quickly gathered around to read it. A mountain village of several hundred people near the Kaiyun province border has been slaughtered to the last soul. Evidence at the scene points to mutated beasts as the culprits. The headline sent a chill down both their spines. This mission has already appeared at our school. It's an A-level mission. We don't need to confront the target, we just need to gather enough clues. Chapter 23, it's actually a senior. As students of Class F, Yemo and his two companions should only have access to E-rank missions. However, due to Yemo's outstanding performance in the storyline, Yungu had directly granted him access to accept missions of any level. Ruanwei sat in her high-speed rail seat, nervously rubbing her hands together. Li Wanyue frowned beside her, scrolling through her phone. As news reports streamed in, unease settled in both their hearts. What? Feeling nervous? Yemo couldn't help but smile at their reactions. Of course we are. This is an A-level mission. A-level missions are practically always related to martial artists. Taking on one with our current strength is way too risky. Ruanwei felt anxious, sensing the mission was extremely dangerous. What's there to fear? We don't have to confront those mutant beasts head-on. Yemo showed no trace of worry. With his abilities, self-preservation was never an issue. Mr. Yi, why did you describe the mutated beasts like that? Li Wanyue noticed the peculiar wording and asked in confusion. Yemo pointed at the news report. Do you really think a single mutated beast could cause this much destruction? Even if it possessed the strength of a martial artist, slaughtering over 100 villagers in a single night wouldn't be easy. Judging by the combat traces at the scene, my analysis suggests it wasn't a single creature. It's highly likely a pack of mutated beasts. Li Wanyue felt a chill run down her spine at his analysis. Mr. Yi, did you take this job just to send us to our deaths? Yemo raised a finger and shook his head. No. Quite the opposite, this could be a huge payoff for us. Think about it, if those mutated beasts all possessed martial artist strength and attacked the village in a group, would the villagers have any chance to fight back? If a pack of mutated beasts were all at martial artist level, the villagers wouldn't stand a chance. Yet traces of gunpowder were found at the scene, proving some hunters in that village had fought back with shotguns. This also proves that the strength of those pack-hunting mutated beasts might not surpass that of martial artists. We just need to take them all down. This is free mutated beast meat. In other words, even if there are martial artists, I can hold my own against them. What are you two afraid of? Ruanwei and Li Wanyue's eyes lit up at once. His analysis seemed plausible. If they were truly pack-hunting mutated beasts, slaughtering an entire village would be relatively easy. And their strength wouldn't be particularly formidable either. Even if they were powerful, and the leader was at martial artist level, they still had Yemo, that freak of nature, on their side. The trio felt their hearts settle. After a long while, the train pulled into the station. This time, it wasn't the police who greeted them. Due to the severe repercussions of this incident, the military had been directly alerted. A soldier in plainclothes stood at the high-speed rail station entrance. Spotting the trio in their Yindun University uniforms, he hurried over and saluted. Welcome to Kainan Province, gentlemen. After boarding his vehicle and enduring a long, bumpy ride through mountain roads, they arrived at a military camp. The soldiers eyed Yemo and his companions with curiosity. Our company is handling this incident. I'll take you to see the company commander. The soldier led them toward a two-story building while explaining. The moment the door swung open, an overwhelming sense of authority swept over them. Ruanwei and Li Wanyue both felt slightly uncomfortable. Yemo, however, showed no change in expression. He sensed the man's strength hovering around the 2.9 level, but it was far inferior to his own. Therefore, he posed no threat whatsoever. A muscular man sat on the ground doing push-ups with one hand, holding a copy of the Analects in the other as he flipped through its pages. Upon noticing the newcomers, he pushed off the ground with one hand and sprang to his feet. Is this the student from Cloud Shield University? Yes, Captain. The soldier immediately saluted and withdrew. The company commander pulled his uniform into place. Beneath the crisp fabric, his muscular contours remained distinctly visible. With such weak abilities, you dare take this mission? Here to pad your resumes? Or to court death? Yemo couldn't help but inwardly gasp at the other person's words. True to his military background, he spoke with refreshing candor. He probably assumed the three of them were spoiled brats sent by their families for a fancy makeover. We're qualified to take this mission precisely because we have the capability. Why not tell us the details of this assignment? Yemo flashed his signature smile, meeting the other man's gaze without flinching.
The company commander frowned slightly, a hint of resignation in his expression, before walking over to sit down at the table.
To be honest, I don't want to send you back. You can call me senior. I graduated from Yundun University's regular program 7 years ago. The company commander spoke while pulling out a stack of documents.
Originally, I hoped the academy would send 3rd or 4th year classes students to take the initiative in this investigation. But the academy decided to throw this task at you first years as a trial by fire.
Based on the academy's admission standards, you lot should be in class E or F, right?
Ruanwei and Li Wanyue felt genuinely embarrassed and nodded in agreement.
If not for EMO, they wouldn't have qualified for such a mission at all. Each of you will receive 1 A-grade common skill point. You won't be participating. Take these 10 points back with you. The squad leader waved his hand helplessly. Sending these juniors back would leave the academy looking bad.
But their abilities were too weak to contribute meaningfully to the mission.
He might as well credit them with a basic achievement so they could return with some recognition. That's not acceptable. We came here to participate in the mission. Even if you assign us the worst positions, we insist on joining in.
Li Wanyue shook her head, her stance resolute.
How will you explain it to the academy if something happens to the 3 of you?
The company commander began to show signs of anger.
How could these 3 be so stubborn?
Yemo tugged at the 2 of them, then flashed a smile. We'll follow the company commander's orders, but we'd still like a chance to gain experience.
Just let us stay on the periphery, at least give us a reason to earn our basic pay, right? Seeing their reasonable attitude, the company commander finally nodded. The mission starts tomorrow. You'll follow the squad leader of 1st Platoon, 1st Company. He'll be responsible for your safety. Yemo and his 2 companions left the company commander's office and wandered around the barracks. The company numbered around 120 soldiers. 1st Platoon, 1st Squad had a total of 8 soldiers. Yemo greeted them.
Aside from the platoon leader, whose gaze felt slightly peculiar, the others were fairly friendly.
Captain, you can't do this to me.
I was planning to lead the charge on this mission.
Why are you saddling me with these 3 students?
That very night, the 1st platoon leader sought out the company commander, his face brimming with indignation. His combat rating was 1.6, the highest among the 5 platoon leaders. He should have been leading the charge. Now, not only had he been saddled with dead weight, but he was also positioned at the very edge of the formation. Naturally, he refused to accept it.
Chapter 24, Mutant Wolfpack. Ah, don't even bring that up.
I handed these 3 kids over to you precisely so you could keep a close eye on them.
Besides you, who else has the skills for this?
The 1st platoon leader remained silent.
Take good care of them for me.
There'll be plenty of chances to earn merit later.
This one doesn't matter.
The company commander patted his shoulder, offering what passed for comfort. Early the next morning, the entire unit assembled swiftly and rushed at top speed toward the massacred village. Only a single concrete road led there, now cordoned off by police tape, prohibiting entry or exit. Upon seeing the military personnel and their official documentation, the police immediately granted passage. Leading the convoy was an armored vehicle, followed by trucks packed with 6 full loads of soldiers. Another armored vehicle brought up the rear. Every soldier on board held a rifle loaded with live ammunition. The soldiers were visibly tense, as they faced an unknown adversary whose numbers remained unclear. The thermal imaging satellite footage from that night was blurry, showing no fewer than 50 figures attacking the village.
Nothing else was discernible.
The soldiers had written their wills before embarking on the mission.
Missions involving mutated beasts typically resulted in heavy casualties.
They had steeled themselves to face death with resolve. Protecting the motherland and its people was their core military creed. Each soldier wore a solemn expression, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense.
Only Emo and his 2 companions remained calm as usual. Once the mission commences, you'll accompany us.
As university students, you'll assist with basic documentation. The platoon leader handed a notebook to Li Wanyue, the only woman among the 3. Li Wanyue nodded and accepted it. Soon, the highway came to an end, blocking further progress. The next 10 kilometers or so had to be covered on foot. The area was already filled with parked police vehicles, many officers inside carrying out their duties.
Emo and the others quickly got out of the vehicle and poured into the village.
The buildings here were mostly intact, but everywhere there were horrifying traces of blood. After lying untouched for so long, the stains had begun to emit a faint, foul odor. The soil on the ground had been stained a dark red by the blood. The bodies within the village had been properly secured by the police, leaving the place eerily silent.
Squad after squad of soldiers swiftly entered, then began searching the village for clues. 1st Platoon. Remain here to secure the village. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th platoons, fan out and ascend the mountain. The company commander swiftly issued orders, then led the charge up the mountain himself. 1st Platoon, consisting of 3 squads and 24 men, remained in the village. Li Wanyue walked while taking notes based on the instructions from the 1st Platoon leader. Yemo and Ruanwei, having nothing specific to do, strolled through the village. Brother Yi, why do I keep getting this strange feeling?
A sense of unease gradually rose within Wanwei's heart. Yemo, however, felt nothing of the sort.
Night was fast approaching, yet they still hadn't uncovered any clues about the mutated beasts. Enough. We'll call it a day here. Resume the search at dawn tomorrow. Everyone, head to the village to set up camp. No one dared disobey the captain's order. Just as everyone prepared to descend the mountain, a sudden, foul-smelling wind swept through the air. On a distant hillside, an exceptionally massive silver-furred wolf king scanned the group below with emerald eyes. "Awah!" The wolf's howl instantly put everyone on high alert. "Damn it! They're launching a nighttime assault. All units, prepare night vision gear immediately." At the company commander's command, all soldiers swiftly entered combat readiness. "Woo-woo!" A chorus of howls erupted from the hillside opposite them. Then, a mass of leaves began to stir. Countless figures seemed to dart through the forest, but their target wasn't the soldiers. "Damn it! Everyone, fall back and support 1st Platoon, 1st Squad. Their target is our comrades back in the village." The company commander roared, then charged swiftly down the mountain. What had been the safest position now became the most perilous. If anything happened to those 3 students, he wouldn't be able to face their former teacher or the principal. His only hope now was that the 1st Platoon could hold out for 5 minutes. It would take him at least that long to run back. And the wolf pack could reach the village in less than half a minute. Bad news. Everyone on alert. The 1st Platoon leader finally snapped into action, urgently ordering soldiers from all 3 squads to take defensive positions. Under the moonlight, the hillsides were swarming with mutant wolves as tall as tigers, bearing their vicious fangs. Soldiers stood ready on the village square, rifles at the ready. As the pack closed rapidly, the platoon leader immediately gave the order the moment they entered firing range. A torrent of bullets poured forth. The wolves at the front suffered multiple injuries, slowing their advance considerably. But the wolves behind swiftly closed the gap. The front few staggered, riddled with bullets, just collapsing when the next wave surged forward. Their speed was astonishing. Before a soldier could empty a magazine, they were already within 10 meters. Squad leaders of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads, follow me into the fray to protect the soldiers. Clang! A piercing clang of blades rang out as the platoon leaders raised their long swords, blocking the path of the mutated wolves that had closed in for close combat. The 3 squad leaders did the same. These mutated wolves aren't particularly strong. Their average health should be around 0.4 to 0.5. You two can join in too, but watch your backs. Treat this as real combat. Yemo spoke calmly. His target wasn't these mutated wolves, but the Wolf King. As the leader, its strength was undoubtedly formidable. Awah! As if concerned that weapons might inflict too much damage on his pack, the Wolf King let out a furious howl. A faint mist instantly began to spread. It was ordinary mist. Yemo instantly understood, this Wolf King possessed martial artist level prowess, and his special ability was water manipulation. Trouble! The enemy has martial artists. Everyone, be careful. The platoon leaders clearly recognized the mist as emanating from the Wolf King. It swiftly obscured the soldiers' vision. Visibility dropped to barely 5 paces. With visibility severely impaired, firing was impossible. Hold your positions. Yemo spoke calmly, then swiftly advanced toward the wolf pack. What are you doing? Get back here. The platoon leader was frantic with worry. This kid was trying to show off. When lightning began to swirl around Yemo, the platoon leader froze. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Are you a martial artist? Yemo charged toward the Wolf King at full speed. Crackling with electricity. The Wolf King instantly sensed the danger, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as his paws slammed into the ground. 2 water columns shot forth. Their force was no less than that of a pistol. Yemo sidestepped lightly, closing in on the Wolf King. Awah! As if enraged, the Wolf King lunged toward Yemo. Chapter 25, Total Annihilation. How to deal with quadrupeds. Nature itself has provided the answer through other animals. When hunting, tigers pin their prey beneath them, tearing open the neck and back with their jaws and claws. These areas leave the prey defenseless against the predator's mouth and claws, leaving it helplessly at the mercy of its killer. Yemo understood this principle well. Facing the Wolf King head-on would be perilous, given its deadly claws and gaping jaws. Finding an opportunity to attack from another angle would not only reduce his own risk but also deliver an effective strike. Unseen, a pair of wings slowly unfolded behind Yemo. Just a few meters from the Wolf King, he suddenly flapped his wings and soared upward. The Wolf King, charging at full speed, was still sliding forward by inertia before it could react. Above him, Yemo had already assumed an attacking stance. Lightning flickered in his hand as the thunder spear shot forth abruptly. The intense heat generated by the thunder instantly evaporated much of the mist in the air. The Wolf King, remarkably agile, swiftly sidestepped the deadly strike, though he still sustained significant injuries. Blood trickled continuously from his side, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. Yemo floated slowly in the air, causing the Wolf King to grow impatient. On the ground, his pack was among the strongest of the strong. They dared to clash even with lions and tigers. Yet they were helpless when, after a hunt, a giant eagle would suddenly appear and snatch away their prey. Against flying creatures, they were utterly helpless. Oh whoa! The Wolf King refused to be outdone, unleashing a powerful jet of water from his mouth. Yemo deftly sidestepped the attack. He, too, continuously hurled thunder spears through the air. Though the Wolf King dodged relentlessly, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Soon, he would be utterly unable to resist. Oh whoa! Realizing defeat was imminent, the Wolf King let out a piercing howl, signaling his pack to flee. The pack, still locked in combat, received the signal and turned wary eyes on their foe. Slowly, they began to retreat, eventually fleeing deep into the forest. Numerous mutated wolf corpses were left behind. The Wolf King shot a lingering glance at Yemo before turning to flee. But how could Yemo give him such an opportunity? He immediately hurled 2 more thunder spears. This time, the Wolf King used agile maneuvers to escape into the forest. Once it returned to the woods, tracking it down would become significantly more difficult. As expected, this mutated Wolf King had developed intelligence rivaling that of humans. Naturally, it would not provoke humans again in the near future. If this pack were allowed to continue developing, it could very well bring utter destruction to the surrounding mountain villages, even cities. Yemo flapped the wings on his back and dove headlong toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King paused in surprise, not expecting this human to dare confront him face to face. Throughout their prolonged battle, the opponent had remained hidden in the sky, relentlessly launching ranged attacks. He swiftly pivoted his body, facing Yemo head-on once more. Yemo, however, did not hurl the thunder spear he had conjured in his hand. Instead, he clenched it tightly, wielding it as a weapon. He thrust it straight toward the Wolf King's heart. The Wolf King leapt backward, his sharp teeth dripping with liquid. The moment it landed, the liquid began corroding the ground. Its potency seemed no less potent than sulfuric acid. Yemo felt a sudden surge of tension, yet he thrust the spear forward regardless. The Wolf King didn't dodge the strike entirely, only narrowly avoiding the fatal spot at its heart. A powerful electric current instantly surged through the Wolf Queen's entire body. In an instant, it was gravely wounded, blood gushing from its abdomen. This thunderbolt spear had pierced him clean through. It pierced clean through from his back to his belly. The Wolf King snarled in agony. As the water column surged toward him, Yemo instantly raised a tortoise-shell shield over his chest. After being struck directly, large patches of his clothing were corroded away. Patterns resembling tortoise-shell markings spread across his skin. Plumes of white smoke billowed forth, yet it didn't harm him in the slightest. The tortoise-shell shield had completely blocked the strike. Yemo's heart surged with joy as he hurled several more thunder spears. The wounded Wolf King, unable to evade, was struck down instantly. By conservative estimates, this Wolf King possessed at least 4 health points, given its astonishingly swift reaction speed. It was likely an agility type. Having dealt with the Wolf King before him, Yemo flapped his wings and soared into the mountain forest. He must pursue the remaining wolves. Once they retreated deep into the mountains, tracking them down would become exceedingly difficult. After the Wolf King's death, the surrounding mist had already dissipated. Over a dozen warriors lay dead or wounded in the ranks. Fortunately, the wolf pack had withdrawn in time, otherwise, they would have suffered total annihilation. The platoon leader organized first aid and rescue efforts, his gaze fixed on the figure soaring through the sky. His eyes held profound awe. If it weren't for the other party turning the tide, reversing the situation, and directly pinning the Wolf King to the ground for a brutal beating, their entire platoon would have met their end here. Not only had the opponent slain the Wolf King, but now they were pursuing deep into the mountains. He hadn't particularly cared for these 3 students, who seemed to lack much strength. Now, ironically, the very person he'd disliked the most had become their savior. The platoon leader's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Yemo's strike was swift and decisive. He unleashed a barrage of thunder spears in a single, fluid motion. These thunder spears didn't need to make contact with the wolf pack. They only needed to explode mid-air, creating an electromagnetic field. The surrounding wolves were instantly paralyzed and rendered unconscious. The entire pack was swiftly rendered unconscious. Yemo transported the entire pack to the village at the mountain's base. He then slaughtered them one by one. By the time he finished, the company commander had already tended to the severely wounded soldiers and secured the bodies of those killed in action. He looked at the young man before him with a complex expression. He had heard everything that had transpired. Initially, he had doubted whether these 3 possessed the strength to undertake an A-class mission. Little did he expect that one of them was actually a martial artist. One far stronger than himself. We'll take these mutated wolf carcasses back with us. Yemo gestured toward the mutated wolves on the ground. The company commander said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. If he insisted on keeping the carcasses to feed the soldiers, many of whom lacked any cultivation talent, that would be a complete waste of resources. Better to give all this to Yemo and his group. These kids desperately needed the mutated beast meat. As martial artists, they knew such flesh aided cultivation. This single wolf alone likely yielded over 100 pounds of meat. There were easily 40 or 50 wolves present. He was tempted himself, but he couldn't bring himself to ask for this mission. He hadn't contributed anything. Chapter 26, Strike It Rich. A military transport truck pulled up outside the delivery station. The couriers inside, busy with registration, were all a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is a military truck at the courier station? Yemo and his two companions carried down large and small bundles of processed mutant wolf meat that had already been portioned out. The meat weighed a full 8,000 kilograms. Yemo had taken the mutated wolf king and 40 wolves, leaving all the remaining carcasses for the company commander. They were martial artists too, needing materials for their cultivation. Moreover, they were all alumni of the same university, bound by a duty to look out for one another. Yemo didn't hesitate, leaving a substantial portion behind. Have all this meat delivered fresh to this address. Yemo handed over a note bearing his villa's address as he spoke. The staff sprang into action, and with the help of the three men, they loaded all the meat onto 2 refrigerated trucks. As for the cost, the staff member calculated as he spoke. A soldier from the military unit immediately stepped forward and charged the transportation fee to the unit's account. Yemo and his companions returned to the academy overjoyed. After waiting just one day, the meat had already been delivered. I'll take 3,000 kilograms, and you two can each have 2,500 kilograms. Yemo swiftly divided the meat, and the other two were equally delighted. This much meat would surely boost their strength tremendously. Even if sold on the market at 200 yuan per pound, this would amount to a staggering 1 million yuan. Of course, they wouldn't sell it, they'd absorb it themselves. Oh, and this mutant wolf king is agility type. Consuming it will greatly benefit you. You take it. Yemo said as he handed the mutated wolf king's meat to Ruanwei. Inside the bag, a pale blue bead glowed with dazzling light. After becoming a martial artist, every living being's body would condense such an object. This orb was called an ability pill. It contained vast amounts of energy that were not only easier to absorb than mutated beast meat but also possessed terrifying effects. It could potentially help those who hadn't yet become martial artists comprehend abilities of the same element, allowing them to awaken prematurely. The mutant wolf king possessed water attribute abilities, so the power orb formed within its body was naturally water attribute as well. Ruanwei's eyes widened in shock, his hands trembling slightly. This was an item of immense value. The starting price for any single power pill was 500,000. Though consuming it only offered a 1% chance of awakening the same ability, it was still remarkably high. You're giving this to me? He stared at Yemo in disbelief. Yemo merely smiled faintly without reply. Among the three of them, only Ruanwei possessed agility-type abilities. Giving it to him would maximize its potential benefit. That day, Ruanwei couldn't recall how he made it back. All he knew was he felt like he'd struck gold. That very night, Yemo wielded a small knife, meticulously slicing the mutated wolf's flesh into tiny, square pieces for the koi to devour. By morning, he deprocessed over 500 kilograms. Strength, 2.0. Evolution points, 200-500. Yemo was ecstatic. Such a massive quantity of mutant wolf meat would allow him to break through his current stage. Even reaching full capacity in the next stage would be no problem. All he needed now was to find the specific genes he desired. This breakthrough would grant access to 2 new biological genes. Though Yemo had ideas in mind, his limited funds made acquiring them impossible. Early the next morning, the trio arrived at the mission hub to turn in their task. Wow, impressive. UF class students took on an A-rank mission and actually completed it. The receptionist greeted them with an appreciative smile. Yemo claimed primary credit for both genes this time, while the other two received secondary credit. Just as they finished submitting the mission, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang out nearby. Oomph, the school is far too lenient with them. A bunch of trash from Class F, and they think they're worthy of taking on an A-rank mission? 3 figures approached them, one of whom Yemo recognized immediately. It was Chinsho, whom he hadn't seen in ages. The 3 of them had also come to submit their mission. In an instant, Yemo sensed the aura emanating from the trio, causing his pupils to contract sharply. 2 of them actually had health points at 2.3. Chinsho was the weakest among them, yet his life value had also reached 2.1. Yemo froze momentarily. He had thought their rate of improvement was already terrifying. Yet compared to the vast resources and cultivation techniques these wealthy scions typically accessed, their progress still felt painfully slow. After all, Chinsho's family, the Chins, were one of the 4 major aristocratic clans in the region. Even so, it took extensive connections and lobbying to get him transferred from Class C to Class B. Judging by his terrifying cultivation speed, the Chin family must have poured considerable resources into him. When he first enrolled, Chinsho was barely at 0.81. Now, in just a month and a half, he'd made such tremendous progress. Yemo suddenly felt a wave of pressure wash over him. It seemed that fulfilling the 1-year pact he'd made with the principal wouldn't be as straightforward as he'd imagined. If Class B students were this formidable, how terrifying must Class A be? The 3 of them had also come to submit an A-level mission. They all eyed Yemo and his companions with disdain. Heh, what do you think? I told you I had foresight, didn't I? Pretty shocking, huh? Never expected me to surpass you this fast. Shinsho walked over and slapped Emo on the shoulder, his face twisted into a maniacal grin. I knew all along you had no resources, just an ordinary nobody. I made sure you got kicked to Class F early on. Otherwise, even if I'd put you in Class A from the start, your trash would have fallen through the cracks anyway. Shinsho mocked him without restraint, then strode off with his two teammates after collecting their rewards. Emo clenched his jaw tightly, saying nothing. It seemed acquiring a cultivation technique truly needed to be prioritized. He naturally looked down on the cultivation techniques available at school. Even using all his points now could only barely afford a low-grade Shin-level cultivation technique, but that was clearly insufficient. The strongest cultivation techniques within the academy were Earth-grade manuals. With his current points, obtaining one was utterly impossible. The only way seems to be to take on a relic quest. The Academy's quest levels aren't just categorized by letters, they also include ruins quests. These are truly terrifying and dreadful missions. Dangerous ruins where even martial artists might not survive. However, if the ruins pose minimal threat, Class F students can explore them independently. These ruins typically contain vast resources and numerous martial arts techniques, but the terrifying part is their extremely high danger factor. Only third-year Class A students and above are eligible to undertake relic missions. Chapter 27, Ruins Qualification Application Approved. What did you say? You're going to the ruins? Yungu sat in his office, staring at Yi Chen's earnest expression. Yes. Please grant me the qualification to enter the ruins. Yi Mo nodded solemnly. Do you know why only Class A students above 3rd grade can apply for Level 1 qualification? Because they're all martial artists with strength ratings above 5.0. Even so, they enter in groups of 3. Do you know what their survival rate is under such stringent conditions? 30%. Yungu seemed convinced GMO had no grasp of the true danger lurking within, so he laid the data before him. I'm fully aware of all that. My current vitality is around 5.2, and my recovery, strength, and speed have all reached 5.2. Yemo's face broke into a confident smile. The three of them had to team up to enter the ruins map because each possessed unique strengths. As the all-rounder, he could easily handle the workload of 3 people single-handedly. He had already allocated all the 2.0 strength points he'd previously gained into his health. Yunga stood up straight, slightly startled and somewhat stunned. If the other were some privileged heir from a prominent family, he might merely have sighed in admiration. But precisely because he knew the other's entire background, a commoner with no backing whatsoever. That was precisely why he was utterly stunned. He couldn't fathom how this kid had managed it. Born into a commoner family, with no money or resources to aid his cultivation. In just a month and a half since enrollment, he'd single-handedly elevated his cultivation from 1.1 to 5.2. What a terrifying prodigy. Could it be that he possessed some special cultivation technique? After pondering for a moment, Yungu slowly extended his palm. Strike me with all your might. Let me see how strong you truly are. Yungu assumed a fighting stance after speaking. Yi Mo didn't hesitate. As the president of Yundun University, Yungu was undoubtedly formidable. He unleashed a full power punch, causing faint ripples to form in the air. Yet the moment it met Yungu's palm, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. All the force was instantly neutralized, leaving not a trace behind. Shocked, Yi Mo withdrew his fist. Yungu, too, felt profound shock at the man before him. The opponent's speed had indeed reached around 5.2, and his strength was equally impressive. It was clear he was telling the truth. If you need anything, just let the school know. I can help you secure some resources. There's no need for you to struggle so hard on your own. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo shook his head decisively. Before meeting Chinsho, he would have gladly accepted such an offer from the principal. But witnessing the other's terrifying growth rate, he realized that relying solely on himself, he must find a way to improve rapidly. He had neither connections nor strength. In this society, even if he possessed talent, he would be bullied if he ventured out. He hadn't grown strong enough yet. Only by strengthening his own abilities would he gain opportunities for growth and the chance to build his own influence. But he was nowhere near that point yet. Flowers raised in a greenhouse are entirely different from those that endure the harsh winds and frosts of the wild. I refuse to possess strength only to be unable to unleash its full potential. Yi Mo's words struck a deep chord within Yungu. Back when he first embarked on the path of cultivation, he had harbored the same thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought so relentlessly, eventually founding an entire academy. Now, in his advanced years, the fiery passion within him had grown cold. Yet hearing the words from this youth before him, seeing the resolute gleam in his eyes, Yungu felt transported back to his daring, fearless youth, his blood stirring faintly within him. Since you insist on going, I shall grant your request. I will have the task division assign you 2 teammates. You must operate as a trio, I cannot trust you alone. Yi Mo nodded after hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flitting across his face. Over the next few days, Yi Mo continuously fed the carp wolf meat. In just 3 short days, he maxed out his evolution points. At this moment, he still had 1,750 kilograms of wolf meat left, which he planned to save for his next evolution point requirement. Yemo gained another 3.0 in strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he once again allocated the points to his health. Yemo's strength experienced another explosive surge. When a martial artist's vitality reached 10, it signified they had hit a bottleneck, a significant one at that. Some might struggle their entire lives to overcome it. Breaking through requires profound mastery of one's abilities. Once achieved, it's like ascending to heaven in a single bound. One's power multiplies by more than threefold. Yemo now casually raised his hand to release tiny arcs of electricity. Perhaps one day, a simple flick of his wrist would summon thunderbolts from the heavens. The amplification is that terrifying. Upon success, the warrior transforms into a martial master, eligible to teach classes upon national certification. For others, this is a bottleneck, but for Yemo with this koi cheat code it's hardly a bottleneck at all. With sufficient power, he could break through. Yemo exhaled slowly, glancing at his points tally. A resolute expression hardened his features. His current points barely reached 186. This was the result of his long accumulation. Now that he could make a breakthrough, Yemo planned to head to the school's exchange counter first to look for some mutated beasts with special abilities. Yemo brought all his points to the academy exchange counter. After looking around for a while, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel. The variety of items available here was astonishing. Even mutated beast meat from creatures stronger than martial artists was plentiful. Yemo could certainly afford them, but he needed to carefully consider the practical uses of such meats. The exchange center was divided into 6 floors, but his access was limited to the first floor only. The other floors were completely off limits to him. Ha! Yemo? A sudden voice made Yemo jump. The voice belonged to none other than Yu, the woman her classmates called the Madwoman. Her notoriously strict and inhumane classroom management had earned her that nickname. Rumor had it that upon hearing this, she wasn't upset at all. She was actually delighted, seeing it as her students' recognition of her. Ahem, good morning, teacher. Yemo greeted her respectfully. Are you here at the exchange counter to look for resources? Yemo nodded in response. Yu pondered briefly before pulling out an ID card. He escorted Yemo to the elevator, taking them straight up to the 4th floor. My access only goes this far. To go higher, you either need major achievements or be at the level of an academy director. I certainly don't have that standing. Take a look up here and see if there's anything you want. Chapter 28, Advancement Again. Yemo couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. It was like being handed a pillow when you're sleepy. He'd just been thinking the first floor had nothing worthwhile, but now access to all levels from 1 to 4 was open. This made things much easier. With so many categories, there was bound to be something he liked. The 4th tier did indeed offer more options, but the prices were truly outrageous. If the first tier offered the weakest mutant beasts, those with little aggression that ordinary people could capture. The 2nd floor offered the most common warrior-level mutant beasts. The 3rd tier held far more formidable creatures, with HP values hovering around 30. The 4th tier contained terrifying mutant beasts Yemo dared not even imagine. Not only were they incredibly powerful, but their exchange prices were also ridiculously high. It's nearly impossible to redeem without at least 1,000 points. Yemo felt dazzled by the array before him. Though he couldn't afford to buy anything, that didn't stop him from looking. After spending a long time browsing the 4th floor, Yemo had finally satisfied his visual craving. These were still things beyond his reach for now. Let's head downstairs. We'll just consider this a learning experience. These things are far too expensive. Yu watched Yemo with a satisfied smile. She'd brought this kid to the 4th floor precisely to see if she was the type to aim too high. If he fancied something on the 4th floor and wanted to use her points to buy it, that wouldn't be impossible. But if that happened, Yu would lower her opinion of him a few notches. True, the items here are still beyond your reach right now. Even if you bought them, absorbing their essence wouldn't be easy. Yu said as she led Yemo toward the elevator. A service attendant followed behind them. Anyone with access to the 2nd floor exchange counter or higher levels received dedicated one-on-one service from specialized staff. Just as they were about to press the elevator button to descend, Yemo's gaze suddenly fell upon a feather. He could feel an intense pull emanating from it. Since it wasn't mutated beast flesh, it held little value beyond being slightly tougher than ordinary feathers. The feather was pale blue and longer than a palm. It must have fallen from some kind of avian creature. Yemo stepped forward to examine it closely. Finally, he sent a soul-searching question to the system in his mind. If there's no mutated beast meat, just a single feather, can we extract the genes from it? Reply to host, yes. Yemo's eyes lit up instantly. The only thing humans could absorb was mutated beast meat, which is why its price remained consistently high. Their fur made for luxurious clothing that fetched a premium price. But feathers? They couldn't be eaten, nor could they be made into daily necessities. Surely their price wouldn't be particularly high.
Every other item had a price tag, yet this single feather bore none.
Excuse me, how much is this feather?
Yemo's voice drew the attention of Yu and the attendant, who both turned to look at him.
Feathers? Eating this won't boost your strength. What do you need it for?
Yu was puzzled.
What was this guy up to? Was he seriously planning to buy such a useless thing? What's the point? The staff member had never encountered this before. The item didn't even have a price tag.
He immediately contacted his supervisor.
Oh, I see. Understood.
Moments later, the staff member returned. This feather has no practical use, but it holds immense research value.
It was dropped by one of the mutant beasts witnessed battling by members of the Antarctic Research Station.
The Academy doesn't know how to price it either, but the lowest price on the 4th floor is 1,000 points, so we've set it at 1,000 points. After the attendant finished speaking, Emo frowned. A look of slight hesitation appeared on his face.
Could you make it a bit cheaper? I feel like this item is important to me, but I'm a bit short on funds right now.
Emo glanced at his pitifully low points balance and shook his head helplessly.
Are you sure this will be useful to you once you buy it? Yu looked at Emo with confusion. Emo nodded, his eyes flashing with unusual resolve.
Sigh, I'll cover the rest of the points.
You'll have to work me off later, kid.
Yu said as he handed over a silver card reserved for teachers.
Yemo's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, teacher.
I'll pay back the points as soon as possible. The school actually paid teachers using a combination of cash and points. For instance, Yu's monthly salary was 50,000 yuan plus 200 points.
Teachers' points couldn't be converted into cash.
These points were issued by the Academy itself and could only be exchanged for resources. This was one of the Academy's methods to attract powerful individuals. By providing sufficient resources for these elites to exchange, they would willingly stay and work at the Academy.
This single transaction consumed the equivalent of 4 months' worth of Yu's point-based salary. Emo kept this favor deeply in mind.
Don't you dare tell me you're using those feathers to gift some girlfriend or something, or I'll skin you alive. Yu grimaced, feeling the sting of the expense. She had come here to shop earlier, but only bought something on the 3rd floor.
The prices on the 4th floor were simply too steep.
Even the cheapest items cost several months' wages. Their teachers could also take on tasks, but those were generally far more dangerous.
Far more terrifying than anything these students faced.
Emo thanked the teacher once more, clutching the feather as she scampered happily back to her dorm room. Back in his room, he tossed the feather into the bathtub, where the koi promptly swallowed it whole.
Note, your 3rd advancement allows you to obtain up to 2 biological genes. Currently acquired, Arctic Frostbird biological genes. Note, the Arctic Frostbird genetic code is exceptionally potent, occupying 2 genetic slots. Upon absorption, you will automatically acquire 2 Arctic Frostbird skills. Proceed with absorption? Emo paused in surprise. 1 biological gene occupies 2 slots? Seems this Arctic Frostbird's quality is quite high. Absorb it. I'm curious to see what skills it unlocks.
Emo smiled faintly, and then a colossal surge of energy instantly erupted within the koi's body.
The water in the entire bathtub instantly froze solid.
A chill spread through the air, instantly transforming into wisps of white vapor upon contact with the warmth.
It felt as though one had entered a fairyland. A pair of wings abruptly unfolded behind Emo. Colossal energy radiated outward from within.
The previously invisible wings behind him grew a fistful larger, becoming even more powerful. He could sense something new on his wings. Each feather seemed distinctly defined. Skills: Lightning, Intermediate, Tortoiseshell Shield, Basic, Wings of the Kunping, Intermediate, Extreme Cold Ice Crystal, Basic, Frozen Feather Arrow, Basic. Evolution points, 0-1000. Health, 8.67. Strength, 6.25. Chapter 29, Secret Realm Mission activated. Seeing his terrifying stats, Emo couldn't help but swallow hard. His abilities were becoming increasingly absurd. A single breakthrough had granted him this much additional strength. Instead of immediately investing all points into health, Emo first examined his 2 newly acquired skills. This breakthrough brought no changes to Lightning Strike or Turtle Shell Shield. The Kunpeng Wings, linked to feathers, had advanced a minor tier, and 2 new skills had also been added. Emo already understood their usage instinctively. He raised his right hand slightly. A terrifying energy radiated from his body, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet to below freezing. Transparent crystals began to condense in the air. Within a single breath, 7 or 8 ice spikes, each as large as a palm, had formed. Emo gave a light flick of his wrist, and the icicles shot out like arrows. He aimed their final landing point at a large lake beside the dormitory. The spikes plunged into the lake, and a chill instantly spread outward. The vast lake's surface began to show faint signs of freezing. But it was only September. The temperature was nowhere near cold enough, yet these ice spikes had formed a thin layer of ice upon entering the lake. Its power was truly terrifying. Emo was quite satisfied with this new ability of his. This ability not only summons ice spikes but also applies negative status effects to enemies. It's like lowering the temperature around oneself, causing enemies to shiver uncontrollably the moment they draw near. Under such conditions, their combat effectiveness is naturally severely diminished. Yemo soared into the sky and suddenly flapped his wings. Several feathers on his wings were crystallized with ice. As he flapped, the feathers shot out. Given their flight speed and hardness, these feathers could easily pierce through 20 meters of solid marble. This was likely Yemo's most powerful offensive capability at his current stage. Such terrifying destructive power struck fear into many hearts. Yemo nodded with satisfaction. After landing on the ground, he opened his system panel. He allocated all his power points to his health bar. Health points, 14.92. Yemo's entire body suddenly swelled up, every inch of his muscles stretched to their limits. Like a balloon filled to bursting. Immediately, energy surged through his body, rapidly nourishing his flesh. That long-forgotten thrill of leveling up surged through him once more. Yemo exhaled a long breath as his major skills manifested simultaneously. Breaking through the 10.0 threshold triggered a wave of enhancements across all his abilities. Skills Lightning, Advanced, Tortoiseshell Shield, Intermediate, Kunpung's Wings, Advanced, Extreme Cold Ice Crystal, Intermediate, Frozen Feather Arrow, Intermediate. Not enough. Yemo licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Even with such a significant boost, he still felt unsatisfied. Returning to his room, Yemo dumped out the remaining meat. The koi had grown another size. With just simple preparation, cutting it into large chunks would be enough for the koi to consume. Yemo fed the koi over 1,000 kilograms more that night. Evolution points, 4001000. Strength, 4.0. Early the next morning, Yemo received a message from the mission center. Your 2 Secret Realm teammates have been located. Proceed immediately to the mission hub for assembly. Li Wanwei and Ruan Wei had also been leveling up in their dorm rooms these past 2 days. Yemo didn't greet them and headed straight for the mission hub. You're the first one here. A staff member emerged holding documents. Here's the basic information for this secret realm. You can take a look. Yemo took the documents. This secret realm was an ordinary ruin, likely left behind by a high-level martial civilization. It contained numerous cultivation techniques and many treasures. This was the information revealed by the treasure's glow. Beyond that, there was no further information. Wait, I have a question. Why doesn't this information mention any potential dangers? Yemo was puzzled. Surely this place couldn't offer only opportunities without any dangers. The staff member glanced at the documents in his hands before shaking his head. There aren't any major dangers here. Those who take on the quests generally don't worry about it, so it wasn't marked. Yemo nodded, but something still felt off. So many treasures, yet no danger? The rewards and the process were completely disproportionate. That seemed unlikely. As he pondered, 2 figures entered the room. Yemo looked up. Besides an unfamiliar man, he recognized the other person. Qin Yi. Yemo instantly recognized the visitor Qin Yi, the older brother of Qin Shou from Class A of the senior year. He hadn't expected Qin Yi to be involved in this mission. Yemo frowned slightly. But the other man seemed to completely ignore him, as if he hadn't even noticed his presence. He approached the staff to receive his assignment. Another person stepped forward, smiling warmly as he greeted Yemo. Hey there, student. You're from Class A, Year 3, right? I don't quite remember you. He extended his hand as he spoke. I'm from Class F, Year 1. Upon hearing Yemo's reply, his hand visibly froze mid-air. Yemo still shook his hand politely. Damn, dude, you've got some serious connections. Getting into a secret realm mission in first year? Sure, this one's not too tough and there's plenty of opportunities, but you gotta have some serious backing to pull that off. What does your family do? His eyes darted around, clearly trying to pry out more information. Yemo shook his head, calmly uttering 2 words. Orphan. The other clearly didn't believe him, but still managed to smile and nodded. In their eyes, being assigned to this kind of mission, especially as a first-year student from Class F, basically meant you were a nobody. What kind of connections must they have to get 2 of them assigned to escort this guy inside? At least this mission isn't dangerous. Otherwise, I'd definitely file a complaint. Qin seemed to have long forgotten Yemo, barely acknowledging him as he spoke coldly. That's just how the Qin family's eldest son in Sheeping City is. Don't take it too seriously. My name is Hulei, from the Grasslands. The man chuckled with a simple, honest smile as he spoke. A name suddenly flashed through Yemo's mind, and he asked in surprise. You don't happen to have a relative named Hu Gao, do you? The man paused for a moment before nodding. Yeah, my younger brother is Hu Gao. You know him? His eyes lit up at the mention of Yemo knowing his brother. How's he been lately? How's our tribe holding up? Hulei actually asked such a question, causing Yemo to frown. You don't know? Hulei sighed. Chapter 30, can't even find his family. I have no way to contact my family. Hulei briefly recounted his story. His family had originally supported his education, but to ensure he could study without distraction, Hulei's father hadn't even told his son when they moved. Every month, they deposited 300,000 yuan into his bank account to fund his education. He had tried to return and search for them, but on the vast grasslands, even a martial artist without a fixed coordinate would struggle to locate their tribe.
Which class is my brother in? Hulei's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. First grade, Class E. I'll go find him when I return this time. After speaking, Hulei began examining the documents as well. This time, the secret realm is in North Ridge Mountain. Here are your tickets. I must remind you that you won't be the only ones participating in this secret realm mission. 4 factions are involved in this competition. Our Yin Shield is just one of them. Only those with less than 20 health points are permitted to vie for the opportunity. Besides our Yin Shield, 3 other universities are participating: Shiping University, Guiling University, and Kunning University. No killing among participants. Violators will face legal consequences. After the briefing, the trio received their tickets. Biling Mountain lies within a mountain range north of the capital. Its dense jungles and pristine wilderness provide an ideal habitat. This environment has fostered a large population of mutated beasts. According to official national monitoring, the area has experienced intense spatial fluctuations, posing extreme danger. Thus, a secret realm was born. On the day of its birth, a dazzling radiance filled the heavens. Even black markets dozens of miles away could see it clearly. This radiant glow and the ominous black mist complemented each other, a common occurrence whenever relics manifested both phenomena. Word of this event naturally spread. Eventually, the state cordoned off the area, permitting only universities seeking to explore it to enter. Typically, when ruins were discovered, various factions from all sectors of society would vie for control. Only weaker relics were typically confiscated by the state. The state's purpose was to cultivate a new generation of martial artists, providing them with environments for training and experience. Those shrouded in dark, oppressive mist particularly difficult to conquer were also handed over to the state. The treasures within were countless, destined to be added to the national treasury. Within China's borders, powerful martial artists are rarely seen, as they've all been recruited by the government to guard the frontiers. With a territory spanning 10.5 million square kilometers, securing every inch requires immense manpower. Yi Mo and his companions traveled in silence, soon arriving at Biling Mountain. Endless, lush forests stretched as far as the eye could see. Even in the height of summer, the air here felt refreshingly cool. The chartered bus from Yundun University brought them to a winding mountain road. The dwindling number of vehicles indicated they were venturing deeper into the wilderness. Further ahead lay the police cordon. After presenting their documents, the Yundun University group passed through quickly. Continuing onward, the area was now teeming with people. Yi Mo paused in surprise. If each school had sent only 3 people to explore the secret realm, there should only be 12 people in total. Yet the gathering point appeared to hold dozens of people. And the majority of them were students. Not far away, a conspicuous fissure stood out. Faint silver-white sparks flickered within, as if leading to another world. That was the entrance to the secret realm. Outside, numerous soldiers stood guard, rifles at the ready. Every relic that descended upon the nation was considered a blessing. For the vast resources and martial arts manuals within could accelerate the growth of its people. Of course, unscrupulous individuals also sought to steal these treasures. Some even go so far as to send spies to infiltrate other nations and vie for these opportunities. Therefore, identity checks are conducted before entering the secret realm. This prevents foreign spies from infiltrating and stealing our nation's opportunities. After verifying their identities, Yi Mo and the others approached the fissure. Other universities had already taken their positions here. Each university stood apart according to their numbers. Only then did they realize that every other university had 5 teams. Only their Cloud Shield team had a single squad of 3. Though no one said anything outright, the looks they received were laced with deep contempt. Yunduan's weakness was widely acknowledged. If not for the prestigious reputation of the 10 great martial arts academies, Cloud Shield would have been expelled long ago. Yi Mo finally grasped just how vast the gap was between his academy and the others. Now that everyone is present, let us begin our mission. Once inside, you may vie for opportunities, but remember no lethal force is permitted. The supervisor stepped aside after speaking, soldiers lining both sides to signal the students' entry. The academies entered the secret realm in order of strength, with Cloud Shield bringing up the rear. Damn it! Our academy is too weak. Every other academy is far stronger than us. Now we have to walk around with our heads down. This sucks. Hulei pumped his fist in the air, venting his frustration. Qin Yi remained silent. As the eldest son of the Qin family, he was destined to become its future patriarch. The Qin clan would undergo a transformation starting with his generation, shifting from a purely commercial dynasty to one that mastered both commerce and martial arts. His goal was to acquire more powerful cultivation techniques to bring back to the clan for its members to practice. Brother, keep an eye on Yi Mo for me. If necessary, make sure he never gets out of there. After reading Chinsho's message, Shinyi casually glanced at Yemo. When he first enrolled, Yemo was at a 1.1 level.
Even with some luck, he'd barely reached a 5, now just barely capable of participating in missions. His own strength, however, stood at a full 16.4.
He'd simply find a secluded spot within the secret realm to eliminate him. Yemo closed his eyes to rest. Soon, everyone had entered the realm.
Within the mountain forest, a figure observing this area through infrared binoculars pulled out a walkie-talkie.
The prey has entered the net. We shall sacrifice their blood to the dark god. My black serpent cult shall receive divine favor. A black snake tattoo was prominently visible on the man's wrist.
Stepping into the fissure, Yemo felt the world spin violently. He was thrown to the ground, disoriented and dazed.
Silence enveloped the surroundings. It seemed everyone entering was automatically scattered. Yemo scanned his surroundings. This place resembled a corridor. Vines and mossy plants clung to the surrounding walls. Faint flickering flames danced along the walls.
If there were windows here offering a view of the outside world, this place would resemble a castle.
But there were no windows.
Yemo surmised this must be some sort of tomb. He unstrapped the backpack from his back, opened it, and one by one, plump koi carp as long as his arms, each with wings growing from their backs, slowly fluttered out. Alongside his growing strength, Yemo's spiritual power had also increased. He could now synchronize control over his main body and clones, coordinating their combat efforts flawlessly. The koi shared his exact health points, both were formidable at 18.92. With proper execution, launching surprise attacks at critical moments would catch opponents off guard, making victory effortless. While universities were officially forbidden from killing each other, there was no rule against seizing treasures already in another's possession. Being the weakest among them, Yundun University naturally became the target of everyone's attacks. Only by strengthening himself could he protect himself. Moreover, he had plans to hunt others. Treasures belonged to those who seize them. Chapter 31, Another Entrance. Yemo couldn't help but smile as he gazed into the koi's eyes. The sensation of locking eyes with himself felt strangely surreal. Soon after, the koi darted into the hood of Yemo's snowcap to hide. When battle erupted, it would suddenly burst forth, delivering a devastating blow to the enemy. Even the strongest opponents in this mission wouldn't exceed 20.0 HP, and his own HP was already nearing that limit. Few would stand a chance against him. Side quest triggered. Host, destroy the corpse of the evil god. Upon completion, you will receive one random skill wheel spin as a reward. Note, triggering this side quest grants substantial rewards. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Yemo's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this place felt off. It was the tomb of an evil god. Being a demon god, it couldn't be anything good. How could its tomb be filled with treasures while posing little danger? Yemo frowned, a terrifying possibility dawning on him. Could this be some deliberate gimmick someone set up to deceive them? What benefit would the mastermind gain from this? Outside the secret realm's entrance, a person held a device, scanning the area. Didn't your exploration team already test this fissure? Why are you back? The battalion commander overseeing this operation wore a look of puzzlement. He hadn't expected the exploration section to make another trip here. Typically, they only conducted one test per location to determine the stability of a secret realm's entrance. Many secret realm entrances had proven unstable in the past, filled with spatial turbulence. Those who dared to step inside in pursuit of fortune would scream in agony the moment they set foot in the void. Everyone worked together to drag him back from the fissure, but by then, he had already lost that leg. The intense turbulence within creates terrifying spatial fissures. Even martial artists would suffer instant severe injuries upon contact. Thus, the exploration department was established to address this need. Equipped with high-tech spatial detection guns, they can assess whether a fissure poses a genuine threat. Typically, once such a spatial fissure is tested and confirmed stable, its properties remain unchanged. This particular spatial fissure had been tested before and proven highly stable, making it an ideal training ground for students. Indeed, we've discovered something new. Just half an hour after the students entered, another layer of spatial fluctuations emerged here, no weaker than this spatial fissure. This implies that this secret realm likely contains not just one, but multiple spatial fissures providing access. Upon hearing this, the battalion commander's temples throbbed violently. A vague sense of unease crept over him. Then hurry up and investigate. Don't let any mishaps occur later. The exploration team moved swiftly, quickly pinpointing a direction. Several dozen kilometers away, another spatial fissure led to the same destination as this one. Upon hearing this, the battalion commander immediately led a company to rush over. This newly emerged spatial fissure lay within a sunken valley, surrounded by desolate wasteland. Not only were humans scarce, but even animals were rarely seen. Seeing no one approaching, they breathed a sigh of relief. On a distant mountaintop, a man wore a faint smile. It held a hint of cruelty. 48 students entered. Our men also sent in 48. Once the death toll reaches 50, the dark god will be reborn. The man's expression grew increasingly feral.
Then, observing the approaching troops, a trace of contemptuous mockery appeared on his face. Why hadn't they stationed troops to guard this spatial rift? Precisely because they feared the military's intervention. They weren't ready to face the Chinese military head-on yet. Only by harnessing the power of the demon god could they barely hold their ground. Once the demon god completes its revival, it would be utterly impossible for you to contain it within the secret realm with just this one battalion. Thus, they naturally saw no need for preparations. Once the demon god was revived, its power would be their most ample preparation. Yemo walked until he reached a small chamber that appeared to have been completely stripped of its treasures. He couldn't help but frown. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. This was already the 5th chamber he had explored. Judging by the overwhelming radiance of treasures reported, this secret realm should have been rich in resources. It was impossible for every single chamber he'd visited to be empty. Could someone have beaten him to it and taken everything? Just as he was growing puzzled, suddenly, the sound of intense combat erupted from ahead. Yemo hurried forward and quietly observed from the sidelines. He saw a group of students dressed in casual attire confronting a group clad in black robes. Judging by their uniforms, the students hailed from different universities, but none were from Yundan. For some reason, the students from the 3 universities seemed to have been targeted by the cloaked figures. The fight had now reached a fever pitch, and the black-robed figures proved to be formidable opponents. They were in no way inferior to the students. Their health bars all hovered above 15. The black-robed figures outnumbered the students, with 8 against only 6. If this continued, the students would inevitably be defeated. Yemo had initially intended to stay out of it, but he recalled the instructions from the mission coordinator. Killing was strictly forbidden, otherwise, they would be dealt with according to the law. Though it would be perfectly reasonable for him to stand by and do nothing at this moment, he still couldn't bear to see the promising youth of China perish here. Judging by the sudden appearance of these black-robed figures, this was clearly a trap. The entrance was under strict military control. How had these people gotten in? They were definitely not creatures from within the tomb. They were living, breathing humans. Yemo emerged from his hiding place and strode purposefully toward the battlefield. Brothers of the Cloud Shield, lend us your strength. Students from other universities naturally recognized Yemo as well. Only 3 people from their university had participated in the secret realm. Naturally, they drew the most attention, so it was no surprise that some recognized him. Before Yemo could respond, a thick iron chain slammed violently toward his face. Crash! The immense force sent shockwaves through the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Yemo frowned, having dodged it with just a sidestep. But his opponent's strength was truly formidable. Before he could react, the chain seemed to come alive, slowly rising from the ground like a serpent. Then it shot toward him with blinding speed. Yemo instantly realized there must be a martial artist present who could manipulate metal. He refused to engage in a prolonged struggle, diving sideways to evade the attack while simultaneously unfurling the wings on his back. Yemo's perception abilities kicked in instantly. Not far away, a man stood grinning sinisterly, his hands manipulating the iron chains as they pursued him. The massive chains radiated a deadly threat. Chapter 32, Koi's Ambush. After locking onto his target, Yemo gently flapped his wings and swiftly closed the distance. Holy! This kid can manipulate air. He's actually flying. The black-robed man was startled, then immediately flung several metal spheres from his hands. The metal spheres accelerated, circling around him. They coalesced into a protective layer resembling a miniature tornado. Even the slightest contact would result in a heavy collision with the metal spheres. This is a real pain in the ass. Yemo muttered coldly. Under his heightened perception, the sphere's speed gradually slowed. Eventually, he could predict their trajectories. Yemo swiftly flapped his wings. 3 ice feathers shot out abruptly. Frost feather arrows. 2 of the feathers struck the metal spheres, causing large dents to instantly form on their surfaces. The recoil sent them crashing into other floating metal spheres. For a moment, several of the metal spheres controlled by the man briefly lost control. 2 remained circling overhead. But their defenses were no longer as impenetrable as before. The final ice feather plunged directly into the man's forehead. Blood spurted from his head in an instant. The headless corpse slowly collapsed backward, utterly silent, blood pooling across the floor. That kid is incredibly strong. Everyone, be careful. The expressions of the other black-robed figures instantly darkened. They knew their comrade's strength well. To be killed in a single exchange by this student meant the opponent was exceptionally powerful. Damn, bro. Take them down. They're Black Snake's men. One of the students shouted toward Yemo. Hearing the name of the organization, Yemo instantly understood. How dare this dangerous group come looking for trouble again? It's time to fight back. Hold off as many as you can. Just don't let them escape. Yemo's voice was icy as he spoke, then he charged straight toward the group of black-robed figures. Seeing such a formidable leader take the initiative, the other students weren't about to be outdone. They charged forward with fierce cries, ready to battle the cloaked figures. Don't get cocky, kid. Let me see what you've got. A man wielding a long sword leapt into the air, swiftly closing the distance toward Yemo. His weapon swung in a slashing motion. Yemo started to sidestep, but the opponent suddenly accelerated. It was clearly free fall, yet it felt as though a giant hand had slammed down on him, pushing him downward. His speed suddenly increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Yemo. The man before him seemed to have slightly higher vitality than himself. That was Yemo's initial assessment of this person. It was too late to dodge now. Yemo could only activate his turtle shell shield. The long sword struck the turtle shell shield. The immense impact instantly sent Yemo flying back over 10 meters. Just as Yemo prepared to counterattack, his entire body felt as though a mountain had descended upon him. For a moment, he couldn't even shift his feet. Oomph. To die beneath my gravity field, it's a fitting end for a prodigy like you. The man, convinced of his victory, spoke with arrogant disdain. He was the strongest among these black-robed figures. Once he eliminated the strongest among the students, the rest would be as helpless as fish on a cutting board, utterly incapable of resistance. The other students were already locked in combat with the robed figures. Yemo's sole opponent now was the man before him. Yemo's body trembled slightly before he charged forward swiftly. The instant he broke free from the gravitational field's grip, his body felt instantly lighter. His acceleration surged several-fold. In an instant, he shot forward. He slammed hard into the wall. Yemo crawled out of the wall, covered in dust and dirt. The opponent's gravitational field was terrifyingly powerful. Even using all his strength to break through, he could only exert 50% of his power against it. The moment he escaped the gravitational field's grasp, he immediately regained control. He found himself utterly unable to control his own body, as if it had ceased to obey his commands. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within Yemo. Ha 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 ha. Give up struggling. It's your honor to become nourishment for the great dark god's revival. The man roared as he charged toward Yemo once more. Want to be nourishment for some damn demon god? Go do it yourselves. I'm not about to do someone else's dirty work. Yemo refused to back down, instantly summoning an ice crystal spear. Clutching it as a weapon, he braced to meet the onslaught. Did you think we entered here without a death wish? Killing you wouldn't be a loss, and even if you killed us, it still wouldn't be a loss. To become nourishment for the dark god is the honor of our lifetime. If we fail to become it, then it means we must serve the dark god. It seems our value hasn't been fully exploited yet. The man resembled a fanatical devotee, his eyes burning with unwavering conviction. Yemo couldn't fathom how the Black Serpent faction managed to brainwash someone to this extent. A martial artist with such promising prospects serving the nation would naturally bring generous rewards. Yet here he was, willing to risk his life for a demon god. It was utterly incomprehensible. It also revealed just how easily the Black Snake organization could manipulate minds. Even such a powerful warrior had fallen under their spell. After parrying several more attacks, Yemo's expression darkened. The ice crystal spear in his hand showed signs of cracking. Each strike from the opponent, amplified by the gravitational force bearing down on him, grew exponentially more powerful. Simultaneously, his own strength was being sapped. Lifting an arm required twice the effort it normally would, let alone blocking attacks. For a moment, he found himself caught in a passive situation. Yemo flung the spear in his hand directly. The opponent sidestepped it effortlessly. Running out of tricks, are you? Think this attack could even touch me? The man roared with laughter, completely oblivious to the section of the ice spear that was unusually thick. As Yemo slowly withdrew his energy, the ice spear abruptly dissolved, revealing the figure of a koi fish within. The man remained completely unaware. Alright, I've had my fun. Time to send you on your way. As he spoke, he swung his weapon, poised to attack Yemo once more. Suddenly, his entire body shuddered, and an electric current instantly surged through him. Aya! Under the intense electrical shock, he roared in agony, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. How on earth had his opponent managed to strike him with thunder? Just as he was at a loss, Yemo gave a light wave of his hand, and countless ice spikes materialized around him. It's your turn to die. The lightning's paralysis effect was devastatingly effective. The opponent was completely immobilized, unable even to muster the chance to unleash his own abilities. He could only watch helplessly as countless ice spikes pierced through his body. Chapter 33, Learning in Combat. No! I'm actually going to die here. Great Dark God, I'm coming. A flicker of resignation seemed to pass over the man's face before death, then his body was riddled with countless bloody holes from the ice spikes. He slowly collapsed to his knees, life steadily draining from him. Jinyu swiftly flew to Yemo's side. Yemo found killing the others even easier now, moving with fluid grace as he effortlessly dispatched several black-robed figures. Seeing the tide had turned against them, the remaining black-robed figures showed no intention of fleeing. Since we are defeated, we shall feed the Dark God. You will all face his judgment. With these words, they ceased resistance, allowing themselves to be killed. Blood stained the ground crimson. Brother, thank you. I never imagined the Cloud Shield Academy could be this powerful. The other university students approached Yemo to express their gratitude. Truthfully, they still looked down on Cloud's shield after all, it was the weakest of the 10 great martial arts schools. In their eyes, the caliber of Yin Dun students had always been considered subpar. Yet here stood such a formidable talent. Gentlemen, you flatter me. Should you encounter any other members of our academy, please lend them your support. After giving his parting words, Yemo prepared to leave. Brother, won't you join us? There's strength in numbers. If we encounter something like this again, it won't be too dangerous. Someone urged Yemo, hoping to keep him in their group for added security. This makeshift squad, assembled from 3 different academies, still lacked a member with 18 hit points. I'll pass. I need to act alone. If anything comes up, maybe we'll cross paths outside. Yemo bid farewell and departed. After a brief discussion, the others also exited the room. They intended to continue their exploration. Despite having encountered no treasures for so long, they clung to a sliver of hope, convinced they simply hadn't stumbled upon any yet. Thus, they searched for members of the 3 great academies while continuing their treasure hunt. After everyone had departed the room, it underwent a silent transformation. The blood pooling on the floor, nearly dried up, suddenly began seeping into the ground. As vast quantities flowed into the earth, the corpses began to rot, turning to white bones, and finally disintegrating into ash. As if undergoing millennia of weathering in mere breaths, the corpses left no trace behind. The entire room was left spotless. Stop! As Yemo was walking forward, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. He turned to see Qin Yi emerge from a corner, his face radiating arrogance. So you're the one who disgraced my Qin family back then. If not for that good-for-nothing younger brother of mine reminding me, I wouldn't have recognized you. As Qin Yi spoke, a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He raised his hand lightly, and an icy chill instantly radiated from his entire body. Ice element? Yemo raised an eyebrow, watching him with keen interest. I wonder which is stronger, my genes from the frigid frostbird or their ice-type abilities. It's your misfortune to cross the Qin family. In missions like this secret realm quest, casualties are commonplace. The death of a Class F student surely won't cause much of a stir. As Qin Yi finished speaking, countless ice spikes crystallized all over his body. A chill swept over him, followed by the rapid barrage of ice spikes. Yemo took a deep breath, manipulating ice elements to form a shield before him. The barrage of ice shards struck the thick shield, leaving only a few cracks. When the final spike struck, the shield shattered. You're right. The secret realm is indeed dangerous. Losing one student from Class F doesn't seem like a big deal. Yemo's gaze grew icy. If others sought to kill him, he wouldn't grant them that opportunity. It wouldn't stop at Qin Yi and Qin Shou soon, the entire Qin family would face his relentless retaliation. Failure to eradicate the root of the problem would only invite endless trouble. So you're also an ice type? I'll see just how skilled you are now. Qin Yi's face betrayed a hint of surprise upon seeing his opponent withstand the ice spike attack. Logically speaking, if the opponent were merely a martial artist with only 5 or 6 health points, this strike alone should have been enough to kill him instantly. It seemed the opponent wasn't a martial artist at all, but had already reached the realm of a martial master. I never imagined you'd grow so much in such a short time. But there's only one outcome for those who cross the Qin family, death. Qin Yi's tone was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He seemed utterly certain of victory, showing no concern that his opponent might strike back. No matter how fast he trained, he was still just a novice who had barely broken through to the martial master realm. And though he ranked last in Class A of the first year, he was still a top-tier powerhouse with a minimum of 19.7 vitality points. Finding a worthy opponent in this secret realm was practically impossible. Die! Qin Yi roared, then charged swiftly toward Yemo. A blaze of blue light erupted from his body as solid ice armor plates coalesced around him. The armor was remarkably thick. In his hands, a weapon also materialized, a massive ice-forged broadsword. He resembled an ancient warrior, as if transformed into the legendary martial Saint Guan Yu. He raised the great blade high above his head, poised to strike down. Yemo showed no fear whatsoever. He had learned much from this opponent. The fact that his opponent could manipulate ice elements in such a manner. This provided him with an entirely new perspective. If used as armor for defense, it would undoubtedly be more effective than a shield. A shield remained fixed and immobile, but armor could move with the body. Not only would it enhance defense when worn, but it might even unleash greater power. Imagine clashing with an enemy at a critical moment, unable to free your hands. The ice armor suddenly transforms into ice spikes, violently piercing the enemy. That's incredibly fierce. Yemo's eyes sparkled brightly. He hadn't immediately unleashed the full extent of his abilities. He merely employed his ice attribute abilities to counter the opponent. Though he kept falling behind in the exchange, he learned continuously through the struggle. The opponent's armor seemed less prone to freezing solid. Normally, ice-carved armor would be solid throughout. It would be impossible to move or adapt to bodily twists and turns. Yet his armor moved like fabric, composed of individual scales that fit together like fish scales.
These scale-like armor plates existed independently, allowing for fluid movement.
Moreover, gaps existed at the joints, undoubtedly the armor's weak points.
As Yemo grasped this, a flash of golden light ignited in his eyes.
The Kuanpun's wings swiftly unfurled, its speed surging dramatically.
Having found the weakness, it was time to unleash a decisive strike.
Chapter 34, The Final Move.
Yemo's gaze sharpened as frost feather arrows instantly crystallized upon the Kuanpun's wings.
Aiming directly at the opponent's vulnerable spot, it fired with brutal force.
A volley of feathers shot forth at lightning speed. After a brief flurry of evasive maneuvers, the opponent effortlessly blocked some of the frozen feathers with his armor. Still, several struck precisely at his joints.
Ah!
Shinji cried out in pain as the frozen feathers pierced his elbows and knees. The extreme cold surged through his body. It threatened to freeze his very blood. Shinji gritted his teeth, rapidly circulating the cold energy within his body in an attempt to resist it. A fierce battle erupted between the two forces of cold within him. Blood that had just begun to congeal was immediately absorbed by his own cold energy, restoring it to normal.
Though it couldn't inflict significant damage, it had temporarily restrained Shinji. Yemo wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away.
His spear shot forward with lightning speed.
It shattered the ice armor on his opponent's chest.
Shinji had no spare energy left to form another layer of ice armor. He could only struggle against the frigid energy within his body while keeping a wary eye on his enemy. He hadn't anticipated the opponent's cold energy being so terrifying. It was an entire tier above his own. For instance, when the opponent released a single thread of cold energy, Shinji needed to unleash 3 or 4 threads just to barely counter it. Otherwise, the quality of his cold energy simply couldn't match his opponent's. His wounds had frozen solid, numbing all sensation of pain. Seeing the enemy's defenses breached, Yemo witnessed a massive crystallization of ice forming. He swiftly fired them toward his opponent. Shinji swung his greatsword, intercepting most of the ice spikes midair. Yet several slipped through, striking his chest. Blood gushed forth, only to freeze instantly. The frigid chill once again seeped into Shinji's body, and this time, he was utterly drained of any strength to continue fighting. He struggled desperately against the cold seeping through his veins, unable even to take a single step. One moment of carelessness could freeze his blood, leading to clots forming inside his body.
This would be absolutely fatal for him. Even a martial artist couldn't withstand it.
You've lost. Yemo seemed to have grasped the battle's outcome, a faint smile playing on his lips as he strolled forward with casual ease. Despite his outwardly nonchalant, almost pretentious demeanor, panic raged within him. He couldn't be certain if his opponent still possessed the strength to fight on. After all, this was the Qin family who knew what life-saving treasures he might carry. His only option was to lull the enemy into complacency, inch closer, and find a way to completely immobilize him with the power of thunder. The chill was not a sustainable solution. Yemo placed far greater trust in the thunder's power. Shinji clenched his teeth, his face drained of color.
I never imagined you could grow to this extent in just over a month.
Yemo shrugged non-committally. If the entire Class A of the 4th year is at your level, then they're simply too weak.
Shinji couldn't help but laugh at this remark. I'm the weakest in our class.
I can't even reach 1/10 of the average score.
If it weren't for the Qin family backing me and donating a lot of money to the school, I'd have been transferred to Class B, or even Class C, long ago. You do have some talent, but that doesn't mean you can underestimate the heroes of the world. Class A has several powerhouses whose strength is beyond your wildest imagination. After speaking, a sharp gleam flashed in Shinya's eyes. All his earlier words had merely been a delaying tactic, buying him time to activate his most powerful offensive artifact. Suddenly, a jade pendant at his waist shot forward, hovering before him as it instantly burst into brilliant light. Ha 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 ha. Yemo. Today, you die.
The moment the jade pendant appeared, Yemo's expression shifted slightly, his blood seeming to freeze in his veins. The jade pendant began spinning rapidly, and the surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly. Even the surrounding walls began to show faint signs of frost forming. A warning bell rang in Yemo's heart. He wanted to leave, but behind him was a powerful gale. Stepping outside would surely result in severe injury. The jade pendant seemed to have created a wind prison. The jade pendant emitted a faint blue glow, sealing the space faster and faster, its surface now faintly streaked with traces of ice and snow. This artifact was painstakingly procured for me by my father. It nearly depleted the Qin family's entire annual income. Today, you shall perish here. To die by this strike is an honor bestowed upon you. Shinji felt a twinge of regret that this artifact could only be used once within a month.
It would require constant recharging over the next month before it could be used again.
He had intended to use it as his trump card during the treasure hunt in this secret realm. Yet here he was, forced to reveal his ultimate trump card prematurely. Yemo's gaze grew icy. He was stalling for time, seeking a way to close in on his opponent. And indeed, his opponent was also stalling for time, scheming to kill him. They were both foxes with 1,000 years of cunning.
What shocked Yemo most were the opponent's words just now. Their base strength was astonishingly high. He himself didn't even reach 1/10 of the average value. That meant the strength of Class A, Year 4, likely started at 200 HP. Yemo's eyes flickered as he once again condensed an ice sphere in his hand. This time, the hailstones were just as thick. The koi fish hid within it. He intended to eliminate Chinyi before him using the same method. It was currently his only trump card, and virtually no one knew about it. Yemo hurled the ice spear with all his might. Chinyi had already neutralized part of the chill and dove to the side, dodging the strike. Ha 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 ha. Just wait for death. You won't survive this. The words had barely left Chinya's mouth when an overwhelming, terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped his entire body. Instantly, a thunder-infused spear pierced clean through his chest. Ugh! Chinyi was utterly shocked, his eyes gradually losing focus before he slowly collapsed to the ground. Yemo was about to breathe a sigh of relief when something felt terribly wrong. The man was dead, yet the jade pendant still hummed with energy. Yemo stared at the jade pendant before him, tension rising. Numerous ice crystals had already begun to condense in the air, swirling continuously with the wind. Standing amidst them, Yemo felt the crystals scrape against his skin, causing only a faint sting. Yet their number and size grew steadily. It felt as though a terrifying blizzard was swirling around him, battering his body. If this dragged on any longer, he wasn't sure if he could hold out. So where was the way out? Chapter 35, Blizzard. Yemo clenched his teeth, carefully sensing the blizzard before him. Layer upon layer of ice armor formed around his body. Having observed his opponent's ice armor earlier, Yemo had already mastered it and applied it to himself. Though still somewhat clumsy, it was at least a basic level. This skill had now been added to his skill list. The ice armor combined with his turtle shell shield, generating even stronger defensive power. The blizzard's onslaught grew increasingly fierce. Yemo closed his eyes, focusing on sensing the blizzard's terrifying power. Within his perception, he could clearly see the trajectories and speeds of the ice crystals flying through the air. A bold idea suddenly took root in his mind. Since this blizzard wouldn't cease anytime soon, why not master this skill himself? The more he studied it, the more astonished he became. This blizzard was remarkably effortless. Once the wind began to swirl, it generated residual inertia that would circle around him for a lap or two. He only needed to continuously channel his own power into it to form a similar wind wall. Yemo's eyes gradually brightened. Now, the wind wall he created around himself alone could withstand the blizzard. But his smile quickly faded. He couldn't integrate his ice element abilities into the blizzard at all. He could only form a simple wind wall, which was utterly useless. It couldn't attack enemies, nor could it defend against major assaults. As the blizzard grew more terrifying, the wind wall began to tear apart. Though the force of the blizzard was weakened by the wall, a small portion still slammed into his armor. The incessant clanging irritated him. While it caused no harm, he understood time was running out. Within 5 minutes, the blizzard's fury would likely reach its peak. If he couldn't replicate an identical blizzard, he'd struggle to withstand it and risk severe injury. The turtle shell shield and ice armor he wore were utterly insufficient to cover his entire body. Yemo tried dozens of times, failing each and every attempt. The ice crystals he created were either too small, shattering against the wind wall before they could rise, or too large, crashing instantly to the ground without creating any wind. The 5 minutes were rapidly drawing to a close. Cracks began appearing in Yemo's ice armor as the blizzard's impact grew increasingly fierce. If he couldn't create more ice armor soon, Yemo would likely struggle to survive much longer in this secret realm. Damn it! Come out already! Yemo roared at the top of his lungs, his voice tearing at his own heart. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. Instantly, as if a switch had flipped, he crystallized ice shards of just the right size. Holy! Yemo's heart surged with joy. He swiftly spun the ice crystals around him, creating a miniature blizzard that shielded him within its embrace. It worked! Yemo's heart surged with wild joy. Though this trip hadn't yielded any other gains yet, he was already feeling satisfied. Meeting Chinyi was the greatest gain of this journey. Having mastered 2 skills at once meant he would have more options when facing enemies in the future. A smile spread across Yemo's face as he felt a surge of emotion. The Chin family truly was a money-making machine. Shinsho had lost a bet to him, and now his brother had taught him such valuable skills. The method of countering a blizzard with another blizzard proved effective. However, the energy emanating from this jade pendant far surpassed Yemo's own. All he could do now was rebuild an ice shelter and wrap himself inside. It took a full half hour for the jade pendant's energy to gradually weaken. The ice shelter was now riddled with holes. The ice armor covering Yemo's body was similarly shattered. After a long while, the jade pendant fell to the ground, lifeless, appearing no different from an ordinary object. Emerging from the ice shelter, Yemo decisively tucked the precious artifact into his pocket. Yemo continued walking in one direction and soon discovered a staircase leading downward. In most tombs, the coffin is placed at the very bottom. Going down is definitely the right move. After a moment's thought, he murmured to himself before carefully making his way down the stairs. Over the past half hour, the cloaked figure had been ruthlessly hunting down students.
Many students had managed to fight back and kill their attackers, while just as many had fallen victim to the assailant. In any case, vast amounts of blood were swallowed by the tomb itself. Ultimately, it all converged within the coffin. A withered corpse lay curled inside, greedily absorbing the blood drop by drop through its pores. The entire withered body gradually began to emit an eerie crimson glow. Alright, the task is nearly complete. Everyone, assemble immediately at the lower level coffins. Together, we shall welcome the rebirth of the Dark God. All the black-robed figures swiftly converged toward the coffins. Their numbers had dwindled to barely half. Damn it, we can't get out. The secret realm's entrance won't open unless it's been closed for 24 hours. We can't leave now. It's fine. Everyone's gathered together now. We're probably the only survivors left who can still communicate. As long as we stick together, those black-clad men won't be able to do anything to us. Over 20 students huddled together, including the group EMO had encountered earlier and who lay. Of the remaining 20-plus students, over a dozen had met with misfortune. Several others were scattered throughout the tomb, unable to find their group. Those black-robed figures fled mid-fight earlier. Something must have gone wrong. They fled underground. Probably something over there demanded their attention. The students chattered excitedly, discussing the recent events. Each of them was still trembling with fear. What began as a routine training exercise for a group of students unexpectedly uncovered such a vast conspiracy. The Black Serpent cultists made no secret of their intentions. They had come here to kill. Even if they died, their objectives would still be achieved, so they had nothing to lose. The students understood the enemy was executing a plan, but they had no clue what it was. A boy clutching a large knife sat silently in the corner, yet those around him implicitly regarded him as their leader. His school uniform clearly marked his affiliation. Kunlun University's strongest fighter for this mission, Li Dao. Everyone, hear me out. This is undoubtedly a premeditated terrorist attack. We are likely part of their plan. Black Snake is a terrorist organization. Whether as citizens of China or as martial artists, it is our duty to eliminate them. My suggestion is this: rather than sitting here waiting for death, we should pursue them. Follow the trail they just left behind and eliminate every last one of them. Chapter 36, The Coffin. We can't accept that suggestion. We've barely escaped the battle and are already exhausted. Barely holding our ground is good enough. Now you want us to counterattack? It's better to wait here for 24 hours until the secret realm opens before we venture out. Hearing this, Li Dao sneered coldly. What if they counterattack? What if the secret realm doesn't open even after 24 hours? Don't forget, this is a trap they set. Do you really think they'll let us leave so easily? At this, everyone present fell silent. Those who had been reluctant to continue fighting now felt cornered. Li Dao's words held undeniable truth. If the enemy dared to trap them here, they undoubtedly possessed the means to eliminate them. Though they had been temporarily repelled, it didn't mean the enemy wouldn't return. If they sat here waiting for death, their fate would likely be complete annihilation. They didn't know what the Black Snake faction was plotting, but it certainly wasn't anything good. Count me in. I may not be a powerhouse, Tiger Thunder, with only 17 hit points, but the Black Snake men must die. Boulay pounded his chest and stepped forward immediately. Seeing only one person from Cloud Shield University step forward, the others followed suit. Suddenly, many others stepped forward too, as if ignited by his fervor. Damn it, when you're dead, you hang upside down. I'm in with you guys. Black Snake killed my classmate. I'm going to get revenge. The crowd of students grew louder and more numerous by the minute. The remaining handful initially hesitated, but then realized that if everyone else went and they stayed behind, they'd be finished if Black Snake's men showed up. So in the end, everyone decided to stick together. They followed the route the Black Snake's men had taken earlier. Skills: Lightning Bolt, Advanced, Ice Armor Shield, Intermediate, Wings of the Kunping, Advanced, Blizzard Storm, Intermediate, Frost Feather Arrow, Intermediate. Yemo glanced at his skill bar and finally understood. He had fused the Ice Armor and Turtle Shell Shield together, creating the Ice Armor Shield. Blizzard had fused with Extreme Cold Ice Crystal to form Extreme Cold Storm. These two skills had effectively advanced by one tier in power. Yemo descended the staircase. The staircase stretched on endlessly. He felt he had descended for 5 minutes without reaching the bottom. A faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. Yemo's heart surged with delight. The sound of trickling water rose from below. Below lay a vast burial chamber, encircled by a ring of water that seemed to flow like an underground river, encircling the entire interior of the room. Within the chamber, numerous figures clad in black robes sat cross-legged on the ground. They were currently restoring their strength, their eyes tightly shut. Countless strange tentacles connected to the stone walls above. Traces of crimson could be seen among them. They resembled conduits for transporting blood. Yemo avoided alerting them, instead secretly tossing the koi into the river water. He then directed the fish to swim swiftly toward the coffin. The room's water flowed in a T-shape, with the coffin positioned directly at its center. The current flowed directly to the bottom of the coffin. Yemo guided the koi to glide slowly, and soon the figure in black robes noticed it. But the figure merely glanced once before closing its eyes again. Since the water flowed into an underground river, the presence of fish or other creatures was perfectly normal. Therefore, he found nothing unusual about it. Before long, the koi reached beneath the coffin.
The one lying inside must be the demon god.
Koi summoned his wings, then plucked a frozen feather arrow from his own body. It began poking holes into the coffin before it. The coffin was made of a special wood that wouldn't rot, but it was quite fragile. With ease, the koi carved out an opening. Before koi could enter, a torrent of blood gushed from the opening. It swiftly merged into the subterranean river. The black-robed figure noticed this and his face lit up with delight. Could it be that the dark god is about to awaken? Wonderful! Dark god, accept my kneel. Dark god, I pledge eternal service to you. The black-robed man began kneeling on the ground, banging his head against the coffin. The blood within the coffin was still insufficient. The dark god had not yet awakened. Dark god? Why has there been no movement so quickly? Could it be the blood isn't sufficient? The group of robed figures looked grim as they began tallying their losses. Excluding those who had already perished, they now numbered 29. Among these 29, 12 had never faced an opponent. The rest had all killed students. After hours of verification, they still found numerous bodies missing. Now that the students have banded together, hunting them down will be difficult. This is the moment that will test our loyalty to the Dark Lord. One of them spoke up. He swiftly drew a dagger and plunged it into his own throat. His eyes fixed on the coffin as he collapsed. His lips still murmured, "Dying for the Dark God is a worthy sacrifice." Seeing this, the others followed suit one after another. In an instant, many of the black-robed figures took their own lives. A torrent of blood rushed toward the coffin. But unbeknownst to them, a koi fish lay within, spewing icicles from its mouth. It had already pierced the fragile corpse of the evil god, leaving it riddled with holes. The once faintly living form of the demon god now lay utterly still. It could no longer even absorb blood. Large quantities of blood flowed back into the water through the holes it had created. A thick, pungent stench of blood began to permeate the entire lower level. That doesn't make sense. Logically, the quantity should be sufficient. Why hasn't the dark god awakened yet? Several followers were puzzled. Only a dozen or so of them remained. Moments ago, they'd been cursing themselves for not ending their own lives sooner. They'd acted too late, letting others seize the opportunity. They hadn't given the dark god a chance to prove their loyalty. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase at the other end. A group of students burst in. Trouble! The enemy is here. The Dark Lord needs time. Hold them off. The cloaked figure moved swiftly, shielding the coffin. See that? That's their objective. Destroy that coffin. Li Dao barked the order, and all the students attacked together. The students now outnumbered the black-robed figures. The robed figures could barely hold their ground. As time ticked away, the koi inside had already utterly destroyed the corpse. It was impossible to resurrect the demon god using this physical form. The battle outside was nearing its end. All the black-robed figures turned deathly pale. Why hasn't the dark god reborn yet? Why? Hold on. We must draw the card for the dark god's rebirth. They roared as they unleashed the last reserves of energy within their bodies. At that very moment, a colossal force violently hurled the coffin skyward. Chapter 37, The Immortal Evergreen Body. The robed figure's eyes lit up instantly. The students, who had been attacking fiercely moments before, froze in place. Their assault halted as they stared intently at the coffin. From the black-robed figure's words, they could easily deduce that the coffin contained the so-called evil god. And it seemed to be on the verge of awakening. Now that the coffin was open, could it be that the evil god had sensed the commotion outside and was about to strike? Li Dao's face betrayed a hint of terror as he swiftly ordered all students to gather around him. Everyone stared intently at the coffin as a small figure gradually emerged from within. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than a vibrantly colored koi fish. Hail the demon god! The black-robed figures knelt reverently on the ground, their faces etched with profound devotion. They remained prostrate, unwilling to lift their heads. Every heart raced with excitement, though some believers harbored lingering doubts. Why was the legendary dark god a koi fish? Something felt terribly off. But upon reflection, they realized they had guarded the coffin for so long without anything approaching it. Surely, the corpse of the evil god lay hidden within. This koi was most likely the demon god's manifestation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have smashed through the coffin to burst out. Yi Mo's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. If these black-clad figures engaged them in combat, it would inevitably lead to heavy casualties. Once they realized they destroyed the corpse of the demon god, they'd surely go berserk. They might even charge at the students in a frenzy, seeking to trade their own lives for the students. He had no doubt these fanatical followers would dare to do so. For the sake of the demon god, they were capable of even suicide, let alone something like this. Therefore, it was crucial to stabilize their emotions first and prevent them from resorting to desperate measures.
Otherwise, few of these students would likely make it out alive. Yemo exhaled slowly, manipulating the koi as he began to command them. Slowly, the koi opened its mouth, and to his astonishment, it spoke in human language. I have slumbered for so long, and now you have finally awakened me. Well done, well done. Hearing the koi's words, every single black-robed figure instantly revealed an expression of excitement. This was indeed the dark god they had longed for. Those who had doubted the koi was the demon god earlier slapped themselves hard across the face. They should never have doubted the evil god. We beseech the dark god to strike down our enemies. The black-robed figures pleaded with utmost reverence. I have only just awakened, and my power is not yet strong. The blood you have offered me is still too little. Now, all of you must sacrifice yourselves and offer me all your blood. Otherwise, I fear I will be unable to defeat this group. The koi spoke with grave solemnity, its tone tinged with detached coldness. His words carried an air of absolute authority. Just like a true demon god. All the followers believed him. We are more than willing to sacrifice ourselves for Lord Koi. As the first man raised his weapon and thrust it toward his own throat, the others in black robes followed suit. Instantly, a terrifying aura engulfed the entire scene. All the black-robed figures slit their own throats. Torrents of blood spattered the ground, rushing swiftly toward the coffin. A massive column of blood gradually formed at the center of the opened coffin. This column of blood resembled a fountain, with the koi fish perched at its very top. In an instant, the koi was drenched in crimson. Taking on an eerie, demonic hue, it sent a wave of panic through all the students. As the last hooded figure collapsed, the koi gradually descended, shaking the blood from its scales. Yemo then emerged from the nearby staircase, and the koi flew directly into his hat. All done. Every black-robed figure is dealt with, and the demon god is slain. Now we just wait for our time to come, then we can leave. Yemo said with a smile. The students watching the scene unfold felt a sense of unreality wash over them. How had the koi, which had just claimed to be the evil god and spoken human words, flown into the man's hat? Hey, I think I remember. I've seen him before. He's from the Cloud Shield. When we were surrounded by the black-robed men earlier, this koi helped us. This koi isn't the evil god, it's his pet. Right. Now that you mention it, I remember too. He was the one who saved us in that room back then. The students gradually recalled the events, chattering excitedly among themselves. Yemo said nothing, merely offering a faint smile as he approached Hule. How are you? No injuries, I hope? Not at all. You're incredible. When did this koi slip into the coffin? And how did you manage it? Yemo recounted his plan truthfully, and all the students couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How daring! To have his pet lurk in the underground river's current, close to the coffin. Then quietly burrowing a hole beneath the coffin to crawl inside. Not only did it kill the evil god on the verge of revival, but it also tricked all those black-clad men into committing suicide. Such ruthless determination and cunning were utterly terrifying. They couldn't help but marvel that, thankfully, they were on the same side. Had he been with the Black Snake faction, not a single student would have walked out alive today. On behalf of Sheeping University, I thank you. Kunnin University feels the same. Guiling University will certainly report your heroic deeds upon our return. Thank you, brother, for saving our lives. All the students gazed at Yemo with profound respect. Had this man not single-handedly turned the tide, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Side quest completed. Host, please destroy the corpse of the evil god. Upon completion, you will receive one random skill roulette spin as a reward. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded, and Yemo sank his consciousness into the system space. Within the system space, a massive wheel rotated. Engraved upon it were 5 colored cultivation techniques, each symbolized by a question mark: yellow, blue, green, purple, and gold. These represented the 5 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, yellow, and holy. Activate the skill wheel. Yemo commanded. A pointer abruptly appeared and spun rapidly. It finally came to rest on a purple cultivation technique. Heavenly tier cultivation technique. Holy crap! I hit the jackpot. Yemo rubbed his hands together excitedly, unable to wait to pull the cultivation technique out of his backpack. The immortal evergreen physique. A top-tier method for refining the physical body. The cultivation process was excruciatingly painful, yet incredibly effective. Upon mastering the first layer of this technique, one steps onto the path of immortality. It would grant immense regenerative abilities and extraordinary physical resilience. Yemo wore an excited smile, eager to begin his studies. Yet he discovered the prerequisites were exceptionally demanding. 2 exceptionally powerful treasures were required to master it. Chapter 38, The Busy Cloud Valley. The first prerequisite for cultivation was access to rare natural treasures. Among these, one must obtain what aged at least 10,000 years. This single requirement alone might be impossible to fulfill on the current blue star. The more powerful the cultivation technique, the greater the constraints required to practice it. Obtaining such supreme timber would likely be impossible on Blue Star. One must seek it within various secret realms. As Yemo pondered this, his gaze drifted unconsciously to the coffin nearby. A faint smile immediately spread across his face. System, scan this thing, is it 10,000-year-old wood? He vaguely recalled the coffin being made of wood. Given that the demon god had been dead for so long, it must be at least 10,000 years old. Scan complete, 10,000-year immortal wood. Suitable for cultivating the eternal spring body. Upon hearing this, Yemo's face broke into a radiant smile. He quickly stepped forward, tapped the coffin. He then stored it within his system space. The instant he stored it, a torrent of blood spilled out from within the coffin. The entire final level was once again shrouded in a bloody haze. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. As if triggered by the coffin's disappearance, everything around them quietly shifted. The underground river seemed to boil, and the subterranean palace began to sway precariously. Holy! How could I have forgotten this? I should have dealt with the coffin when we were leaving. Yemo was horrified and immediately urged everyone to flee. They raced up the stairs. The upper levels remained largely unaffected, though the final floor collapsed with a thunderous crash. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, celebrating their narrow escape from death. Even a martial artist crushed like that would likely not survive. The primary ingredient for the first stage of the immortal evergreen physique has been collected. Host, please seek out the secondary ingredient. The second auxiliary ingredient required a living 1,000-year-old tree. The first could be dead, but the second must be alive. Its life force must nourish two objects before it can nourish itself. Only then can one step over the threshold into the first layer of cultivation. Otherwise, mere cultivation would yield no results. Yemo found himself troubled for a moment. It seemed he would have to make a trip to the northwest of China next. Perhaps there, he might find a 1,000-year-old poplar tree. After pondering for a while, Yemo waited upstairs for a long time before teleporting out with the others. The moment everyone saw daylight again, they collectively exhaled in relief. The oppressive atmosphere inside had been suffocating, with the constant fear that an enemy might burst out at any moment. When they saw only a handful of students emerge, everyone was utterly astonished. The teachers from the academies were visibly shaken. What on earth happened? Why are only you lot here? Where did everyone else go? The teachers rushed forward one by one, asking anxiously. They had already learned that this secret realm possessed two entrances. Perhaps unscrupulous individuals had infiltrated the secret realm. This was the worst-case scenario, yet it had actually come to pass. We were attacked by black snakes inside. They have a sinister plan to resurrect the evil god within this secret realm. Everything that happened before was their lie. That overwhelming radiance of treasure was an illusion they deliberately created. The students explained in a flurry of voices. Hearing this, those outside finally understood it had been a trap all along. It was this deception that led to such devastating casualties among the new martial arts students. For a moment, everyone stared at each other in stunned silence. Who would bear the responsibility for this? Yundan was the only school without an accompanying instructor. After a brief discussion with the battalion commander in charge of security, they departed the scene. 3 came, 2 left. Such a waste of these children. The battalion commander couldn't help but sigh in sorrow. Yemo sneered coldly inside. He didn't have to die, but who asked him to harbor murderous intent toward me? He even dared to ambush me. Well, that leaves me no choice. If you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Yemo still had that jade artifact in his pocket. Once he returned, he would study it thoroughly. It was a formidable weapon at his current stage. Beyond the koi, he now possessed another trump card. However, this trump card seemed unusable in front of the Qin family. Otherwise, his killing of Qinyi would likely be discovered. That would make things rather complicated. Yemo pondered for a moment, his eyes flickering. He boarded the high-speed train back to Yundan University. Hule immediately headed straight for Class E to find his younger brother. Yemo, meanwhile, returned to his villa. The 3-day trip had indeed left him somewhat exhausted. Nevertheless, he hadn't slacked off in his cultivation. After reporting the situation at the task office, he immediately returned to his dormitory to start feeding the koi meat. The task office was utterly shocked that such a terrifying incident had occurred within the secret realm. They immediately escalated the report through the chain of command. At that very moment, Yungu was on the phone. He had received calls from the presidents of 3 universities today, Shiping, Guiling, and Kunnan. Each expressed their gratitude. Had their students not been present, the Black Serpent scheme might well have succeeded. Not only would the Dark God have been resurrected, but none of these students would have survived. It was entirely thanks to Yemo single-handedly turning the tide that the damage was minimized. Yungu was bursting with pride. He chatted with the caller while putting on airs. Ah, yes. This is Xinqing from our lowest-ranked Class F, haha, his skills are truly formidable. Exactly. I trained them all myself. Let's arrange more exchanges between our 2 schools in the future. Yungu was haggling with the other university presidents and successfully secured several exchange student spots for his school. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have gotten a single exchange student. Other colleges simply refused to engage in academic exchanges with Yundun University, seeing little merit in their institution. But after witnessing Emo's performance, representatives from other institutions couldn't help but nod in quiet admiration. Over the years, Yundun had indeed cultivated a formidable talent, seemingly through unique teaching methods. Perhaps they should learn from this approach, who knows? They might even adapt this model for their own institutions. Just as Yungu was about to breathe a sigh of relief after finalizing the exchange student arrangements, he was immediately inundated with calls from a flood of reporters. He could only scramble to handle them. This secret realm turned out to be incredibly dangerous. Emo single-handedly turned the tide. We need to heavily promote his actions now, announce it as a commendation throughout the entire school. We'll need to handle the media as well. Yungo summoned Yu to the classroom and explained the entire situation. Yu looked utterly bewildered at first, but then his expression turned angry. That kid pulled off something this big without even consulting me. Chapter 39, Farewell, Tiger Complaint. Emo gazed at the empty refrigerator, a smile spreading across his face. He held the last piece of mutated wolf meat in his hand. After feeding it meat for so long, he had finally used up every last piece. The koi's evolution points had also skyrocketed. Evolution points, 6001000. To achieve another breakthrough, he would need to find a new source of mutated beasts. Ding ding ding. Just as Emo finished feeding the koi, the doorbell rang insistently. After descending the stairs and opening the door, two familiar figures stood outside. Li Wanyue and Wan Wei. We heard you've been out on a mission lately. Did you come back with anything special, Boss Yi? Brother Yi, welcome back. Come over to my barbecue stall for some grilled goodies. Yemo's face broke into a smile as he looked at them, then he readily accepted Wan Wei's invitation. They arrived at the family barbecue shop and ate their fill. They ate with great delight. Wan Wei's father didn't charge them a single penny after all. It would have been inappropriate to charge a classmate brought home by his own son. How's your cultivation been going these past few days while I was away? Li Wanyue and Wan Wei immediately perked up, eager to share their progress. My health is now at 1.47. I practice boxing whenever I'm free, and when I get hungry, I immediately eat mutated wolf meat. My cultivation speed is crazy fast. Li Wanyue rubbed her hands together excitedly. It was all thanks to Emo and the others that they could cultivate so rapidly. I'm not far behind. My vitality's at 1.43 now. My method is similar to Sister Yu's. Basically, I cultivate non-stop. Emo nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. At this level of cultivation, no one would stand in their way during the upcoming monthly exam. Before they knew it, the month drew to a close. All three had significantly increased their strength. Emo had been busy with missions lately and hadn't cultivated much, but his cultivation base was already quite high. Nevertheless, he continued to urge his two companions to cultivate diligently. He himself was busy completing various missions to repay his debts. Over the course of a week, he completed no fewer than 10 missions, large and small, earning a substantial amount of points to repay Yu. With the monthly exams approaching, he finally halted his activities. During this very week, television crews had sought to interview him, but Yungu had declined all requests. A hero like him certainly deserved publicity, but the Black Snake faction was undoubtedly investigating the reasons for their mission failure. Widespread publicity would inevitably draw Black Snake's attention to Emo, potentially exposing him to retaliation and even death. Therefore, Yungu intervened to prevent the matter from escalating further. Emo, this is Principal Yungu. Go ahead, our Yundun University has gained fame once more. What reward do you desire? Emo was taken aback when Yungu called. He was surprised the other party had obtained his number. But then again, given his position, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to find out. You're offering rewards for this? Just give me a few million points so I can trade them for something worthwhile. Yungu, who was sipping tea on the other end, nearly choked on his drink upon hearing this. You little brat, can't you make a normal request? Points are fine, but I'll give you a maximum of 2,000 considerate compensation for your contribution to the university. These points can only be exchanged for cultivation resources, not money. After scolding him a couple more times, Yungu hung up the phone in exasperation. If he hadn't been so swamped lately, Yungu would have tracked him down long ago. The reason he was distributing the rewards so late and agreeing to such a high-point request was because he'd heard about Emo borrowing money to enhance his strength. Might as well help the kid pay off this debt. After settling all his debts, Emo still had over 1,300 points left. Looks like I can buy some meat again. Emo felt quite pleased. The mutated wolf meat was only for his own consumption. Those two had consumed less than 500 gene. Once he finished it all, he should be able to become a martial artist. But that wasn't urgent. Is Hu Gao here? Emo arrived at Class E, looked around, and asked aloud. Since he intended to bring his own people into this class, he naturally needed to inquire about its average level. After all, only those who ranked first in the monthly exams and surpassed the class's average could join. Here. From the corner where trash was piled, a chubby figure raised their hand. The figure had been looking rather listless, but upon hearing Yemo's voice, their eyes lit up instantly. I'm here. I'm here. Brother Yi, why did you come looking for me? Yemo exchanged a few polite words before getting straight to the point. How's the average level of Class E lately? What can you guys achieve? Hugao pondered for a moment, probably around 0.89. Everyone's been training pretty diligently lately. Yemo nodded upon hearing this, as it was within his expectations. Just wait. After this monthly exam, we'll come find you in your class. Hugao let out a bitter laugh. You'll only see me for another month at most. After that, I'll be demoted to Class F. Last time, he hadn't attended the monthly exam, so the school had specially calculated an average score for him. By the time he arrived at school, all the students had already formed teams, and not a single one was willing to take him. Going solo on missions meant getting high scores was impossible. This time, not only was his ability the weakest, but he might even end up dead last. This meant he was finished. Coming in last place this time was a certainty. Even after Yemo and the others moved up, he remained dead last. While others were climbing up, he was sliding down. Hugao felt a pang of sadness. After hearing about his current predicament in class, Yemo patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Once we move up, we'll bring you into our squad immediately. Though 4-person teams face tougher missions, we don't care. As long as we're strong enough, nothing can stand in our way. Yemo clenched his fist confidently, a faint smile playing on his lips. After all, Hugao was their friend, and Yemo refused to watch him fall behind. Tiger Gao was instantly moved to tears, and that very night, he hosted a lavish feast for the three of them. Yemo had intended to secure some cultivation resources for Hugao. But upon hearing that the man's monthly living expenses were 500,000 yuan more than his own brother's, his expression darkened instantly. Was raising cattle and sheep that profitable? Just how many cows and sheep did his family have? Chapter 40, Preparations before the monthly exam. Inside the combat training room, Zhang Xiaowei, Zhang Wei, and Li Feng were practicing their coordination. With each successive drill, their coordination rapidly improved. Zhang Wei and Zhang Xiaowei took the front lines, engaging the enemy head-on with maximum force to tie them down. Li Feng maneuvered around the periphery, constantly seeking opportunities to eliminate the enemy. Before them, a sophomore senior bowed slightly, clasping his fists in a gesture of surrender. Though merely a sophomore from Class F, his strength level was 1.73. Far surpassing all three of them by a significant margin. After receiving substantial support from her clan and mastering the earth-splitting technique, Zhang Xiaowei had made remarkable progress. Her current health points had reached 0.92. Of course, the greatest progress among the three wasn't Zhang Xiaowei's, but Li Feng's. His strength had soared from 0.59 at enrollment to 1.52 now. His advancement speed was truly remarkable. Although Li Feng was not favored within the Li family of the capital, he was still a member of the clan, ensuring he had ample access to cultivation resources and techniques. It's said he's been cultivating earth-tier techniques all along. That's why he could advance so rapidly. Compared to these two formidable figures, Zhang Wei's progress was relatively slow, currently only reaching 0.79. It was only by joining forces that the three of them managed to defeat that senior student earlier. Tomorrow is the monthly exam. I'll repay every ounce of that humiliation tenfold. Zhang Xiaowei's eyes blazed with fury. His talent was anything but lacking. He simply disliked cultivation and was perpetually lazy. He relied almost entirely on his natural gifts, constantly consuming various meats to make incremental progress, rarely putting in the effort to cultivate himself. After all, cultivating techniques was grueling work. Even completing a single set of boxing moves left one drenched in sweat. She had always maintained a demure, ladylike image, but now, enraged by Li Wanyue, she practiced the earth-splitting technique relentlessly every single day. With you two leading the charge, I'm covered this time. I can just kick back and relax. Zhang Wei grinned, hands on his hips, his expression utterly carefree. With such formidable teammates, what use was he? It doesn't matter at all, okay. A combat power of 1.52 is now on par with Class C of the first year. It really is only at Class C's level. The gap between the top three classes and the bottom three classes is just too huge. It's like heaven and earth. The top three classes are filled with terrifyingly strong individuals. Not only do they train relentlessly, but they also have access to vast resources and advanced cultivation techniques. It's likely every single one of them could have broken through to martial artist during their first year. The DEF classes, however, are considerably weaker. These classes are primarily for students from slightly affluent or commoner backgrounds. While not exceptionally strong, they could easily crush ordinary classes, leaving them stuck in an awkward middle ground neither here nor there. Initially, it seemed nearly impossible for students from these classes to climb higher. However, since the establishment of the martial arts department, they can now gain substantial cultivation resources by regularly participating in martial arts training. Though their progress still lagged behind the offspring of prominent families, they now possessed a tangible pathway and opportunity for advancement. Over the years, many have risen from these three classes.
Among them was a prodigy who fought his way up from Class F all the way to Class A, hailed at the time as the most gifted student in Yundun University's century-long history. Their captain should be that rather mysterious Emo. Leave him to me. I've already investigated how he managed to take down that martial artist earlier. Li Feng's expression remained as calm as ever. He kicked that martial artist onto the high-speed rail control panel, which happened to be leaking electricity, electrocuting him to death. It wasn't really his doing. After seeing the newspaper report, Li Feng had specifically commissioned an investigation. Only upon receiving this information did he finally feel reassured. He had initially assumed the opponent's strength had surpassed that of a martial artist, which had startled him. How could Class F possibly have such a gifted student? Class A did indeed have individuals whose cultivation had broken through to martial artist level, and some had even advanced to the martial master realm with vitality exceeding 10. But he refused to believe such a brilliantly powerful individual could emerge from Class F. Heh, we've got to relax properly today. Come on, let's go get a massage. It's on me. Tomorrow, we're counting on you two big shots to carry us. Zhang Wei waved the gold card in his hand as he spoke a VIP pass for the massage parlor and foot spa. His two greatest hobbies were foot baths and massages. He'd converted a significant portion of the points earned from quests into cash, all for the sake of occasional relaxation. Look at you, such a loser. Zhang Xiaowei shot him a disapproving look, her face betraying a hint of disgust. Sis Shang, don't slander me. Massages promote blood circulation and break up stagnant blood, which speeds up cultivation. Plus, it's totally legit. Zhang Wei hurriedly defended himself. On the eve of the monthly exam, the three students were soaking their feet in a giant wooden tub filled with medicinal wine at the foot spa. The monthly exam is tomorrow. How prepared are you two? Yimo's face softened into a faint smile. Don't worry, Zhang Xiaowei will never get the upper hand over me. Li Wanyue pumped her little fists in the air, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. Ruan Wei nodded in agreement. I think I might have a chance to take on all three. I'm the weakest among us, let me go first. Ruan Wei's expression turned serious. He was eager for more combat experience. During routine missions, Emo always took the lion's share, going on killing sprees everywhere. Li Wanyue provided support from the sidelines, while he was left picking up scraps from behind. Mostly finishing off the elderly, weak, or injured opponents who were already half dead. This left him feeling his combat experience was somewhat lacking. No problem. You go first, I'll be second, and let Boss Yi close the show. Li Wanyue clapped her hands, and just like that, the order of appearance was happily settled. Don't underestimate them. I hear their captain, Li Feng, is incredibly formidable. Emo said this, but his expression betrayed little concern. He now even harbored the confidence to challenge Class C of the second year. Ha, who could possibly beat you? My dear Boss Yi, my mom made fish soup at home tonight. Why don't you two come over for some? Li Wanyue invited them with a cheerful smile. Let's go. Emo showed no intention of refusing and followed her out. Ruan Wei chuckled and trailed behind. He often treated the pair to barbecue meals. Emo looked after them like an older brother, while the two of them worked hard to improve their skills. The bond between the three grew ever stronger. Hey, little Yi and little Ruan are here. Li Wanyue's mother remained as warm as ever, her gaze toward Emo tinged with admiration. Chapter 41, The Terrifying Class A. Little Yi, what do you think of our yayat? Emo was slurping down fish soup by the spoonful. Li Wanyue's mom, a seasoned fishmonger, certainly knew how to prepare seafood with a unique flair. Today's table wasn't just graced with fish soup, it was laden with an array of sumptuous seafood, all exceptionally delicious. Li Wanyue and Ruan Wei had sold some of the mutated wolf meat to supplement their household income. Though the quantity sold wasn't large, the amount of money earned was substantial. After all, the meat of these mutant wolves came from a relatively powerful type of mutant beast, selling for 700 or 800 yuan per pound. They could easily make over 100,000 yuan from just a few sales. Their family naturally knew the source of this meat. Thus, whenever they treated the trio to a meal, they spared no expense. Take this seafood feast, for instance. Originally, it was just fish soup, but upon hearing the two were coming, they immediately stir-fried crayfish, braised dorsey lobster, glass noodles with scallops, abalone braised pork belly. Each dish was a true showstopper. Just as Emo was enjoying his meal, he suddenly heard Li Wanyue's mother ask. He's doing well, very ambitious. What's the matter? He hadn't yet grasped the meaning behind her words. He simply assumed she was inquiring about her daughter's academic progress at school. Then why don't you become my daughter's husband? The moment those words left her mouth, all three people present simultaneously spit out a mouthful of fish soup. Ruan Wei wore an expression of pure delight, watching the pair with the look of someone enjoying a juicy gossip. Well. She'd come over for a free meal and ended up hearing such earth-shattering gossip. She'd definitely tease them about this forever. Li Wanyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh my goodness. This was so awkward. Who tries to set me up with someone right in front of their own child? And who takes advantage of their friends like this?
Yi Mo, however, was utterly dumbfounded. He had never once viewed Li Wanyue as a girl. Whenever they worked together on missions, he witnessed her raw power, the force behind her punches and kicks. When she casually picked up a rock and hurled it at an enemy, she didn't feel like a girl at all. She was like the Hulk. Yi Mo had never harbored any romantic feelings toward her. Auntie, you're joking. Yi Mo quickly changed the subject. Though Li Wanyue's mother wanted to continue the conversation, she sensed the children's discomfort. So she went along with their wishes and changed the subject. That was the only minor interruption during the meal. Soon, the day of the monthly exam arrived. At the martial arts training ground, only one platform was available for their monthly exam. The strongest Class A used it first, with Class F last. All other classes gathered here to watch the matches. The first to take the stage were the students of Class A. It must be said that Class A students put on a truly spectacular display of combat. While it was initially thought that only a handful among them had broken through to become martial artists, it turned out that nearly half the class possessed such prowess. The other students couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. These kids were terrifying at such a young age. They'd already reached the warrior stage. Their futures were boundless. Two teams stood out even more. Their average health points were actually above 10.0. The battle was fiercer than ever. Their abilities shone brilliantly on stage. The remaining 5 classes watching below erupted in applause and cheers from time to time. The visceral impact of every punch and kick was utterly breathtaking. This is what martial artists are all about. They vowed to reach this level someday. The Academy's arrangement was also meant to motivate the lower-ranked classes to train diligently. Having the top Class A perform was like staging a demonstration. After the exam results were tallied, everyone could leave. Some chose to stay and watch, while others headed straight back to their training grounds. It wasn't until 6 p.m. that Class F finally took the stage. Apart from a few scattered Class C students, no one watched their match. On the bleachers, a chubby kid waved a banner, his face beaming with excitement as he cheered. Yi Mo is the coolest. Li Wanyue is unstoppable. Ruanwei is the best. No need to look, this guy was clearly Hu Gao. How embarrassing. Where did he even get that banner? Li Wanyue pressed her hand to her forehead, her cheeks flushing slightly. Honestly, it was a bit too embarrassing. Trolls thrive on the principle, if I'm not embarrassed, then someone else must be. Ha! Those 3 actually have friends in Class E? That's hilarious. They've really crossed Li Feng's crew this time. I heard Li Feng and his guys even beat up some sophomores the other day. Damn, they're only freshmen and already took down sophomores after just 2 months. Their team's definitely going to win first place this time. Unbelievable. Now I'm curious about their skills. Zhang Xiaowei and Li Wanyue had some beef before, so I'm kinda looking forward to seeing who comes out on top this time. No contest, it's gotta be Zhang Xiaowei. The Zhang family's huge locally. Li Wanyue's just a fishmonger. The entire class was eagerly anticipating the showdown between these two teams. A flicker of fire ignited in Zhang Xiaowei's eyes as she looked at Li Wanyue. Ha ha ha. As Yu Yunyang announced their team's name, Li Wanyue stuck out her tongue at Zhang Xiaowei. The battle format was a round-robin tournament. If Team A won, Team B would send another member to challenge them. Of course, even if a team won, they could choose to forfeit and let a teammate take their place. The first team to defeat the other would claim victory. Oomph. Zhang Xiaowei snorted coldly, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. Their lineup mirrored Yi Mo's team, starting with the weakest member first. Zhang Wei stretched his limbs, then leapt onto the stage. Holy crap! Zhang Wei just jumped that far. He must have at least 0.7 health bars left to pull that off. That intense? If their weakest member, Zhang Wei, is this terrifying, what about the rest? I'm still more excited to see Li Feng take the stage. The gathered students chattered excitedly. Yu kept his head down, engrossed in his phone, paying no attention to the commotion. He already knew the outcome. With a freak on Yi Mo's team, how could Li Feng's team possibly win? The match begins. The referee's command echoed. Zhang Wei wore an arrogant smirk. In his mind, Ruan Wei had always been the bottom-ranked student in the class. Back in the day, no one even wanted to team up with him. To show off, Zhang Wei placed one hand on his hip and stroked his chin with the other, striking an incredibly arrogant pose. Ruan Wei, huh? Just wait till I get my hands on you. Before he could finish, his vision blurred as Ruan Wei vanished instantly before his eyes. At breakneck speed, he ducked low, skimming the ground as he charged toward Zhang Wei. Holy! Before Zhang Wei could finish his threat, he swung his fist to meet her attack. Thud! Zhang Wei's fist swept past Ruan Wei's cheek. Just as it was about to make contact, Ruan Wei deftly tilted her head to the side and dodged it. Too slow. Ruan Wei's voice echoed, filling Zhang Wei's eyes with terror. Chapter 42, The Cunning Zhang Xiaowei. You. Zhang Wei didn't even get a chance to speak. He felt a brutal blow to his abdomen, sending him flying through the air. Immediately after, Ruan Wei launched a frenzied barrage of attacks around him at blinding speed. Suspended in midair, Zhang Wei couldn't even raise a hand to fight back, forced to endure the assault passively. He clutched his head, desperately trying to defend himself. Ruanwei's relentless barrage, like a torrential downpour, showed no intention of letting him land. Zhang Wei bounced around the ring like a soccer ball, unable to find solid ground. After tormenting him for a full 3 minutes, Ruanwei finally kicked him off the stage with a single blow. Guess that's what happens when villains talk too much.
Ruanwei shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Wei, whose face was now swollen and bruised beyond recognition. Zhang Wei sat below the stage, his face a mess of bruises and swelling. He couldn't tell if it was snot or tears smeared across his face, just a sticky, gooey mess.
Wah! How could he be so fierce?
Zhang Wei had assumed he could at least replace Ruanwei and wear down Li Wanyue in the process. But he never expected to be beaten into submission at first contact, flying through the air without even touching the ground. Unless the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, such a feat would be impossible.
Yu Yu's eyes also held a look of surprise as he admired Ruanwei.
The members of their squad were improving at an astonishing pace.
For a moment, Yu Yu felt a pang of envy.
If only he could have joined such a team back in his school days, it would have been a truly fortunate thing. Yu Yu was well aware that Yemo had allocated substantial resources to the two of them. She had intended to call Yemo foolish, but when the latter revealed his current health points, she froze in shock. After just this short time apart, Yemo's health bar had surged to nearly 20.
What a terrifying cultivation speed. Even the top student in Class A couldn't match that. How did he get so strong?
Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He could tell the other's progress was rapid.
He was already closing in on his own level. His life points were probably around 1.5. Sigh, it seems only I can handle him.
Li Feng never imagined that Ruanwei, once the most unremarkable among them, had grown so powerful.
He was probably the strongest member of their group. What kind of extraordinary encounter did this guy have to achieve such rapid growth in such a short time?
After a moment's thought, Li Feng decided not to alter the order of their appearance.
I see.
They must have put their strongest fighter first.
The other two probably aren't as good as him. Stick to the original plan. You go up and fight him. Even if you can't beat him, I've got your back. I'll just take them all on at once.
Li Feng's words acted like a reassuring pill.
Zhang Shelwei nodded and leaped onto the stage.
Zhang Shelwei showed no complacency, immediately drawing her weapons, a pair of steel whips.
Earlier, Zhang Wei had been defeated before even drawing his weapon. Come on.
Zhang Shelwei whipped the chains with force, filling the air with a sharp crackling sound.
You win. Ruanwei showed no intention of drawing a weapon.
Instead, he unleashed his utmost speed once more, charging straight at her.
You're asking for it.
Zhang Shelwei flicked her whip rapidly, lashing out at the blur closing in on him at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, she held her other arm out horizontally in front of her, preparing to block the opponent's attack. The moment Ruanwei's body made contact with the whip, he abruptly halted, then gripped it tightly and yanked it back with all his might. Zhang Shelwei lacked sufficient strength. Although Ruanwei belonged to the agility class, his strength also increased alongside his health points, though his greatest enhancement remained his speed. Her strength was now around 1.0. Naturally, Zhang Shelwei was no match for him. After being pulled back by a hunter slash, she knew letting go would prevent him from dragging her along. But she refused to abandon her weapon, clutching the whip tightly.
Ruanwei, why don't you step down and let me take over? I want to hammer her.
Just as Ruanwei was about to strike, Li Wanyue's voice reached his ear. He decisively flung her away, sending her crashing heavily onto the stage. Zhang Shelwei scrambled to her feet, her eyes fixed intently on the opponent's figure.
I forfeit. Ruanwei surrendered without hesitation.
He had intended to test his skills, but his opponent was simply too weak. Not even a single strength-based move could match the power of his agility-based techniques.
What was the point of continuing? How could this possibly serve as training? Better to let Li Wanyue take her revenge.
Li Wanyue chuckled darkly as she leapt onto the stage, then extended her claws like a little demon.
Zhang Shelwei. Who'd have thought a month apart would widen our gap this much? You useless piece of trash. Li Wanyue didn't hold back her taunts, launching into verbal jabs the moment she stepped onto the stage.
Zhang Shelwei glared at Li Wanyue through gritted teeth. Then, recalling what Li Feng had said earlier, she suddenly felt a surge of confidence. They must have put their strongest fighter first. Now that their strongest fighter was so arrogant, he had actually surrendered. Then the stage was hers. Today, she would redeem herself.
Oomph. You know what? To me, you're nothing but a tiny boat facing a raging storm. I'm actually curious, how's your mother's fish stall holding up these days?
Li Wanyue's expression hardened slightly at those words. Lately, troublemakers had been showing up daily, all sorts of thugs. Seeing the change in her expression, Zhang Shelwei grew even more arrogant.
This is what happens when you cross the Zhang family. Your mother should be out at sea today. With waves this high, capsizing seems only natural.
The weather was indeed terrible today, with rain pouring outside. Hearing these words, Li Wanyue felt a chill run through her heart.
Her eyes instantly turned bloodshot, flaring with rage. What did you do to my mother?
Li Wanyue nearly roared the words.
Ha 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 ha.
Nothing more than bribing a few people to push her overboard when the waves were at their worst.
Zhang Xiaowei laughed like a demon. Yu Yu's expression grew icy. Zhang Xiaowei doing this to a classmate. Is this how your family raised you? To be honest, even she couldn't stomach it. After suffering a slight insult, she actually mobilized her family's influence to target a classmate from a poor background. Such people were utterly disgusting. What? You think you can control what happens inside the school gates? Do you really think you can control what happens outside them too? Zhang Xiaowei didn't give you the time of day. Yu narrowed his eyes, a faint glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Heh, don't you know what level my strength is at? Yu radiated a cold, murderous aura. Your words just now were an insult to me, weren't they? Back in class, Li Wanyue insulted you, so you targeted her family. Now you've insulted me, does that mean I can take action against you too? Yu radiated an extremely chilling aura of murderous intent, causing the surrounding air to visibly freeze several degrees. Countless metallic elements in the air began to coalesce, forming sharp spikes that pointed toward Zhang Xiaowei, whose face had turned deathly pale. Chapter 43 Disable Zhang Xiaowei. You're a teacher. If you lay a hand on a student, do you want to lose your job? And the law won't let you off either. Zhang Xiaowei's face drained of color. She dared not breathe, hoping these words would intimidate Yu. Teacher, I need to take a leave of absence. Li Wanyue leapt off the stage with a look of urgency, then sprinted toward the harbor. Yimo immediately signaled to Ruan Wei, who followed after her. Teacher, don't waste time. I'll take care of her, then I'll request leave. Yimo's voice carried an icy chill as he slowly fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaowei atop the stage. Upon hearing this, Yu silently withdrew his metallic abilities, then stood aside with a cold snort. Only then did Zhang Xiaowei slowly exhale in relief, her expression growing increasingly brazen. How could you do such a thing? At these words, Yimo showed a hint of surprise. The speaker was none other than Li Feng, who frowned and shot Zhang Xiaowei a displeased look. The other party hadn't even bothered to inform him about this matter. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Xiaowei shook her head, then fixed her gaze on Yimo. You still want to avenge Li Wanyue? Don't be ridiculous. I'll tell you straight. Just as Zhang Xiaowei opened her mouth to declare her withdrawal. But the next moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped her. The sheer intensity made her teeth chatter uncontrollably, leaving her utterly speechless. Not until the referee waved his hand to signal the start of the match. Snap. Crack. Yimo cracked his knuckles, producing an eerie sound. Then, step by step, he walked up to Zhang Xiaowei. My apologies. Zhang Xiaowei stood frozen like a statue. Yimo slowly placed his hand on her arm. A sharp crack echoed instantly. In an instant, Zhang Xiaowei's arm snapped. She gritted her teeth, hissing through clenched lips. It was clear just how much pain she was in. Yimo showed no sign of letting up. He swiftly crippled all four of Zhang Xiaowei's limbs before clamping his hand around her throat. Do you know? With just a little pressure, your neck will snap. But I'll spare you. I won't kill you. Yimo's voice was as cold as ice, and tears streamed uncontrollably down Zhang Xiaowei's face. She felt the overwhelming threat of impending death. When Li Wanyue returns, he'll kill you with his own hands. After speaking, Yimo slammed a vicious punch into Zhang Xiaowei's chest. Zhang Xiaowei slammed into the wall like a cannonball. Her chest caved in severely, every rib shattered. Her internal organs were lacerated, yet miraculously, her life remained unthreatened. Gasping for air, she coughed up blood before losing consciousness. Every student in the venue was stunned by the scene before them. Many of them had completed missions before, but rarely experienced life or death combat. Most tasks involved assisting police in crime-fighting operations, and often required little direct action from them. But the bloodshed before them was real. Holy, he's ruthless. How dare he do this to Zhang Xiaowei? Her family's business employs bodyguards that include martial artists. Doesn't he fear retaliation? Yimo then fixed his gaze on Li Feng. Surrender now. Don't make me do it. Yimo's body was wrapped in thunder and lightning, bathing him like a thunder god. Li Feng's eyes widened involuntarily, then broke into an excited grin. I never expected you to be an early awakener too. A deep blue energy surged around Li Feng. With a whooshing wind, a whirlwind erupted beneath him, sweeping him onto the stage. I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. As soon as the referee called begin, Yimo appeared behind Li Feng in the blink of an eye, his fist swirling with a torrent of lightning. Li Feng felt as though he'd been plunged into an ice cave, unable to react at all. Yimo's fist shot out suddenly, but a figure abruptly landed behind Li Feng, blocking the blow for him. The fist struck the palm, yet the opponent merely stepped back half a pace with a calm demeanor, effortlessly neutralizing the entire force of the blow. Li Feng concedes. This round is yours. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. An aura radiating from him proved no weaker than Yimo's. This man was also a martial artist, likely around level 20 in strength. I surrender. Li Feng hurriedly declared his surrender. Li Sanpao, his covert bodyguard, had been forced into action by the opponent's single punch. This man's strength was likely also at the martial artist level. Why was he so strong when they were all students from Class F? Could it be that he possesses a heaven-tier cultivation technique? Teacher, I'd like to request leave as well. With the midterm exams concluded, Emo needed to hurry over to check on Li Wanyue's situation. The best outcome would be that those people hadn't acted yet. Otherwise, Li Wanyue would lose her mother. Emo hurried to the harbor. After inquiring around, he learned that Li Wanyue and Ruan Wei had already chartered a small boat to set sail. The sea was still quite rough now. He didn't know if they'd make it back safely. Can you track their boat? The officer nodded. Why do you ask? Do you need to track them? Give me a way to track them. The manager eyed him suspiciously. Why should I give it to you? Yemo's body was wrapped in lightning. Refuse, and you die. A lightning spear materialized in his hand. Startled, the supervisor scrambled within the booth, hastily pulling out a black device resembling a phone. He quickly set the coordinates for 2 ships and handed it to Emo. One light dot was rapidly moving toward another. That must be Li Wanyue's ship. Emo snatched the locator, his wings suddenly unfurling as he soared straight toward the ocean's depths. A fishing boat was illuminated by lights. There appeared to be about 7 people on board. 4 men were hauling in a net filled with a bountiful catch of fish, shrimp, and crabs. A woman crouched nearby, sorting through the catch. Tired? Have some water. A man wearing gloves handed her a bottle of water. The boss's wife smiled gratefully, took it, and drank deeply. She didn't want to go out to sea in such bad weather either, but the rougher the waves, the higher the prices for seafood. Business at the fish stall had been sluggish lately, with customers complaining every other day, leaving her utterly exhausted. So she had no choice but to risk going out to sea under these conditions, hoping to make a little extra money. Today's haul alone had earned her over 1,000 yuan from the boat owner. What she didn't know was that all of this had been arranged by the Zhang family. Chapter 44, Ruthless and Decisive. The rain grew heavier, the deep sea as black as ink, like an abyss. The boat began to rock violently. The men on board exchanged glances, seemingly deciding the moment was ripe. They slowly approached the proprietress. Completely unaware of the danger behind her, she continued sorting the fish, shrimp, and crabs on deck. Just as they were about to act, a signal was given, and the ship's lights abruptly went out. Oh no! They're going to attack. Li Wanyue steered the boat, faintly discerning lights ahead. But the lights vanished abruptly. Could this mean they were about to attack? Li Wanyue's heart burned with anxiety as she revved the engine to accelerate forward. What she didn't notice was a figure streaking across the sky, overtaking them like a shooting star. Emo arrived above the small boat just in time to witness the scene of the landlady and several men struggling. The men hoisted Li Wanyue's mother onto their shoulders. Even though she struggled fiercely, she couldn't resist against so many people. They carried the landlady by her limbs, heading toward the boat's edge. Let me go! Let me go! Li Wanyue's mother struggled desperately, but the men showed no sign of letting go. Sorry, sis. Once you're dead, we'll get 500,000. We'll take care of your daughter for you. Several men spoke while flashing lecherous grins. Then they made a move to throw her into the sea. Let go! A furious roar echoed through the air, followed by a figure materializing on the deck. Heavy raindrops pelted the figure, yet they bounced off as if striking a protective shield. Who's there? The men were startled by the sudden intruder. How could someone fly through the air like that? You dare attempt murder outright? You lot have some nerve. Emo lunged forward in a single stride, effortlessly shoving one of the men into the sea with a light push. The man didn't even have time to scream before being swallowed by the waves. Next, another man was kicked off the boat. They plunged into the sea without even struggling. Their cries were cut short as the surging waves violently slammed them into the depths below. In such stormy seas, falling overboard meant certain death. Seeing this, the others immediately set the landlady down, grabbed their weapons, and watched Emo nervously. Emo helped Li Wanyue's mother to her feet. Auntie, are you alright? The landlady trembled violently. Recalling the terrifying ordeal, she couldn't help but burst into tears, hiding behind Emo. All of you saw me kill someone, didn't you? Emo was like a venomous snake, flickering his tongue as if poised to strike at any moment. No, they fell on their own. We didn't see anything. Please don't kill us. That's right. They fell on their own. It has nothing to do with you. Rest assured, we'll keep our mouths shut. We won't breathe a word about this. The men scrambled to declare their innocence, terrified of being pushed into the sea. The fact that this kid could fly through the air proved he was some kind of martial artist or powerful being. Dealing with them would be child's play. Sorry, but I don't buy your story. The only ones who can keep secrets forever are the dead. Emo flashed a chilling smile, his face appearing eerily pale under the glare of the men's flashlights. In the next instant, several feathers shot out, striking the men squarely in the chest. Before they could react, they instantly froze into ice sculptures. Like ice crystal sculptures. Emo stepped forward, gave them a gentle push, and tossed them into the sea. Oh, right. They turned off the lights over here just now. There should be someone in the cabin too, right?
Yemo muttered to himself as he walked toward the cabin, kicking open the tightly sealed door. A bearded man, trembling, crouched beneath the control console, a hunting rifle in hand, aimed the barrel at Yemo.
"Don't come any closer. I have a gun.
If you take another step, I'll shoot you dead." The man was visibly nervous, his gun-wielding hand shaking uncontrollably. He was the one who turned off the lights earlier, the captain of this ship.
Killing Li Wanyue's mother would net him a huge sum of money. Die.
Yemo flicked the feather again without a flicker of emotion, sending it straight through the barrel to pierce the man's shoulder.
The man watched in astonishment as he turned into an ice sculpture.
Just as he finished this, a thud suddenly echoed across the deck.
Yemo stepped out of the cabin, only to be met head-on by a fist. He caught it effortlessly. The attacker followed up with a swift knee strike, swift and precise. "It's me." Yemo spoke slowly, shining a beam of light from his flashlight onto his own face.
Li Wanyue pulled her fist back in surprise. The moment she boarded the ship, she had seen her mother wiping tears on the deck. Enraged, she had stormed toward the cabin, intent on taking revenge on the people aboard.
"Mr. Yi, how did you get here before us?"
Li Wanyue was puzzled, but then she recalled his ability to fly and understood.
Yemo deftly tossed the ice sculpture lying on the ground into the sea. "What about the others on this ship?" Yemo nodded. "How's Auntie? Is she okay?" Ruan Wei's voice came from the other boat. Yemo kicked the hull violently, puncturing it. Water rushed in rapidly. "Take your mother and leave.
Only if this boat sinks and everyone on it dies will it not draw attention from others." After speaking, Yemo headed straight for the boat they had rented.
Li Wanyue, holding her mother close, followed closely behind.
The three hurriedly steered the boat back to the harbor and returned it.
"Xiao Yi, won't this get you involved? Won't the police trace it back to you?"
The landlady seemed still shaken, her fear palpable, dreading that the police might uncover the murder.
"What are they going to investigate? A boat springs a leak in the middle of the ocean and sinks. What does that have to do with me?" Yemo smiled but said nothing. The landlady quickly caught on, nodding repeatedly. Right. It was the boat that sank. It has nothing to do with you." Yemo asked Li Wanyue to accompany his mother. Ruan Wei returned to the academy. Yemo boarded a flight bound for the northwest. He had previously needed a supplementary material to cultivate the immortal spring body, 1,000-year-old timber. No matter how hard he searched, it seemed only one place could yield such a thing. A desert divine tree planted, it lived for 1,000 years without dying after death, it stood for 1,000 years without falling, and after falling, it remained uncorrupted for another 1,000 years. This was the desert poplar, found only in the northwest. Though this slogan was merely legend, it wasn't impossible for poplars to live for millennia. Presently, the only 1,000-year-old would likely to be found on Blue Star was probably the poplar. Chapter 45, Pet Function Unlocked. The plane touched down swiftly. Yemo then transferred to a train and a bus, finally arriving at a desert expanse 3 full days later. Rumor had it that 200 li beyond this small town lay an ancient poplar forest. There, he should find what he sought. "Young man, why are you inquiring about that poplar forest?" An elderly villager stopped Yemo. "Old man, I just want to go see the poplar trees over there." Yemo smiled, keeping his true intentions to himself. The old man shook his head repeatedly. "There are monsters there. Don't go near it, it's extremely dangerous. 20 years ago, an expedition team went in there, and they never came back." The old man had been a middle-aged man back then, personally guiding them on their journey. But the moment he saw that dark shadow dart out, the scene of blood splattering everywhere was still etched in his mind. "Don't worry, old man. I'll be fine." Yemo patted the hand resting on his shoulder, then walked toward the direction the old man had pointed. What a sin! What a sin! I should never have told him about this. The old man shook his head helplessly. He had wanted to stop him, but Yemo was determined to go. Yemo walked for a long time, finally reaching the poplar forest after nightfall. The poplars here weren't very tall, but they were numerous. And astonishingly, nestled within this grove was a spring, a veritable oasis in the midst of the forest. Yemo approached and gently stroked a poplar tree. The system began its assessment. 250-year-old poplar trees do not meet requirements. 666-year-old poplar tree does not meet requirements. Yemo ran his hand over several poplars, but none met the requirements. Just as he prepared to venture deeper into the poplar forest, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. But when he turned around, he saw nothing. Why isn't that thing making a move? Yemo was well aware of his own perceptive abilities. Something had definitely been watching him just now. But if it didn't make a move, rushing in recklessly might alert it. If it sensed he was stronger and fled, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? He intended to engage in a proper fight with it. Defeating it would yield a substantial amount of mutated beast meat. A faint sense of anticipation stirred within Yemo. After venturing deeper for quite some time, Yemo noticed the poplar trees ahead growing increasingly ancient. Their age gradually increased from over 600 years to over 800 years. It seemed the further he went, the older the poplars became. As Yemo pressed deeper, he gradually began to spot animal traces.
There were snakes and scorpions, while vultures and crows perched on the treetops. The scene appeared somewhat desolate. Even the poplar forest's ecosystem seemed quite robust, attracting numerous animals to make their homes here.
Yemo finally spotted a poplar tree, one that was over 1,000 years old. Perfect, this is the one.
Yemo reached out, about to begin absorbing its essence, when a sudden whistling sound tore through the air behind him.
Yemo rolled aside to dodge, only to see a snow-white wolf standing behind him. Holy crap, what the hell is that? Yemo rose to his feet in surprise, staring at the white wolf before him. Roar! The white wolf let out a deep growl, licking its tongue as if viewing Yemo as its prey.
The wolf appeared quite old, with visible wounds on its body.
Yet, it still carried a faint aura of a wolf king. You wouldn't happen to be a former wolf king driven out of the pack, would you? Yemo muttered under his breath, but unexpectedly, the wolf heard him. The wolf reacted instantly, baring its teeth and glaring at Yemo. Oh ho, getting angry? Looks like you really are. Yemo's eyes darted around. This creature seemed to be in a good mood. Another pack of mutant wolves. If he could take them back, he'd probably get a lot of meat. Yemo rubbed his hands together excitedly. Haha, let's make a deal. You lead me to the pack that abandoned you, and I'll help you get revenge.
As he spoke, Yemo tossed out a quick-cooking chicken drumstick. The white wolf caught the scent of meat and perked up instantly. Sniffing it carefully with its nose to confirm it was safe, it then devoured it with gusto. In just a few bites, it devoured the entire drumstick.
It licked its lips contentedly. Then it rose again, fixing its gaze on Yemo. Yemo tossed out several more chicken legs. He gave the wolf every last piece he had on him.
The white wolf devoured his food at an astonishing pace, treating even chicken bones as delicacies. In just a few bites, he had swallowed it all. His gaze, which had been guarded and combative moments ago, now gradually cleared. His tail, which had been held high, began to wag gently.
Holy crap, did I just tame this thing like a dog? Yemo silently cursed under his breath. The wolf showed no sign of aggression.
Instead, it pointed at the scraps on the ground, signaling for more.
You actually understand me? Pretty smart for a wolf.
Yemo rummaged through his backpack, finding only a few egg yolk pastries left.
Do you eat this stuff? He unwrapped one and tossed it toward the white wolf.
The white wolf sniffed it, then stuck out its tongue to lick it.
It opened its mouth and took a bite. His eyes suddenly widened, as if saying, how can this be so delicious?
He swallowed it whole, stretched lazily with obvious delight, then scratched his neck with his hind paw.
Wolves are notoriously wary creatures. They would never display such relaxed behavior in front of prey or rivals. The wolf belched contentedly, lowered its guard, wagged its tail, and walked up to Yemo. You're such a glutton. A few chicken legs and an egg tart bought you off. So, what do you think about my earlier proposal?
The white wolf pondered for a moment, then extended its paw, holding up 3 fingers before pointing at the egg tart packaging.
You want 3 of these, then take me to a pack of your kind?
The white wolf nodded, narrowing its eyes with a flattering expression. Congratulations, host, on taming a wild mutant wolf.
Pet cultivation system activated. White wolf can now be added to the pet system. Confirm addition? A new ability actually popped up? Yemo stroked his chin, then decisively chose to add it.
A flash of light appeared, revealing a panel before him.
It clearly displayed the wolf's details. Species, mutant white wolf. Age, 18. Remaining lifespan, 3. Health points, 19. Loyalty, 60%. Note, once loyalty reaches 100%, it will never decrease again. The pet is willing to sacrifice its life for the host. Note, current loyalty is 60%.
If encountering danger, it will flee without regard for the host's safety.
Chapter 46, Unleashing its Power. This new system did spark a sense of novelty in Yemo. It seemed he hadn't fully explored all its functions yet.
You look like a pretty likable fellow, acting all loyal and devoted.
Who'd have thought you'd turn tail and run at the first sign of danger? Yemo crouched down and patted the white wolf's head.
Then he pulled out several egg yolk pies.
After the white wolf devoured them all, the system's voice chimed in.
Loyalty increased to 61%. You only increase a little after eating so much from me.
You're so annoying.
The white wolf stuck out its tongue, its eyes clear and innocent, looking thoroughly tamed. All traces of its earlier wariness vanished.
Yemo placed his hand on the poplar tree and swiftly absorbed it, converting its essence into his own energy. Congratulations, host. All cultivation materials have been gathered.
The immortal evergreen physique cultivation has officially commenced.
Detected host's autonomous cultivation of first heaven tier technique. Technique attributes activated. Note, utilizing PowerPoints can increase the technique's completion rate.
The higher the completion rate, the greater the power unleashed. Techniques, Yun Family Fist Yellow Grade, Mid-Tier Immortal Evergreen Physique Heavenly Grade, Mid-Tier.
Yun Family Fist Completion, 20%.
Immortal Evergreen Physique Completion, 0%.
Yemo commanded the system to allocate 1 power point to the Immortal Evergreen Physique. Power consumed. Current immortal spring body completion, 1%. Yemo was slightly startled. A single point of strength had only yielded 1% completion.
To fully cultivate the immortal spring body, one must expend 100 points of strength.
Yemo couldn't help but inwardly gasp.
This thing was incredibly difficult to improve. He then turned his attention to the Yun family fist. Let me see what happens if I pour my remaining 1% into this. Yemo had formed a hypothesis. Heaven tier techniques were rare and consumed vast resources. Practicing a yellow tier technique like the Yun family fist should be considerably less arduous.
Current completion of Yun family fist, 30%.
Just as he pondered the progression, the system directly displayed the stat boost details. Heaven tier technique, 10 strength points increase by 10%.
Earth tier cultivation technique, 10 strength points increase by 20%.
Mystic tier martial arts, 10 strength points increase by 33%. Yellow tier techniques, 10 strength points increase by 100%. So that's how it works.
Yemo nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of realization crossing his mind.
Instantly, the immortal spring body technique began to circulate within him. A faint green glow began to emanate from his skin. In that instant, he felt his recovery abilities surge significantly.
Yemo used a small knife to make a tiny cut on his skin.
To his surprise, the wound began to slowly close. Within 10 minutes, it was completely healed. Holy, just 2% is this powerful?
Yemo couldn't help but inwardly marvel.
Truly worthy of a heaven tier technique, it was incredibly powerful. If he could just get this technique to 100% completion as soon as possible, even if his entire body was blown to bits and only his head remained, he could probably recover to normal at an incredible speed. It seemed the most pressing task now was to devour more mutated beast flesh, gaining more power points to enhance his strength.
Alright, take me to your companions. I bet they've got plenty of meat. Yemo licked his lips as a plump koi fish emerged from the hood on his back. Guided by the white wolf, Yemo soon arrived at a plain west of the poplar forest.
They crouched behind a barren hillock. Sure enough, the sound of a fierce struggle reached their ears from ahead.
A pack of wolves surrounded a rhinoceros, locked in fierce combat.
The rhino was as large as a heavy-duty truck. No need to look, this thing was clearly a mutated creature too.
The aura emanating from the rhino even made Yemo feel a hint of fear. Its health points were likely over 30. It was definitely not something Yemo could handle right now.
Yemo licked his lips. A rhino this size must yield a substantial amount of meat. Over 100 wolves now surrounded the rhino, far more than the pack they'd encountered in the mountains earlier. These wolves must be starving, otherwise they wouldn't dare attack such a massive rhino. Even their alpha wolf's combat power only fluctuated around 25 HP at most. The entire pack was formidable, with even the weakest members possessing at least warrior-level strength.
Thankfully, we spotted these beasts early.
Once they run out of wild game, they'll likely start attacking humans.
Yemo murmured.
He now planned to sit back and watch the battle unfold. The rhino was naturally stronger than the wolf pack, but the wolves had the advantage of numbers. If it came down to a war of attrition, perhaps he could take down the rhino at a certain cost. All he needed to do now was hold his position and wait for both sides to weaken themselves. Then he could reap the benefits as the third party.
A
majestic wolf king, his coat gleaming with oil, stood atop the hill. With a piercing howl, the entire pack began to encircle the rhinoceros at the center.
Snort! Snort!
The rhinoceros seemed to sense the danger, its right front hoof scraping the ground repeatedly, kicking up clouds of dust.
Its nostrils flared as it glared fiercely at the approaching pack. TSK, can't keep both ends covered. That was Yemo's assessment of the rhino. Though massive in size and possessing tremendous strength, it was simply outnumbered against such a pack of wolves.
Its only means of attack was to charge with its sharp horn or trample with its thick legs. But no matter what, it could only defend against the wolves directly in front of it. The wolves behind it were beyond its reach. Sure enough, the wolves were clever. Recognizing this weakness, they launched a direct ambush. As the rhino stared intently ahead, a wolf suddenly leaped onto his back and sank its teeth into him. The rhino jerked violently, yet his thick hide remained unbroken. He flung the wolf to the ground. Just as he was about to stomp on it, the wolf proved remarkably agile. It rolled on the spot, scrambled to its feet, and fled swiftly into the distance. As the rhino prepared to pursue, a dull ache suddenly surfaced on his back. Another wolf had latched onto his back. Still, it failed to breach his defenses. Several pale marks now marred his thick hide. It seemed that with a few more such attacks, his defenses might finally break. Though these mutated creatures possessed some intelligence, it was limited. The rhino was trapped in an encirclement. If he charged full force in one direction now, there might still be a chance to break free.
But standing his ground and holding out here was nothing short of suicide. Just as Yemo wondered why the rhino didn't flee, his attention was suddenly drawn to a small cave behind it. 3 pairs of gleaming eyes peered out from within.
So there are 3 cubs after all. Yemo narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. If I raised a few mutant beasts and unleashed them during a fight, that'd be pretty impressive.
Chapter 47, Reaping the Benefits. So there are 3 cubs after all. Yemo narrowed his eyes, revealing an almost imperceptible smile. If he acted now, the rhinos would surely join forces to drive the wolf pack away. But doing so would mean missing a huge opportunity. He might not get many of the wolves' carcasses. If he held back, he could quietly watch the rhinos and wolves destroy each other. Once the wolves defeated the rhinos or the rhinos defeated the wolves, he would clean up the battlefield. Both the rhinos and the wolves would fall into his hands. The 3 remaining young rhinos could also be claimed as pets. That would be a splendid outcome. A hint of greed flashed across Yemo's face. He wasn't a good person. He couldn't possibly feel a surge of maternal instinct just because the rhino was protecting its young. Survival of the fittest. This had always been the law of survival in the natural world. Even in this era overrun by mutant creatures, humanity still stood at the apex of the food chain. Given that, he saw no reason to aid this rhino. By doing nothing, he stood to gain far greater profits. These 3 baby rhinos were an unexpected development. He could harvest them as pets and bring them back to raise as his own, a rather splendid prospect. Yemo chuckled greedily. The white wolf gave him a blank stare before stretching its hind leg to scratch its neck. It narrowed its eyes, feigning sleep as it watched ahead. Seeing the wolf pack that had once ruthlessly cast him out now facing grave peril stirred not a flicker of emotion in the white wolf. Given the chance, it might even sneak back to prey on the pack's young. Wolves were cold-blooded creatures, yet fiercely loyal. Treat them well, and they treat you well. As long as your bond was strong enough, they wouldn't harm you. But if your bond is merely casual, once hunger strikes, you become its sole backup meal. Soon the pack sprang into action again. This time, several wolves pounced simultaneously. A massive wound appeared on the rhino's back. One wolf emitted flames, instantly roasting the rhino in agonizing pain. A warm, earthy glow emanated from his body. Immediately, an earthen wall formed behind the rhino. The rhino pressed its back tightly against the wall, ensuring the pack couldn't attack its rear for the time being. The wolf seemed to sense this and swiftly launched a fierce assault on the earthen wall. In an instant, a barrage of various skills and techniques rained down upon it. This battle raged on for 3 full days. Yemo left for a while to hunt. He needed to eat too. He caught 2 pheasants and a rabbit, feasting on them. He left only Jeanly behind to observe the scene. By this point, both the wolves and the rhino had reached their physical limits. Numerous wolf corpses littered the ground. These wolves had been ambushing their prey but failed to evade in time, instantly killed by the rhinos. The wolf pack had now lost 1/5 of its members. The rhino was covered in wounds, blood streaming down in copious amounts. His eyes were now slightly lowered, appearing to be on the verge of death. It likely won't be long before the pack finishes it off. Oh whoa! Seeing that the rhino was nearly spent, the alpha wolf now prepared to strike personally. For the past 3 days, he had not lifted a finger. He had been waiting for this moment. The wolf king advanced, charging toward the rhino at breakneck speed. The rhino tensed instantly, stomping its right foot hard against the ground. Spikes of earth shot up from the ground, attempting to halt the wolf king's advance. But the wolf king leapt upward, his entire body suddenly radiating a golden glow. His fur instantly appeared as if plated in gold, and the earth spikes shattered upon contact. This ability did not slow the wolf king in the slightest. The rhino charged forward with all its might, aiming its horn squarely at the wolf king's body. The wolf king flipped mid-air. Like a front flip, it landed directly above the rhino and delivered a vicious swipe with its claw. The rhino's back was instantly covered in blood once more. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. The surrounding pack, sensing the scent of blood, grew frenzied once more. Each wolf's eyes glowed crimson as they slowly closed in on the rhino, preparing to follow their leader in delivering the final, fatal blow. Roar! The rhino let out a deep roar, its eyes flashing with resolve. Under the wolf king's command, the pack charged once more. Every remaining wolf charged toward the rhino at breakneck speed, preparing to finish it off in one fell swoop. The rhino summoned every ounce of its strength, stomping the ground with all its might. A barrage of earth spikes erupted from the ground. Many wolves had their abdomens instantly pierced. The weaker ones suffered heavy casualties. Even the slightly stronger ones suffered, writhing desperately on the ground. Blood flowed freely from his mouth. This single strike alone took down nearly 40 wolves. This was the rhino's final attack before dying. He had no strength left for anything else. His body slowly went limp, then collapsed to his knees, lifeless. His neck was torn open, and the wolf king's golden fur was stained with blood. The crimson-gold contrast looked especially terrifying. Oh whoa! The wolf king let out a howl and swiftly began to feast. The other wolves, still alive, were filled with excitement. Yet they dared not overstep their bounds by eating alongside the king. They could only wait quietly until he had finished before preparing to eat themselves. That fierce blow had wounded the wolf king too. A faint red swelling appeared on his belly. Inside, a rib must have snapped. The rhino hated this wolf king most of all. It was he who had led his pack to ambush the rhino. The rhino had given him special attention, delivering the most devastating blow. Even if it couldn't finish him off, it would make him suffer.
Just as the Wolf King was eating to replenish his strength, a flash of blue light suddenly darted through the shadows. The Wolf King snapped alert, his ears instantly pricking up. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. A feather pierced straight into his eye, causing a mass of ice crystals to freeze solid in that instant. The feather instantly pierced half of the Wolf King's face before exploding. When the smoke cleared, the Wolf King lay limp on the ground, barely clinging to life. His face was extensively damaged, with even part of his brain exposed. Guillermo pressed his advantage, flinging countless feathers at lightning speed. Without exception, every feather pierced through all the wolves. In the blink of an eye, no living creature remained on the field. Only 3 baby rhinos, peering cautiously from their cave, whimpered in constant lament. Witnessing their mother's death, they wept, overcome by unbearable grief. Only after confirming every wolf was dead did they cautiously approach their mother's side, weeping bitterly. Chapter 48, Rapid Advancement. Guillermo placed his hand on the heads of the 3 baby rhinos, swiftly adding them to his pet roster. Their loyalty was astonishingly high at 80%. Guillermo's slightly surprised gaze met the young rhino's eyes. Their gaze seemed to say, Guillermo had avenged their mother. So that's why. No wonder their loyalty was so high from the start. Guillermo happily picked up the 3 baby rhinos. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. He had a pet space, but it could only hold 3 pets. Now he had 4. After pondering for a moment, Guillermo tossed the rhinos inside. Then his gaze fell upon the white wolf. The white wolf was currently chewing on chunks of rhinoceros meat, tearing into it with its jaws. Guillermo swiftly summoned the koi, then swiftly dismembered the entire pack of wolves. For the next 5 full days, Guillermo did not leave this place. Due to the arid climate and the exceptional quality of the mutated meat, there was no sign of decay even after such a long period. The koi carp fed incessantly. After a full day of consumption, the koi shuddered violently, then reached its peak. Health 18.92. Strength 4.0. Evolution points 1000. Note, your 4th advancement allows you to obtain up to 2 biological genes. Now was the moment to break through. Guillermo tore off a chunk of rhino meat without hesitation. He then scanned each wolf in the pack one by one, finally settling his gaze on a particularly weak-looking wolf. This wolf possessed only the most basic martial prowess, yet it was a rare light elemental creature. According to the system's description, light-type beings could dispel calamities, bring good fortune to themselves, and perform group healing with remarkable effectiveness. Currently acquired, Earth-type rhino creature genes, light-type wolf creature genes. With a flash of light, the koi suddenly levitated in midair, radiating brilliant golden light. It was important to remember that they were still in the darkness of the suburban night. The golden light instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness, illuminating the entire plain like a miniature sun. Guillermo felt a warm glow envelop his body as the system notification sounded. Breakthrough reward, strength plus 15.0. Skills lightning, advanced, tortoiseshell earth shield, advanced, Kuanping's wings, advanced, extreme cold ice crystal, intermediate, frozen feather arrow, intermediate, sacred bathing, basic. Health 18.92. Strength 19.0. Evolution points 30,000. This breakthrough upgraded only the turtle shell shield among all skills. Moreover, it gained an earth attribute. Guillermo snapped his fingers, and instantly, a shimmering tortoiseshell pattern began to appear on his body and limbs. Unlike before, this time the armor's glow carried a hint of deep yellow. Just like the color of earth. Its defensive power became even more formidable. Guillermo let out a satisfied chuckle. He had already experienced the sacred bathing earlier. That holy light had filled him with a sense of sudden clarity, washing away all traces of fatigue. Awesome! Guillermo's face broke into an excited grin. He immediately commanded the koi to feast voraciously once more. This time, it required a staggering 30,000 evolution points to fill the gauge completely. Guillermo was deeply shocked each breakthrough was exponentially harder than the last. This time was terrifyingly difficult, requiring a staggering 30-fold increase in evolution points. After devouring every wolf and rhinoceros, Guillermo had barely scraped together just over 20,000 evolution points. This process consumed a full 5 days. But the gains were immense. Health 18.92. Strength 256.56. Evolution points 23,756 30,000. Guillermo stared at the staggering amount of power points, his breathing becoming slightly ragged. Damn, this is awesome. I'm a big shot now. First, I'll spend 99 strength points to max out my immortal evergreen physique in Yun Family Fist. Guillermo gave the order, and the system swiftly consumed the points. Current completion of Yun Family Fist, 100%. Current immortal evergreen physique completion, 100%. As the system's notification chime sounded, a surge of power erupted within Guillermo's mind. In that instant, it felt as though he had executed tens of thousands of punches. His body felt as though it had undergone a transformation, radiating an entirely new aura. It could be said that even Yungu now possessed a deeper understanding of the Yun Family Fist than he did. Consumed 107 strength. Congratulations, host, on advancing Yun Family Fist and Immortal Evergreen Physique to 100%.
Strength 149.56.
Yemo felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him, as if his entire being had undergone a profound transformation. He didn't dwell on the remaining strength points, instead rushing back to school by high-speed rail.
Yemo soon appeared at school. Only his appearance was truly eye-catching. He was leading an enormous white dog by the leash. The dog's eyes remained constantly alert, giving off an intimidating aura. Moreover, the tail between its hind legs barely twitched. Many students who happened to be passing by couldn't help but stare in surprise.
Yemo had specifically used the system to shrink the white wolf's size a bit. This made it resemble a dog to some extent. Otherwise, when it was on all fours, it would have reached his shoulders.
That would be equivalent to a 1.8-meter tall person. Where on earth did such a massive dog come from?
This thing was clearly a mutated creature.
Only after using the system's abilities did the white wolf's size shrink to waist height.
Now it barely resembled a large dog.
Yemo brought the white wolf back to the dorm, gave it a quick grooming, and then headed off to his theory class.
Today happened to be Wednesday, when theory classes were scheduled.
Yemo knocked on the classroom door, pushed it open, and found the entire class already seated.
"You're back."
Yu nodded at him as Yemo took his seat.
The moment he sat down, he sensed something was awfully. Manhwa, who usually sat beside him, was missing. After all, she loved attending these theory classes the most.
She didn't have to work so hard at boxing and could relax a bit. Logically, she shouldn't be absent.
Ruanwei's expression darkened as he discreetly tugged at Yemo's sleeve.
"Brother Yi, Li Wanhua has been detained."
Yemo froze for a moment before his eyes narrowed.
What happened? Ruanwei recounted everything that had transpired during his absence.
The day after returning to school, Li Wanhua immediately sought out Zhang Xiaowei. She charged at her like a madwoman and began beating her. Already injured, Zhang Xiaowei was no match for her. Nearly every bone in her body was shattered. Had the teacher not arrived in time to intervene and stop Li Wanhua, Zhang Xiaowei would likely have been beaten to death.
Chapter 49, Building a Faction. Then Li Wanhua was taken away by the police.
They said she'd be detained for 15 days before being released.
Yemo frowned at this, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. "I'll look into the situation."
After speaking, Yemo closed his eyes. They had still secured first place in the recent monthly exam. They were now positioned in Class E.
Yu stood at the front of the classroom lecturing Class E. Classmates around them eyed Yemo with curiosity.
They'd heard it was this guy who forced Li Feng's family's secret protectors to intervene with a single punch.
For a moment, they all felt a surge of curiosity toward Yemo. It's time to discuss the classifications of martial artists.
Yu instructed the students to turn their textbooks to the designated page.
Strictly speaking, those with vitality between 0 and 3 cannot be called martial artists.
They are generally referred to as martial apprentices. Only when vitality reaches 3 or above can one be called a martial artist.
The strength range of martial artists falls between 3 and 10.
Beyond that, 10 to 50 is called martial master, and 50 to 200 is called martial sovereign.
I currently reside at the martial sovereign realm.
Yu continued his lecture eloquently from the podium.
Yemo had little interest in the lecture and sought out Yu immediately after class ended. He began inquiring about Li Wanhua's situation. She was indeed taken away by the police. Her actions were incredibly reckless.
But you should be grateful she hasn't broken through to the martial artist realm yet. Once she does, it won't be the police handling her case, it'll be the Martial Alliance.
Yu recounted Li Wanhua's sentencing as he spoke.
Thanks to the school's intervention, she avoided direct imprisonment and was only punished for disturbing public order. The Zhang family was extremely dissatisfied with the outcome and was reportedly pulling strings to get Li Wanhua imprisoned. The Zhang family was clearly in the wrong here. Zhang Xiaowei brought this outcome upon herself.
I know, but what can we do?
The Zhang family has influence. Even though they were definitely behind this, we have no evidence.
Yu was, of course, referring to the incident involving Li Wanhua's mother. Is there really no one who can intervene? Yemo frowned. Just then, the system's icy voice suddenly echoed. Side quest triggered, host must establish personal faction. Upon completion, activate follower system and alchemy formula.
Pill refining formula, purify mutated beast meat and condense it into pill-like substances. When consumed by martial artists, these pills dramatically enhance their strength.
Their taste and absorption rate surpass raw meat. Adding specific herbs yields varied effects, accelerated healing, increased power, and more. Follower system, bound individuals pledge eternal loyalty, never betraying you.
Their health will become linked to yours each time you level up, they level up too.
Yemo's eyes flickered.
This was precisely what he needed now. With such a system, his companions would keep pace with him, never falling behind. Binding them to him meant their strength would indirectly grow alongside his own.
This way, he could rapidly elevate their capabilities. Yemo was already growing impatient.
He truly desired to build his own faction. Over the past period, he had witnessed firsthand how those with their own factions thrived. Take Zhang Xiaowei's Zhang family, for instance. Even though they only ran small businesses within their city, they wielded immense power. They could even bribe others to carry out murders. And in the end, there was no way to trace it back. This situation itself was unfair.
Others possessed such formidable power, while you had none.
In such circumstances, you could only take the blows passively, becoming the most frustrated one.
Emo wasn't one to take losses lying down.
Naturally, he too aspired to build his own power base as a foundation for his future endeavors. He was confident he could build a massive power from scratch.
But he needed people under him. Moreover, these individuals must possess the capability to keep pace with his ambitions. Alright, I understand. After speaking, Emo turned to leave.
You immediately called out to him. You have a bright future ahead of you.
Don't throw it away over a minor incident.
You're currently under the supervision of the Martial Supreme Alliance.
This organization exists to restrain martial artists.
It contains exceptionally powerful individuals and was founded by that general, a national treasure. It's said his strength has reached the level of a martial general.
The Martial Extreme Alliance wields immense authority over martial artists. Some of its laws are far more severe than ordinary civil statutes. Emo was slightly shocked upon hearing this.
A martial general requires a minimum of 1,000 life points. That had been covered in class earlier. That level was still a distant dream for him.
Don't worry, Master. I won't do anything foolish. After saying this, Emo returned directly to his quarters. Come see me.
After receiving the call, Ruanwei quickly arrived before Emo, with Hu Gao standing beside him, his face etched with worry.
Brother Yi. Emo showed no surprise at his arrival, merely nodding before ushering them both inside.
Why the worried looks?
Emo asked with a hint of puzzlement.
Hu Gao immediately began pouring out his woes. My life points are barely at 0.76 now.
I'll definitely get eliminated in the next monthly exam.
Hu Gao fought back the urge to cry.
No one in the class would team up with him.
He was bound to be dead last again in the next monthly exam. He'd end up getting demoted to Class F for sure.
Don't worry about it.
I'm inviting you to join our team. We can just form a 4-person party if need be.
Emo extended the invitation decisively. Hu Gao did possess some extraordinary qualities.
This fellow could enhance his cultivation merely by eating, and his progress seemed remarkably swift.
Consider that upon enrollment, he already possessed 0.7 life points.
Prior to that, he had never cultivated at all, he simply consumed mutated beast meat.
Judging by his advancement over the years, it was clear just how immense his talent was for gaining energy through eating. If that's possible, it would be absolutely perfect.
Thank you, Brother Yi. Hu Gao's eyes lit up instantly, and he rubbed his hands together excitedly. These three were absolute powerhouses. He knew exactly what level they'd started from and how far they'd climbed. When they first met, they were barely average in Class F. Now they could easily crush him.
I called you all here today to discuss something important. We're all aware of Li Wanyue's situation, right?
The two nodded in response. Sigh, we're all children from ordinary families. We have no connections or influence.
We can only be bullied by these rich kids. Our very lives might even be threatened.
Ruanwei slammed his fist on the table in anger. He dared not imagine what would happen if this had happened to him. Li Wanyue's mother had been so close to being killed. Fortunately, they had sensed the danger quickly enough to prevent the tragedy. Compared to these colossal capital interests, the power of ordinary people seemed utterly insignificant. They could easily bribe someone to risk their life for them, while ordinary people could only strive to survive.
Competition among martial artists was inevitable.
If one constantly hesitated, afraid to seize opportunities for fear of endangering their family, they would inevitably fall behind. Even if they grow immensely powerful later, there will be times when they cannot be by their family's sides. Without anyone to protect their families, their vulnerabilities would become targets for opponents, and the threats against them would only grow.
Emo watched the two silently.
This was precisely the effect he sought. His plan had long been formed in his mind, and the system had already illuminated the path forward.
Chapter 50, The Name of the Night Pavilion. Exactly. That's precisely what I wanted to say.
If we have no means of our own, we'll be nothing but fish on the chopping block for others.
So my suggestion is that we form a faction together.
We'll build it up collectively, just the four of us.
No problem. I, Hu Gao, am the first to support you.
Hu Gao excitedly pounded his chest, his face flushing with enthusiasm. He was desperate to establish some connection with these three. Now only then could he join them openly. Ruanwei frowned, hesitating to agree immediately. Instead, he posed a question for Emo to answer.
What kind of business do we primarily handle? And how exactly do we earn money to build our influence? Emo smiled faintly and held up a single finger.
I have something valuable in my possession. Using this, we can swiftly establish our influence.
The key is to build our foundation first.
Even if we start with just a few of us, I believe we'll grow stronger as we expand.
As he spoke, Emo wore an expression of confidence.
Once you establish the faction, he will obtain that comprehensive alchemy formula compendium.
With such a thing in hand, they could purchase vast quantities of mutated beast meat, then refine it into something akin to a pill. With such a product in hand, they could begin selling it externally. For martial artists, consuming elixirs would undoubtedly accelerate their cultivation progress far more efficiently than eating mutant beast meat and at a fraction of the cost. Of course, he wouldn't let himself lose money. There would be substantial profit margins involved. Yemo had already reviewed the pill formula and roughly understood the required quantities. The profit margin was quite substantial. Since Brother Yi has already thought this through, I have no objections whatsoever. I don't want what happened to Sister Wanyue to happen to us. Ruan Wei clenched his jaw, his expression darkening. Alright, since we're forming a faction, we first need to come up with a name, then find a location to serve as our base. Yemo pondered for a moment. Sending them directly into society would prove troublesome. They couldn't handle the paperwork required. Moreover, establishing a legitimate company by completing all these formalities was still beyond their means at present. It would be best to wait until they had reached a certain scale before registering. Then grow into a formidable force within society. In the early stages of development, their focus should be on accumulating strength and recruiting more talent. Once they've established their influence, they can begin cultivating talent using the resources provided by the system. They can gradually grow stronger. My current suggestion is to hold off on external expansion. Let's first cultivate our own people within the school, focusing primarily on recruiting children from commoner families. They, like us, need protection. Hugo and Wanwei both nodded involuntarily upon hearing this. Though the Hu family had a modest business, it offered little tangible support. He could only send him a fixed sum each month. Let's establish our base in Wanwei's dormitory for now. Ruanwei paused slightly but did not refuse. He was naturally a quiet and reserved person, and Yemo intended for him to primarily handle the affairs within their faction. He preferred hands-on work. Yemo appreciated this quality in him. What about me? What about me? Hugao raised his hand excitedly. As for you, there's no need to worry. With me here, you'll never be shortchanged. After saying this, Yemo flashed a very mysterious smile. But you'll have to contribute at least 400,000 yuan from your monthly living expenses as our start-up capital. Hugao didn't hesitate for a second, slapping down a card. I heard he handed over a year's worth of living expenses all at once. I've spent a bit over this period, but there's still over 5 million left in there. Yemo and Ruanwei couldn't help but twitch their lips. Alright, you really are loaded. Ruanwei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Hugao gave a hearty laugh. In that case, let's come up with a name for our own faction. The three of them pondered together. How about the Black Tiger Gang? Hugao suggested, his eyes sparkling. Too tacky. How about the Azure Dragon Gang? We're a legitimate organization, not a gang. Don't be ridiculous. Think of another one. The three of them pondered together. Soon, a decent name came to mind. How about Night Pavilion? The very purpose of founding this faction is to protect our people from harm. Of course, this protection must be covert. We can't expose all our strength openly. We need to prevent enemies from launching targeted attacks against us. Night Pavilion. Night Pavilion. Sounds pretty good, huh? After a moment's thought, Ruanwei nodded. Let's just stick with Black Tiger Gang. It's way more badass. Yemo and Ruanwei shot a disdainful glance at the clueless Tiger Gao. Finally, the name of their faction was settled. Night Pavilion. The moment they made their decision, a voice echoed in Yemo's mind. Congratulations, Deputy Leader, on creating your own faction, Night Pavilion. Night Pavilion current level, LV1. Congratulations, Host, on activating the follower system. Congratulations, Host, on acquiring the system's voice rang out one message after another, each bearing joyful news. A faint smile touched Yemo's lips as his mind already envisioned how to refine various potent elixirs. Among them, the most crucial was undoubtedly the flesh and bone pill. This concoction was crafted from the flesh and bones of mutated beasts. It dramatically enhances the effects of consuming raw meat directly, accelerating absorption without any difficulty. More importantly, it didn't take up stomach space. It was like condensing 10 pounds of meat into a single pill. Swallowing it in one gulp was equivalent to consuming 10 pounds of mutant beast meat. Originally, they could only consume 10 pounds of meat per meal. Now, by taking this tiny pill, they've already reached the equivalent of 10 pounds of meat. Then they could consume 10 pounds of pills in a single meal. The rate of improvement was terrifyingly accelerated. Most crucially, this enhancement carried no side effects whatsoever. It was the pure distillation of all the nutrients from the meat. The rate of improvement would accelerate dramatically. Yemo immediately added the two to his retainer system. Are you both willing to follow me from now on and never betray me? We will. Of course we do. No question about it. Detected two followers wishing to join the host. Confirm acceptance? Once accepted, both will have their loyalty raised to 100%. Yemo clicked to accept without hesitation. A peculiar emotion stirred within both men. It felt as though a constant reminder was urging them never to harm Yemo or betray him. At the same time, the look in their eyes toward Yemo grew slightly excited, as if they were gazing upon their benefactor. The retainers were now accepted, but Yemo didn't have the time to deal with these pills. He needed to find a way to train these two fellows a little, so they could take charge of pill refinement in the future. Moreover, expanding the Night Pavilion's influence would also fall to these two. Yemo first transferred all the points from their accounts into his own. Though somewhat bewildered, they complied without question. Whatever their leader commanded was absolute truth they would never resist, not even if ordered to kill themselves on the spot. Chapter 51, Follower Bonuses. Yemo immediately rushed to the school's exchange counter and purchased a large quantity of mutated beast meat. He then gathered all the meat together and began the refining process. Hu Kao and Ruan Wei watched and learned nearby. With a light snap of his fingers, a ball of flame appeared in Yemo's hand. This fire control technique was a simple yet highly efficient method, classified as a yellow tier skill, making it remarkably easy to cultivate. With his deep pockets, Yemo immediately boosted the technique's proficiency to a full 100%. Whoa, holy crap, what the hell just happened? Ruan Wei and Hu Gao simultaneously clutched their heads. They vaguely sensed something new had entered their minds. How did I suddenly learn a yellow tier technique? Me too. As they spoke, both summoned a ball of flame, identical to Yemo's. Yemo now understood the function of the follower system. These two before him were merely level 1 followers, capable of gaining only 5% of his own enhancements. In other words, if he gained 100 HP, they would only gain 5. However, with each level increase in a follower's rank, the bonuses they could gain would grow progressively larger. Each level increase granted an additional 5% bonus. While the initial boost was only 5%, once their levels rose, the earlier bonuses would be retroactively applied. Currently, their proficiency with the fire control decision was only at 5%. Yemo can selectively share his abilities with his minions. He could choose to give it or withhold it. Just moments ago, he had mentally imparted the fire control decision to both of them. His own mastery of the fire control technique is 100%, while theirs is only 5%. Alright, give it a try. Yemo didn't dwell on the matter any further. He merely demonstrated the refining process once, and the two quickly grasped it. So they began imitating the process with some semblance of skill. At first, their hands were a bit unsteady, but after 3 or 5 attempts, they improved significantly. In no time, they transformed over 100 pounds of mutant beast meat into pills. Test the effects. Yemo tossed 2 pills over. Ruan Wei and Hu Gao caught them and swallowed them whole. A surge of energy instantly coursed through their bodies. Their expressions lit up with delight. The moment they arrived at the affiliated high school, the pills began to take effect, flooding their limbs and bones with immense energy. Holy! Hu Gao and Ruan Wei exclaimed in unison. They had actually broken through the 0.01 health threshold. And this was just 1 pill. If they stacked more, the boost would be terrifying. Nice! The effect is excellent. Yemo nodded with satisfaction. Take these pills to sell. Try to get cash for them. We'll also buy the mutated beast meat we need from the market. Don't waste school resources. Remember, don't share this method with anyone. After Yemo finished his instructions, the two nodded. They departed the place filled with excitement and disbelief. Hey, buddy. Need some pills? Need some pills? Hu Gao arrived at the academy square, hands in his pockets, and approached a student. The other looked at him as if he were an idiot. We have scalpers at our school now? Friend, this is the real deal, I tell you. Fair and affordable prices, buddy. We take both points in cash, okay? Hu Gao, looking every bit the scalper, wore a broad smile as he relentlessly peddled his wares. Ruan Wei shook his head helplessly beside him. The two began their sales pitch and soon attracted a group of customers. They bought up all the remaining pills. After all, each one was cheap, costing just 1 point. This 10,000 yuan would buy them a huge amount of meat. Yet the cost of producing a single pill was nowhere near that high, just 10 pounds of meat. The pair quickly exchanged the points earned from sales for cash and went to restock. Over time, a complete business chain had formed. Yemo gazed into the distance, a faint smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he hurriedly called the 2 men over. From now on, tell no one about this matter. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. I will now begin enhancing your cultivation. You must continue your own practice, and I can assist in boosting your strength to a certain extent. As Yemo spoke, he activated the attendance system within the interface, sharing his own power level with the two. Yemo's current strength was 18.93. After converting 5% of that, it amounted to roughly 0.95. The moment the conversion completed, both of them trembled violently. Their eyes gleamed with disbelief. They were instantly overcome with excitement. What the hell is going on? How could our health points possibly increase this fast? I feel like mine's nearly reached 1. The most excited was Tiger Report. His health points had more than doubled. That's nothing yet. Yemo then turned his attention to his own strength. Strength 139.56. Allocate 100 points to my health. At Yimo's command, the system acted swiftly. His health points surged upward. In an instant, Yimo's health surged dramatically. Health points 118.93. This 100 HP converted to a 5% bonus, directly granting both of them a 5-point HP boost. Hu Gao and Ruan Wei stared at their hands in disbelief. Their bodies even began to tremble slightly. My current health is 7.44. Ruan Wei was utterly stunned, eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. Yet the energy within his body was undeniably real. In that instant, he awakened his attributes. Hu Gao was no different, though he stood frozen in place, silent, feeling the changes within him. Ruan Wei's ability was the shadow attribute, and his first acquired skill allowed him to hide within an enemy's shadow. Combined with his speed, this allowed him to strike enemies swiftly and effectively. Hu Gao possessed a subtle earth attribute, instantly elevating his defensive capabilities to a new tier. Neither could believe they'd achieved such immense growth in mere minutes. Their strength had directly broken through to the martial artist tier. Yimo, too, closed his eyes to sense the changes within his body. He had just broken through another bottleneck, now becoming a martial sovereign. Simultaneously, all his skills received collective enhancement. Skills Lightning Strike, top tier, Tortoiseshell Earth Shield, top tier, Kunpung's Wings, top tier, Extreme Cold Ice Crystal, high tier, Frozen Feather Arrow, high tier, Sacred Bathing, mid tier. This is the perk of being my subordinate. Keep your head down and follow my lead. And remember, don't breathe a word of this to anyone. Both men nodded urgently before sinking into wild elation. Chapter 52, Building Influence. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and students at Cloud Shield University had all heard rumors about the Night Pavilion organization. Within the university, numerous meat pills condensed from mutant beast flesh circulated. Consuming them proved far more effective than eating regular mutated meat, and crucially, they didn't fill you up, allowing for massive intake. The rate of improvement was naturally quite good. Students from wealthier families constantly converted their funds into these pills to rapidly boost their strength. Even poorer commoner students worked diligently at part-time jobs, completing various tasks assigned by the university. They then exchange all their task points for cash to make purchases. For a time, the frenzy surrounding these meat pills rivaled that of the drug trade. The academy launched an investigation, but they only uncovered the students selling the pills. They had no clue where the pills were coming from. Hu Gao and Ruan Wei developed numerous downlines. For each transaction, they would pre-place the pills at a designated spot. They then instructed buyers to deposit money into a specific account or leave cash at another location. This arrangement was solely to conceal their identities. Virtually every student at Yundun University was taking these pills. Yimo had made a fortune from it. In just half a month, he had already raked in 27 million. Frankly, Yimo hadn't anticipated generating such enormous profits in such a short time. Hu Gao and Ruan Wei had also been taking these pills during this period, striving to enhance their own strength. In just these 2 weeks, both of them had managed to increase their health points by a full 1.0. Under normal circumstances, such a cultivation pace would have been unimaginable for them. But since obtaining these pills, their cultivation speed had skyrocketed. Yimo began gradually using the formulas to refine more pills. Most were designed for combat support. Consuming them granted a substantial temporary boost to combat prowess. Of course, they only worked on lower-tier practitioners. Yimo also planned to sell these combat pills. Hu Gao kicked stones by the roadside, while Ruan Wei always stood quietly beside him, gazing at the massive iron gate ahead. They were all waiting. Before long, the massive iron gate slowly swung open. A figure emerged from within. It was Li Wanyue. Sisyu's out. Ruan Wei and Hu Gao hurriedly went online to make contact. Sisyu, we're here to pick you up. Let's head back to school together. Brother Yi needs to talk to you about something. After spending so much time in detention, Li Wanyue's heart had grown hard. Don't treat me like this. Keep your distance from me. I don't want you dragged into this. Zhang Xiaolui must die by my hand. Otherwise, my family will never know peace. Li Wanyue clenched her teeth fiercely as she spoke, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Her greatest torment was that she hadn't seized the opportunity last time. She hadn't killed Zhang Xiaolui immediately, only crippling her. Given another chance, she would prepare thoroughly and strike her down with a single, decisive blow. She knew all too well that as long as someone like Zhang Xiaolui remained alive, her family would never know a moment's peace. She would relentlessly use her influence to harass and torment them. The boss wanted to talk to you about this very matter. Please don't act so impulsively. We already have a plan in place. You don't think the Zhang family hasn't made a move against your family while you've been locked up these past days? Hu Gao brought up the matter, and Li Wanyue's eyes immediately sharpened. Is my mother okay? What has the Zhang family done now? Ruan Wei hurried forward to explain the situation. Rest assured, she's perfectly fine. We've kept your mother safe. Auntie should be at home now, that's why the boss wants you to come see him. The two had grown accustomed to calling Yimo boss over time.
Initially, they only addressed him as Brother Yi, but as they kept using that term, they grew concerned it might reveal their organization's name. So they switched to the direct address.
We formed a secret organization called the Night Pavilion. Boss Emo built it from scratch. We're just helping him out and making some extra cash on the side. Ruanwei leaned close to Li Wanyue's ear and whispered the outline of their entire operation.
Li Wanyue's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and a hint of excitement flashed across her face.
Developing their own faction according to Emo's vision was entirely feasible.
After all, most students at the academy came from ordinary families. They had no connections, just a little money at best.
If they ever crossed one of those powerful families, they wouldn't even have the means to fight back.
They'd be at the mercy of others. No one wanted to be completely powerless, forced to obey others' commands. By uniting these children from ordinary families, they could build a much stronger force. Crucially, these students had all been identified by the school's assessments as possessing certain talents. They themselves are the most valuable assets, and who knows what heights they might reach in the future. Perhaps several more formidable warriors like military generals could emerge from among them. All of this was possible, though it had yet to unfold.
What shocked Li Wanyue most was Yemo's method of refining pills. He could directly concentrate the essence of meat. This technique was utterly terrifying.
Even modern technology would struggle to replicate such an achievement.
Yet Yemo had achieved it.
Alright, I agree. I'll go back with you, and I won't do anything reckless anymore.
Li Wanyue took a deep breath to steady her emotions.
She wasn't inherently bloodthirsty. Her intent to kill Zhang Shelwei had stemmed solely from protecting her mother's safety.
That's the spirit.
Ruanwei hailed a cab as he spoke, then swiftly ushered Li Wanyue inside and drove them toward the school. Half an hour later, Li Wanyue emerged from Yemo's villa, her face etched with profound shock. Her eyes were filled with utter disbelief. I can't even begin to fathom how my abilities managed to improve so drastically in such a short time.
Don't worry.
Just go home, process it, and try to accept this as normal.
Boss says it'll happen often from now on.
Hu Gao yawned as he spoke, then headed toward his villa.
Ruanwei also smiled. The boss is truly mysterious and incredibly powerful. Following him will never lead them astray.
Li Wanyue felt her newfound power and nodded thoughtfully.
Chapter 53, Military Training.
The 4 months passed swiftly.
Yemo led the trio forward like a force unstoppable, forming a team. They climbed through the ranks relentlessly, charging all the way to Class C.
With their overwhelming strength, no one could stand in their way. During this period, aided by elixirs, the trio made tremendous progress. Yemo, however, consumed very few elixirs himself, using most of the money he earned to feed his koi, thereby enhancing his own strength. Yemo's health points had reached 137.43, and he now possessed considerable power. He stored it all together, reserving it for when the need arose.
Now, they were about to enter the holiday period. Congratulations, everyone! You've successfully managed to stay in Class C until the final exams.
Yu stood on the stage, holding a thick stack of documents. He then distributed a copy of these materials to every student.
I've requested that your final assessment bypass the standard procedures. Everyone will head to the frontline units for a month of field training. Here are the special forms I requested from both the military and the school. Once you complete them, you'll be enlisted immediately.
After Yu finished speaking, the entire room erupted in a chorus of wails. Only 4 faces wore smiles. Though they had undertaken various missions recently, all within national borders, the number of stronger mutated beasts remained scarce. Each had managed to obtain a local tier cultivation technique within the secret realm, and their cultivation progress could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. But now they needed more intense combat to hone their skills. Their routine sparring sessions were mere child's play, offering little meaningful advancement.
What they craved was genuine life or death combat.
During this period, the Night Pavilion experienced tremendous growth, its official membership now exceeding 100. Only a handful possessed sufficiently promising talent and exceptional abilities to catch Yemo's eye, earning them positions as his personal retainers. The rest remained utterly unaware of the 4 high-ranking members' existence, operating under the command of their immediate superiors.
Only his personal retainers, whose absolute loyalty to Yemo was confirmed, were privy to the methods of refining elixirs. The greatest benefit of joining Night Pavilion was the ability to exchange accumulated merits for elixirs.
Earning these merits was straightforward. The Night Pavilion routinely took on numerous tasks within Cloud Shield University. All these tasks were channeled through their organization.
Anyone wishing to undertake these tasks could earn corresponding points upon completion.
These points are deposited into a secret account within Cloud Shield University. They can be used normally, but the user's identity remains untraceable. This is largely due to several exceptional talents within Night Pavilion, who possess extensive hacking expertise. They then created several special identity credentials. These points can be redeemed for cash, and users can continuously complete various tasks. They remain undetected by the system. Using this method and structure, the Night Pavilion leveraged others' resources to take on numerous student-assigned tasks. The sole benefit for Night Pavilion members was reduced service fees when purchasing single-ingredient potions, meaning they could obtain large quantities of elixirs for minimal cost. These pills were strictly regulated. Individuals couldn't purchase excessive quantities, and reselling them was absolutely forbidden. Only specially designated individuals are permitted to sell them.
Others must consume them personally. Anyone caught secretly reselling elixirs will be flagged, and all Night Pavilion members must take action to eliminate them.
For such a long time, no one dared to commit such an act. Most members are students. Among them, there were quite a few strong individuals, including several students from Class C of the 4th year.
Class C's strength was already considered formidable. Their families wield considerable influence, large and small. They could easily obtain all the resources needed for cultivation from their families. However, to accelerate their growth, they must align themselves with the Night Pavilion. Currently, the average life points for Class C, Year 1 students hover around 5. Li Wanyua's vitality had already reached 15.48, more than triple the class average. Ruan Wei trails Li Wanyua by only a hair, with a vitality score of 15.44. Hu Gao, having joined them the shortest time, naturally progressed the slowest. Still, he trails them by only a hair's breadth. As their strength continues to grow, this slight difference in HP will gradually become less significant. No way? We're going to the military? Would there be life-threatening danger in that situation?
Of course it's dangerous.
They're frontline troops tasked with fending off mutant creatures attempting to invade our country.
Exactly. I heard they also patrol the mountains regularly. That's when the highest number of soldiers die, because you never know when some creature might suddenly mutate. Last patrol, nothing happened, but the next one, out of nowhere, this terrifying thing appeared as scary as a martial arts master.
Holy crap, that's suicide. How could they make us do something so dangerous?
The Class C students had just met Yu and assumed he'd be as easy to push around as their former homeroom teacher. They never dared provoke this group of influential family scions. But before they could exchange more than a few words, a furious roar erupted.
Shut the hell up, all of you!
At that moment, Yu bore not a shred of a teacher's demeanor. She was like a lioness unleashed in fury. All the students fell silent at the sight of her.
Do you all think you're some delicate flowers in a greenhouse? If you don't endure the storm, how will you ever see the rainbow? If you don't fight and struggle when you're young, do you plan to wait until you're old to enter the battlefield? By then, you'll have all this potential but zero combat experience. Won't you just be walking cannon fodder? The nation and this school have invested so many resources in training you. Is it just to turn you into cannon fodder on the battlefield? To send you to your deaths? Without combat experience, how do you expect to stand against the mutants?
Yu didn't stop ranting until the entire class period was over before finally letting the students begin filling out the forms. Sir, I refuse to fill this out.
I won't join the military.
A boy pushed his glasses up his nose. His abilities lay in computer science, a rare, high-tech talent. He shouldn't be sent to the front lines, a place where he'd likely sacrifice himself.
No problem. Yu nodded. Everyone looked surprised, including EMO. When did the teacher become so easygoing? You can leave now. Report directly to Class D next semester.
Yu spoke as he drew a cross through his name and scribbled a big fat 0 beside it.
Chapter 54, Jinbei City. I'll be contacting the school administration about this.
The enraged boy stormed out of the classroom, determined to leverage his connections.
Anyone else have complaints?
Speak up now, and I'll make sure you get transferred to Class D immediately. Hearing this, the others dared not object and filled out their information on the forms. They then submitted them collectively.
Why didn't you just do this earlier? Did you all have to wait for me to yell at you before you'd be satisfied?
Yu snorted coldly, then carried the forms out of the classroom. After taking just a few steps, he poked his head back in. EMO, you 4 squad members, come to my office. EMO paused slightly before leading the 3 others beside him toward the office.
All 4 of you have grown under my watch.
Your progress lately has been remarkable. You're among the most gifted students I've ever seen.
That's why the mission I'm assigning you this time is far more perilous.
The unit you'll be assigned to is also exceptionally formidable. You'll be in combat practically every day. EMO and his 3 companions showed no trace of fear, their eyes blazing with the fire of battle. Of course, no problem, teacher. We've been craving combat for a long time.
EMO clenched his fists tightly.
Yu nodded with great satisfaction at the current situation. These kids not only cultivated at an astonishing pace but possessed remarkable talent, and their operational capabilities were exceptionally strong. While the students were considered fortunate to complete a mission once a month, these 4 managed to undertake 1 or 2 missions nearly every week.
Moreover, their mission evaluations were consistently outstanding. They executed every assignment flawlessly.
Every organization they worked with had nothing but praise for them. This time, I'm assigning you to the silent zone north of the Great Wall.
EMO and the others felt a slight jolt at this news, their faces betraying a hint of shock.
The region north of the Great Wall was originally part of the ancient Meng Kingdom, a completely landlocked nation with no access to the ocean. Then one day, countless mutated creatures surged forth from that direction. Detection revealed a spatial rift had opened there. These mutated creatures were not evolved from species native to Blue Star. Within a mere 3 days, the ancient Mongol kingdom fell completely, with not a single message able to be sent out from within. Instead, a peculiar species emerged, one that could be described as belonging to some cosmic race. These creatures proved impossible to eradicate and possessed formidable strength. Every year, the soldiers guarding the Great Wall suffered heavy casualties. It was precisely through the sacrifices of these soldiers that those terrifying mutated creatures never set foot within China's borders. Now they are being sent to guard that wall. Within 100 kilometers south of the Great Wall, there are no cities. There used to be some cities, but they were all relocated by the state. It was unavoidable. Should the Great Wall ever be breached, the 100-mile buffer zone would at least buy them time to react. Without it, the common people would be left to face those terrifying creatures directly. The death rate there is extremely high. Hundreds are sacrificed every single day. Minor assaults occur roughly every 3 days, with major ones every 10. No matter what, you must find a way to survive there, earn your stripes, and most crucially stay alive. You imparted these instructions while handing over a phone number. Among the soldiers stationed there are former students of mine. Upon arrival, report directly to him. He will handle your arrangements. As for how you get there, that's up to you to figure out. High-speed rail and flights to the area had long since ceased operations. The only options left were to drive or hike. Yi Mo and the others nodded in understanding. They had grown tremendously during this period. Naturally, they needed to put their newfound skills to the test. This time it seems closer to your home. Your place is probably only about 100 kilometers from the Great Wall, right? Hu Gao nodded. His family home was indeed quite close to the Great Wall. It was a world wonder built by ancient people, yet it was astonishing that it still sheltered their descendants in later generations. The structure seemed indestructible, as if blessed by divine intervention. Even the claws of mutated creatures couldn't scratch the walls. Moreover, a massive military force was stationed there. Countless high-tech and cutting-edge weapons were stationed there, including the most advanced fighter jets, bombers, and even a full complement of supersonic missiles. All this was done to continuously guard the border and prevent mutated creatures from entering the nation's territory. The four quickly packed all their gear and boarded a high-speed train bound for the city closest to the Great Wall. The city was exceptionally prosperous, home to a population exceeding 100 million. The reason was simple: the entire populations of several northern cities had been relocated here. A new city had been rebuilt here, known as Jinbei City. This city routinely produced vast quantities of military supplies and foodstuffs for the soldiers on the front lines. It stood as a city of immense productivity, yet also served as a vital defensive line. 10 entire divisions of soldiers were stationed here. Should the Great Wall fall, they would form the second line of defense. Should the Great Wall require reinforcements, troops would be dispatched immediately from here, capable of reaching the front at any moment. I've checked around, not a single vehicle is heading toward the Great Wall. Oh well, we'll just have to figure it out ourselves. I've even asked the rental companies, but all their vehicles have GPS tracking. Head north from the town toward the northern part of the city. Ruanwei returned to the hotel feeling somewhat disheartened, letting out a long sigh. It wasn't that they didn't want to hike directly to the Great Wall, but reaching it required clearance documents. That area was now a restricted zone. Over the years, many nations had sought to mock Huaxia, sending numerous spies to sabotage the Great Wall. The only city leading to the Great Wall was Jinbei City. Many spies had been intercepted here. This made continuing northward from here extremely difficult, incredibly difficult. They were just ordinary students with no special business. They simply couldn't be allowed to go to such a crucial place as the Great Wall. They had presented proof of their military training, but soldiers stopped them, instructing them to stay in Jinbei City and assist with miscellaneous tasks instead. What else can we do? We'll just have to force our way through. I've already contacted my senior. He won't come to support us. He told us to figure it out ourselves. If we can't even get past this checkpoint, he might as well just give us a 0 for our final grades. Yi Mo shook his phone, a look of distress on his face. Chapter 55, The Sticks in the Cave. So what's the plan? Are we really walking? We could walk, but I heard if we get caught, we might get detained. Hu Gao muttered while searching online. Who cares? Let's just hike. We'll find a way over the mountains, won't we? Yi Mo licked his lips, rubbing his hands together eagerly. The other three didn't argue. They packed their belongings. They stored all their excess belongings in a locker, carrying only food and water on their backs. Upon arrival, their senior would issue them military uniforms, arrange lodging, and provide bedding. Therefore, they hadn't brought any of those items, carrying only consumables needed for the journey. The four-man squad swiftly exited the city. After bypassing the perimeter of the security cordon, they began their northward trek relying solely on their own footpower. On the first day alone, they covered over 40 kilometers. They kept consulting the map constantly. With proper guidance, they could have marched straight ahead without thinking and likely reached their destination in a single day.
But they couldn't read the map, nor did they understand the mountain paths. They found themselves inexplicably in a mountain ravine, blocked by a sheer cliff face that even martial artists couldn't scale. They had no choice but to retrace their steps and find another route. On the second day, the four pressed onward. As they passed through a valley, a strange sound suddenly reached their ears. Gurgle gurgle. The four immediately pricked up their ears, their faces betraying a hint of shock. The echoes from a nearby cave carried this exchange. It sounded like Korean, a language none of them understood, yet they could roughly discern the speakers' identities. They must be South Koreans. Logically speaking, this area should have been sealed off long ago, with no one permitted to enter, let alone foreigners. They had no legitimate means of reaching this place. They must have found a way to sneak past the guards and infiltrate the area. Yemo and his three companions slowed their pace as they approached the cave entrance, carefully concealing their presence. They crept toward the cave, inch by inch. Before long, three men in plainclothes emerged to relieve themselves. Though dressed in civilian clothes, each man had short hair and a stocky build, looking every bit the part of a soldier. After relieving themselves, the group took a few breaths of fresh air before lighting up cigarettes. They chattered away in Korean. What do we do? They can't be here for the Great Wall, can they? I think it's highly likely. Otherwise, what the hell are these Koreans doing here? None of them look like pushovers, but I can sense their cultivation levels are slightly lower than ours. For a small country like South Korea to cultivate such terrifyingly strong individuals, they must be special forces. Yemo leaned closer, pulling out his phone to send the message. But there wasn't a single signal tower in the vicinity. Their phones were as useless as scrap metal. Damn it, I should have bought a satellite phone. Yemo slipped his phone back into his pocket and used his perception to briefly assess these individuals. Their combat prowess was indeed within the realm of martial artists, making them easy prey for the group to handle with ease and skill. But they didn't want to act rashly. They'd only seen these few outside the cave who knew how many more lurked inside. What should we do? Should we go around and report to the troops? Li Wanyue whispered the question. That's definitely out of the question. By the time we report back, it'll be too late. The troops will be mobilizing reinforcements, and by then, these guys will probably be long gone. What if they show up somewhere along the Great Wall and cause some kind of destruction? The losses would be immeasurable. Yemo said in a low voice. Looks like it's time for us to get some real combat experience. There are 4 guards at the entrance total. We'll take them one by one. When you see me make my move, you take them out quickly. Yemo gave the orders while creeping up behind one of the guards. They showed little vigilance, making it surprisingly easy to sneak up behind them. Moreover, none of their cultivation levels matched Yemo's, so they couldn't sense his presence at all. The remaining 3 moved swiftly as well. Each silently slipped behind their assigned target. Snap! A crisp cracking sound of bones echoed outside the cave. The others froze, momentarily stunned, thinking they had misheard. They turned toward the source of the sound. All they saw was a figure standing behind their comrade, snapping his neck with brutal force. Just as they were about to cry out, their mouths were suddenly covered. In the next instant, all of them collapsed to the ground, dead. Not a single one survived. Let's go. Yemo gave a light wave of his hand. As the strongest among them, he led the way. The 4 of them slowly made their way deeper into the cave. Inside the cave, numerous lights were arranged, and there was also a device resembling a radio. Cell phones had no signal, suggesting this device was the only means of communication with the outside world. This place was likely a stronghold for the South Bang people. Piles of explosives lined both sides of the cave, clearly the kind used for blasting through mountains. While such explosives posed little threat to the Great Wall itself, a sufficient quantity could still blast open a breach. Seeing the cave filled with explosives, Yemo's heart filled with murderous intent. These bastards are utterly despicable. Their appearance here at this time must mean they intend to launch a surprise attack on the Great Wall. Placing these explosives at the base of the Great Wall and detonating them would inevitably create a massive breach. The monsters held back outside the Great Wall would seize the opportunity to rush in. They would swiftly surge into the heart of Huaxia to wreak havoc. By then, the losses would extend far beyond mere wealth. There could be mass civilian casualties. These people were utterly treacherous. Yemo's heart grew icy cold, his face hardening with a grim, murderous intent. The Great Wall's coverage was vast. They themselves would remain untouched by these mutated beasts. Even if the Great Wall were breached, they would remain untouched. China would bear the brunt of the disaster first. Unless China was completely annihilated, these monsters would never reach there. Because that would require crossing nearly half of China. Beep 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 beep. Further inside, the distinct sound of telegraph keys tapping could be heard. Mobile signals were unusable here, but this most primitive technology still functioned. What had once been discarded was now being put back into use. Yemo and his 3 companions quietly hid behind the explosives pile, observing the situation inside the cave. Chapter 56, Escorted to the Great Wall. Inside the cave were over a dozen Koreans, all martial artists, though none appeared particularly formidable. But their numbers were overwhelming.
If they were truly powerful, attempting to enter China would trigger surveillance.
Those who were slightly weaker and sneaked in like this usually went undetected.
Moreover, they hadn't completed their mission yet and hadn't exposed their identities, so causing trouble here was only natural. Yemo made a throat-slitting gesture. Then he held up 4 fingers. The meaning was clear: spare 4 individuals, eliminate the rest. The remaining 3 nodded and swiftly moved into action. Taking advantage of the explosion's cover, they launched their assault with blinding speed.
In the blink of an eye, Yemo flicked out several feathers. Anyone struck instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Possessing the formidable strength of a martial sovereign, these martial artists stood no chance against him. Mountain crush.
Hu Gao roared, his body instantly hardening like solid rock.
Stone-like patterns began to spread across every inch of his skin.
Then he crashed down from the sky, crushing 2 martial artists to death.
Clatter.
The remaining men reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons to fight back. Here, they dared not use firearms, relying only on melee weapons. But these weapons couldn't even scratch the 4 men present.
Die.
The dagger in Wanwei's hand, concealed in the darkness, flashed with a cold, menacing gleam as it swiftly reaped the lives of those around him. Wherever he passed, someone would fall silently. Those men didn't even realize where the attack had come from before their lives were extinguished.
The Shadow Realm's harvesting ability proved exceptionally potent.
After dispatching them, only a few bewildered individuals remained huddled around the radio. All others who dared resist had been eliminated.
The few remaining appeared to be non-combat personnel.
One was a telegraph operator, while another wore military insignia and held a combat map.
Their map clearly marked a specific location along the Great Wall, circled in bright red.
Barring any surprises, that was likely the spot where they planned to make their move.
Damn it! You bastards actually want to let mutant beasts into the country. Tiger Bellow's eyes blazed red upon seeing the map.
He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of powerful slaps that sent the group reeling.
For their tribe's settlement lay closest to that section of the Great Wall. If the Great Wall fell, their grasslands would be swept away.
By then, Hu Gao's father would likely be finished. Fortunately, they had discovered the threat early, preventing such a tragedy from unfolding.
Hu Gao beat the men into pig-like swellings, leaving each one bruised and battered.
They then found some ropes and bound the men together. Though they were martial artists themselves, under the overwhelming might of these 4, they could only bow their heads in silent confession. The weakest among the 4 was still a martial master. Beating them up was a piece of cake.
Grab that radio. Let's go. Yemo commanded Hu Gao to carry the radio. Wanwei silently took on the role of overseer.
He kept a close eye on the 4, forcing them to walk ahead. Though they harbored their own thoughts, the palpable intent to kill made them back down.
They hadn't witnessed Wanwei's earlier killing, they hadn't even seen how he'd struck.
All they saw was him shift slightly, and their comrade collapsed. These Chinese men before them were far beyond their ability to handle. All they could do now was pray for lenient treatment as prisoners. With the 4 of them in tow, their advance slowed considerably. As they neared the Great Wall, they encountered several patrol squads. Just as the 4 were warming themselves by a fire in the woods, an unseen squad swiftly closed in around them.
Who are you?
A group of heavily armed soldiers emerged from the woods, machine guns in hand.
Their faces bore expressions of unwavering resolve.
Each radiated genuine killing intent.
This aura of lethality wasn't something you could fake by glaring or shouting a few times.
Only those who had truly experienced combat and taken countless lives carried such an aura. Each was a battle-hardened warrior, routinely stationed at the front lines or on patrol.
Patrolling was essential to prevent hostile forces from infiltrating the Great Wall's defenses. We're on your side. We're from Cloud Shield University, here for military training. We couldn't reach the Great Wall by vehicle and had to walk. It was us who encountered enemy spies on the road.
They'd infiltrated deep into our territory and planted massive amounts of explosives in the caves, likely planning to blow up the Great Wall.
These are the maps and reports we seized from the caves.
Yemo handed over a stack of documents as he spoke. The lead soldier signaled to his men, who promptly stepped forward to take the documents. Only after confirming it was safe did they bring it before him. After glancing at a few pages, he realized they were densely covered in South Korean script.
They couldn't decipher it yet and would have to check if anyone in the unit could read it.
Your identities cannot be verified at this time.
We must treat you as potential enemies. Yemo opened his mouth to speak but shook his head instead. Fine. After all, it is your responsibility.
Hearing their leader speak thus, the remaining 3 saw no point in resisting. They raised their hands in surrender. They handed over their weapons.
The squad leader nodded. Thank you for your cooperation.
Once your identities are verified, I will personally apologize to you. The soldiers then escorted the 8 men swiftly toward the Great Wall. Inside the Operations Command Center, a man studied the wall map displaying all the Great Wall's guard posts and troop deployments along its length. Oh dear, we're still short-handed. These few spots are perpetually understaffed. Everywhere else, patrols can cover the area in half an hour at most, but these sections? We might need 3 or 4 hours just to make one round.
A man in his 30s stood there. Though relatively young, the shoulder insignia on his uniform signified his rank. He was a brigade commander. Damn it, I'll have to talk to the division commander later. I need him to send another regiment over. My manpower is just too thin. He massaged his temples. Report. A sharp report rang out. He waved his hand. Come in. Reporting to the brigade commander. We discovered 4 young men during our patrol. The brigade commander felt a slight jolt of surprise, but then a cold smile spread across his face. To be spotted by patrol soldiers. The juniors sent by teacher you aren't up to par, are they? Chapter 57, Proving Their Worth. Go ahead. Bring them up. Let me take a look. The soldiers saluted respectfully before withdrawing. Before long, Emo and the other 3 were brought before him. You 4 caught by the patrol? With skills like yours, what right do you have to be recommended for the frontier? The man before them was none other than their senior, Lu Changsuan. Greetings, senior. We are first-year students under teacher Yu. Emo spoke with utmost respect. Lu Changsuan nodded. I know exactly who you are. It's just, you surprise me. I expected some promising talents sent here for me to polish and train. Instead, patrol soldiers actually spotted you. Senior, you shouldn't say that. Hu Gao frowned, about to protest, but Emo stopped him. Senior is absolutely right. We came here specifically to train. If there are any shortcomings, we hope you'll point them all out to us. Seeing Emo's attitude, Lu Changsuan finally nodded. You're quite humble, kid. I hope you've got some real skills that catch my eye. Otherwise, if teacher Yu sends more recruits my way in the future, I won't take them. The brigade commander spoke while observing the group. Hu Gao, feeling disrespected, immediately grew angry, but GMO stood in front of him, blocking his words. We have matters to report to the senior cadet regarding our journey here. Oh? Lu Changsuan raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Did you lose something along the way? Planning to have me send men to search for it? Emo smiled. We encountered enemy spies on the road. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsuan's eyes widened in shock and he stood bolt upright. Do you know what happens to those who deceive me? Of course not, senior. We've already brought them back. They should be at the camp gate right now, tightly bound and unable to escape. Emo smiled and gestured toward the entrance. Lu Changsuan immediately pulled his hat down over his eyes and strode swiftly toward the entrance. It was a long time before he returned. This time, his eyes clearly held a hint of shock. He then slapped Emo on the shoulder. Well done. You lot have some skills. I thought you were just weak first-year freshmen, but I never expected your strength to be this formidable, even capable of defeating martial artists. Teacher, you didn't mention this to me earlier. Could you tell me your current health points? That way, I can better assign you to your posts. Lu Changsuan gestured for them to sit down as he spoke. These young people had made a significant contribution to the nation. They had apprehended a group of spies from an enemy nation. That alone earned his respect. His tone softened considerably compared to earlier. Just as they were about to speak, Lu Changsuan raised his teacup and silenced them. Let me guess, those individuals were mostly around the 6.0 to 7.0 vitality level. For you to reach that level in your first year is already quite impressive. You're probably somewhere between 7.0 and 9.0, right? Hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances before breaking into smiles and shaking their heads. Oh? Lu Changsuan let out a surprised exclamation. Could these youngsters possibly have a surprise up their sleeves? Could they be stronger than 9.0? No. At this age, especially having been promoted from Class F, their strength was probably lower than he'd guessed. Well, you lot are actually pretty impressive. With health below 7.0, you managed to take down those 4 and even ambushed and eliminated the other spies. You've got something special. Lu Changsuan's attitude had completely shifted. He now held particular admiration for the young people before him. The 4 exchanged glances, their smiles widening. Why didn't Senior Lu guess higher numbers? Emo flashed a mysterious smile. Lu Changsuan's face gradually darkened. Are you lot just messing with me? A bunch of students who started in Class F telling me you've all reached the martial artist realm now? Give me a break. Lu Changsuan, meticulous in his usual conduct, disliked joking about such trivial matters. Alright then. Find us a soldier with 15.0 HP. If we can't take him down within 20 moves, we'll concede defeat. Hu Gao pounded his chest emphatically. Though his own health hadn't reached 15.0 yet, he wasn't the least bit afraid. With his terrifying defense and innate abilities, a mere fraction of a point short of the threshold meant nothing to him. Hu Gao is a dual elementalist, possessing not only earth-based abilities but also the power to manipulate gravity. Those born with 2 special abilities are essentially unmatched within their realm. Is this true? Lu Changsuan raised an eyebrow, but before they could answer, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Moments later, 4 soldiers entered the room. Among them were a company commander and ordinary soldiers. Their combat ratings hovered around 15.0. You 4, come at me together. Let me see what each of you is made of. Lu Changsuan, to be honest, still found it hard to believe. What gave these young men the audacity to make such bold claims? If they truly possessed talent, they wouldn't have started out in Class F. Heh, come on then. Show us what you've got. Hu Gao flexed his muscles and rose from his seat. The moment he stood up, his opponent swallowed hard. Because he sensed that the figure standing before him wasn't human at all, it was a bear. Take this palm strike. Li Wanyue leapt directly from her seat, slapping her palm toward her opponent. Ruan Wei quietly retreated 2 steps, fading into the darkness before swiftly vanishing from everyone's sight. His opponent, however, felt as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon him, his entire body involuntarily breaking out in goosebumps. Yi Mo sat quietly in place. Then he snapped his fingers. An ice spike shot forward, its speed breaking the sound barrier. Before his opponent could react, an ice spike already hovered before him, mere inches from piercing his forehead. Whoosh! The soldier couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, stumbling back 2 steps. Lu Changsuan was stunned by this instant kill. No wonder everyone obeyed him the moment he spoke, no one else dared utter a word. It was because his overwhelming strength commanded respect. Could such terrifying combat prowess really be assigned to Class F? A huge question mark formed on Lu Changsuan's face before he turned his attention back to the other battles. Just as they had said, within 20 exchanges, all 4 opponents surrendered. Chapter 58, Blood Eagle Company. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. You lot report to the Blood Eagle Company immediately, starting today. Lu Changsuan clapped his hands, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at the 4. But his next words sent a chill down their spines. This company holds the most distinguished combat record here and naturally, the highest rate of injuries and casualties. Just 2 months ago, every soldier who had served in the Blood Eagle Company for over 6 months vanished. The 4 frowned, yet excitement flickered in their eyes. They weren't discharged or transferred, were they? Lu Changsuan said nothing, merely walking silently toward the exit and motioning for the 4 to follow. Within the compound stood a building devoid of any signage or door plaques. It stood silently, untouched for long stretches, entered only by the regular cleaning staff. The moment they stepped inside, the 4 were surrounded by walls covered in medals and shoulder insignia. The walls were densely plastered with shoulder insignia and medals of honor, displaying military ranks from division commander down to private 3rd class. The entire wall was covered so thickly that the plaster beneath was barely visible. The 3 stared intently at these displays. See these shoulder insignia? Only those who sacrificed themselves in combat and made outstanding contributions are worthy of being displayed here. A quarter of them belong to the Blood Eagle Company. Every mission they undertake is the most dangerous and likely to cost them their lives. Lu Changsuan stood ramrod straight. If not for the demands of his current position, the Blood Eagle Company would undoubtedly have him among its ranks. He had always believed that giving one's life for the nation was the ultimate destiny of every soldier. If the Great Wall were ever on the verge of collapse, he would never flee. He would stand guard with the Great Wall until the end, holding back the mutated beasts from the north. 10 miles ahead lies the Great Wall. Take these maps, change into your uniforms, and head to the section of the wall guarded by the Blood Eagle Company at top speed. The 4 nodded, but as they turned to leave, they were immediately called back. Since you are only temporarily enlisted, you must still follow the rules. Salute. As Lu Changsuan spoke, he raised his right hand to his temple and executed a perfectly standard military salute. The 4 copied his movements. Only after observing this did Lu Changsuan nod in satisfaction. They swiftly changed into their assigned uniforms, all bearing the rank of 3rd class merit. Clutching their maps, they sprinted toward the Great Wall 10 kilometers away. All 4 of us are frontline combatants. With such a high death rate here, will we even make it back alive? Not a word had been spoken along the way. Everyone was still stunned by the decorations they'd seen in that room. If you ask me, dying is dying, but we can't die without meaning. As long as we can defend the Great Wall, dying is worth it. Hu Gao flicked his cuffs dismissively, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. He was the most steadfast among the 4. If the Great Wall fell, his father would surely perish. Every relative in his clan lived within the tribe, none would survive either. To protect his family, he had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Next was Yi Mo. He had no family to speak of. He would take on dangerous tasks, but he would never sacrifice himself in the most perilous moments. Even if it meant fleeing, he would run. This wasn't because he feared death or lacked courage. It was simply that with Geely's terrifying abilities, given enough time, he could become truly formidable. By then, everything lost could be reclaimed. At least, that was Yi Mo's reasoning. The 4 charged swiftly toward the Great Wall, soon catching sight of its towering structure. Originally only about 10 meters high, the wall had been reinforced with modern technology to withstand the mutant beasts, significantly increasing its height. It now appeared to soar over 100 meters high. It resembled a colossal city wall. At that very moment, countless machine guns on the ramparts spat out tongues of fire, while missile launchers and rocket vehicles behind the walls continuously fired projectiles. Even more mysterious high-tech weapons were gathering energy. Yemo and his companions watched intently.
As they neared the wall, someone emerged to greet them. They were led up a staircase.
Upon reaching the ramparts, they realized the structure was far less expansive than its exterior suggested.
In reality, the Great Wall was only about 10 meters wide, and that was after modern technological modifications.
You're the 4 new recruits, right?
A man covered in blood held a phone in one hand as he wiped the grime from his face inside a room on the ramparts.
I'm the captain of the Blood Eagle Company. My term lasts 8 days.
The man chuckled, then a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He stripped off his uniform in front of the 4 men, revealing 3 distinct claw marks on his chest. Blood flowed steadily from the wounds.
You came here prepared to die.
The Blood Eagle Company has only soldiers who die in battle, no deserters.
Do you understand why I've only lasted 8 days? The Blood Eagle Company has an unbreakable rule.
No company commander has ever survived a month.
The last one lasted only 23 days.
I don't know how long I'll last. As he spoke, the man licked the blood from his lips, showing not a trace of fear. His eyes burned with nothing but endless fighting spirit. You 4, get up on the walls immediately to reinforce the defense.
We've been attacked again today. Damn it, other walls usually get hit by small-scale raids once a week.
Here, we get a small raid every day and a major assault every 3 days. The 4 men stared at the man before them, too stunned to speak. They had all taken lives before, each having dealt with desperate criminals. But seeing this company commander before them, they couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion.
A pang of sadness even stirred within them.
It was precisely these ordinary individuals, seemingly insignificant in everyday life, who safeguarded the lives of China's 1.4 billion people.
Without them, China would likely have long since become a haven for mutant beasts.
The casualty rate of this company was shockingly high. The company commander couldn't even survive a month.
It was enough to imagine just how brutal the fighting here must be.
As soldiers, their mission here is to defend the Great Wall and survive for 1 month.
During this period, they could continuously train themselves. Yes, sir. After hearing the orders, the 4 saluted and immediately turned to leave.
They climbed the stairs for a long time before finally reaching the top of the wall. Along their path, medical personnel continuously carried wounded soldiers down for treatment. Broken arms and legs were common sights. At least those victims could still wail in pain. The most terrifying sights were the silent corpses, their faces covered with white cloth.
Chapter 59, Fierce Combat. Sector C is about to collapse. Requesting fire support. Section D has only 3 combatants left. Reinforcements needed immediately. Dark-type mutants spotted in Sector H. Requesting light elemental warriors for backup.
Chaos erupted across the Great Wall, filled with deafening roars. They had barely climbed up when they witnessed a soldier, embracing a suicidal resolve, using his own body to ram a mutant beast into the wall. He too plummeted to his death. His comrades beside him showed no emotional disturbance. Not a single one grieved. Instead, they swiftly picked up their weapons and filled the void left by their fallen comrade.
No plan. Fight individually. Protect your own lives.
Yemo spoke as he led the way toward the ramparts. A giant covered in spikes attempted to breach the defenses, violently shoving aside 2 defenders.
Just as it lunged for the wall, Yemo kicked it back down. The remaining 3 exchanged glances and swiftly mobilized. Several sections of the walls here were already crumbling, with heavy casualties.
Among these soldiers, martial practitioners were rare, the main force consisting of ordinary troops. No wonder the nation cultivated so many martial artists, with universities constantly training them. Even within the military, martial artists were scarce. Getting 1 per platoon was already considered a rare treat, a real blessing.
I'll fight you all to the death.
After arriving at the military unit, Li Wanyue cut off her long hair, transforming it into a short style. Before his eyes, a martial artist clutching a mutated beast of martial master level flew off the city wall into the air and detonated.
The explosion didn't damage the wall at all.
The mutated beast didn't die. It struggled to its feet, blood continuously flowing from its wounds. It scrambled back toward the ramparts.
Bad news. All 5 martial artists in Sector B are dead. Request reinforcements.
A soldier shouted into his walkie-talkie.
But the only response was the crackling static of electricity. After a long pause, a response finally came. 4 warriors are converging on your position.
Li Wanyue flicked her long hair back, gripped 2 massive hammers in her hands, and leaped into the air. With every ounce of strength, she smashed down on the martial artist-level mutant beast about to scale the city wall.
Before it could react, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The immense force shattered every tissue in its body.
The surrounding soldiers watched the slender figure before them with a hint of awe.
Female soldiers were a rare sight in the Blood Eagle Company, a place even male soldiers often avoided. Thank you. A soldier lay on the ground, gasping for breath.
Moments ago, he had been locked in a standoff with that mutated beast. He was a martial arts practitioner. He had intended to take the beast down with him, but unexpectedly, someone had saved him.
Everyone, organize your defenses immediately. Report any stronger mutated beasts to me at once. The other soldiers felt their hearts settle instantly. The woman before them possessed formidable strength, having instantly killed a warrior-level mutant beast with a single strike. This development caused the entire section of the city wall to feel a slight surge of morale. The other 3 teams were experiencing similar developments. Yemo, in particular, went on a killing spree. Charging down from the city wall, he fought the surging tide of mutated beasts from every angle. He slaughtered them with ease, then flung their corpses one by one back onto the ramparts. These were valuable resources. Even ordinary people could gain significant health benefits from consuming them. Normally, these soldiers never had the chance to descend from the walls, so they naturally couldn't collect the mutated beast's meat. Because the flesh of these mutated beasts was usually devoured by the next wave of creatures that charged in. They devoured their own kind. The soldiers on the walls received no such supplements, forced to subsist on ordinary rations. Yemo hurled large chunks of mutated beast meat onto the ramparts. Before the next wave of attack arrived, he scrambled up the wall to replenish his strength. Holy, dude, are you from the Special Forces Brigade? That's insane. Our C-section wall feels way more secure with you here. Open fire, brothers. Another wave's coming. The intense machine gun fire erupted again in a dense barrage. On the battlefield, they couldn't afford to lose focus for long. After a brief moment of shock, they had to dive back into the fight. The C-sector radio operator was practically ecstatic. His was likely the safest position on the ramparts. He didn't need to fire a weapon in combat, only to keep his radio ready for constant updates. If he ever had to grab a gun and charge to the front lines, it meant nearly every soldier in his section had already been wiped out. Cooks, hurry up here. Holy crap. Some expert hauled up a bunch of mutated beast carcasses. We're finally getting some meat today. The communications officer yelled, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. Soon, a group of excited, overweight men charged up the city wall. Each carried a stretcher. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the mutated beast carcasses piled high on the ramparts. Quick! Get all this meat down. A portly head cook immediately ordered his men to get to work. Working together, they continuously hauled the mutated beast carcasses down. That very day, their meals included a dish of mutant beast meat. Every soldier was thrilled. Usually, they could only eat ordinary meat, which barely restored their stamina. The fact that they could now eat mutated beast meat proved their defenses had been highly effective, allowing them to retrieve corpses from below for sustenance. At least for today, they were safe. Everyone ate with relish. The mutant beasts' assault ceased. After dragging the bodies of their fallen comrades from the final wave that had stormed the walls, they vanished entirely beyond the Great Wall. Night gradually descended. The mutated beasts seemed to avoid nighttime attacks. They had scarcely ever assaulted the walls after dark. Yet not a single soldier relaxed their vigilance. Searchlights swept relentlessly across the mountains at all times. If they were to launch a surprise midnight assault one night, catching everyone off guard, this section of the Great Wall might fall. Who knew how many lives it would cost to plug that breach? Yemo and the others gathered together that night. Damn, that was exhilarating. Several fresh wounds marred Hu Gao's face, though they didn't appear too severe. If anything, they added to his rugged aura. This lady is nearly exhausted, but it was truly worthwhile. My hammer technique has made significant progress. Li Wanyue spoke while eating the dish before her. The army-style communal meal actually tasted pretty good. Ruan Wei remained silent, merely nodding quietly. His dagger was now completely stained red with blood. The number of mutated beasts he had slain was likely far greater than those taken down by Li Wanyue and Hu Gao. Chapter 60, Promotion to Platoon Leader. The company commander they'd met earlier approached. He too was defending a section of the wall, his strength hovering around 7.0. You four have shown remarkable skill. To demonstrate such prowess upon joining our company is impressive. Starting tomorrow, I'm assigning each of you as a platoon leader. Each of you will command 5 squads to defend a section of the city wall for me. At that moment, the man held a pipe in his mouth, his left arm now bare. Bandages wrapped around it, blood soaking through the wound. You. The tiger wanted to say something, but it felt like his throat was blocked. He still couldn't quite believe it. Just yesterday, the company commander had been standing before them, whole and full of life. Yet in just one day, his arm had vanished. My little injury is nothing. But you lot, I hear you're from the university. You've got to hold on. Surviving and getting back alive is worth more than dying here. The company commander smiled, then scanned the area to make sure no one was watching before pulling a bottle of beer from his empty sleeve. The army forbids drinking, but I snuck in a bottle of beer. Let's have a little sip. On behalf of all the soldiers of the Blood Eagle Company, I welcome you. I hope you can help look after those soldiers for me. As he spoke, the company commander pried open the bottle cap with his fingernail and began drinking from a bowl. Witnessing this scene, all 4 men felt a pang of unease. Though the captain's tone seemed casual, they saw his visit as a solemn entrustment. He knew his days were numbered, so he needed to entrust his brothers in arms to reliable hands. Only if these 4 men could play a greater role and kill more enemies would fewer of their soldiers die. Today, the Blood Eagle Company lost over 200 men killed in action and had more than 400 wounded. Tomorrow, we'll receive reinforcements of 800 troops. You choose your men yourselves, each of you gets to pick 100. I'll leave some veterans for you to supplement your ranks. New recruits suffer the highest casualties, be extremely cautious. After speaking, the company commander poured wine for everyone. His face still bore that hearty smile. Yemo's men fell into a heavy silence. One by one, they drained their bowls clean, then flipped them upside down, not a single drop spilled. Thank you. The company commander's voice grew hoarse as he uttered his final words. As a martial artist, even a severe injury like a severed arm couldn't force him from the front lines. He had resolved to fight on, prepared to die. Every day he could survive was another day gained. Early the next morning, several troop transport vehicles appeared beneath the city walls as expected. The soldiers aboard these vehicles weren't complete novices either. Most had served on other sections of the Great Wall and possessed combat experience against mutated beasts. If they were fresh recruits straight out of boot camp, they'd likely be wiped out almost immediately on the battlefield. They'd come in droves only to die in droves, nothing but cannon fodder. Especially on this section of the wall, which was heavily targeted by the mutated beasts. I've picked my men. I'll lead them up, Ruanwei said as he led the large contingent of recruits up the wall. The others had also selected their men. What the hell? Our platoon leader is just these young kids? Leading us to our deaths? I'm not doing this. A scarred recruit, likely in his 30s, spoke up. Though he was a new recruit in the Blood Eagle Company, he was undoubtedly a veteran in the military. The scars on his face were likely inflicted by mutant beasts. And his squad was under Yemo's command. What? Got a problem with me being your platoon leader? Yemo shot him a cold glance, unwilling to waste words. By convention, mutant beasts would attack soon, and they had little time to spare. Your platoon leader? I'm the first one to disagree. You're not even fully grown yet. What qualifies you to lead a platoon? What combat experience do you have? Are you just going to lead us to our deaths? The veteran spat contemptuously. He was well aware of the Blood Eagle Company's terrifying casualty rate. Ha! Think you're up to it? Why don't you take over as platoon leader then? Yemo stepped forward 2 paces as he spoke, his aura radiating an utterly terrifying presence. The veteran took a half step back, swallowing hard. A hint of shock flickered in his eyes. This guy's savage aura was even more terrifying than that of a mutated beast. The young man before him was definitely not the pampered rich kid he had imagined. He was a genuine killing machine. I'm impressed. The veteran bowed his head. Yemo nodded in satisfaction before leading them swiftly up onto the city walls. Tonight, you'll be in for a real treat. Ask the veteran beside you how many mutated beasts I brought up yesterday. Tonight, I'll haul up another huge batch for our midnight snack. You gotta stay alive to eat. If you die, I'll roast you for the beasts. But if anyone tries desertion, I'll be the first to toss them down to feed the monsters. Nearly every new recruit was paired with a veteran soldier. Hearing Yemo's words, these veterans couldn't help but lick their lips. The taste of yesterday's mutated beast feast had left them utterly satisfied. Consuming this meat not only strengthened their bodies but also washed away all fatigue. It could even grant a commoner a sliver of cultivation. Though it might only be a fraction of a point, it significantly enhanced one's physical constitution. It also meant a higher chance of survival in combat. Soon, the mutated beasts came into view. All hands, prepare. At Yemo's command, the soldiers under his command all prepared for battle. Each soldier had a combat knife strapped to their waist. When their bullets ran out and the enemy charged forward, they could only resort to close-quarters weapons to fight for their lives. Reporting, our laser weapons have finished cooling and are ready for use. An experienced soldier ran up excitedly to report. Yemo glanced at the electromagnetic cannon beside him. Yesterday, they had fired a single shot from this thing, and its lethal range was a full 500 meters. Every single mutated beast within that dense 500-meter radius turned to charcoal the instant it touched the electromagnetic cannon's blast. Its destructive power was immense. However, its cooldown period was equally lengthy, reportedly 4 hours. They usually only fired it when their defenses were on the verge of collapse. As the horde of mutated beasts closed in, missile launchers and rocket artillery were the first to open fire. A torrent of artillery shells and rocket barrages rained down upon the mutated beasts. The frontline mutated beasts, serving as cannon fodder, were instantly blown to pieces in an instant, their blood splattering across the ground. Yet the densely packed horde behind them surged forward relentlessly. Like an unstoppable tide, they seemed impossible to eliminate. Chapter 61, Lightning Sphere. As the tide of mutated beasts closed in on the city walls, Yemo immediately gave the order. Open fire. Machine guns spat fire, unleashing rapid-fire assaults upon the mutated beasts. Even outdated equipment from modern wars was brought out. It wasn't that they lacked modern equipment, but rather that these outdated weapons had been mass-produced in the past and now had no practical use. With no wars to wage, the nation had no use for them beyond fighting the mutated beasts.
Maintaining these weapons consumed resources for no purpose. Better to turn these obsolete weapons into bullets and fire them all out.
No! What is that?
A soldier, mid-reload, glanced up absent-mindedly. He froze instantly, staring at the sky in disbelief before roaring out loud. All eyes followed his gaze. A vast, dark swarm of creatures was steadily closing in. They were crows, their eyes glowing red, and their beaks were lined with sharp teeth. They flapped their wings furiously, charging toward the city walls.
Do we have any air defense systems? Yemo watched the dark mass of crows and couldn't help but swallow hard.
Their numbers were overwhelming, a vast, dark cloud stretching as far as the eye could see.
No.
Before they died, no flying mutant beasts had ever appeared. The communications officer sucked in a sharp breath before immediately calling for reinforcements below the city walls.
Reporting to the brigade commander. Trouble. Trouble.
A soldier, having received the message, rushed into Lu Changsuan's tent.
What's going on? Lu Changsuan looked at the frantic soldier with suspicion.
News from the Blood Eagle Company: a large number of unidentified flying creatures have appeared on the city walls they're defending. Lu Changsuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, and he immediately pulled up satellite imagery of the area. One by one, vicious crows appeared before his eyes. Immediately take the air defense missile vehicles, every last one in the base.
All reinforcements are needed.
Simultaneously, connect me to the rear missile base. I demand a barrage of firepower. Lu Changsuan quickly regained his composure and began issuing orders without delay. In the past, China's firepower had been relatively weak, leaving all soldiers with a term known as firepower deficiency phobia.
After prolonged development, this condition was finally resolved. Yet significant aftereffects remained.
Following massive infrastructure development, numerous missile bases had sprung up in many mountain valleys. One such base lay near their section of the city wall, and during large-scale attacks, missiles from that base would be deployed.
This is Brigade Commander Lu Changsuan.
Connect me to your division commander.
Lu Changsuan spoke rapidly after dialing the number.
Moments later, a hoarse voice answered.
Changsuan, what's wrong? Commander. We've got trouble at the Great Wall.
The mutated beasts suddenly have a lot more flying creatures. We need heavy fire support now, or we might not hold the line. After a moment's thought, the voice on the other end immediately issued an order.
We'll get it to you immediately. The line went dead.
Within seconds, rockets streaked across the sky above their base, hurtling toward the city walls.
Only then did Lu Changsuan exhale a long sigh of relief before immediately mobilizing the anti-aircraft missile vehicles within his unit.
Large numbers of soldiers were swiftly assembled and began advancing toward the Great Wall. Lu Changsuan even took the lead personally, driving a jeep at the forefront of the charge toward the Great Wall.
No! They're getting closer. The vanguard closed up steeply.
As they neared the wall, it became clear their size was comparable to that of small cars. With a single swipe of their razor-sharp talons, they effortlessly pierced through soldiers' shoulders before snatching them up. Several soldiers, unable to react in time, were snatched into the air by the crows. The crows swiftly lowered their heads, opened their beaks, and sank their teeth viciously into the soldiers' flesh. The screams of the soldiers abruptly ceased. Their upper bodies were devoured in an instant. The crows, tasting blood, seemed to grow even more frenzied. Their flight grew faster as they repeatedly dove toward the city walls.
At that very moment, a barrage of rockets flew in.
They detonated in midair, triggering chain reactions that halted the crows' advance for a brief moment.
Damn it, how's the electromagnetic cannon coming along? Yemo ran over to a technician and slapped him on the shoulder. The technician's hands trembled slightly as he frantically entered commands into the electromagnetic cannon's control panel. It'll be ready any second now. He was a new recruit who had never witnessed anything like this before.
The previous battles against mutated beasts had been minor skirmishes, leading him to believe they were weak creatures. But arriving at this section of the Great Wall today revealed the truth: the areas they'd defended before had barely any mutated beasts. This was the real main battlefield. With a series of commands, the electromagnetic cannon rapidly began charging.
A faint crackling sound echoed through the air. Yemo studied the electromagnetic cannon intently. Massive currents surged from it into the air, then rapidly contracted and condensed into a projectile. He wondered if he could replicate this method. Yemo conjured a ball of lightning in his palm, then compressed it with his will. A small energy sphere instantly materialized in his palm. At that very moment, the system delivered a congratulatory notification. Congratulations, host, on mastering the lightning orb skill. Yemo was momentarily stunned.
He hadn't expected to learn it so quickly.
Though it differed somewhat from the electromagnetic cannon, it was at least a new skill. Die!
Yemo roared, hurling the ball of lightning from his hand.
The ball plunged into the crow swarm and detonated instantly.
A torrent of lightning spread across the sky.
Ravens struck by the lightning trembled violently, then began to smoke.
Losing their ability to fly, they plummeted to the ground.
At the same moment, the electromagnetic cannon activated. A massive current surged from the electromagnetic cannon. Like a massive cylinder, it slammed into the heart of the crow swarm. Countless crows were instantly paralyzed, plummeting to the ground like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Yet a few still attacked the soldiers defending the city walls. Yemo activated his hunting mode, gripping the thunder spear. As crows approached his striking range, he hurled the spear. Countless crows were pierced by the thunder spear. For a moment, the situation stabilized. Yet, an endless stream of crows continued to converge from the distance. Chapter 62: The Jade Pendant's Might. Ah! Another soldier screamed as he was snatched away by the crows in the sky. They were now in a state of utter helplessness. Ravens constantly swooped overhead, forcing them to dodge the birds while simultaneously fighting back. Simultaneously, they had to fire at the mutated beasts charging toward them from the ground. One moment of inattention meant either being killed by mutated beasts climbing over the city walls or being snatched away by the crows in the sky. The Blood Eagle Company suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Yemo could only cover about 500 meters of the city wall at a time. Anything farther was beyond his reach. He witnessed the company commander of the Blood Eagle Company being captured by crows while rescuing a comrade on a nearby section of the wall. He could have fought back and escaped, but the crows had already gathered in overwhelming numbers along his section of the wall. He was simply carried aloft by the crows before launching a counterattack. This sudden surge of violence slaughtered numerous mutated crows, but he too faced certain death. Without flight, he crashed heavily onto the ground below the wall, swallowed by the tidal wave of mutated beasts surging upward. After the horde passed, only a pit and traces of blood remained where he had fallen. Nothing else was left. Yemo's mood grew increasingly heavy. Could the curse of the Blood Eagle Company be real? How long had this company commander even been in command before meeting his end here? Yemo's inner turmoil surfaced, his gaze hardening into a fierce glare. To deal with these mutated beasts, he unleashed his full power. Holding back only enough to escape danger if necessary, he held nothing back. A barrage of skills rained down upon the mutated beasts. He alone functioned like an entire combat squad. Roar! A furious roar suddenly echoed out. Amidst the dark mass of mutated beasts, a towering creature stood out starkly. Its height was estimated to be around 50 meters. It reached nearly halfway up the city walls. Why does that thing look so much like a dinosaur? A soldier's voice trembled slightly. They had never encountered such a terrifying creature before. The previous mutated creatures they had encountered were somewhat understandable. Just mutated wolves, mutated tigers, mutated leopards, and the like. Their appearances were somewhat familiar, after all. But this Tyrannosaurus Rex before them was something they'd never seen before, only encountered in books. With each heavy step the Tyrannosaurus took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath it. A sense of impending danger began to stir within Yemo's heart. Fire 2 rockets over there. Yemo located the 2 soldiers manning the heavy weapons on the city wall. The pair reacted swiftly, shouldering their outdated yet still reliable 40mm grenade launchers and aiming at the mutated Tyrannosaurus's head. Whoosh! The rocket's piercing whistle filled the air as it slammed heavily into the Tyrannosaurus's face. After a cloud of dust settled, the Tyrannosaurus emerged unscathed, not a single scratch on its body. This is a martial sovereign-level mutant beast. A soldier holding a biological scanner stared at the readings in disbelief. The mutant beast's health bar had surged to a staggering 100. Yemo frowned slightly before charging swiftly from the city wall. In the blink of an eye, he slashed down countless flying crows. Without pause, he struck again, swatting away a group of mutant beasts near the city wall. He hovered in midair, his wings flapping relentlessly behind him. Yemo watched the approaching Tyrannosaurus Rex in silence, his body radiating a murderous aura. The Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to sense that the figure before it was no easy foe. It let out a mighty roar toward the sky, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the air. Yemo stood utterly still. Flames began to form in the T-Rex's mouth. It then condensed into a fiery orb, hurtling rapidly toward Yemo. Break! Yemo swiftly hurled the thunder spear in his hand, colliding with the fireball mid-air. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. The two forces cancelled each other out mid-air, causing no damage. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus roared once more. Flames erupted across its entire body, then it suddenly accelerated, charging toward the city walls with heavy, deliberate strides. Holy! The soldiers on the wall were frozen in terror at the sight. A collision with a creature this massive would likely bring down the Great Wall. Do your jobs properly. I'll hold him off. Yemo declared, his gaze fixed intently on the charging Tyrannosaurus Rex. A brilliant glow enveloped his body, as if a layer of earth-tone armor had fused to his skin. The Tyrannosaurus seemed to be amplified by a personal aura. As it passed by all the mutated beasts, their combat power, both speed and aura, suddenly surged dramatically. Thus, an endless swarm of mutated beasts swarmed around the Tyrannosaurus Rex. They showed no fear of being trampled to death. They charged forward, clinging tightly to the Tyrannosaurus's side. Seems it's time to use you. Yemo extended his hand, revealing a jade pendant glowing in his palm. This was the very same jade pendant Qin Yi had given him earlier. After a period of charging, the pendant had reached its full capacity of energy. He had initially thought the jade pendant was weak, but unexpectedly, its effect was based on the amount of energy infused into it. In other words, Qin Yi had only infused it with energy equivalent to less than 20 health points, resulting in a rather weak effect. However, Yemo had infused it with energy equivalent to around 118 life points, unleashing an effect that was naturally a martial master level area of effect killing move. Unfortunately, the jade pendant's quality was limited, and its maximum energy capacity could only withstand up to 100 life points. Any higher, and it risked shattering under the strain. That's why Yemo charged it with extreme caution. Now, he held such a devastating area of effect attack in his hands. Let you all witness my true power. Yemo flung the jade pendant into the air. The surrounding air instantly dropped several degrees. Snowflakes began to form in the air. The jade pendant's coverage spanned roughly 500 meters in all directions. It completely enveloped the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the horde of mutated beasts surrounding it. As energy surged forth, the jade pendant began to emit a pale blue glow. Then, a terrifying force swept across the sky, overwhelmingly attacking the mutated beasts. Countless snowflakes swirled in the wind, slicing through the creature's skin. In the blink of an eye, countless mutated beasts became frozen corpses, each a statue of ice. Huff! The Tyrannosaurus Rex took a deep breath, then expelled a massive ball of flame, attempting to breach the jade pendant's domain. But the effect was only fleeting. The jade pendant swiftly recovered the areas where the ice and snow had melted away. Chapter 63, The New Favorite Tyrannosaurus Rex. Holy crap! I thought I was gonna die here today. Our platoon leader is insane. The soldier who had been somewhat resentful earlier now stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. He never imagined Yemo could single-handedly hold back so many mutated beasts, even stopping that one with ridiculously high health. Just as he was marveling at the sight, a mutated crow swooped toward him. Watch out! His comrade beside him shoved him aside violently. Both men crashed heavily to the ground, and the crow's claws missed their target. Don't zone out. Fight properly. His comrade yelled angrily, then quickly scrambled to his feet, raising his rifle to fire at the speeding crow. The soldier wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and plunged back into the fray, daring not to lose focus again. But a newfound sense of calm settled within him. With such a formidable commander leading them, they'd have to try hard to die. Yemo stared silently at the area before him, where an icy blizzard was gradually forming. Within it, faint flickers of fire glimmered, proof that the Tyrannosaurus still possessed the strength to resist and was attempting to break free from the blizzard. Roar! A hoarse, agonized roar echoed from within. They were struggling against the forces of nature. But it was utterly futile. This was the crushing weight of absolute power. It should be about time. Yemo flapped his trembling wings, soaring higher. Hundreds of frozen feathers had crystallized into arrows upon his wings. The moment the Tyrannosaurus emerged alive, it would be pierced like a hedgehog. Strike while the iron is hot. Fresh from the blizzard, it must be utterly weakened. A sneak attack now would surely leave it gravely wounded or dead. Thud! A deep thud echoed as the blizzard slowly dissipated. All that remained were scattered ice crystals and a jade pendant suspended in midair, slowly drifting downward. Yemo swiftly retrieved the jade pendant. The energy within it had been completely drained. The Tyrannosaurus lay on the ground, covered in blood, its wounds frozen solid by the ice and snow. Surrounding it were countless, densely packed ice sculptures of mutated beasts. The Tyrannosaurus was barely clinging to life, not yet completely dead. Just as Yemo was about to deliver the final blow, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Big brother, don't kill me. I'm sorry. Yemo paused, slightly startled, and looked down in surprise. There, the Tyrannosaurus Rex lay prostrate on the ground, its eyes filled with humiliation as it gazed up at him, as if on the verge of tears. You can talk? Yemo muttered to himself, but this did little to dampen his killing intent. He raised the thunder spear in his hand, ready to strike. I'll be your dog, big brother. Please don't do this. I had no choice but to attack you. This time, Yemo was utterly dumbfounded. Are you saying these mutated beasts can speak and possess their own thoughts? You want to live that badly? Yemo continued questioning in his mind. But in truth, he was buying time to mentally inquire whether this thing could be absorbed into his pet system. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he attempted to incorporate it. But the system refused. Current space insufficient. Do you wish to expand your pet space now? Requires 50 strength. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but grit his teeth. His current strength was only around 59. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and spent the 50 strength points. After all, 50 strength points equated to roughly 50 health points. The Tyrannosaurus Rex before him had at least 100 HP. If he could capture it as a pet to assist him in battle, it would be a twofold gain. After completing the process, the Tyrannosaurus also responded. Yes. I desperately want to live. If you spare my life, I'll be your loyal servant forever. The Tyrannosaurus banged its little head against the ground. Yemo's heart stirred slightly, and moments later, the Tyrannosaurus was absorbed into his system. Mutant beasts that willingly submitted and desired to become his pets could be effortlessly absorbed into the system's pet space. After completing all this, Yemo tossed several mutated beast corpses onto the Great Wall during his return journey. With reinforcements arriving, the crows could no longer pose any threat to them.
Massive national military industries were mobilized to produce anti-aircraft missiles. They were then rushed to the front lines. Within the Great Wall's perimeter, they also constructed 3 missile bases. Even if the ravens attacked daily from then on, they would pose no threat whatsoever. After completing all this, Yemo sat in his room late at night, focusing his mind to communicate with the Tyrannosaurus. In his pet space, the 3 baby rhinos now possessed a vitality of around 20.
He had been feeding these young rhinos large quantities of mutated beast meat.
Koi, meanwhile, had been secretly dispatched by Yemo on another mission.
By now, the Koi should have followed the underground river deep into the grasslands to the ruins of the ancient Meng kingdom where the mutant beasts appeared. "Tell me," Yemo prompted, "where did you come from? And why did you say you were forced to attack us?" Tyrannosaurus was studying pet-related functions within the pet space. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Tyrannosaurus immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground. "Long live the master! Long live the master!" Yemo couldn't help but roll his eyes. How could this guy be so spineless? His kneeling was way too quick. Wasn't he a martial sovereign-level mutant beast? How could he be so pathetic? Cut the nonsense and answer my question. The Tyrannosaurus Rex jumped in fright and hastily recounted the matter concerning the rift. "We originally lived in another world, with our own dynasty. But we reproduced far too rapidly. The population in our world became severely overpopulated, even threatening the dynasty's security. At one point, even common folk had to fight each other just to survive. That's when the spatial rift appeared, a brand new world waiting for us to explore. This world of yours. What emerged now is merely the vanguard, a group lacking sentience and any form of life. Vast reinforcements still await their entry." Yemo stared wide-eyed at the Tyrannosaurus's words. These mutated beasts had actually established their own dynasty? This meant they had their own laws and systems over there. Had their resources not been so severely depleted, they would never have invaded this world. Even the barren northern grasslands appeared to them as a land of abundant resources. Their own lands were barren, with every edible plant devoured by these mutated beasts. No wonder they were attacking Blue Star with such frenzied intensity. Chapter 64, The Map. Then tell me in detail what your system looks like over there. How much longer before they launch their attack? Your advance force must have suffered heavy losses. How many troops will you deploy next? Yemo laid out all the questions he wanted answered. The Tyrannosaurus shook its 2 stubby forelimbs, straining its brain to think. "I'm not entirely sure. After all, I'm part of the vanguard too. I hold a relatively high position within it. I'm the commander." The Tyrannosaurus shook his head with a hint of pride. "As a commander, you surrendered immediately. Don't you find that utterly shameful?" Yemo shot the creature a look of contempt. But the Tyrannosaurus seemed utterly devoid of shame. He shamelessly declared, "I was actually planning to test my strength against you. Your power is comparable to mine. But that thing you pulled out was too formidable. I expended every ounce of my strength just to escape from it. I had absolutely no fighting power left." As he spoke, the Tyrannosaurus flexed his nostrils, a look of pure delight spreading across his face. Then he began following the scent to its source. Within the pet space, all the food provided was free. Once stored in the system's pet space, these foods could be consumed freely. The Tyrannosaurus licked his lips before beginning to show off his meal. With a gentle open of its jaws, it swallowed a large portion, its face reflecting pure satisfaction. Over there, supplies had become so scarce that even officers like him, holding positions within the military units, had no food to eat. They could only eat the corpses of starved mutant beasts. Occasionally, they would also keep some mindless mutated beasts in captivity. These creatures possessed no independent thought, existing merely as sustenance. However, their captivity was still in its early stages. The method of raising them involved feeding them the carcasses of dead mutated beasts. Then they were forced to breed continuously, expanding their numbers. Initially, this policy worked well, but it grew increasingly absurd over time. The mutant beast dynasty began trading intelligent mutant beasts. Ultimately, this breeding program was terminated. Just as they were deep in despair, a spatial rift appeared. A horde of mutant beasts poured through the spatial fissure. When they returned, their faces were filled with astonishment and delight. According to their accounts, that world teemed with small rabbits, moles, and other creatures, while lush, dense grass covered the land. This could be used to feed the herbivorous mutant beasts. They began mobilizing large numbers of troops to this side. Initially, they did encounter resistance. Human firearms posed a significant threat to them. But the ancient nation of Guman was too weak to withstand the onslaught. Within 3 days, it was utterly annihilated. Every last bit of their land and food was devoured by the mutated beasts. The mutated beasts then took root here, expanding outward like mad. They even established a city within the fissure, a city composed entirely of mutated beasts. After learning all this, Yemo couldn't help but silently give them a mental thumbs up. These mutated beasts proved surprisingly intelligent and resourceful, understanding they couldn't survive by consuming their own resources indefinitely. Thus, they turned to external conquest. But they had invaded Blue Star, the human world, and worse, near his homeland. Yemo couldn't just stand by and watch. I understand the situation now. Do you have any way to close that spatial rift? The Tyrannosaurus shook his head blankly. Well, looks like you're no help after all. Yemo scrutinized the Tyrannosaurus from head to toe, unable to resist licking his lips. He'd eaten mutated wolves, mutated tigers, mutated leopards, all sorts. But the taste of a mutated dinosaur. Feeling the predatory gaze fixed upon him, the Tyrannosaurus couldn't help but shiver. Well, I don't know how to shut that thing down, but I can give you the blueprints for the city we're building over there. The Tyrannosaurus swallowed nervously. He was terrified Yemo might stew him alive. Go on. Tyrannosaurus began dipping his forepaw into ink on a sheet of paper and started sketching. Soon, a massive map appeared before Yemo. Yemo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on at the sight of this gibberish. Not only are there all sorts of bizarrely shaped buildings up there, but also a complex network of crisscrossing streets. Are you messing with me? How could anyone possibly remember every single street in this city? He shot the Tyrannosaurus a slightly skeptical glance. The other party immediately stiffened, then hastily shook his head. I couldn't at first, but I learned. I often sneak out at night looking for food. Got lost so many times, I ended up figuring out that area. The Tyrannosaurus gave an embarrassed chuckle, then glanced nervously at Yemo, afraid he wouldn't believe him. Alright, just stay put here. I'll handle investigating that area myself. Yemo stroked his chin, lost in thought, then closed his eyes. A wave of coolness washed over his senses. When he opened them again, he found himself in a pitch-black underground river. The water flowed with fierce turbulence. Based on his psychic connection with the koi, it should be directly beneath the ancient kingdom of Gumming. Yemo carefully guided the koi, flapping its wings to take flight. The koi then gently fluttered its fins. In an instant, it crystallized an ice spike as thick as a man's head. It shot upward. The ice spike swiftly pierced through the soil, shooting straight into the sky. The koi flicked its tail and leapt upward, swiftly following the path carved by the ice spike. A flash of blue light streaked across the night sky. The ice spike shattered into fragments mid-air. The koi blinked its eyes, looked around, and studied the scene for a moment. Finally, it swiftly darted off in one direction. Over there stood a cluster of oddly shaped houses. The koi concealed its presence and glided above these structures. Yemo couldn't help but startle slightly. The blueprints drawn by Tyrannosaurus actually matched up for the most part. That map of his was genuinely useful. Yemo began navigating toward a crucial location based on the map in his mind. It was an extremely peculiar building, with strange characters inscribed upon it. Yemo couldn't quite decipher it, but he learned from Tyrannosaurus that this place was likely their equivalent of a command center. Koi seized an opportunity to slip inside. Now, deep into the quiet night, countless mutated beasts lay sprawled outside the building, dozing off. With utmost caution, Jinli barely managed to sneak inside the structure. Chapter 65, Lu Chansu in shock. Koi swam swiftly through the air, dodging cautiously. Wherever there was a place to hide, it darted over to conceal itself. Inch by inch, he crept deeper into the structure. In one room, Jinli discovered a massive map, seemingly depicting human defenses. 2 long defensive lines tightly enclosed them within. These 2 lines formed an elliptical shape. The areas occupied by the mutated beasts were completely sealed off, leaving no escape. One end was the Great Wall. The other end featured strange structures resembling medieval castles. Every few kilometers, one stood, serving as the backbone of defense against the mutated beasts. However, this defensive line was likely not established by China, but rather by the Bear Nation to the north. They possessed the most advanced industrial system, capable of rapidly producing military weapons. Their efficiency is remarkable. The moment the mutated beasts appeared, they detected the situation here via satellite. They swiftly dispatched large forces to begin constructing fortifications. One after another, bunkers rose from the vast snowy plains of the north. Yemo guided the koi fish to circle the room, quickly spotting a pile of strange characters carved into a wooden board. The surface was densely covered with countless inscriptions. There were roughly 7 or 8 such wooden panels. The content was largely identical. Though he couldn't decipher the words, the patterns etched upon them were exactly the same. Yemo studied them for a long time, committing every pattern to memory along with their sequence. The koi then retraced its path, diving back into the subterranean river. Yemo withdrew from the koi's perspective and returned to his own body. He immediately began transcribing all the strange characters he had just observed. Recognize this? Translate what it means for me. Yemo handed the strange characters he had copied to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus was sound asleep in the pet space. Suddenly sensing something land on his head, he lifted his head with some irritation only to cower instantly at the sight. Yes, master. I'll look at it now. Tyrannosaurus Rex scanned the densely packed symbols with his eyes as he spoke. Soon, he nodded with understanding. The message is simple enough. It basically says heading toward the snowy area will be freezing cold with scarce resources, no real strategic value there. They plan to concentrate their forces to attack the city walls soon. Once they breach this section, their subsequent expansion will be much easier. Tyrannosaurus Rex spoke while using his forepaws to scrape his teeth. Yemo froze upon hearing his translation, then instantly tensed. Oh no, oh no. Yemo quickly rose, dressed, and headed for Lu Changsuan's military camp. Lu Changsuan had just undressed to rest. Today, he had supported the Blood Eagle Company, fighting fiercely and killing many enemies. Now it was time to rest. Just as he sat sipping tea and reading a book, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Startled, Lu Changsuan grabbed the military knife beside him. The window shattered violently as a figure burst into his room. Who's there? Lu Changsuan swung his military knife in a slashing strike. Yemo instantly summoned an ice spear to block the blow. It's me, Senior Lu. Yemo's voice was filled with urgency. Only after recognizing the figure did the other man sheath his bayonet, gazing at Yemo with a puzzled expression. You coward, can't handle the heat? Trying to desert now? What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night? Lu Changsuan shot a disapproving glance at his window. Tonight, he'd have to switch rooms to sleep. Sorry, Senior Lu. I'm just really anxious. Let me explain this to you. Yemo spoke while pulling out the strange symbols he had been manipulating earlier. He then played the translation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex for Lu Changsuan to hear. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsuan went completely numb. His face wore an expression of utter disbelief. You're saying those mindless mutated beasts attacking the city walls every day actually belong to a dynasty? Yemo nodded. And you say they have their own culture, their own writing system, and even their own organizational structure? Yemo nodded again. Are you out of your mind? Lu Changsuan snorted coldly in irritation, immediately preparing to throw the man out. Looks like you're delusional, trying to earn some credit. Now you're making up lies to fool me? This won't happen again. Get back to your post immediately. Yemo grew frantic upon hearing this. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, just look. Yemo snapped his fingers lightly, and a crimson Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly materialized in the open space outside. It stared blankly at the star-filled sky. He looked at Yemo with some confusion. Ah! Lu Changsuan's eyes widened so much his eyeballs nearly popped out. He could sense the Tyrannosaurus's power was on par with his own. The creature had appeared right in the middle of the military camp without a care. If it wanted to cause major destruction, he wouldn't even be able to stop it. This is a pat I received among the mutated beasts. This fellow is also the leader of the mutated beasts I told you about. I can understand what he says. All of this is what he told me. Yemo said, waving at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus raised its small paw and waved back with a friendly expression. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the entire base. Countless searchlights suddenly illuminated the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Soldiers on the surrounding watchtowers were stunned by the sight before them. They immediately sounded the alarm, raised their guns, and prepared to attack. Yemo quickly snapped his fingers, summoning the creature back into his pet space. Everyone back to sleep. It's nothing. Turn off the alarms. Lu Changsuan bellowed from where he stood, his brow deeply furrowed as he pondered something. Did you really mean what you said earlier? He had already begun to believe those words upon seeing the Tyrannosaurus. This young man had delivered too many surprises and unexpected revelations. But the idea that such mutated beasts could form an entire dynasty? Frankly, Lu Changsuan found it hard to believe. I can vouch for it without hesitation. I'll stake my life on it. Yemo took a deep breath and replied with utmost seriousness. Understood. I'll report this matter truthfully. Bring me the texts you copied earlier. I'll find experts to decipher them. If we can decipher their writing, it might make many of our upcoming battle plans much easier. Lu Changsuan was well aware of just how perilous the current situation truly was. If their claims were true that they intended to muster all their forces for a combined assault on the Great Wall, the fortifications might not hold. Chapter 66 Ambush. The Bear Nation front was another major theater, tying up a significant portion of the mutant beast forces. If the mutant beasts launched a full-scale assault on the Great Wall of China, it might not hold. Their soldiers were essentially ensuring the Great Wall remained unbroken, and with just a day's worth of fighting, they could resolve the situation and repel the enemy. But if the battle duration doubled, their ammunition supply would become critically dangerous. There was even a possibility of running out of supplies. Lu Changsuan pulled on his uniform, adjusted his attire, and immediately began reporting to his superiors. His rank was simply too low. Matters like this, which could affect the lives of civilians or even the survival of the nation, were beyond his authority to decide. His position allowed him only to command troop movements. Matters like resource allocation and ammunition supply required layers of approvals before he could obtain what he needed. Looks like I won't be sleeping tonight. Lu Changsuan swiftly threw himself into his duties. Yi Mo wasn't idle either. He took 3 steps at a time, returning to the Great Wall at breakneck speed. He then lowered his consciousness, once again controlling the koi to soar above the city built by the mutated beasts, commencing his patrol and observation. A peculiar mist shrouded the city's skies. It was precisely because of this fog that neither China nor Russia could use satellites to clearly see the situation on this side of the rift, nor could they see the city they had built. What exactly was this mist? Yi Mo was curious. This thing was visible but intangible, seemingly capable of shielding perception. Yet it appeared to serve no other purpose beyond that. Yi Mo, puzzled, commanded the koi to begin surveying the city. Numerous mutated beasts roamed within the city. Most lacked shelter, sleeping directly on the ground. Moreover, within a 50-kilometer radius of this city, vast numbers of mutated beasts thrived. The areas they inhabited resembled the aftermath of a locust swarm. The wood had been gnawed clean. Bare, barren hills stretched everywhere. No trace of greenery, no sign of life. They are voracious eaters, and their numbers are overwhelming. They even dig up and devour every last blade of grass. It was only because the soil contained little nourishment that they hadn't devoured every last bit of earth here. After surveying the area, Yi Mo was about to turn back when he suddenly sensed a psychic force locking onto him. Damn it! Yi Mo urgently commanded the koi to dart back toward the underground river at breakneck speed. A whistling sound pierced the air as a green arrow streaked toward him. Just before it could strike the koi, the fish accelerated and darted back into the underground river. In a luxurious room within the city, a bizarre-looking creature sat slumped in a chair, head bowed as if deep in thought. Did it escape? He had only acted casually just now, with no real intention of capturing the target, merely testing the waters. As a general of the dynasty, he understood the importance of reconnaissance. The enemy's strength seemed far greater than they had imagined. They had assumed landing on this planet would meet little resistance. Yet they had encountered fierce resistance. The weapons on this planet were indeed formidable. To intelligent mutated beasts like themselves, they posed only a minor threat. But for the non-sentient mutated beasts, they proved deadly. After a period of observation, they realized this world was not inhabited solely by humans. Several exceptionally powerful mutated beasts also existed. Their power seemed to surpass even that of the great king of the dynasty. Even knowing this world was so dangerous, they would face extinction if they did not come here. After much deliberation, they resolved to fight for a sliver of hope. Let's hope everything goes smoothly from here on out. After uttering these words, he closed his 18 eyes, and the 8 legs behind him gradually retracted. He lay on a vast spider web, resting his eyes. Holy crap, that thing was insane just now. Yi Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. Had that attack landed, the koi would have been sliced clean in two. He didn't know what purpose had driven the creature to spare him in the end, but Yi Chen understood there was a presence there he could never hope to overcome. That's enough reconnaissance for today. Yi Mo exhaled deeply, finally sinking his consciousness back into the system. Any good perks lately, my trusty system? Yi Mo's strength had plateaued recently. He kept devouring mutated beast flesh, but the rate of improvement had slowed considerably. He felt that the more he cultivated, the less impact it had. Back when they were all martial artists, even 0.01 HP could decide victory or defeat. But at his current martial sovereign realm, even a 1.0 difference in vitality was negligible. The gap between opponents was no longer significant. No response. After a brief scan, the system delivered a cold, 2-word response. Yi Mo could only close his eyes and begin resting, replenishing his stamina. Early the next morning, just as he was about to climb the city wall to its summit and prepare to command the battle, he was suddenly hailed by a soldier. Lu Changsuan stood below the Great Wall with his men, watching him. Senior Lu, how did your discussions with the higher-ups go regarding that matter? Yi Mo asked with a hint of urgency. They didn't know when the enemy would carry out their plan. But it couldn't be too far off. I've already reported these matters to higher-ups, including the fact that you have an enemy commander in your custody. We now need your cooperation to decipher the intelligence. Lu Changsuan saluted with a military gesture. Yi Mo gave a faint smile, indicating that there was no issue whatsoever. Then it's settled. You'll follow me back to the barracks immediately. Someone wishes to see you. Yi Mo nodded and followed him. Soon, a remarkably clear image appeared on the screen of a dark green laptop. The clarity was hundreds of times sharper than any civilian Super HD display, revealing even the finest hairs on the figure's body. After all, this was a military conference call. High security was one thing, but the video clarity was extraordinary. You're the young man Lu Changsuan mentioned? A square-jawed middle-aged man sat across from him, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a general. Yi Mo saluted him respectfully. I am Yi Mo, platoon leader of the Blood Eagle Company, a student at Cloud Shield University. The middle-aged man nodded calmly, his expression as still as a deep well. His piercing eyes fixed intently on Yi Mo. Chapter 67, The Eight-Headed Serpent. Why is your background so clean? May I ask the reason?
The moment they received the intelligence, they pulled up every detail on the soldier who delivered the message.
He belonged to no faction whatsoever and even lacked parents. He merely possessed a household registration.
This seemed odd, even potentially suspicious, perhaps a spy. Therefore, a thorough investigation was necessary before verifying the authenticity of his claims.
Yemo offered no explanation. With your intelligence capabilities, verifying my information should be effortless. I have nothing to explain.
Every major detail of my life, from clothing, food, housing, and transportation to schooling, has been meticulously documented by the state since childhood.
With a simple check, you can easily find my elementary school, middle school, and high school records. Yemo offered no further elaboration on the matter. What I want to know now is how you intend to handle the intelligence I passed on to you? Yemo asked.
The middle-aged man stared at him silently, his expression giving nothing away. After a long pause, he finally spoke. First, hand over that Tyrannosaurus Rex you're holding.
Let us two thoroughly study her. Can you confirm he's not lying to you?
I can certainly verify the truth of his words.
I'm merely relaying the intelligence to you. I will absolutely not interfere with your actions.
If you wish to reinforce your forces, do so. If you wish to leave things as they are, so be it. Since this Tyrannosaurus is now my pet, handing her over to you for research is out of the question.
Yemo shook his head decisively, refusing outright.
It wasn't that he was unwilling to contribute to the nation. Rather, he refused to betray anyone who had placed their trust in him. If he treated his own men this way, who would dare work with him in the future? Who would dare join the night pavilion? The middle-aged man across from him narrowed his eyes slightly.
Do you realize how crucial the information you provided is?
Without confirming its authenticity, we absolutely won't act rashly. Between the lines, he was essentially demanding Yemo hand over the Tyrannosaurus next time, but he was refused once more. Originally, they had been trying to figure out how he had managed to conceal a Tyrannosaurus Rex out of thin air. Later, someone speculated he possessed a magical artifact akin to a lifespace, allowing him to store it within. I'm merely informing you of the situation.
I won't betray my people. They've risked their lives defending the nation's borders without complaint. Yemo's stance was unyielding, leaving his interlocutors no choice but to reluctantly drop the matter. How credible is he? I trust him completely.
There's no room for deception here. Even if he were deceiving us, it's better to err on the side of caution, reinforce our defenses, and mobilize more troops here.
Better safe than sorry.
Since we know this possibility exists, we must be fully prepared. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement.
Mission assignment: Yamada no Orochi is poised to attack the northeastern coastal regions of Huaxia. Eliminate it. Mission item: mutant creature detector. Yemo suddenly heard the system's voice echo in his mind. For a moment, Yemo's eyes widened in disbelief. Yamada no Orochi, a sea god-like entity from the legends of Fusong.
And this creature actually has a real-world counterpart on Blue Star.
30 days until the attack. Yemo's expression darkened. With only this much time left before the attack, what could he possibly do?
It was impossible to significantly boost his strength at this late stage.
We'll handle this matter. Yemo's current rank was still relatively low.
Such a major matter concerning war couldn't be decided by his word alone.
Who could say whether he'd deliberately conjured up some mysterious gibberish to deceive them?
But the military must take such matters seriously. After all, someone had raised the possibility, and it could indeed happen.
They must have contingency plans in place. Yemo approached Lu Changsuan. Senior Lu, I need to request leave. I must be away for a while. Lu Changsuan paused, a hint of confusion in his voice. Where are you going? Yemo pointed toward the east. The northeastern coast. What for? To investigate some matters. I hope you'll approve my leave request.
Lu Changsuan frowned, but ultimately decided to grant the leave.
You have only 3 days. Get whatever needs doing done quickly, then return immediately.
He should have pressed for details about the purpose of the trip to the northeast coast, but considering Yemo was his junior, he eased up on the requirements.
To be honest, Yemo felt like every breath was heavy. He still didn't know the true strength of the legendary Yamada no Orochi from Fusong.
At his current cultivation level, resisting it would likely prove difficult.
How should he go about seeking out powerful allies? How should he handle this situation? Yemo arrived at the seaside with a look of uncertainty.
He stood there, letting the salty sea breeze blow against him, silently standing on the sandy shore.
This boundless ocean held too many unknowns.
Humanity's exploration of the ocean remains but a fraction of its vastness. The deepest parts were beyond the reach of even the most advanced submarines.
Who knew what terrifying entities might slumber there? Recalling the recent incident where a giant mutated beast attacked a human city, Yemo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. That nation's military might rank among the world's top 7.
Even so, they suffered devastating losses in an instant.
Weaker mutated beasts where manageable humans could outnumber them and wear them down. but the sheer numbers of powerful mutated beasts rendered that strategy useless against them. Appropriate countermeasures were imperative. Yemo possessed a technological blueprint in his mind, along with a finished prototype of such an item. This contraption could be used to monitor mutant beasts. After much deliberation, Yemo finally arrived at the gates of the Huaka Academy. Regardless of whether this system mission succeeded or failed, this device should be handed over to the state. With this device, monitoring and scanning mutated beasts would become possible, allowing their locations to be tracked nationwide. Once they were all eliminated, the territory of China would undoubtedly become much safer. Incidents like trekking deep into the mountains for a hike only to be inexplicably attacked and killed by mutant beasts would cease to occur. At the main gate of the Huaka Institute, 2 security guards were chatting idly. With China now remarkably safe, their role as security guards wasn't particularly demanding, requiring little constant vigilance. Yemo walked up the stairs. The 2 guards immediately stepped forward to block his path. Chapter 68, Interrogation. Hey, kid, what are you doing here? The guard extended a rubber baton to block Yemo's path. Yemo lifted the box in his hand, which contained the blueprints for the mutant beast monitor. I have an important invention to donate to the nation. Please arrange for me to meet with your leadership here. The 2 security guards exchanged glances. Then burst into laughter. Haha, young man, don't get ahead of yourself. At your age, you're probably still in college. Don't go around making a big deal out of something trivial and expecting to show it to the leaders at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Yeah. We see people like you every day all trying to use the China Academy of Science's name to get famous and make money. Yemo's eyes flickered. It seemed unrealistic to gain access to the leadership through normal channels. So he walked straight to the main gate of Huaka Academy and found a spot to sit down, his butt landing squarely on the box holding the blueprints. Kid, no offense, but could you stop causing trouble? This is our patrol zone. Unrelated loiterers like you are supposed to be shooed away. A security guard tried to persuade him to leave, but seeing the young man sitting cross-legged right at the entrance, clearly determined not to budge until he got what he wanted. This guy was clearly looking for trouble, right? They immediately tried to escort him away from the gate together. I'm not actually at the main entrance of your Huaka Academy. I'm just passing by. I'm a bit tired and wanted to find a place to rest my feet. Yemo sat there quietly. His expression remained utterly calm. The 2 security guards were instantly displeased. Don't you understand a word we're saying, kid? We told you to leave, so get out of here. Why are you wasting our time? Don't make us use force. As they spoke, they moved to act. Crack! Yemo shot them a glance, and a ball of lightning instantly materialized in his hand. The thunderous crack successfully scared the 2 men off. This kid's a martial artist. He looks dangerous. Call the cops. Seeing they couldn't handle the situation, one security guard quickly dialed the emergency number. Police arrived at the scene within 5 minutes. Word that the suspect was a martial artist capable of summoning elemental energy drew a significant police response. At least 6 or 7 police cars surrounded his location. What are your demands? Yemo couldn't help but chuckle at the massive display before him. He had genuinely intended to contribute to the nation. Yet he'd been turned away by 2 security guards. If this was how things were handled across all of China, then what about those civilian inventors hidden among the populace? When they develop technological products, wouldn't they face a dead end trying to gain recognition or donate their work to the state? No wonder so many scientists had been lured away by other countries in recent years. It wasn't that they were unwilling to contribute to their homeland, nor that they harbored a blind admiration for foreign cultures. Even within their own country, they were denied any opportunity. This was the inevitable outcome of being driven to desperation, with no other path left. Otherwise, who would willingly leave their homeland, abandon the place that gave them birth and nurtured them, and perhaps never return? My request is simple. I have an important invention I wish to present to the leaders of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Rest assured, I will cause no trouble here. I am simply waiting for a leader to appear. Yemo raised both hands above his head, signaling he carried no weapons and showed no aggression. This gesture immediately relaxed the still tense police officers. It seemed the man wasn't some vicious martial artist, but simply wanted to meet with the leadership. Several officers lowered their gun barrels slightly, easing their vigilance. Yet they remained cautious, keeping their weapons firmly in hand. This isn't the place for a conversation, and besides, this is a national security site. Why don't you come with us to the police station first to explain the situation? If your invention is truly useful, we'll proactively help you contact the leadership. Yemo's eyes lit up at the officer's words. This seemed like a viable avenue. He could hand over his device to the police. They could verify its authenticity, and then the police could contact the leadership at the China Academy of Sciences. Wouldn't that be hugely beneficial for him? He wouldn't have to go through all the trouble of waiting here patiently. Yemo then cooperated fully, getting into the police car. The officers visibly relaxed. They drove him back to the police station and brought him into the interrogation room. This device is my invention. The officers handling his case were two older men. After all, he was a martial artist, so they needed to take him seriously. First, tell us why you went to the Academy of Sciences. Your presence there disrupted public order, and sitting on the ground like that is a clear obstruction of government operations. One officer was stern, shining a light directly into Yemo's face. I had no malicious intent whatsoever. You can take that sample out of my box and examine it. Yemo opened the case as he spoke, pulling out a small square box. This device monitors mutated organisms. I call it the mutant detection device. He switched on the detector as he spoke. A small screen instantly appeared on its surface. Circular ripples spread out like radar patterns, gradually forming distinct shapes on the display. This detector is still quite small, capable of detecting mutated beasts only within a 500-meter radius. Its limited detection range was a key reason he wanted to hand this technology over to the state. After further refinement, the detection range could certainly be expanded. By then, even if the Yamada no Orochi attacked China, it could be detected in advance, allowing for timely preparations. The two police officers couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. A young man pulls a small box out of a suitcase and claims this thing can detect mutant beasts? How could they possibly believe such a claim? Beep. Soon, a faint red dot lit up on the detector, a very weak signal indicating the mutant beast's power was roughly at the martial trainee level. How could your detector be reacting? This is downtown. And inside a police station, no less. Are you suggesting there's a mutant beast here? The two officers couldn't help but laugh. Even if a mutant beast suddenly appeared in the residential area, it wasn't entirely impossible. Who knows? Maybe some hibernating mutated snake crawled out of the ground in one of the residential areas. But this was a police station, how could that be possible? Yemo examined it carefully. This mutant beast is inside your police station, less than 30 meters from where I am. Chapter 69, Calling for Reinforcements. The two officers froze for a moment, then completely ignored his words and began interrogating him about other matters. After a long while, Yemo finally couldn't hold back. I haven't broken any laws or committed any crimes. What exactly are you interrogating me about? If you don't believe me, take this device and follow the markings on it. Just go to the location indicated by that red dot and take a look. Won't that prove what I'm saying? The two officers exchanged a glance, seemingly finding some merit in his argument. After all, he hadn't committed any major offense or crime, just a minor disturbance of public order. Bringing him back was meant as a minor punishment, a simple reprimand and lecture. Now that the lecture was nearly over, and unsure whether the device he mentioned was actually useful, they decided to test it out. One officer stepped forward, taking the detector with an expression of complete skepticism. After finally emerging from the interrogation room, he approached his colleague. That kid's crazy for fame. He comes up with this little box and claims it can detect mutant beast traces. He waved the detector in his hand, then showed his colleague the tiny red dot on its surface. See that? Just 5 meters away from me, and he claims there's a mutant beast. The officer laughed at his own words. There was nothing around him, he was clearly standing in the office. Another officer pulled a cage over from the side. Inside was a rat that squeaked louder than a cat. Not only was it unusually large, but its teeth were razor sharp and it was currently gnawing at the cage. The metal cage was already showing slight deformation. We just got a report from residents about a giant rat in their home. We just caught it. You mean this thing? The officer holding the detector paused in surprise, then took 2 steps toward the rodent. Sure enough, the distance shortened. Then he took 2 steps back. The distance reading on the detector actually increased again. Holy crap! It really can detect it. This is incredible, he wasn't lying after all. The officer was a bit stunned, then immediately started discussing the device with his colleagues. Quick! Hide this mutant rat in some corner of any room in our police station. Then I'll take this detector and see if I can find it. Several officers agreed and sprang into action. They couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If this thing really worked, then the mutant beasts lurking in the city and threatening public safety would soon be captured one after another. Here it is. The officer returned to the office shortly after, carrying a cage. His colleagues exchanged glances. They now fully acknowledged that this detector truly possessed the corresponding capabilities. This kid's something else. We need to report this to higher-ups immediately. One of them said as he picked up the desk phone and dialed a number. Yemo sat quietly in the interrogation room. He waited for the outcome. Across from him, the police officer took a cup and sipped water lightly. He casually scrolled through the news on his phone. Before long, the officer returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a straightforward demeanor. His face wore a cheerful smile, yet he carried an air of solemn authority. The interrogation room officer immediately stood at attention and saluted upon seeing the newcomer. Good morning, Chief. The man addressed as Chief nodded, then strode quickly toward Yemo. Young man, did you truly invent this device? Yemo nodded. Although the device had been gifted by the system, he understood its underlying principles. Any knowledge-related item provided by the system allowed him to instantly grasp its operational logic. The blueprint was merely a guide for mass production. If he wanted to build it himself, he wouldn't need the blueprints, just the corresponding components. You're truly remarkable. To invent something like this, great heroes emerging youth, is certainly no exaggeration. The director couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, a smile spreading across his face. We've already contacted the leadership at the Huaca Academy. They'll be here shortly. No sooner had the director finished speaking than two researchers in white lab coats entered the interrogation room. One appeared younger, around 30, trailing behind an older man. Hello, young man. Can this device you invented truly detect mutant beasts? Yi-Mo nodded. The officer who had been holding the detector handed it over and also produced a mutated rat for testing. The researcher couldn't help but express repeated astonishment. They had long envisioned creating such a device, yet they lacked any concrete approach or understanding of how to locate these diverse types of mutated beasts. They never imagined this young man before them had actually succeeded. Hello, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lu De, and I'm the lead developer of the most advanced radar detectors at the China Academy of Sciences. Given that these devices all involve detection technology, the experts sent by the Academy were naturally authorities in the field of detection equipment. Young man, where might you be working now? I'm a freshman at Yundun University. Hearing this, several police officers couldn't help but exchange glances, their eyes sparkling with surprise. The 10 martial arts universities had only been established for a few years, so graduates were naturally few in number. Martial artists graduating from these universities are essentially guaranteed job placements. Moreover, they were all integrated into the national system, securing lifelong iron rice bowls. The officers couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. The strongest individual in their entire police station barely reached a strength rating of 2. This young man before them had a bright future ahead. Not only is he exceptionally skilled in combat and possesses high vitality, but he also has a scientific mind capable of developing such technology. How could he possibly be an ordinary individual? I'll contact your principal immediately to request his transfer. Upon hearing the name of the institution, Lu Da's eyes lit up. He immediately pulled out his phone, found a number in his contacts, and dialed it. Old Yun. It's me. Yungu was sitting in his office, grinning at some posts on the school forum, when suddenly his phone rang. It was his old classmate, Lu De. You old bastard, how've you been? What brings you to call me out of the blue? Back in Sheeping again? Lu De was from Sheeping and had been Yungu's best friend since childhood. Long time no see. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'm calling because I need a favor. I want to recruit someone from your school to work at my research institute. Chapter 70, Poaching Talent. Yours is a research institute, right? Mine is a martial arts school. What's up? Running low on security guards over there? Youngu was puzzled. Their school had no talent related to scientific research. They were all martial artists. Why would the other party want someone from his school? That's none of your concern. I've spotted a promising prospect at your school, and I'm here to claim him. Just tell me, are you giving him up or not? Youngu replied with a smile, would I dare refuse? Name your choice. Once you tell me, I'll go inform their counselor. Good man, old Yun, you're straightforward. I want a student named GMO. Ha? What? Say that again? You old bastard, trying to snatch my top freshman recruit. The moment Yungu heard that familiar name, his voice shot up several octaves in sheer fury. This student was his pride and joy, his precious treasure. There was no way he'd hand him over to Lu De. In a short time, he'd fought his way up from Class F to Class C, bringing his good brothers along with him. Originally, these kids had only average cultivation talent and limited resources, but training with him had dramatically accelerated their progress. In just one semester since the start of the term, even the weakest among them had advanced from martial trainee to martial artist. Yi-Mo was the core of this group. Yi-Mo led them on countless missions, earning massive points which they constantly exchanged for resources at the academy. That's how they achieved such rapid progress. At least, that was Yungu's assessment. Yi-Mo was even more remarkable. As his advisor and the most outstanding first-year instructor, Yu reported Yi-Mo's progress to the principal's office every week. Yungu personally inquired about the students' health points, mission completion status, and even minor details within the class. This clearly demonstrated just how deeply invested he was in this student. When Lu De opened his mouth and demanded his most outstanding student be transferred, Yungu nearly leapt to his feet and fought him tooth and nail. The future of their school, whether it could secure more national resources and climb out of its bottom-ranked position among the 10 major academies, all hinged on this one student. He had witnessed Yi-Mo's growth firsthand. In just one semester, the boy had reached the level of martial sovereign. Such cultivation speed was unheard of. Even the legendary war god of Huaxia, the very general Yu had spoken of, probably hadn't cultivated this swiftly in his early years. He is undoubtedly the foremost martial artist in China today. If even he couldn't cultivate this fast, who could say EMO wouldn't become the next him? Hey, old Jun, you're going back on your word. You just said you'd give me any student I wanted, but now you're backing out. Lu Da's expression darkened instantly as he raised his voice in an argument with Yungu over the phone. One was a powerful university president, the other, a top researcher at an institute. Two men who should have had nothing to do with each other were now locked in a bitter dispute over recruiting the same student. Actually, I could work for both of you simultaneously. After watching them bicker for over 10 minutes with no resolution, EMO could only offer a compromise. He knew Yungu wouldn't let him go so easily. At the very least, Yungu wanted him to stay until he could make more contributions to the university. Lu De, mid-phone call, suddenly perked up. That actually made sense. He could indeed juggle both roles. What the hell? Balance both? Balancing my ass. How the hell is that supposed to help his cultivation? I'm telling you, I plan to train him to be the top practitioner in all of China. If you dare interfere, next time I go fishing, I'll deliberately throw rocks nearby to distract you. Yungu was furious, his entire body bristling like an angry rooster. Several strands of his already sparse hair stood on end atop his balding head. Hey, old man, are you being reasonable? The kid himself said he's willing to juggle both. Back then, he balanced researching the mutant detector with cultivation and didn't fall behind much either. The point is, he's achieved remarkable success in both fields. Now you're trying to force him to abandon one. Isn't that incredibly narrow-minded? In the end, they reached an agreement. The child would attend classes at school during the week and could only go to the lab during weekends or holidays. Since it's break now, I'm taking the kid with me. You can grade his final exams however you like. If you expel him, I'll gladly take him in. Lu De didn't wait for Yungu to speak before hanging up the phone. Yungu had intended to ask him to visit the lab after finishing his final exams. But he couldn't wait even a minute. After years of research without locating the mutant beast's trail, he'd suddenly achieved a technological breakthrough. How could he not be thrilled? Yungu cleared his throat twice and took another sip from his teacup. This time, he'd thrown caution to the wind to snatch the talent. If the other party snatched the student away, there was nothing he could do about it. Though the final exams were crucial, Yemo's abilities rendered such concerns irrelevant. He could breeze through the final exams with ease. For him, it should be a simple task. Why not just give him a perfect score outright? Anyone who dared to object could challenge him directly. If they could beat him, that was another matter entirely. After weighing his options, Yungu logged into the school system. Before the final grades for the entire student body were released, he entered Yemo's perfect score. Alright, you're coming with me now. Back to the lab immediately. Once we figure out how this thing works, we start mass production right away. Lu De showed no hesitation, grabbing EMO by the arm and rushing him out of the police station. The researcher following behind them was his student. Truth be told, he'd never seen his professor this excited before. After years in research, Lu De had cultivated remarkable composure, yet the discovery before him made his joy impossible to hide. Understanding the principles behind this device wouldn't just prove remarkably effective in locating mutant beasts. It might even elevate the technological level of his latest radar research by an entire tier. At that moment, Lu Da's call rang out in the conference room, where a group of researchers in white lab coats were seated. Each wore a look of puzzlement, none knowing why Lu De had suddenly called them together for a meeting. It was already nearing quitting time. Chapter 71, Defiance. Before long, Lu De entered the conference room with EMO, pushing open the door. The other research members immediately stood up respectfully to greet him. Lu De, his face glowing with excitement, pointed to EMO beside him and introduced him to the group. This young man is now a member of our institute, joining my research team as a new recruit. Please give him a warm welcome. A look of defiance flashed across the face of someone seated at the far end of the conference table. He had only barely joined Lu Da's research team at the age of 28, despite being a top-tier scholar who had completed his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees consecutively. Even so, he had only joined at 28. But how old was this young man before him? He looked barely 18 or 19, like he'd just started college. The traces of youth and inexperience hadn't fully faded from his face, yet he was already being admitted into this prestigious research institute. Most crucially, it made him feel humiliated. At his age, joining Lu Da's research team was already considered exceptionally gifted. After all, he was already considered the youngest researcher there. The average age of the other researchers hovered around 40. At 28, he was even being groomed as Lu Da's future successor. But now Lu De had brought back this young man, significantly younger than himself. Didn't that prove he had even greater potential? This left him feeling a little stung inside. What's the deal with this kid? Is he some child prodigy? Did he finish his PhD early? One researcher asked in confusion. This question voiced what everyone else was thinking. Lu De wasn't the type to pull strings. Every member of his research team possessed genuine expertise. There wasn't a single idle position. This young man didn't graduate from some prestigious university, nor does he hold a so-called doctoral degree. He's a genuine grassroots scientist. Lu De admitted he genuinely admired Yi-Mo. Without a professional lab or specialized equipment, Yi-Mo relied solely on relentless experimentation and theoretical grounding. Yet he managed to achieve what laboratories had struggled to accomplish for years. Such talent must surely exist in abundance across the vast land of China. It certainly isn't an isolated case. Yet Yi-Mo was the only one he had encountered so far. That made him cherish him all the more. Amateur scientist? When did our research team's standards drop this low? The young researcher seated at the end of the table shot Yi-Mo a look of disapproval. Yi-Mo said nothing. Entering a new environment inevitably drew opposition from some of the original members. He merely intended to refine this technology slightly for detection purposes. To locate the Yamata no Orochi. Only then could he complete the mission within the system's stipulated timeframe. Up until now, he still didn't know how to proceed. His current plan was to leave the matter to the state to handle, requiring only his leadership to initiate it. Once he provides this technology to the state and refines it to detect Yamata no Orochi advancing toward China, the nation would naturally deploy manpower, resources, and military forces to eliminate it. If even the Chinese government had no solution against the Yamata no Orochi, what could a mere martial sovereign like him possibly do? He had already confirmed with the system, as long as he spearheaded this effort, the mission would be completed once the trash snake and Yamata no Orochi were eliminated. After all, it would be his doing. Rumor had it the mission reward this time was exceptionally generous. Yi-Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. After all, anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. Perhaps he might even obtain some decent treasures. Preferably something that could boost his strength. Up until now, he still didn't possess a single weapon he could wield effectively or a single piece of defensive gear. Such items were exorbitantly priced, and he channeled all his resources into cultivation, leaving him no funds for such purchases. With the right weapons and gear, his strength would undoubtedly surge. Shut up! This guy's got real talent. Look at this. He's developed the mutant creature detector we've been struggling with for ages. Lu De snorted coldly. How could he not know what this group was thinking? They were undoubtedly questioning whether his age even qualified him to join their research team. Everyone was stunned upon hearing his words. Every pair of eyes fixed on the small box in his hand with a mix of shock and awe. How is this possible? How could a civilian scientist accomplish research that eluded us for years? Immediately, someone voiced their skepticism. Do you take me for a fool? Do you really think I'd endorse him without verification? Can't you show a little humility? A bit of reverence? Have you forgotten the major survey a few years back? Our country spent over 40 years struggling to develop carbon fiber barrier cables with little progress, yet a fishing pond company pulled it off. After years of developing invisible paint with zero results, a car paint company figured it out just to dodge speed cameras? With so many real-life examples staring us in the face, how dare you still look down on grassroots scientists? Lu De's tone was sharp, silencing everyone in the room. They were genuinely stunned. Not long ago, the nation faced constant bottlenecks in heavy weaponry development. Then a small private enterprise claimed it could solve the problem and actually did. Consequently, the state now conducts regular assessments of domestic enterprises to see if these companies had developed any cutting-edge technologies. That incident had indeed embarrassed domestic scientists. After years of research yielding little of substance, a tiny fishing line manufacturer had pulled it off. Lu De handed over the blueprints and physical samples for them to examine as he spoke. Everyone, look closely. See how you lot, who usually just eat dry rice without doing any real work, can't even match a young man, can't even match a grassroots scientist. All heads bowed in silence, not uttering a word as they stared at the items in their hands. But staring at it wouldn't reveal anything special. Only those who received the blueprints showed a hint of excitement on their faces. They couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The designs on these blueprints were within their current capabilities. But the crucial question was, how had the other party conceived of combining these elements, and why did this particular combination enable detection of mutated life forms? On the way here, I discussed it with him and asked him to explain the principles behind this contraption to everyone now. Lu De stepped aside from the main seat as he spoke, gesturing for Yi-Mo to begin the explanation. Chapter 72, Improved Method. Hello everyone, I'm Yi-Mo. We'll be working together from now on, so I hope you'll all look out for me. I'm here to explain the principles behind the mutant detection device. Over the next 2 hours, Yi-Mo meticulously explained every detail of the device's internal structure, from the smallest components to the larger systems, clearly outlining its operational principles. The researchers, who had initially felt overwhelmed, gradually realized that the technical terms and explanations were remarkably accessible. Before long, they fully grasped the operational model. The inner workings of this small box and its logic suddenly became crystal clear. This is why it can detect mutated organisms. As Yi-Mo finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the room. Even the researchers who had looked down on him moments before couldn't help but be moved by his talent. After all, this was coming from a teenager. Coming from them, it would have been somewhat understandable. After all, they had dedicated their entire lives to research. After so many years of study, they should have achieved some results. But how old was this young man before them? In that moment, everyone understood why Lu De held this young man in such high regard. Our immediate task is to refine this device and amplify its signal range. Currently, this mutant creature detector only covers a range of about 500 meters. Keep in mind our country spans a full 10.5 million square kilometers. We must significantly expand its coverage. The first step after enhancement is to cover the entire nation. We must ensure cities are free of dangerous mutant beasts, deploying teams to eliminate them. After that, this device should ideally cover the entire world. That way, if any mutated beasts attempt to attack our country, we'll know immediately and can take countermeasures. After Emo finished speaking, everyone found his reasoning compelling and couldn't help but nod in agreement. After all, you're just a civilian scientist. Your ambitions are far too grand. Our responsibility is solely to develop and refine this device. As for the nationwide and global coverage you mentioned, along with the task of exterminating those mutant beasts, that falls under the military's purview. What does it have to do with us? The young man who had spoken earlier seized upon the flaw in his argument and couldn't resist mocking him. Lu Da's expression darkened slightly as he frowned. He then snorted coldly and retorted, "Do you even know his background? He's already been appointed as a company commander on the Northern Great Wall defense line. He is indeed talking about military affairs, but it does concern him. What's wrong with you nitpicking like this?" After Lu Da scolded the man, the latter obediently shut up. He hadn't expected this young man to hold an actual position in the military. After the previous company commander fell in battle, Emo had become the new commander of the Blood Eagle Company. He routinely patrolled the 20-kilometer stretch of the Great Wall under the Blood Eagle Company's jurisdiction. Wherever help was needed, he went to provide it. Currently absent from the Great Wall sector, Wan Wei had been appointed acting company commander and was now directing combat operations. Alright, everyone, go back and write down your thoughts and suggestions for improvement. We'll conduct follow-up research and experiments to implement this technology as much as possible. Lu De concluded decisively, dismissing the meeting. Everyone returned home or sought their mothers. Xiao Yi, you're one of us now. Our research institute has dormitories, you're welcome to stay anytime. Yemo smiled but shook his head in refusal. Today, I've shared everything I needed to convey my blueprints, my vision. The refinement and development from here on out is your responsibility. I've paved the way and pointed you in the right direction. The Great Wall still needs me. After deep contemplation, Emo ultimately decided to return to the Great Wall. His vacation time was about to run out. Lu De tried to persuade him to stay, but Emo was a company commander defending the nation's border. If he tried to persuade him to stay, the soldiers there would be left without leadership. In the end, he swallowed his words, "Then please be careful and take good care of yourself. We'll call on you whenever we need you in the future." Emo nodded in acknowledgement, then promptly bought a ticket to return to the Great Wall. After all, he only understood the blueprints provided by the system. As for any modifications or improvements, he had no clue. Without the system's guidance, learning these things on his own would be quite difficult. Superficial learning was easy, just skimming through books to grasp the basics. But to truly delve into research, one must master the subject thoroughly, a pursuit demanding immense time and effort. Emo soon returned to the Great Wall, and the days passed one after another. Just 7 days later, he received an excited call from Lu De. "We've made a breakthrough in our research. The detection range has now reached 50 kilometers. In just a few short days, they had expanded the detection range by 100-fold, truly an exciting development. Actually, I have a suggestion. We don't necessarily have to focus solely on developing the detector." After hearing Emo's words, Lu De paused thoughtfully before speaking with a hint of confusion. "Then where do you think we should focus our efforts next?" "I think we should explore satellite-based solutions next. After all, ground-based detection only covers nearby areas. To provide national early warning and global observation, satellites are the only viable option." Lu De felt a sudden clarity wash over him upon hearing this. "Understood. I'll have them begin research in that direction." After hanging up, Emo plunged back into the fray. He now knew the enemy's impending night raid plan. Koi slipped back into the enemy's command center and stole the documents. After having Tyrannosaurus translate the contents, he learned they planned a nighttime assault on the Great Wall soon. Moreover, the troop deployment would be 4 to 5 times larger than usual. The military heeded his advice, mobilizing large numbers of soldiers to begin establishing positions near the Great Wall. Simultaneously, the nation launched a conscription drive. In peacetime, maintaining a million-strong army served as a deterrent against neighboring troublemakers. But once war commenced, this million-strong force proved insufficient. Expansion was imperative. Chapter 73, Bombs Under the Bridge. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Soldiers sleeping soundly were jolted awake by the piercing shout. They quickly donned their uniforms, grabbed their weapons, and scrambled up onto the Great Wall, plunging straight into the fray. Holy crap! The boss's intel was spot on, every bit of it was true.
Hu Gao climbed the wall, panting heavily, his hands already gripping a sharp double-bladed axe. This axe, specially forged for him by the unit, was powerful and highly defensive, a veritable human tank. Charging at the forefront, he could slay mutated beasts without sustaining any damage. The unit had specifically equipped him with this axe, allowing him to wreak havoc on the battlefield. You bet. We'll each head to our assigned posts. Tonight's gonna be a bloody fight. Li Wanyue sprinted toward her assigned section of the city wall. They all knew tonight would not end peacefully. Mutant beasts had never assaulted the walls at night before. Since this was a surprise attack, they would undoubtedly deploy massive forces. They wouldn't retreat until they achieved some significant gains. Everyone, rest assured the walls won't fall tonight. Lu Changsuan stood atop the ramparts with unwavering confidence. Upon learning of the impending nighttime assault on the Great Wall, he had immediately relocated his command post nearby. The moment he heard of the approaching attackers, he had rushed to the walls. His unwavering confidence stemmed from the presence of the war god of the Huaxia military command, Li Shangwu, stationed behind these very walls. He was the war god of Huaxia. A terrifying powerhouse with over 1,000 hit points, a top-tier madman who would slay gods and Buddhas if they stood in his way. He had repeatedly intercepted massive waves of mutated beasts attacking coastal cities at sea. He had even led warships deep into the ocean single-handedly, slaying several colossal mutant beasts in succession. After achieving fame through that battle, he never rested. He traveled across the nation, handling matters related to mutant beasts. His military rank rose steadily from major general to admiral. His strength is arguably the mightiest in all of China. With him commanding the defenses, tonight's city walls would remain impenetrable no matter how fierce the mutant beasts' assault. At that very moment, Yemo was still on his way back. Upon arriving at Jinbei City, he witnessed a massive troop reinforcement underway. Hundreds of troop transport vehicles headed north toward the city walls. Due to the nighttime assault, Jinbei City swiftly mobilized reinforcements to provide support. All plans were proceeding at full speed. Countless helicopters rose into the sky, circling and swiftly heading north. Fighter jets followed suit, taking off at the first opportunity. Their lights flickered, exhaust fumes trailing behind them as they sped forward at incredible speeds. Amidst the darkness, several figures began moving at this very moment. Damn it! They're finally mobilizing their forces. Something must have gone wrong at the front. All this time lying in wait hasn't been for nothing. This time we'll show those damn Chinese. They're nothing but a nation of thieves, stealing our Korean goods every single day. Several individuals reeking of kimchi lurked in the woods, detonators clutched in their hands. They had already planted explosives on the bridge ahead. The moment the convoy passed over, they would press the switch. The entire bridge would be destroyed. Yemo sat inside one of the troop transport vehicles, awaiting deployment to the front lines. He had considered flying directly there, but that would have been too taxing on his stamina. Traveling by vehicle meant only 100 kilometers, taking at most 2 hours, so he had little hesitation. If the front couldn't hold out for even 2 hours, then his arrival would be nothing but a suicide mission. As the convoy neared the bridge, an odd sensation welled up within him, likely the intuition of a powerful being. Something was about to go wrong the moment they crossed the bridge. Stop! Stop! Everyone stop immediately! The closer Yemo got to the bridge, the more intense his unease became. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but now he was certain something was waiting for them on that bridge. Yemo leapt directly from the troop carrier, spread his wings, and flew to the front of the convoy. He intercepted the lead vehicle about to enter the bridge area. Hundreds of troop transports halted instantly, and the helicopters circling overhead also came to a stop. Everyone looked at the man with the rank of company commander with confusion. Who are you? Why are you delaying our military operation here? A man who appeared to be an officer rushed out. His rank insignia clearly matched Lu Changsuan's of brigade commander. Greetings, Colonel. I am Yemo, commander of the Blood Eagle Company on the Great Wall frontline. Upon hearing the unit designation, the other man paused slightly, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Why are you blocking the convoy and preventing it from moving forward? The brigade commander's temper softened slightly. After all, this man was a frontline soldier fighting for country and people. Even if he'd made a mistake, he shouldn't be treated this way. This bridge is compromised. We absolutely cannot cross it. Otherwise, we will suffer catastrophic losses. Yemo's face betrayed a hint of tension as he finally turned his gaze toward the bridge looming in the darkness. The brigade commander looked utterly perplexed, unable to grasp what he was saying. Give me a few minutes to inspect this bridge. If it's safe, we'll cross. Otherwise, we risk heavy casualties before even reaching the front lines. The brigade commander nodded slightly upon hearing this. A few minutes wouldn't delay them too long. Yemo instantly leapt into the air, soaring toward the bridge. The brigade commander was momentarily stunned. This guy's speed was astonishingly fast. He must be an agile-type powerhouse. Yemo swiftly darted through the bridge's arches, soon discovering several black packages. He charged forward, tearing open the bundles one by one.
Inside lay coil after coil of red explosives, each fitted with a timer. Holy! Who the hell did this? Thank God we didn't let the troops cross the bridge.
Yi Mo's face darkened with fury.
He roared, flinging all the packages over the bridge into the river below. He cleared away nearly all the packages. After scanning the area with his perception abilities to confirm everything was clear, Yi Mo flew back to the bridge. He handed over the photos he had just taken. The brigade commander erupted in fury upon seeing the images. Who the hell did this? Thank God you caught it in time. The brigade commander patted his chest, still shaken, his face grim.
Had he insisted on moving the troops forward just now, the losses would have been catastrophic. While he couldn't say for certain the entire unit would have been wiped out, losing at least 10 truckloads of soldiers was entirely possible. His military career would have ended right there.
Chapter 74, Sacred Bathing. Why haven't those foolish Chinese crossed the bridge yet? Could they have spotted something suspicious?
A Korean soldier peered through binoculars at the distant vehicle lights that lingered at the bridgehead instead of crossing.
A look of puzzlement crossed his face. Relax. They couldn't possibly have spotted anything. We've cleaned up every trace. Right?
Several figures whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on the distant scene.
The bridge remained shrouded in darkness.
From their distant vantage point, they could hear nothing, only seeing the vehicle lights still lingering at the bridgehead.
Then we'll wait quietly a little longer.
I'll make sure the Chinese know how formidable we are, otherwise they'll keep stealing our culture. The Koreans whispered among themselves.
Are you certain you've eliminated every possible threat? Yi Mo nodded solemnly. If he hadn't checked, he wouldn't dare make such a guarantee.
He had inspected the area thoroughly, back and forth, inside and out, a total of 3 times, confirming there were no explosives before reporting back.
The brigade commander nodded upon hearing this. All vehicles will cross the bridge in batches.
It wasn't that the brigade commander didn't trust Yi Mo, he simply had to consider the lives of his soldiers.
He couldn't let them die here. Dying on the front lines could be considered dying for the country, but dying here would be utterly inexplicable. Yi Mo nodded, then quickly boarded the vehicle and began crossing the bridge.
Several North Koreans lurking in the shadows instantly grew excited. The vehicle sped across the bridge in no time, leaving the North Koreans feeling somewhat disappointed. They realized each convoy crossing the bridge consisted of only 4 vehicles. The bridge could easily accommodate at least 12 vehicles. This was too much of a loss, far too much. They had hoped to wait until a larger convoy crossed the bridge before detonating their explosives. But unexpectedly, the convoys consistently maintained only 4 vehicles each time.
Seeing 4 vehicles pass, the men felt a surge of anxiety. We can't let them send more reinforcements across. It's time to blow it up.
The leader among the North Koreans made a decisive call and pressed the detonator with force.
Beneath their feet in the river, several floating packages went completely unnoticed.
The moment the detonator was pressed, De Xiao showed no reaction. Just as the group was puzzled, a blinding light suddenly flared beside them.
What the hell is this? Damn it! How did explosives get here? The Koreans turned pale with shock. A deafening roar erupted, instantly tearing them apart.
Those on the bridge gasped at the explosion below. Fortunately, someone had neutralized the threat entirely.
Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic.
When I get back, I'll demand the military headquarters redirect satellites to monitor these mountains and forests.
Any suspicious activity must be reported and eliminated immediately.
The brigade commander slammed his fist hard on the car seat, his face twisted with fury. These foreign spies were relentless, operating day and night, constantly stirring trouble across the country. He dared not imagine the consequences if a violent explosion had actually occurred while his troops were crossing the bridge. Time passed swiftly as Yi Mo and his team raced toward the Great Wall at top speed.
Damn it! The attack is too fierce. There are too many powerful enemies.
Hu Bao roared breathlessly after felling a mutated beast with over 10 health points in a single axe swing.
The other Great Wall defenders weren't faring much better. Their firepower could only hold back the weaker mutated beasts. Those with even slightly greater strength were simply unstoppable. Only the most powerful mutated beasts could be felled by their own blades. Damn it!
Li Wanyue clutched her blood-soaked arm, her face twisted with fury.
These mutated beasts were far too cunning, a pack of speedsters relentlessly circling and attacking her, the power-type fighter.
Before long, her body bore numerous wounds. Ruanwei was also struggling. Though he'd ambushed several mutated beasts, he was now surrounded by their pack. He was now locked in a fierce battle, even facing the risk of defeat.
Thud! Ruanwei spat out a mouthful of blood as he slammed heavily into the city wall.
The bodies of fallen warriors lay scattered around him.
Damn it, I never thought I'd die here.
Drawing strength and courage from somewhere unknown, Wanwei suddenly leapt to his feet and charged at the strongest mutant beast before him. He aimed to tackle it and send both crashing off the Great Wall. Even if he couldn't kill it, he could at least delay it, preventing it from continuing to harm the warriors on the wall.
Crack! A thunderous crack of lightning echoed through the air.
As soon as Ruan Wei charged toward the mutated beast, he saw it enveloped in a mass of electric arcs. After letting out a heart-wrenching scream, it slowly collapsed backward, its entire body scorched and charred. Ruanwei gasped for breath, his face etched with relief at having survived the ordeal. He looked up in disbelief and indeed saw a figure shrouded in lightning dancing in the sky. Take a breather. Leave the rest to me. Guillermo roared, charging swiftly toward the various battlefields. The thunder spear in his hand whipped through the air relentlessly, each strike felling a mutated beast. A group of officers surrounded a mutated beast with 80% health remaining. It was exceptionally vicious, having already claimed numerous lives. If this stalemate continued, the officers would soon be in trouble, forced to wait for reinforcements from brigade commanders like Lu Changsuan. All the brigade commanders were locked in fierce battles, tightly entangled by the mutated beasts. No one had the time to come to their aid. Suddenly, a thunder spear pierced the mutant beast's brain. The creature twitched once before its head exploded instantly, its entire body charred black. It collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As all the officers stared in stunned confusion, they caught sight of the figure in the sky. Sacred bathing. Guillermo let out a piercing cry to the heavens, his entire body radiating golden holy light. Upon the city walls, even soldiers 10 kilometers away felt a surge of energy welling up within them. Soldiers who had been gravely wounded in near death suddenly saw their wounds begin to slowly heal. Under the stunned gazes of these soldiers, the light emanating from the mountain's silhouette swept away most of their injuries and exhaustion. Some soldiers, whose intestines and stomachs had been torn out by mutated beasts, were on the brink of death, yet suddenly sprang back to life, standing tall and vigorous. Chapter 75, Repelling the Enemy. Waves of golden light washed over the warriors. Instantly, they received various enhancements. Each man rose from the ground, brimming with vitality and energy, smiles lighting up their faces. Each felt their strength surge dramatically, as if infused with courage. Many began to descend into madness. But this frenzy was only directed at the mutated beasts. They fought with reckless abandon, unleashing frenzied attacks without any regard for defense. Even when wounded, they feared nothing, knowing their injuries would heal within seconds. Thus, they fought the mutated beasts with frenzied abandon. The creatures, who had been on the verge of advancing, were driven back in an instant. Guillermo had only just appeared on the battlefield, yet within 5 minutes, he had driven back every last mutated beast. Guillermo gasped for breath in midair. The sacred bath skill took a significant toll on him. As his soul light elemental skill, its energy drain increased exponentially with both the area covered and the duration of its activation. Hovering in the sky like a miniature sun, he now covered an area spanning 10 kilometers. In an instant, over half the energy within him was drained. After barely sustaining himself for 3 more minutes, he slowly descended from the sky onto the city walls, his face deathly pale. Fortunately, he had already eliminated all major threats on the city walls beforehand. The soldiers gradually returned to normal, though their injuries would no longer heal as rapidly as before. Another figure suspended in the sky watched Guillermo with surprise. A look of profound shock spread across his face. This kid. Li Shangu surveyed the situation from the air, sensing another exceptionally formidable opponent observing the battlefield. If he made the first move, he risked being countered. Therefore, as the top-tier fighters on both sides, neither could make the first move. They could only let their subordinates clash first. Whichever side proved weaker would prompt their elite fighter to strike first. In a clash between powerhouses, the one who initiated the attack would find themselves at a disadvantage. Neither knew the other's exact position. Making a move would reveal their presence and location. If they were carelessly ambushed, the losses would be catastrophic. Originally, I was on the verge of losing patience with Li Shangu and preparing to intervene. But unexpectedly, this incredibly formidable young man appeared out of nowhere, turning the tide of battle in just 3 minutes. This development made him look at the situation with newfound respect. The opposing stronghold seemed momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a formidable light elemental practitioner among humans. Subsequently, the mutant beast's attacks grew weaker with each wave, and they began to entertain thoughts of abandoning the fight. The mutant beast army had arrived swiftly and retreated just as quickly. As dawn approached, they slowly vanished into the mountains and forests. A deafening roar erupted across the battlefield. Everyone rejoiced not only for holding the city walls, but more profoundly for having survived. Boss. The moment the battle ended, 3 figures charged toward Guillermo's location simultaneously. Guillermo sat there utterly exhausted, his body bearing no wounds. Only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. How could something happen to someone as strong as me? You lot are the ones causing me trouble. If I hadn't come, all 3 of you would have been finished today. Guillermo's words left all 3 feeling a bit embarrassed. Thanks to the boss. Man, we never expected the enemy to be this fierce. Hu Gao scratched his massive head, a look of resentment flickering across his face. Many of the veterans he'd grown close to had already fallen on the battlefield. Living alongside these soldiers these past days had forged deep bonds between them, true brothers in arms who shared life and death. Yet they had sacrificed their lives for the motherland, falling on the battlefield during the mutant beast attack. They had held back the enemy, preventing them from setting foot in China. Their deaths were meaningful.
Without them, far more would have perished. I trust the nation will honor them properly. Yemo said, brushing dust from his clothes as he rose from the ramparts. Send word out, any wounded soldiers should come to me immediately. I can still manage to treat them, but the sooner they come, the better. If they come too late, I might not have the strength left. The men exchanged glances. The leader clearly intended to treat the injuries of the soldiers under their command. So they scurried back to their respective sections of the Great Wall, gathering all the wounded soldiers together. A massive procession of several hundred men marched over. Yemo unleashed the sacred bath once more, cascading sheets of golden light down upon them. Every soldier bathed in the golden radiance, enveloped in a warm, comforting glow. Feels great. After completing this, Yemo began to eat. He devoured chunks of mutated beast meat. His stamina rapidly surged. While he ate, several people nearby kept handing him pills. Yemo then began coolly popping the pills into his mouth. The meat bone pill proved remarkably effective, allowing him to recover a large amount of stamina extremely quickly. Yemo began assisting in the treatment of numerous soldiers. Soldiers in need of urgent care from within a 100-mile radius were practically all brought before them. Most were barely clinging to life, visibly nearing death. The front lines here lacked proper operating rooms, and there simply weren't enough doctors to perform surgeries. By the time they reached the hospitals in Jinbei City, most of these soldiers would likely be dead. Now, they had no choice but to seek Yemo's help at this distant section of the Great Wall. Yemo treated over 1,000 wounded soldiers throughout the night. Excellent. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my junior at Yundun Academy. Lu Chongsuan was now a prized asset within the military command, for under his command stood a top-tier combat prodigy not only exceptionally powerful but also possessing formidable group support skills. After finally repelling the mutated beasts, Yemo received substantial rewards. He could take any mutated beast carcass he wanted. Yemo, of course, showed no restraint, selecting over 10,000 pounds worth. He then refined all this meat into pills. Feeding the koi these pills proved far more efficient than letting them eat the raw meat directly. Though the koi wasn't present now, storing the pills for later use would serve the same purpose. Chapter 76, The Lollipop-Mouthed Girl. The Great Wall remained quiet for a full week. The mutant beasts made no further moves, ceasing their attacks on the wall to rest and recuperate. The weather gradually grew colder. Located in the north, traces of falling snow had even begun to appear. Temperatures remained consistently below 10 C year-round. After stationing at the Great Wall for some time, Yemo received a phone call. It was Lu Da. Young friend Yemo, our recent research has achieved a breakthrough. We've added numerous new features to the detector you provided. Lu Da's voice sounded as excited as a child's. One could easily imagine him beaming with excitement, shouting into his phone. They hadn't been researching for long before achieving a major technological breakthrough, largely because Yemo had pointed them in the right direction. First, the device's detection range had to be vast. Ground-based detection would be too easily disrupted. So they began installing it on aircraft. Initially, they planned to mount it on airborne platforms, but after a brainstorming session, everyone agreed that installing it on a satellite would yield the best results. Ultimately, the entire team finalized the plan to pursue satellite-based development. The mutant detection device rapidly achieved substantial technological advancement. Every researcher was thrilled because they had just completed their work when the Satellite Launch Center immediately requested it. They planned to mount the device on a satellite scheduled for launch into outer space in 2 days. This satellite's sole purpose was to monitor mutant beasts worldwide. Simultaneously, all 7 satellite launch bases across China were preparing for this mission. 7 satellites, each carrying a mutant creature detector, would be launched simultaneously. This way, each satellite would only need to monitor China for 3 hours daily to achieve 24/7 nationwide coverage. Any mutated beast daring to stir within China's borders would be detected instantly and exposed in full detail. This was merely the first batch of mutant creature detection satellites. The rest were still on the assembly line, awaiting final assembly and installation. It is estimated that 10 satellites will be launched within a week, intended for global monitoring. Congratulations! I'm delighted to hear about your progress. Yemo's face finally broke into a smile. Now, should any mutated creatures attempt to attack the Great Wall again, the satellites would detect them with crystal clarity. This would grant China significantly more reaction time and preparation time. Yemo's face broke into a bright smile, but his gaze fell upon the countdown timer for the Yamata no Orochi's attack, and he couldn't help but frown. Only 24 days until the attack. His only hope now was to pinpoint the Yamata no Orochi's location as quickly as possible, so they could prepare countermeasures. As the inventor of this device, we hope you'll personally press the launch button at our satellite launch ceremony in a few days. A faint smile touched Yemo's lips upon hearing this. Lu De truly was a man of principle. Many would have plagiarized the research of their juniors, claiming their inventions as their own. Simply having his name listed among the inventors of this device was already generous. But he never imagined that even something as crucial as launching a satellite would be entrusted to Yemo. This was undoubtedly a declaration to the world that this device was indeed his invention. If only the Chinese scientific community had more senior figures like Liu Di, its researchers wouldn't have suffered such devastating losses. Many young researchers have achieved remarkable things, yet they've been consistently suppressed by those in power. This meant the world never saw their research achievements, and these individuals remained obscure. Eventually, disillusioned and demoralized, they were all poached by foreign research institutions offering high salaries. While their monthly salary in China might only be around 5,000 yuan, at foreign research institutions, they could earn 50,000 eagle coins per month. That equates to 350,000 Huaxia dragon coins. This starkly illustrates the disparity in how scientific researchers are valued domestically versus internationally. The disparity is starkly evident in their salaries alone. Yi Mo decisively accepted the assignment. He was simply too eager to see with his own eyes what they had transformed his research into. Half a day later, he boarded a train bound for the northwest. The satellite launch center was located there. Upon his arrival, all the staff present were astonished. They hadn't expected the creator of the mutant lifeform detector to be so young. He looked like a student. I thought it would be some white-haired old man who developed this, never imagined it would be someone so young. Such a prodigy. If my son had even a tenth of his intelligence, no, 100th, I wouldn't have to work so hard. So young. A spirited young man. All the staff were whispering among themselves. One girl stood out particularly. She looked young, about Yimo's age, definitely not someone who should be in school. Yet she wore round glasses, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, and her name tag proudly displayed her position as the top-level supervisor at the satellite launch center. Not bad. Finally, a young person who's my equal. The girl took the strawberry-flavored lollipop from her mouth and waved it in front of Yi-Mo. Finally, she pulled another strawberry-flavored lollipop from her lab coat and offered it to him. Yi-Mo accepted the lollipop and greeted her politely. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why so mature and steady? You've got no trace of the youthful vigor a young person should have. The girl seemed somewhat dissatisfied, sizing Yi-Mo up from head to toe. She had been a prodigy since childhood. At 14, she gained admission to the nation's top university. By 15, she had self-studied and completed all required courses, graduating early and securing direct admission to graduate school. Within 2 more years, she had finished all postgraduate coursework. Like a soaring bird, she had encountered no obstacles. By 18, she had earned her doctorate and was recruited by the state as a top scientific talent, assigned to the satellite launch center. This year marked her first year in the role, with the previous head of the satellite launch center now serving as her assistant. Now that you mention it, you look young, but you seem quite mature for your age. Yi-Mo said as she unwrapped the lollipop and popped it into her mouth. The moment the lollipop touched her tongue, Yi-Mo felt a surge of energy. She pulled the lollipop out of her mouth in disbelief and examined it closely. Well, my special lollipop tastes pretty good, right? The girl said proudly. Chapter 77, Launch Failure. Before Yi-Mo could respond, an elderly man suddenly appeared behind them. He arrived at the satellite launch center with a large entourage. Happiness radiated from every face. They had all met Yi-Mo before every single one of them had been present at that meeting table. Thank you all for your hard work these past days. Yi-Mo greeted the crowd with a polite smile. The girl witnessed this scene and gently furrowed her brow before turning away and walking off to the side. She seemed to dislike crowded places. Soon, the group arrived at the control room, where all satellite data was monitored, along with the functions of those already launched into space. Everything was displayed in vivid detail here. Your satellite will launch tomorrow morning. Everyone should get some rest tonight. A middle-aged man approached the group with a friendly demeanor, arranging for everyone to rest in the employee dormitory. While washing his hair that evening, Yi-Mo suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. He distinctly remembered locking his door. Just as he was puzzling over it, a petite figure suddenly appeared in his senses. Could it be that a foreign spy had sent a female assassin to kill him? Yi-Mo instantly tensed like a string ready to snap, every muscle taut as his strength coalesced, poised to strike at any moment. The figure moved stealthily, tiptoeing to his bedside, and began undressing. Yi-Mo, who had been drying his hair, froze in place. After shedding her clothes, she swiftly slipped into his bed. Holy? Yi-Mo was utterly bewildered. Only after confirming the intruder hadn't slipped any weapons under the covers did he finally step out. The quilt bulged as the intruder pulled it over their head, hiding beneath the covers. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Yi-Mo patted the covers, signaling he knew someone was hiding there. The girl he'd seen earlier that day immediately emerged from beneath the covers, her face wearing a look of defiance. I was being so quiet, and you still heard me? He had clearly gone to great lengths to dress up, applying a layer of lipstick to his lips. However, his makeup skills were truly lacking. His face was deathly pale, looking as though he'd slathered on far too much powder. Her neck, however, retained its natural skin tone. So, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Yi-Mo took a cautious step back. The other person sat up, hugging the blanket. It was clear she truly wasn't wearing anything underneath. Hee hee, of course I'm here to ambush you. The girl chuckled, then flashed a seductive smile. I'm not interested in you. If you have nothing else to say, please get dressed and leave. Yi-mo frowned.
He understood the saying, no good deed goes unpunished.
Oh, come on.
You're a grown man, and here I am, a gorgeous woman lying naked on your bed, and you show zero interest. The girl looked genuinely puzzled.
No, I don't even know you. Why are you suddenly in my bed? And completely naked? Yi-mo was equally baffled by what this girl was thinking.
Sigh, I just don't want to waste my exceptional genes. I want to find someone equally outstanding and intelligent to bear my offspring.
Otherwise, if I end up with an ordinary person, our child would turn out mediocre. What a waste.
The girl pouted, a hint of anger flitting across her face. She was clearly annoyed that Yi-mo remained completely unfazed by her blatant beauty.
Ha! A huge question mark popped into Yi-mo's small head. What was wrong with this girl's brain? Was she a genius or just plain crazy? Who just climbs into someone's bed on the first meeting?
The girl pursed her lips, saying nothing, completely unconcerned that Yi-mo was standing beside her. She stood up and began dressing herself.
Then come find me whenever you want in the future. I won't refuse you anyway. You're so smart, just like me.
I hope we can have a child together. A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes before she popped a lollipop into her mouth and stormed out of Yi-mo's room.
Crazy. She's absolutely crazy. Yi-mo shook his head in utter exasperation.
He flopped onto his bed, thought for a moment, then got up again to lock his door. He piled a large stack of random items in front of it. He was genuinely terrified.
If this messy business got out, how could he possibly show his face in public?
All he could do now was wait quietly for dawn tomorrow.
Once the satellite was launched, he could leave. Nothing else happened that night, and the girl didn't come looking for him again.
Just as Yi-mo exhaled in relief, preparing to launch the satellite, the thrusters at its base suddenly malfunctioned.
Countdown, 5, 4. Launch aborted. Alarm! Alarm! Launcher malfunction.
The rocket, which had been ascending normally, abruptly ceased its trembling. The flames erupting from its base grew fainter and fainter before gradually extinguishing.
Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Satellite Launch Center personnel darkened. This was the result of their own operational error. How could you be so irresponsible? Didn't you check before launch?
The young woman, sucking on a lollipop, pulled on a protective suit with a hint of irritation. She immediately grabbed her repair tools and led a small team toward the base of the launcher. Soon, their figures appeared on the large screen. Under the watchful eye of the cameras, they swiftly inspected the condition of the satellite's bottom thrusters. Launching a satellite requires a shell that disintegrates after delivering the satellite to its designated orbit.
The satellite itself lacks launch capabilities.
It must be carried to its designated orbit by a rocket booster. After completing the repairs, the female technician was just about to lead her team out.
Suddenly, the deafening countdown sounded once more. 3, 2, 1. Launch! A tremendous roar erupted.
Several staff members near the exit had already fled, but the female technician was performing maintenance in the most dangerous area and had no time to escape.
A deafening roar erupted.
A blinding white light erupted before everyone's eyes as the rocket carrying the satellite exploded violently. A massive cloud of smoke and dust billowed outward. Even the few staff members who had managed to escape to the outer perimeter were swept away by the force of the blast. They crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Instantly, flames shot skyward across the entire launch complex.
Yi-mo rushed to join the firefighting efforts.
Fortunately, the launch silo was still some distance away, minimizing the damage. But the launch capsule was empty. The girl's figure had vanished without a trace. She had likely vaporized in the instant of the explosion. Such extreme heat would have rendered even protective gear useless.
Chapter 78, Still Alive. Oh no! Director by Yu Yao. After a period of shaking, the control room personnel also detected the anomaly. Their female director had vanished from the video feed. Quick! Firefighting! Search for survivors!
A group rushed out, and the entire launch base sprang into action.
Who would have thought this satellite launch would result in such a catastrophic accident? There were even major casualties. She was their director.
Though he had a somewhat eccentric temperament, he treated all the staff very well and always led by example when problems arose. For instance, even though he was the director, when equipment malfunctioned, he could have simply sent maintenance personnel to fix it. But she rolled up her sleeves and tackled problems herself. Everyone respected her deeply.
Long afterward, the charred launch capsule showed no signs of life. Yi-mo sighed softly, never imagining that scientific research could demand such a price in lives. Plop! Yi-mo suddenly sensed something with acute awareness. That sound seemed like a faint heartbeat. Yi-mo pricked up his ears, searching relentlessly beneath the rubble.
Before long, he spotted a protective suit charred black as a piece of coal.
Quick, someone come. Your chief is still alive.
After carefully clearing away all the debris around him, a bloodied and mangled figure emerged.
The faint sound of a heartbeat filled Yemo with hope. Yemo sank his consciousness into the system space.
A massive light screen appeared before him, displaying his basic information.
System, is there no way to recruit someone unconscious as a follower? A crackling electrical sound emanated from the system, followed by a slow, mechanical, and cold voice. Cannot be recruited as a follower.
Hearing the system's response, Yemo felt a weight settle in his heart. If he could recruit the other party as a follower, he could transfer 5% of his own health points to them, potentially turning them into a martial artist.
Their vitality would surge dramatically. In their current state, medical treatment might not be enough to save them. But with powerful self-healing abilities and some medicinal support, a full recovery would be quite achievable. The only way to elevate an ordinary person to a martial artist in such a short time might be to make them Yemo's follower. A group rushed past Yemo carrying a stretcher. After hoisting the barely conscious Bai Yuyao onto the stretcher, they rushed her to the infirmary for treatment. After examining her condition, the doctor shook his head helplessly. He's clinging to life purely through sheer willpower. With 80% burns covering his body, even a god couldn't save him now. Bai Yuyao had been on the periphery during the explosion, absorbing relatively less of the blast force, aided by her protective suit. The force that could have shattered her body instead caused extensive burns to her skin and flesh. Wait, Dr. Willpower? Yemo inquired. Exactly.
The patient is merely unable to move, but his consciousness is perfectly clear. He can hear every word we're saying right now, though he has no way to respond. The doctor sighed helplessly, seeming quite regretful.
Well, that leaves us with one option.
Yemo rushed forward and leaned in closer to one direction.
The mangled mess of flesh and blood before him appeared to be Bai Yoyao's head.
You're hanging on by sheer willpower now.
I know you want to live. I have a way.
In a haze, Bai Yuyao felt darkness enveloping her. Silence reigned around her until, after a long while, a voice called out. Soon after, she felt herself being lifted and moved. She tried to open her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. She tried to open her eyes, but couldn't control herself. All she could do was listen to the voices outside murmuring endlessly.
So this is how I die.
Bai Yuyao felt as if she were floating in a void, sensing her vital signs slowly fading away. Excruciating pain coursed through her body, yet her senses had long since numbed to it. She felt no agony, only a weightless lightness enveloping her entire being.
Was this how she would die? Tears suddenly began to fall from Bai Yoyao's face. Yemo understood her words had been heard. I have a way to save you now.
If you're willing to become my servant, truly willing from the bottom of your heart, I can let you live. Bai Yuyao could easily distinguish that voice as belonging to the peerless young woman she had met yesterday. Yet she still managed a bitter smile. Modern medicine was incredibly advanced now, capable of even regenerating severed limbs. But her current state was beyond saving. No method would work.
Sigh. What are you still striving for? It's obvious I can't be saved in this state.
Bai Yoyao's vital signs suddenly began to weaken at an accelerated pace. Her heartbeat grew fainter and fainter. Yemo grew anxious as the faint heartbeat grew fainter. A look of profound anguish spread across his face. What a promising young woman, so young yet so highly educated. She was destined to become a pillar of the nation. Yet a mere accident had cut short her young and promising life.
Yemo simply couldn't bear it. Promise me now, become my attendant, and I can save you. Yemo repeated his earlier words.
Everyone around them stared at him with strange looks.
Mr. Yi, please compose yourself. The dead cannot be brought back to life. The director's condition is beyond saving.
One of the staff members patted Yemo on the shoulder. He had already assumed Yemo had fallen head over heels for the director at first sight. Just as he was preparing to launch a heart-rending pursuit, the director had perished in an accident.
Anyone would be devastated. Give up. I can't go on living.
Bai Yuyao heard the voices growing fainter and fainter. She could feel everything around her drifting away. Her entire body felt as though it were falling endlessly. A profound sense of weightlessness and dizziness washed over her.
Bai Yoyao's consciousness grew increasingly scattered. Damn it! Come back to me.
Yemo conjured a bolt of lightning with his bare hands and hurled it directly at Bai Yoyao's chest. The immense lightning jolted Bai Yoyao's heart. Her nearly stopped pulse suddenly surged with renewed force. Bai Yuyao, whose consciousness had been fading, suddenly felt a surge of confusion.
Why was he saving her like this? Hadn't he explicitly rejected her last night? Then what was the purpose behind all this effort now?
Bai Yuyao had lost both parents at a young age and was raised bit by bit by the village elders. Since leaving the village after elementary school, she had never experienced such care again.
Chapter 79, shocked Bai Yuyao. Why is he so determined to make me his attendant? Since you're so determined to save my life, I'll agree to your request. But alas, none of this holds any meaning.
Bai Yuyao thought to herself.
Detected, Bai Yuyao has requested to become the host's attendant. Yes, no.
A selection screen appeared before Yemo.
Yemo decisively selected yes. A massive surge of energy flooded into Bai Yoyao's body.
A vibrant vitality instantly blossomed from her body. Her heartbeat grew stronger and more resonant. Every part of her body was nourished by terrifying power in that instant. Just as Bai Yuya was puzzled, she suddenly felt an intense itching all over her body, as if thousands of ants were relentlessly gnawing at her skin. The sensation was excruciatingly painful, yet she distinctly sensed her vitality surging even more vigorously. "Doctor, is there still a chance to save her? If she were a martial artist." The doctor glanced at Bai Yuya with some confusion, about to say something, when suddenly a stream of black liquid began flowing from her body. This dark liquid was now flowing out from every part of her body. Then, beneath her scorched skin, faint traces of red began to show through. The doctor froze in shock at the sight before him. This is a medical miracle. A true medical miracle. Bai Yuya, who had been barely clinging to life, suddenly began exhibiting regenerative abilities comparable to a martial artist. Her flesh and blood were renewing themselves at this very moment. The body that had been charred black was now slowly bleeding out. This is divine intervention. Absolutely divine intervention. The doctor's voice trembled as he kept observing Bai Yuya. "Looks like there's a chance she might survive." Yemo gently took hold of Bai Yuya's hand. The immortal evergreen body didn't merely grant him regenerative abilities, it also allowed him to channel this terrifying restorative power to others. The essence of this technique lay in generating energies within the body that accelerated human recovery. Yemo now separated this energy from his own body and channeled it into Bai Yuya. With his assistance, her recovery accelerated dramatically. The charred skin and flesh that had become like cinders began to peel away bit by bit. Replacing it was delicate, fair skin. "Am I alive?" Bai Yuya was overcome with emotion. Though still unable to move, she could clearly feel her awareness of the outside world growing sharper. From the earlier itching all over her body to the current throbbing pain throughout her limbs, Bai Yuya could perceive more and more. Her sensory abilities had returned. This should be about right. After infusing a significant amount of energy, Yemo finally released her hand and exhaled a long sigh of relief. The energy expenditure of this technique was still considerable, almost on par with the effects of the sacred bath. However, compared to restoring the physical body, the immortal spring body proved more effective. The sacred bathing was more inclined toward revitalizing morale and restoring stamina. Fundamentally, they served different purposes. By the time the doctor was left in awe, Yemo had already departed, boarding the train back to the Great Wall. His current mission was demanding, leaving him little time to spare. Following this failed launch, other launch centers would proceed with their own launches. But he no longer had the heart to participate in the launch process. Who knew if the Great Wall might face temporary strain? As the company commander of the Blood Eagle Company, he certainly couldn't leave now. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Yemo was gazing into the distance atop the Great Wall when suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Stop fooling around. Get back to your assigned post and stay put. Who knows when the mutated beasts might strike?" Yemo replied with a hint of impatience. Only those two troublemakers, Hu Gao and Ruan Wei, would do something like this. "It's me." A voice that felt both familiar and unfamiliar came from behind him. Yemo felt he'd heard this voice somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. When he turned to look, a figure stood quietly behind him. A radiant smile spread across her face. "Bai Yuya?" Yemo's voice betrayed his shock as he spoke. The other person nodded vigorously upon hearing this, an excited smile lighting up their face. "I never thought you'd still recognize me." Bai Yuya was still wrapped in bandages, not a single inch of her skin left untouched. The only difference between her and a mummy was that she was still breathing. "I didn't expect you to be able to move so soon." Yemo was slightly surprised. He had only preserved her life, not fully healed her. If she were an ordinary person, he could have healed her without much effort, but ordinary people couldn't withstand his power. It was a dilemma. "After all, among everyone I know, you're the only one who could be in this state right now." Bai Yuya smiled at the remark, but the movement seemed to tug at her wounds. She flinched in pain a few times. "I had to beg and plead with the doctor just to get permission to come out today. I have to be back in the hospital by tomorrow." Bai Yuya said regretfully. "Why did you come all this way to see me?" Yemo asked, puzzled. Bai Yuya merely smiled. "I said I'd become your attendant, so I figured I should report for duty here. I've already quit my job at the research institute. From now on, I'll be tagging along with you. I pulled some strings to get into your university too. I'm now a student in Class C." Yemo was slightly taken aback. "You gave up your job?" He had underestimated the formidable nature of the attendance system. Whenever he strayed too far from him, those attendants would feel uneasy unless he issued a command to suppress that sensation. This was a built-in function of the system. Its purpose was to keep the attendants close enough to be readily available whenever needed. "Can you tell me how you saved me? Why did I become a martial artist after becoming your follower? I clearly have no talent for cultivation, yet now it seems I can start training too." Bai Yuya spoke while squeezing her hands, feeling the surge of power within them. "We should be the ones to explain this to you.
Ruan Weihu and the others had approached unnoticed. Li Wanyue was among them. Welcome to our big family. Finally, I'm not the only girl here. Li Wanyue exhaled deeply, her face glowing with a sweet smile. The others briefly outlined the benefits of becoming Imo's attendant, leaving Bai Yuyao utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 80, Detective Hu Gao. Yi Mo transferred more of the immortal evergreen energy to Bai Yuyao before finally sending her to the hospital in Jinbei City. Their visit to Jinbei City wasn't solely for Bai Youyao's sake. The military command had tasked them with thoroughly investigating spies lurking within the 100-kilometer stretch from Jinbei City to the northern Great Wall. If another large-scale mutant beast assault on the city walls occurred and their troop deployments were ambushed, the losses could be catastrophic. The front lines could collapse instantly, reinforcements might be intercepted, and they could even become embroiled in a desperate battle. Alright, it's time for us to head out. To find those spies, we should first try to think from their perspective. Yi Mo voiced the suggestion first, and everyone nodded in agreement. If it were me, said one member, I'd definitely seek out a place with mountains and water. It'd be easy to hide there, and I'd have access to water. And more importantly, animals would come to drink regularly, so I could hunt. Tiger Gao couldn't help but drool at the thought of roasted meat. This time, he was determined to catch plenty of game to fortify his body. After guarding the Great Wall for so long, he felt like he'd starved himself down by hundreds of pounds. The other three shot him a disgusted look. Eat, was that all this guy could think about? I reckon they're most likely hiding in two spots. One is within 10 kilometers north of Jinbei City. Along this line, they can precisely detect Jinbei City's mobilization activities. If troops are deployed here, they'd get the intel right away. Yi Mo shot him an approving glance. That made sense. As for the second location, if I had to choose, I'd definitely pick the area about 10 kilometers south of the Great Wall. By choosing this location, they could coordinate with the infiltrator in the northern sector of Jinbei City. Once hostilities break out here, Jinbei City would deploy troops. They could pre-arrange with their comrades to set up ambushes along the route. Moreover, they could find ways to cause disruptions beneath the Great Wall. They might even stack large quantities of explosives unnoticed and blow a gap in the wall. Li Wanyue's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but clap her hands. Who would have thought? You seem so quiet usually, yet you've got so much going on inside your head. A smile spread across Ruan Wei's face. These words were the result of his careful deliberation. That does make sense. We'll proceed as you suggest. Hu Gao tugged at their sleeves from the side, looking a bit aggrieved. My suggestions make sense too, you guys. Look at the spots I picked out. Hu Gao blinked his eyes, and Yi Mo and the others could only roll their eyes at him. The trio left Zenbaking along the highway, heading north until they reached a spot about 10 kilometers from the town. Here lay a hillside flanked by dense forests on both sides. In that case, let's start our exploration from this side. The four of them picked a spot and plunged into the thicket. They began searching everywhere for clues. There are animal tracks here, along with scattered fruit. They soon found clues, but they were useless. Before long, two groundhogs scurried over, scooped up all the fruit in front of them, and quickly vanished. I found a footprint over here. Li Wanyue suddenly exclaimed, and the four quickly gathered around. The footprints were chaotic and led toward a stream in the distance. See? I told you they'd set up camp near the water. Hu Gao's face broke into a delighted grin, but all he got in return were glares telling him to shut up. The four hurried along the trail of footprints. Before long, they spotted several figures sitting by the riverbank, continuously tossing various items into the water. Holy! They're poisoning the river. How despicable. These bastards are ruining the entire ecosystem. Ruan Wei's face twisted in anger, his teeth gritted in frustration. Enough! We're moving in to subdue them now. Take them alive if possible, but kill them if they resist. At Yi Mo's command, each man zeroed in on a target. As they closed in, they burst from the thicket, swiftly pinning their victims from behind. The stunned group lay pinned to the ground. We're sorry. We'll go back right now. We'll never sneak out to fish again. Come on, really? I just went fishing, and you dunked my head in the river. How can you enforce the law like this? This is violent law enforcement. Hearing their words, several officers froze in shock. What the hell is this? After investigating, they learned these men were fishermen who had slipped out from the northern town. Some of them had military experience, so they scouted out areas with weak patrols and snuck out. They headed straight for the mountain streams here to start fishing. All that stuff tossed into the river earlier? That was bait they used to attract fish. Get out of here. This mountain range is dangerous, you know. Get back to where you came from. There aren't just wild beasts here, there are spies from other countries too. The fisherman jumped in fright and hurriedly packed up their gear to flee. What a pain. After venting his frustration to his companions, Yi Mo resumed searching for clues. The fishermen reached the highway and exchanged glances. Haha, those Chinese are so easy to fool. Who'd have thought we could fool them with just a few words? Alright, this undercover surveillance mission was a huge success. We've installed tons of cameras near the stream. From there, we can effectively monitor this highway. Their fishing boxes conceal large quantities of wires and other equipment. Several unfinished cameras lay scattered among them. See? I told you. They're definitely no good. 4 pairs of eyes in the shadows fixed their gaze on the departing group of anglers. Instead of heading toward the northern part of the town, they continued northward. How did you spot them? Li Wanyue voiced the question on everyone's minds as they all turned to look at Hu Gao. It's simple. Domestic anglers wouldn't use such high-end bait. Their rods are top of the line, expensive stuff. My dad even uses carbon alloy. And the fishing line? That's next level, made from the same material as aircraft carrier arresting cables. While these anglers' bait is top tier, it's completely mismatched with the fishing gear they're carrying. Chapter 81, Resistance? Not a chance. They're leaving. Follow them. While Tiger Barker was still blathering on, the 3 of them had already sprinted off in pursuit of the anglers' retreating direction. I'm telling you guys. Hey! Wait for me. Hu Gao hurried to catch up with the trio. Damn it, I really hope I can go back after finishing this mission. I'm getting out of the army, grabbing my discharge pay, and finding some beauties. Share some with me then. Or find a way to come to China. Watermelons are dirt cheap over there. Damn. Watermelons? You have no idea how cheap cabbages are over here. They sell them by the truckload. The spies didn't lower their voices at all. This was a no man's land, no one could possibly hear their conversation. And there was no chance of military or police vehicles passing through here. They'd already set up surveillance cameras nearby. Any movement in Meicheng would alert them instantly, allowing them to hide. Those damn Koreans are getting so cocky. Ruan Wei clenched the dagger in his hand, waving it through the air as if he wanted to shove it right up their asses. Don't rush it. Once they return to their lair, we'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Yemo rubbed his hands together, his body radiating murderous intent. These bastards were lurking within Dragon Nation, wreaking havoc everywhere. Given the chance, Yemo vowed to repay them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Soon, the group of fishermen left the highway and headed toward a small hill. At the base of the hill lay an old air raid shelter, long since abandoned. They had simply taken it over as their base. 2 sentries guarded the entrance, while inside lay a vast array of communication equipment. Numerous electronic screens displayed live feeds from various surveillance cameras. You ran into some trouble this time, but you handled it quickly. Those Chinese are so gullible. A South Korean spy wearing an officer's insignia patted the men on the shoulder. Don't worry, boss. That bridge explosion last time was definitely an accident. We lost 2 brothers for nothing. It won't happen again. Exactly. With all these cameras installed, nothing bad will happen again. At that very moment, outside the air raid shelter, the 4 men swiftly killed 2 guards. Trouble. We're under attack. One of the men monitoring the screens saw sudden chaos erupt on one display. Their men had been taken down instantly. They had been cautious enough to place a camera at the base entrance. Upon hearing his words, everyone rushed over. Damn it! Has the collapsed section of the bunker been dug through? If it has, we need to get out of here fast. The officer grew tense. If they stayed here, they'd inevitably be surrounded by the military. The fate of spies was usually grim. He certainly didn't want his promising youth sacrificed here. Even if the mission failed, they had to escape. Not yet. But it should be soon. A soldier reported the progress. Originally, there were many air raid shelters here, all interconnected. But recently, the shelters in this area had suddenly collapsed. This severed their connection to other areas, effectively cutting off their retreat. Seal the main entrance immediately. Delay them as long as possible. Everyone, get down there and start digging. As soon as they descended into the air raid shelter, they found the main door locked tight. They kicked it several times, but it wouldn't budge. They must have reinforced it from the inside. The door's defenses were incredibly sturdy, even capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. Yemo kicked it with all his might but couldn't budge it. I have an idea. Hu Gao rubbed his hands excitedly, then soon returned with a pile of damp firewood. Quick, quick, light this up. Then fan the flames inside to smoke those bastards out. Hearing his plan, everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Yemo used his lightning powers to start a fire while the others gathered large quantities of damp wood. Soon, thick, billowing smoke began to surge out. Yemo swiftly used his powers to create ice spheres, gathering all the smoke into one place. Found it! Found it! Ruan Wei returned excitedly. He had been sent to locate the ventilation shaft of this air raid shelter, and he had found it. Hu Gao and Li Wanyue immediately began transporting the ice balls, dumping them one by one into the ventilation shaft. A massive cloud of smoke erupted. It all poured into the air raid shelter through the vent. Damn it! What the hell is going on? The officer covered his mouth and nose, coughing violently. The others around him weren't faring much better. One by one, they began coughing. Cough, cough. This is bad. They're pumping thick smoke in from outside. Cough, cough. A soldier monitoring the surveillance screen spotted the disturbance outside and shouted.
Though they were martial artists, prolonged oxygen deprivation was unbearable. At most, they could endure 20 minutes longer than ordinary people under these conditions.
Damn it! Hurry up and dig through the tunnel, or we're dead meat. The group frantically used every tool at hand to dig through the mud before them. Each time they thought they were close, but even after digging deep, no passageway appeared. I can't take it anymore.
A soldier murmured, the weakest among them. After uttering those words, he collapsed unconscious. His face turned purple from the lack of oxygen.
Cough cough. I can't take it either. Let's surrender, the officer said, walking toward the entrance.
Seeing this, the others immediately raised their hands and followed him through the open-air raid shelter door.
Well, why aren't you putting up a fight? Surrendering already?
Li Wanhua smiled as she watched the disheveled Korean spies emerge to breathe fresh air.
Take them all away. Yemo waved his hand, and 4 men swarmed forward.
The Korean officer exchanged a meaningful glance with his men. They only had 4 men, but the Korean spies numbered over 20.
If they didn't fight back now, when would they? Suddenly, the 20-odd men launched a counterattack.
Within 2 breaths, over a dozen cold corpses lay on the ground. Only the last few men remained, trembling violently with soaked pants, raising their hands in surrender.
Fortunately, they reacted quickly and surrendered swiftly, allowing Yemo to spare their lives. Take them all back to the barracks.
We'll continue searching for spies.
Yemo gave the order.
They first destroyed all the equipment in the air raid shelter before striding back to the military camp with one of the surrendered spies in tow.
You moved so fast just one day out and you've already made a catch. They returned to the barracks in the dead of night, but luckily Lu Changsuan hadn't retired yet. Chapter 82 Promotion. 4th Army Group Battalion Commander. We've analyzed the situation. Blindly hunting spies like this is clearly ineffective. Even if we capture one group, another will inevitably take their place. We need to address the root cause of the problem. Yemo's words plunged Lu Changsuan into deep thought.
Indeed, as the other had said, such blind arrests only consumed vast amounts of time and manpower. The results weren't particularly significant. For every group we caught, they'd send in another. This cycle would be endless. The fact that they managed to smuggle such a large quantity of explosives and cameras into China proves they likely have people within customs. What we must do now is conduct a thorough, rigorous investigation of all customs personnel. Such a massive quantity of explosives, cameras, and other weapons couldn't have slipped past customs without a reason. Yemo's words reflected the conclusions they'd reached during their journey. They unanimously agreed that continuing with arrests alone was unsustainable.
Lu Changsuan nodded thoughtfully. Even if we uncover the reason, what can we do? Our jurisdiction covers military operations. We have absolutely no authority over customs affairs. We have no authority whatsoever to investigate them. Lu Changsuan waved his hand helplessly, while Yemo requested to speak with his superiors.
He had more critical matters to report as urgent as the previous intelligence warning of a potential large-scale mutant beast assault. Lu Changsuan frowned slightly but quickly accepted his reasoning. The man intended to contact his superiors, but lacking a suitable justification, this was his only option.
Soon, the same computer was brought out again.
Within minutes, the video call connected, revealing the same middle-aged commander on the other end.
Outstanding young man, I remember you. Your name is Yemo, correct? Speak. What is it you need to report to me at this ungodly hour? The middle-aged commander held a favorable impression of Yemo.
Thanks to the intelligence he had provided earlier, they had been able to detect the enemy threat in the middle of the night and mount a counterattack.
First, I have a strategic proposal to present.
The commander perked up at this.
First, I believe the situation on the northern border isn't particularly serious.
For us Wuxia, it's actually more of a positive development. The commander furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face.
They were losing soldiers every day, yet this man now claimed it was a positive development? Noticing the confusion, Yemo immediately began to explain.
As long as they keep attacking the Great Wall, we gain a steady stream of mutated beast resources. Crucially, these resources are of high quality. They serve as excellent strategic reserves and are ideal for cultivating talent. Many of the mutated beasts attacking the walls are martial artists. They contain ability pills within them.
Even if there's only a 1% chance of awakening an ability, what if one person consumes 100 of them? Wouldn't that significantly increase the probability of awakening abilities?
In other words, we could obtain hundreds or even thousands of tons of mutated beast meat daily. This stuff is vital strategic resources. With the nation so desperately short of martial artists, the lack of a reliable resource source is a major headache. If that mutant kingdom could cooperate with us continuously supplying mindless mutant beasts for consumption while exchanging resources or grain from us, the outcome would be a facade of combat while we're essentially trading.
Of course, we needn't worry that this arrangement would benefit them excessively.
The resources they exchange with us cannot enhance their combat capabilities, they merely ensure basic sustenance for their populace.
In contrast, the vast resources we obtain can be entirely channeled into cultivating warriors.
Identify every soldier with cultivation potential, train them systematically, and maximize their effectiveness within our forces. By leveraging this advantage over time, perhaps within 20 years, we might even enslave that mutant beast kingdom.
Hearing this bold proposal, the middle-aged commander's eyes widened.
He hadn't considered the matter so deeply before.
In his understanding, that faction was utterly impossible to cooperate with.
If such an alliance could truly be forged, it would be an enormous windfall for Huaxia.
Other nations seeking mutated creature meat must endure wave after wave of oceanic beast surges.
The ocean must be riddled with spatial rifts, for waves of mutated sea beasts relentlessly stormed the shores to slaughter humans at regular intervals.
Yi Mo's parents had perished in such an assault.
While the frequency of such assaults on China had decreased in recent years, the same could not be said for other nations.
Unlike the mutated beasts in the ocean, China's strength on land is far more formidable.
Among the 5 major dungeons known as the Great Wall Guardians, the mightiest is none other than the vast land of China.
If they could truly cultivate an army of martial warriors, dominating the world would be no problem at all. At this thought, the middle-aged commander's breathing quickened.
The enemy's scarcity of resources and food was intelligence provided by the Tyrannosaurus last time. Despite such immense sacrifices, they still failed to seize the fertile lands within the Great Wall.
They must be growing desperate. Proposing an alliance at this juncture.
It might just work. Your strategic proposal is highly significant.
We will deliberate on it further. Do you have any other matters? The general was already eager to convene a meeting. Reporting to the general, I have one more suggestion I hope you will approve. Yi Mo saluted respectfully.
The other man immediately composed himself and continued listening. Within the 100-kilometer stretch from Jinbei City to the Great Wall, numerous foreign spies have been infiltrating. This poses a severe threat to the Great Wall's defenses. I now require your authorization to lead a team to investigate customs security personnel at the border checkpoints. This is the first step of the mission. Once the customs operations are fully stabilized, we will begin purging all spies south of the Great Wall and north of Jinbei City. This will eliminate the internal and external threats plaguing the Great Wall. The middle-aged commander agreed decisively. In truth, he had harbored similar thoughts but had yet to voice them.
Moreover, there was currently no suitable candidate to undertake such a task. Yi Mo and his group were merely students. They wouldn't serve as soldiers here for long before departing.
They weren't afraid to make enemies, so entrusting this task to them was actually a good thing.
I hereby formally appoint you as battalion commander of the 4th Army Group.
Tomorrow, take your men and head straight for the customs post.
Chapter 83, Undercover at Customs. Yi Mo saluted respectfully.
Early the next morning, he led 4 men back to Jinbei City. There, he received a battalion's worth of troops and swiftly headed for the customs post. At the border between China and Korea, a customs post stood.
Many Chinese tourists regularly crossed here into Korea. Korean nationals also crossed into China through this point.
I don't think we need to focus too much attention here.
If I were one of those spies, I'd absolutely avoid coming in this way. After all, it's far too close. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Tiger Report analyzed the situation with a map in hand, sounding quite knowledgeable.
I think the most likely location is right here.
Wu Bao pointed at Shiping City.
What? You think our city would be a major transit point for foreign spies? Ruan Wei looked utterly incredulous. My analysis is based on careful consideration. First, Shiping City has a coastline and a major port for foreign trade, capable of receiving shipments from abroad.
The other 3 nodded.
Think about it. How much explosives did those Koreans bring? How many surveillance devices? Could they really fly them in as luggage? They can't drive all the way to China either. The most likely and simplest method would be to sail to China.
Not only could they carry heavy cargo and equipment to the fullest extent, but this seaport is also the closest to their country.
The distance from here to Jinbei City isn't particularly far, so I believe they likely slipped into Chinese territory from Shiping City. After hearing his analysis, all 3 gave him a thumbs up. This guy had a point.
You always seem so scatterbrained, but when it counts, you're a real force to be reckoned with.
Li Wanyue gave him a hearty pat on the back.
Hu Gao grinned, a look of pride lighting up his face.
This is the intel Major General Liu Changsuan just sent me. We've got spies monitoring the situation over in Korea too.
They reported spies hiding inside shipping containers headed for Shiping City's port. Hearing this, the other 3 couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. So all this time, the kid had the intel but hadn't shared it with them. All that wild speculation for nothing. Fuming with frustration, each of them punched him once to vent their anger. Several military vehicles sped down the highway, heading straight for the port of Shiping City.
Damn it!
4 of our 12 spy teams have already lost contact. The Chinese are conducting an intense search operation.
Damn it!
Inside a shipping container at the very bottom of a cargo hold on a freighter, a group of South Korean soldiers in plainclothes and crew cuts were concealed. Heavy weapons and other equipment were scattered around them. We have to be extremely careful this time.
We absolutely cannot get caught. The way the Chinese deal with spies.
One South Korean soldier's voice trailed off, growing noticeably quieter.
Appa. Don't worry. Once we enter the port, we'll infiltrate the forest at top speed. As long as we hide well, the Chinese won't find us.
Soon, the cargo ship laden with goods arrived at the port. Customs officials boarded the ship to inspect the cargo.
One by one, the containers were opened to inspect their contents, searching for stowaways.
One customs officer scanned his surroundings warily before beginning to search for a specific container marked with a number written on his palm. He finally located the container packed with South Korean soldiers.
He quietly opened the cargo door.
Inside stood a group of Korean soldiers, their expressions stern. Many held weapons in their hands.
Fearing discovery before reaching their destination, they remained on high alert. Should anyone dare shout, they would kill the intruder instantly.
The man in charge of inspecting their container nodded, then closed the door.
He stepped inside. He extended his right hand, revealing a black snake tattoo concealed beneath his sleeve.
Upon recognizing an ally, the Korean immediately stepped forward to shake hands. Once again, we're counting on you to get us through customs, esteemed Black Snake organization.
The customs inspector nodded. Inspections have been tight lately. Our Black Snake sect has already prepared a truck for you. As soon as you leave the port, board the train immediately. Our people will escort you to Jinbei City.
The Korean man was overjoyed. After exchanging a few more words,
the customs officer marked a check on the container he needed to inspect.
He then swiftly moved on to inspect the remaining cargo containers. He showed no signs of suspicion. Soldiers disembarked from military vehicles in waves, rushing straight toward the port. They surrounded the port at top speed.
A shipment from the Korean peninsula is arriving at our port today.
Here are the details for that cargo ship. The port manager hurriedly produced all the ship information for today.
He also brought over the records of all customs personnel.
These individuals had all been vetted, their backgrounds were largely clean, though it was impossible to rule out someone hiding deeply.
Customs officers are currently inspecting the South Korean cargo ship. You may go observe now. Yemo nodded, then waved his hand, leading several platoons straight inside.
Black Snake members conducting inspections on the cargo ship suddenly caught sight out of the corner of their eyes. The port area was suddenly swarming with camouflage-clad figures. His heart leapt into his throat. He sprinted toward the cargo ship, heading straight for the container that had just held the South Koreans. He intended to warn them to lock the container from the inside. The instant his hand touched the container door, another hand pressed against it from the other side.
Who are you?
Yemo had already swiftly located the cargo container where the spy was hiding, following the markings on the cargo ship.
I'm in charge of. Before the Black Snake gang member could explain further, Yemo cut him off.
With a single wave of his hand, two soldiers pinned him down.
Under his trembling, terrified gaze, Yemo opened the container.
Inside stood a group of armed Korean soldiers, each face frozen in shock and fear.
Holy! Surrender now, and you might live.
Yemo slowly extended his right hand. Instantly, ice crystals began to form at his fingertips, and a frosty mist started to appear on the cargo hold deck. The overwhelming aura instantly cowed the group of Korean spies standing inside the cargo container.
Chapter 84, Caught between a rock and a hard place. You should know that we Chinese soldiers treat prisoners humanely. If you surrender, we won't harm you after all. There are rules of war for prisoners of war. But if you dare resist now, death is the only outcome awaiting you. So you'd better raise your hands and surrender peacefully.
Yemo's words sent shivers down the spies' spines, terror etched across their faces.
Are you sure you'll treat prisoners humanely? One spy managed to ask.
Deep down, they understood the situation was now beyond their control.
Refusing to surrender meant certain death.
This was Chinese territory. Escaping was futile unless they could somehow return to their own country the way they came. But leaving the port itself was now impossible.
Of course it's true. I absolutely mean what I say.
I swear it as a soldier.
Yemo nodded solemnly as he spoke.
At these words, all the spies' hearts began to race. Before long, some started lowering their weapons, and others followed suit upon seeing this. Eventually, every last one laid down their arms. Yemo gave a slight wave of his hand, and the soldiers beside him swiftly moved forward to restrain the few individuals. As they passed by Yemo, flashes of cold steel gleamed.
In the blink of an eye, limbs began to disappear. Some lost arms, others legs. In an instant, the spies all let out wails of agony. You said prisoners would be treated humanely. You swore on your military honor. Chinese people are all liars.
The spy leader's face contorted with agony. He had lost his third leg. His eyes burned with hatred toward Yemo, as if he wanted to tear him to shreds.
Yes, I did say that. So what?
Only those captured through normal combat procedures are considered prisoners.
You lot are just failed spies who infiltrated our territory. Why would I show you any mercy? And as for swearing on your military oath? Sorry, but in a week, I won't be a soldier anymore. Ha! So whether you swear or not doesn't matter. Yemo spoke while slapping their faces hard.
It was these vermin who disrupted the Great Wall's defenses daily, plunging it into a state of internal turmoil and external threats. Before long, all the spies were carried away. Only then did GMO nod in satisfaction, ordering his men to thoroughly search every corner of the ship. Any dangerous items discovered must be reported immediately. After completing these tasks, GMO exchanged glances with several others, excitement evident on their faces. Just then, a crew member in the hold dialed a phone. "Hello? Headquarters? The operative has been captured. Captured by the Chinese. What? Is that acceptable? Alright, understood." After exchanging a few more words with the other party, the crew member's face twisted in astonishment. She immediately went out and snapped several photos of the spies in civilian clothing being led away. Just as GMO and the others were about to head back, they suddenly received a call. "Photos of your mission have been leaked. And the Koreans posted them online. They're attacking us on the internet right now. Plus, the foreign ministry is demanding we return the civilians to them." Lu Changsuan bluntly relayed the current online situation. GMO couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. The Koreans were delusional, thinking they could get their spies back this way? Come on, no need to take them away. We'll put them on trial online right now. Yimo instructed several people to open an external network livestream as he spoke. The title read, "China Interrogates South Korean Spies." The livestream's viewership skyrocketed after using this title, instantly drawing tens of thousands of foreign viewers. OMG. This is gonna be good. The clash between China and Korea. Damn it. But they're just civilians from our Korean nation. They're definitely not spies, you can tell just by looking at their clothes. The Chinese are deliberately arresting our civilians. They're targeting our country. Is copying our culture not enough? Now they want to attack our people too. Yeah. China, beat the crap out of those Korean losers. Forgive my bluntness, but you Koreans are the real cultural thieves. A group of netizens were already arguing fiercely before the camera even started rolling. GMO quickly activated the camera and aimed it at the Korean spies still wailing in agony. "Come on, everyone, take a look. You're telling me these are civilians? Where have you ever seen civilians smuggling themselves across on cargo ships?" Every word he spoke was instantly translated into multiple languages by dedicated commenters on the international platform. It wasn't hard for foreigners to understand. They're just North Korean stowaways. Not the spies you claim they are. Give our civilians back. Exactly. Exactly. The Chinese just want to seize our people under false pretenses. Probably for some biological experiments. While the Korean civilians frantically whitewashed the situation online, Yimo's face twisted into a cold smile. "Come, everyone, take a look." Yimo pointed the camera into the container, revealing a vast array of heavy weaponry inside. Have you ever seen stowaways carrying this much heavy weaponry? Now look at these eavesdropping devices, and then these surveillance systems. Is this what ordinary citizens should be carrying? Or is this standard issue for all civilians in your country? While Yimo was ranting fiercely about Korea, Lu Changsuan was completely stunned. Has this kid lost his mind? Starting a live stream was bad enough, but doing it on an external network? Now the whole world knows about this. If handled poorly, it could seriously damage China's prestige as a major power. What the hell is that kid under your command doing? The video from that lieutenant general has also been forwarded. They're obviously aware of the online situation too. I'll contact him immediately. Just as Lu Changsuan was about to reach out to Yimo, the major general stopped him. I'm not talking about him going live without permission. I'm saying we haven't bought traffic for him on the external network. The viewership is still too low. If we don't teach these spies a lesson, they'll keep daring to invade our Chinese territory. The general's tone abruptly shifted. Lu Changsuan froze in place. This matter was so serious it undoubtedly required a high-level military meeting. Our military's hawks and doves hold opposing views. The hawks argue that young Yimo didn't go far enough this time, while the doves claim the hawks are being overly cautious. After the lieutenant general finished speaking, Lu Changsuan stood frozen in place. Was this really the outcome of their discussions? Chapter 85, Framing. Ultimately, the military tacitly approved the incident, intending to use it as a deterrent against foreign spies. Originally, the Korean netizens were still frantically whitewashing their spies. But the moment the weapon appeared, they were all stunned. With their entire operation exposed, how could they possibly defend themselves? Yet some shameless South Korean netizens persisted in whitewashing. How can you claim these weapons belong to our country? You must have deliberately selected them to frame our civilians. Exactly. It's definitely a frame-up. The Korean netizens kept ranting, but some had already caught on. Stop whitewashing, fellow Koreans. Aren't these weapons the ones you bought from the US last year? I remember too, last year you spent over 20 billion Eagle currency buying their weapons. And look at the markings on these eavesdropping devices. I may not recognize Korean script, but I'm certain this is your writing. Eagle-eyed netizens had already spotted the situation during the live broadcast. Sakura netizens despise Korea the most, followed by China. Now that these two nations were tearing into each other, he was naturally thrilled beyond measure.
We Japanese are taking over China. Korea has gone too far. Exactly. Those Chinese should be wiped out completely. Yes.
Seeing Korean spies treated like this makes me feel so good. The Korean cheers were quickly drowned out by the flood of online abuse. Yemo silently watched the messages in the comment stream, though he couldn't understand a single word.
Korean authorities, even if you deny it, this is the truth, we're executing your people right now. Yemo switched the camera angle, signaling his men to fire.
Several soldiers aimed their rifles skyward and fired. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously for a moment. When the camera returned to the spot where the spies had stood, nothing remained. We, representing China, have executed these spies by firing squad. You need not demand their bodies back. Yemo shut off the live stream after delivering his statement. This move infuriated Koreans so much they smashed their computers. The South Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a fierce condemnation against China. The Chinese representative merely watched their performance in silence before uttering two words. They got what they deserved.
China's foreign policy has always been one of non-aggression. If others don't provoke us, we won't provoke them.
When the other side acts this way, they should bear the consequences.
Everyone was stunned by China's stance. Foreign media outlets went into overdrive with coverage. Chaos. Total chaos.
Lu Chongsuan frowned, smoking a cigarette nearby, his face etched with shock. The military had tacitly approved Yemo's actions. In truth, many still opposed this decision. Yet a heavyweight among the hawks had settled the matter with a single decisive blow, leaving no room for interference. That man was none other than the war god of the military headquarters, Li Shangwu. He strongly supported Yemo's entire series of maneuvers. In his words, it was time for China to join the ranks of the great powers. Otherwise, the petty rogues on its periphery would continue to encroach. Yemo didn't actually kill all the spies, he fired 2 symbolic shots. This was to prevent the Korean authorities from demanding their return and continuing to exert pressure. Those spies were simply led away when the cameras turned away. These individuals certainly needed thorough interrogation. How could they be killed on a whim? Soon, all the spies were taken to the relevant authorities for interrogation by specialists. Normally, torture was not used on prisoners. But for these vile spies who endangered the security of China, any mercy shown to them would be cruelty to the Chinese people. All customs personnel underwent thorough vetting. Internal issues had been resolved. Now, the only task remaining was to purge every spy within the borders. Within a short time, no foreign forces would threaten the Great Wall again. Yemo personally led the team, launching a large-scale search of the mountains and forests for any remaining spies. Dozens more spies were uncovered. After completing this operation, Yemo dismissed his troops with great satisfaction. At this moment, his military career came to an end. Are you leaving today? Lu Chongsuan sighed softly, feeling a touch of reluctance to part with these young men. Not only was he a prodigy of extraordinary talent, but his ideas were bold as well. His plan to leverage the mutant beast dynasty to bolster China's strength was actually approved by the military. The military had no intention of advancing into Mongolian territory. Instead, they prepared to defend the Great Wall indefinitely, continuously farming mutant beasts. All these vast resources were channeled into cultivating domestic talent. Yes, our military careers end here for now. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Yemo smiled as he bid farewell to his companion. The growth they'd achieved during this period had significantly enhanced their combat capabilities. Countless times they had walked the razor's edge between life and death. Each battle had forged their growth. Senior, if we get the chance, we might meet again. I think the military's not bad, everyone gets along really well. Lu Chongsuan nodded with a smile. These words came from a young woman. He was somewhat surprised, yet deeply heartened. Seeing even the younger generation of women endure such hardship filled him with confidence. The future of China, entrusted to them, was bound for greatness. Upon returning to town North City, the four parted ways at the station. I'm heading home to see my old man. I'm craving lamb chops already. Hu Gao said, wiping his mouth. He wasn't taking the high-speed rail home. Ruan Wei and Li Wanyue were both locals of Shiping City. After exchanging farewells, they naturally headed back to Shiping. The Zhang family had been relentlessly oppressing both their households lately. Li Wanyue's mother's business was growing increasingly difficult, and Ruan Wei's father's barbecue shop was struggling as well. Fortunately, the night pavilion had been secretly protecting them, preventing any danger. Yemo's destination differed from theirs. He boarded a vehicle bound for the Huaka Institute, where they were still vigorously developing the mutant beast detector. Currently, 5 satellites were already in orbit. Only 1 week remained until the Yamada no Oroki's attack. Yemo would certainly contact the military to alert them and, if necessary, personally join the battle. The mission required only neutralizing the target, whether by repelling or scaring it away. Either outcome counted as success. Yemo exhaled a long breath as he approached the entrance of the Huaka Institute. 2 familiar faces were on duty. Hey!
What brings you back here again, kid? The two security guards jumped in surprise, treating him like a potential threat, and quickly blocked Yemo at the entrance. Chapter 86, Dissolving the Research Team. Yemo was once again blocked by these two security guards, leaving him utterly speechless. Look at this. Look at this. Yemo said as he pulled out his employee ID from his bag, the one Lude had arranged for him earlier. The two guards swiped the card and nodded in acknowledgement after verifying its authenticity. Kid, you're something else. You actually got that bunch of academicians to believe you. You're telling me. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were destined for greatness. Seeing the man's status shift before their eyes, the two guards immediately adopted a fawning, sycophantic demeanor. Yemo rolled his eyes and walked inside. Those two guards were just too comical. After asking for directions inside, he arrived at the research center. At the entrance, a group of people were carrying their belongings in cardboard boxes, their faces filled with despondency. Walking at the very back, his steps the heaviest, was none other than Luda. His eyes were beginning to redden slightly. He had worked at this place for many years, taking up the mantle of national radar development after returning from studying abroad. Over the years, he had made outstanding contributions to the nation. Yet, merely because he had offended a leader during a dinner gathering 2 days prior, and before the dust had even settled, their research center was seized by others. The entire research team had been ordered to disband. Yemo approached with a puzzled look. Why is everyone packing up? Could it be that the state has secured us a better laboratory? Hearing his words, everyone's faces twisted into bitter smiles. Young Yi, this project will be taken over by others from now on. Even so, they will carry on your work with the mutant beast detector. Lu Da's face betrayed a hint of melancholy. A huge question mark instantly popped into Yemo's mind. What? He simply couldn't comprehend it. These people had put in hard work, if not direct contributions. They'd developed the mutant beast detector so quickly, even making it satellite ready. Such a monumental achievement. If the state didn't reward them, that was one thing. But how could they just disband the entire team? Mr. Lu, what exactly is going on here? Lu sighed and recounted the entire sequence of events. Yemo's face instantly twisted with astonishment, his entire being seething with frustration. Wasn't this exactly how China's scientific talent was being drained? Everyone, hold on a moment. I'll see if I can find someone. Lu let out a helpless laugh. He had already contacted everyone he could think of, but the other party's rank was simply too high. There was nothing he could do. It's pointless, isn't it? No one can help. We've tried every possible approach. Don't waste your effort. Yemo shook his head firmly, his brow furrowing deeply as he swiftly dialed a number. Hello, who are you looking for? I need to speak with General Li Shangwu. The guard on the other end nodded. Anyone with the authority to dial this number and know this contact clearly held significant status. Moreover, the caller knew exactly who they were seeking. The guard promptly handed the phone to Li Shangwu. Hello? Who is this? A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Even without seeing his expression, the deep authority in his tone was unmistakable. General Li, this is Yemo. Before leaving, Yemo had managed to obtain Li Shangwu's phone number from Lu Changsuan. After all, he would need his assistance for the upcoming Yamada no Orochi incident. So he had secured the contact information in advance. Oh, I remember you. You're that kid who spread light on the Great Wall. Li Shangwu had immediately sought out Yemo's records. Upon learning the man was merely training with the unit, he was instantly disappointed. He had intended to recruit him under his command, grooming him as his own personal disciple. In the future, having a powerhouse like Yemo capable of amplifying entire groups take over his current position as the military god would make the Chinese army unstoppable. But alas, the man was only here for a month before departing. Li Shangwu felt a pang of regret. But he never imagined he'd be able to contact him again so soon. I have a favor to ask of you. Li Shangwu frowned. He usually disliked people who tried to pull strings or use connections. If it weren't for his slight fondness for this kid Yemo, he would have hung up the phone long ago. You know about that recent mutant beast detector? It should already be deployed on military satellites now, capable of tracking the movements of every mutant beast across the entire territory of China. Li Shangwu froze upon hearing this. They hadn't announced this development to the public. How did that kid Yemo find out about it? Where did you get this information? Li Shangwu's expression darkened. Had their intelligence been compromised? Because I developed this device myself. I handed it over to China's research team for refinement so it could be deployed on satellites. The words had barely left his mouth when Li Shangwu froze in place. The shock this kid had delivered was simply too great. His formidable personal strength was one thing, but his ability to amplify group capabilities was another. Now, to top it all off, he'd even earned the reputation of a young scientist. The more diverse one studies, the harder it is to master any single field. How on earth had this person achieved such extraordinary talent and accomplishments in both academic and combat domains simultaneously? Li Shangwu merely waved his hand.
The nearby guard immediately understood and hurriedly retrieved all the information on the developer. It didn't take long for him to figure it out. This thing was indeed created by that kid Yimo, then handed over to their Huaxia research team for further refinement and installation onto satellites.
This was indeed a monumental achievement.
Li Shangwu had long since forgotten his earlier words. All he wanted now was to keep this young man in the military forever. He was simply too exceptional.
I can put in a good word for you at your school. Why not graduate now and come work under me?
I'll train you as my own disciple.
How about you take my place someday?
Li Shangwu didn't beat around the bush, laying out his intentions plainly.
Yimo felt a slight surprise.
He hadn't expected the other party to value him so highly. If that was the case, his next request would likely be much easier to fulfill. I appreciate your offer, but I wish to complete my studies first before serving the nation in the military.
Please hear me out. Yimo spoke calmly, showing no wild excitement at the olive branch. Li Shangwu's estimation of him rose another notch. Chapter 87, Reinstatement and Enhanced Benefits.
Li Shangwu gestured for him to continue. Yimo immediately recounted everything Lu De had just told him.
Li Shangwu's temper flared instantly.
He slammed his fist on the table.
I detest these bureaucratic bastards. How dare they treat our most vital researchers like this?
As if sensing Li Shangwu's fury, the guard hurried off to handle the matter.
No personal intervention from Li Shangwu was even required. Currently, Li Shangwu held the rank of general.
It could be said that every soldier in all of China regarded him as a god in their hearts.
The power in his hands was naturally immense. A bunch of traitorous scum. Just because the researchers didn't toast them?
They actually want to disband the entire research team. Li Shangwu was on the brink of explosive rage. Back when he was still unknown, he had endured similar treatment.
Back then, he was just an ordinary officer.
Because he had offended his superiors, he was passed over for promotion year after year. He now despised such behavior with a passion.
I'll send someone to handle this.
You just relax.
We have a deal. After you graduate, you must join the military. If you dare go anywhere else, I'll take the army and come snatch you back.
Li Shangwu hung up the phone immediately after speaking.
Yimo's lips twitched slightly.
This war god's personality was truly straightforward.
What the hell was this about snatching people with the army? This matter is already taken care of. We don't need to move anything for now. Someone will stand up for us.
After hanging up, Yimo began reassuring the research team members. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, their faces etched with wry smiles.
Forget it, forget it. Stop joking around. That's impossible.
Lu De shook his head and started heading out with his belongings. He had already accepted an overseas invitation and was preparing to officially become a foreign researcher. It was truly a matter of necessity. Domestic salaries were already low to begin with, and now that he'd been fired, he had no job.
His family couldn't even afford food.
Going abroad to work as a researcher was a desperate move. He had to earn money to support his family. Just as Lu De was about to leave, the phone suddenly rang.
An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Hello?
The moment Lu De answered, he heard an anxious voice on the other end.
Brother Lu De. That incident was my fault. I shouldn't have targeted your team.
I'll order someone to return your lab immediately and reinstate all of you to your original positions.
I'm truly sorry. I was being petty. I'll make it right for you.
I'll bring people to your research team today to express my condolences.
I'm deeply, deeply sorry.
The leader's voice trembled slightly on the other end. A red telephone had just rung in his office. The phone itself wasn't special, just an old-fashioned model. But as a national leader, he understood exactly what that red phone represented. Orders delivered through this red phone were as binding as official government directives, absolutely non-negotiable. The military headquarters had actually called him directly. Somehow, the news of him disbanding the research team had reached the ears of war god Li Shangwu. Upon hearing this, the other party flew into a rage, now exerting pressure on him from all sides. This was the legendary war god.
The most formidable man in all of China. No matter how high his rank,
he dared not provoke such a god of war. Upon learning of this, he immediately called and came over to apologize.
Now drenched in sweat, he hurriedly ordered his subordinates to purchase lavish gifts.
If this matter wasn't handled properly, his political career could very well come to an end. Much later, Lu De hung up the phone in utter shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He actually reinstated our positions, returned the research center, and even raised our salaries. Lu De's voice trembled with excitement. As a Chinese citizen, he naturally desired to contribute his share to the nation. If he could have made a living in the country, he wouldn't have ended up abroad.
Holy! Is this for real? We're actually going back to work? The group of researchers went from bewilderment and confusion to sheer elation.
Their salaries were all bumped up a notch, and they received even more funding from the state. Just as they were packing up to return to the office, they bumped into a group of people strutting past them with their belongings.
Well, isn't this Professor Lu's team? How come you're being kicked out already?
This was Lu Da's longtime rival. Though also a researcher, he was far more politically savvy and cunning.
While less accomplished than Lu De, he held the same rank.
It was precisely through his skill at flattery and sycophancy that he had climbed the ranks so swiftly. Lu De couldn't stand such people, so their relationship was naturally strained.
After the research institute was requisitioned, it was assigned to his research team.
Now they were preparing to take up positions within the facility. And to rub salt in the wound.
You'd better pack up and get out of here, kid. Otherwise, you'll be humiliated when they kick you out.
Lu De spoke with refreshing clarity, feeling remarkably at ease. Even his tone carried a lightness. At those words, a sneer instantly spread across the man's face.
Have you lost your mind? Or did getting kicked out of the institute drive you insane?
The man didn't believe a word of Lu Da's story, continuing with his sarcastic remarks.
Lu De flashed a bright smile and pointed to his phone.
A call came in, and the man answered immediately. As he listened, his expression darkened.
Yet he dared not show any sign of trouble, instead bowing and scraping repeatedly, nodding in understanding.
Hey, buddy, why did you guys leave?
Didn't I give you the lab? Aren't you mocking me?
Lu Da's face lit up with delight. For the first time, he realized how satisfying it felt to be proven right. The other man shook his head dejectedly, quickly leading his people away without another word.
Yay!
The group of researchers cheered and ran back to their offices, eagerly unpacking the items they had just packed away and setting them back on their desks.
Yemo, equally smiling, approached Lu De.
After familiarizing himself with their modified mutant beast detector, he began learning how to operate the detector to monitor mutant beast activity across Huaxia.
Chapter 88, Power Surge.
Yemo stared at the machine before him, his hands deftly manipulating its controls. A look of disbelief gradually spread across his face. The ocean within the detector was eerily calm. Not a single mutant beast existed.
This couldn't be possible. Absolutely impossible.
Across the mountains and forests of the Huaxia mainland, however, countless mutated beasts of all sizes lurked, densely packed like tiny red dots. The capital had already initiated eradication operations, leaving a 100-kilometer radius around the city completely free of any mutated beasts. After carefully observing and confirming the sea was completely still, Yemo fell deep into thought.
There were two possibilities now: either the detector was too weak to reach the deep sea yet,
or the fissure hadn't opened yet. Among the various fissures on Blue Star, some connected two worlds, while others contained independent spaces. These contained their own self-contained, sealed spaces. The unpredictability of such rifts was terrifying. No matter how powerful one was, falling into one meant certain entrapment.
One can only wait for the fissure's next opening. Yemo took a deep breath, bid farewell to the crowd, and set off for the capital military district. Now Yemo was going to meet Li Shangu. You said you didn't want to come here before, kid. Now you're trotting back like a little puppy?
Li Shangu stood bare-chested, shirtless, wielding a wolf's tooth hammer with forceful swings. Each swing sent the air crackling with the force of his swing. Wiping sweat from his brow, Li Shangu set the weapon aside and turned his gaze to Yemo.
I've come to report something important. I hope the general will take it seriously. Yemo saluted respectfully. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Speak. What is it?
2 minutes later, Li Shangu stared at Qin Shen with a look of utter bewilderment.
What did you say? The Yamata no Orochi? A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he scrutinized Yemo. He even reached out to touch his forehead. You're not sick, you don't have a fever, why would you say something like that? It's just a giant serpent from a mythological tale. Li Shangu didn't believe a word of it. How could a mythical creature possibly appear in the real world? And attack China, no less?
Most crucially, this guy actually knew the exact timing of the attack. Each claim was absurd on its own, but taken together, it was absurdity squared.
No sane person would believe this, right? Yemo's face betrayed a hint of resignation.
By the way, this information came from the pet Tyrannosaurus I acquired. The T-Rex's earlier revelation about the Mutant Beast Kingdom scheme had been confirmed, significantly boosting the credibility of its current claims. Li Shangu, naturally aware of this development, wore a thoughtful expression upon hearing the news.
I'm more curious about how you managed to pack up such a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Li Shangu asked, puzzled.
Yemo didn't elaborate further, quickly shifting the topic. The main issue now is that Yamata no Orochi is about to attack. We have to figure something out. You said the mutant creature detector couldn't pick it up. How am I supposed to track that thing down?
I may be powerful, but I'm not a radar. Li Shangu rolled his eyes, then wore a look of resignation. While his abilities were formidable enough to accomplish many feats, they were equally limited in what he couldn't achieve. Barely holding the borders of Huaxia was already pushing his limits. I know the approximate attack locations are roughly between here and here. If we redeploy our forces to defend this area, we can intercept his advance immediately. Qin Shen marked a roughly 10-kilometer radius on the map.
Li Shangu frowned.
Even 10 kilometers was a vast area.
Do you realize how many troops and resources I'd have to mobilize because of this order? How many departments would need to be notified?
Navy, Army, Air Force, all three branches mobilized. By then, we'll likely have 100,000 troops within this 10-kilometer zone. Li Shanggu was still weighing the credibility of this claim. If it turned out to be false, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? I swear on my honor and my life that this is absolutely true and will definitely happen. I hope you take this seriously. I will be on the front lines when the time comes. As for what you said about me becoming your disciple, does that still stand? Li Shanggu, who had been wavering, suddenly lit up at the words. Of course it still stands.
It stands any time. What? Have you come to your senses now?
If you believe my words, I'm willing to become your disciple and take you as my master.
But the condition is that you must provide me with more cultivation resources.
Li Shangwu's face lit up with delight. If the other party agreed to this, everything else would fall into place. Agreeing to this meant he could cultivate another towering war god for the future of China.
Someone to continue guarding China for him. It was just a matter of redeploying personnel.
At worst, if that Yamata no Orochi thing didn't show up, they could just treat these soldiers as if they were conducting drills.
No problem.
From now on, demand all the cultivation resources you need from me. I'll contact the military headquarters immediately and mobilize troops to the coast at your specified time. Li Shangwu's face glowed with excitement as he swiftly dialed a number.
After giving his instructions,
troop formations began mobilizing, and wave after wave of aircraft took flight toward coastal airfields.
Troop transports rolled out from the barracks. With only 1 week left before Yamata no Orochi's attack, mobilizing forces at maximum speed was imperative. Yemo finally breathed a sigh of relief.
At least the other party believed his words. Regardless of the method, his goal had been achieved.
For the next week, Yemo remained holed up in his room, immersing himself in relentless cultivation.
He had the koi devour chunks of mutated beast flesh. To accelerate the process, he refined all the flesh into flesh bone pills.
The koi's consumption became even more efficient and rapid. A week passed in the blink of an eye.
Yemo slowly opened his eyes, and a dazzling radiance erupted from his entire body.
Life points, 1,673.79. Yemo radiated an overwhelming aura of power.
During this period, Li Shangwu had supplied him with a large quantity of high-quality mutated beast meat.
Chapter 89, The Emergence of the Yamata no Orochi.
This wasn't his full strength. His current health stood at over 1,600, with over 1,000 points of strength reserves untapped.
Yemo intended to save it as his trump card for the final showdown.
Should he prove unable to withstand the Yamata no Orochi, he could then utilize his strength points to boost his power.
You kid, I really don't know how your stomach works. How can you digest so fast?
Li Shangwu was utterly baffled. Over the past few days, they'd transported in over 1,000 tons of meat. In just 1 week, the other had devoured every last morsel. He had no idea how much this kid's strength had increased. With that many precious resources, he could probably train over 100 martial artists. Li Shangwu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, but spending it on his own disciple was worth it.
Master, I'm ready. Let's depart. Yemo's eyes gleamed with an unyielding, forward-charging sharpness.
Just one glance was enough to leave Li Shangwu feeling somewhat shaken. His own health pool exceeded 1,300 points, yet in that instant facing Yemo, he felt himself shrink in comparison. Li Shangwu shook his head, dismissing the thought as mere illusion.
How long had the other even been training? No matter how fast one progressed, it couldn't happen this quickly. He must be overthinking it.
The vehicle is ready.
We're heading to the coast immediately. Yemo nodded and quickly followed him into the military vehicle.
The coast wasn't far from here, and they arrived in no time. All coastal residents had been evacuated, and a 10-kilometer perimeter around the beach was completely sealed off. Yemo stood on the shore, silently watching the fleet of warships gliding across the azure sea in the distance. These gleaming steel behemoths represented the pinnacle of Huaxia's technological prowess. Each warship represented the nation's profound strength. A sense of pride unconsciously surfaced in Yemo's heart.
The stronger the nation, the happier the lives of its citizens. A stronger sense of belonging and identification naturally followed. Beep, beep, beep.
The sharp sound echoed through the cabin.
Lu De glanced at the mutant beast detector, his face immediately contorting with astonishment.
He swiftly dialed Li Shangwu's number.
As the large screen connected, an electronic display appeared before them, showing violent undulations on the ocean floor. These intense fluctuations triggered a devastating tsunami in the nation of Fusang. In an instant, the entire nation of Fusang sank beneath the sea. This.
Li Shangwu's eyes widened in profound shock.
How could this be? How was this possible? An entire island nation vanishing in an instant? What kind of terrifying force could have caused this?
They stared fixedly at the screen when suddenly a massive red dot appeared. The creature was elongated, with 8 heads and a single tail.
Though only in outline, it was exceptionally clear.
After emerging from the depths of the ocean, this thing began charging toward the coast of China at an astonishing speed.
Sure enough, it had entered Blue Star through the rift. A warning bell rang loudly in Yemo's mind. He sensed an overwhelming threat rapidly closing in. Even he sensed grave danger, let alone the others. Many soldiers' hands trembled slightly as they held their rifles. Yemo frowned slightly, then swiftly tossed the koi upward. The creature floated in the sky, radiating a sacred glow. Soldiers bathed in its light gradually regained their composure, their expressions easing as inner calm returned. Sacred bathing. Li Shangwu watched the rapidly moving silhouette on the screen and couldn't help but swallow hard. Such a terrifying monster actually existed. As the Yamata no Orochi drew closer to the coast of China, the clouds in the sky gradually darkened. In mythology, this creature was the deity of rainfall, equivalent to the position of a water god. Its most formidable power, naturally, was the control of liquids. It's coming. Half an hour later, Yemo slowly opened his eyes, then rose from the sandy shore to gaze silently at the sea. The sea before him had long since turned as black as ink. A torrential downpour had begun to pour from the sky, casting a gloom over everyone's hearts. Had it not been for the koi continuously releasing the sacred bath, morale would likely have collapsed entirely. Lightning began to flash across the sky, and as a massive shadow appeared near the fleet, everyone held their breath. The fighter pilots soaring through the sky wore expressions of utter astonishment. Holy! One pilot's eyes widened as a colossal aquatic beast lifted its head from the sea. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Until finally, 8 heads. Each head of the Yamata no Orochi, along with its long neck, towered like a skyscraper. Before him, even the colossal aircraft carrier seemed insignificant. Fire! The deafening roar of artillery erupted instantly, missiles streaking through the air as warships bellowed in unison. In an instant, towering waves surged across the entire ocean. When the dust settled, the Yamata no Orochi remained unscathed. To its eyes, humans were as insignificant as ants. Yet, these very ants had managed to provoke a surge of pain within it. The Yamata no Orochi grew visibly enraged, its aura now radiating a staggering 3,000 points of fear. 3,000. 3,000. This monster's health is 3,000. The monitoring personnel screamed frantically, their eyes filled with profound shock. He was responsible for monitoring mutated beasts, yet in all his years, he had never encountered such a terrifying creature. Even with the presence of the sacred bath, the soldiers couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Another volley of cannon fire and mounted arrows struck the Yamata no Orochi, yet it barely registered a scratch. Damn it! Li Shangwu's expression darkened. With his current strength, he had no chance of stopping the Yamata no Orochi. Yet as the mightiest warrior of Huaxia, he had no choice. Full retreat, preserve our fighting strength. As he gave the order, Li Shangwu grabbed his weapon, shed his raincoat, and stripped off his shirt, revealing his well-defined upper body. In a flash, he soared into the air, hovering motionless as he stared intently at the Yamata no Orochi before him. I'll buy you enough time to evacuate the civilians quickly. The situation before him had surpassed his expectations. Leave it to me. Yemo strolled casually over to Li Shangwu's side. Li Shangwu froze momentarily, for he sensed an aura emanating from Yemo that surpassed his own. Before he could process his confusion, Yemo had already transferred all 300 plus points of remaining health onto himself. Health 2973.43. Yemo's aura now rivaled that of the Yamata no Orochi itself. The aura of sacred koi bathing the sky surged simultaneously. For a moment, even the Yamata no Orochi itself seemed momentarily stunned. Chapter 90, Fierce Battle. Roar! Yamata no Orochi let out a fierce roar, causing the surrounding seawater to tremble faintly. Immediately, its body began to split apart, forcibly dividing from 1 head in 1 body into 8 heads in 8 bodies. A terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Each of the Yamata no Orochi's 8 bodies emitted fluctuations of 3,000 life points. Li Shangwu stared blankly at the scene before him. He had intended to engage the enemy, but judging by the power Yamata no Orochi had just displayed, he would likely be instantly annihilated the moment he made contact. Yemo stood suspended in the air, eyes narrowed, a faint halo of lightning swirling around him. As the fleet began its retreat, Yemo slowly descended toward the sea surface. Suddenly, an intense chill erupted from his body. In an instant, the frigid aura spread across the sea surface, instantly freezing the churning waves. It radiated outward from Yemo as its epicenter. A fierce glint flashed in Yamata no Orochi's eyes. It understood that this human before it was its greatest threat. In an instant, all 8 bodies of the Yamata no Orochi locked onto Yemo. As all 8 bodies began to rise simultaneously, vast quantities of seawater surged skyward, forming 8 terrifying water tornadoes much like the ancient descriptions of dragons sucking water. The sky became a vast reservoir, gathering an endless flow of water. Immediately, streams of water arrows poured down from above. Go! Yemo gave a light wave of his hand, and instantly, countless ice spikes materialized around him. They shot toward the sky at incredible speed, colliding fiercely with the descending water arrows. Where they collided, violent ripples erupted before exploding outward. At that very moment, the koi swam through the seawater. Shielded by the ice layer, it managed to reach beneath one of Yamata no Orochi's heads at top speed.
Within a radius of several hundred meters around Yamata no Orochi, the water remained unfrozen, providing him with room to maneuver. This allowed the koi to launch a surprise attack from below. Just as Yamata no Orochi relentlessly attacked EMO with its innate powers, the koi suddenly shot out of the water and appeared behind the serpent. Hiss! 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 The Yamata no Orochi flickered its forked tongue, suddenly sensing a threatening and deadly presence behind it. As one of the serpents attempted to turn, it discovered its own blood had begun to freeze. Terrifying feathers pierced its massive body one by one. A faint layer of icy mist began to condense on its body. The feathers exploded violently, instantly tearing gaps in its scales, flesh and blood spilling out. The Yamata no Orochi let out a deafening roar, clearly suffering severe injuries. Slowly, it summoned streams of water to coat its wounds, which began to show faint signs of healing. Yiemo watched the scene unfold, inwardly impressed. The Yamata no Orochi was remarkably resilient, capable of self-healing though it required vast amounts of water. Four serpents continued to engage Yiemo, while the remaining 3 targeted the koi. The koi possessed abilities identical to Yiemo's. They relentlessly unleashed various ranged attacks against the Yamata no Orochi. The battle raged fiercely as both sides exchanged blows relentlessly. Li Shanggu swallowed hard, gripped the hammer in his hand, and soared into the sky to help Yiemo fend off the descending water arrows. This was merely Yamata no Orochi's area of effect devastating attack. Each water arrow carried immense power, and Li Shanggu had to exert every ounce of strength to shatter a single one. Yiemo silently nodded. Truly worthy of the title War God of China. If he were facing such overwhelming odds without being the main force, he'd be thinking about how to make his escape. Yet the enemy stood firm against such terrifying might without flinching, a resolve that earned Yiemo's profound respect. Die! Yiemo roared furiously. Instantly, thunder and lightning began gathering in the sky. Yamata no Orochi's pale yellow vertical pupils fixed intently on the gathering storm. This was a new skill Yiemo had developed himself. With a mere wave of his hand, the thunderbolts transformed into a vast pool of lightning, rapidly plummeting from the sky. At blinding speed, it encircled the Yamata no Orochi. Roar! 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 The Yamata no Orochi trembled violently from the electric shock, its scales beginning to smoke. The attack inflicted immense pain. Several snakes exchanged glances, then formed a protective shield, tightly encircling one of their own. That serpent suddenly stiffened its body. Just as Yiemo pondered their intentions, the other serpents strained simultaneously. The protected serpent shot out at lightning speed, darting toward Yiemo like a razor-sharp blade. Yiemo swiftly conjured a thunder spear in his hand and hurled it at the charging serpent with blinding speed. The thunder spear slammed heavily into the tail of the Yamata no Orochi. To Yiemo's astonishment, the serpent deflected the spear with a single flick. A flash of brilliance flickered at the tip of the serpent's tail. Yiemo sensed an aura, the aura of a sword, incredibly sharp. Suddenly, the legend of the Yamata no Orochi flooded his mind. It was said that within the serpent's belly lay a sword, the Kusanagi sword. The sword was now lodged deep within the belly of the great serpent hurtling toward him. The opponent's body was so hard precisely because it harnessed the sword's power. Yiemo's eyes flickered. He had been fretting over the lack of a suitable weapon. Now, wasn't this opportunity practically handed to him on a silver platter? Without a trace of fear, Yiemo shot forward at incredible speed. In his left hand was the thunder spear, in his right the ice spear. A faint layer of armor enveloped his body, shifting between blue and yellow halos. The moment contact was made, both spears shattered instantly. To Yiemo's horrified gaze, the serpent's tail pierced straight through his chest. His tortoiseshell shield, a swift defense combining earth and ice attributes, failed to stop the snake's tail from piercing through without exception. Yiemo coughed up blood violently and plummeted toward the sea surface. Li Shangwu's pupils contracted slightly at the sight, his heart trembling involuntarily. Yiemo was the main force fighting the Yamata no Orochi. If he fell in battle, the main force. If he fell, then all of China would have no one left to stand against this monster. Intense pain radiated from Yiemo's chest as his body began sinking toward the ocean depths. The Yamata no Orochi, witnessing his injury, erupted with excitement. Its 8 bodies writhed incessantly, as if celebrating. This troublesome enemy was finally finished. He couldn't help but lick his lips. The vast land before him carried the scent of countless delicacies. Moreover, it sensed no being here capable of challenging its dominance. As Yiemo plummeted, he slowly activated the immortal spring body. Chapter 91, The Award Ceremony. A flash of green light erupted as intense energy surged through his body. A gaping wound pierced his chest, tearing through his armor, yet it began healing at a visible pace. Before he even hit the sea surface, he was fully restored. With a flap of his wings, he soared back into the air. Hovering silently in the air, Yiemo's eyes brimmed with excitement. The grass pheasant sword was simply too sharp. With this divine weapon in hand, his power would skyrocket in the future. Yiemo couldn't help but flash a greedy look before continuing his ferocious assault. Every strike, every moment, unleashed his full power with world-shattering force. Even though the Kusanagi sword offered immense enhancement in power, it couldn't stop Yiemo. Before long, the great serpent trembled violently, its scales shattered, flesh torn and bloodied across its body.
Its entire serpentine head contorted in a hideous grimace, wailing in agony. Waves of seawater washed over it, attempting to restore its strength. Yet even this proved futile. Its recovery could not keep pace with the destruction Yemo inflicted.
Several giant serpents grew frantic. The grass partridge sword was their trump card. Losing it now would weaken their power. They began to rage within the thunder pool, desperate to break free. Massive bolts of thunder continuously blocked their advance, but it seemed they could only delay the inevitable for a little longer. Earlier, their desperate resistance had allowed them to avoid further injury, but it also confined them within the pool. Now, to escape the pool, they had to move frantically, charging toward the edges with all their might. The thunder at the edges held the greatest power. The closer they got, the more agonizing it became.
Yemo unleashed countless frozen feather arrows, piercing the serpent's entire body.
A deep, venomous hatred burned in its eyes, as if it had made a crucial decision.
Then, its serpentine jaws opened slightly.
Sharp fangs shattered violently, hurtling straight toward Yemo at breakneck speed. Logically, these fangs should not pierce Yemo's defenses, yet the fleeting cold gleam upon them was caught by Yemo's keen eyes. Within that gleam lay the essence of the grass pheasant sword. To prevent his opponent from seizing the divine sword within his body to use against his companions, the great serpent attempted to conceal the sword by spitting it out.
Unfortunately, this scheme was seen through. In the blink of an eye, Yemo ended its life.
Without the power of the Kusanagi sword, it was nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in Yemo's eyes.
Yemo spun and darted toward the ocean floor, violently smashing through the ice that encased him. The venomous fang's power pierced through the entire ice surface, striking deep into the ocean floor. Yemo submerged into the water and began searching using his sensory abilities. Before long, he discovered a tooth. Overjoyed, Yemo hurriedly brought the tooth ashore. He then tried every trick in his arsenal to break the fong. The tooth's hardness far exceeded his expectations. Yemo tried every method he knew, but to no avail. Damn! Is this thing this tough? Yemo's face showed a hint of impatience. He summoned the frozen feather arrow and pierced the entire fong through and through.
But the moment he pulled the arrow out, the fangs slowly closed again. Though the main body was clearly dead, something else was manipulating the seawater to protect the fangs.
Yemo slowly shifted his gaze to the 7 giant snakes still writhing in agony.
So this was their doing. The koi were desperately sustaining the thunderstorm.
Yemo's eyes grew icy.
It seemed he'd have to eliminate all 7 of them to claim the sword. The 7 snakes seemed to sense Yemo's killing intent, huddling together in a trembling heap.
Yemo's gaze grew icy.
He then strode forward, charging at them with the utmost speed he could muster. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the remaining 7 great serpents slowly ceased to breathe.
Yemo exhaled a long, heavy breath, a look of relief finally spreading across his face.
He had battled these 7 great serpents for 3 full days and nights. Together, they formed a formidable defensive and offensive unit, constantly coordinating their attacks, which had truly caused Yemo no small amount of trouble. Fortunately, the method he devised allowed him to defeat them one by one, achieving this flawless kill. Though Yemo was covered in rags and filth, his eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. He walked up to the poisonous fangs, pried them open with force, and his short sword appeared within. The grass pheasant sword.
Yemo picked it up and instantly felt his strength surge.
Every aspect of his power had increased, at least by 50%.
Yemo drew a deep breath, his gaze growing fiery.
He then gently swung the sword toward the sea surface. Under his influence, a massive sword aura instantly engulfed the entire sea surface, carrying dense thunderbolts that shot far into the distance. Yemo swung again, this time unleashing an extreme chill. Wherever the pale blue sword energy passed, the seawater froze solid.
Yemo sheathed his sword with satisfaction, a relieved smile spreading across his face.
Li Shanggu stood panting heavily behind him, his body now covered in wounds. He had continuously supported Yemo, taking significant damage himself. During the battle, he had been on the verge of dying, but Yemo's divine beast bath had instantly granted him a surge of energy.
How could you possibly be this strong? When exactly did you become so much stronger than me? 2 against 8. That kid Yemo actually won against 8 opponents.
That snake was no match for him at all. If not for their sheer numbers, the fight would have ended long ago.
General Lee, thank you for your assistance. Yemo didn't answer the question, merely nodding with a smile. No. I've finally found my successor. My dream is to farm the fields. I want to be a farmer who works from sunrise to sunset. If it weren't for national grievances and family vendettas, I'd never have joined the army. Now that the army has you as its pillar, I can finally pursue the life I've always dreamed of. Li Shanggu cheerfully slapped Yemo on the shoulder. Today's stand wasn't just witnessed by Huaxia, the entire Eagle Nation was utterly stunned.
They had observed the entire spectacle via satellite. Such terrifying combat was beyond their wildest imagination.
Yemo nodded.
With great power comes great responsibility. Now that his strength had reached such heights, it was only natural that he would come into the nation's spotlight.
Sure enough, it wasn't long before high-ranking officials contacted Yemo.
Soon, a military uniform and shoulder insignia were delivered to him. 2 gleaming stars shone brightly upon them. It was unmistakably the uniform of a lieutenant general. Yi-Emo solemnly accepted it with both hands. The moment he took the uniform, he also took on the responsibility of protecting all of China. Chapter 92, What Does a General Do? I became a general out of nowhere. Yi-Emo sat at his desk, thoughtfully twirling a pen in his hand. Truth be told, he had no idea what a general typically handled day to day. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Yi-Emo called out, "Come in." Li Shangu appeared, dressed casually, with 2 fishing rods slung over his shoulders and a bucket in hand. Behind him were 2 soldiers he'd conscripted as porters, each carrying a large sack of fish bait. "Come on, let's go fishing, apprentice," Li Shangu said with a cheerful smile. Finally free from the military's petty affairs, he could pursue whatever he desired with complete freedom. Yi-Emo's expression turned slightly awkward. "After all, I hold the position of a general here. Can I just say I'm going fishing and then go fishing?" Li Shangu nodded dismissively. "Of course you can. That's exactly what I used to do. Sure, I get called back after just a little while, but at least I got to enjoy myself for a bit." Yi-Emo blinked, a huge question mark forming above his head. So this was how the guy had served as a general before? "Master, could you explain what this position actually entails?" A sly, triumphant smile spread across Li Shangu's face. "You'll find out soon enough." Yi-Emo frowned, still confused, but followed Li Shangu into a reed marsh. After picking a spot, they ordered 2 soldiers to dig a fishing pit while they themselves began casting their lines. The moment the hooks hit the water, a soldier suddenly ran over, holding documents requiring Yi-Emo's signature. Yi-Emo's expression turned peculiar as he began signing the papers amidst the reeds. The document concerned the Northern Front, where other generals commanded operations. As long as there were no large-scale offensives or powerful enemy forces appearing, he wouldn't need to garrison the area. The request sought to deploy a contingent of martial artists from the 10 great academies into the military, the second batch of graduates from these institutions to join the ranks. Students from the elite classes would undergo retraining, studying various military theories. After 2 years of study, they would be directly commissioned as officers. As for students from the regular classes, they could either join the military directly, potentially advancing to become martial artists or even higher-tier combatants in the future. Alternatively, they could become non-commissioned officers, remaining in the lower ranks of the military. The significance of signing this document now is to secure personnel. Numerous companies in society, especially those related to maritime transportation, also require large numbers of martial artists. They provide security on ships, ensuring safe passage. Without them, vessels would be defenseless against attacks by mutated beasts lurking in the sea. Consequently, these shipping companies offer exceptionally high salaries to recruit martial artists. These rates often surpass even those offered by the state. Suddenly, many students were eager to join these companies. Conversely, fewer students opted to join the military. Once this document is signed, major military units will dispatch soldiers to give presentations at the academy, hoping to recruit more students. Yi-Emo didn't hesitate for a moment and signed it immediately. It was a good thing. Why wouldn't he sign? Shortly after the soldier left, another one arrived. This time, he needed to request resource allocation. The Great Wall had now become the nation's primary source of high-quality mutated beast meat. All such high-quality mutated beast meat was strictly controlled by the state, prioritized for military personnel seeking to cultivate and advance. Only then is a portion distributed to various academies. These channels consumed roughly 90% of the supply. Only the remaining 10% is released to the market for civilian purchase. The purpose of this document is to allocate more resources to the major military districts. Yi-Emo pondered for a moment before nodding. Building a strong nation was crucial. Hoarding all these resources in warehouses only to let them rot was pointless. Yi-Emo claimed he had free time this afternoon, but he was far from idle. In just this short while, he'd reviewed over 30 documents. Saying she had work to do, yet here she was leisurely fishing. Got it now? See what I mean? Li Shangu called out to Yi-Emo from a distance. When they first started fishing, he had deliberately positioned himself far away, refusing to sit alongside Yi-Emo. This soldier kept coming over every few minutes, scaring away all the fish nearby. Yi-Emo hadn't caught a single fish all afternoon, while Li Shangu's bucket was overflowing with his bountiful catch. Heh, now you know what to do, right? Yi-Emo's mouth twitched slightly before he nodded. Yi-Emo frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Li Shangu approached, looking puzzled. What's wrong? What are you thinking about, apprentice? I made a bet at school to climb to the highest class within a year. Yi-Emo recounted the entire incident. Li Shangu stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. You could broaden your perspective. Yi-Emo glanced at him in confusion, unsure of what Li Shangu meant. You are now a general. Do you understand what this title represents? The nation is currently at war. By earning more military merits, you could even become a marshal in the future. Within the military, you'll be that one-of-a-kind war god.
All soldiers will essentially obey your commands. Barring treason, they'll assist you selflessly in nearly everything. Do you understand what this signifies? It represents terrifying power. People from all walks of life, merchants, politicians, they'll all fawn over you. Li Shangwu spoke while puffing on his cigarette, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. You have 2 tasks. First, stay true to your convictions. Never let them sway you. Your sole mission is to protect China with unwavering devotion. Though you hold the title of general, you wield no military authority. Your role is more as the spiritual pillar of the entire Chinese army and the strongest force on the battlefield. Second, you may leverage your position to secure minor personal benefits within reasonable bounds. For instance, those classmates who joined the military with you, you're quite close to them, right? Yi Mo nodded. Li Shangwu was referring to Li Wanyue and the others. Then it's settled. Li Shangwu clapped his hands, and Yi Mo's expression brightened. His status and authority did indeed seem capable of facilitating certain actions. Chapter 93, The Flesh Bone Pill Shows Its Might. So you mean I can recruit them all into the military and have them work under me? Or even send them to the military to cultivate them as my own forces, then use my authority to help them climb the ranks step by step? After hearing this, Li Shangwu waved his hands repeatedly, narrowing his eyes and feigning sleep. I never suggested any of that. I'm a law-abiding general, I wouldn't do such things. After delivering his righteous rebuke, Li Shangwu turned and lit another cigarette. As Yi Mo pondered this, the man suddenly shifted his hips. Visibly attached to his belt was a list and an official token, both bearing a large dragon emblem. Each name was followed by their official title and phone number. These men were hand-picked confidants I cultivated myself. Now that you're my successor, they'll naturally treat you as they did me. If you encounter any trouble, call the numbers listed. The highest ranking among them is a division commander. They can offer you some support in various ways. Li Shangwu exhaled a long sigh of relief as he spoke. The burden he had carried these years was truly immense. Handing over this list and token was tantamount to relinquishing all his authority. Keep this token safe. I've given my men a name, the Dragon Guards, the Guardians protecting the Eastern Dragon. Yi Mo accepted the token and list, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. So that was it. He had always sensed something different about Li Shangwu before. Now he finally understood it was because of this. The faction he had established was called the Night Pavilion. One character shared the same pronunciation as his own name, a small ambition of his. He hoped the organization would eventually bear his name. Li Shangwu had also founded his own faction, but his motives were for the greater good of the nation, for the stability and harmony of the country. This was the fundamental difference between the two men. I understand. Upon returning to his office, Yi Mo dialed a phone number. This call was specifically for Ruan Wei. What's up, boss? Ruan Wei was helping out at his family's shop. Who would have thought that even after becoming a powerhouse, I still couldn't escape my dad's grasp? Whenever he was at home, he was his father's personal attendant. Tell everyone under you, from this day forward, our Night Pavilion has a new name, Dragon Guard. Ruan Wei nodded and immediately began making arrangements. A phone number on Yi Mo's list. A voice came through the line. Commander, what are your orders? The voice was deep and resonant. Sorry, I'm not Li Shangwu. The voice paused in surprise upon hearing his words, followed by the sound of a table being slammed violently. Who are you? What have you done to the commander? The man double-checked the number on the phone. It was the commander's office line. His expression instantly turned tense. Could it be that the general had been captured? Otherwise, how could he be calling from the general's phone? I am General Li Shangwu's disciple. My name is Yi Mo. Yi Mo spoke slowly. This man was a division commander who frequently communicated with Li Shangwu, so he naturally knew about his disciple. Upon hearing his name, the division commander visibly relaxed. Ah, it's you. Good day, General. His tone remained respectful. After all, Yi Mo was now the youngest lieutenant general in the entire army. My master has instructed me that I now assume his position. From this day forward, you veteran commanders are under my command. I will treat you as my own. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. The division commander's expression turned slightly peculiar upon hearing this. Yet he said nothing more. Understood. I appreciate your guidance. Together, we'll defend Huaxia. Yi Mo nodded, but instead of hanging up immediately, he continued his inquiry. Do you have any mutated beast meat or bones? The commander nodded. We have enough. No need to allocate additional resources. No, I'm not talking about resource allocation. While speaking, Yi Mo asked for the location of the military camp, which turned out to be near his own base. After arranging for a helicopter, Yi Mo swiftly arrived at their camp under cover of night. Good evening, General. Having learned Yi Mo would arrive in the middle of the night, Zhang Tianxi, as the division commander, naturally couldn't rest. He personally stood on the helipad to greet him. Yemo returned the military salute before heading to the storage area for mutated beast meat and bones. A massive truck loaded with a pile of mutant beast bones was being hauled away. The bones were incredibly hard, making them completely inedible. They had no choice but to dispose of every single one. Halt the vehicle. Yemo waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him immediately stepped forward to block the truck. Take all these bones back. I have use for them. The soldier driving the truck froze upon seeing Yemo's face. Finally, he bowed respectfully, his face brimming with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a deep fervor. Yemo's battle against the Yamata no Orochi had been broadcast throughout the entire military. Everyone knew the face of this military god. Even seeing him in person, it still felt somewhat unreal. While driving, he couldn't resist pinching his own arm hard. His eyes betrayed a profound yearning. He too wanted that kind of strength. He too wanted to stand tall and defend the nation like Yemo. Zhang Tianci was puzzled. What could these bones be used for? Could it be for soup? Yemo entered the warehouse, grabbed a handful of meat and bones, and after dividing them in precise proportions, he snapped his fingers lightly. Flames ignited in his hands. The meat and bones rapidly melted within the flames, coalescing into a single pill. Want to try it? Though puzzled, Zhang Tianci accepted it and swallowed it whole. In an instant, he felt a warm current surge through his entire body. His vitality had just now received a slight boost. This is. Zhang Tianci's expression instantly lit up with excitement. He had just consumed such a tiny pill, yet it felt as though he had eaten the flesh of countless mutated beasts. The moment it was swallowed, even the initial digestion had such a profound effect. Based on normal digestion rates, the single pill could last 4 hours. Meaning that for the next 4 hours, his vitality would continue to increase at this rate. Zhang Tianci stared at Yemo in disbelief for a moment. Chapter 94, Distributing the Pills. What is this? Zhang Tianci felt as though his entire world had shifted. This is something I developed myself. It fuses useless bones with the flesh of certain mutated beasts, condensing them into a single pill. Not only does it utilize otherwise useless bones, but it also concentrates all the energy essence into a single pill. You can distribute these pills as rewards to the warriors who fought hard. The only downside might be that it reduces the amount of mutant beast meat available for ordinary soldiers' meals, since most of it will be refined into pills. Zhang Tianci listened to this explanation, his eyes filled with profound shock. He understood that for ordinary soldiers, the amount of mutant beast meat they could eat would decrease significantly. However, for a select few warriors, this would be a blessing. Their strength would surge dramatically, and becoming martial artists in the future would no longer be a distant dream. Over the course of one night, Yemo refined 70% of the meat and bones in the entire warehouse into flesh and bone pills. Yet this would only sustain them temporarily. Within a month, these supplies would be exhausted. Yemo would return again in another month. When Zhang Tianci saw Yemo off, he was respectful and courteous. The reason was simple. Initially, he had only obeyed the other man superficially. Deep down, he still harbored reluctance to follow this young man's orders. Too young, too inexperienced apart from possessing formidable strength that commanded his respect, Yemo held little other value in his eyes. Someone like him, who had climbed to the position of division commander through his own abilities, naturally held some skepticism toward Yemo. But when Yemo produced that pill, his attitude shifted instantly. This was a terrifyingly talented individual. Once this pill could be mass-produced, the combat effectiveness of the entire army would surge dramatically. He assumed this elixir could only be crafted by him, so he didn't request the formula and had no intention of distributing it throughout the entire army. It was wise to keep valuable resources close at hand for personal use. Though ultimately serving the nation and its people, a touch of self-interest was understandable. Returning to his office, Yemo leveraged his reputation to secure substantial resources. He diverted half of these resources to exclusively refine flesh-bone pills. He didn't sell these pills to the dragon guards within the academy. Instead, he distributed them according to rank, giving them to the officers listed on his roster. He instructed them to consume these pills regularly to aid their cultivation. Within just 3 days, Yemo had won over the loyalty of everyone on the list. Even those who had only paid lip service to respect now harbored genuine admiration. By offering benefits that could enhance their own strength, he signaled that working under him would secure abundant resources in the future. You've handled this exceptionally well. Upon learning of this, Li Shangu immediately praised Yemo. His display of power during the initial battle against the Yamata no Orochi had effectively intimidated them. Then he swiftly offered them a carrot. He swiftly gathered them all under his command. Li Shangu couldn't help but marvel. For the nation's prosperity and strength, these actions are unavoidable. Yemo smiled faintly. The very next day, he set off for the Great Wall. He required vast resources, and the relentless waves of mutated beasts assaulting the cities provided the perfect source. He would recycle a portion of these resources while leaving another portion behind. The mutant beast kingdom could only sustain itself by feeding on the corpses of its own kind.
These mutated beasts that charge into battle after they die, their corpses are dragged back. They are fed to their own kind, ensuring both their combat strength and the successful birth of offspring. Generation after generation of mutated beasts are cultivated. They relentlessly assault the Great Wall, providing an unending supply of various meats. Meanwhile, the Huaxia side responded by employing special tactics during combat, hurling vast quantities of trash toward the beasts. This waste is largely recyclable. It's plant-related. For instance, wheat straw, dried corn cobs, and other useless plant waste. For the mutated beasts, this stuff was pure gold. A system thus took shape. The mutant beast kingdom kept breeding and attacking relentlessly, while Huaxia simply had to periodically dump some human discarded bran and chaff to reap vast resources. With a light wave of Yimo's hand, all corpses within half a kilometer of the Great Wall were instantly transported onto its ramparts. Soldiers swiftly carried them down for storage. For the following period, Yimo remained on the Great Wall performing this task, while also persevering daily in refining flesh and bone pills. Commander! Lu Changsuan saluted Yimo the moment he saw him approaching. The other man's rise had been astonishingly swift. In just a few days, he had transformed into Li Shangwu's successor. Now, Lu Changsuan could only salute his junior with utmost respect. Back when they first met, he had been nothing more than a greenhorn. Now, he had swiftly established himself within the military ranks and had essentially reached the pinnacle of the entire army. His own abilities were crucial. I never imagined Senior Lu was also part of the Dragon Guard. A smile spread across Lu Changsuan's face. He was the one Li Shangwu personally promoted. His position was quite high. Here are the resources I brought for you. Yimo placed the flesh bone pill on the table. Resources were plentiful on the Great Wall, so there was no need for concern. Most of the mutated beast's flesh could be refined into pills, supplied to soldiers fighting on the front lines to aid their cultivation. Other units weren't engaged in combat, so these resources should be prioritized for the vanguard. A delighted smile spread across Lu Changsuan's face. His soldiers were growing stronger day by day, and his own vitality was gradually increasing. With such abundant pill resources, he was confident he could raise his health points to 200 within a month. Thank you for your guidance, Commander. Yimo returned to his quarters and opened his personal system interface. Host, Yimo. Health points 2973.43. Abilities clone innate talent. Strength 0. Avatar, Koi. Level 7th tier Koi. Skills Lightning Bolt, Mastery, Tortoiseshell Ice Shield, Mastery, Kuanpeng's Wings, Mastery, Extreme Cold Ice Crystal, Mastery, Frozen Feather Arrow, Mastery, Sacred Bathing, Mastery, Thunderball, Mastery. Evolution points 367 150,000. Followers 5. Pets 5. Realm Martial Emperor. Chapter 95, Sinister Intentions. His strength had reached the 7th tier of the Golden Carp realm. That he could advance to this level was solely due to Li Shangwu's extraordinary generosity toward him. The other party had provided him with an overwhelming amount of resources, nearly depleting the national treasury at one point. This was the reason his strength had advanced so rapidly. Yimo retrieved an enormous corpse from his system space. This was the corpse of the Yamata no Orochi he had slain. These corpses contained immensely rich energy. Consuming them would undoubtedly greatly enhance his power. The state had not claimed these remains, they were all left for him. First, he severed a section of the body with the Grassvezin sword, then refined it into a flesh and bone pill. Pills refined from the flesh of such high-quality mutated beasts yielded superior effects. The Yamata no Orochi was a formidable foe with a whopping 3000 HP. Refining its entire body into pills yielded roughly 100 pills per segment. With 8 bodies total, that meant 800 pills. Yimo estimated each pill could add roughly 100 evolution points, equivalent to 1 strength point. 800 pills would yield around 800 strength points. After carefully calculating the gains, Yimo felt quite pleased. He proceeded to refine the Yamata no Orochi into pills with great satisfaction. Combined, these would push his strength to a new level. After spending the entire night, 800 pills appeared in Yimo's system space. The Koi could only digest 10 pills per day, meaning it would take roughly 2.5 months to consume them all. Bad news. Bad news. Commander. Urgent report. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over, clutching a document with urgent haste. Yimo frowned and couldn't help but reprimand him. Such reckless behavior, what kind of discipline is this? He withdrew from his cultivation, his eyes now exceptionally bright. Speak. What is it? The soldier swiftly handed the document to Yimo. Yimo casually scanned it. He'd reviewed at least 800 documents in recent days. Most were trivial matters requiring only a signature. But when he saw the contents of the document, he froze in place. An expression of utter disbelief spread across his face. Have they lost their minds? Don't they think there are already enough mutant creatures in the ocean? The document boldly stated that Fuso intended to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Fusang had been submerged by the Yamata no Orochi serpent, but after the serpent was slain, the floods gradually receded. Though over 60% of its populace perished, many still survived.
After recent reconstruction efforts, their drastically reduced population has caused a significant drop in GDP. They simply lack the funds to continue maintaining and storing the contaminated water, leaving them no choice but to dump it. Fusang has officially announced this to the entire world. If they proceed with this, it won't be long before China's coastal regions are contaminated. Who knows what earth-shattering mutations the sea monsters might undergo after absorbing nuclear contamination? Yimo's vision darkened with rage. These bastards were truly beyond redemption. Throughout every dynasty, they've always been the first to stir up trouble. In ancient times, they relentlessly invaded China's coastal regions. Now, they dare to commit such heinous acts. They intend to make the entire world bear the consequences of the nuclear contamination they themselves created. The purpose of this document was deployment whether to station troops near the land of the rising sun. To exert military deterrence against them, thereby crushing such terrifying notions. Deployment is imperative. Let these Japanese devils know if they dare proceed, we will unleash unimaginable consequences. Yi Mo slammed his fist hard onto the table. Since you Fuso can't handle your own nuclear wastewater, bury it on your own soil. If you won't do it, then I will. Yi Mo was now supremely confident in his own capabilities. As long as the enemy didn't resort to nuclear weapons, he had nothing to fear. Even if they did, his speed would allow him to escape the blast radius. It simply couldn't affect him in the slightest. Soon, a statement from China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent shockwaves rippling across the global atmosphere. China formally declares, should Japan dare to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean, we will stop at nothing to prevent this act of harming our planet. The moment these words were spoken, netizens around the world were stunned. Everyone was already dissatisfied with the Fuso Empire, and such actions endangered the entire environment of Blue Star. In the future, people might not even be able to enjoy the rain. Even so, they had only issued strong condemnations, but when had China become so bold? Though couched in veiled language, this statement was practically a declaration of war. At all costs? What does at any cost mean? It means slaughtering the Japanese down to the very last man. And absolutely preventing that nuclear wastewater from entering the ocean. Damn it! Bloody Japan. You're nothing but a bunch of animals. How dare you pollute the ocean? Damn the government. They've gone and done it. A huge chunk of our Korean economy depends on fishing. How are we supposed to fish and make a living from now on? Exactly. We won't even be able to afford salt in the future. Netizens in Korea have completely lost it online. Fishing sustains many livelihoods in their country. It accounts for roughly 10% of the nation's employment. They consume various seafood products and rely on seawater to extract salt. With Japan doing this, the ocean is polluted. From now on, if they want to fish, they'll have to weigh whether eating the catch could expose them to radiation. This is a massive blow to the entire nation's fishing industry. The South Korean government hasn't taken any action, and the reason is simple: South Korea is under the control of the United States. They function as little more than a puppet government. Soon, fleet after fleet from China began sailing toward Japan's location. Yi Mo, the strongest fighter, was temporarily unable to deploy and remained stationed domestically. A man took his place. This individual had already retired to a life of leisure, but the nation's desperate need for capable warriors compelled them to call him back into service. I've only been enjoying my freedom for half a month, and now I'm being called back. But hey, beating the little devils seems like it'll be pretty satisfying. Li Shanggu stood at the bow of the warship, fishing rod in hand. The ship's speed made catching any fish impossible, yet he relished the simple act of holding the rod. The streets and alleys of Fuso were in utter disarray, littered with waterlogged, wrecked cars everywhere. Even a month after their arrival, social order had yet to fully recover. 80% of the nation's electrical appliances had been completely destroyed. The remaining appliances were mostly broken beyond repair. The entire nation seemed to have regressed to a feudal era. All power plants had ceased operations, and even after a month of emergency repairs, only a few had been restored. Power supply could only be guaranteed for the capital. Come nightfall, the entire land of Fusan lay shrouded in darkness. The government relief rice has finally arrived. Yay! My family and I can eat again. It's just rice, but it still tastes delicious. Chapter 96, Despair in Fuso. A crowd of Fuso citizens queued to receive government-subsidized relief rations. All the grain had been waterlogged, but after processing, it was still edible. The Fuso government was scraping together its last pitiful reserves of foreign exchange to import more grain from abroad and save its people. But alas, the domestic economy had collapsed, and their currency was worth less than toilet paper. No one was willing to accept their offers. Only their patron, the Eagle Nation, out of humanitarian concern, sent them some grain. These were also Eagle Nation's long-stored reserve grains, mostly nearing spoilage. Including grain stockpiled during the Cold War with a certain superpower. They dumped it all on Japan like garbage. Just as they were receiving the relief supplies at the docks, a sudden wail of a siren pierced the night air, followed by flares streaking across the sky. Row upon row of steel warships materialized on the sea. Every Japanese person holding a rice bowl stared blankly at the water. This magnificent spectacle deeply shook their hearts. Under the glow of the flares, the warships shimmered with metallic brilliance. Their massive gun barrels were aimed directly at the crowd. Chaos erupted across the harbor as crowds began fleeing inland. Suddenly, the loudspeakers on the Dragon Nation warships broadcast a synthesized Japanese voice. Fusang people, cease your plan to discharge sewage into the sea immediately. Otherwise, China will absolutely not let this matter rest. The message repeated incessantly, echoing clearly for miles around the harbor. Chaos erupted across Fuso. At the United Nations General Assembly, the Fuso representative, a bespectacled man in a suit, furiously pointed at the China delegate and roared. How could you do such a thing? The Japanese diplomat's mustache trembled with fury. His homeland had just endured such a tragic ordeal, and China immediately rushed over to kick them while they were down. How utterly outrageous! The British representative was equally indignant. They were the undisputed world power. Though China had staged a breathtaking battle along its coast just days prior, Britain still possessed formidable military might. China itself is a place where civilization has not yet dawned. You are nothing but a bunch of ignorant savages. To actually commit such acts of aggression here. I am utterly ashamed of you. The Chinese representative took a leisurely sip of tea, his expression serene and unruffled. Then he spoke slowly. We sincerely apologize. China never wished to take such actions. However, to safeguard peace on Blue Star, to protect its security, and to prevent the destruction of the marine environment, we had no choice but to act. The Eagle Nation representative froze in surprise. This was precisely the justification their own nation had used when invading others. Instantly, he felt like he'd shot himself in the foot. Ha! It's time for you to witness the might of the Eastern powers. A mocking smile spread across the Chinese representative's face. He too had a military background. Moreover, he was a hawk within the military. He had long advocated for a war to annihilate Japan. The current situation filled him with immense satisfaction. China's strength had long since grown formidable, and its martial artists now numbered more than anywhere else in the world. Even the British Empire could not rival them. They've heard rumors about a high-tech serum currently under development that can similarly increase a person's vitality. It remains to be seen how far along the research is. At this very moment, the representative of Bear Nation unexpectedly stepped forward. Excuse me, our Bear Nation's military forces departed yesterday. I only received word now. I hereby formally announce that Bear Nation will also participate in the sanctions against Japan. As a coastal nation situated very close to Japan, it wouldn't be long before the threat reached their shores. As a nation that once stood as a counterweight to the Eagle Nation, Bear Nation could not afford to retreat even an inch on this matter. Upon hearing these words, the Fuso representative's vision darkened and he collapsed backward. The Eagle Nation representative, however, grew intrigued at this moment. Do you require military assistance? The military aid they referred to meant supplying vast quantities of weapons and ammunition to the Japanese. They would be sent to fight against the soldiers of the Bear Nation and China. This would not only deplete the military strength of both nations but also consume most of the surplus arms stockpiled in the Eagle Nation's treasury. The daily maintenance costs for these weapons were exorbitant. It would be far more advantageous to deploy these obsolete weapons against their two formidable adversaries. The Japanese representative's face darkened considerably. Britain's first wave of aid arrived with troops. Their previous garrison in Fuso had been completely annihilated, prompting them to immediately dispatch fresh troops to take control of the territory. They called it supplying aid, but it was really about re-establishing control over Fuso. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Contact our Eagle Father immediately. Have them join forces with the West to pressure China. Make them get the hell out of here. In an office, the Emperor of Fuso slammed his fist on the desk before him, his face contorted with fury. Opposite him stood a white-skinned man in a suit, his face covered in a thick beard. This man was the diplomat sent by the Eagle Nation to Japan. A trace of scorn flashed across his face. The inherent flaws of the nation of Japan are simply too deeply ingrained. We certainly won't stand idly by regarding this matter. Pressure is already mounting from all sides on China and Russia. The diplomat spoke while calmly observing the Emperor of Japan, showing him no regard whatsoever. The Japanese imperial family? Bull. Guillermo sat in his office, his eyes flickering slightly. Western nations had ultimately approved the military aid plan for Japan. A war was very likely to erupt next. Chapter 97, Rapid Withdrawal. Guillermo silently studied the satellite imagery before him, a faint smile creeping across his face. Order all warships to return to China's coastal waters immediately. The soldier delivering the orders wore a look of bewilderment. Could they be capitulating to the West so swiftly? Though they had united to pressure China, they surely wouldn't retreat this swiftly. If this were the case, wouldn't China become vulnerable to exploitation in the future? A calm smile touched Guillermo's lips as he immediately contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What?
The diplomat on the other end of the line couldn't hide the shock flashing in his eyes upon hearing the news. He swiftly hung up and approached the representative of the Bear Nation.
Don't worry, I'm warning you as a personal friend, get your Bear Nation fleet out of here fast.
The Bear Nation diplomat frowned, clearly mistaking the Chinese diplomat for a coward who dared not continue provoking Japan under Western pressure. Oh, my friend, we Bear Nation will never relent until our objectives are achieved. Should they choose to involve themselves, we shall show no fear whatsoever.
The people of Bear Nation have never feared war.
The Chinese diplomat shook his head firmly. Friend, we too do not fear war. But you must understand, even if we do not act, others will deal with Japan. The Bear Nation's diplomat fell into deep thought, yet he still reported the matter to his superiors. The Bear Nation was puzzled by China's actions. Where there's smoke, there's fire. The Chinese were neither fools nor cowards, they must have their reasons for acting this way. Though Bear Country did not order its fleet to withdraw, it did relocate it 100 nautical miles offshore. As both the Bear Nation and China's fleets departed the coastal waters near Fuso, many observant individuals captured photographs of the scene and posted them online.
Ha 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 ha. See that?
The Chinese are running away with their tails between their legs.
This scene is hilarious. Just like a century ago. That's exactly how we bullied them back then.
Even after a century of development, boasting of being the Eastern Dragon, they still retreated under our threat.
Countless Western netizens burst into laughter, wildly taunting and mocking China's weakness. Good for you Chinese for knowing your place.
This issue of discharging sewage into the ocean aligns with what most nations have agreed upon. The representative of Japan stood before the UN General Assembly, his expression haughty and arrogant. The majority of nations he referred to were, of course, the Western powers led by the United Kingdom.
These nations, far removed from the immediate consequences, faced minimal threat even if the nuclear wastewater were discharged into the ocean.
At least in the coming years, it would have no impact whatsoever.
Thus, under the United Kingdom's leadership, many nations chose to support Japan's approach. Excuse me, but China will exercise its veto power. The Chinese diplomat stated calmly.
The moment the words left his mouth, scorn flashed across the faces of diplomats from other nations.
Why did China possess this veto power?
Because on the Korean peninsula, they had single-handedly repelled the 18-nation coalition led by the United Kingdom. This power was never bestowed by others, it was forged through sheer strength. Even if the UN grants you a veto, if other nations insist on proceeding, you must deploy your military to prevent them from carrying out what you vetoed.
Otherwise, your veto holds no value whatsoever. Had China not withdrawn its troops, the diplomats' words might still carry some weight. But now that they've retreated, it proves they've backed down.
Thus, that veto power has effectively lost its intended function. It simply cannot deter others.
The Chinese diplomat calmly and deliberately produced a document from his hand and inserted a USB drive into the screen.
A video slowly appeared on the screen. All the diplomats turned their gaze to the screen, their expressions turning peculiar. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, strange formations seemed to be stirring beneath the waves.
5 images represented 5 hours. With each passing hour, the entities in the sea rapidly approached Fuso. Their target was Fuso.
They would likely reach Fuso's shores in less than 24 hours. Everyone watching frowned, puzzled by what this meant. Our nation has developed a mutant beast detector and installed it on our satellites.
These are the images transmitted back by the satellites. You can take a look.
Upon hearing this, the diplomats froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. The British diplomat's grin grew even more brazen. The entire world knew that their nation's technology had always been the most advanced on the entire blue planet.
Even they hadn't developed a mutant creature detector yet, how could China possibly have succeeded?
This was pure sensationalism. Not a single person present believed China's claims.
Even the Japanese representative merely offered a faint smile.
Bull, pure bull. They were just looking for an excuse for their own cowardice.
Journalists seized the moment, snapping photos and swiftly publishing the news. Shocking. Eastern superpower spreads alarmist claims as the oceanic mutant creature attack on Japan, true or false? Eastern power surpasses Eagle Nation in technology for the first time. Developed mutant creature detector ahead of schedule? Headline-grabbing articles flooded the public eye across Western nations.
For a time, the entire nation of China seemed to become the laughingstock of the world.
China offered no explanation, but troops were secretly deployed along the coast.
Simultaneously, they began evacuating citizens living along the coastal areas closest to Japan.
YMO couldn't be certain whether these mutated creatures were targeting Fusan or China itself.
Their sheer numbers were hair-raising. It was likely several times greater than the combined total of all previous attacks by the mutant beast kingdom. For the entire ocean was densely covered with their traces. Missile bases stood ready, their sights fixed on China's coastline. The steel cannons on the warships were no different.
What the hell are you guys in China playing at? The representatives from Bear Country looked grim. As fellow government-run nations, China's actions made them feel downright embarrassed. If you're scared, just admit it. Why make up some excuse about mutant beast attacks? Given Western pressure, they should have just accepted defeat. Now, this lie only made them a laughingstock. Chapter 98, Godzilla. Japan erupted in jubilation as both its adversaries withdrew their forces. The people's hearts were filled with excitement. Clinging to their Eagle Daddy's coattails seemed the wisest decision they'd ever made. Mike, do you believe what the Chinese are saying? At the Eagle Army base in Fuso, 2 sentries smoked cigarettes while gazing out at the endless ocean. Oh, Jack, that stuff they're spouting is pure bull. How could those Chinese possibly possess technology that even our great Eagle nation hasn't developed yet? The 2 soldiers chatted and laughed as dusk fell, and a bright moon rose above the horizon. The soldiers clinked their beer bottles together. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. The sea, as still as a black abyss, suddenly rippled. Ha! What's that? Jack gazed at the enormous ripple in the distance, a look of confusion on his face. Mike followed his gaze, about to speak, but then they saw a dorsal fin. It looked like a shark. It was just huge. You see, they were a full 10 kilometers from the ocean. Logically speaking, there was no way they could spot the dorsal fin of a normal-sized shark from here. A cargo ship was sailing on the sea, nearing the port. The 2 men stared intently at the freighter. That enormous dorsal fin rapidly closed in on the ship, whose lights flashed intermittently. The crew seemed to have noticed something amiss too, suddenly revving up the engines to speed toward the harbor. But their speed was no match for that strange dorsal fin. In the instant of contact, the massive cargo ship weighing tens of thousands of tons was capsized in mere moments by the dorsal fin. Emerging from the ocean was a creature whose eyes glowed with a faint green light. It lay sprawled across the cargo ship, revealing its full form. It resembled a lizard, possessing 4 limbs and a massive dorsal fin on its back. It was just like the Godzilla depicted in those old Japanese films. This was the very monster from that film, brought to life. OMG. Monster. There's a monster. The 2 men screamed, triggering the entire military base's alarm. In an instant, lights flashed on throughout the barracks, which had been quiet. Fully armed soldiers poured out of the buildings. They looked toward the 2 sentries, who trembled as they pointed toward the shore. Everyone who witnessed the scene bathed in moonlight couldn't help but gasp in horror. A colossal monster was wreaking havoc on the coastal city. On the shore, countless miniature versions of the monster crawled toward the sea in dense swarms. The Japanese screamed and fled, but it was utterly futile. The Eagle Nation soldiers stood frozen in shock. Finally, someone snapped into action and rushed to call for the battleship. They had a battleship stationed in Fuso that could evacuate all their soldiers. Once aboard, they might still have a glimmer of hope. As more and more monsters crawled ashore, the Fuso suffered heavy casualties. A reporter swiftly captured the scene before him, publishing it as the front-page headline in the news. Giant monsters attack Fuso coast. Are China's claims true or false? Fuson under attack. Monsters. So many monsters. They came from the sea. News articles spread rapidly across the internet. Netizens everywhere began gasping in astonishment. OMG. They're monsters. All monsters. How can there be so many? Damn it. Fusong is way too close to us Koreans. Are we going to get hit next? Please, armies of the world, save us Fuso. Arigato. Yemo sat before his computer, silently watching the flood of online reports, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At this very moment, he was monitoring via satellite. Should those monsters show any signs of advancing toward their coastline, Yemo would immediately order the missile forces to launch their projectiles. These things absolutely must not be allowed to approach China's coastline. On the satellite feed, a warship flying the stars and stripes plowed through the ocean. Oh no, oh no. The sonar operator stared at the screen filled with dense clusters of red dots, sinking into utter despair. He activated the warship's sonar. Countless terrifying monsters were gradually encircling the vessel from below. Fire! Fire now! Blast a path through them. Originally, this warship had intended to pick up their comrades, but halfway through the mission, they decided to make a run for it. Damn it! Why did the warship change course? OMG! Our planes are gone too. Our helicopters evacuated the commander. One after another, helicopters took to the sky, packed with high-ranking officers from Eagle Nation. Seeing the situation was dire, they immediately began their escape. The warship also turned its bow and sped out to sea. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the warship's gun barrels flashed with light. Shells slammed into the sea surface, explosions ringing out incessantly. The monsters seemed inexhaustible. A single shell might barely blast a gap in their ranks, but only for a brief moment. Reloading took time. They even deployed the warship's anti-aircraft systems to attack these seemingly endless creatures. Damn it! They're gnawing through our hull. Quick! Full throttle! The propellers are jammed with their corpses. We've lost all power. Fire! Fire now! They're closing in on our ship. Damn it! They're climbing aboard. They're climbing aboard. Soon, screams echoed from the battleships. Their numbers were simply too few. If there had been even a few more, perhaps there might have been a chance to survive. One by one, soldiers lost their lives amidst the monster's razor-sharp teeth. The United Nations convened an emergency session overnight.
The representative from Fuso appeared disheveled, his face etched with terror.
You Chinese must take responsibility for this. Dispatch your fleet to protect us immediately. You are the closest major power to us.
The Japanese diplomat, long gone from his daytime arrogance, now appeared utterly submissive, pleading for China to send troops.
The Chinese diplomat wore a cold smile before releasing 2 more photographs. 70% of Japan's entire coastline had been lost. The coastlines were densely packed with monsters.
Yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg.
Nearly 10 times as many monsters lurked in the ocean yet to make landfall. The Fuso representative felt his scalp tingle at the sight. Representatives from other nations couldn't help but gasp in horror.
We have upheld the dignity of a great nation by notifying you, Fuso, before the mutant beast attacks. It is you who failed to take it seriously.
Chapter 99, The Proposal. The Bear Nation representative gloated from the sidelines.
Fortunately, they had heeded China's advice and withdrawn their troops 100 nautical miles earlier. Otherwise, their troops would now be facing the dire predicament of being surrounded by mutant creatures. The moment the mutated creatures landed on Fuson, the Bear Nation had already detected anomalies via satellite.
Though they couldn't probe underwater, they could clearly see the shore. Those monsters were very real indeed.
The Bear Nation's forces swiftly retreated to their own territorial waters.
I don't think China needs to dispatch any fleet or military forces for rescue. After all, hasn't the West provided you with ample military aid?
The Chinese representative sat in his chair, a faint smile on his face, legs crossed, looking on with an air of detached amusement.
Why would they care about Japan's fate?
Most Huaxia people would gladly see Fusan wiped off the map.
Besides Japan, the second most panicked nation was Korea.
Please provide us Koreans with real-time satellite imagery.
We'd be most grateful. The Korean representative shamelessly approached the Chinese diplomat, his face thick with fear. Korea's leadership was already panicking.
The mere strip of ocean separating Japan and Korea offered virtually no barrier. If Japan were to suffer, Korea would not fare well either. I'm truly sorry, but these are classified military and scientific secrets of our nation.
My role is solely to present them at the UN General Assembly.
I have no authority whatsoever to share them with your country. The Chinese diplomat chuckled dryly, then shifted his tone, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery.
Just moments ago, Vice Admiral Emo had given his orders.
If Korea wanted their satellite imagery, they could certainly have it, but only on one condition. This matter isn't entirely impossible, but it depends on whether your country truly has the sincerity. The Chinese diplomat slammed the meticulously prepared documents onto the table. These are all cultural heritage sites belonging to China that your country shamelessly applied to claim. Take this list of names and announce it to the world. Your culture is built entirely on plagiarism, with not a single original thing of your own. The diplomat from the Korean nation stared wide-eyed at the documents before him. He could never possibly agree to such terms. South Korea's position was already precarious, and to make matters worse, their nation could be said to have been founded by a traitor. They had little popular support to begin with. Had it not been for the Eagle Nation propping up their rule all these years, they would have been unified long ago. Telling their people now that their culture was fake could very well shake the foundations of South Korea.
Oh, my apologies. I forgot to ask, are you the representative for North Korea?
The diplomat from China outside China seemed to recall something, immediately turning to the North Korean diplomat seated beside him. They had been watching the spectacle unfold. They didn't really need satellite imagery, because whenever something happened in South Korea, they'd find out. So whether they had satellite images or not made little difference. If trouble were to arise, it would undoubtedly start with South Korea first.
Yes, I am a North Korean diplomat. The man smiled amicably. This device can be provided to you.
Once connected, you'll have access to China's satellite imagery through channels provided by China for the next 72 hours.
Access is limited to waters near North Korea and Japan.
The North Korean diplomat hesitated for a moment, but then promptly accepted the offer. Though they didn't need it, having it was better than nothing. Moreover, he understood perfectly well that China was deliberately provoking South Korea. The moment the South Korean diplomat saw the USB drive, his eyes widened. But there was nothing he could do if they refused to give it to him.
He could only slink back to his seat and sit down.
Hands clasped before his chest, he prayed incessantly that these horrors would not invade South Korea.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, the monsters had wiped out 99% of Fuso's population.
The survivors wouldn't last much longer. They had landed across all fronts in Japan and had now conquered the entire nation. Seeing they showed no intention of advancing toward the coastal regions of Huaxia, Emo finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. He then re-established contact with China's diplomats. Upon hearing his proposed plan, they all sucked in a sharp breath. General, are we truly going to proceed with this? After receiving an affirmative response, he hung up the phone, his face etched with profound shock. After composing himself, he arrived at the United Nations General Assembly and announced China's forthcoming international measures. China proposes that nuclear-armed nations simultaneously launch nuclear strikes across the entire territory of Japan, eliminating the mutated creatures at their source.
China assesses that after conquering Japan, they will likely target other human territories next. Eradicating them on the main island of Japan would be a blessing for all humanity. The statement left all diplomats speechless. You're out of your mind. How dare you?
I strongly condemn your proposal on behalf of Japan.
All the relatives of Fuso's diplomats had already been lost to contact, and even their high-ranking officials had fled abroad.
The few operational aircraft within the country had been used to evacuate the populace.
After all, it was their homeland.
Japan could never allow nuclear weapons to fall upon their soil again. The consequences inflicted upon them back then still reverberate to this day.
The Huaxia diplomats sneered coldly. Sorry, I'm vetoing your condemnation with my veto power. China stood firm at this moment. What did they have to fear? They had both the new war god, Yemo, and the veteran war god, Li Shangwu. As long as nuclear weapons weren't deployed, who could possibly stand against these two? The Japanese diplomat's face drained of color in fury.
Blood spurted from his mouth, darkness flooded his vision, and he collapsed unconscious. The Western nations, led by the Eagle Nation, who usually formed the southern bastion of the alliance, had now decisively sided with Huaxia.
They understood all too well, once Japan was destroyed, their own doom would follow. Unless these monsters were destroyed, they too would face certain death.
The British diplomat beside him turned green with rage, glaring fiercely at the South Korean diplomat who paid him no mind whatsoever. At this critical juncture of survival, they might get beaten by the British at worst, but at least their people would live, and their nation would endure.
Those monsters wouldn't care about any of that. I object.
You Chinese clearly stated you wouldn't use nuclear weapons against other nations. Your current actions are a blatant contradiction. The Eagle Nation diplomat was the first to voice opposition. Last night, after high-level discussions, the British leadership had even considered luring these monsters toward China to weaken its military strength. Naturally, they would never agree to such a proposal.
Chapter 100, Tense Situation.
As expected, the majority voted against the proposal. The Eagle Nation wore triumphant smiles they had never lost in diplomacy.
Those who followed suit in casting opposing votes were essentially all their loyal allies. Very well.
The Chinese diplomat nodded quietly, then turned his gaze to the Russian diplomat seated nearby. The latter had cast a vote in favor. It seemed they too were genuinely afraid of those creatures in the ocean.
Their dissent matters little. If you have the means, try to stop our launch. Will your bear nation join us?
The Chinese diplomat's expression grew increasingly mocking.
Voting?
It was merely a formality.
What could their opposition possibly achieve? Once China launches nuclear weapons, how could they possibly stop us? Intercept? The Eagle Nation's homeland is so far away, how could they intercept? China is no longer the nation they can manipulate at will.
The Russian diplomat's authority wasn't that extensive. He had to return and seek instructions from his superiors. After a long pause, a look of profound shock spread across his face.
Under the current circumstances, as long as the bear nation stayed out of China's operations, their interests wouldn't be harmed.
But who could have imagined that the decision made by their higher-ups was to join China in the bombing?
This carried extraordinary implications. It was tantamount to directly aligning with China. Should war truly erupt, the bear nation would likely not stand idly by. Very well. Yemo sat in the vast conference room.
Over 40 generals were seated in attendance. Virtually all of China's military high command was present. General Yi, perhaps we should deliberate further on this matter. Confronting multiple Western nations simultaneously would place immense pressure on us. A general seated to his left spoke slowly.
I'm fed up with you peacemakers. All you ever talk about is peace. Do you really think we can afford to sit idly by now? After destroying Fusan, they'll likely target us next.
A general with sharp, sword-like eyes spoke coldly, radiating a piercing aura.
He sat on the right side of the conference table.
The two representatives embodied the dovish and hawkish factions, their positions naturally divergent.
Of course you warmongers want war. But do you realize how devastating it would be to the people and the treasury? Bah! Refusing war means continuing to be oppressed by those Western beasts? Tensions flared between the two factions.
Neither side could sway the other, and the atmosphere threatened to erupt into open conflict.
Yemo quietly cleared his throat twice. The entire room instantly fell silent.
Though this young general held no military authority, his power was immense in another sense. His strength was the mightiest in all of Huaxia, with no one capable of standing against him. My point is, we should peacefully subdue Fusang. Otherwise, if those forces actually attack and invade our coastal cities, it won't just be a waste of resources and suffering for the people.
The entire coastal region of Huaxia will face a permanent threat. At least they're all gathered together on the island now. If we can wipe them out in one fell swoop, the threat to China's coastal regions will be eliminated immediately.
Waging war inevitably burdens the people and drains resources, but if we continue to hesitate, all civilians along China's future coastline will be plunged into a living hell.
No one knows when those monsters might suddenly attack China's coastline. We absolutely cannot allow them to continue existing in the open sea. Now is the best opportunity. The pacifists gradually fell silent. They understood this logic too, yet they truly did not wish to start a war. China had only enjoyed a century of peace. The thought of plunging back into war was terrifying. Enough. This matter is settled. If you truly refuse to launch the missiles, then you will be the ones defending the coastline when the time comes. A cold snort echoed as a man radiating authority strode in from outside. All the generals, regardless of rank, rose to their feet and saluted him. Li Shanggu commanded immense prestige within the military. He had served as China's military deity for over 30 years. Many generals could be said to have taken Li Shanggu as their inner goal, striving step by step to climb to their current positions. He stood among them like a living faith. The peace-seeking generals wore expressions of awkwardness upon hearing his words. It wasn't that they were cowards, but the Huaxia coastline was simply too vast. Even if they truly wanted to defend it, they were powerless to do so. Ah, that's exactly right. Just wipe them out cleanly. It's for the best for everyone. Li Shanggu approached Emo, who graciously stood aside to make room for him. Make the announcement. Tell the entire world China will launch 10 nuclear weapons, completely covering all of Japan's territory. A gleam flashed in Li Shanggu's eyes as he continued. Let the entire island become a wasteland. Fusang had always been a thorn in China's side. Now, at last, they could be eliminated. Even if future generations condemned Li Shanggu with furious condemnation, it mattered little. At least this foreign enemy would be eradicated forever. What? How dare China launch nuclear weapons? Damn it! There are still civilians alive in Fusang. The Easterners are a pack of demons. They couldn't care less about the lives of the Japanese. If we don't unite, this could happen to us too. Foreign netizens relentlessly attacked Huaxia online. China paid no heed to their words. Wasn't that exactly how the imperialist powers behaved back then? No matter how much China condemned them internationally, they remained stubbornly obstinate. Sorry, sirs, times have changed. China is now a major power too. We strongly protest. China shows no sense of responsibility as a major power. Indeed, our nation of Ganges absolutely disagrees. China's actions are undermining the peace of our greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. A populous nation to China's southwest voiced its opposition on the international stage. Without any prior warning, they allied with the Eagle Nation and transported large quantities of air defense interceptor missiles overnight into the territory of the Ganges nation. Though South Korea was extremely reluctant, it yielded to pressure, allowing British air defense missiles to be deployed on its territory as well. Now, should China launch nuclear weapons, they would be intercepted immediately. Along the southwestern border, a figure clad in military uniform stood, a coat billowing in the wind. Emo stood motionless, gazing intently toward the southwest. That was where the Ganges nation lay. Along the border, anti-aircraft missile vehicles were clearly visible. Chapter 101, The Ganges Invasion. Emo silently lit a cigarette before returning to the barracks. Holy! That's the new war god. Yemo's name wasn't widely known, but everyone recognized his new title. A squad preparing to depart for border patrol pointed toward the barracks entrance, their faces aglow with excitement. The squad leader at the front halted, turned, and smacked him squarely on the helmet. Get real! A big shot like that coming to our godforsaken backwater? Focus on patrol. The situation's tense lately. Stop talking nonsense. The soldier adjusted his helmet with a hint of resentment and hurried to catch up with the group heading for the border. Their barracks were still at least 10 kilometers from the border. But the Ganges kingdom had gotten cocky. With Eagle Nation's backing, they'd actually moved their camp to a spot just 1 kilometer from the border, clearly visible from their position. Damn it, this is infuriating. Those bastards have Eagle Nation backing them. Have they forgotten why their capital changed its name all those years ago? Many years ago, the Ganges kingdom had challenged China. Within a single month, China had driven them back to their capital, turning their invasion into a desperate battle to defend their own city. Later, their capital was relocated multiple times to other locations. Barely 50 years have passed, and these troublemakers are stirring up trouble again. Oof. Their military strength has grown, but so has ours. If they dare start another war, we won't hesitate to fight back again. The squad leader snorted coldly before resuming his patrol along the border. This patrol unit carried no live ammunition, their magazines held only blank cartridges. Just as the patrol ended and they were about to return, a large group of soldiers in uniform suddenly appeared in the canyon. Damn it! Those bastards have crossed the border. The 8-man squad charged swiftly toward the intruders. Freeze! You have invaded Chinese territory. Retreat immediately. The 8 soldiers showed no fear in the face of enemies vastly outnumbering them. Behind them stood the mighty nation of China. The soldiers of the Ganges kingdom, seeing only a handful of opponents, immediately wore scornful grins. Go! Beat them into submission with your fists. An officer ordered a burly soldier. The man immediately erupted with a blood-curdling roar. It was said this was one of their training drills. Terrify you with the sheer volume of your own voice. The Ganges nation's forces have crossed the border. They're armed. Requesting backup. The squad leader grabbed the walkie-talkie and urgently called headquarters. Copy that. Troops are dispatched immediately. Hold your ground. The soldier rushed toward a Chinese soldier, drew a baton from his waist, and swung it viciously at the Chinese soldier. Damn it! How dare you! He sidestepped the blow with ease and immediately prepared to drop his weapon and engage in hand-to-hand combat. We're outnumbered. Don't act rashly, wait for backup. The squad leader shouted at the Ganges soldiers, ordering them to retreat while urgently restraining his own men from engaging. With so many of them, engaging now would bring nothing but trouble. Their only option was to hold the borderline and wait for reinforcements. Soon, military vehicles began rolling out from the base, and armed helicopters took to the skies. China is stirring. The British technician monitoring the satellite wore a faint smile as he looked at the Ganges officer. Dispatch additional troops to the border immediately. Prepare for battle. After the officer issued the order, large numbers of soldiers also headed for the border. The Eagle Nation personnel watched with an amused expression, their words laced with teasing toward the two nations. This incident was their doing to begin with, yet now they stood behind the scenes as if they were uninvolved. Seriously, can't they see their own limitations? Yemo sat in the backseat of the lead jeep, his expression cold and detached. The Ganges nation was growing increasingly bold. Seeing the Chinese soldiers hesitate to retaliate, the towering Ganges soldier grew even more brazen in his actions and behavior, paying no heed to their threats. They were certain these soldiers wouldn't dare to act. He continued to rant incessantly, brandishing the clubs in his hands. After dodging several times, the Chinese soldier couldn't get out of the way in time and was struck directly on the helmet. Blood trickled down his forehead. Take him down. The squad leader finally lost his temper. Even clay figures have their breaking point, let alone soldiers like them. In an instant, the bloodied soldier above swiftly unholstered his rifle and assumed a combat stance. The soldiers of the Ganges nation burst into laughter at the sight. The stick-wielding Hangi soldier did the same, holding his weapon as he silently observed the frail soldier before him. Ah! The Chinese soldier roared with fury, charging forward. Drawing on his trained Sanda skills, he swiftly locked into combat with his opponent. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he drove his opponent back, delivering a vicious kick to the chest that sent him tumbling to the ground, off balance. All of you, come at once. The Ganges officer's smile vanished. If they couldn't win one-on-one, they'd overwhelm him with numbers. The soldiers charged forward, shouting threats. In an instant, dozens surrounded the 8 soldiers. The 8 Chinese soldiers could barely defend themselves, let alone fight back. Among them, only the squad leader possessed combat strength above 0.3, barely stronger than an ordinary person. Against such overwhelming numbers, they were helpless. How dare you! A thunderous roar erupted. The surrounding mountains seemed to tremble at the sheer force of the roar, faint vibrations rippling through the air. From the direction of Huaxia, a man was striding toward them. Just 2 seconds ago, he had been far away. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance and stood before them. Yemo, finding the vehicle's speed far too slow, had rushed ahead on foot. Upon arrival, he witnessed the scene of this group attacking the Huaxia soldiers. Poof! The Ganges officer, seeing the newcomer was such a young boy, dismissed him entirely. Their nation's satellite technology was too outdated to have any knowledge of Yemo's defeat of the Yamada no Orochi. He immediately ordered his soldiers to continue their attack. But something felt off. His ears seemed to have lost all sound. Reaching out to touch his ears, he found them drenched in blood. That thunderous roar had shattered the eardrums of every soldier in the Ganges kingdom. As they began to recover from the shock, they realized they could no longer hear a single sound. Chapter 102, Twisting Truth and Lies. Ah, you're asking for death. A shockwave erupted from his body, instantly sending all the Ganges soldiers flying. Without exception, all 8 warriors lay sprawled on the ground, covered in wounds from which blood flowed freely. Yemo frowned slightly, using his power to seal every bleeding wound within them. He then shot a vicious glare at the Ganges soldiers crossing the border. One after another, troop transport vehicles and helicopters were actually heading toward the border. Simultaneously, a large contingent of journalists followed behind these armed forces. Without exception, they aimed their cameras at the fallen Chinese soldiers, snapping away relentlessly at every opportunity. Yemo's face darkened to the extreme. He watched as numerous soldiers leaped from the large vehicles, each holding weapons. Every weapon they held was loaded with live ammunition. Yemo stood silently in the gorge, a murderous intent gradually rising in his eyes. 2 British officers with supremely arrogant expressions, along with an officer from the Ganges kingdom, looked down with utter contempt at the fallen Chinese soldiers. These fools! Since we've started, why not finish them off? The officer snorted coldly and immediately issued the order. Groups of soldiers armed with rifles rapidly closed in on Yemo's position. The Ganges soldiers, now utterly silent, fled toward their own lines like madmen, terror etched on their faces.
They had just encountered an unknown force that had instantly hurled them into the air.
Such terrifying power was absolutely beyond human capability. In their eyes, that force resembled a deity, leaving them utterly incapable of mustering any will to resist.
Their sole desire now was to flee this ancient and mysterious land.
The panicked soldiers were quickly apprehended by their own men.
After examinations revealed ruptured eardrums, they were immediately taken for treatment.
Take them all away.
A group of soldiers swiftly advanced, reaching out to seize the fallen Huaxia soldiers lying on the ground.
Yi Mo would never let them have their way. My current location marks the border between the Ganges Kingdom and China.
It is evident that Chinese soldiers crossed the border to provoke the Ganges Kingdom and were severely punished by their troops.
These 8 soldiers are proof of China's provocation against the Union.
A foreign journalist live-streamed the scene while distorting the facts, a faint smile playing on his lips.
As if he himself were the mastermind orchestrating everything.
The media outlet he represented was highly renowned, possessing exceptional credibility. Any news it released was readily believed by the public.
At this very moment, many viewers watching the live stream wore expressions of astonishment.
Our media outlet speculates that China's aggressive actions must stem from a desire to expand its territory and sphere of influence. This constitutes a heinous act of aggression against neighboring nations.
The reporter continued to distort the facts.
Yi Mo shot a cold glance at the soldiers before him. With a light wave of his hand, the entire sky darkened instantly. Thunder rumbled ominously within the gathering clouds. After a long moment, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking every single soldier from the Ganges Kingdom who had crossed the border with pinpoint accuracy.
Witnessing this scene, both journalists and media personnel froze in shock. The onlookers watching the media livestream were utterly bewildered. Holy crap? What the hell is going on? Does China have sorcerers or something? How can they summon thunderbolts? I knew China was an evil country.
They have wicked sorcerers.
Holy crap! Netizens were utterly dumbfounded at this moment, and even many domestic users were completely baffled. Cross the borders of China and die.
Yi Mo's voice carried without the slightest restraint, like a thunderclap, clear as day to everyone present. For a moment, every soldier of the Ganges Kingdom felt a chill run down their spines, unable to advance another step. The Ganges Kingdom officers swallowed hard, fear creeping into their eyes. But when he caught sight of the journalists live streaming and snapping photos out of the corner of his eye, he gritted his teeth fiercely. If they backed down now, they would lose all credibility. They had deliberately brought a large contingent of journalists to distort the facts and fabricate the illusion of a Huaxia invasion.
But retreating now would prove they couldn't even defend their own territory. How utterly humiliating that would be.
If this were exposed online, his military career would likely be over.
He might even be blamed for the entire incident, accused of giving the wrong orders that sparked the conflict. That would spell ruin for his family and himself.
So now, all he could do was order his soldiers to advance. To others, it would appear they had defended their territory and driven out the invaders. The soldiers trembled, too afraid to advance. The officer immediately raised his rifle and fired a warning shot into the air. Startled, the soldiers exchanged glances and cautiously began moving forward. If they didn't advance, they risked being discharged from the military, and their families might suffer the consequences. But if they advanced, even death would bring a pension, allowing their families to live a little better. Weighing the pros and cons, they took another step forward.
Yi Mo showed not a shred of hesitation as thunder struck once more. Ah, forget it. You lot just never learn. Looks like you won't stop until you get a proper lesson. Yi Mo spoke slowly into the reporter's camera in fluent English. Then, Yi Mo was enveloped in thunder. A multitude of lightning bolts erupted from his body. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock, quickly taking a few steps back. These soldiers of the Ganges Kingdom had seen martial artists before, but their practitioners were nothing like the man before them. If their martial artists were considered strong, then this young man from China was nothing short of a god. OMG. What the hell is this? Is this what a martial artist looks like? Terrifying. China is terrifying.
No wonder they dare to be so assertive in diplomacy. They actually possess such formidable power.
So everything they've done before was premeditated. They have the strength to back it up. The entire foreign internet was stunned, every face frozen in disbelief. The Ganges nation's military has recklessly crossed China's border. We regard this as a grave provocation. I now formally declare war on the Ganges nation on behalf of the Chinese government. Yi Mo's expression grew grave as he grabbed the reporter's camera and pointed it toward the nearby border. The footage clearly showed a group of Ganges soldiers forcibly crossing the border. Chapter 103, The War Begins. Everyone present froze upon hearing these words, then stared in disbelief. Could a war between two great nations truly begin like this? Why was China acting so recklessly and impulsively this time? How could they provoke a war over something like this? Yi Mo dared to make such a declaration because he had undoubtedly coordinated this with the military command beforehand. With Yi Mo at its helm, China now possessed the mightiest strength in the world. No nation could possibly threaten China. Given this reality, China must fundamentally alter its diplomatic posture, adopting an utterly formidable stance. Should any nation dare to bully China again, they would face unprecedented destruction. If war would collapse the national economy and devalue currency, then so be it. Whatever losses incurred would be seized back from the nations that dared to wage war against them. Simply transport vast quantities of their domestic resources back to China. This way, currency fluctuations would remain minimal, and the overall economy would even ascend to a higher tier. As Yimo moved swiftly, the entire convoy of Ganji's soldiers dispatched here met their end in an instant.
Yimo's power was terrifying. He could take the lives of these ordinary men in the blink of an eye.
You dare!
The officer from the Yi kingdom immediately struck out, large chunks of earth clinging to his body like armor. He transformed into a mud-clad war god, his stature towering several meters higher. The colossal earth giant charged at Yimo. Yimo snorted coldly. A mere martial artist with a paltry 3 points of health dared to challenge him. In an instant, a torrent of thunderbolts struck the giant, reducing it to ashes in the blink of an eye. Not even a trace remained. The journalists nearby had long since been petrified by the spectacle. Before arriving, they too had assumed China would never resort to force. After all, China had always maintained an outwardly friendly stance toward the international community. Even when the Ganges nation invaded their territory, China had only issued strong condemnations and pressured the Ganges nation diplomatically to retreat. Remember, the last time the Ganges nation nearly occupied half a province of China, that's when China finally sent troops. Yet this time, the moment they crossed the border, China responded with such fierce intensity. Is this really going to war? The reason for this conflict is utterly ridiculous. How could China act like this? They always seemed like lambs to the slaughter before. Why are they suddenly so tough? They actually dared to start a war. My goodness. China really is a warlike nation. Their previous friendly stance toward the outside world was clearly just a facade. Now they've finally shown their true colors. International condemnation of China erupted everywhere. Diplomats, having long since received orders from the military, promptly issued a statement. Do not involve civilians in this war between nations. Should the Ganges kingdom dare to harm Chinese civilians within its borders first, you will face the slaughter of cities wherever the Chinese military passes. To state such a threat so bluntly revealed that this time, the diplomat had truly thrown caution to the wind. Historically, commanders involved in any mass slaughter have been branded as murderous monsters. Such individuals faced intense global condemnation, often branded as war criminals. But now, China fears them not at all. War criminals? You want our people to stand trial? Do you even know who you're talking about? The mightiest warrior of China. A being so terrifying he single-handedly took on the 8-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi. Even nuclear weapons hold no sway over him. There exists no greater power under heaven. From this perspective, threats from other nations are utterly insignificant to China, as trivial as a fart. Due to the outbreak of war between the two nations, China notified all citizens of the Ganges nation residing in China within 2 hours, instructing them to return to their homeland. Special flights were arranged to forcibly repatriate them. The same measures were taken on the Ganges side. At a military camp near the Ganges capital's airport, a soldier's face twisted with unease. Are we really going through with this, General? If we fire on the aircraft carrying Chinese civilians, won't they truly carry out a massacre on our city? The Ganges nation general snorted coldly. The nation's growing strength and military capabilities over the years had instilled in him a deep-seated pride and inexplicable confidence. By them? If they dare carry out such a massacre, the entire international community would condemn them fiercely. By then, China itself would collapse under the pressure. We wouldn't even need to lift a finger. A cold expression crossed the general's face. He simply did not believe his nation could lose this war. Their forces were vast in number, and the weapons they wielded were among the most advanced in the world. At that very moment, along the borderline, Yimo swiftly decimated every soldier who crossed the frontier. On the other side of the border, some soldiers from the Ganges kingdom were already frozen in terror. This man before them was no ordinary human. How could he be so powerful? Earlier, they had unleashed a barrage of fire upon him, yet it proved utterly useless. The bullet struck his body, yet they bounced off without even making contact. It was as if a magical shield protected him. They simply couldn't inflict any damage on him. Faced with such a staggering disparity in strength, even the highest morale would crumble against an invincible foe. Now they had completely lost their will to fight, standing frozen in place. Had their officers not ordered them to hold their ground, they would have fled long ago. The reporter also broadcast the brutal scene live. The riverbed of the entire gorge was littered with severed limbs, the ground stained black with blood mixed into the soil. Charred corpses lay scattered in rows. Their own forces had arrived and were rapidly deploying behind them. Countless riflemen formed a human shield along the border, weapons trained on the soldiers of the Ganges kingdom. Tensions flared once more. Seeing this, the journalists hurriedly fled to a safe distance, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire if hostilities broke out. Take all 8 wounded soldiers back immediately. Provide them with the best medical care to ensure their recovery.
China has now formally declared war on the Ganges kingdom. Reinforcements will be sent to support you immediately. Missile base, prepare. Aim at the Ganges kingdom's military camp and prepare for precision strikes. One order after another poured from Yimo's mouth. Chapter 104, Fire Support. Damn it! How did we suddenly go to war with the Ganges kingdom? I still have business there. A Chinese man cursed under his breath as he boarded the plane. He'd just been negotiating a lucrative deal with a local company when he was abruptly deported back to China. Had his company secured that partnership, they would have become a multinational trading firm. Now, thanks to the war, all their business deals and prior deployments in the Ganges kingdom were completely wasted. Many other Chinese passengers on the plane looked equally bewildered. They couldn't fathom why China had suddenly declared war on the Ganges kingdom. Having been abroad for years, they had no idea what had transpired back home. They were unaware of the drastic shift in China's diplomatic stance. Soon, the aircraft filled with Chinese nationals took off one after another in orderly succession. There are over 10 of these large passenger aircraft. All aboard were citizens of China. Just as they were about to cross the border, a fierce, murderous intent flashed across the face of the Ganges nation's general. How are the preparations you made earlier? Reporting to the general, arrangements have been completed. An officer reported. Moments earlier, they had forced a military camp in the Ganges kingdom to defect. In truth, this was a staged operation of their own making. They feigned an uprising within a military camp and then amplified the reports. This would lay the groundwork for the subsequent downing of a Huaxia aircraft. This incident would be attributed to the rebels, not the regular forces of the Ganges kingdom. Once the anti-aircraft artillery had exhausted its ammunition and shot down all the Chinese aircraft, they would naturally seize and execute all the rebels. Whether they actually execute those rebels or merely pretend to do so would be known only to them. China couldn't pin the blame on them. After all, this was the work of their rebels, bearing no relation to their state. Just as the general was basking in the satisfaction of his cunning plan, the captured military camp swiftly activated its air defense systems. Interceptor shells shot out one after another. They streaked toward the aircraft in the sky. Soon, dazzling bursts of sparks exploded in the air. The aircraft were shot down immediately after crossing the border between the two nations. Yimo sensed something amiss in the sky. When he looked up, he saw intense bursts of sparks, along with the wreckage and fragments of the aircraft. Amidst the wreckage and debris, he could make out the flag of China. Just as he was puzzled and bewildered, news suddenly came from the military headquarters. Damn it! Those bastards from the Ganges nation actually attacked our civilians. They gathered all our civilians under the pretense of repatriation, then the planes were immediately hit by anti-aircraft fire the moment they crossed the border. Over 10,000 Chinese citizens are gone. The operator at the military headquarters was already red-eyed. Hair stood on end all over his head. If he weren't a technical specialist, he'd have charged straight to the front lines to kill as many Ganges nation soldiers as possible to vent his rage. Yimo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the Ganges nation. As soon as the incident occurred, the Ganges nation immediately issued an apology. They reported it as a military mutiny. Damn it, do you think we're idiots? I'm signing up for the army right now to kill a couple of Ganges kingdom bastards and vent my rage. Fine, fine. Is this how you play? Two nations at war, and you attack innocent civilians. Beasts. They're nothing but beasts. That bunch of lunatics. We veterans are re-enlisting. We'll personally defend our homeland and people. The news of the plane attack exploded domestically, instantly igniting nationwide fury. People from every region united in this moment, collectively condemning the foreign nation of Ganges online. Simultaneously, enlistment offices across the country experienced an unprecedented surge in applicants. On university campuses, males became the rare gender. The majority of them signed up, crowding the recruitment office windows to submit their applications. The Chinese military command was sweating bullets. They hadn't intended to fuel this surge of youthful enthusiasm for enlistment. They genuinely didn't need this many recruits right now. If they were facing a major power, another wave of recruitment might be necessary. But the current situation made it utterly unnecessary. The might of the Ganges nation was evident to the entire world. During tank testing at their own training grounds, they managed to destroy one of their own tanks. Their domestically developed fighter jets crashed 6 times within a week of taking flight. 2 helicopters taking off simultaneously collided in a bizarre manner. Their artillery shells never hit their targets. No one knows where they end up. Faced with such a bumbling nation, they didn't even need to draft soldiers. Soon, massive military forces arrived at the border. At Yimo's command, countless artillery shells erupted skyward. Missile bases began unleashing a barrage of fire at an alarming rate. Terrifying intercontinental missiles rained down at breakneck speed toward the borders of the Ganges nation. In the blink of an eye, several military camps established by the Ganges nation were instantly obliterated. Their fighter jets, just preparing for takeoff, were instantly engulfed by the barrage and lost without exception. They also launched a barrage of missiles targeting China, all supplied by the Eagle nation.
Unfortunately, before these missiles could even approach the military camps, they were all intercepted mid-air.
China's technological advancements in recent years had become truly formidable.
Alongside the army, the navy also mobilized. A massive fleet began its long voyage toward the South Seas.
The Air Force was equally active. You dare lay a finger on our civilians?
Then don't blame us for doing the same to yours.
At Yimo's command, countless bombers soared into the sky.
They flew at maximum speed toward the enemy, their surfaces coated with stealth paint.
This coating had been obtained from a paint factory during the industrial inventory drive.
It was said that when applied to vehicles, the factory's paint rendered them undetectable by high-speed radar. The nation was stunned. The stealth bombers and coatings that the Eagle Nation had spent so long developing had been surpassed by a small domestic paint factory.
China immediately applied all these technologies to its own bombers. The Ganges nation's radar systems failed to detect a single bomber entering its airspace, rendering interception impossible.
Within moments, the cities closest to the border were engulfed in flames.
The relentless bombardment continued for 3 full days and nights.
These cities were reduced to ruins.
Chapter 105, Sweeping Forward.
Throughout this period, major international media outlets railed against China in frenzied condemnation, but China paid them no mind whatsoever.
As for Western nations threatening sanctions, China showed no leniency toward any of them.
They raised import tariffs?
We raised ours too.
When they refused to export their key products, we refused to export our resources. In the blink of an eye, the entire world plunged into a trade war.
Not only did China's economic system remain unaffected, but many foreign supermarkets even began experiencing shortages and empty shelves.
Hailed as the world's factory, vast resources flowed out of China in a steady stream. At this very moment, due to certain countries' policies, companies with processing plants in those nations found themselves facing immense headaches.
These sanctions, were they even imposed by China?
Clearly, they were self-inflicted. Within just 3 days, over half the shelves in most supermarkets across the UK were bare. Virtually everything on the shelves is made in China, from socks, slippers, and plush toys to smartphones, computers, and various appliances. Without exception, every single one of these items is produced and manufactured in China. They merely leased factories in China.
Now these factories have either shut down entirely or faced steeply increased import-export tariffs.
These companies suddenly found themselves in a bind.
Minor disruptions began to emerge across Western nations.
Citizens were unable to purchase necessary goods, and many families even took to the streets in protest.
But these actions had no impact whatsoever on China.
Over the years, China had long achieved self-sufficiency in production and distribution.
Whatever the goods, China could manufacture them domestically.
The sanctions imposed by foreign nations actually presented opportunities for many Chinese companies.
Goods that could previously be exported to China were now blocked from entering.
Domestically, their markets were swiftly seized by other domestic enterprises producing identical products. Take White Man's toothpaste, for instance. It captured the majority of the domestic market. With no possibility of importing any products, the domestic market they had painstakingly captured over the years vanished overnight.
Other industries faced similar fates. Domestic capital began to flourish. After 3 days of bombing, Emo led his forces to invade. The first order of business for these invading forces was to search the underground vaults of the remaining banks in each city for anything of value. Next came the hunt for survivors.
They killed anyone they encountered. As for buildings that were slightly better preserved, they immediately began looting upon entry.
Their primary objective was to leave no one or nothing behind.
The Huaxia forces ravaged nearby cities like demons, devouring them one by one.
The Ganges Kingdom forces they intended to reinforce were annihilated in an instant by overwhelming firepower before they could even engage. Throughout these atrocities, the army encountered virtually no resistance.
At this very moment, the Ganges Kingdom finally regretted its actions. If only they hadn't laid a finger on their civilians.
Now they faced an unprecedented, massive retaliation from China.
Nearly all the surrounding cities suffered devastating losses.
Simultaneously, many citizens began spontaneously migrating southward. The farther south they go, the farther they are from the Chinese territories.
Large numbers of refugees began fleeing in all directions.
The entire domestic economy has begun to collapse. Most industries halted production.
For a time, the Ganges Kingdom found itself in dire straits. They had believed that after so many years, they could barely match China's military might. Yet unexpectedly, they were utterly crushed in a one-sided battle, lacking even the capacity to retaliate.
Aircraft were destroyed before they could even take off. Infantry units were wiped out by concentrated firepower before they could deploy.
As for the navy, it was even more pitiful, nothing but a fleet of dilapidated ironclads. Most were obsolete vessels purchased from nations that had fought in World War II. Facing modern Huaxia warships, they were sunk before even entering firing range. Their aircraft carriers fared even worse.
This time, China began to showcase its own military prowess. Who could have imagined that electromagnetic cannons were mounted on these warships? A single projectile, impossible to intercept and traveling at extreme velocity. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft carriers were instantly vaporized. One warship after another fell. What? Electromagnetic cannons? How on earth did you develop those? The British diplomat was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the battle reports from the front lines. They had been constantly dangling pie in the sky promises before China, urging them to pursue research in this field. In their eyes, such technology was utterly impractical. After all, they had spent years researching with no breakthroughs. China had less time and fewer scientists, so they couldn't possibly advance faster. Yet to their astonishment, China had quietly developed all these weapons and deployed them on warships. Suddenly, the British Empire's most prized assets, its Navy and Air Force, faced a profound threat. Oh, this? Well, we owe it all to those PowerPoint presentations you shared with us back then, along with those grand blueprints. Without your country's extremely friendly assistance, we truly wouldn't have been able to develop these things in such a short time. The Chinese diplomat delivered this statement with utter nonchalance, a remark that nearly made the British diplomat spit blood. Well. The concepts and plans they proposed never materialized for them, but other nations made them a reality. What a disgrace! Yemo ordered his army to invade and plunder everywhere. After all, the territory of the Ganges nation was rich in gold deposits. Immediately upon entering their territory, all able-bodied young men were rounded up. They were forced to take over nearby gold mines and begin extraction at breakneck speed. As for the rest of the population, they did not carry out a true massacre or extermination. Women, the elderly, and children were all spared, merely driven away. The only true massacres targeted soldiers or those who dared resist or ambush the Huaxia forces. Over the years, the massive gold mines along the Ganges kingdom's border had been mined slowly, bit by bit. Once China took control, they immediately ordered the mines to be exploited at maximum speed, regardless of ecological damage. After all, they had no idea how long they could hold these territories. As long as they extracted every last resource, they wouldn't lose out. With logistics secured, China began its gradual advance. In just half a month, they pushed straight through to the capital of the Ganges kingdom, suffering fewer than 10,000 casualties. This advance was even faster than during the previous war. Chapter 106, Unequal Treaty. Yemo stood silently on the barren wilderness. Not far ahead lay a densely populated city. The military had refrained from bombing it. After all, it was the capital of another nation. What if destroying it provoked the Ganges kingdom into desperate retaliation? They possessed nuclear weapons illegally. China still harbored some apprehension. Beyond demolishing structures and expelling its citizens, the Chinese military had inflicted minimal damage on the nation. The Ganges nation was not yet driven to desperation. Along the way, every weapon sent by the Eagle nation had been destroyed. Not a single one of their advanced air defense missiles survived. Moreover, the Ganges kingdom's maritime territories were blockaded, preventing other nations from continuing military aid. Has the siege already begun? Yemo spoke slowly. Surrounding soldiers immediately rushed forward to report the situation. The high-ranking officials of the Ganges kingdom within the city had long since fled without a trace. This war had once again made them realize just how utterly incompetent they truly were. This invasion had ended before it even began. Upon receiving confirmation of the city's complete encirclement, Yemo wore a calm smile. Have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced this publicly? Yemo said as he pulled out a red-headed document. Soon, the head of the Foreign Ministry received this document. Greetings to the diplomatic personnel of the Ganges nation. The official promptly located the representative from the Ganges kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The other party's face turned ashen. Staring at the Chinese man before him, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Over 17 cities built up over many years in the Ganges kingdom had been utterly destroyed. Along the way, they plundered every resource they could lay their hands on. Nearly everything transportable had been hauled away. It was nothing short of a scorched earth campaign. The only exceptions were the people. They hadn't been slaughtered to the last soul and the land it hadn't been burned to the ground. They seized valuable items and transported them back to their homeland. Current estimates indicate they have acquired mineral resources worth nearly 100 billion. This figure does not include gold or diamond deposits. These precious metal deposits are all concentrated in the northern regions of the Ganges kingdom. After the invasion, China confiscated everything and began mining at maximum speed. Massive quantities of materials were rapidly transported into China's territory. Compared to the war's costs, the current gains were still insufficient. Yemo certainly wouldn't let them operate at a loss. The reason the foreign ministry chief was sent to negotiate with the Ganges kingdom's foreign ministry was to discuss terms. How did they sign the war reparations agreement with China back then? Now pay it back, every last penny. The moment the Ganges diplomats saw the humiliating treaties laid out on the table, their faces turned green. The Sind Treaty. 1. The Ganges nation voluntarily renounces and destroys all nuclear weapons, surrenders all related technology and equipment, and abolishes nuclear physics research as a discipline in all domestic educational institutions.
2. The Ganges nation shall bear all military expenses incurred by Huaxia during this campaign and pay reparations equivalent to 3 full years of its gross national product in total tax revenue. 3. The Ganges nation shall firmly reject all forms of assistance from Western nations and deploy weapons such as air defense missiles within its own territory. 4. All mineral resources within regions currently occupied by China shall belong to China for 10 years.
The Ganges nation shall not interfere with China's mining operations.
As the list of treaty clauses unfolded before him, the Ganges nation official's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the Huaxia diplomat. Over the years, many in the Ganges nation had awakened to their national spirit. They understood what these treaties would mean for the Ganges nation once signed.
This is nothing short of a blatant humiliation. We absolutely refuse to sign such treaties.
The Ganges diplomat slammed his fist on the table in fury, then tore the documents to shreds.
The Huaxia diplomat merely offered a faint smile and glanced at his watch. You have 4 hours to consider.
After 4 hours, our Huaxia forces will commence their assault on Sind.
Should you choose to sign the treaty before then, what awaits you will be the artillery fire of Huaxia. The Huaxia diplomat made no attempt to persuade them, quietly turning away and returning to his office.
The Ganges diplomat, consumed by rage, smashed objects throughout the room. His eyes blazed with murderous intent.
But what could they do? Their nation was too weak, utterly no match for China. If the war continued, the enemy would likely impose even more unacceptable demands. Moreover, it would inflict terrifying, permanent devastation upon the Ganges nation's economy.
This war had already set the Ganges nation's economy back at least 30 years. If even the most prosperous capital fell and was reduced to rubble like the cities before it,
the entire Ganges kingdom's economy and development would likely regress by over 50 years.
Though the diplomat was furious, he eventually calmed down. This matter was not something he could refuse or agree to simply by his own will. His earlier actions stemmed solely from intense frustration. Once the fury subsided, he regained his composure, gathered the scattered documents from the floor, and pieced them back together. He faxed them back to his own country.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all!
The Prime Minister of Ganges state stared at the returned documents. The gentle demeanor he usually displayed at press conferences had vanished. In their place were bloodshot eyes and heavy dark circles. Ever since Huaxia launched its counterattack days ago, he hadn't slept a single night in peace. He had believed his nation's military strength could at least match China's.
Yet the enemy had simply unleashed overwhelming firepower, effortlessly decimating his forces.
None of their forces had performed as expected. Even their carefully laid tactics proved utterly useless, leading to the complete annihilation of their entire army. Now they had begun conscripting troops from the nation's rear areas. 2/3 of their domestic military strength had been depleted. Even with wave after wave of soldiers sacrificing themselves, they failed to hold a single inch of territory. It could be said that if China so desired, the entire Ganges nation would vanish forever from the pages of history.
After a fierce internal struggle, the Prime Minister of the Ganges kingdom ultimately concluded that a miserable existence was preferable to a glorious death. Even if it meant paying reparations and suffering economic setbacks, that was still preferable to outright annihilation. Following deliberations, the decision was made to sign the treaty. From that day forward, the most fertile lands in northern Ganges would belong to China for the next decade. Furthermore, China was permitted to station troops within the Ganges kingdom. The greatest threat facing the southwest was now eliminated. Through this campaign, Yimo's military rank was successfully elevated to general. Chapter 107, Li Shangwu's Crisis. The threat to the southwest has been completely neutralized. The only force capable of intercepting Huaxia's nuclear weapons targeting the mutated creatures on Fusan Island now remains South Korea. With North Korea separating the two nations, deploying ground forces to resolve the situation proved challenging for China. Under cover of night, a shadowy figure approached the port of South Korea. Clad entirely in black, he emerged from the sea, his clothes dripping wet. With each step forward, within mere breaths, the wet traces vanished from his body. The black garments that had been dripping moments before were now completely dry, every trace of moisture evaporated. Li Shangwu silently weaved through the alleys of Nanbang, coming to a halt on a nearby street. Separated from him by just one street lay the military base where the Eagle Nation was stationed in South Bang. All the anti-aircraft missiles had been transported here. His mission this time was to infiltrate enemy territory alone, destroy all these weapons, and complete the task without revealing his identity. Nanbang lacked particularly formidable warriors. Even its war god possessed only 400 hit points. Their combat effectiveness was frankly pathetic. Li Shangwu swiftly infiltrated the vicinity of the enemy camp and slipped quietly inside. The camp was now heavily guarded, as their strategic deployment in the Ganges kingdom had been completely disrupted. Should further complications arise on the Nanbang front, they would lose all leverage over Huaxia.
Wearing a mask forged from refined iron, Li Shangwu concealed his identity. He infiltrated the camp and reached the missile storage area. Just as he was about to sabotage the site, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. Behind him, a white-haired, fair-skinned Westerner in military uniform emerged, clapping as he approached.
I never imagined you could slip through our tight security. China truly has many formidable individuals.
Li Shangwu was startled, not expecting anyone to detect him so early.
But he remains silent, unwilling to reveal his identity or purpose. Since you're here, you might as well enjoy our hospitality.
At that moment, another voice echoed through the air as 8 British soldiers materialized before them.
Each radiated an aura clearly exceeding 800 life points.
With these men blocking his path, the mission was impossible to complete. Even if his vitality surpassed theirs, he was no match for them. Several among them had power levels reaching a staggering 970. Rivaling him was practically a given. Li Shangwu immediately made the decision to flee at top speed, but the 8 pursued relentlessly.
Moreover, the supernatural abilities they displayed far exceeded their current health levels.
Take, for instance, the fire-wielding powerhouse among them. With a mere extension of his hand and a slight forward push, a blue fireball suddenly engulfed the entire sky. The entire military camp could see it clearly. Li Shangwu spun around and counterattacked swiftly. His weapon concealed within his sleeve, he launched a swift counterattack. Ever since his weapon was destroyed during his last battle against the Yamata no Orochi, he had been without a fixed weapon he could rely on. Now he wielded only the most basic alloy iron rod. As he swung the rod, a blue fireball collided with it. The iron rod melted instantly. Logically, this should be impossible. Under normal circumstances, the psychic ability unleashed by this warrior, whose health was only around 970, should never have been able to melt the rod.
Li Shangwu's face darkened. In a sense, these warriors were no longer warriors at all.
They represented an entirely new system developed in the West. A fusion of martial arts and technology, they were new combat machines' supernatural ability users. They had vastly amplified the power of the martial arts abilities they possessed,
to levels nearly exceeding half their own life points.
This terrifying enhancement stemmed directly from the genetic serums Western nations had been obsessed with researching for years. It was clear these genetic serums had undergone significant advancement.
The individuals present today are all exceptionally powerful.
Even in one-on-one combat, Li Shangwu would struggle to defeat any of them without exchanging over 100 blows.
And this was a 1-on-8 confrontation.
Chasing them all the way to the coast, Li Shangwu plunged headfirst into the ocean. The 8 men sneered coldly at the sight, then activated a special device on their wrists. Circles of sonar waves instantly emanated from the devices on their arms. Once submerged in the ocean, they functioned like sonar detection radars. They locked onto Li Shangwu, who was fleeing at lightning speed.
Among the 8, one could control water currents.
With a light snap of his fingers, a wave instantly formed beneath his feet, carrying the group swiftly in pursuit of Li Shangwu. Once we eliminate this war god of Huaxia, their military might will be severely weakened. The group exchanged glances, their ambitions equally vast. This was the war god of Huaxia. They had long since uncovered his identity through special means.
For reasons unknown, this mission had ultimately been leaked.
Li Shangwu sensed pursuers closing in behind him, his expression darkening instantly.
His power lay in controlling the earth. Combat at sea was simply not his forte.
Leveraging his unique abilities, Li Shangwu swiftly detected nearby islands. Knowing escape was impossible, he resolved to stay and fight. Soon, a solitary island appeared before him. Overjoyed, Li Shangwu rushed onto the island at top speed and hid deep within the jungle.
Meanwhile, traces of his presence remained on the beach.
Tall walls of sand rose up, completely encircling the island. 2 minutes later, a massive wave crashed against the walls, but they did not budge. The group scrambled over the walls at top speed. Gazing at the island before them, a look of amusement spread across their faces.
We've got the Chinese war god cornered like a rat. This game seems pretty entertaining.
One of the men licked his lips. His bald head bore a massive tattoo.
Guillermo suddenly received a notification. Satellite detection confirmed Li Shangwu's mission had failed and he was being hunted down.
He was now stranded on an island and required backup. Guillermo swiftly ascertained the coordinates, then concealed his own identity before racing toward the location. At that moment, Li Shangwu was hiding in a cave, his right arm continuously bleeding. Before him lay a corpse, an opponent who had been a formidable metal manipulator. Li Shangwu had concealed himself, ambushed the enemy, and ultimately defeated them through a brutal exchange of injuries.
Chapter 108, Underground Cavern. He's over here.
We've lost men on our side. A group of people swiftly converged on a specific location on the island. They could detect the status of their teammates. Everything had happened too fast. Li Shangwu had killed their comrade in less than 5 seconds. By the time the others reacted, the fight was already over. Now they were rushing toward that direction at top speed. Li Shangwu knew this place was no longer safe. He quickly ran deeper into the cave. Little did he know this decision would bring him immense trouble. The entire cave extended deep underground, reaching even further into the darkness. Our men died right here.
He's nearby.
After surrounding the cave and confirming this was the only exit, the group immediately began searching. Descending through the cave led to a vast cavern, its passages branching out in all directions below.
Splitting up again risks ambush. Call headquarters, those gadgets they developed should prove useful now.
One of the men spoke while tapping his arm guard.
Half an hour later, an airdrop landed on the island.
The supply drop contained the most advanced drones available, capable of rapidly surveying the surrounding terrain.
Using the collection system to gather data on the environment,
it generated a three-dimensional mesh map. As drone after drone swiftly took flight, the pitch-black underground cavern rapidly filled with light.
Immediately, the drone observation platform rapidly generated one 3D model after another, spreading outward rapidly from the entrance as the center point.
The entire underground cavern gradually revealed its full scope on the 3D platform.
OMG! This underground cavern is enormous. Thank goodness we didn't rush in recklessly.
Otherwise, with just the 7 of us, we'd never find him in a million years. That Chinese guy is way too cunning. Look at these places, they're clearly natural caves, but he's turned them into a complex maze. There should be a passage between those 2 stone pillars, but now there's a wall in the middle. As the group chatted, the drone suddenly detected a life form. A humanoid creature sat on the ground, seemingly at rest.
Excellent. We found his trail. Looks like he's injured. The drones marked numerous glowing liquid trails on the ground indicating blood.
Equipping night vision goggles, the group swiftly descended into the underground cavern.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Li Shangwu looked up, his eyes now adjusted to the darkness. He could make out faint shapes.
How could the sound of machinery be coming from underground?
Li Shangwu's expression suddenly changed. The sound seemed to be getting more and more like a drone. Sensing something was amiss, Li Shangwu moved swiftly in one direction. But the buzzing sound behind him persisted.
It kept trailing him.
Through his blurred vision, Li Shangwu thought he saw a shadow following behind him.
Rise!
With a light flick of his wrist, a wall of earth instantly materialized before him, rising high to connect with the ceiling.
The drone couldn't keep up for a moment. Damn it, he spotted us. We lost him.
One of them stared at the disappearing humanoid figure on the screen, his face twisted with anger. 7 minutes later, they arrived at the location where Li Shangwu had been moments before. Only bloodstains and a wall remained. Keep searching with the drone. As a power-type psyche punched through the earthen wall, the drone flew back into the passageway. The others waited in place, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Li Shangwu was panting heavily. He never imagined he'd be cornered like this by a group of people with lower health than his own.
At that very moment, Emo arrived above the small island.
According to the satellite's last recorded location, Li Shangwu had vanished into this mountainous forest.
After searching privately, Emo discovered a cave containing a corpse. Emo hurried inside and soon came upon a massive opening before him.
Below lay a vast, naturally formed cavern.
Emo surveyed his surroundings. He summoned a ball of light in his hand. Everything around him was instantly illuminated. Emo took a deep breath, faintly sensing the presence of a distant aura. And not just one.
It seemed those people were still hunting Li Shangwu.
Emo found himself intrigued. He knew his master's capabilities well.
To be chased relentlessly by other masters meant they were formidable opponents.
But they couldn't possibly surpass the power of the Yamata no Orochi.
Otherwise, Li Shangwu would have been killed long ago. Emo hurried forward, only to hit a dead end after a short while. He had no choice but to take another path. He wandered aimlessly through the vast underground cavern like a headless fly. He could sense the aura emanating from ahead, yet no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the path. Many areas appeared deliberately altered by Li Shangwu. Examining the earthen walls one by one, it was clear they weren't naturally formed.
Damn it! Have I been here before? Emo felt a headache coming on, the scene before him strangely familiar.
After leaving a mark on the stone wall ahead, Emo sped forward. Before long, he found himself back at the starting point.
Emo fell into deep thought.
He was certain he'd been walking in a straight line, which meant someone had deliberately carved the surroundings into a massive circle.
Li Shangwu's trap had actually ensnared Emo.
Emo retraced his steps along the path, demolishing every earthen wall he could smash along the way. Finally, he spotted a path and sprinted forward. Li Shangwu arrived at an underground lake where faintly glowing aquatic plants grew.
The entire lake was crystal clear, with numerous fish swimming below.
Li Shangwu's face lit up with delight. He rubbed a stone spear into his hands. He then began thrusting it toward the fish in the lake.
Just as his excitement peaked, the fish suddenly emitted an odd aura.
Before Li Shangwu could react, the fish abruptly radiated the aura of a martial artist. The Westerners, who had been resting while awaiting the drone's reconnaissance, suddenly sensed the aura and swiftly headed in the same direction. Li Shangwu's heart sank in terror.
He instantly killed the fish with a single strike and fled immediately.
Throughout his pursuit, he had carefully concealed his aura, daring not to reveal even a trace. Now this fish had ruined everything. Though the fish had only about 3 or 4 hit points, the aura it emitted had undoubtedly alerted those pursuers.
Chapter 109, Where's the Exit? Yemo's strength far surpassed theirs.
If not for the constant interference from the underground labyrinth, he would have charged through long ago.
He must be nearby. These fish live underground, they wouldn't release any aura unless disturbed. The group had reached the edge of the pond. Upon seeing the mutated fish within the pool, they instantly understood the source of the earlier aura. Just as they were on high alert, a faint tremor suddenly rippled through the air above. Confused, they looked up to see enormous, cone-shaped stalactites crashing down from above. They scrambled to dodge. This was a small trap Li Shangwu had left for them. He had modified the stalactites above. Their tips were exceptionally sharp. One of them couldn't dodge in time and was pierced clean through the shoulder. Ah! Damn it! I'll find that Chinese bastard and kill him with my own hands. The others frowned and hurriedly pulled out medical supplies to bandage the wound. Did that bastard deliberately set this trap for us? With our physical strength, how could these stones possibly pierce us? That Chinese guy is too cunning. From now on, we must stick together and cooperate in everything we do. They nodded in agreement. The drones had nearly finished surveying the immediate area. Under their control and guidance, the drones swiftly dispersed once more to cover the surrounding terrain. Li Shangwu ran while picking his teeth with a fishbone stuck between his lips. The bleeding from his wound had stopped. The fish provided him with a little energy. As Li Shangwu was running forward, he suddenly heard the sound of drones approaching from behind again. Buzz buzz buzz. Li Shangwu's expression changed instantly. Damn it, it just won't leave me alone. Li Shangwu sprinted forward, but when he stopped, he froze in place. 3 figures were approaching him head-on. Li Shangwu gritted his teeth, then turned around only to find the 4 men behind him had caught up. Old man, you've given us quite the hunt. One of them flexed his muscles, flames blazing fiercely around his body. Li Shangwu's face darkened like storm clouds, but at this moment, battle seemed the only option. With a subtle wave of his hand, a torrent of earth shot up from the ground, enveloping his body. It formed a faint, armor-like shell around him. Yemo hadn't learned anything from him, only acquiring vast resources. Li Shangwu, however, had learned much like the stone spear from earlier in the armor he now wore. It all stemmed from the tortoise-shell shield Yemo had taught him. On paper, Li Shangwu was Yemo's master, but in reality, the roles were reversed. A fierce battle erupted within the subterranean cavern. Leveraging the terrain's advantages, Li Shangwu unleashed his full strength with maximum intensity. Both the cavern's ceiling and floor became extensions of his combat prowess. One moment, earthen spikes would rain down from above, the next, walls of earth would surge from the ground. For a time, Li Shangwu held every advantage heaven, earth, and man and managed to exchange blows evenly with his opponents. His opponents simply couldn't gain the upper hand against him. Li Shangwu functioned like a heavy-hitting tank. Not only was his defense incredibly robust, but his strength was also astonishing. A single swipe from him could send an opponent reeling with minor injuries, leaving them struggling to recover for half a day. Yet when his enemies struck him in combat, every blow was absorbed by his armor. It felt like tickling. Li Shangwu grew increasingly arrogant as he fought, dispatching 2 men in no time. This is bad. His combat effectiveness here is multiplied several times over. We have to fight with everything we've got. The others exchanged glances and simultaneously began channeling energy to unleash their ultimate attacks. Their numbers had already dwindled from 8 to 5. As the 5 unleashed their most powerful skills simultaneously, Li Shangwu scrambled to dodge but was struck. His armor shattered. Several gruesome scars now marred his body. Guh! Li Shangwu forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. Rise! Li Shangwu roared, and the earth around him began to gather and coalesce. It tightly enveloped him, forming a small mound. Severely wounded and unable to fight, he could only barely defend himself. He's like a turtle. Impossible to kill. After unleashing their ultimate attacks, the others were visibly weakened, their faces pale. Their strength wasn't sufficient to unleash such immense power, yet they had forced it out at the cost of depleting their reserves. They had believed that previous strike would instantly kill their opponent, yet it had only left him gravely wounded. Ha 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 ha. You think you can kill me? Come on, bring it. Li Shangwu forcibly sealed his blood vessels, slightly mitigating the severity of his injuries. Hidden within the mound of earth, he continued to taunt them relentlessly. Heh, finally caught up with you scumbags. A cold voice echoed from behind them. Startled, they turned around, completely unaware of when someone had appeared behind them. Who are you? The group instantly grew wary. One of them formed a fireball with his bare hands and hurled it forward. Yemo responded with a thunderball of his own. The moment the thunderball collided with the fireball, it exploded, instantly engulfing the powerful figure. What good is knowing so much when you're dead? The remaining 4 witnessed the scene and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Instant kill with a single move. Could such terrifying power truly be wielded by a human? They had believed Li Shangwu was already the absolute pinnacle among martial artists, a man with such terrifying vitality that no second like him could be found anywhere in the world. Their Eagle Nation had poured immense technological resources into creating psychics barely a notch below Li Shangwu. Though not as powerful as Li Shangwu, they could be mass-produced.
They believe that with further refinement of this technology, it might even be possible to create psychics more terrifying than Li Shanggu himself.
Boom! 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 The deafening roar of thunderous explosions echoed, followed by the deaths of all present.
Li Shanggu sensed the commotion outside and quickly poked his head out.
My good disciple. You've come to save me.
Li Shanggu crawled out of the dirt, covered in grime from head to toe. Large patches of blood stained his chest.
I'll handle matters like this from now on. I thought it was foolproof, but an accident occurred. You should return and rest properly. Your injuries are far too severe. Yi Mo assessed the injuries as he spoke. Li Shanggu nodded. There's one issue now. Yi Mo spoke slowly. What?
Li Shanggu, still basking in the relief of having survived, froze upon hearing the question.
Where's the exit? Chapter 110, Alarm.
After landing, Li Shanggu headed toward Huaxia while Yi Mo took over his mission, rushing to Nambang at top speed. After pinpointing the artillery shell storage location, Yi Mo hurled a lightning orb directly at it before sprinting away. In the next instant, the entire military camp erupted in a blinding, dazzling light.
A deafening roar reverberated across the skies of South Bang.
Rolling black smoke billowed from the military base, while the shockwave shattered every single window in the capital city of Nambang. This was the detonation of the entire ammunition depot, leveling everything within a 2-kilometer radius. A hint of scorn flashed across Yi Mo's face before he swiftly headed toward Huaxia. Next time there's a mission like this, I'll handle it myself. Not only will it be more efficient, but I won't run into any trouble either. His master had been beaten to a pulp, after all. Upon returning to China, Yi Mo immediately communicated with military high command and initiated authorization. Nuclear weapons were formally placed on launch sequence. In the pitch-black sky, streaks of fire rose steadily. A full 20 nuclear warheads hurtled toward the territory of Japan at maximum speed.
China has actually launched nuclear weapons. An Eagle Nation official watching the satellite monitors turned deathly pale. He relayed the news upward at breakneck speed. There's nothing we can do. They've destroyed all our defenses. There's no way to stop them. An Eagle Nation general slammed his fist on the table in frustration. The air defense missiles were numerous, each costing around 100,000. Each nation had transported 100 missiles. That totaled 20 million pounds now completely wasted. Has the combat data extraction for those 8 personnel been completed? A man in a white lab coat pushed open the door and walked straight in. The British general's face immediately darkened with displeasure. The man had no manners whatsoever, barging in without knocking. It rankled him deeply. After all, he was a general. Dr. Caesar, please knock next time. Caesar paid the general no mind whatsoever. His research was the absolute priority now. As long as he could advance the genetic serum further, the combat capabilities of those Eagle Nation soldiers would surge dramatically. By then, even a general wouldn't be able to touch him. My sincere apologies. So, can I have the data now? He offered a slight apology before eagerly demanding the data he needed. Those 8 men were also experimental subjects. The gene serum they'd been injected with could only last for a limited time. After roughly 3 days of metabolic processes, they would revert to their normal strength. Once he obtained this batch of experimental data, he was confident he could develop a permanent enhancement serum within a month. The general flung the documents directly from his desk toward him. Caesar snatched them up excitedly and hurried back. Damn Caesar, showing me such disrespect. When your research is done, if it amounts to nothing, you'd better be prepared. The general's expression darkened, his face flashing with murderous intent. Nuclear weapons streaked across the sky as the last survivors of Fusan looked up. Ever since those monsters had landed, their entire nation had been completely cut off from the outside world. Only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knew about China's impending nuclear strike. As helicopter after helicopter took flight, the people of Fusan were overcome with utter despair. Their city was the last remaining stronghold, the sole place yet to fall. The departure of this fleet of helicopters signaled the complete evacuation of all Fuso's high-ranking officials. After all, they still possessed territories elsewhere where they could continue to survive. But the ordinary citizens were left to suffer, with not a single one able to escape. What are those lights? Could it be reinforcements coming to help us? Perhaps the international community has learned of our plight and come to rescue us. Many Fusan citizens held weapons in their hands. They were just ordinary people, and all these weapons had been airdropped by other nations as aid. As the first nuclear bomb fell, a massive crimson mushroom cloud erupted into the pitch-black night sky. The terrifying shockwave spread rapidly outward. An elderly Fusan man, leaning unsteadily on his cane, gazed at the mushroom cloud rising in the darkness. Deep fear filled his eyes. This is a nuclear explosion. After uttering these trembling words, his eyes rolled back and he drew his last breath. The other Japanese who had heard his words froze in place. A nuclear explosion. It meant the old man had survived a nuclear bombing years ago and lived to see this day. Chaos erupted among the remaining Japanese. Immediately, a nuclear weapon appeared overhead. Everyone, absolutely everyone, panicked. A deafening roar echoed once more. Under the intense heat, countless surviving Fusan people were reduced to ashes. Even the periphery of Huaxia faintly sensed the tremors. Some civilians preparing to evacuate coastal cities witnessed a small tsunami approaching them. Excellent. Most of these monsters have been eliminated. Yimo's face glowed with excitement.
These monsters had been bombarded to near extinction. Most of the monsters had been wiped out, while the few remaining were swept out to sea by the aftershocks of the nuclear explosions. The few that remained posed no threat.
Over 90% had been wiped out completely. The coastal regions of Huaxia were now completely secure. The entire Fuso archipelago began to develop cracks. The peripheral regions fell silent bit by bit. Mount Fusang absorbed the immense impact, spewing billowing smoke into the air. Massive amounts of magma erupted.
Not a single living soul remained on the entire island of Fusang.
Yimo shook his head slightly.
The only flaw in this otherwise perfect outcome was that the enormous, terrifying monster had not been eliminated. Its strength was estimated to be around 2,000. When the first nuclear blast occurred, it sensed danger and charged toward the ocean at top speed. Thus, the creature narrowly escaped destruction. And the direction it headed wasn't toward China, but toward the Eagle Nation. Just as GMO was feeling relieved, he suddenly heard the long-dormant voice of the system.
Alert! 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 An extremely powerful temporal turbulence is rapidly approaching Blue Star. Estimated arrival in 1 year.
It carries a vast number of terrifyingly vicious beasts.
Host, please exercise extreme caution. The weakest among them possess 10,000 HP.
Upon hearing the system's words, Yimo felt his blood run cold.
The weakest has 10,000 HP. What the hell kind of terrifying thing is that? Chapter 111, Invasion of Eagle Nation. On Eagle Nation's beaches, couples and families strolled along the shore, admiring the sunrise. Ice cream trucks and food carts began rolling out.
As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the beach, a massive wave suddenly crashed toward the beach.
OMG! How could a tsunami happen? What the hell is the Weather Bureau doing? They didn't even warn us about the tsunami. Run! Everyone, run!
The once idyllic scene instantly turned into a living hell as the massive wave engulfed everything in its path, leaving people no time to flee.
Countless lives were swallowed by the ocean's torrent.
Deep within the ocean, a pair of eyes slowly opened, emitting an eerie glow.
That thing has landed on our shores. It's that monster from Fuso.
A frantic alert blared from the satellite monitoring center. Everyone was stunned, but nearby military bases sprang into action immediately. A barrage of artillery shells rained down upon the creature.
By now, the creature had risen upright in the ocean, stepping onto the shores of Eagle Nation one step at a time.
With a single stomp, massive spikes erupted from the ground before it. One by one, magnificent skyscrapers were pierced beyond recognition in an instant. Many of them collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chaos erupted across the city as crowds fled toward the city limits. Military vehicles were already on their way, with fighter jets arriving first. Several missiles struck the monster at incredible speed. After waves of smoke and dust cleared, the creature showed not a single scratch, slowly continuing its advance.
More fighter jets were closing in.
A barrage of missiles poured down upon the creature, yet failed even to hinder its advance.
Boom! A tank suddenly fired a shell. It struck the monster squarely in the eye. Roar! The monster sensed a flicker of pain, its face contorting with irritation. It stomped its foot hard on the ground. Everything around it was shaken by an irresistible force.
All the tanks were sent flying 4 or 5 meters into the air. Then they crashed heavily back to the ground. Spikes erupted skyward from beneath the tanks. The soldiers inside the tanks were instantly reduced to half-bodies, wailing in agony.
Every tank was rendered useless in an instant. Damn it! Damn it! After bombing Fuso, that monster is actually charging at us. The entire Eagle Nation military was thrown into panic.
They immediately contacted Dr. Kaiser.
That thing's health pool is over 2,000. We simply can't match it.
Not even my serum can handle it.
Dr. Caesar was currently conducting experiments on lab mice in his laboratory.
Upon hearing the military's request to produce a batch of warriors for the front lines, he immediately shook his head. The maximum combat strength he could produce in a superhuman was around 1,000. Current technology simply couldn't surpass that threshold. If we have to overwhelm it with sheer numbers, then so be it. Otherwise, coastal cities will face devastating attacks. At the command of the Eagle Nation's ruler, Caesar reluctantly obeyed. From a group of soldiers, he selected the strongest individuals to form a suicide squad. All of them were injected with a special serum.
As the needles pierced their skin, a transformation began. Several warriors' veins began throbbing violently. Their muscles began to harden and grow. A terrifying aura emanated from them in an instant.
Caesar watched the readings on the life force detector surge before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This research was like his own child. One of them suddenly contorted into a hideous grimace, his body covered in thick, coarse hair.
Immediately afterward, a massive tail emerged from his back. Caesar removed his glasses, staring blankly at the horrifying transformation of the test subject. A peculiar expression flickered across his face. The soldier was gradually transforming into the form of a lab rat, albeit with a human-sized body. Yet his health bar surged to an astonishing 1300. Such terrifying combat power was unprecedented. Caesar's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp focus as he hurriedly examined the serum the soldier had been injected with moments ago. He discovered that the needle used for the injection hadn't been replaced after being used on the lab mouse. That meant the needle still carried traces of the lab rat's genetic material. So that's it. That's it. Caesar's expression grew increasingly feral. He had finally found the direction for the next phase of his serum evolution research. By incorporating animal genes, one could gain their abilities. Though the appearance would become hideously deformed, the actual strength gained would be immense. As for the injected subjects transforming into half-human, half-monster creatures, Caesar couldn't care less. For a moment, his face lit up with excitement. The soldier struggled painfully for a moment before his life force faded. But within a short time, his health had indeed reached 1300. The other soldiers exchanged stunned glances, their faces etched with profound shock. At the same time, they were relieved it wasn't them who had died. "All right, boys, get back to fighting. The nation needs your protection." Caesar spoke as he ordered the military to quickly remove the soldiers who had received the injections. He was ready to proceed with the next phase of his experiment. First, he extracted genetic samples from the fallen soldier and began his research. In his view, the warrior's sudden death stemmed from insufficient physical resilience, or rather, the overwhelming abundance of lab rat genes his body simply couldn't withstand. A sickly grin spread across Caesar's face. He then reached into the cage and grabbed another lab rat, commencing his own experiment. The modified soldiers charged toward the beach at breakneck speed. At that very moment, another figure stood on the beach. Guillermo wore a mask over his face. He had no intention of aiding Eagle Nation. Instead, he intended to wait until Eagle Nation killed the monster, then secretly steal it away. This creature stood over 300 meters tall, a vast reservoir of resources. Handing all these resources over to the Chinese military would surely cultivate even more powerful warriors. Guillermo couldn't help but lick his lips, a hint of greed flickering across his face. Though his strength could eliminate this creature in the blink of an eye, he still wanted to make Eagle Nation suffer a proper loss. "When we launched the nuclear weapons, weren't you the first to stand up and oppose it? Now taste the bitter consequences." As the monster rampaged through the city, a single sweep of its tail could flatten entire districts. As more and more helicopters and fighter jets arrived to reinforce the city, the monster began to grow increasingly annoyed with these pesky flies buzzing about in the sky. Suddenly, a layer of mud began coating its dorsal fin. Chapter 112, Super Alloy. Whoosh! A piercing whistle split the air as a barrage of earthen spikes erupted from the dorsal fin on the monster's back. They shot toward the aircraft in the sky at incredible speed. Several fighter jets couldn't dodge in time, instantly turning into balls of fire as they plummeted from the sky. As the monster unleashed more earth spikes, countless fighter jets were shot down. A massive aircraft approached, escorted by a fleet of fighter jets. As the aircraft's hatch opened, over 100 soldiers leaped out. They plunged directly from the sky without any protective gear or parachutes. Before hitting the ground, each activated their unique abilities. Catching their comrades and themselves, they swiftly closed in to surround the monster. Roar! The monster seemed to have sensed the appearance of many ants. A sneer crossed its face. In its eyes, these creatures possessed such low vitality that they were utterly no match for it. With a mere flick of its tail, several people were caught off guard and instantly smashed into fragments. For a moment, it grew even more frenzied. Escaping from that direction and coming here had indeed been a wise choice. It could sense the nation deploying weapons posing a lethal threat to it, which was why it had fled to this side. As Guillermo watched the spectacle unfold, he suddenly sensed a presence approaching from behind. His expression shifted abruptly. The remaining 10% of monsters that had not been annihilated by the nuclear weapons were now beginning to land on the coast. Hordes of lizard-like creatures surged toward the city. The soldiers who had just arrived to fight the giant monster were suddenly overwhelmed by these smaller creatures. Though not particularly powerful individually, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They couldn't break free for the time being. "Damn it! Get Caesar to send more men. If 100 won't do, then get me 1,000. The military commander's face darkened. He too had witnessed the countless mutated beasts landing via satellite feed. Guillermo casually dispatched a lizard, then skinned and gutted it. He built a fire and began roasting the meat. He turned the meat over while watching the commotion unfold. The 100 soldiers attacked in unison from the same direction, managing to breach the defenses. Following instructions from their headsets, they coordinated their movements. The pyrokinetic initiated the assault, searing the enemy's skin crimson red. Immediately after, water-manipulating psychics rapidly cooled the targets. This back-and-forth exchange caused the enemy's defense values to plummet rapidly. Their skin surfaces grew brittle. Then all the metal-manipulating psychics struck simultaneously, tearing open a gash in the opponent's abdomen. Roar! The creature seemed to sense a flicker of pain, letting out a furious roar to the heavens. Instantly, a thick layer of earth began covering its body, forming a protective barrier in an instant. All its wounds were concealed. The Eagle Nation soldiers were stunned by this sight. The battle raged on for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, the relentless waves of reinforcements from the Eagle Nation overwhelmed the monster, burying it beneath their sheer numbers. Their casualties were also heavy, with nearly 1,000 men lost. Every single one of them was a powerful soldier who had been injected with genetic agents. Finally! We finally defeated this terrifying creature. Long live the Eagle Nation! May our nation endure forever! We'll have vast resources. This is incredible! We'll definitely cultivate even more elite warriors. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers and jubilation, Emo slipped quietly over and stuffed the entire massive corpse into his system space in one go. He then swiftly departed. The soldiers, who had been pondering how to divide the corpses, suddenly froze in place. The enormous corpses vanished as if they had never been there, disappearing in an instant. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Someone took that monster away. How did they manage to carry it off? Reviewing the satellite footage revealed a dark silhouette streaking past the corpse just as it vanished. The shadow plunged into the ocean at breakneck speed and vanished into the depths. Their city lay utterly destroyed, still teeming with mutated beasts. The lizards continued wreaking havoc within the city. Most critically, hordes of mutated beasts attacked the highways leading out of the city. Casualties among the populace were devastatingly high. Many fled from the highway back to their homes. This offered a sliver of hope for survival. After Emo swiftly submerged himself underwater, satellites could no longer track him. They could no longer detect his whereabouts. Much later, Emo emerged from the coast and slowly made his way back to China. In a military district warehouse, they had already received his order to completely clear the space. The space covered nearly 2,000 square meters. Emo summoned the monster's corpse. Countless workers rushed forward, methodically and orderly dissecting the creature. But their tools proved utterly useless. The creature's strength was too immense, its physical form too formidable. It was utterly impossible to cut through. Emo frowned, then submerged his consciousness into the system. After completing the Yamata no Orochi quest, the system had granted him a mysterious bonus package as a reward, which he had yet to use. The moment Emo opened it, the blueprint for a super alloy weapon appeared. The most distinctive feature of these weapons was their effectiveness against martial artists. Its power was formidable. Moreover, it possessed extraordinary sharpness, far surpassing any metal found on Blue Star. Emo immediately submitted the synthesis method for this metal to the state. After the Ministry of Science and Research verified the synthesis method, implementation began immediately. Emo had once again distinguished himself in battle, and while there was initial consideration to directly appoint him as marshal, it was ultimately decided to postpone the title for the time being. After all, the nation currently faced no major conflicts, rendering such a position unnecessary. In the laboratory, Emo led the research team in quenching and calcining various metals according to precise ratios. Soon, a pale blue metallic object appeared before everyone. Emo sharpened it to a razor edge before fitting it with a handle. Approaching the monster's corpse, he swiftly raised his blade and sliced through its skin with effortless precision. It offered no resistance whatsoever, slicing through as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Witnessing this, the others grew excited, and many researchers eagerly wanted to try it themselves. Soon, each person had cut off a piece of flesh. Remember, these were ordinary people. If they could cut flesh with such a tool, then martial artists would be even more formidable and ferocious. Martial artists possessed formidable strength. Wielding such metal weapons would undoubtedly make their combat prowess overwhelming. Chapter 113, Bows and Swords. This is incredible. This metal is terrifying. General Yi, how on earth did you develop such a terrifying metal? One researcher's face was flushed crimson. He was so excited he could barely speak. He was the nation's most renowned and authoritative expert in materials research. He had never heard of fusing these metals in specific ratios to create such a terrifying alloy. Its weight was manageable enough, but its hardness was extraordinary. Most crucially, after polishing, it became incredibly sharp, capable of effortlessly piercing through many defenses. Buying this thing to cut meat? Just place it lightly on the meat and it'd probably slice right through. But something this sharp would likely only be used for military purposes. I discovered this by accident. Emo scratched his head awkwardly. This was a gift from the system. Thanks to his previous work developing the mutant beast detector, no one in the country suspected him. In everyone's eyes, he was already a researcher. Such a discovery could only be attributed to his exceptional skill. No one would question its origin. Follow this ratio precisely for the mixture. Figure out how to mass produce it, but keep the formula strictly confidential. It must not leak out. Emo instructed with utmost seriousness. The researchers exchanged glances. They understood the significance of this metal. Once widely applied, they would all be etched into history. Emo exhaled deeply and handed over the weapon blueprints.
These weapons encompassed 18 distinct types, all cold steel. The system had yet to grant him the know-how for hot weapons. If made into projectiles, they likely wouldn't pack much punch. What? You want the Great Wall soldiers to be equipped with bows and swords from now on? General Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could that be possible? Why abandon powerful firearms to use swords and bows instead? The generals around the conference table all wore grim expressions. They hadn't expected Yi to make such a statement. The enemy intends to use superalloys to manufacture weapons that will replace conventional firearms. Yi wore a faint smile as he reached into his backpack and pulled out a compound bow. This compound bow was also crafted according to the blueprint provided by the system. Essentially, there was no loss of power. Yi drew the bowstring in full view of the crowd. A pale blue arrow shot forth. It pierced through the wall behind them with a thud. All the generals were stunned. After all, their conference room was built to withstand nuclear attacks. The walls alone were 7 or 8 meters thick. Yet the enemy had effortlessly pierced through it with nothing more than a bow and arrow. General Yi, we all know your strength is formidable. But the other soldiers are ordinary people or martial artists with very weak abilities. They simply cannot match your strength. One general shook his head, still dismissing the weapon. You'll see for yourselves if you try it. Yi placed the weapon on the table as he spoke. Several generals exchanged glances, and one finally rose to approach. Their willingness to test it stemmed not from belief in its power, but from a desire to grant Yi this favor. After all, social etiquette must be observed. As the man drew the bowstring, his expression abruptly changed. He stared at his hands in disbelief. How is this possible? I drew the bow fully without exerting any force at all. The general looked utterly perplexed. He had exerted only his normal strength. Though his life level was in the hundreds, he knew full well that the effort required was within the capability of even an ordinary martial artist with a mere 3 life points. Hearing his words, the other general's expressions also shifted slightly. The moment he released the bow, the string snapped back with blinding speed, unleashing tremendous force. The 2 pulleys above spun in tandem, reeling back the bowstring at lightning speed. The arrow shot out with a sharp whistling sound. Without fail, it once again pierced the wall behind them. The other generals approached with some surprise, passing the bow and arrow among themselves to try it out. Each wore a slightly different expression. Yet it was clear to see that each of them had come to recognize the bow's worth. I think we should give it a try. Let a small contingent of soldiers switch to bows and swords first and let them test this weapon. The rest of the troops should still use firearms. We must first observe whether these weapons perform effectively on the battlefield. A large-scale replacement could potentially lead to the collapse of the Great Wall. The generals engaged in a heated debate among themselves. Yi silently nodded in agreement, knowing their concerns were valid. These commanders faced constant headaches in training. Massive ammunition expenditures barely scratched the surface against high-health mutated beasts. They wasted countless elixirs for nothing, achieving no kills. In the end, the beasts would charge the walls head-on and be cut down by other warriors. Their troop losses were severe. If this weapon could truly prove effective here and be mass-produced, it would be absolutely invaluable. First, they selected numerous martial artists near the Great Wall and provided them with specialized training. These troops were then redeployed from less conflicted regions to the section of the wall guarded by the Blood Eagle Company. After just 1 week of training, they were already able to harness the full power of these bows. Each section of the wall was now manned by roughly 20 such archers. During this period, the mutant beast kingdom supplied them with substantial resources. The Great Wall sector, facing severe manpower shortages, received the most resources, significantly boosting the combat effectiveness of many soldiers. They targeted mutated beasts in the distance, releasing arrows that reaped lives with ease. They effortlessly pinpointed high-health targets within the crowd. Even martial artists or higher-tier mutated beasts were pierced clean through with a single arrow. Those who survived were left barely clinging to life, gravely wounded. Without those formidable mutated beasts charging the walls, casualties among the soldiers on the ramparts plummeted dramatically. The Great Wall, which had previously claimed hundreds of lives daily, saw fewer than 70 casualties in a single day. All the high-ranking officials were instantly tempted. After deliberation, it was decided that ordinary soldiers would continue fighting with firearms. Those soldiers who had broken through to become martial warriors were assigned bows and large swords. The Great Wall's resource harvesting accelerated rapidly. Yi nodded with great satisfaction. Now that the weapon replacement is settled, there's one more matter I must address. In 1 year's time, we will face a tremendous threat. Terrifying mutated creatures will descend upon Blue Star. Chapter 114, The Blondie on the Bullet Train. On the high-speed train, Yi gazed quietly out the window. He had already relayed the message, and all the generals were stunned. They swarmed around him, asking endless questions, desperate for more details. But he knew nothing beyond the monster's arrival date. So much time had passed, and school was about to start again. Yi was now on the train, heading back to campus. This trip back was merely to pack his belongings. This place held little value for him now. He would leave his men behind to develop the dragon guards here. As for the others, he intended to bring them along with him. Among Li Wanyue, Ruanwei, and Hu Gao, Ruanwei was the most dependable. But running an organization and growing it required more than just steadiness. It still required Li Wanyue's unique, quirky ideas. Li Wanyue remained at the academy to continue her studies. The other two joined him in entering the military. Just as Yemo was lost in thought, a young man and woman approached him. The girl looked at Yemo with a touch of embarrassment. "Hey, handsome, my boyfriend and I didn't get seats together. Could you move over so I can sit with him?" the girl said apologetically. Beside her stood a man sporting a large gold watch, a thick chain around his neck, and dyed blonde hair, looking utterly arrogant. Pulling suitcases behind them, they were likely students returning to campus as well. Just as Yemo was about to speak, the blonde-haired guy pulled a wallet from his pocket and flung several bills onto the table. "Take your money and get lost. Don't block my view." He tapped his foot impatiently, clearly fed up. Yemo took a deep breath and bent down to stand up. The blonde-haired man watched his movements. But unexpectedly, Yemo didn't even lift his butt off the stool. He merely bent over slightly before straightening back up again. "Guess sitting too long's not your thing, huh?" Yemo muttered, rubbing his neck and stretching his muscles. The blonde-haired man's face turned ashen with rage. "You dare to play me for a fool?" The words had barely left his mouth when a powerful aura erupted from his body. That aura was unmistakably that of a martial master. Yemo raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh dear, don't cause trouble here. I was talking to them nicely, but you had to go and do this." The girl shot the blonde-haired man a disdainful glare. The blonde-haired youth clearly refused to back down. "He's just some ordinary lowlife. Why should we bother speaking nicely to him? Our starting point is a destination he could never reach in a lifetime." The blonde-haired guy snorted coldly, his expression haughty and arrogant. "Kid, you better get the hell out of here. If you don't, I won't be polite." Upon hearing this, Yemo didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Conductor! Where's the conductor? Someone's trying to steal my seat. I won't give it up, and now he's threatening me." His shouts drew the train police, who had been resting in the lounge, rushing out immediately. "What's going on here? All this noise, how are others supposed to rest?" The train conductor approached. The blonde-haired man opened his mouth, ready to point at Yemo and start yelling. "He tried to steal my seat." Yemo pointed directly at the blonde-haired man. After hearing the whole story, the conductor rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If you ask someone to switch seats, you should do it politely. Now that they won't switch, you should just go wherever you need to go." The conductor waved his hand impatiently. The blonde-haired guy's face darkened instantly. For a moment, he felt his pride had been crushed. "Damn it! Who the hell does this kid think he is? I'm sitting in his seat today." As he spoke, he lunged to grab Yemo by the collar. The conductor's expression hardened instantly. "If you dare lay a finger on him, I'll hand you over to the Legal Affairs Center immediately." Hearing this, the yellow-haired man reluctantly withdrew his hand, glaring viciously at Yemo before he walked away with his girlfriend. Not long after, the girl turned back around. Yemo looked up but saw no sign of the blonde-haired man behind her. "I'm so sorry about earlier. My boyfriend has a temper. I hope you'll forgive him. We were sitting over there with another couple, and they couldn't switch seats, so I came back." The girl smiled apologetically as she explained to Yemo. Yemo said nothing, just nodded quietly. Then he sat back down and continued playing with his phone. "Ha? You're a student at Yundun too?" the girl exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. "Wow! What a coincidence to run into a fellow student. Let me guess which grade you're in. You don't have any aura, you're just an ordinary person. You must be in the regular class, right?" Yemo shook his head. He hadn't expected this girl to be so chatty. They clearly didn't know each other, yet she could strike up a conversation just by sitting next to him. No wonder she'd been the one to initiate the conversation when they switched seats earlier. "Are you in the elite class too? Which class are you in? I've never seen you before. You look about my age, so you must be a freshman too." "Class A is definitely out of the question, we're in Class B and you're not here. So that leaves the later classes, right?" "Yeah." Yemo gave a casual reply before returning to scrolling through her phone. The girl kept chatting beside him. Oh. So you're in Class C. Looks like you've got some connections too. Otherwise, with your average skills, you'd have been weeded out ages ago." The girl teased with a smile. Yemo merely nodded, offering no further response. Soon, silence fell between them. Yemo glanced at a photo on his phone and his expression darkened. Among those who had pursued Li Shanggu earlier was a bald man. That bald man had a strange tattoo on his head. Since the head was round, the tattoo couldn't be seen clearly from one angle. Yemo snapped a photo of it and added it to the database for comparison. After stretching in various 3D mapping techniques, the tattoo on his head finally emerged in 3 dimensions. The tattoo turned out to be the Black Snake Gang's emblem.
Wasn't this just a minor criminal organization confined within China? How could it be involved internationally? Guillermo suddenly felt a vague sense of unease. Foreign threats might be visible, but internal enemies could strike at any moment.
This was unfavorable for China. The Black Snake organization was surprisingly formidable. They even had operatives infiltrating foreign military forces. Just then, the flight attendant pushed a cart over. The girl bought 2 bottles of water and handed one to Guillermo. Consider this my apology. I hope we might become classmates someday.
Guillermo smiled faintly. That's unlikely to happen. Chapter 115, The Speed Demon.
He was just going back to pack his things and wouldn't be advancing to the next grade.
What are you staring at?
That huge head with a black snake tattooed on it, it's so ugly.
Wait. Hold on. That looks just like the Black Snake organization's emblem. The girl glanced at Guillermo's phone and couldn't help but blurt out her thoughts. Guillermo promptly turned off his phone screen and said nothing more.
The high-speed train raced along at incredible speed, and before long, they arrived in Shiping City. The moment they exited the station, the guy with the yellow hair rushed over to find the girl.
Wait for me. The girl rolled her eyes, dragging her suitcase, still clearly annoyed by the earlier incident. Guillermo stood quietly in place. Yungu had said someone would come to pick him up. He just needed to wait a little longer.
Why are you still here, kid?
Get lost. This is the VIP waiting area. What gives you the right to stand here? The blonde punk, seething with pent-up frustration, spotted Guillermo standing nearby.
In that moment, Guillermo naturally became the target of his frustration.
He goes to our school. Cut it out.
Just as the two were talking, 2 cars pulled up. They were 2 top-of-the-line sports cars.
A familiar voice called out, and Guillermo couldn't help but turn his head.
I told you guys to take the plane, but you wouldn't listen.
You insisted on the high-speed rail. Now look, I have to come pick you up.
Shinsho adjusted his sunglasses with a hint of exasperation. From the rear sports car emerged another young man, equally dressed in luxurious attire. He tossed the sports car keys into the blonde-haired guy's hands before sliding into Shinsho's vehicle.
School starts in a couple days. Come on, let's go out and have some fun tonight. As Shinsho beckoned to the two, his gaze casually fell upon Guillermo. Shinshen's expression darkened instantly.
His older brother had entered the secret realm with this guy, yet the guy hadn't died. Yet his brother had met a bizarre death within that very secret realm.
If the secret realm was truly that dangerous, then his brother shouldn't have been the first to die.
This guy should have been the one to perish first. His strength wasn't even as great as his brother's. Yet he emerged unscathed, while his brother remained trapped there forever.
What the hell are you doing here? This is bad luck.
Shinsho spat on the ground as he spoke. A look of disgust spread across his face.
Guillermo rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying nothing more as he stood there silently waiting. So you two know each other? Young Master Chin, care to introduce your friend from the poor village?
Seeing Shinsho's attitude toward Guillermo, the blonde-haired guy suddenly felt a surge of excitement.
Get lost.
I'm no friend of this guy's.
Shut your filthy mouth.
Shinsho shot Huangmao a fierce glare.
The blonde-haired guy immediately turned to look at Guillermo.
As if something occurred to him, he immediately called over security. This guy's just some ordinary kid from a poor family.
What gives him the right to wait for a ride here in our VIP area? Get him out of here. The taxi stand isn't over here.
Several security guards spotted the 2 luxury cars and instantly switched to a fawning, obsequious demeanor. They hurriedly surrounded the 2 men, nodding incessantly.
Then they turned to glare fiercely at Guillermo.
For a moment, Guillermo found the whole scene rather laughable, a hint of resignation flitting across his face. Scum were everywhere, he just happened to encounter them more often than most. Guillermo didn't wait for the security guard to push him aside, he quietly stepped to the side. A faint smile appeared on the security guard's face as he hurried over to take credit. The blonde-haired man said nothing, merely flicking a few bills onto the ground before climbing into his car, his face twisted into a sneer.
Got it now, kid? See the gap between us?
All I had to do was open my mouth, and you scrammed. The punk looked utterly arrogant, his current demeanor clearly a retaliation for Guillermo having called the train police to have him removed earlier. Guillermo's lips curved into a faint smile as he stood there silently, messaging Yungu.
What? You still haven't picked up my granddaughter?
Yungu replied with a puzzled message before immediately calling his granddaughter.
What's up, Grandpa?
The moment the call connected, deafening noise flooded through the line.
Yungu's granddaughter, Yun Jiaojiao, was currently dancing at a bar. Didn't I tell you to pick someone up at this time today? Where are you now? Why is it so noisy? Have you been out fooling around again? Yungu frowned and couldn't help but scold her.
Only then did Yun Jiaojiao remember that her grandfather had indeed given her a task.
Oh, I know. Sorry, I forgot. I'll be right over.
After enduring Yungu's scolding for a full 3 to 5 minutes, Yun Jiaojiao sat in her car, suddenly filled with rage.
Jiaojiao. Slow down.
Her best friend, sitting in the passenger seat to pick someone up with her, trembled in fright. Yun Jiaojiao slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, launching into a reckless speeding spree right down the city streets. Even at night, this was extremely dangerous.
Relax, I'm a race car driver. I can make this beat-up SUV feel like a sports car in no time.
Yun Jiaojiao drifted as she spoke, leaving other drivers beside her stunned.
I'm never riding in your car again.
Amid her best friend's screams, Yun Jiaojiao sped straight to the airport. Yemo had been waiting in the parking lot for over 2 hours by now, so long that the security guards had already rotated shifts. He was still standing there waiting. He was mainly doing this to save face for Younggu. Otherwise, he would have left long ago.
You're Yemo? Get in the car. Hurry up and tell my grandfather I picked you up. Stop him from yelling at me.
Spotting a tall figure standing alone at the parking spot, Yun Jiaojiao floored the accelerator before slamming on the brakes.
Yemo frowned slightly.
He would naturally inform Younggu about this, but he didn't appreciate being ordered around like that.
Yemo opened the back door and climbed in.
He carried no luggage, only a simple backpack.
I'm taking you back to school now. What a pain, Grandpa actually assigned me this task. What kind of background do you even have?
You don't have a single trace of aura, you're just an ordinary person.
And yet my grandfather actually made this lady drive out here personally to pick you up.
Yun Jiaojiao pouted indignantly. Her best friend in the passenger seat felt dizzy and disoriented, staring out the window, unable to interject for the moment.
Yemo's face betrayed a hint of resignation.
It seemed Younggu had orchestrated this, hoping his granddaughter would get to know him better. He assumed Younggu was well aware of his rank in the military.
Chapter 116, White Dog. No, White Wolf. Soon, Yun Jiaojiao pulled Yemo to the school gate. Go on, hurry up and leave. As if shedding a burden, Yun Jiaojiao swiftly abandoned Yemo and sped away.
Just then, a dog came running from the side, carrying several pieces of meat in its mouth. Several vendors were chasing after it, each wielding a kitchen knife, their faces twisted with rage.
Yemo froze for a moment.
Why did this white dog look so familiar?
He squinted and realized, wasn't this the white wolf he'd brought back long ago? He recalled abandoning it at the dormitory and never looking back.
The white wolf, still clutching the meat skewers in its jaws, ran along while using its paws to peel the meat off the sticks.
It casually tossed the empty skewer onto the ground. Just as it was about to dash into the school grounds,
several security guards charged out, steel forks in hand.
Damn it! Why does this damn dog always run to our school after stealing food every day?
Those vendors keep coming to us demanding answers, it's driving us crazy. The guards reacted swiftly, thrusting their riot forks toward the white wolf.
The white wolf dodged with astonishing speed and agility.
Then it dashed into the school grounds. As it glanced at Yemo out of the corner of its eye, it paused for a moment.
Suddenly, it began wagging its tail, charging toward Yemo with pure delight. It stuck out its big tongue and wagged it vigorously at Yemo. Its expression seemed to grow almost fawning.
The security guards froze in surprise, while the merchant's eyes gleamed with excitement. As if they'd found their creditor.
They immediately rushed forward and grabbed Yemo. White Wolf reacted swiftly, instantly adopting a groveling posture as he ducked beneath Yemo's crotch, looking utterly submissive. This dog doesn't run away from you, you must be its owner. Do you have any idea how much of my shop's food this mangy mutt has eaten? My skewers. Fresh off the grill, ready to serve, and he just snatched them and ran.
My grilled fish vanished the same way. That dead dog's been freeloading off us for over 2 months. A group of shop owners, knives in hand, pointed angrily at the white wolf lying on the ground. Several security guards seemed equally indignant, suddenly spilling their grievances.
You guys got off easy.
Before the holidays even started, this white dog began wreaking havoc on our campus. This past week it ransacked most of the student dorms.
It ate everything edible down to the last crumb.
We were so furious we almost called the police. It even tried sneaking into our school's resource center to steal food. If it weren't for the resource center teacher being somewhat capable, this thing would have gotten away with it. Surrounded by the crowd, Yemo's face twisted into a look of utter helplessness. In the end, each shop paid 5,000 yuan, and the security guards apologized repeatedly.
That finally settled the matter.
Why do you keep causing trouble everywhere? Yemo grabbed Bai Lang by the collar and slapped him twice across the face. Bai Lang's face twisted into a look of grievance.
Woof 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 woof. The white wolf whimpered sadly. The system automatically translated it into the white wolf's language.
The gist of it was, you've been gone this long without leaving me a single bite to eat.
I'm not eating people, and that's already a miracle. Yemo suddenly realized he hadn't left the creature any provisions at all.
He'd been in such a hurry when they left that he hadn't given it a second thought.
And you dare blame me?
Yemo delivered several more sharp slaps before pulling out several chunks of mutated beast meat from his storage space and tossing them to him. Bai Lang hadn't eaten his fill in days and had grown noticeably thinner from hunger. Upon seeing the meat, he instantly opened his mouth wide with delight and began devouring it in big bites. Yemo casually retrieved a dog leash from his storage space and tied the creature up.
The white wolf offered no resistance. His loyalty had only dipped a few points during this period, but it shot right back up after this feeding session. You're starting to look more and more like a dog, aren't you? The white wolf casually stretched out its right leg to scratch its neck. Those few pieces of meat weren't even enough to fill its teeth. Yemo promptly tossed out a few more chunks. He led the white wolf deeper inside as it ate. Damn it! That's the dog. God damn it. Security showed me the footage. It was him who emptied every last resource stashed in my locker. A student moving luggage suddenly spotted Yemo, his eyes widening as he pointed at the dog beside him and shouted angrily. The white wolf actually flashed a guilty look. When he was hungry before, he'd done all sorts of things, not just stealing their food, but even cleaning out the fish from the school's lake. The principal had long known this white dog was Yemo's, so he hadn't ordered the teachers or stronger individuals to forcibly seize it. Hearing the other's words, Yemo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, causing him to lower his head involuntarily. Wherever they went after that, they were met with a chorus of curses. Although the school had replenished their supplies and allowed them to collect them themselves, they still couldn't escape the pointed stares and whispers from the students. Yungo had only replenished their supplies out of respect for Yemo. The mess his pet had caused should have been his responsibility to clean up, but to curry favor with Yemo, Jungu chose to foot the bill himself. They soon arrived at his villa. Yemo pulled out his keys and unlocked the door. The place was cleaned regularly every week, so the entire room wasn't dirty and there wasn't much dust. Upon returning to the room, Yemo immediately spotted a hole in the wall. Just as he was pondering where it came from, he suddenly spotted Bai Lang shivering in the corner. Yemo seemed to realize something. He grabbed the wolf by the scruff and shoved its head into the hole. Sure enough, it fit perfectly. You didn't make this hole, did you? The white wolf licked its nose, lowered its ears, and wore a pleading expression. Gritting his teeth, Yemo ultimately decided to let it slide. After all, the wolf needed to hunt for food, so digging a hole to escape was only natural. When he stepped into the yard, he froze in shock. Not only had the fence been completely dismantled, but the entire lawn had been torn up. The ground was a complete mess, littered with leftover food scraps and fish bones everywhere. Yemo's face darkened. Judging by the weekly cleaning schedule, this mess had been created by this creature within the past week. Yemo couldn't resist giving the creature a few more sharp swats. Just as he was gathering his things, someone suddenly came knocking at the door. Boss! We're here! 3 young men with rosy cheeks stood outside the door. Li Wanyue held a hot pot basin in her hands, while Ruan Wei carried a large number of skewers. Hu Gao carried 2 large boxes of ingredients airlifted from his home. Haven't seen you guys in 2 months. Have you been training diligently? Yemo also broke into a smile. Chapter 117, Seagull Attack. Boss, we've been training like crazy lately. The 4 gathered around the steaming hot pot. As his personal attendants, he naturally knew their current status. His question was merely to hear their own words. Soon, they began eating and chatting. There has been something strange happening lately. Tourists keep disappearing on the beach. As they chatted, Li Wanyue recalled something her mother had mentioned and shared it. Disappeared? What do you mean? Vanishing into thin air in broad daylight? No, not like that. Near the pier where my mom goes to stock up, there's a beach called 4-Person Beach. You can rent it out for private use, just 4 people for leisure and sightseeing. Other boatmen say quite a few people have vanished on that beach. Even the police got involved, but there's not a single clue. Those people basically vanished into thin air. They'd rent the beach, watch the sunrise and sunset by the shore, and then just disappear. Not even a trace or clue. If they'd been attacked, there should be blood or signs of a struggle. But there's nothing at all. Li Wanyue's voice grew quieter and quieter, as if she were telling a ghost story. The other 3 exchanged glances, their faces betraying disbelief. That's total bull. How could anyone just vanish into thin air? Probably just another rumor. Hu Gao reacted fastest, immediately checking the school's task board. Typically, whenever incidents occurred in their city, students from their school were enlisted to investigate. Assigned as a task. After searching through the listings, he actually found a related task. Holy crap, it's real! Hu Gao exclaimed as he confirmed the details in the task panel. This mission was assigned before. Our school students went to that beach for one night, and the next day, they vanished without a trace. It started as a Year 1 East rank mission, but it's now been upgraded to a Year 2 A rank mission. After reviewing the mission details, Hu Gao spoke up. I'm not handling this one. You guys take care of it. Bring this guy along, he might be useful. Yemo said, kicking the white wolf gnawing on a bone nearby. Holy! I recognize this thing. Hu Gao jumped up from the ground like a startled rabbit. It's this thing that snuck into my room a few days ago and stole all the snacks I had stashed in the cabinet. Hu Gao reached out to grab the white wolf as he spoke. When the white wolf had attacked him before, Hu Gao's strength was only in the teens. Now, his strength had surpassed 160, making it a breeze to handle this white wolf. Oh whoa! The white wolf seemed to sense the threat too, startled, and quickly darted behind Yemo. Yemo rolled his eyes and kicked it again. What the hell are you scared of? He's one of us. Hearing this, the white wolf immediately put on a fawning expression, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue to lick Hu Gao. So you're the one who raised him? Boss, this guy's so human-like. And he's no pushover either. Hu Gao rubbed the white wolf's head excitedly, then pinched its cheek playfully. Having grown up on the grasslands, he'd interacted with wolves since childhood. So he wasn't afraid at all when confronted by the wolf. He could tell at a glance that this creature wasn't a dog, it was a wolf. Alright. Let him away. Just make sure he doesn't go sniffing around other people again. Yemo picked up the report detailing the covert dragon guards within the school with a headache. The dragon guards had been expanding at an astonishing pace lately, rapidly growing to cover all 10 major campuses. All 10 major dance academies now had dragon guard members. Their daily cultivation relied on fleshbone pills. They also traded basic resources with the Longway organization. A highly sophisticated system had now been established, with specialists dedicated to refining pills and others focused on gathering various resources. Each member fulfills their role, enabling rapid advancement. Most importantly, the pace of expansion is remarkably swift. Most of the recruits come from ordinary families. Their defining traits are their lack of privileged backgrounds and their equally fervent passion for defending the nation. Upon graduation, they will all join the military. They would inject fresh blood into the military ranks. Currently, the number of dragon guards within the academy has already reached over 1,000. Yemo nodded with satisfaction as he reviewed the data. Meanwhile, on the beach, a large white dog lay sprawled, sniffing the sand with its nose. As it nudged a sand dune, a crab suddenly darted out and clamped its claw onto its nose. Arg! The white wolf scrambled to its feet and began running frantically across the sand, shaking its head violently. Before long, the crab was flung away. This place seems pretty quiet. Li Wanyue wore a swimsuit and held a surfboard. They had rented this beach for their mission, with the school covering the cost. Now they needed to investigate what exactly had happened here. The only certainty was that these people hadn't gone missing inside the rooms, but on the beach. Cameras left behind by the previous group of students exploring the rooms hadn't captured anything unusual. They vanished after stepping outside. It seemed the danger was coming from the beach. The three kept a wary eye on their surroundings until the sun gradually set, but nothing happened. Hey, maybe we're overreacting. With our current strength, we shouldn't get wiped out instantly, right? Hu Gao built a sandcastle on the ground, patted the soil on top to smooth the edges, and nodded with satisfaction. Better safe than sorry. Ruanwei wasn't idle either. This was one of their rare moments of leisure. He fashioned a pirate ship model from the sand nearby. Li Wanyue surfed atop the ocean waves, her face radiating excitement. A wave crashed over her, knocking her into the sea. Phew! That was so much fun! Li Wanyue cheered excitedly as she swam toward shore, ready to grab her surfboard and go again. Just then, a sharp aura suddenly appeared. Startled, Li Wanyue immediately looked up toward the source of the aura. The aura did not originate from the sea, but from the sky above. A white seagull spread its massive wings, its two sharp talons locked onto Li Wanyue as she splashed about in the ocean. Holy crap! Hu Gao's eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer size of the seagull. The seagull before them was as big as a truck. Chapter 118, Island Crisis. Oh no, oh no! Li Wanyue flapped her arms weakly. Without any weapons in hand and no footholds around her, her strength was severely limited. Damn it! Li Wanyue roared in fury, diving headfirst downward. She hoped to hide beneath the water and escape the seagull's grasp. But the seagull showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, it accelerated its descent. When fishing in the ocean, seagulls often capture fish underwater. They could plunge into the ocean for an instant before springing back up. With a flash, the seagull's two orange-yellow talons seized Li Wanyue. Li Wanyue's heart jolted in alarm. Just as she was about to speak, an unexpected force slammed into her, the air current knocking her flat. She instantly lost consciousness. Sister Yu is being taken away. Ruanwei's heart sank in horror. He seized the dagger in his hand and hurled it swiftly toward the seagull. The seagull flapped its wings lightly, and two streaks of azure light shot out. This was the power of wind. The two wind blades converged into a cross-shaped slash, instantly knocking the flying dagger from the air. Then, flapping its wings, the seagull swiftly flew toward the ocean, carrying its captured prey. Damn it! What do we do now? Chase it! What else can we do? Ruanwei began sprinting across the sea surface at his utmost speed. His form was incredibly light, allowing him to tread water without sinking. Like a dragonfly skimming water, he dashed directly into the ocean at incredible speed. A bitter expression flashed across Hu Gao's face. He didn't possess this ability and could only struggle to swim through the ocean. Thanks to his exceptionally high health points and swift swimming speed, he barely managed to keep pace with the seagull's flight. Soon they reached an island roughly 20 to 30 kilometers from the mainland. Puff! Hu Gao collapsed onto the sandy shore, gasping for breath. He even spat out a fish from his mouth. You're no good, fatso. How can you be so weak? Ruanwei chuckled as he crouched on the sand.
He had already figured it out on the way here. He'd seen many seagulls flying toward this island.
Their enemies weren't limited to just that one.
Their numbers were likely substantial.
This place was like a nest. All the seagulls nested here, venturing out to hunt during the day and returning home at night.
They maintained the habits they had before their mutation.
Oh my, if you were my size, you'd be even more exhausted than I am right now.
Tiger Dog scrambled to his feet, shaking his dripping wet hair.
Enough. Let's hurry and rescue them.
I saw that seagull fly into that cave. Ruan Wei pointed toward a nearby peak as he spoke. The mountaintop was covered with countless seagulls, all with their eyes closed as if resting.
Holy crap, there are so many of them.
Hu Gao felt his scalp tingle at the sight.
This was terrifying. There were so many of them.
Worst of all, each one seemed to be at least 100 in strength.
Get the hell out of my way.
A thunderous roar erupted from the cave.
As the two turned to look, a massive seagull was kicked out of the cave, staggering and lurching. Li Wanyue burst out of the cave, radiating a brilliant glow. She possessed the rare light attribute.
Yet she seldom utilized her power. The seagull let out a pitiful cry as it flew out, startling the others resting on the cliff face.
Their emotionless eyes fixed on Li Wanyue.
They also fixed their gaze on Hu Gao and Ruan Wei. Holy! Hu Gao couldn't help but shiver violently.
He stomped his foot hard on the ground, and an earthen-colored armor instantly formed around him.
Immediately after, large sections of earthen walls began to materialize, encircling them within.
Sis you!
Over here! Ruan Wei bounced up, waving his arms and shouting loudly. Li Wanyue had naturally spotted the two as well. She had regained consciousness the moment she entered the cave. The seagull's takeoff had created such a powerful gust of air that it knocked her unconscious. Just as Li Wanyue tried to climb down from the rock, the seagull behind her immediately launched its attack. These seagulls attacked with ferocious ferocity. Their sharp talons, if they struck, seemed capable of tearing through flesh and gut. A sudden shock coursed through Li Wanyue's body, and in that instant, a brilliant light erupted from her entire being. The seagulls, their eyes stung by the light, instinctively flew upward. Closing their eyes tightly, they soared skyward to avoid plummeting. Many even collided with one another. Li Wanyue seized this opening to scramble downward swiftly. With great effort, she reached the halfway point of the mountain. The seagulls seemed to have regained their senses. They began relentlessly attacking her from the air, unleashing rapid fire gusts of wind blades. The surrounding cliff walls suddenly began to tremble, sending a torrent of gravel tumbling down.
Li Wanyue's heart skipped a beat.
Before she could react, the rock crevice she was clutching slipped away in an instant.
Oh no! Li Wanyue plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Ruan Wei broke out of the seagull's encirclement at incredible speed.
The flock of seagulls was attacking both him and Hu Gao. Ruan Wei charged down to the cliff's edge at breakneck speed, leaping upward with a light bound as his shadow power activated instantly. It seemed as though a thread of power was drawn from every shadow around him and channeled into his body. In an instant, Ruan Wei transformed into a dark shadow, his speed reaching an extreme limit. His legs kicked off the cliff face as he shot upward. The distance between them rapidly closed. Just as Ruan Wei was about to reach Li Wanyue, a seagull suddenly swooped in, swiftly grabbing Li Wanyue with its talons. It then prepared to carry her skyward, continuing its ascent.
Die, you bastard! Ruan Wei's arm had transformed into a black, razor-sharp spike. With a forceful upward thrust, his right hand pierced through the seagull's abdomen. The seagull let out a piercing cry of agony, its flight capabilities shattered as it plummeted downward. Watch out!
Ruan Wei clutched Li Wanyue with all his strength, then plummeted rapidly alongside the seagull's corpse.
The seagull hit the ground first, and the two landed on its belly.
Ruan Wei coughed twice, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The fall from such a height left him in pain, his insides aching.
Are you okay?
Li Wanyue's eyes instantly welled up with tears as she hurriedly scooped up Ruan Wei and dashed toward the mound.
Bird master! Stop pecking me, damn it! It hurts like hell!
The tiger curled himself into a small mound in agony, but the bird's beaks were incredibly sharp. They pierced right through the layers of dirt, pecking at his body.
Though they couldn't break through his defenses, each pack left a fresh bloodstain. Hu Gao grimaced in agony. He tried to kill the birds, but he couldn't even touch them, they were far too fast. Chapter 119, A Talking Bear? Damn it! If you come any closer, I'll unleash my ultimate move. Tiger Gao's face flushed crimson.
As the seagulls continued their dive, he suddenly raised his hand, and several spikes erupted from his body. The seagulls had no time to react, crashing directly into the spikes and impaling themselves on them.
Cut it out, retreat!
Just as Hu Gao was reveling in his triumph, Li Wanyue sprinted to his side and dashed inland.
They couldn't leave the island yet. With so many seagulls, entering the open sea would be suicide.
Unless they stayed submerged the entire time, any moment they surfaced risked being snatched by the seagull's talons and dragged back to the island. Such back and forth would be a waste of energy trying to escape. It was better to wait for the seagulls to leave for feeding or lower their guard before seeking an opportunity to flee.
Here they come,
Hu Gao declared, raising a large earthen shield in his hands.
The seagulls relentlessly attacked him, but every strike was blocked by the shield. Thwack! A seagull darted toward him, only to be smacked hard onto the ground by the shield. The two hurried inland. The island wasn't large, and its vegetation was relatively dense. The only mountain was the one where the seagulls nested. The pair searched frantically for cover as the seagulls relentlessly pursued them. The sun was about to set completely, and the number of giant seagulls flying onto the island kept increasing. The number besieging them grew ever larger. This is it. Li Wanyu spotted a cave ahead and her face lit up with excitement. They quickly ducked into the cave, where a foul, fishy stench hit them. A small bear cautiously peered out at them, waving its paws. Ha 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 ha. This cub is so adorable, waving its paws at me like it thinks it can take me on. With a flick of his paw, Hu Gao sent the cub tumbling to the ground. Cut it out. We should keep running. This cave probably isn't safe to stay in. Ruan Wei's weak voice drifted over. He had woken up during the earlier jolt. Use your heads. With so many terrifying seagulls surviving on this island, do you really think there could be only one tiny bear like this? At these words, both Li Wanyue and Hu Gao couldn't help but shudder. Upon careful thought, it was indeed true. With so many seagulls around, could any animal surviving on this island be harmless? Just as the two were about to leave, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind them. A large bear, missing one eye, stood behind them. Its massive frame resembled a heavy-duty truck. Roar! The bear let out a furious roar, its massive body already blocking the cave entrance. Damn it! Tiger Gao showed no fear, charging straight at it with his shield raised. This giant bear also had around 150 hit points. Their strength was on the same level. Roar! Just then, two low growls echoed from within the cave. Li Wanyue turned back in surprise. Through the faint light seeping from the cave entrance, she could clearly see a pair of gleaming eyes. And an equally massive form. The aura emanating from it was no weaker than the bear outside. If anything, it seemed even more ferocious. Holy! There's a female bear in here. Li Wanyue's heart skipped a beat, but the creature gave her no chance to react. Two massive bear paws already began pushing toward her. Li Wanyue hurriedly shielded Ruan Wei with her slender arms, braced against the bear's force. In terms of sheer strength, neither gave an inch. They were evenly matched. Get lost! Li Wanyue delivered a powerful kick to the bear's chest, sending it stumbling back several steps before it regained its footing. Roar! The bear roared furiously, its body swelling continuously. Immediately, a dark purple energy began to manifest across its form. Enveloped by this purple energy, a sudden, icy glint flashed across the bear's claws. The claws, now appearing even sharper, seemed to be clad in a set of armor. Li Wanyue snapped her fingers lightly, and the entire cave was instantly filled with light, as bright as day. With the light sphere behind them, both bears were momentarily blinded, unable to open their eyes. This one is also dark attributed. I can sense it. The energy it emits is identical to mine. Ruan Wei stared at the bear in surprise. This bear had actually enhanced its claws with dark attributes. Ruan Wei stared at the bear in astonishment. Perhaps she could learn something else from it. Well then, this old lady's light element will counter her. Li Wanyue declared as she enveloped her fists in radiant light, then charged forward to engage the female bear in fierce combat. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, locked in a fierce, deadlocked battle. Meanwhile, the male bear was locked in combat with the tiger. Neither could break through the other's defenses in the short term, making it seem like two tanks were just beating each other up. One punch knocked a hair off, another knocked a strand of fur loose. Neither could gain the upper hand. Inside the cave, Ruan Wei and a cub stared each other down. Neither possessed much fighting strength at the moment, so no battle ensued. Looks like I'll have to capture you and use you to threaten your parents. A vicious expression twisted Ruan Wei's face as he lunged to grab the bear. Get lost, you stinking monkey. Though the cub's mouth emitted nothing but a growl, the three humans present all understood its words simultaneously. Ha? What's going on? How come I hear this bear speaking human language? The three stared at the cub on the ground in surprise. Get out of our house. Stinky monkey, stinky monkey. The cub growled as it spoke, making a motion as if to swipe with its claws. Ruan Wei was momentarily taken aback before grabbing the cub by the scruff. Seeing their cub captured by a human, the two adult bears immediately grew frantic. Their attacks against the two humans grew even more ferocious. You can actually speak human language? That's impressive. We just came here to stay temporarily. There are too many seagulls outside, and we can't get out. We never intended to harm you. Why are you reacting so strongly? The cub seemed to understand the words, blinking its eyes in confusion. Mom and Dad told me there are no other creatures on this island besides our brave bear clan and those pesky stinky birds. Where did you monkeys come from? Chapter 120, take me away. Wait, according to your records, this is supposed to be a deserted island. How do you know we're monkeys? No, I'm human, I'm not a monkey. Ruan Wei was somewhat surprised. Though the other had misidentified his species, it was close enough. Oomph. Why should I tell you? The cub sank its teeth into Ruan Wei's hand with a vicious bite. Fortunately, the bear was relatively weak, and the bite didn't even break through his defenses. Hey, you! I told you we mean no harm. Hurry up and tell your parents to stop fighting. Otherwise, they're no match for my two friends. Ruanwei pointed at the two humans and two bears locked in combat as he spoke. Sure enough, despite their fierce attacks, the two bears were being pushed back by the humans. They possessed some intelligence, but not much. Their strength still fell short of the two men, with their health bars showing roughly 10 points lower. Thus, they were no match for the pair. They kept retreating during the fight, showing signs of impending defeat. Are you really just staying here temporarily? The cub blinked its eyes, seeming somewhat skeptical of the monkeys before it. This island's so godforsaken, not even birds here. There's nothing for us. We're not staying. Once those birds calm down, we'll find a chance to leave. A hint of defiance flashed across Ruanwei's face. The cub glared intently at Ruanwei before immediately letting out a series of loud growls. The two bears gradually took a few steps back, eyeing the three humans before them with puzzled expressions. Indeed, they no longer seemed inclined to attack. That's more like it. Why didn't you just give up earlier? Ugh. Ruanwei snorted coldly. The little bear's face twisted into a look of contempt. Useless monkeys can't even handle those pathetic birds, ha ha ha. Little bear stuck out his tongue and spat forcefully at Ruanwei. The two of them actually started arguing for a moment. What a spectacle. I keep getting this urge to shave my head bald, grab a chainsaw, and go chop down trees. Hu Gao rubbed his head. He couldn't shake the feeling that a talking bear was just too unreal. It felt like he'd stepped into an anime world. Put me down, you stinky monkey. I'm going to eat. After struggling for a while, Xiao Xiong landed on the ground as soon as Ruanwei loosened his grip. He quickly crawled toward his parents. Over there, on a green stone slab, lay several fresh fish. Each one was enormous. These days, even bears get fed, while we're left eating nothing but air. Tiger sighed helplessly. Li Wanyue immediately ran over to check on Ruanwei. After confirming he wasn't injured, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, now we get to eat dog food again. Hu Gao couldn't help but pout, turning his head away. Hearing this, both Li Wanyue and Ruanwei flushed slightly. Roar! 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 The bears paid no attention, continuing to roar in the background as if communicating. In a short while, the three humans and three bears had somehow reached an uneasy equilibrium. After finishing its meal, the cub beckoned with a gentle wave. Instantly, 4 more cubs crawled out of the darkness. These 4 cubs were smaller than the one that could speak. Yet they appeared nearly identical, likely all from the same litter. The talking cub seemed to hold a high status the others could only eat after it had finished its meal. Slow down, one by one. No rush, no rush. There's enough for everyone. The little bear commanded them to eat in an orderly fashion as it spoke. Well, even bears can talk these days. Neither the bears nor the humans dared to sleep at night. Each feared the other might launch a midnight ambush. Tell me, how did you learn to talk? Ruanwei was getting bored and struck up a conversation with the little bear beside him. The cub scratched its neck with its hind paw. This bear is quite an intelligent creature. When my siblings reached a certain age, they awoke to other abilities. Only I awakened the ability to communicate with all animals. The cub expressed its meaning through a series of howls. The 3 of them instantly understood, so this was a bear with a special ability. That ability was quite interesting. Taking you to the circus to perform would be quite entertaining. Hearing a new term it had never encountered before, the little bear's face lit up with a look of pure wonder. Ha! What's a circus? It's where a bunch of animals perform on stage, and then a bunch of people, a bunch of monkeys watch from below. Ruanwei was having a great time chatting with the little bear. He explained in detail the various animal acts performed at the circus. Little Bear had been feeling sleepy, but upon hearing this, his eyes lit up with unstoppable excitement. He had never seen the outside world before, let alone heard of a circus. Are there a lot of monkeys in the outside world? Plenty. Ruanwei knew the cub was referring to humans, but he doubted the little one could grasp that concept anytime soon. My mom and dad told me there are monkeys out there too. They said those monkeys brought them to this island, but they never showed up again. Ruanwei suddenly recalled a news story from a few years back. It seemed they had discovered several bears that had attacked people, and then brought them to a nearby island to live and breed. So these were those bears. No wonder you know about monkeys and such. Let me tell you this, creatures like us, who wear clothes and have very little fur, are called humans, not monkeys. The little bear tilted its head curiously. But there's no difference, is there? Ruanwei decided not to explain further. You know, the outside world is amazing. There are iron birds flying in the sky, and huge steel monsters running on the roads. Monkeys can ride inside their bellies and carry all sorts of things. Ruanwei spent the entire night telling stories to the little bear. The little bear listened with wide eyes, eager for more. A faint glow began to spread across the horizon as the sun slowly rose. As flocks of seagulls took flight around them, the group brushed the dust from their clothes, ready to move on. The seagull situation couldn't be delayed.
They had already begun approaching the coast of Huaxia to attack humans. Soon, they might discover the endless food supply along the coast. A full-scale assault on China would unleash another terrifying wave of beasts upon the land.
Alright, I'm leaving.
Ruanwei and Xiao Xiong had clearly become close friends.
He patted the other on the head, then stood up, preparing to follow the two men outside. Wait!
The little bear suddenly stood up, mimicking their posture, and growled softly at its parents. Surprise flashed across their parents' faces. The three bears exchanged a few moments of communication. The cub followed behind them and wrapped its arms around Ruanwei's leg.
Take me away from this island. Chapter 121, The White Wolf's Whereabouts. Ha! Yemo stared blankly at the furry cub clinging to Ruanwei's thigh. You guys say this thing can talk, think it's magical, so you brought it back? A peculiar expression spread across Yemo's face. A rhinoceros, a white wolf, a tyrannosaurus rex, and now a bear? This place was turning into a freaking zoo. Speaking of which, where's the white wolf? You guys went out for a while, but that guy never came back? The group exchanged glances, pondering carefully. It seemed they hadn't actually seen where the white wolf had gone. Ever since the battle began, that guy had vanished without a trace. It seemed to vanish the moment they reached the beach. Where did he go? The three exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness flitting across their faces. It seemed like they'd lost the boss's pet. I'll handle the seagull situation. As for you, go find it immediately.
A mutated beast this size appearing in the city could cause major panic.
Yemo's face darkened. The three quickly retreated outside, scouring the beach while inquiring about the white wolf's whereabouts. Yemo dialed the military headquarters. We've got a bit of trouble here. Near the beach in Shiping City, a large flock of mutated seagulls has started attacking humans. Several people have already been killed. The military needs to take countermeasures. Li Shangwu was fishing on the other end of the line. Damn it! I'm enjoying my fishing right now, and you call me with this? Just go kill them all yourself, won't you? He continued threading bait onto his hook as he spoke. What about our previous plan? At this mention, a smile instantly spread across Li Shangwu's face. It's going extremely smoothly. The martial artists are developing rapidly. Even the weakest ordinary soldiers have reached 20 hit points. This was Li Shangwu's proudest achievement lately. He and Yemo had handpicked a group of exceptionally talented elites from among the Dragon Guards. They formed a new company. This company was named the Martial Artist Company. As the name implied, every member of this company, even the most ordinary soldiers, possessed the strength of martial artists. Its overall combat strength could be considered the strongest company in all of Huaxia today. Each member was equipped with super alloy bows and great swords, mastering them to the point of striking a target from 100 paces. Their combat prowess is formidable. The very purpose of this unit's existence is to confront those terrifying mutated beasts. Whenever exceptionally powerful mutated beasts appear, the company mobilizes to hunt them down. While their individual combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary companies, conventional forces remain more effective in large-scale engagements and firepower coverage. Thus, this unit is confined to specialized operations. That's my plan. This time, we'll pull them out for training. Leave these seagulls to them. Deploy the entire company directly onto that island. We've poured so many resources into them and trained them for so long. It's time to see some results. If they can't even complete such a simple mission, we'll have to seriously consider the necessity of this unit's existence. The resources consumed by this company are simply too vast, even rivaling those of an entire division. Consider that their numbers have multiplied many times over. Their resource consumption was so staggering that even Yemo found it hard to stomach. Had he not intercepted that Godzilla-like mutant beast, he wouldn't have been willing to sustain such a monstrous force? You have a point. Alright, I'll dispatch them immediately. Once they arrive, they'll be entirely under your command. Yemo finally nodded in agreement. He sensed something was off. Among such a vast flock of seagulls, powerful leaders were bound to emerge. There must be stronger individuals among them, ones that Ruanwei and the others hadn't encountered. That creature might be the greatest threat to the coastal regions. According to their descriptions, there were tens of thousands of mutated seagulls. To be the leader of so many mutated beasts, how could its strength be weak? Even hundreds or thousands wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yemo drew a deep breath, a cold glint flashing across his face. Was this the first time super alloy would truly shine in strategic combat? Near the beach, the three walked while asking around. Big white dog. I remember it. I remember it all too well. Holy crap. That early morning, I was pulling a big truck full of stuff to deliver to this barbecue place. I'd barely parked when I saw this huge white dog leap onto my truck and start going wild on all that meat. A driver recounted tearfully, his nose running as he spoke. That day had cost him a full week's wages. If that dog hadn't bolted so fast, he would have caught it and turned it into hot pot stew. Well, we're just asking around. We don't know anything about that dog either. Hu Gao shook his head awkwardly, while Ruanwei and Li Wanyue sheepishly lowered their heads. This whole thing was just too embarrassing. They certainly didn't want to admit the dog was theirs. Before leaving, the group left 10,000 yuan for the driver. They continued asking around, and soon enough, they learned the white dog's whereabouts. Damn, that's totally something he'd do. They grumbled as they followed the tip to the police station. At that very moment, within the police station's warehouse, a dark figure was frantically rummaging through something. Outside, a group of police officers stood at the ready, weapons drawn, seemingly prepared to shoot the white dog at any moment. That beast has entered our warehouse. Everyone, close in quickly. This thing is a powerful mutant beast. We absolutely cannot let it roam the city and injure people. The officers watched the warehouse with intense anxiety. The strongest among them possessed only ordinary martial arts skills. They knew they were no match for the giant dog, but their duty as police officers forced them to stand on the front lines. Kaz. The white wolf arrived outside the warehouse with a bone in its jaws, chewing the meat in its mouth with large, ravenous bites. Inside the warehouse, it had devoured half a month's worth of the police department's mutant beast stockpile. Who knew I'd evolve this fast? This old dog's strength is truly formidable. The white wolf muttered to himself while flaunting the meat, and surprisingly, his words sounded human. During his battle with the seagull, the white wolf suddenly sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Just as he was about to pursue the seagull toward the island, a savage expression twisted his face. He swiftly turned back toward the city, plundering mutant beast meat on a massive scale. Of course, he didn't pass up ordinary meat either. Chapter 122, The Spirit of the Squad. His current strength had reached a staggering 100 HP. The massive resources consumed in a short time, combined with his own insights, had caused his strength to surge rapidly. He's out. Open fire. At the command from the officer at the front, countless handguns erupted in a spray of fire, bullets slithering toward the white wolf. Awah! The white wolf dodged a few times at first, but soon realized the bullets didn't hurt it. It grew increasingly arrogant. It stood its ground, a look of pure enjoyment on its face, as if the officers were giving it a massage. Damn it, this dog is way too cocky. A SWAT officer muttered as he pinched open a grenade, flinging it directly at the white wolf. The instant the grenade detonated, the steel pellets embedded in its outer shell shot out at lightning speed. Countless steel pellets instantly pelted the white wolf's body. While the steel pellets weren't powerful enough to breach the wolf's defenses, the impact certainly stung. It felt like being stung. Awah! The white wolf yelped as it darted into the warehouse. No. Don't shoot! Ruanwei and the others rushed out, quickly blocking the police officers. The officer immediately stepped forward, pushing their shoulders to stop them from advancing, his face stern. We're fighting a mutated beast here. Stay back to avoid hurting innocent people. No. That thing is ours. We're students from Cloud Shield University. The three waved their hands as they explained, finally convincing the officer to lower his gun. Let the three of them try. We'll summon our white dog. White dog, get out here. The name was Yi Machi's idea. The creature was white and had a voracious appetite, so they'd given it this straightforward, no-nonsense name. Woof! Bai Lang cautiously poked his head out of the warehouse, afraid that whatever had been thrown earlier might come his way again. You rascal! How dare you run off and cause trouble again? Come back with us. Ruanwei lunged forward with lightning speed, reaching out to grab the white wolf by the ear. The wolf reacted with astonishing speed, dodging to the side at lightning speed. Despite not being a speed type, its burst of speed surpassed even Ruanwei's. Ha! Ruanwei was slightly taken aback. What's gotten into this guy? How did he get so fast? Just as he was growing curious, a faint green glow began to emanate from the other person's body. It was a wind attribute ability. Holy! Ruanwei was utterly shocked. This guy was clearly an earth attribute user. How did he suddenly gain another element? Dual elemental practitioners were something they'd never heard of before. Apart from EMO, they had never encountered any other powerful individual with dual attributes. If this was the case for humans, then it was even rarer for animals. Who would have thought that their own white wolf would become a dual ability user? You've made quite the leap these past couple days, haven't you? Ruanwei grabbed the wolf by the neck, dragging it out of the warehouse as easily as lifting a small chicken. The white wolf recognized the group and offered no resistance. It followed them out of the warehouse. Since this dog is yours, please compensate us for the public's losses and the police department's damages. The group exchanged resigned glances before deducting points from their personal accounts. These points were transferred to the school's public account, or they could be converted into cash for compensation. Only then did the officers let it go. Damn thing! You just wiped out all my mission points in one go. Hu Gao delivered a vicious kick to Bai Lang's rear, sending him flying backward. White Wolf let out a whimper, wagging his tail as he scampered back. Are you sure? This white dog? Can he handle this mission? Yi Mo led the White Wolf over and handed it to the military district commander. Absolutely no problem. I've briefed him on all the details. As long as he disguises himself properly, it shouldn't be an issue. They don't have population censuses in the mutant beast kingdom anyway. Yemo's plan was to have the White Wolf infiltrate the mutant beast kingdom as an undercover agent. Ideally, it would secure some sort of official position. Otherwise, its regular purification rituals consumed far too many resources. National resources were meant for the people, there simply weren't extra funds to spare for it. Sending him directly to serve in the mutant beast kingdom would not only provide a steady stream of intelligence but also slash expenses significantly. A hint of awkwardness flashed across White Wolf's face. Rest assured, I'll complete the mission. To Yemo's surprise, White Wolf actually spoke in a howl. He realized that whenever it came to his pets, their intelligence had seen remarkable growth. Essentially, once their health exceeded 50%, they could speak human language. Other mutated beasts couldn't do this unless they possessed special abilities like Little Bear. Alright, I understand. I'll send it to the Great Wall as soon as possible and have this guy go undercover. The military commander spoke while casting a curious glance at White Wolf. After finishing his instructions, Yemo immediately headed to the military camp. At that moment, 200 soldiers stood upside down on the parade ground, each supporting themselves with just their pinky fingers. The weakest among them possessed over 20 hit points, while the strongest boasted over 100. Sandbags and lead weights were strapped to their limbs. Only by adding such heavy burdens could they barely induce a hint of sweat during training. Attention, all. At Yemo's command, all members sprang to their feet from the ground, hands respectfully at their sides, standing at attention. I am about to assign you a mission of utmost importance. This mission carries an extremely high risk of casualties and is unprecedented in its danger. You will have no backup. You must face thousands of mutated beasts alone. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, step forward immediately. Yemo delivered this speech to test whether anyone in the unit was cowardly. Fear of death was only human, but such sentiment had no place in the military, especially within a unit tasked with such specialized operations. As for lacking support, that was simply impossible. This company was their prized asset, how could they not provide backup? Reporting, sir. None. The entire unit roared to the heavens, their voices seeming to make the surrounding mountains tremble faintly. Excellent, impressive spirit. Everyone, take your pills, grab your weapons, and each of you will be issued 100 arrows. I will brief you in detail on your target shortly. This mission must be carried out by you alone. The longer it drags on, the greater the danger to the people. All soldiers fixed their gazes with unwavering resolve, raised their right hands to their temples, and rendered a perfectly executed military salute. Loyal to the motherland, loyal to the people. Chapter 123, Fierce Pupils. The transport aircraft sped across the sky toward the sea. It soon reached the designated location. All soldiers stood at the ready. As the cargo door opened, they leaped out at top speed, parachutes strapped to their backs. Their target was a desolate, uninhabited island. Remember, your mission is solely to deal with those seagulls. Yemo quietly issued the order. He knew bears inhabited the island but had deliberately withheld this information from his troops. He wanted to see how they would handle unexpected variables during the mission. Yemo, soaring high above, did not deploy his parachute. Stepping out of the transport aircraft, his wings slowly unfolded behind him. He stood suspended in midair like a deity. He silently surveyed the island below. Yet stronger beings undoubtedly lurked on the island, though they had yet to reveal themselves. Seagulls were still foraging offshore, with few remaining in their nests. The soldiers quickly descended to the ground, swiftly gathering together to form a square formation. Then, inch by inch, they cautiously advanced toward the cliffs where the seagulls lived. The number of seagulls remaining near the nests was small. After a volley of shots, the seagulls suffered heavy casualties, leaving virtually none capable of fighting. I can't believe these seagulls are so massive. If one charged straight at you, it'd feel like a truck. One of them had to take 3 full steps to step over a single seagull. The seagull's size was truly enormous. Heh, these are prime specimens. The bigger they are, the better. The larger they are, the more resources we can harvest, and the faster we can develop. The commander of this martial arts unit was an exceptionally outstanding figure among the dragon guards. His personal strength was formidable, having reached the 400 mark. By standard vitality classifications, his current vitality level easily qualified him for a division commander position. He understood well that while a division commander commanded many troops and held considerable authority, the combat strength of those under his command was often weak. If he were a martial arts company commander, his official rank might be low, but his personal strength would be greatly enhanced, and he could command a group of elite soldiers. Regardless of whether the martial artist corps persisted in the future, these individuals would form his network. After a swift search of the entire island, they discovered a large number of seagull eggs. They confiscated all the eggs, which represented a substantial resource. After packing these resources, they swiftly planted various explosives near the seagull nests. They would only launch their attack when the seagulls were resting. At that moment, the seagulls' defenses were at their weakest, and they wouldn't have much time to retaliate. With explosives laid across the cliff face, everyone concealed themselves in the jungle's thick undergrowth, each equipped with night vision goggles. This allowed them to clearly identify the creatures they were attacking in the darkness. Time ticked by, and as dusk approached, several bears came running over, fish in their mouths. They glanced at the humans and froze in shock, but did not continue their attack. The terrifying strength of the humans they had encountered last time was still fresh in their minds. Therefore, upon seeing these humans, they did not attack either, merely choosing to detour around them. The soldiers also spotted the bears but refrained from confronting them, fearing they might alert the creatures. As night gradually descended, more and more seagulls returned to the shore. After feasting on their food, the large flock of seagulls began to fall into a deep slumber. Perched atop the sheer cliffs, the seagulls initially fell into a frenzied rage upon discovering their eggs had vanished. But soon, as night fell, they too grew drowsy. Before long, the cliff walls fell silent. The company commander of the martial arts unit raised his binoculars and scanned the horizon. Large flocks of seagulls stood motionless on the cliff face, eyes closed, wings tucked, heads buried beneath their feathers, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, the explosives they had set lay scattered nearby, ignored by the seagulls. Ready! The company commander gave a soft command and a hand signal. Immediately afterward, a soldier beside him gripped the detonator in his hand with all his strength. With the company commander's command, a deafening roar echoed across the entire island. A torrent of debris cascaded down the cliff face. Along with them came the bodies of countless seagulls. Limb fragments of varying degrees of dismemberment scattered wildly across the cliff top. The remaining seagulls were all startled awake, flapping their wings frantically as they scrambled to take flight into the sky. Many seagulls died, while countless others were injured. Less than a third of the seagulls remained unharmed. Ready! Fire! The company commander swung his arm, and the formation, already poised for battle, unleashed a volley. The whistling of arrows pierced the air as countless projectiles shot skyward at breakneck speed. Like streaks of blue light slicing through the sky, the newly risen seagulls were instantly pierced and plummeted to the ground before they could comprehend what was happening. The destructive power of the superalloy was formidable. The mutated beast skin offered no defense against such terrifying piercing force. In the blink of an eye, the seagulls suffered heavy losses. Caw-caw! The surviving seagulls, seemingly having spotted the enemy, swiftly launched their attack toward the soldiers. Everyone engage independently and establish fixed-point defenses. The company commander barked the order while simultaneously drawing his bowstring. With a light release, a streak of blue light shot forth, effortlessly piercing the belly of a seagull. A swarm of seagulls dove down, their sharp beaks and claws aiming for the soldiers' vital points. The soldiers' counterattack was orderly and disciplined, and they faced little danger. Yemo watched the scene silently, nodding approvingly. These soldiers, once properly trained, possessed genuine capability. The combination of cold and hot weapons caught the seagulls completely off guard. Most crucially, they had an exceptionally capable commander in their company leader. The ingenious strategy itself was his brainchild. A satisfied expression spread across Yemo's face. If the opportunity arose in the future, he hoped to offer the man a position as his attendant. This would significantly increase the man's chances of survival. As Yemo pondered this, the entire cliff suddenly began to tremble. Yemo's gaze instantly locked onto the center of the cliff face. Below the gaping hole blasted open by explosives, a pale yellow vertical pupil appeared. That vertical pupil alone measured a staggering 10 meters in diameter. Yemo's heart sank in horror. What kind of terrifying colossus possessed eyes this immense? Chapter 124, Slaying the Titan Python. These scales, these patterns. Could this be? Yemo scrutinized the colossal serpent emerging from the fissure. The scales and patterns on its body felt strangely familiar. He seemed to recall hearing about it during a science documentary he'd watched before. Titanic python. This was an extinct species of serpent. With the emergence of mutant beasts, many long-extinct creatures were gradually reappearing. Each possessed overwhelming power, their combat strength growing fiercer as their numbers dwindled. The Titan python before him now displayed a staggering vitality reading of around 3,500. Yemo couldn't help but gasp in shock. This time, they'd actually caught such a huge fish. He never imagined the leader behind the seagulls was actually a giant python. It should have been feeding on bird eggs, but why would it collaborate with the seagulls? The martial artists who had gone down earlier to collect bird eggs had only gathered 100 or so. Given the sheer size of the seagull flock, the number of eggs collected simply didn't add up. It seemed they'd all been devoured by this colossal python. Who would have thought this giant python was so cunning, even knowing to cooperate with these seagulls? It controlled the flock, providing them with a favorable environment for survival. In return, the seagulls continuously lay eggs for it to consume. This had formed a dark, underground chain of exploitation. As Yemo's astonishment grew, the black python began slithering toward the martial artist squad. Monstrous creature. A flash of light erupted from Yemo's hand as the grass pheasant sword instantly materialized in his grasp. A 3-foot-long cold blade suddenly thrust forward. A silver-white light flashed under the moonlight, striking directly at the Titan python's vital spot. Hiss! Seeming to sense the icy intent to kill, the Titan serpent twisted its massive body. Only then did it notice a figure streaking toward it at breakneck speed through the air. Hiss! The Titan python opened its gaping maw, its four sharp fangs appearing especially terrifying. As a stream of purple liquid spewed forth, Yi-Mo spun his body swiftly, dodging to the side. Uncertain of its attack patterns, he was testing the waters. The purple liquid landed on the ground, immediately emitting a hissing sound. In the blink of an eye, the ground was scorched with numerous large holes. What terrifying venom! Yi-Mo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he had dodged quickly earlier, otherwise, even with his high health points, he would have struggled to survive this venom. The Titan python charged toward him at incredible speed, then began coiling around him, tightening its grip. Pfft, you think your agility can match mine? Yi-Mo snorted coldly, rapidly flapping the wings on his back as he swung his grass pheasant sword with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, countless sparks erupted from the clash of metal against the serpent's body. Hiss! 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 The Titan python let out a pained hiss, blood seeping faintly from the slashed wounds. Seeming to sense its opponent's formidable strength, the Titan python ceased its concealment. A faint purple gas began seeping from the gaps between its scales. Yi-Mo's heart skipped a beat. He scooped up a clump of dirt from the ground and kicked it toward the serpent. The moment the soil touched the purple gas, it instantly rotted away. Could this creature possess a unique poison attribute? Among all the awakened martial artists in Huaxia, only a handful possessed poison attributes. Since this attribute was officially registered, he vaguely recalled it. A gust of wind swept through, but instead of dispersing, the toxic substances drifted toward the martial artist's position. Damn it! Yi-Mo's heart skipped a beat. He himself could naturally resist these toxins. But the members of that martial artist alliance couldn't. Condense! Yi-Mo extended his right hand, slowly gathering a mass of icy mist to collide with the toxins. Vast quantities of ice crystals began forming at the point of impact, gradually coalescing into a massive block of ice that encapsulated the poisonous gas within. He could feel his ice being eroded. It was only a matter of time before the toxic fumes broke free from their confinement. Damn it! It seemed the only way to break through his poisonous mist now was to deal with the creature before him. Who'd have thought I'd actually reel in such a big fish? Yi-Mo licked his lips, his gaze fixated greedily on the Titan python's massive body. This creature's length exceeded a kilometer. It was hard to fathom the sheer resources contained within its body. With this creature and the previous Godzilla as foundations, China could cultivate an entire martial artist regiment, perhaps even a martial artist master. Hiss! The serpent let out a furious hiss and charged swiftly toward Yi-Mo. It opened its massive jaws and, catching Yi-Mo off guard, swallowed him whole. In an instant, Yi-Mo found himself inside the serpent's belly. He hurriedly activated Zhao Wenliang, emitting a faint glow. The surroundings were empty and hollow, the entire snake's belly resembling a vast tunnel. Before Yi-Mo could think further, a thick, viscous liquid began dripping down before his eyes. This liquid possessed extreme corrosiveness, no less potent than the purple mist. Swallowing me whole is the biggest mistake you'll ever make in your life. Yi-Mo muttered to himself as he drew the grass pheasant sword from his hand, plunging it viciously into the soft flesh below. SSSSS. The giant python, feeling a stinging pain like a needle prick, began thrashing violently. Yi-Mo gripped the sword hilt with both hands and began thrusting it rapidly through the serpent's belly. One by one, he carved vicious, bloody gashes into its flesh with the grass pheasant sword. The creature's scales were exceptionally hard, making it difficult to breach its defenses. There was even a risk the sword might get stuck inside. Yi-Mo abandoned the attempt to pierce its armor altogether, instead launching a massive assault from within. He began tearing apart the Titan python's abdomen and internal organs. Hiss! The Titan serpent writhed like a rabid beast, its convulsions shaking the entire island. As its heart was sliced clean in two, the Titan python's movements gradually slowed, its life force steadily ebbing away. Yi-Mo thrust his blade through the creature's scales with all his might before finally extricating himself, a faint smile of satisfaction touching his lips. At this moment, he resembled a blood-soaked figure, covered head to toe in crimson. He had finished the giant serpent from within. Had he tried to kill it from the outside, the fight would likely have dragged on much longer. Just as Yi-Mo was feeling triumphant, the battle with the seagull on the distant beach also came to an end. Damn it, what the hell was that monster we just fought? A soldier wiped blood from his broadsword, his eyes still wide with terror. Through their night vision goggles, they had glimpsed a colossal creature, something serpentine. But they had never seen a snake that massive. Chapter 125, The Breeding Plan. Stop overthinking it. Deal with what's right in front of us first. The seagull carcasses were swiftly sorted and neatly piled to the side. This made transportation easier. As the captain of the martial arts unit, he knew full well that a nationally prioritized squad like theirs wouldn't be without protection. Why had that snake appeared only to vanish in an instant? It was likely because someone had already begun confronting it. Soon, rustling sounds echoed from the forest as if something was pushing through the distant undergrowth, approaching them. All the warriors instantly tensed. As the company commander drew his longbow and launched the first attack, the whistling sound of the arrow cutting through the air lasted only a moment before abruptly stopping, as if caught mid-flight. It's me. Yemo slowly emerged from the woods, his right hand clutching the very arrow. His entire body was drenched in blood, as if he had crawled out of a pool of it. "Commander!" The company commander saluted respectfully, simultaneously apologizing for his earlier misguided attack. "You did nothing wrong. I greatly admire your approach to handling the situation. Without your tactical arrangements, we would have suffered heavy casualties. Thanks to you, our soldiers achieved such outstanding results." Yemo spoke as he reached for the radio. "Dispatch the large cargo ship immediately to the vicinity of the island. There are substantial resources here that need to be transported back." Yemo issued his orders, mindful that he would not reveal the capabilities of his system unless absolutely necessary. His previous revelation of the system's capacity to transport massive resources in Eagle Nation had been unavoidable otherwise, bringing back that colossal Godzilla would have been impossible. Now that they were back on home soil, he could deploy standard transport assets and avoid intervening personally. Soon, one after another, giant cargo ships arrived lightly loaded, carrying nothing on board. 10 empty vessels sailed in succession. Each had an enormous draft. Yemo divided the colossal serpent's body into 10 circular segments, then further cut each into 20 semicircular pieces. This arrangement ensured secure fastening to the ships. A large workforce and machinery began the task of transporting the colossal carcass. Yemo no longer needed to oversee the subsequent work. After the group of warriors was picked up by aircraft, a look of deep satisfaction spread across Yemo's face. The immense resources expended and the warriors cultivated were entirely worthwhile. If each of these individuals could develop their strength to several hundred, or even 1,000 times their current level in the future, China's military might would ascend to unprecedented heights. Just as Yemo was basking in this joy, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. There stood the 2 bears he had encountered earlier, accompanied by their 3 remaining cubs. The immense commotion of the battle had echoed across the entire island, and this family of 5 bears was well aware of the conflict. In the natural world, survival of the fittest was the rule. The stronger an animal was, the more respect it commanded. In their eyes, the monkey before them was the most terrifying creature they had ever encountered. The serpent's body alone sent shivers down their spines. Even in its presence, they felt utterly insignificant and insignificant. This monkey was clearly smaller and more slender than them, yet it had defeated such a terrifying creature. For a moment, they even considered following their child's example and letting the monkey take them away. "What brings you here?" Yemo looked at the bears before him with some confusion. He had heard rumors of a bear family living on this island. Slurp slurp. The male bear extended his pink, floppy tongue, licked his nose, then crawled on all fours toward Yemo. Behind him, the other bears mimicked the same gesture. A thoughtful expression crossed Yemo's face. If these bears could be trained to understand human nature and develop self-awareness, allowing them to breed within China's borders, it seemed like a promising endeavor. In future wars, perhaps the people of China could utilize these powerful, tamed mutant beasts as auxiliary forces. After pondering for a moment, Yemo decided to take them all along. "See this forest? Now your job is to breed. Breed relentlessly. Breed as much as you can until your descendants take over this entire forest. You are to become the rulers of this forest. Do you understand me?" Yemo spoke while gazing at the bear. The bear nodded, its face wearing a simple, honest expression. "Understand? You absolutely must not harm humans." Yemo reiterated his instructions, then brought their cub, the one that could speak, before him. This cub served a crucial purpose. It had been recruited by the National Research Department and now acted as a bridge between humans and mutated beasts. "I'll come back to see you when I have time." The cub waved its paws while gazing at its family, then tore open the packaging of an egg yolk pastry and popped it into its mouth. Sweet treats were the bear's favorite food. Back on the island, they'd had no such luxury, surviving only on fish or wild honey. But after arriving in human society, he discovered an astonishing variety of sweet, delicious treats with incredible textures. Among all the sweets, he finally decided on his absolute favorite, egg yolk pies. "Eat less." Ruanwei glanced at his wallet with a pang of regret. This bear was spending his money on treats every single day. Ever since the creature learned that those pieces of paper with numbers on them could be exchanged for food, it had repeatedly stolen Ruanwei's wallet. Ruanwei was essentially this guy's guardian. So stingy, so stingy. The little bear made a face, then ignored Ruanwei. Instead, it stood up straight on its hind legs, just like a human. He strode down the street with a swagger. "Ha? Am I seeing things? How did a bear get out on the street?" Many passersby pulled out their phones to snap photos. A rubber band around the cub's neck clearly displayed the words "pet bear." "Haha, what are they doing pointing those glowing bricks at me? Is this how you humans show affection?" As the cub spoke, it casually picked up a brick from the ground and prepared to smack it against someone's head. "Enough, stop messing around." Ruanwei smacked it on the head with a fist, sending the startled passerby fleeing in panic. Joking aside, he was just an ordinary person. Getting whacked in the head with a brick by a bear? Who knew if his skull would shatter? That thing's called a cell phone. Only your paws can't use it. Chapter 126, Autograph? Seriously, can you stop dumping this kind of trouble on me? Yemo stared at the packed suitcase sitting on his bed. He was already preparing to leave when he received a call from Yun-gu. Now that you're a big shot, the most outstanding graduate our college has ever produced, you've got to take good care of your juniors. Since you've come back, why not make the effort to give a speech? It'll spark our students' enthusiasm for military service and help more people get to know you. Yun-gu pleaded earnestly from the sidelines, a sight utterly unfamiliar to those who knew him, having never seen him grovel so lowly before. He desperately wanted Yemo to give a speech that would generate massive buzz, especially with the second half enrollment drive about to kick off. All he needed to do was discreetly arrange for some reporters to blur Yemo's face when they released the news, revealing only his identity as the war god of Huaxia without showing his appearance. Even if Yemo found out, he'd likely be powerless to protest. Yun-gu's little scheme clicked and clattered like a well-oiled machine. This was a perfect publicity plan for Yundun University. The most crucial part? It's free. Just this once. Tomorrow morning. Yemo hung up the phone, somewhat speechless. Yun-gu, however, immediately became excited. He quickly rallied the leadership of various schools and departments, along with faculty, to swiftly organize students and workers to build a stage. Overnight, a stage rose from the ground in the university's largest plaza, complete with invited journalists from major news outlets to document and report on the event. They came to document and report on the event. Yemo would definitely take the stage to speak, but he would conceal his identity wearing a mask was only natural. Those determined to investigate could still uncover his basic information, but currently, all details about GMO had been classified as a Class S file in China. Even a casual inquiry could trigger an official report. At that point, anyone searching for such information would be targeted by the Chinese authorities. They'll start digging into your family history 3 generations back. If any issues surface, you'll be summoned to the police station immediately. Yemo pulled the mask from his pants pocket. Strolling through campus, it felt just like before, as if his university life were still unfolding. So this is how carefree my life used to be. Yemo couldn't help but sigh as he walked, a faint smile of contentment spreading across his face. Hey! It's him! A sudden voice called out from behind him. Yemo turned to see a group of students approaching. One girl's eyes lit up as she skipped toward him, waving excitedly. Hey! Never thought I'd run into you here. Remember me? This girl was none other than Weiwei, the one he'd met on the high-speed train back to school. Hello! Yemo uttered these 2 words without any change in expression, his tone as cold as ice. Behind her, he spotted 2 figures that filled him with disgust. Yellow Hair and Qinsho. Since his older brother's disappearance and death, Qinsho's abilities had advanced at an astonishing pace. With his brother gone, the Qin family had shifted all their focus onto him. All resources were now channeled solely toward him. The Qin family pinned their hopes on Qinsho to bring glory to the clan. Yemo, you may have once been worthy of being my opponent. But now, in my eyes, you're nothing but a fart. A cold expression lingered on Qinsho's face as he stared at Yemo, his gaze carrying the arrogance of a superior being. His posture radiated utter contempt. Damn it, this guy was the one who disgusted me in the car earlier. The blonde-haired man couldn't help but seize at the memory. He was a deeply petty individual. Kid, you see me here, so get your ass over here. The blonde-haired man stepped forward as he spoke, reaching out to grab Yemo. Stop. A sudden voice cut through the air. All eyes turned to see Yun Jiaozhou approaching, her displeased gaze fixed on both sides. Listen up. Today is a crucial day. Our school's most outstanding graduate is returning to give a speech. If anyone dares cause trouble now, I guarantee you won't get off lightly. Yun Jiaozhou glared fiercely at both sides as she spoke. For a moment, the punk seemed to remember something and fell silent. The strongest individuals in present-day China were graduates of their Yun Shield Academy. Though their identities remained undisclosed, their power was rumored to be terrifying. The legendary battle at sea was still used as combat training material among them. That heroic figure, single-handedly battling the Yamada no Orochi. Such overwhelming power left every student in awe. Merely playing the video once had earned him a small army of admirers within the Cloud Shield ranks. Even Yellow Hair was among his admirers. Yun Jiaojia couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for that senior. She pestered her grandfather daily to access the senior's file. Had she not learned he was classified as an S-level protected individual in China, Yun Jiaozhou would have found a way to get his phone number long ago. Yemo, weren't you just coming back to pack your things and leave? Hurry up and get out once you're done. Yun Jiaozhou waved impatiently, trying to shoo them both away. No rush, no rush. I'll leave tomorrow. He wanted to leave too, but he couldn't. He had to finish the speech before he could go. Yet to Yun Jiaozhou's ears, his words took on a different meaning. Don't tell me you also want to meet that senior, maybe even ask for his autograph? Let me tell you straight, you don't have the qualifications to even see him. Even though this speech is for all classes, even the entire school will be participating, you absolutely have no right to approach him. Not even I can get close to that senior. Yun Jiaojiu sighed helplessly and shook her head. Alright, get out of my way. I'm going to see my grandfather about getting that senior's autograph. Move aside now, no one's messing with me today. Yun Jiaojiu began pushing her way through the two groups. Suddenly, a hand stopped her. I've got a gift for you too. Yi Mo pulled out a notebook from his pocket as he spoke. It had become a habit since he became a general, recording every day's events in it. Official duties and such were all meticulously documented. After flipping past several filled pages, he found a blank one, signed his name, tore it out, and handed it over. This is for you. Yun Jiaojiu took the signed page, a peculiar expression flickering across her face. Have you been reading too many novels and imagining yourself as the male lead? Who do you think you are, that senior? Yun Jiaojiu snorted coldly, then raised her hand and effortlessly tore the paper into shreds. Without looking back, she strode toward Yun Gu's office. Chapter 127, The Eve of the Speech. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Do you really think you're someone important? Don't you have the slightest clue about your own worth? Huang Mo's face twisted with scorn as he shot Yi Mo a slightly sorrowful glance. This guy was clearly brain dead. Best not to waste breath on him. Qin Shou, standing nearby, wore a sinister grin. His phone, glowing in his hand, displayed a text message. Young master, your instructions have been carried out. I guarantee that brat will vanish from Yundun University by next year. Qin Shou had already secretly contacted his uncle Qin Yang's men. Although his uncle had been expelled, the number of loyal followers left behind was still considerable. With just a word from him, it was child's play to make a student's life unbearable on campus. Yi Mo, I advise you to pack your things and get out while you still can. An elite school like Yundun University isn't somewhere an orphan like you can afford to attend. Ha? How did you know I was packing up to leave? Have you been having people watch me? Yi Mo raised an eyebrow. He knew full well the other party hadn't been spying on him. To make such a statement, it was clear arrangements had already been made. Trouble would likely come his way as soon as the new semester began. For a moment, he found himself intrigued. It seemed rather amusing. It had been ages since he'd dealt with this sort of student crowd, having spent recent times on missions and in life or death battles. Ignore this madman. Let's hurry to the venue, the good seats will be gone soon. Vivi's eyes flashed with sharp focus, clearly showing her keen interest in the senior about to give the speech. Let's go. The blonde-haired group quickly departed, and Yi Mo also made his way into the venue. Though the speech wasn't scheduled to begin for some time, surprisingly, all preparations were already complete. Large groups of students and teachers were already streaming in. They sure got this done fast. Yi Mo wore a slightly puzzled expression. He couldn't shake the feeling that the old man from Yun Valley had ulterior motives. The moment he saw the throng of reporters entering the venue, Yi Mo instantly understood everything. Good grief, this old man intends to use me as promotional material, giving the school free publicity. Such a big event, and he hadn't even bothered to give me a heads up beforehand. Thankfully, he had brought his mask. After asking around, Yi Mo made his way to the backstage area. Just as he was about to enter, several girls blocked his path. What are you doing? This is the backstage area. No one is allowed in. The girls looked fierce, wearing student council armbands on their arms. They were stationed here to guard the backstage area. Only those with official passes were permitted entry. This was to prevent reporters from capturing Yi Mo's true face. Though they were also eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary senior, they couldn't act so recklessly due to school regulations. I need to get backstage for something. Could you make an exception, please? One of the girls suddenly recognized Yi Mo, feeling a sense of familiarity. I remember you, you're the freshman who joined this year. A cold smile spread across the girl's face. That expression eerily overlapped with a certain face etched in Yi Mo's memory. The resemblance to Qin Shou was uncanny. Who are you? Yi Mo's expression turned puzzled. Qin Shou is my cousin. The moment those words left her lips, Yi Mo understood she was Qin Yang's daughter. Back then, she'd forced her father to resign, so naturally, she harbored resentment toward him. At school, though there was no overt targeting, it did feel like he was constantly being hounded by the student council back then. He had handled every incident smoothly, but now he saw the root cause was right here. Arrest him. The other student council members quickly caught on. This boy had some connection to their vice president, likely an enemy. High school student councils function like miniature societies, saturated with social politics and favors. Even though they felt a twinge of pity for Yi Mo, they showed no hesitation as they moved forward to apprehend him. Sis Qin, this doesn't seem right. A girl's voice sounded faint. She had short hair, wore glasses, and her face was dotted with freckles. She looked every bit the bookworm. She was a new member who had just joined the student council not long ago, also a freshman. Yi Mo had been her classmate back in Class D. Seeing her former classmate in such a predicament, her innate kindness prompted her to speak up. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed across the girl's face. When did it become your place to tell this vice president how to do her job? The girl's face instantly swelled and turned red. But she persisted. I'm just worried you'll be the subject of gossip over this matter. What kind of gossip could possibly arise from such a trivial matter? He, an orphan, dares to act so arrogantly and tyrannically in school just because he has slightly better talent. His crime is disrupting the backstage of the speech event where important figures were present. Such an offense is more than enough to lock him up in the school detention room for a while. A sinister smile spread across Qin Dong's face, sending a slight chill through Yemo's heart. The Qin family really was foolish. If he were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. But what was his identity? What was his standing? From the main branch to the collateral lines, the entire Qin family had made mortal enemies of him. What's more, both my father and uncle are here today, representing the Qin family to listen to that senior's speech. And I have people backing me up. After Qin Dong finished speaking, the others no longer hesitated. Everyone understood just how immense the Qin family's influence in Shiping City truly was. Making an ordinary person disappear was a trivial matter. Even martial artists bowed their heads in submission before the Qins. Several men stepped forward to apprehend Yemo. He frowned slightly, about to act, when Yun Jiajiu suddenly appeared at the backstage entrance. What's all this commotion? What if that senior arrives and sees you all like this and gets angry? Yun Jiajiu placed her hands on her hips, a hint of displeasure visible on her face. She had gone to see her grandfather earlier, only to hit a brick wall. Her usual tactic of sweet talking had failed for the first time. She'd hoped Grandpa would use his authority as principal to arrange a meeting between her and that senior. Ideally, she'd get his contact info too. But to her shock, her own grandfather had flatly refused. This was the first time in her life that one of her requests hadn't been granted. Naturally, Yun Jiajiu was seething inside. Her visit to the backstage area was specifically planned to sneak in and catch a glimpse of the senior's face. Chapter 128, The Scapegoat Plan. Reporting to the president, this guy tried to force his way backstage. All student council members present can vouch for it. He violated school regulations, and we're preparing to send him to detention right now. Qin Dong saw Yun Jiajiu as a mouse seeing a cat. Within the school, the person wielding the greatest authority was undoubtedly Yun Gu. Even as a Qin family heiress, her status couldn't match that of the Yun family. The position of student council president had always been held by Yun Jiajiu. Are you certain? A shadow of gloom hung over Yun Jiajiu's spirit. Why was that kid Gmo so troublesome? Earlier at school, he'd nearly been beaten up by others, only her intervention had stopped them. Now he was stirring trouble again, trying to force his way into the backstage area. This situation was indeed a violation of school regulations. According to student council regulations, the punishment stipulated by school rules would indeed send him to detention. He might even receive a major disciplinary warning. Get lost. Just get lost. Pretend I never saw you today. Yun Jiajiu waved her hand dismissively, a hint of irritation flashing across her face. All she wanted now was to sneak backstage to find that senior. Yemo wanted to open his mouth to explain, but he didn't want to reveal his identity. He glanced at Qin Dong. He had already obtained all the information he needed. The Qin family had actually attended this speech. He didn't mind using them as pawns. A plan was already forming in his mind. Though Qin Dong felt some reluctance, she couldn't show it. Openly opposing the student union president would jeopardize her future graduation prospects. She could only glare at Gmo, hoping to find more dirt on him later. Then she could find a way to blackmail him. She had always been the type to hold grudges. If she didn't teach Gmo a lesson, Qin Dong would never be able to swallow the bitter resentment in her heart. Hey, old man. Didn't you give me a work pass? Everyone needs one to get backstage. I'm here now, let me in. Younggu was busy directing follow-up arrangements nearby. Seems I genuinely forgot in the rush. Figure out a way to get in yourself. I'll be appearing directly on stage shortly, seated in the VIP section. Gotta run now. Yemo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had been invited here to give a speech, yet now he felt like the most overlooked and unwelcome person present. He had already agreed to come, and backing out now was clearly too late. Sighing helplessly, Yemo had no choice but to find a way into the backstage area. He wandered around the vicinity before spotting a window. Seeing no one nearby, he leaped up, opened the window, and slipped inside. Backstage was already bustling with people. Before the speech began, students from other departments would perform talent shows to liven up the atmosphere. Without exception, these students were all the school's finest. After all, this event was for promoting the school, so naturally, they sent the students with the best academic records and strongest fighting spirit to showcase the college's prestige. Only this way could they attract more students to apply to their school next year. Has that senior arrived yet? No idea. Why hasn't he shown up yet? I'm so excited. When he arrives, I'm definitely going up to get his autograph. He's the top talent in all of China right now. Amidst the lively chatter, Yemo found a spot in the corner and pulled up his prepared speech on his phone for a final review. Before he could even take a moment to rest, the backstage door suddenly swung open. Yun Jiajiu had finally managed to shoo away the student council members at the entrance before sneaking in herself. Sis Yun, Someone familiar with her immediately greeted her. Everyone knew she wasn't authorized to enter the backstage area, but thanks to her solid connections, no one dared say anything. Has that senior arrived yet? Yun Jiajiao's eyes sparkled brightly, her entire demeanor radiating eager anticipation. Not yet, Sis Yun. Don't worry. With Sister Yun's looks, getting his contact info should be a piece of cake. Sis Yun, in terms of background and talent alone, I don't think she's any worse than that senior. She's just a bit younger. Her future achievements might even surpass his. Many people began to praise Yun Jiajiao. A faint blush spread across Yun Jiajiao's cheeks. She had no intention of competing with that senior, she simply wanted to witness his heroic demeanor. Alright, you two are such chatterboxes. Yun Jiajiao scolded her acquaintances before strolling around backstage. All the while, she was silently fantasizing about how she could make her entrance to leave the best first impression on him. Hello, senior. I'm Yun Jiajiao. Could I have your contact information? Yun Jiajiao rehearsed her entrance in a whisper as she drifted toward a corner of the backstage area. Hello, senior. I'm Yun Jiajiao. Nice to meet you. I have a hilarious joke to share, give me your contact info. No. That won't work either. As she spoke, Yun Jiajiao reached the corner. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure and suddenly froze in place. Ha! The moment their eyes met, an awkward silence fell between them. Hello? Yemo, feeling awkward, spoke first. Wait, how did you sneak back in? Believe me, I'll lock you up for real. Yun Jiajiao frowned. If it weren't for this guy's connection to her grandfather, she'd never have helped him. Get out right this instant. Yun Jiajiao said, already starting to shoo him away. But then her eyes darted around as if she'd thought of something and a faint smile appeared. Surprisingly, she didn't continue chasing Yemo away. If grandfather caught her later, she could claim this guy had snuck into the backstage area and she'd come to apprehend him. That way, even if grandpa blamed her, he couldn't pin it all on her, she'd effectively found herself a scapegoat. Perfect. Yun Jiajiao wasn't about to sit idle either. She grabbed Yemo by the arm. Quick, let's run through this. When I see the senior coming, I'll say this, what do you think? Yun Jiajiao rattled off every possible entrance she'd imagined, delivering all the lines she'd prepared in advance. She'd painstakingly crafted these lines, some playful and cute, some aloof and serious, and many others reflecting different personas. Yemo listened with growing confusion. He genuinely knew nothing about this sort of thing. It was normal for fans to rehearse what they wanted to say before meeting their idol, but who actually rehearsed it right in front of the idol? Chapter 129, Are You That Senior? After listening for so long, you haven't offered a single opinion. How can you be so indecisive? No matter what tone Yun Jiajiao used, how she made her entrance, or what attitude she adopted, Yemo simply nodded and said it was pretty good, pretty nice. He offered no professional advice, nor did he voice any other thoughts. Yemo could only mentally rehearse, pulling out some professional terminology to offer. If you want to face that senior, you need to decide what kind of persona you want to establish in his mind. Then design your dialogue and actions based on that character concept. Yemo rattled off a long string of advice, drawing on all the actor's self-cultivation techniques he'd seen on TV. I see. So all that time you were silent, you were actually brewing up this big idea. Hearing such professional advice and critique, Yun Jiajiao couldn't help but nod in agreement, a delighted smile spreading across her face. By then, the students had already begun taking the stage for their performances, and the reporters had set up their cameras. Everything was proceeding as normal. I'm so excited. Yun Jiajiao held a small notebook and a pen, her eyes fixed expectantly on the entrance. She waited for the moment the door would open, hoping to see a tall, handsome figure step through. Yemo sat quietly nearby, reviewing his speech notes. After a long while, all the performers had finished their acts. It was now Yemo's turn to take the stage. Those who had exited could no longer return to the backstage area. The backstage area grew increasingly empty. Finally, only Yemo and Yun Jiajiao remained. This is strange. The final act has already ended, so why hasn't that senior shown up yet? Do you have any professional insights? Yun Jiajiao kept glancing toward the entrance while trying to nudge the person sitting next to her with her elbow. But her elbow missed its mark. Yemo had risen without notice, taking the pen and notebook clutched in Yun Jiajiao's hand. Hello, my name is Yemo. Yemo signed his name on the notebook as he spoke. What the hell? Pulling this stunt again? You don't seriously think you're that guy's senior, do you? Wasting my precious page. Yun Jiajiao angrily tore off the signed page, shredding it into pieces before tossing them into the trash can. Fine. Yemo shook his head helplessly, retrieved a mask from his system storage, and slipped it over his face. He also pulled his military uniform from his storage space. 3 gleaming stars of a general's rank adorned the shoulders of the uniform. Yemo adjusted his collar, straightened his cap, and strode through the backstage doors onto the stage. The entire backstage area was left with only Yun Jiajiao, her mouth agape in stunned silence, frozen in place. He. Autograph. Autograph. The moment Emo pulled out the military uniform, she had been dumbfounded. Seeing the 3 stars on his shoulders, she instantly understood his identity. There was absolutely no way this could be fake. Which domestic manufacturer would dare produce such counterfeit military uniforms? Ordinary military uniforms might be one thing, but the crucial point was that those 3 stars on the uniform weren't something a regular factory could produce. Yun Jiaojiao's voice trembled as she rummaged through the trash bin, searching for the shredded autograph she had torn apart. Her idol's signature had been right in front of her, yet she had failed to cherish it properly twice. She had torn it to shreds both times. Yun Jiaojiao couldn't help but slap herself several times across the face. "Hello everyone, I'm your senior." The moment Emo stepped onto the stage, he saw row after row of people craning their necks, eagerly awaiting his appearance. The moment he appeared, cheers and screams erupted throughout the square. The entire venue instantly erupted into chaos. The fervor was no less intense than when a superstar made their concert entrance. As his speech unfolded, the students' initial excitement gradually gave way to deep contemplation. What was the true meaning of defending one's homeland? In Emo's words, defending the homeland was not about some grand national cause, nor was it about wielding power. It was for the sake of ensuring that the descendants of China could live in peace. Defending the homeland is about future survival. Judging by current trends, the number of mutant beasts will only increase in the future. If they fail to defend their homeland now and secure more resources, the nation's future development and living space will shrink to a mere fraction. After his speech, every student was fired up. Many students immediately sent messages to the companies they had previously signed contracts with. They had planned to join those companies after graduation, but now they unilaterally tore up their contracts. For they now possessed a new ambition: to enlist in the military. Especially those from ordinary families, each one was burning with passion, eager to rush to the battlefield to defend their homeland. Emo hadn't anticipated such a powerful impact. Just as he was about to step down from the stage, his phone suddenly buzzed with 2 text messages. One notified him of his expulsion for cheating on the final exams. He was supposed to serve a month-long duty at the Great Wall, but had taken leave midway, resulting in disciplinary expulsion for violating regulations. The other message came from Younggu, inviting him to attend a banquet that evening. High-ranking officials from Shiping City and heads of prominent families would personally receive Emo. The host was a general and the strongest martial artist in all of China. Even the local governor should have personally received such a guest. When Emo returned backstage, he spotted Yun Jiaojiao bent over, frantically collecting signatures. Yun Jiaojiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she was filled with regret. "What should I do? What should I do? Why won't they fit together? Why is there still one piece missing?" Yun Jiaojiao muttered to herself as she continued rummaging through the trash bin. Scratch, scratch. As she rummaged, the sound of pen on paper suddenly reached her ears. Yun Jiaojiao looked up in confusion to see Emo, clad in military attire, writing his name again on the brush beside her. "This is the last time. Keep it yourself." Yun Jiaojiao flushed bright red. The realization that she'd just spent so long practicing her self-introduction in front of the very idol she'd longed to meet hit her like a wave of social embarrassment. "So you're the senior my grandfather always spoke of. No wonder he held you in such high regard and had me personally come to pick you up." Some previously unclear matters seemed to find their answers in this moment. Emo smiled, deciding against changing clothes. He was heading straight to Yun-gu's office before attending the evening banquet. The moment he opened the door, a crowd of enthusiastic students had already packed the entire space outside the backstage entrance. Chapter 130, The Qin Family. "He's here. The strongest man in all of China has arrived. Idol. Please sign my autograph. Or let me show off. Bro, need a woman to warm your bed? I'll do anything. With your looks, you think you can climb the social ladder? Senior belongs to me. The Northern Front is critical. How much subsidy can I get if I leave school now to enlist? My current strength has reached 50 HP. What rank could I get in the military?" A crowd of fervent students swarmed around Emo, shouting wildly. Their desire to defend their homeland reached its peak in that moment. "Everyone, I fully understand your desire to serve the nation. However, it would be best for you to focus on your studies at school now. Only after elevating your abilities to a higher level should you consider contributing to the country. The wars ahead will likely be protracted conflicts. There's no need to rush, the fighting will never cease. Resources will flow endlessly to us. Your task now is to focus on strengthening yourselves. One day in the future, you will undoubtedly walk onto the battlefield." Emo's words once again sent a thunderous roar through the student body. Everyone was stirred to excitement, each face radiating deep fervor. A full half-hour later, Emo had signed autographs for most of the crowd. His own hands were numb from fatigue before he finally managed to leave the backstage entrance. That old fool. He knew something like this might happen and didn't even arrange security for me. Emo gritted his teeth in frustration. How could the school leadership not have anticipated this? That old man must have done it on purpose. Sure enough, not far away, a reporter had captured the entire scene on camera and posted it online. The online sensation it created sent waves of excitement through Younggu. He could already envision the grand scale of next year's enrollment drive. The terrifying publicity surge even topped the trending charts, staying there for hours. Under these circumstances, next year's enrollment numbers were bound to skyrocket. The quality of incoming students would also see a significant boost. Though Yundun University was the weakest among the 10 martial arts academies, they had actually cultivated the strongest martial artist in all of China. Old Yun. Yemo kicked open the gate. The principal was the entrance and strode in as if entering his own home, plopping down on the sofa with a displeased expression. This door cost me $800 solid wood, no less. Figure out how to pay for it yourself. Yungu's mouth twitched at the sight of the shattered door. And I haven't even charged you for the publicity yet. Making me work for you this long without a single penny. Do you have any idea how I escaped that crowd of students just now? Yemo roared. Younggu remained completely unfazed. He'd anticipated this kind of reaction all along. Never mind that for now. Come here, look at this situation. Yemo said, flinging the text message about his expulsion toward him. Younggu stared blankly at the message and the accompanying official withdrawal notice bearing the school seal. These documents had indeed been leaked from the admissions office of Yundun University. The official seal on them was undeniably genuine. Who on earth would dare to secretly expel a student like this? Younggu stared at the text in disbelief, scrutinizing it again. Every detail matched the official expulsion procedure exactly. Only then did his expression darken completely. Hello? Explain this dismissal letter to me in detail. Younggu immediately dialed a number and within 5 minutes had pieced together the entire sequence of events. One of Qin Yang's former subordinates had deliberately targeted Yemo, ultimately forcing his withdrawal. The Qin family again? A faint smile played on Yemo's lips. He had deliberately highlighted the Qin family during his speech. His mention carried more criticism than praise. The Qin family's future would likely be fraught with difficulties. Who would dare partner with a family that even the most influential figure in present-day China didn't hold in high regard? No wonder the Qin family patriarch was pestering me to attend tonight's banquet. Did you already know about this? Younggu hung up the phone, a look of confusion on his face. I singled out their in-laws only because they're my enemies. I had no idea they were behind this. In that case, meeting them tonight might not be so bad. It'll be the perfect opportunity to ensure the Qin family is utterly wiped from this world. As Yemo uttered the latter half of his sentence, his tone grew icy, his face etched with a deep, murderous intent. The Qins had provoked him time and again, pushing him to the brink of utter enmity. If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll plague you for 1,000 years. Not only would the Qin family be annihilated, but every last shred of their power would be obliterated. He wouldn't use his own authority to accomplish this, lest it invite criticism. But tonight's banquet attendees were undoubtedly the wealthiest and most powerful figures in the land. The 4 major families of Shiping would all be present. With a few carefully crafted words, the Qin family would face utter annihilation. You're so young, yet you managed to attend this banquet? The security guard couldn't help but look surprised at the young man before him, who was wearing the banquet invitation. After all, the group that had just entered consisted entirely of wealthy tycoons from various fields, all of whom were quite elderly. Some were over 60. The youngest were in their 40s. Numerous high-ranking officials were present as well. This young man before him looked barely 20 years old. That he had managed to secure an invitation suggested he possessed extraordinary abilities or came from a deeply influential background. Yemo had learned his lesson this time. Before entering the venue, he specifically asked Younggu for an invitation. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't even be allowed through the door. Attending his own banquet properly only to be denied entry would be utterly humiliating. He certainly didn't want to repeat his previous experience of having to climb through a window. As soon as Yemo entered, a group of young people chattered excitedly as they approached. Brother Qin really has connections. He even got tickets to a high-class event like this. No wonder you didn't let us go backstage to ask that senior for an autograph. You were waiting here. If we ask for one at this banquet, we'll definitely look super impressive. Huang Mao exclaimed excitedly, his face beaming with excitement. Right after the speech ended, he'd wanted to join the other students crowding the backstage entrance, waiting for autographs. But Qin Shou had stopped him. Who would have thought he had such clout to secure banquet tickets? As they chatted, they flashed their tickets, and the security guard respectfully ushered them inside once more. He couldn't afford to offend someone who had managed to get their hands on those tickets. Chapter 131, The Zhao Family? Ridiculous. Yemo walked into the banquet hall. This was a star-rated hotel, with exquisitely prepared dishes arranged on every table. Waiters carrying wine bottles moved through the crowd, approaching guests with empty glasses to refill them at a moment's notice. Yemo held a plate in his left hand and a fork in his right. He picked a small piece of bread from the plate, popped it into his mouth, and chewed with obvious satisfaction. Though the portions were small and the prices steep, he didn't have to pay a dime. Getting to enjoy such delicacies for free was a damn good deal. How did you sneak in here? The blonde-haired man spotted Yemo as soon as he entered the banquet hall, sneaking bites of food. To avoid attention, Yemo had deliberately chosen the most secluded corner to eat in secret. Yet somehow, he'd still been spotted. Was he planning to wear a mask at this banquet? After all, these were the most esteemed patriarchs of various clans, along with leaders from all levels of society. It's quite necessary for them to recognize their own appearance. It will make certain things easier in the future. That's why I didn't wear a mask. Yemo turned his head in confusion. He was the most shocked of all. How could someone like that punk even get into such an exclusive banquet? Where did he even get an invitation?
Seeing Chinsho beside him, Yemo instantly understood.
So he'd latched onto a big shot. You're not here to freeload, are you? Get lost before that senior shows up. You can't afford to mess with anyone here today. Even if Yun Jiaojiao showed up, she couldn't protect you.
The yellow-haired guy wore a smug expression, looking every inch the opportunistic little man.
So what exactly are you trying to say?
Yemo ignored him, continuing to eat his food.
I almost feel embarrassed pointing this out, but you didn't sneak in just for the food, did you?
Your ambitions are pitifully small, risking everything just for a few bites. Having made it this far, you'd be better off using this chance to network with high society.
It'll serve you well in the future. I really did overestimate you. Coming to such a high-class place, and all you can think about is food.
Chinsho felt as though he were witnessing his longtime rival reduced to a pitiful state, and he shook his head helplessly. The rest of the spoiled brats following him naturally burst into laughter.
Only Wei furrowed her brow. Something felt off. Why did GMO always appear at such crucial moments? Could it really all be coincidence? As Wei pondered this, Chinsho had already begun summoning reinforcements, bellowing loudly to call over security.
He had his own motives for doing this to make sure the influential guests at today's banquet remembered him. If any of these bigwigs mentioned him to their senior, he'd be basking in glory.
The entire Qin family could potentially reap the benefits. You ungrateful son! What are you shouting about?
Qin Shan, the patriarch of the Qin family and Qin Shou's father, approached with a displeased expression. His son was now the sole heir, and he couldn't help but feel frustrated by his son's behavior. Before his older brother died, the boy had indulged in every vice imaginable: drinking, gambling, womanizing. Even after his elder brother's death, though he'd reined himself in somewhat, many of his vices remained stubbornly ingrained.
Father! It's this brat. He snuck into the banquet. Freeloading off our hospitality.
Someone like him has no business attending such an event.
Throw him out immediately. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others, with many onlookers watching the unfolding scene. Poof! Who'd have thought someone would sneak into such a high-class banquet? What exactly is security doing? Ridiculous. Doesn't he know what kind of occasion this is? What kind of status he has? How dare he act so recklessly? Who here could he possibly provoke? Any one of these people could make the entire city of Sheeping tremble with a single stomp. This young man has some nerve sneaking into an event like this. Too bad he's got no brains, blurting out his identity and causing such a ruckus. The assembled dignitaries chatted among themselves, watching the commotion unfold without any intention of intervening. Young man, I am Qin Shan, head of the Qin family. Take my advice, leave immediately. This banquet is not for someone of your standing. Your presence here only brings shame upon yourself. Your status, your position, and your perspective make you utterly unworthy of encountering the most important guest at this banquet. Get out now. Don't cause trouble here. Yemo's expression grew icy cold. How dare this man speak to him like that? What kind of person do you think you are, head of the Qin family? What gives you the nerve to stand before me and speak like this? And you dare to expel me? What kind of person do you think you are? Yemo's icy words sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd of onlookers. What did I just hear? This kid is utterly arrogant. Doesn't he know the Qin family's standing in Sheeping? He's young and reckless, but he'll end up as food for the tigers. Speaking like that in front of so many people, humiliating that Qin Shan fellow. Once he steps outside this banquet hall, this kid's days are numbered. Today's show is truly something to behold. A greenhorn dares speak to the Qin family patriarch like that? That takes some nerve. The gathered guests murmured among themselves. Just then, a slightly plump man in traditional Chinese attire stepped forward. His face was deeply wrinkled, yet he wore a perpetually cheerful expression, except now, his brows were furrowed in deep concern. If the Qin family head can't make a decision, what about me, the Zhao family head? My Zhao family is no less than the Qins. Won't you even give this old man some face? Yemo glanced at the man beside him, who was as fat as a pig's head, and couldn't help but show a hint of disgust on his face. Look at that wrinkled face of yours, utterly revolting. So fat, yet covered in wrinkles. I've never seen anyone so disgusting. Who do you think you are? Yemo shook his head dismissively, making it clear the man was beneath him. These words sent the Zhao family head's face turning as dark as a slab of stone, trembling with rage. How dare you speak to me like this, boy? Do you really want to be finished in Sheeping City? The Zhao family patriarch exploded in rage. He and the Qin family were business partners facing such an incident required a united front, which was why he stepped forward as the scapegoat. Chapter 132, Yun Gubo's identity revealed. I hold the Qin family in no regard, and the same goes for your Zhao family. To me, you're nothing but ants crawling on the ground. How dare you make such a fuss? Get the hell out of my sight and stay out of my sight. Yemo waved dismissively, then picked up a glass of red wine from the table and downed it in one gulp, a look of disgust crossing his face. What difference is this red wine from carbonated grape juice? Yemo silently complained to himself before continuing to search the table for something edible. You brat have no manners whatsoever. You show no respect for the Qin family or the Zhao family. What about me, your superior? A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit approached, radiating an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Years in the bureaucratic world had honed his presence into something that struck fear into others. You? What position do you hold? Who are you? And what business is it of mine? Yemo curled his lip. Why was everyone walking right into his trap today? Did these people have their heads stuck up their asses? Why did everyone assume he'd snuck in? As the situation escalated, sweat beaded on the blonde-haired man's forehead. If the other party took their anger out on him, he feared he'd be dragged into the mess too. He was the one who started the argument with Yemo. Now more and more people were getting involved. Even this official had been roused, and he was the vice mayor of Sheeping City. He was practically a god in Sheeping City, yet this guy Yemo had dared to humiliate him like this. Poof. You're clearly a young man who doesn't read books or newspapers. Otherwise, how could you not even recognize me? Deputy Mayor Li Zongheng curled his lips in disdain, unwilling to waste any more time on this brat. He waved his hand dismissively, and several security guards who had been watching nearby immediately rushed forward. Just as they were about to act, a furious shout rang out. Stop! A slender figure swiftly materialized before Yemo, blocking the two security guards with a fierce expression. Miss Yun, this isn't the place for you to cause trouble. Step aside. Li Zongheng recognized Yun Zhaojiao. Of course she was the granddaughter of Yun Dun himself. He's an honored guest. Uncle Li. Don't let those villains blind you. The villains Yun Zhaojiao referred to were naturally Qin Shan and his companions. Young lady of the Yun family, this is no time for mischief. Do you not realize how many distinguished guests are attending this banquet today? Li Zongheng adopted an authoritative, bureaucratic demeanor, momentarily intimidating Yun Zhaojiao. Yet she quickly straightened her back. Standing behind her was the most powerful man in Huaxia. At that moment, she couldn't help but silently pray for her grandfather to hurry over. She had arrived in the same car as her grandfather, but had dashed ahead a few steps to enter the banquet hall first. She happened to witness this scene. Sure enough, the next moment Yungu stepped into the banquet hall, catching sight of a lively group of people, seemingly engrossed in something. What are you all gathered around for? Yungu pushed his way forward, puzzled. At the very center of the crowd, his granddaughter and Yemo were surrounded by layers upon layers of security guards who seemed to be eyeing them menacingly, ready to pounce at any moment. Yungu's heart skipped a beat. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was immediately cut off. Old Jun, your granddaughter seems to have no manners. She actually dared to confront and talk back to me just now. You must discipline her properly when you get home. Otherwise, with a girl acting like this, who would want to marry her? Li Zongheng promptly recounted the entire incident and sternly reprimanded Yun Zhaojiao. Yungu frowned deeply. So this was why so many people had ganged up on his student. And these were the most distinguished guests at the banquet. You all. Yungu was about to say something when he was immediately cut off. Principal Yun. This guy has already been expelled from our school. He's not even our student. You don't need to protect him. In such a critical situation, it's best to kick him out. Shinsho seized the moment to turn the tables. Enough! Yungu's thunderous roar reverberated through the entire hall like a clap of thunder. Everyone turned toward him in surprise. His voice had clearly reached the peak of fury. This pretentious brat is in for trouble. He might have had a chance to return to Yundan before, but now he's clearly offended the principal. This should be entertaining. Students like this, who show no respect for authority or others, deserve to be expelled. I agree. This kid is nothing but trouble. He dared to offend Vice Mayor Li and has alienated both the Qin and Zhao families. He'll never survive in Sheeping City. Now he's burned bridges in both business and political circles. Yemo quietly observed everyone's reactions, a faint smile playing on his lips. General Yi. I deeply apologize for not disclosing your identity beforehand, causing you such humiliation. Yungu bowed deeply to Yemo under the stunned gazes of everyone present. This. Li Zongheng seemed utterly flustered, staring at the young man before him with disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that coincidental? It couldn't be that coincidental. How had he inexplicably offended such a powerful figure? But Yungu's next words sent a chill through his entire being. I apologize for the poor hospitality today. As for whoever offended you, you may take it up with them directly. Yungu's words made his stance crystal clear. He was siding with Yi Mo. The Qin family, the Zhao family, and you, Deputy Mayor Li, what a splendid spectacle you've put on. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant. Each of you wielding power to bully others, ha. Marvelous, marvelous. Yi Mo clapped as he approached the group. The usually smooth-talking head of the Zhao family now looked ashen, his face frozen in profound shock. He couldn't fathom how this young man before him could be the legendary Yi god of war. Had he known the man's true identity, how could he have dared step forward to defend the Qin family patriarch? For the Qin family head to speak to the Yi war god like that, he'd be lucky if he didn't slap him twice. Qin Shan seemed to grasp the sudden shift in the situation. They were now at a disadvantage, and a look of utter dread spread across his face. A profound dread spread through his heart like an endless tide. Not even when the Qin family had been besieged by rival factions had he felt such terror. The young man's words before him were nothing short of cutting off the Qin family's last escape route. Chapter 133, The Qin and Zhao Families Lament. The general's words had effectively sealed the fate of both the Qin and Zhao families. These two clans had deeply offended the general, a commander wielding military power. Countless people scrambled to curry favor with him. And he bore the title of the strongest man in all of Huaxia. No one could possibly be his match. Everyone was too busy worshipping him like a Buddha to even consider offending him. Many would likely vie to curry favor. Next came those eager to ingratiate themselves with Yi Mo, unleashing a storm of attacks against the two families. They might even seek to completely blacklist them. Deputy Mayor Li was drunk today. What he said was indeed inappropriate. I apologize on his behalf. Yi Mo turned his head, surprised that someone would dare defend Li Zongheng at this moment. As he pondered this, the man offered a faint smile, downing the wine in his glass in lieu of an apology. And who are you? What do you think you are? You dare stand before me and speak such words now? Do you wish to meet the same fate? Yi Mo's threat made the man's face pale momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He straightened his posture, his suit fitting him perfectly, looking sharp and well-tailored. His entire demeanor radiated sharpness and confidence. To ascend to the position of mayor of Shiping City in his early 30s, he naturally possessed considerable skill and some powerful connections. You probably don't know me, Zhang Tianxian, but you'd certainly recognize my master Li Shangu, the former war god of China. Zhang Tianxian declared this with palpable excitement, almost as if he were boasting. His gaze toward Yi Mo was laced with provocation. So what if you're the current war god of China? My master was the former war god of China. In terms of seniority, he outranks you. What gives you the right to point fingers at me? Even if today is your moment to shine, you must give me this face. Otherwise, I'll have my master deal with you. Zhang Tianxian confidently adjusted his tie, shooting Li Zongheng a reassuring glance. After all, this man was his most capable subordinate, having handled countless dirty jobs for him over the years. If he fell from grace, Zhang Tianxian doubted he'd come out unscathed. If Li Zongheng spoke up, he'd likely face life imprisonment. He knew every dirty deed Zhang had committed over the years, so now was the time to cash in. Sure enough, Li Zongheng shot him a look of profound gratitude. Master, when did I get a senior brother? You never introduced him to me. Yi Mo wasted no words, dialing Li Shangwu's number. The man was leisurely sipping tea at that very moment. He paused slightly at the question. What? Besides you, whose talent could possibly catch my eye? Where did you get a senior disciple? Li Shangwu sat dumbfounded at his desk, racking his brain trying to recall when he'd ever taken on another disciple. His name is Zhang Tianxian. Ring any bells? Li Shangwu thought carefully. He seemed to recall hearing that name before. I've heard the name before, but I don't recall much. What does this person do? He's the mayor of Shiping City. He's currently using your name to threaten me. Li Shangwu looked utterly shocked. Someone actually dared to threaten him. This guy was a genuine killing machine. Even though Li Shangwu was his master, he could only treat him with utmost respect. Their relationship was more like that of friends. I don't know this guy at all. You handle it however you see fit. Li Shangwu understood the significance of Yi Mo's call. The other party was clearly unsure how to proceed, so he was asking Li Shangwu to see if there was any connection between them. If there was, he might show some leniency, but now there wasn't. He could already picture the other guy's miserable fate. No one who crossed Yi Mo ever ended up well. You heard that, right? Now what do you have to say? Go ahead. Yi Mo gestured toward his phone as he spoke, and the entire room fell silent. It was assumed that the new war god had usurped the old one's title, making conflict inevitable. Yet unexpectedly, both were master and disciple. With that revelation, all issues dissolved effortlessly. A master retiring and the disciple taking his place was clearly an honorable transition, leaving no room for conflict. Zhang Tianxian's face turned ashen. He never imagined his biggest trump card wouldn't even recognize him. Back when he got Li Shangwu drunk, he had specifically asked him to take him as a disciple, and Li had agreed. Though Li never actually taught him anything afterward, just that title alone had been enough to fuel Zhang Tianxian's arrogance all this time.
It was precisely this background that led everyone to believe he was Li Shangwu's disciple, propelling him to the position of mayor in his 40s. Yet all these years, Li Shangwu had never once regarded him with any real regard. How could this be? Zhang Tianxian's pupils dilated wildly as he stood trembling, swaying unsteadily in place. At this moment, he dared not imagine the tragic fate awaiting him. Li Zongheng's heart sank to the depths of despair. It seemed no one could save them now. From this day forward, the Qin and Zhao families are banned. Everyone present, do you understand what I'm saying? All the guests present froze in place upon being addressed. Yungu reacted swiftly, speaking first. Every member of the Qin family is expelled from Yundan. From this day forward, they have no connection whatsoever with Yundan. Yundan will sever all ties with these two families. Furthermore, we will mobilize every resource to hunt them down. Following Yungu's lead, the more astute individuals immediately caught on. Having no prior conflicts with Yimo, they naturally saw no reason to antagonize him. Now was the time to curry favor. The heads of the remaining two major families swiftly declared their stance and promptly ordered their subordinates to launch a crackdown against the two families. Other influential figures in the business world followed suit. The two families slumped to the ground, their faces ashen. This can't be possible. Qin Shou knelt beside his father, his face frozen in disbelief as he stared at Yimo with utter shock. He knew full well how weak the man had been initially. Even with his rapid progress lately, his life points could barely exceed 100 now. But how could his life force have surged past 1,000 in such a short span and even surpassed that of the previous generation's war god? What kind of monstrous talent was he? What kind of person had he offended back then that now the entire Qin clan might be destroyed because of it? Chapter 134, Qin and Zhao destroyed. Li and Zhang punished. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the air. Qin Shou clutched his already reddening cheek, staring at his father in disbelief. What the hell kind of trouble have you brought upon the Qin family? Why did you have to be so damn sharp-tongued? You had to say they snuck in. If it weren't for you, the Qin family wouldn't be in this mess today. Qin Shan beat his son like a madman. The Qin family's legacy, built over so many years, was now being destroyed by his own son. He couldn't accept it. You two, he growled, you know exactly what needs to be done next. Yimo patted both men on the shoulder and gave them a meaningful look. Zhang Tianxian and Li Zongheng trembled in fear. The implication was clear, confess now for leniency. If he launched an investigation, their sordid deeds would likely be exposed beyond concealment. Take everything and turn yourselves in at the police station immediately. I guarantee you won't get away with this. Yimo patted their shoulders as he spoke, signaling they shouldn't even think about running. Escaping from China under Yimo's surveillance was utterly impossible. If they could, he might as well resign his position as a general. Like the Walking Dead, they rose from the floor and staggered toward the door, preparing to gather evidence of their own crimes. They hoped that by admitting their mistakes, their families might be spared. What to do next? Everyone understands now. Yimo swept his gaze across the room as he spoke. Everyone was intimidated by his powerful aura, nodding involuntarily and lowering their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Very well. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yimo. I was a first-year student at Yundan University, but I have now left the school and joined the military. Upon hearing this, Yungu was instantly overcome with excitement. This was a tremendous boost to his prestige. In one fell swoop, he had brought down two major clans and toppled the two most powerful figures in all of Shiping City. Next came the publicity for their Yundan University. He could already envision returning to find calls from these influential figures flooding in each one, without exception, eager to invest in his university. Then, the entire Yundan University would develop faster and better. Yimo, of course, understood this logic perfectly, which was precisely why he had mentioned it earlier. The others exchanged glances and nodded toward Yungu. I'll be making the rounds to toast each table. Everyone, please line up. Yimo followed the standard procedure, toasting each table of guests in turn while listening to their polite pleasantries. Occasionally exchanging a few words in return before downing his own cup in one gulp. Each person he toasted flushed crimson, their faces radiating excitement. Before them stood the pinnacle of military power in Huaxia, the very force whose formidable resistance had once deterred foreign enemies. He had single-handedly crushed the entire nation of Japan and indirectly brought the Ganges under his control. With both major threats to China neutralized, his power and influence had reached their zenith. That such a formidable figure was now offering toasts to this very group left them all feeling a bit giddy. This was an event they could boast about for the rest of their lives. Just as the banquet reached its peak of revelry, a voice suddenly cut through the air. Ha ha ha. General Yi, you've come to my domain. My apologies for not greeting you properly. An elderly man with snow-white hair approached, his face radiant with a brilliant smile and his voice booming with warmth. He stepped forward and patted Yimo on the back. I never imagined the governor would be you. Yimo stared at the man before him in surprise. Wasn't this Lu Changxuan? After retiring from the military, I transitioned into government service and happened to secure a position.
I just took up my new post a couple of days ago, and here you are already. Lu Changsuan and Yemo hit it off immediately, and the two began chatting right away.
Thanks to you, my transition went incredibly smoothly. Without your help, I'd still be stuck guarding the Great Wall.
Isn't being a soldier great? Why did you have to transfer?
Staying in the military to defend our country is so noble. Many juniors from our school are still counting on your future support.
Yemo flattered him with a remark. Now they have you as their senior. Who needs an old guy like me?
Truth is, I didn't want to transfer either. But I haven't been home in ages. The higher my rank got, the busier I became. No time left for family. Lu Changsuan downed the baijiu in his cup in one gulp, a look of worry crossing his face. If he could, he truly wouldn't want to leave the military. He had grown accustomed to military life and wished he could dedicate his entire life to the army.
But his family needed him.
He had no choice but to leave the military and transition to civilian life. Ever since he became an officer, his son hadn't seen his father. Now that his son was an adult, he couldn't make up for the childhood he'd missed. All he could do was find ways to rebuild his relationship with his family.
After listening, Yemo said nothing more.
He merely nodded silently, raised the wine glass in his hand, and drank it in one gulp. He had no family of his own, only a circle of friends. Arriving in this world alone and helpless, it was these friends who gave him the feeling of belonging, like a family. He would journey further and higher with these companions. This was merely the beginning. Their future path might not even lie on Blue Star. Yemo believed that beyond Blue Star, the vast cosmos surely harbored higher forms of life.
Though distant from Blue Star, they could reach it through spatial rifts.
Take the mutant beast dynasty, or rather, the impending horde of mutant beasts.
The unknown entities swirling within the spacetime turbulence were poised to engulf Blue Star.
After repelling the onslaught, he might even harness the momentum of the temporal turbulence to leave Blue Star and seek out higher-level existences. Yemo had already formulated a plan in his mind. By then, China would have long possessed the strength to defend itself. Not just one war god like Li Shangwu, he could cultivate 100, 1,000, even 10,000 masters each with 1,000 HP. By then, all of China would inevitably stand atop the world, ruling the entire realm. Only then could he depart with peace of mind. The two chatted sporadically. After exchanging business cards with all the attendees, the banquet finally drew to a splendid close. Though initial tensions had caused some discord, they were swiftly forgotten. The Qin and Zhao clan's two colossal families collapsed within a mere 3 days. The patriarchs committed suicide, and all collateral branches were dissolved. The two most powerful figures in Shiping City simultaneously turned themselves into the authorities, sending shockwaves throughout the entire city.
Chapter 135, Rhino Rutting Potion Infused Lipstick. Auntie's fish soup is still the best. Even 5-star restaurants can't compare to hers. Yemo said as he carried the fish soup. Li Wanyue's mother's eyes crinkled into a smile. She loved nothing more than praise for her cooking. At that moment, the four gathered at Li Wanyue's home, feasting on seafood. Mr. Yi is looking more and more handsome these days, and he's grown up so much. Oh my, if only he were my son-in-law. Li Wanyue's mother was still pondering the idea. Mom, I forgot to tell you I already have a girlfriend.
Li Wanyue's mother rolled her eyes instantly.
You found a boyfriend? Could he possibly be as outstanding as Mr. Yi? Day in and day out, every other day you're bringing home someone new.
If you dare bring back some punk riding a ghost fire, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish.
A large iron spoon came down hard on Li Wanyue's head. Auntie, have some soup, have some soup. Don't get angry.
Ruanwei quickly served Li Wanyue's mother a bowl of fish soup. Only after accepting it did she finally flash a satisfied smile. Even if he's not as outstanding as Mr. Yi, at least he should be as filial as little Ruan.
That would be acceptable. Really? Auntie, I'm actually Ye's boyfriend.
Upon hearing this, Ruanwei became so excited he jumped straight up from his stool. Li Wanyue's mother choked on a mouthful of fish soup, coughing violently. Seeing this, Ruanwei rushed over and patted her back.
You scared the life out of me, you little rascal.
How dare you sneak around with my daughter?
Auntie, you can't go back on your word now. Didn't you just say someone as filial as me would be fine? Ruanwei instantly adopted a pitiful expression, while Li Wanyue couldn't help but giggle quietly beside him.
Just as they were chatting, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Yemo approached the door with a look of puzzlement and opened it, only to find a slender figure standing outside. Though no longer a researcher, she was still wearing a lab coat. The plain lab coat somehow accentuated her curves, creating a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring.
Miss me?
Bai Yuyao stood at the doorway, tilting her head with a radiant smile. Yemo suddenly recalled that he did indeed have a subordinate who had been recovering from injuries, and now she stood before him.
Your injuries healed?
Yemo blurted out instinctively, but the other person wore a strange expression. I don't know why my strength suddenly surged and my recovery speed became super fast. I was discharged in less than 2 days.
I've been searching everywhere for news about you lately. You've already left the Great Wall. I've been looking for you for so long.
Bai Yuyao stomped her foot in frustration. She had been running around non-stop, searching everywhere for Yi Mo's whereabouts. Finding him here today was all thanks to Yungu.
Ah, sorry about that. I totally forgot about you. Pfft, you can even forget about your own woman? Seriously.
At those words, the group sitting in the room stared at Yi Mo in stunned silence.
How the hell did this guy manage to snag her without so much as a peep? Yi Mo shot her an awkward glance. Wait, don't go saying things like that. We're completely innocent, nothing happened between us. How can you claim to be my woman? Bai Yuyao rolled her eyes. If you didn't like me, would you have saved me during that satellite explosion? If you didn't like me, would you have sought out that special secret technique to boost my power and then revive me? So all that was just because I like you?
Yi Mo turned back to the room, puzzled.
Everyone nodded at him, their expressions seeming to say, if you didn't like her, why would you save her? Yi Mo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Oof.
I finally escaped the research institute and came to your school, only to find out you dropped out.
Yi Mo scratched his head helplessly. How could I have forgotten about you, you madman? Looks like I have a candidate now. Yi Mo hadn't yet decided who would be best to lead the Dragon Guard at the school.
A mature and steady scientist was naturally the top choice. He added an extra pair of chopsticks and finished his meal quickly.
Everyone bid farewell and prepared to leave.
Hu Gao had also dropped out of school. He realized he couldn't learn much more there anyway, so he might as well join the army and tag along with the boss for a while. He hoped for a higher position in the future. The others remained at the academy, continuing to develop the Dragon Guard and pursue their cultivation.
Why are you following me around? Yi Mo turned to look at Bai Yuyao trailing behind him. Of course I'm following you. I don't know anyone here except you, and I have nowhere to stay. If I don't stay with you, who else would I stay with? What? Don't you want to take responsibility for me? Yi Mo sighed helplessly. She was actually clinging to him now.
She hadn't succeeded in seducing him before, and it seemed she still wasn't giving up. Yi Mo had no choice but to find a hotel and book a room. After opening the door, he handed the keycard to Bai Yuyao. Here, it's yours. You can stay here. Once you register at school, they'll assign you a dorm. I'm heading back. Yi Mo started walking toward the dormitory as he spoke. A pair of arms wrapped tightly around his waist, pulling him forcefully into the room.
No more running. Give in to me.
Bai Yuyao pinned Yi Mo's head down and pressed her lips firmly against his. You. Yi Mo's heart skipped a beat as a sudden burning sensation surged through his lower abdomen.
Ha? It didn't work?
I specially made this lipstick using a potion designed to stimulate rhinoceros mating instincts.
You swallowed it, yet it had absolutely no effect.
Bai Yuyao licked her lips in confusion, then suddenly widened her eyes as her breathing quickened. 2 blushes began to spread across her cheeks.
You drugged me.
Yi Mo struggled to suppress the rising heat within him. But the last shred of his sanity told him now was not the time for such things.
I want.
Bai Yuyao had long surrendered her reason to desire, clinging to Yi Mo's body like a sloth. A refreshing, intoxicating scent emanated from her body, the natural fragrance of a young girl. Yi Mo found himself breathing heavily, his rationality slowly fading away. After closing the door and turning off the lights, the hotel bed broke that very night.
You actually made the aphrodisiac into lipstick? You're something else.
Afterward, Yi Mo sat at the foot of the bed, a resigned expression on his face, staring silently out the window, lost in thought.
You're killing me, couldn't you go easier?
Bai Yuyao, barely covered, wrapped her tempting body in a thin blanket.
What's the point of covering up? There's still the second half. Chapter 136, Cleanup Operation.
Military operations have commenced. Your presence is urgently required at the capital's main military headquarters for command.
The call came in early the next morning. Yi Mo frowned as he climbed out of bed and unlocked his phone. Where are you going so early in the morning?
Bai Yuyao, lying naked on the bed, spoke lazily, still half asleep.
The military district has selected personnel to assist. You'll handle managing the Dragon Guards from here on out. Yi Mo didn't want to leave so soon either.
He wanted to linger in bed a little longer, but military orders were absolute. After quickly dressing, he rushed to the nearby airport and boarded the earliest flight back to the capital.
Your Excellency.
As soon as he arrived at the military district, someone came out to greet him and saluted him respectfully.
Is everyone present?
The receiving soldier nodded and led him through layers of doors into a top-secret conference room. Inside, equipment hummed and hummed. A massive screen displayed the military forces already deployed throughout the jungle.
Commander! As Yi Mo stepped into the room, everyone stood and saluted him. Yi Mo returned the salute.
At that moment, the presenter on the platform continued his briefing.
This is where large numbers of mutated beasts are hiding. In the desert, we plan to eliminate them using firepower coverage and thermal weapon strikes.
As for the mountainous areas, we can only send in the Dancers Company to conduct a thorough sweep. The Martial Artists Alliance is currently positioned in the forested hills near the capital, awaiting orders at all times. Large herds of porcupines are now ready for the hunt. As he spoke, the man gestured with a stick toward the dots on the screen. Each red dot represented an elite warrior from the warrior corps. His gaze fixed intently on Emo as he finished speaking, awaiting the order to immediately commence the mission and swiftly eliminate all mutated beasts near the capital. Though their numbers weren't overwhelming, if any strayed into the city, they could cause significant casualties and property damage. Commence the mission immediately. Ensure minimal casualties while achieving maximum operational effectiveness. At Emo's command, everyone immediately began summoning their respective teams. Countless rocket projectiles erupted from the northwest desert region. Hordes of mutated beasts foraging for food were suddenly bombarded. The few remaining powerful mutated beasts, engaged in territorial disputes, were suddenly confronted by blinding flashes of fire followed by violent explosions. A single volley of artillery fire eliminated the majority of the mutated beasts. Dealing with the remaining beasts proved difficult. Either human artillery had no effect on them, or they were hiding deep underground, requiring search operations to capture them. Fire support proved largely ineffective against them. The order came. Move out. A troop of wild monkeys was besieging several pheasants. These pheasants are also mutated beasts, capable of running at incredible speeds. The monkeys in this group wore grass skirts and wield sticks in their hands. They resembled ape men, seemingly evolved with the intelligence to wield tools. Their behavior closely resembled that of humans, differing only in their appearance and inability to speak. Ah! Ah! A monkey swung a stone hammer with all its might, smashing it down on a pheasant. The pheasant shattered instantly, its bones collapsing limply to the ground, unable to struggle. The monkey who threw the hammer cheered triumphantly, rushing forward to grab the bird. It then snapped the bird's neck with a single bite and began devouring it raw. The other monkeys watched eagerly as it devoured the bird, leaving only bones behind before tossing them to the others to share. After a thorough clean-up, not even a bone remained of the bird. Whoosh! Just as the other monkeys were going after another pheasant, a piercing whistle cut through the air. The monkey's hand was about to grab the pheasant when it was suddenly pierced by something, sending it crashing into a nearby tree at incredible speed. By the time they reacted, they saw a pale blue arrow embedded in the pheasant's body. Just as the monkeys were puzzled, more whistling sounds echoed. One by one, the monkeys present were pierced through the chest by these blue arrows. Blood gushed forth in torrents as the monkeys screamed and collapsed to the ground. They wouldn't die immediately, but in that moment, they endured excruciating agony. Roar! One monkey's body burst into golden light. With a powerful swing of his wooden staff, he deflected the arrow in front of him, sending it flying off course. The wooden stick shattered in his hand. At this monkey's call, the entire troop swiftly fled into the forest. It was clear he held a high status among them, perhaps even the leader of this monkey clan. We can't let them escape. A furious roar echoed as a man clad in a parka burst from the trees, a large knife in hand. With blinding speed, he seized a fleeing monkey and instantly killed it. Other soldiers sprang into action, those in the rear continued firing arrows from their bows, while those slightly closer immediately charged forward for close combat. These monkeys weren't pushovers either, they possessed considerable fighting prowess. In an instant, the entire forest flashed with bursts of light in every color. Half an hour later, the battle finally ended. The pile of monkey corpses stretched dozens of meters long. Over 1,000 monkeys had fallen in the battle. These monkeys provided a substantial amount of meat. The martial artist squadron also suffered significant casualties, though fortunately, no one was killed. Now equipped not only with weapons forged from superalloy but also with armor crafted from the same material. Once worn, this armor could withstand temperatures of thousands, even tens of thousands of degrees. Moreover, it possessed a unique property, functioning like an energy shield to protect the wearer. It can withstand most injuries, no matter how severe. Its effectiveness was nothing short of terrifying. Conventional armor-piercing sniper rifles stand no chance of breaching this defense, only nuclear weapons might shatter the armor. The experimental data for this armor is flawless. It endured an absolutely terrifying assault without showing any signs of damage or deformation. A scientist scribbled on his notes, presenting them to the assembled generals with an excited smile. He was responsible for crafting these suits of armor, which he had developed entirely from scratch. No blueprints existed, relying solely on his ingenuity. Emo nodded his head in deep appreciation toward the man. Chapter 137, Military Expansion. Young scientist, the future development of our nation rests on your shoulders. There must still be room for improvement in this armor. Keep pushing forward. Though Emo might not even be older than the scientist, his words carried remarkable maturity. His words offered subtle encouragement while also applying pressure meant to fuel the scientist's drive to push the armor's design to its absolute limits. Perhaps in the future, weapons crafted from various superalloys could be developed with ease. Emo, too, was eagerly anticipating it. The young scientist, buoyed by the encouragement, flashed an excited smile. Yet it quickly faded into a wistful sigh, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Guillermo keenly picked up on this, his expression shifting slightly. He kept his thoughts to himself, instead giving a subtle nod to the nearby guard. This guard had been with him for some time. A single glance was enough for him to understand the task at hand. Nodding, he withdrew and swiftly began investigating the scientist. After a long while, a document was handed to Guillermo. Guillermo's brow furrowed instantly as he scanned the information. Meanwhile, the others remained focused on the screens, monitoring the battlefield in real time via satellite. Witnessing the soldiers fighting so valiantly, each of them couldn't help but sigh softly. If not for their advanced age, they too would have wanted to join the fray. In their youth, their talent would have easily earned them a spot in the warrior corps. The scientist who designed the armor had already departed. Guillermo cleared his throat softly, and all eyes immediately turned to him. Review this document yourselves. Guillermo tossed the document across the table as he spoke. Upon receiving it, the generals couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief at the contents. How could this be? A talent who made such a significant contribution to the nation only earns 4,000 a month? Didn't you see what it says? Eagle Nation has already started poaching him. They're offering 500,000 Eagle coins a month. Losing such talent overseas would be a national loss for all of China. How can his compensation be so pitifully low? Look at this, his mother is hospitalized, yet she can't even afford a private room. The medical expenses aren't covered by the state. His current salary can't possibly support her treatment. Guillermo slammed his fist hard on the table, his face dark with anger. Honestly, how have you old fools managed to stay in your positions this long? Do your subordinates never show any concern? If such outstanding scientific talent from our military gets poached by foreign countries, every single one of you will face my accountability. Guillermo slammed his fist on the table again. This wasn't the first time he'd uncovered such a situation. Lu De had faced the same fate before. Had he not intervened with that phone call back then, the individual would likely have already relocated to another country. We will handle this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Guillermo sighed deeply, settling back into his chair to resume monitoring the satellite feed. The others visibly relaxed at his return. Yet alarm bells rang incessantly within their minds. They never imagined such a thing could happen right under their noses. How could such outstanding researchers be paid so poorly they couldn't even support their families? It was both laughable and tragic. Withdraw all injured warriors from the unit and safely deploy them to the northwestern desert region to commence cleanup operations. Simultaneously, conduct a full-scale search throughout the military for warriors with exceptional talent to join the warrior unit, injecting fresh blood into its ranks. Guillermo waved his hand decisively, immediately issuing one order after another. Personnel nearby immediately began registration, while several generals started giving orders to their subordinates. The martial arts company had proven remarkably effective. Though it consumed vast resources, the combat strength it yielded was undeniable. Having been cultivated for less than 2 months, they had already achieved such impressive combat results. A comprehensive search across the entire military began to identify all gifted warriors. These soldiers would be sent to centralized training facilities. Superalloy production has commenced mass manufacturing, requiring substantial manpower and resources. Please dispatch personnel from your sector. The order reached GMO, who promptly approved it. The manufacturing process for this alloy must never fall into external hands. It is produced exclusively within their own military factories. Current output was barely sufficient, with arrow consumption alone proving substantial. Although some would be recovered later, a portion inevitably vanished. No one knew where they ended up. Did you hear, bro? I'm signing up for the selection process right now. My talent's pretty solid, maybe I can make it into the warrior company. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm signing up tomorrow too. Maybe we'll both get in. I've been dying to try their food. Heard that this unit has the best rations in the entire army. You glutton. All you ever think about is eating. What else can you do besides stuff your face? I'm going to strengthen myself and defend our homeland. Upon receiving the news, all major military camps immediately issued notices. Every soldier was filled with anticipation and excitement. Recently, the ideological education they've been receiving boils down to this: only by becoming stronger can one better protect the nation. Everyone was striving to become stronger, and at the same time, all major martial arts academies had received the notice. Upon graduation, the top priority for all martial artists is to join the military for advanced training. This is currently their sole employment channel. Any company outside the military that dares to hire them will immediately face accountability from the military authorities. The nation is currently facing a severe shortage of talent. Such specialized personnel must not be allowed to flow outside the military. They must be centralized and placed within the armed forces, subject to command and deployment orders. Though the major academies were initially surprised by this policy, they quickly understood its rationale. In recent years, numerous private security firms have been recruiting martial artists. And the compensation offered is exceptionally high, so many of their students are likely tempted to try it. Now the military is offering equally generous compensation packages, coupled with high-caliber training programs.
Upon completion, graduates will emerge as commissioned officers.
Martial artists would then form martial artist battalions, or even brigades. This will require a large number of officers to be stationed there. Moreover, the martial arts company has now been officially renamed the First Martial Arts Company. Simultaneously, the Second Martial Arts Company and Third Martial Arts Company are being established, with subsequent companies to follow. Large numbers of suitable military personnel will be assigned to these companies, marking the commencement of a large-scale formal military expansion. At a certain overseas military base, a man bearing the rank insignia of a general frowned as he studied the report before him. We spent a fortune investigating why their troops appear en masse in cities every September and October.
You told me it was just military training for China.
Now a similar situation has arisen.
Don't tell me you're trying to scam more funding again? Chapter 138, Funding Shortage? Reporting to the general, this time there is absolutely no mistake. We have received confirmed intelligence that China is conducting large-scale conscription. We must uncover their motives immediately.
The reporting officer was visibly flustered. He was a spy planted in China by the Eagle Nation.
At this very moment, recruitment centers nationwide were frantically enlisting personnel. Hordes upon hordes of young men were providing wave after wave of new recruits. Spies in every region reported identical developments. The Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense was thrown into immediate panic.
There was no way to avoid panic.
China's infantry could be called the best in the world. In terms of strategy and tactics alone, no other nation's infantry could match theirs. Once faced head-on by Chinese infantry on the battlefield, even the once invincible British 1st Division was utterly destroyed on the Korean peninsula. Now this formidable nation had begun mass recruitment. As the current global hegemon, Britain suddenly sensed a faint yet terrifying threat. Their nation's mutated soldiers relied on technology, using scientific prowess to enhance their combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the ancient and mysterious realm of China seemed to harbor certain cultivation techniques.
Its martial artists were not only formidable but also numerous. If all these individuals were to join the military ranks, the combat power of the Chinese armed forces would reach terrifying levels.
Dispatch investigators immediately. Uncover the true reason behind China's massive recruitment drive. And issue a diplomatic condemnation without delay. As the orders echoed out, all personnel sprang into swift action. Spies scoured China, inquiring about the military's current objectives.
They also persistently inquired about the military's recruitment criteria.
Our satellites have recently detected an unusual phenomenon. Why has China suddenly begun this massive recruitment drive? We demand a reasonable explanation from the Chinese government. Has any war erupted within your borders? What exactly is the purpose of this large-scale conscription?
A fair-skinned man stood in the diplomatic hall, reading aloud from the documents in his hands with righteous indignation.
The diplomat seemed fully prepared.
China has always been a nation that does not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, and likewise, we expect other nations to respect our sovereignty.
If you wish to interfere, you are welcome to try.
As for the reason behind the conscription, we see no need to explain it to outsiders like you.
This is an internal decision of our nation. What business is it of yours?
The diplomat pushed his glasses up his nose, his face wearing a smug expression. His eyes seemed to say, if you disagree, go ahead and try us. The British diplomat's face darkened.
China had become increasingly troublesome lately. Report, we've identified the cause.
These are the conscription requirements and standards they've compiled.
A soldier in the Ministry of Defense handed over a document.
The general took it and scrutinized the enlistment conditions printed on it, his expression turning astonished.
What's this? China's recruitment standards are this stringent?
They actually require a minimum vitality score of 0.3. The general burst into laughter upon seeing the requirements.
Who could possibly meet such high standards?
But when he saw the recruitment numbers listed on the document, he froze. These were merely the numbers gathered bit by spies. The number of recruits needed had reached a staggering figure over 100,000. Under such stringent conditions, China still had this many eligible young people. For a moment, the general couldn't help but swallow hard, cold sweat pouring down his body. The sheer population base was simply too vast. These troops alone could form an entire legion. They seemed to have made another significant discovery in China. Another report was handed over. The general's face paled slightly as he hoped for some good news, slowly massaging his temples.
What? China, they've developed a new type of material? This material might not even deform under nuclear bombardment. How is that possible? Even the hardest substance on the entire blue star would undergo changes in a nuclear blast. How could this metal possess such extraordinary strength?
The general descended into near hysteria, utterly refusing to believe the data gathered by the spy before him.
Investigate. Get to the bottom of this.
And if possible, obtain the formula for that metal. The general took a deep breath and pressed on, allocating funds.
Massive sums of money flowed into the spies' pockets to facilitate their operations. Hey buddy, wanna ask you something? A dyed-haired youth, cigarette dangling from his mouth, hands stuffed in his pockets, stared at the man in military uniform sitting across from him. Yemo glanced up in confusion. Wasn't this the young guy with the edgy haircut? He had come to nearby cities to scout recruits from local military units. This was just a small county town with low educational standards, plenty of young men like this. Go ahead. Yemo spoke slowly, continuing to eat the noodles before him. Seeing this, the young man perked up, a delighted smile spreading across his face. You look like a soldier. I heard your army has new weapons and special materials? Can I ask you about it? Upon hearing this, Yemo paused mid-bite, his eyes narrowing slightly. He nodded imperceptibly. The reason the other knew about this matter was undoubtedly due to leaked intelligence, a subject strictly controlled and kept confidential by the state. Logically, no one should have known about it, yet here it was, coming from the mouth of a street hustler. Yemo instantly grasped the implications, his expression darkening. There was a leak within the military, and it was highly likely that foreign spies had obtained this information. This young man before him appeared ordinary, yet he was undoubtedly a lower-level operative recruited by those spies. Why do you want to know this? I could tell you, but you'll have to give me something in return. Yemo rubbed his hands together as he spoke, his face lighting up with anticipation. After this display, the young man, who had been guarded, worried Yemo might refuse to share the information. But upon hearing the request for compensation, his eyes lit up instantly. No problem at all. I'll treat you to this bowl of noodles. Just tell me what you know. Yemo raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. He simply couldn't hold back any longer. Foreign spies, no matter what, wouldn't be short on funds. Yet, seeking information from him, they were offering only the price of a bowl of noodles. Chapter 139, Tasty Noodles, Nice Guy. This information is only worth a bowl of noodles? Oomph, looks like you weren't serious about asking after all. The young man grew flustered at this. Damn it! I only got $20 commission, spent 15 on your noodles, and I'm only making 5. And you're still complaining. The energetic young man couldn't help but curse. Hearing his words, Yemo couldn't help but burst out laughing. 20? After coming over as a spy from another country, his budget had been slashed layer by layer. By the time it reached him, there was only 20 yuan left. Yemo couldn't help but laugh. This was just too pitiful. Don't laugh, soldier. At least tell me what's going on, let me earn these $5. The young man wore a look of deep worry, while Yemo's face softened into a kind smile. Here's the deal, take me to your supplier. I'll talk to him myself and try to negotiate a better price. Would that be enough for you? At these words, the young man's eyes lit up instantly. This is great. He could earn even more beetle nut money. Wen Yen couldn't help but lick his lips, a delighted smile spreading across his face. No problem, no problem. Finish this bowl of noodles, then come with me. Yemo stood up, walked over to pay, and wore a cold smile on his face. After swiftly finishing his noodles, he followed the young man out of the place. Weaving through the alleys, they finally arrived at a factory building. Inside the factory, numerous workers were busy loading and unloading goods. The sharp-looking guy led Yemo through a series of twists and turns until they found a man loading goods. The man appeared extremely honest and straightforward. Yet, there was an odd aura emanating from his very core. Though clearly middle-aged in age when physical strength should naturally begin to wane, his overall physical condition was remarkably robust. He could lift goods with far greater strength than younger men. He carried no aura of a martial artist whatsoever, just an ordinary man. Yemo had already changed out of his military uniform and was now dressed in casual clothes. Bro, this is the guy you wanted. I specifically got you a soldier, probably a new recruit. He looks so young, he must have just enlisted. But he does know some inside info. The thing is, the money you offered. The energetic young man rubbed his hands together, hinting the payment was insufficient. The man chuckled, then led them to sit down nearby, buying each a bottle of water. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just that I don't have much myself. All I've got is $100 total. Whatever you know, spill it. The more you tell me, the more I'll give you. Yemo's face broke into a smile again. He tried to stifle his amusement, but it was impossible to contain. How could anyone betray their country for such a paltry profit? Look, all three of us are short on cash. If this doesn't work out, take me to your supplier. We can ask for more. Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered with doubt. Unlike the easily swayed young man, he wasn't so simple to manipulate. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. I contact my supplier online. I have no idea what their real information is. Yemo smiled, clearly having anticipated this response. He clapped his hands lightly. A group of soldiers armed with guns suddenly appeared from the sides. They surrounded the two men completely. The young man was so terrified he wet himself. He'd never witnessed such a large-scale operation before. At most, he'd seen street brawls involving local thugs. Now, the black barrels of these guns were pressed against his head, and he couldn't help but tremble with fear. The middle-aged man's expression changed abruptly. He shoved aside a soldier and tried to break free. But he was swiftly subdued and pinned to the ground by the soldier. Take his phone. Bring him back for questioning. Yimo's voice was icy cold. The surrounding soldiers reacted swiftly, quickly escorting both men into the vehicle. Yimo had already taken the man's phone and handed it over to the tech department for location tracking and data decryption. Within 2 minutes, the passcode was cracked. They swiftly hacked into his messaging app and began searching for the supplier's address. Here. A signal source quickly appeared on the GPS map. Seeing this, Yimo's face broke into a faint smile. I'll go find him. You two handle interrogating these two. Yimo said as he began searching for the location indicated by the signal source. In this small county town, he soon arrived at a barbecue stall. The owner was grilling food while smiling warmly at Yimo. The owner had a very kind appearance, quietly setting up his stall near the elementary school entrance. His prices were extremely affordable, just what elementary school kids could afford. 2 skewers of sausage, please, and a box of tofu. Yimo handed over 5 yuan. The vendor took it with a smile and immediately got to work. Young man, having a child at such a young age, it's rare these days for people your age to start families. The vendor chatted casually with Yimo while cooking. You bet. We're just actively responding to the national call, you know. Taking the sausages, Yimo took a couple bites and couldn't help but nod, a bright smile spreading across his face. Owner, your food is delicious, and you're a really nice person too. The owner's face also lit up with a happy smile, as if the two were engaged in a peaceful, casual conversation. Too bad if you weren't a spy, we might have even become friends. Yimo's words instantly froze the vendor's expression, his smile slowly fading. Young man, what do you mean by that? I've been running this stall for over 20 years, are you calling me a spy? The vendor's expression seemed both amused and exasperated. Yimo picked up the tofu box and emptied it in one gulp, shoveling all the pan-fried tofu into his mouth. When he set the box down and looked back at the vendor, a black muzzle was already pressed against his temple. Bang! A deafening crack echoed as a bullet spun out of the chamber, hurtling toward Yimo's forehead at breakneck speed. A metallic clang echoed as the bullet was deflected. Come with me. Don't resist. Yimo said, patting the shopkeeper on the back with a carefree expression. The owner felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed his luck had run out today. Snap. The boss bit down hard on the poison capsule hidden in his mouth, intending to take his own life. Before he could act, his entire body convulsed as a powerful electric current surged through him. The poison still flowed down his throat into his stomach. Instantly, blood gushed from his nose and mouth, and his eyes rolled back. Want to die? Live. Yimo's right hand glowed as he pressed it against the boss's stomach. In an instant, all the toxins within the man's body were purged. Chapter 140, Fresh Blood. This. The boss stared at Yimo in utter disbelief. He sighed deeply in resignation, abandoning his resistance. The interrogation results are in. He's confessed to everything. Yimo glanced at the investigation report in his hand, a faint smile creeping onto his face. The boss's entire family resided in the UK. To secure green cards for his wife and children, he had willingly become a spy for the other side, operating undercover in China all alone. His superiors had allocated 2 million yuan for the investigation. He had transferred 1.5 million yuan to his wife and children. He kept the remaining 500,000 yuan for himself, spending 100,000 yuan to track down the man working at the factory. The man's background wasn't exactly clean either. He had been a murderer, changed his name after being released, and was now hiding out in a factory to make a living. His wages remained pitifully low, forcing him to accept this job. He personally hired 200 local thugs, all young men paying each 20 yuan. He instructed them to scout for soldiers and gather intelligence. He intended to cast a wide net, but unexpectedly, they had directly reached high-ranking military officials. Britain. Damn Britain. Launch a full-scale investigation into all Chinese spies immediately. And enforce strict information lockdown. Once those spies are found, don't rush to eliminate them. Feed them some false intelligence. Let them take that misinformation back to their superiors to report, and in the process, mislead the Eagle Nation. Yimo spoke while meticulously planning his next steps. Soon after, numerous military personnel began appearing throughout the city. Many locals heard about these soldiers. All intelligence was consolidated and reported to the Eagle Nation's Ministry of Defense. That gave me a fright. False alarm. I knew there was no way such high-quality materials could exist. Turns out it was all a ploy by the Chinese, a deliberate attempt to confuse us. The Eagle Nation general instantly transformed into a know-it-all, his face breaking into a satisfied grin as if he understood everything. Most of the intelligence he gathered was false information, and nearly all the spies who transmitted these reports were subsequently arrested. He harbored not a shred of doubt, instead convinced that every piece of intelligence was genuine. Otherwise, he reasoned, the Chinese authorities could not have reacted so swiftly and with such fury. It seemed their plans had been sabotaged by their own spies. For a moment, the general felt a surge of smug satisfaction. Those lowly Chinese are fit only to be trampled underfoot. Ha 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 ha. I wonder how Dr. Caesar's latest serum development is progressing. The general took a sip of coffee, sitting in his chair and muttering to himself. He still wanted to try that serum to make himself stronger. Meanwhile, in a subterranean laboratory in Eagle Nation, 3 death row inmates were simultaneously injected with the genetic serum. Within moments, bulging veins erupted across their bodies, pulsing violently and creating a terrifying spectacle. As time passed, one man's eyes suddenly turned blood red, his eyeballs shattering violently. Their bodies soon became covered in dense clusters of blood-red marks before they breathed their last breath. The death was gruesome. Before dying, he opened his mouth wide, as if trying to utter a sound, but the agony prevented him from making a single noise. The others began exhibiting their own reactions one after another, each response slightly different. Yet the outcome was invariably fatal. Damn it! Where exactly is the problem? Caesar racked his brain, his face twisted with fury. These live experiments had consumed a significant portion of his vaccine supply, yet to this day, not a single result had materialized. After all this time, nothing had worked. He'd wasted so much funding, how could he possibly explain this to his superiors? Just as his face darkened with worry, one of the dead test subjects slowly rose to its feet. Blood-red cracks split open the creature's back, and where the tailbone should be, a gaping wound exposed a mangled, bloody bone. Where the back had been torn open, a dorsal fin had grown just like those lizards that had invaded Eagle Nation. Caesar's eyes lit up at the sight, while the researchers in the lab panicked. Terrified, they tried to flee, but Caesar had already locked all doors and windows. Slowly, he approached the scientist who had injected him, grabbed him by the collar, and hoisted him up. In an instant, the man's blood exploded, splattering the glass doors in every direction. Caesar reveled in the creature's power, unleashing a massacre within the lab as every researcher met their end. He tried to escape the lab but couldn't break through the glass. Very good. Caesar spoke slowly, noting the serum used on the test subject before immediately entering the lab. The creature, seeing someone enter, erupted in fury. He had lost all reason, acting purely on his instinct for slaughter. Facing the half-human, half-demon creature roaring and charging at him, Caesar showed no fear. Before entering the lab, he had already injected himself with a slightly stabilizing serum. His own strength instantly surged to 1500, effortlessly blocking the creature's attack before obliterating it with a single palm strike. The serum he injected caused minimal harm to his body, almost negligible. However, its effectiveness lasted only an hour of very short duration. He remained dedicated to developing a more potent version. My next research direction is clear. I will cultivate super soldiers. Madness gradually crept into his eyes as he began smashing the corpse on the ground like a raving lunatic. Most of the spies have been apprehended. A few managed to escape, while others committed suicide. Yemo nodded as he listened to the soldier's report. This matter was finally concluded. At least for now, China's strength did not yet permit them to disseminate intelligence of such terrifying nature. Otherwise, it could very well spark a war. Only when their strength grew so formidable that other nations dared not entertain any covetous thoughts would they be able to reveal these things. The recruitment drive has also been highly successful. A large influx of soldiers has injected fresh blood into the entire force. All personnel who have undergone training and possess excellent vitality have been assembled and are ready for your deployment to the martial arts company at any time. Yemo slowly rose to his feet, smoothed his uniform, and pushed open the door to exit. The drill field was filled with soldiers carrying backpacks. Their shoulder insignia varied, some were officers, some non-commissioned officers, and others ordinary soldiers. The one thing they all shared was terrifying combat prowess and exceptional natural talent. These were the fresh blood Yemo needed for his warrior company. Chapter 141, The Great Invasion. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Huaxia nation flourished, with the northern mutant beast dynasty providing vast resources. These resources were used to sustain the military and were also distributed to the broader market, allowing the common people of China to reap the benefits of this resource boom. The physical fitness of ordinary citizens across Huaxia improved exponentially, and soldiers within the military followed suit. On the training grounds, a fireball casually summoned by a soldier measured hundreds of meters in diameter. This was a sparring session between 2 regiment commanders of the martial artist 3rd Division. Despite holding only the rank of regiment commander, both possessed terrifying combat strength with health points exceeding 1,000. Division commander Li Shangwu had even surpassed 10,000 health points within the year. The reason was simple, he had become Yemo's attendant. As Yemo's strength surged dramatically, Li Shangwu reaped substantial benefits from the spillover. "You lot, go easy on the force, don't go smashing the surrounding equipment again." Li Shangwu bellowed impatiently, causing the entire training ground to tremble. Yemo watched the scene unfold from afar with a smile, but when the internal countdown began, the smile froze on his face. Only 5 hours remained until the mutant beast attack. All major military districts across China had already imposed martial law. Bored during the waiting period, they decided to spar. Yemo watched the time slip away in silence. His current strength was terrifying, his life points had soared to over 23,000. He didn't know what realm he had reached, only that the system had rated him as a martial god of the first tier. 1 hour before the attack, a powerful electromagnetic pulse struck the Earth, causing widespread electronic equipment failure and signal loss. Communication was severed across the entire globe. Major military districts relied on wired communication channels to stay connected. Yemo gazed at the sky as the vanguard of the mutated beasts arrived. Leading the charge was a bizarre creature with an enormous head and a lower body covered in tentacle-like appendages resembling squid tentacles. This creature did not originate from Blue Star but came from another dimension within the cosmos. These creatures existed as a single collective. When one such collective passed by Blue Star, vast numbers entered its atmosphere. Above Eagle Nation at that moment, countless people looked up to see one monster after another falling from the sky. Their bloodshot eyes scanned for targets, quickly locating their prey. Large numbers of humans became their sustenance. The Eagle Nation's military reacted swiftly, launching strikes against them at maximum speed. Yet against these formidable mutated beasts, such firepower proved largely insignificant. A terrifying mutant beast, a kilometer long with eyes glowing blood red, slowly descended from space onto Eagle Nation. It opened its gaping maw, and in a bustling city, all humans suddenly found themselves suspended in midair. They were then propelled involuntarily toward its maw at an incredible speed. With a mere inhale, it swallowed vast numbers of humans whole. The city streets were suddenly deserted. Screams and cries of despair echoed throughout the city's skies. Hordes of mutated beasts poured into the city, beginning to search house by house. Any place where humans or any living beings existed became their source of sustenance. Not only Eagle Nation, but every country on Blue Star suffered an extremely severe impact. Countless mutated beasts swept across nations worldwide with frenzied speed. These mutated beasts all descended from the skies, making defense nearly impossible. They were brought to Blue Star by temporal turbulence. OMG. God. Please, save us. Almighty God. Eliminate these terrifying creatures. My child. Those monsters devoured my child. It's the end of the world. Judgment Day has come. Everyone, run for your lives. Why hasn't a mythical Noah's Ark appeared? This defies science. People from every nation screamed and wailed as they fled toward their homes, but most of them met a grim fate. Their nation's military might alone was utterly incapable of holding back these terrifying mutated beasts. At that very moment, outside a school in China, an elderly pancake vendor gazed at 2 elementary students before him with a kind smile. A large crowd of students had gathered at the entrance as classes were about to begin. Suddenly, a shadow fell across the sky. Everyone looked up in confusion. Countless mutated beasts, swarming like a dark cloud, began descending upon the city. The entire Chinese populace was stunned by this spectacle. Holy! This is an alien invasion. This is insane. I gotta post this on my social feed. Holy crap, look at that gorilla. It could lift a car with one hand. Though honestly, it looks weaker than my grandma. A group of students showed no fear whatsoever, staring intently at the creatures in the sky and finding the whole spectacle rather amusing. The old pancake vendor wore a thoughtful expression. As a piercing alarm sounded, a broadcast echoed across the entire sky of China. All citizens of Huaxia, evacuate immediately. Hordes of mutated beasts are descending upon Blue Star from the skies. Those capable, please assist the vulnerable. Proceed to the nearest safe house. That year, numerous safe houses were established in every city across China. These shelters could accommodate the entire population of Huaxia, requiring immense resources. Weaker civilians with little combat experience hurried toward the shelters. Sniff, sniff. These humans look delicious. A giant purple toad leapt from the sky, landing atop a skyscraper. Sitting atop the roof, it was as wide as the skyscraper itself. A greedy expression spread across its face, its over 300 HP aura radiating unmistakably. Human cubs. The tastiest. The giant toad licked its lips, then extended its crimson tongue, slithering toward the children below. Just as its tongue was about to touch a student, a blue spatula suddenly slammed down hard on the tongue, flinging it aside. Touching the children? Did you get my permission? The pancake vendor stretched his limbs, slowly straightening his back. His health bar displayed a staggering 100 plus. The students gasped in unison, unable to hold back cheers for the old man's heroic act. Kids, run! Leave this to me. The pancake vendor held a spatula in his left hand and a cleaver in his right. In present-day China, every man is a dragon. Chapter 142, furiously slaying the leaders of 2 tribes. Ah! Damn it! Wasn't this planet supposed to be a trash heap devoid of strong beings? Why are there powerful humans here? Fury twisted the toad's face as it lashed out with its crimson tongue, aiming to flatten the old man. Just then, a steel fork slammed against his tongue. A school security guard, clad in uniform and wielding the steel fork, charged forward to aid the old man in confronting the toad. Over the past year, China had undergone earth-shaking changes. Even among the common people, a vast number of extraordinary warriors had emerged. 6 parts of strength lie within the military, 4 parts among the common folk. Such incidents were unfolding in every corner of China.
A young man surfing the web in an internet cafe grabbed his slippers and beat the mutant beast to a pulp. A delivery boy executed a tailspin drift, sending a pack of mutated beasts flying. An elderly woman dancing in the park suddenly transformed her fan into a deadly weapon, reaping the lives of numerous mutated beasts with each fluid movement. Superalloy had been integrated into every sector of China throughout the year. The formula for this material was eventually made public, but no other nation besides China possessed the production formula. While other nations struggled to decipher its secrets, China achieved mass production, integrating it into every corner of daily life. Those without talents and possessing low vitality were few in number, with most fleeing to safe houses. Military personnel guarded each safe house.
Damn it! How could intelligence be so at odds with reality?
This human planet harbors a surprisingly large number of powerful individuals. A shadowy figure murmured the words, a savage grin spreading across its face.
Though these humans possessed some capacity for resistance, they remained mere ants in his eyes.
But low-level soldiers were nothing more than a minor inconvenience to him.
Haha, I've been waiting for you. I am your opponent.
The figure froze momentarily, turning his head to find a smiling human youth standing quietly behind him. A plump koi fish glided gracefully beside the youth.
Oomph, you can fly.
Seems you possess at least martial emperor-level strength.
Pity it's utterly insignificant in my eyes.
The shadowy figure in the darkness gradually revealed its form, a hideously ugly pig man.
Its face was green and fanged, utterly repulsive by any human standard.
Ugh!
Yemo grimaced in disgust. A pig should look like a pig. Standing upright and walking like a human is merely imitation. At its core, it's still a lazy, gluttonous, disgustingly ugly pig.
At these words, the pig man's face twisted into a savage grimace, his eyes slowly filling with bloodshot veins.
Pig! This is the most vile insult to our boar clan. Damned human scum!
The pig man seemed to have been enraged. His entire body flashed with light, suddenly revealing his true form. It was a colossal porcupine, its body covered in razor-sharp quills.
Brother pig, why such fury? This realm of the nation holds many powerful beings. Why not join forces and share this vast feast together?
The voice echoed once more from the void beside them. A purple toad covered in pus-filled boils drifted down from the air. Its deep purple pupils radiated an oppressive aura, while the boils on its back seemed to pulsate, making it look particularly repulsive. The two major races currently invading Huaxia were the Boar clan and the Frog clan.
A mere human?
A single slap from us could reduce him to dust.
Why get so worked up? The giant toad wore an expression of utter indifference. Oomph! What kind of ugly toad is this? Even uglier than that pig we just saw. Are you mutated beasts bred from crossbreeding? How did you end up looking so disgusting?
After a moment of silence, the giant toad seemed to plunge into a frenzied rage, lunging madly toward Yemo. Old frog, you had to shoot your mouth off earlier.
Now look at you angrier than I am.
The pig man, refusing to be outdone, charged at Yemo at breakneck speed.
Bring it on!
Yemo flickered his wrist and a long sword appeared in his hand. Under the sunlight, the grass pheasant's sword gleamed brilliantly.
Die! As Yemo swung his sword.
A ferocious sword she instantly engulfed the porcupine before him.
Oomph! The porcupine let out a pained shriek. With barely over 10,000 health points, it couldn't withstand such a terrifying strike.
Had it not been for the life-saving artifact protecting him, that single strike would have sliced him clean in two. Even so, he suffered severe injuries, his body torn and bleeding.
This is bad. This human is incredibly strong.
We're no match for him.
The toad's expression darkened upon witnessing the opponent's terrifying might, and he turned to flee.
Yemo's face broke into a mysterious smile at that moment. With a flash, he appeared beside them. A vast surge of thunderous energy spread from his body.
In an instant, it suppressed the aura emanating from the two mutated beasts. Damn it! Taste my mental illusion. The giant toad began rolling its eyes. In that instant, Yemo felt as though he had been transported back to his old office. Before his transmigration, he had been an ordinary office worker, diligently completing his tasks at his computer. Thanks to his formidable vitality, he quickly broke free from the illusion. Interesting. You actually managed to pull me into an illusion. Yemo spoke coldly. The toad's mouth instantly gaped in astonishment, his face brimming with disbelief. Impossible.
Even if you were a martial god, your strength absolutely couldn't be at the early stage of the first layer.
The giant toad's expression turned tense as it tried to flee.
The instant it turned, the pus-filled sac on its back burst open. A torrent of venom sprayed forth, its corrosive properties exceptionally potent.
Yemo, propelled by the Kuanpeng wings, instantly accelerated to his absolute limit.
He effortlessly dodged the poisonous spray, a mocking smile playing on his lips.
Invading my China. Die.
Yemo spoke coldly, delivering a fatal blow to the giant toad amidst its stunned, disbelieving gaze.
Puff. Puff.
Thousands of miles away, the porcupine sprinted frantically, having already fled to the Atlantic Ocean.
No. The intelligence was completely wrong. The powerful beings on this planet are terrifying. If we don't relay this message, countless species will suffer. The pig man sprinted relentlessly toward other continents. The leaders sent by their respective races this time were not particularly powerful, at most late-stage martial god realm. Killing this human was unrealistic unless all the racial leaders united. The idea was noble, but reality was cruel. A flash of swordlight erupted suddenly. Chapter 143, The Siege. In the blink of an eye, the sea was left stained only with deep crimson blood. This pork is old and tough. After roasting the pigman's pork, EMO fed it directly to the koi, continuing to enhance his own strength. The taste was particularly heartrending, prompting him to mutter a complaint. One-sided massacres unfolded across the nation. Troops already lying dormant within the city swiftly mobilized, launching large-scale sweeps against the mutant beasts descending from the sky. They minimized casualties at the fastest possible pace. They slaughtered vast numbers of mutated beasts, then transported their corpses together, amassing enormous resources. The resources gathered in this single week far exceeded the total resources they had obtained from the northern mutant beast kingdom over the past year, multiplied several times over. The entire army was suddenly filled with excitement. Such vast resources meant countless new powerhouses would emerge. The East. 2 of our races have vanished in the eastern part of this planet. There seems to be a powerful being there. What difference do human warriors make? A race without the favor of a revered one is ultimately nothing but prey for the other tribes. How powerful could they possibly be? Stronger than the Overlord? Fresh meat in abundance. Right in the east. The mutated beasts, having slaughtered the citizens of other nations, still seemed unsatisfied. After gathering intelligence from the surviving humans, they learned of a vast nation in the east. Moreover, its people were exceptionally powerful. 2 races had gone to attack that nation and vanished without a trace, likely crushed by its might. This news sent the other races into a frenzy. The prospect of invading such a densely populated nation promised immense satisfaction. Hordes of mutated beasts began mobilizing their forces, converging on Huaxia from every corner of the world. An unprecedented battle was about to unfold. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Whether we survive this battle depends entirely on our individual fortunes. If we do, perhaps we can reach new heights together in the future. If not, we'll simply have to part ways once more. Over 20 people stood before EMO, including Wan Wei, Li Shangwu, Li Wanyue, and others. All 20 plus were his personal retainers. They were utterly loyal to him. Fear. If danger comes, I'll be the first to charge in and take them down. Bai Lang stood tall, his very bones radiating a fierce, bloodthirsty spirit. The others couldn't help but roll their eyes. When the mutated beasts descended 2 days prior, this guy Bai Lang had vanished for a long stretch. Everyone had assumed he'd been killed in battle. It wasn't until intelligence surfaced from a food-starved safe house that they learned a particularly voracious white dog was inside, ravenously consuming resources. Satellite data indicates massive hordes of mutated beasts are invading China from all directions. We're heading to the nation's frontier to defend a section of territory. Yemo spoke slowly, his voice heavy with world weariness. He didn't know how many of these people would survive, nor whether he himself would make it through. His health pool stood at 20,000, and every follower present had already reached max level. They could share 50% of his health points and combat power. This effectively meant that all 20-plus individuals possessed the combat strength equivalent to early-stage martial god Tier 1. As the sole mid-tier martial god of the first layer in all of China, the only one who could fight alongside him was Jinli. A soldier's greatest honor is to die on the battlefield. Li Shangwu silently lit a cigarette, his eyes devoid of their usual playful glint. Only the resolute determination to fight to the death remained. Soon, the group was dispersed across various battlefields. Hordes of mutated beasts besieged the borders of China. Wave after wave of artillery roared in unison. Nuclear weapons were launched in vast numbers, unleashing relentless bombardment upon the mutated beast populations. The nuclear explosions achieved some limited effect, but were swiftly intercepted by the stronger mutated beasts. I never imagined the humans of this world had advanced their technology to such a terrifying level. Thankfully, we arrived relatively early. Had we come just a few thousand years later, even our martial god-level warriors might not have been able to withstand them. A look of concern flashed across the face of one of the mutated beasts. Then, he swept the gloom from his face. All that was mere speculation. The harsh reality now was that humanity was utterly no match for them. As nuclear weapons failed one after another, humanity abandoned long-range strikes entirely. Hordes of mutated beasts approached the border. Release the arrows. Blindingly bright arrows plummeted from the sky, instantly tearing through the mutated beasts' shields and defenses. Countless mutated beasts fell beneath the hail of arrows. Yemo stood silently on the sea, gazing out at the vast ocean before him. The ocean battlefield was the most perilous terrain, yet it was the one he had chosen for himself. Land offered at least a flat plain where all enemies fought on the same level, but the ocean was three-dimensional. It teemed with creatures known as the Sea Clan, mutated forms of various marine life.
Their strength was formidable, and their numbers far exceeded those on land.
Ha! Tiny humans dare challenge the might of my sea clan.
A sea creature, fish-like from the waist up and human from the waist down, emerged from the depths.
I am the great merfolk commander. Prepare to face me in battle. Yemo stared at the monstrous creature with a fish head and human body, unable to suppress a look of revulsion on his face. This creature was the exact opposite of the mermaids described in fairy tales. Die! The merman roared as he hurled his trident, sending waves crashing across the ocean. Massive amounts of seawater gathered upon the trident as if preparing to unleash its most devastating strike. Yemo's face tightened with tension as he gripped his sword firmly, charging straight toward the creature to meet the attack head-on. The grass pheasant sword and the trident collided with tremendous force, unleashing a shockwave so powerful it made the entire ocean erupt like a nuclear blast. The ocean was cleaved cleanly in two. Countless warships were destroyed in the collision.
Yemo had no time to spare, focusing solely on blocking the mightiest mermaid commander before him. The manager supported him from the sidelines, continuously unleashing various skills.
Yemo served as the meat shield, absorbing damage relentlessly at the front.
Only through flawless coordination could the two barely hold their own against this late-stage martial god tier 1 opponent, a terrifying presence whose health had once soared past 30,000.
Damn it!
A mid-stage martial god layer 1 is actually able to fight me for this long.
The merman descended into madness, swinging his trident with increasing fury. Yemo remained unflappable.
After another collision, the grass-plumed sword in his hand snapped clean in two.
Chapter 144, Battle of Magic. Holy! Yemo's jaw dropped in disbelief. The legendary grass pheasant sword, revered as a divine artifact, had been snapped so effortlessly in the clash.
This alone proved the opponent's weapon was of a far superior tier.
How is this possible?
You're only at mid-stage of the first layer of martial god, yet you managed to withstand so many of my attacks without falling.
How could there be such a terrifying human being on this planet? The merman's face darkened, his dead fish eyes fixed intently on Yemo. Go! He roared, yanking the pearl necklace from around his neck. The pearls plummeted into the ocean, only to immediately float back into the air, hovering around him.
Several pearls began spinning rapidly, hurtling toward Yemo at breakneck speed.
Snap!
The instant of impact caused Yemo's expression to change drastically. A sharp cracking sound echoed from his bones. The destructive power of these pearls was utterly staggering, as single impact could shatter his hand bones. Consider this, even if a human nuclear weapon were detonated directly on his body, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Yet these pearls could shatter his terrifyingly resilient body.
Ha, the human race.
Ultimately, you are a fragile and weak species, fit only to become food for our various tribes.
Even if this planet has a martial god like you, what difference does it make?
No one can stand against the combined forces of our tribes. You did block my path at sea, but you're utterly helpless against the races assaulting from every other direction across the land.
Your kingdom will meet its doom.
The merman erupted into maniacal laughter. With a mere wave of his hand, 17 pearls floating behind him shot toward Yemo at blinding speed.
Yemo clutched his severed right arm, stifling the excruciating pain. With lightning speed, he spread his kuanpung wings and fled into the distance.
This merman's power far surpassed his own. Both the pearls and the trident in his hand were magical artifacts. His grass pheasant sword was utterly fragile in the face of these two treasures.
Trying to escape?
The merman sneered coldly.
The ocean was his domain. How could any creature escape his grasp upon the sea?
He drew a conch shell, blew it softly, then raised his palm upward. A colossal waterspout erupted over the ocean. The entire sea turned dark and chaotic in an instant. Countless whirlpools, black as ink, spun at incredible speeds, converging rapidly toward the center.
At the very heart of the vortex stood Yemo. The conch's melodious song sounded to Yemo like the echoes of death.
They surged rapidly toward his position.
This is bad. Yemo's face turned deathly pale.
Thunderous energy erupted from his entire body. A faint glow flickered at his arm, the light attribute ability healing his limb.
As the torrential thunder struck the waterspout, its size suddenly shrank. Just as the mermaid was puzzled, a faint smile appeared on Yemo's face. How did you manage that? This is lightning, not fire. How could it evaporate my water?
The mermaid asked, puzzled.
Not even knowing about electrolysis?
You're worse than a primary school student.
Yemo sneered coldly, then unleashed another torrent of thunderous energy.
The water tornadoes rushing toward him were completely broken down into hydrogen and oxygen by the thunder's force.
A series of thunderous booms echoed through the air.
All the hydrogen and oxygen were consumed, causing the surrounding air temperature to soar several degrees.
This human has some potential.
The merman licked his lips, a chilling smile spreading across his face. If you kneel and surrender now, I might make you a servant of my sea clan. Humans serving as servants to other races isn't unusual. But to become a servant of our sea clan requires considerable skill. The merman puffed out his chest with confidence, his words dripping with the promise of wealth, honor, and glory for those who served him. I care not for other humans. I know only that I will never become anyone's servant.
As for you, you should at least show some concern for your people. Yemo gestured toward the ocean below as he spoke. A vast expanse of the sea was littered with the corpses of all manner of mutated beasts. When did you? The merman's words trailed off mid-sentence as he froze in place, his face now etched with utter disbelief. When the other had unleashed the thunderous power earlier, it had channeled a massive surge of electricity through the seawater into the ocean. Other fish in the sea perished in an instant. Such terrifying thunder was beyond their ability to withstand. Now, a vast expanse of dead marine life floated on the surface. Beneath these corpses, a small figure moved, devouring the dead mutated beasts in large mouthfuls. As a continuous surge of energy flowed from the koi, Yemo's eyes gradually began to glow. His severed arm miraculously reconnected. Massive amounts of energy poured into his body, causing his health to skyrocket in that instant. The koi continued devouring the dead creatures with frenzied intensity, transforming countless mutated beasts into its energy source in an instant. If you won't let me go, then I'll have to fight you. A confident smile spread across Yemo's face. He now possessed an invincible buff. As long as the koi continued supplying energy, he could infinitely heal his wounds. Moreover, he could enhance his strength at any moment during combat. Now that the two were evenly matched, the mermaid would only struggle more as his power grew. Stubborn and foolish, you humans! The mermaid roared as it swung its trident. 18 pearls coalesced around it, forming a terrifying energy shield. Spinning rapidly, the pearls coalesced into a spherical sphere on its surface. What do you have to fight me with? You don't even have a weapon. You can't even break through my defenses. How dare you think you can fight me? The mermaid roared with maniacal laughter, its trident unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. Yemo floated in midair, a faint smile playing on his lips. With a light snap of his fingers, the surrounding temperature plummeted. In an instant, large snowflakes began drifting down from the sky. The sea surface gradually calmed, shedding its earlier turbulent fury. Within mere breaths, thick fog began to rise from the sea surface. Slowly, the seawater began to freeze. The entire ocean seemed frozen in time. Hard ice stood tall upon the sea surface. The mermaid's face turned deathly pale. Leaping out of the ocean, it narrowly avoided being frozen solid within the sea. Chapter 145, Brutal. Humans. Food. Over the northwestern desert, a vast flock of black vultures flapped their wings, swiftly heading toward the borders of China. Ruanwei watched the approaching vultures silently, a trace of disdain flickering across his face. Humans. Die. Soaring above the entire vulture flock was an enormous figure. Ruanwei's gaze turned icy. Wings extended from its back, and the entire being transformed into a black streak of light, charging toward the soaring vultures at breakneck speed. In the southern jungle, a troop of weapon-wielding monkeys swung through the treetops. Li Shangu quickly locked onto them through his thermal imaging scope. One monkey wielded an iron rod, its power terrifying a first-tier martial god. Looks a lot like Sun Wukong, except it has 6 ears. Li Shangu spoke as he launched his attack, charging directly at the strongest monkey. Their collision sparked intense sparks. Circles of jungle around them were flattened to the ground. Sigh, how could there possibly be mutant beasts in the highlands? Hu Gao sat quietly atop the military vehicle, a chicken drumstick clenched between his teeth. Soldiers outside were scanning the area, detecting no signs of mutated beasts. Just as one soldier glanced back, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Were those trees behind us just now? Just as he was feeling a bit puzzled, the other soldiers gathered around. I don't think so. As the group whispered among themselves, they failed to notice tree roots burrowing up from beneath their feet. They suddenly wrapped around their ankles, violently yanking them into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire squad was wiped out. Damn it! How can trees be mutated beasts too? Hu Gao kicked open the car door and burst out. He slammed his fists into the tree trunks. Li Wanyue gripped her twin hammers, her gaze unwavering as she faced the towering colossus before her. This giant stood over 50 meters tall. Large chunks of stone encased its surface, making the entire creature appear as if it were composed entirely of rock. Take this! The stone giant slammed its massive fist into the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. A deep crater formed where it struck, but Li Wanyue was nowhere to be seen. As the stone giant scanned the area for his opponent, he suddenly heard an unusual sound emanating from his shoulder. A tiny figure stood perched on his shoulder, wielding 2 massive hammers and striking the rock surface with rapid, forceful blows. The rock chipped away where the blows landed. Roar! The stone giant roared in fury, slamming his arm down hard. Run! These creatures can take our form. They can mimic us perfectly. A soldier waved frantically, his face twisted with terror as he burst out unarmed. He was the soldier sent to scout the valley. An entire squad had gone in, and he was the only one to return. Just as the other soldiers approached him fearfully to steady him, a strange smile touched the corner of the soldier's mouth. Oh no! Bai Yuyao gasped, her eyes widening abruptly as wind currents swirled rapidly around her. As he swung his hands, 2 wind blades shot forth. Suddenly, the soldier extended his long tongue, wrapping it around another soldier's throat.
He then flung the soldier supporting him away with a powerful claw strike. By the time the wind blades passed, the soldier had been sliced clean in two. The two soldiers he had entangled met the same fate. After his death, his true form gradually revealed itself, a colossal chameleon. Just as everyone was in awe, a group of humans emerged from the valley. "Take this spear." The merman hurled his trident with all his might, aiming to pierce Yemo's chest. Neither could gain the upper hand. Sweat poured down the mermaid's face as she stared at the man before her in disbelief. Though she had initially held a slight advantage, the battle grew increasingly strange. Yemo seemed to have awakened, his combat prowess steadily surging until now, forcing the mermaid to retreat 3 paces. Had it not been for the protective magic artifact shielding him, that earlier barrage of attacks would have surely claimed his life. Put! The merman spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in disbelief at the strange koi fish behind him. A massive ice spike protruded from his chest. The koi had struck from behind when he wasn't looking, delivering a single, lethal blow. Ugh! He spat out blood in a fit of resentment before slowly closing his eyes. His entire chest was torn open, flesh and organs scattered everywhere, every internal organ destroyed. There was absolutely no possibility of repair. He drew his last breath in mere moments. Yemo gasped for breath, frantically replenishing his energy reserves. The koi opened its gaping maw and swallowed the merman whole. A blinding light erupted. Yemo felt a terrifying surge of heat coursing wildly through his body. This was the precursor to a breakthrough. Having devoured the koi in one gulp, combined with the vast resources accumulated earlier, Yemo's strength had surged to a new height. As he struggled intensely, a crimson glow emanated from his entire body. Ah! Yemo couldn't help but cry out in agony. Cracks began to spread across his skin. Large chunks of skin peeled away from his body, leaving him covered in blood and flesh. What the hell is happening? System, help me. When Yemo checked the system, he realized his health points were skyrocketing. From over 20,000, it had shot straight up to 39,000. And this number kept climbing even as the koi was being digested. Before long, his health had surged past the 40,000 mark. Yemo's vision went black and he fainted instantly. His system now displayed his cultivation level had reached martial god tier 2. When he awoke again, the battle seemed to have ended. Yemo lay quietly in a hospital bed. By his hospital bedside, only one person stood silently watching over him. Bai Yuyao lay asleep at the foot of the bed. A serene expression graced her face. How many days have passed? Yemo, don't think you've just woken up from a very long dream, but he didn't know exactly how much time had passed. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Yuyao lifted her head, rubbing her reddened eyes, her face filled with surprise. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Yemo shook his dazed head. As confusion clouded his mind, Bai Yuyao's tears finally spilled over. They're dead. All of them. Only I survived. Bai Yuyao burst into loud sobs. Yemo had been unconscious for 3 days and nights due to his breakthrough. All the battles had concluded during this time. Among all the retainers, only Bai Yuyao had survived. The rest had all perished in battle, taking their opponents down with them. Chapter 146, Departure. What? How could this happen? Yemo stared at Bai Yuyao in disbelief, then decisively opened his system to check the information on his retainers. But now, the followers section only listed Bai Yuyao's name. Yemo was deeply shaken for a moment. He never imagined this battle would be so brutal. All his followers had perished. These were all warriors at the first tier of martial god, after all. Though still at the initial stage, they were formidable beings nonetheless. A look of profound anguish spread across Yemo's face. These men were all his brothers in arms. They had essentially shared every life and death experience with him. Was there truly no way to remedy this? Yemo gradually lowered his gaze, his heart filled with profound sorrow. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, host, on completing the Blue Star Decisive Battle Mission. The Blue Star mission has concluded. Would you like to activate the Devouring Evolution System 2.0? Yemo felt utterly despondent. What was the point of this now? His closest friends in this world had all fallen in battle. He only regretted that his strength wasn't greater, leaving him with only Bai Yuyao by his side. Note, more features will be unlocked after upgrading. Yemo had no heart to deal with the system. All he wanted now was to pay his respects to those who had fallen in battle. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. With such terrifying capabilities, perhaps the system could even revive others. A glimmer of hope reignited within Yemo. The current system version contained no method to resurrect the dead. But the next version might. With a surge of excitement, Yemo clicked the System Upgrade button. System officially upgraded, Devouring Evolution System 2.0. Upgrade reward, 1 set of interstellar roaming armor. Main quest, travel to the cosmos and infiltrate the spacetime turbulence. Wearing the interstellar roaming armor grants immunity to its effects, allowing safe departure from Blue Star to other realms. System, cut the crap. Just tell me, can you revive my friends or not? Yemo screamed frantically at the system in his mind, desperate for an answer.
If it couldn't be done, what use would other realms be to him? Become stronger? What meaning would that hold? Ding! The updated follower system can now revive followers, requiring substantial resources. Yemo was instantly filled with excitement and hurriedly opened the follower system. The list of resources immediately doused his excitement with cold water. These items were impossible to find on Blue Star. Dragon's blood grass, phoenix tail flower, sacred lotus root. These terrifyingly rare resources simply didn't exist on Earth. Gathering all these resources would allow him to resurrect one follower. A resolute expression hardened on Yemo's face. These people were his closest friends since arriving in this world. He absolutely couldn't let them die here. I'm leaving Blue Star now. Come with me. Yemo looked at Bai Youyao before him. Wherever you go, I go. Bai Youyao's tone was unwavering. Having lost her parents at a young age, she had finally found a man she deeply loved. Naturally, she would follow him wherever he went. Yemo's system functions had also updated with a follower storage system. Followers could be stored within the system, but there was only one slot available, perfect for Bai Youyao. Yemo placed her into the system, then left a letter on the table. The situation in Huaxia was now completely stabilized. No other races remained on Blue Star. Beyond Huaxia, most other nations had been largely annihilated. The living survivors were but a tiny fraction of a tiny fraction. Yemo sighed deeply. After finishing his farewell letter, he gazed up at the sky. Then, with a slight stir in his heart, a set of armor instantly fused to his body. Yemo slowly detached from Blue Star's gravity, beginning to drift upward against his will. As he neared departure from Blue Star, he could clearly see a massive vortex within the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Countless meteors streaked past near Blue Star, all converging toward a common destination. These currents raced toward the distance, swiftly carrying Yemo within his armor into their midst. Together, they were swept along, hurtling toward the distant horizon. Time passed swiftly, and Yemo had no sense of how long he drifted through the cosmos. He knew only one thing: he was growing ever more distant from Blue Star. Amidst the chaotic spacetime turbulence, he witnessed towering planets shattered into oblivion by direct impact. Besides the mutant creatures that had invaded Blue Star, countless swarms were invading other planets. It seemed as though they held Blue Star in contempt. Amidst the cosmic turbulence, he had witnessed a colossal creature open its gaping maw and swallow an entire planet whole. The scene was utterly staggering to him. The creature seemed to sense a gaze upon it, turning its head toward Yemo. In that instant, Yemo felt an icy chill run through his entire body. He could sense that if it wished, it could end him in an instant. Yemo's eyes narrowed with tension. After all, he was traveling at near light speed. Yet unexpectedly, the creature began pursuing him. After attempting an attack that was blocked by the system, the creature gradually retreated. Yemo breathed a long sigh of relief, grateful that he remained invincible within this temporal turbulence. The mutated beast didn't seem like a typical mutated beast. The system provided explanations for most of these strange races. Beyond the human race, the cosmos harbored all manner of rare species. These races, evolved from animals, possessed histories far more ancient than humanity's. In the cosmos, they were the true rulers. Humans had always lived at the bottom of the food chain, serving as their prey. On many planets, humans had to depend on these alien races just to survive. A pained expression flashed across Yemo's face. He never imagined humans beyond Blue Star endured such a miserable existence. Only on Blue Star did humans reign supreme, for the creatures here had neither mutated nor evolved intelligence. Humans alone held that distinction. But beyond this universe, it was different. Humans forever lived as the lowest lifeforms, mere dust. To be chosen as sustenance by these alien races was considered an honor among honors. Yemo took a deep breath. After reading the system's descriptions, a contemplative expression spread across his face. After drifting through the cosmos for an unknown duration, he approached a massive planet. Its immense gravitational pull instantly sucked Yemo toward it. His armor seemed bound to this planet by countless threads. The moment he entered the planet, Yemo detected an abundance of fresh air. This air contained immense energy, as if merely breathing it could enhance one's strength. As he crashed heavily onto the ground, everything around him began to grow gradually clearer and brighter. Chapter 147, Cataclysmic Beginning. Cough cough. After a long while, the weakened Yemo finally scrambled to his feet, his face filled with confusion as he looked around. They had no idea where they were. The flora and fauna here seemed indistinguishable from those on Blue Star. Everything around them felt so familiar. Oak trees stood right beside him. Yemo reached out to touch the oak tree, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Had he truly arrived somewhere else, or had he simply circled back to Blue Star? As he pondered this, footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Yemo turned to look and saw two figures swiftly closing in on him. In the blink of an eye, Yemo's hands were violently seized, and he was pinned to the ground. Before Yemo could resist, his knees slammed against the ground, forcing him into a humiliating kneeling position. Who'd have thought we'd encounter a human here, and one with martial god strength at that? He must be here to assassinate the princess. One of the armored guards pinned Yemo down with brutal force. The aura radiating from his strength was unmistakably that of a third-tier martial god. Yemo was utterly powerless to resist. A single tier of cultivation difference felt like an uncrossable chasm to him. The two armored figures held Yemo in a tight grip. At that moment, Yemo knew with absolute certainty this couldn't be Blue Star. Such terrifying beings simply couldn't exist on Blue Heart. You foolish human, behave yourself. Oomph. A vicious glint flashed in Ming Kaijia's eyes as he delivered a brutal kick to Yemo's midsection. The blow sent Yemo coughing up a mouthful of blood in agony. Had the opponent not held back, this single blow could have ended his life outright. Yemo grimaced in agony. After a long while, a peculiar convoy approached. Leading the way were creatures that seemed straight out of myth unicorns. 4 pure white unicorns pulled a carriage. Each unicorn bore folded wings behind its back, poised as if ready to take flight at any moment. Guards sat atop the carriage, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Reporting to Your Highness, Princess. We've discovered a wild human here likely here to assassinate you. The guard raised his hand to report to the princess. The most ornate carriage at the head of the procession slowly drew back its curtain, revealing a breathtaking figure that instantly captured Yemo's gaze. That breathtaking instant left Yemo staring blankly, as if struck by a slap. Assassinate this princess? How could that be possible? A woman of regal bearing, clad in a golden robe, stepped out of the carriage. The instant Yemo saw her, his blood ran cold. Though she possessed a human face and limbs, 2 ears protruded from her head, and 6 tails stood prominently behind her. The woman examined Yemo with a hint of curiosity, then couldn't help but snort derisively. A mere human at the second layer of martial god cultivation? How could you possibly harm me? You're probably just some wild human passing by. Yemo felt something was off about their conversation. How had he become wild? Enough. Ignore him. We'll release him once we're far enough away. The princess spoke, turning to return to her carriage when a sudden voice halted her. A woman clad in a purple robe descended from the second carriage. With only 5 tails trailing behind her, she wore a look of contempt. Sister, you are truly merciful. Such humans should be executed outright. Why waste effort on him? Her tone dripped with contempt, as if human life held no value in her eyes. As she spoke, she made a move to attack. The aura radiating from her body made Yemo feel a chill run down his spine. He dared not even meet her gaze, terrified he might be torn apart in the next instant. Cold sweat poured down Yemo's face. He never imagined such terrifying beings existed in this other world. On Blue Star, he had considered himself invincible. Yet here, he'd casually encountered someone who could effortlessly obliterate him. For a moment, he felt utterly disoriented. Was he truly strong, or was he weak? Sister, as members of the demonic royal family, we must care for the world. We absolutely cannot commit such acts. Even the human race is just one among countless species. If we can treat them kindly, we should spare their lives whenever possible. The princess gently intercepted the other person, pulling them into her carriage. In the instant before being pulled aboard, Yemo caught a clear glimpse of the woman out of the corner of his eye. She shot him a venomous glare, then turned her hateful gaze toward the princess. Before stepping inside, the princess paused, observing the 2 guards. A pensive expression crossed her face. These 2 were her sister's men. They would likely obey her sister's orders and execute this human on the spot once she was gone. A look of distress flashed across her face. After a moment's deliberation, the princess made her decision. Chain this human up. A human of this caliber, after some training, would make a decent servant for fetching groceries. Before Yemo could react, a heavy iron chain suddenly snapped around his neck. Immediately, a man descended from the carriage, his face bearing an imposing expression. He wore golden armor. He appeared to be of a higher rank than the other warriors. As you command, Your Highness. The man spoke as he seized the chain. He spurred his horse forward at a gallop. Yemo, tethered to the other end, was flung violently into the air. He could only scramble across the ground at breakneck speed. Otherwise, he would have crashed into the ground. This was a method unique to the demon race for training humans. Within the demon clan's domain lived primitive humans, largely devoid of independent thought and utterly numb. With just a little conditioning and a bit of effort to awaken their intellect, they could then be enslaved. Occasionally, demon nobles would engage in rivalries. The object of their rivalry was whose human slave possessed greater strength. Occasionally, they would parade their most powerful human slaves around to show off before other demon clans. They would even pit human slaves from rival noble houses against each other in combat, providing entertainment for these wealthy families. The princess's actions were, in this sense, quite reasonable. Yemo had been dragged along like this for a full month. His feet had long since been rubbed raw. He couldn't muster any of his own power. The iron chains bound all his abilities. These chains seemed imbued with some kind of magical power, completely nullifying his strength. He could only rely on his ordinary physical body to run. His shoes had long since worn out during the relentless running. Yemo's heart was filled with agony. What the hell kind of tie start was this? Chapter 148, Bearing the Burden of Humiliation. Amidst the immense clamor of the demonic imperial capital, a procession of carriages moved along the road. No other carriages accompanied them, as if all others had been cleared away long ago. When members of the imperial family took to the streets, the roads were specially cleared for them. Now, as the princess returned to the imperial city after inspecting the southern vassals, she naturally received the highest honors. Yemo, chained and trailing behind the procession, was utterly exhausted. His clothes were already in tatters. Yet he dared not show any trace of resentment. The moment he made a move, others would likely notice him. And then, death would be his reward. The fact that they intended to enslave him proved they had no immediate desire to kill him. He just needed to play along and obey for now, biding his time until he could escape later. He never imagined humans in this world lived such miserable lives. Along the way, he had encountered quite a few of them. These humans were either ordinary folk or uncivilized savages. They wore animal skins and carried clubs. They showed no sign of intelligence whatsoever. They resembled nothing more than a troop of clever monkeys. Moreover, they encountered numerous other caravans along the way. Among those caravans were human slaves. Humans were primarily used as laborers, or perhaps as entertainment for the nobility. Yemo dared not reveal even a hint of intelligence. From the demon clan's conversations, he had learned that in their world, humans untrained by the demon clan remained unenlightened. So he immediately adopted a completely vacant expression. He essentially relied on instinct for everything he did. The caravan slowly entered the imperial palace. The princess and other dignitaries immediately went to pay their respects to the demon emperor. The carriages and luggage were left at the princess's residence. As the princess's property, Yemo was naturally tethered at the entrance of her residence. Roar! When two servants attempted to approach the princess's residence, Yemo immediately bared his teeth and snarled, adopting a fiercely protective stance. The demon tasked with his training watched with an admiring gaze. This human possessed the strongest combat prowess he had ever witnessed. He had never encountered a human of martial god caliber before. Though powerful, this human possessed no wisdom. After this period of training, he had honed some basic guarding abilities in him, and now was the moment to showcase them. The servants attempting to approach the residence were startled by Yemo and promptly took a detour. Yemo's heart was filled with sorrow at that moment. He never imagined that after arriving in this world, he would end up like this. He was no match for anyone here. In this place, he could only strive to survive. His once proud strength meant nothing here. Those stronger than him were everywhere. The only solace he found was that this world's resources were plentiful. The reason was simple. The guard had fed him 2 meals. Both meals consisted of nothing but bloody raw meat. Though Yemo found it utterly repulsive when he had gently devoured the raw meat. His health points surged by a staggering 2,000. His current health had reached 44,000. As long as he could consume more of this flesh, breaking through his limits would be no problem at all. Once his strength grew stronger, he would never stay here to be someone's lackey. He would find a way to escape. He refused to believe that all humans in this world were savages. There must be a civilization built by humans somewhere. Yemo could only swallow his pride for now. It was not until nightfall that the princess and her entourage emerged from the palace, their weariness evident. The princess ordered a group of servants to immediately begin heating water for her bath and to prepare fresh garments. Yemo remained quietly chained, crouched by the doorway. As he gazed at the moon in the sky, a sorrowful expression flickered across his face. But this expression vanished in an instant. He couldn't let anyone see it. Right now, he missed Blue Star intensely. Back then, his status had been so high one might say he was second only to the emperor and above all others within the borders of China. Not a single soul dared show him disrespect. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard several familiar sounds behind him. Chomp chomp chomp. The princess, fresh from her bath and meal, emerged for a moonlit stroll holding a piece of meat. Crouching on the ground with her hand outstretched, she mimicked the way dogs were called in rural villages. Yemo was utterly speechless inside, but even with 1,000 reluctances, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. He trotted over to the princess, crouched down beside her, and began gobbling the bloody meat from the ground. HP plus 2,000. Yemo finally let out a smile. Eating like this, he would eventually reach a level of power where these people wouldn't stand a chance against him. As Yemo pondered this, the princess couldn't resist patting her head. Just like petting a dog. Eat slowly, eat slowly. You've worked so hard training these past days. Starting tomorrow, I'll personally teach you writing and wisdom. I hope you gain enlightenment soon. The princess spoke with a gentle smile. A faint smile also appeared on Yemo's face. This princess wasn't bad at all. She treated him quite well. Moreover, he understood perfectly well that in this world, without her as his trump card in backing, he wouldn't amount to a damn thing. She was a princess. If he could become her guardian, it would grant him some standing. Anyone who dared to touch him would at least have to weigh whether they could afford to provoke the person behind him. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Yemo understood the advantages of having a powerful patron.
From now on, he would steadily build his strength and find a way to break free. Early the next morning, the princess produced a wooden plank from somewhere and began carving intricate patterns into it with a chisel. She inscribed strange, unfamiliar characters that seemed to belong to this world. Guillermo studied with intense focus, his large eyes fixed intently on the strange symbols etched into the wood. Alright, that's all for today. Come, Warner, you teach him etiquette. After speaking, the princess withdrew from the room. Guillermo pondered the characters he had just learned. Today's lessons were truly substantial, for he could now comprehend the fundamental script of this world. The large plaque hanging outside bore 3 characters that translated to princess's residence. Snap! A sharp sound rang out. Guillermo looked up in confusion, only to see a maid holding a whip that emitted a faint purple glow. His heart sank instantly. This whip was actually a terrifying magical artifact. Deep shock washed over Guillermo's face. They could sense this whip was immeasurably more formidable than his former weapon, the grass partridge sword. And this was merely an item casually produced by a servant. Chapter 149, The Trial, Instant Annihilation. A month passed swiftly. Guillermo began gradually feigning the mannerisms of someone who had just learned to speak. At first, he uttered only 1 or 2 words, pretending he was utterly incapable of speech. Gradually, his speech became more fluent. Moreover, his attire underwent a complete transformation, now adorned with an exquisitely ornate court robe. He spent his days assisting with various tasks within the princess's residence. In the demonic realm, there seemed to be far fewer formalities. None of the men in the palace were required to undergo physical sterilization. Guillermo had initially worried he might become a eunuch, only to later discover they didn't have such a system at all. Deep concern clouded Guillermo's face, for today, the princess's own younger brother would arrive at the palace. Rumor had it he was a highly influential prince, accompanied by several humans. These humans were specially cultivated by him as assets to flaunt during competitions with other nobles. Sister, I see you have human slaves in your residence too. Though it amuses me that you'd actually let one serve tea and water. Observing Guillermo standing before him with utmost reverence as he poured tea, the 5th prince's face twisted into a sneer. Guillermo showed no sign of displeasure, instead smiling with a simple, honest expression. He appeared utterly simple-minded, posing no threat whatsoever. Only in this state would he go unnoticed, deemed harmless. He seemed nothing more than a simple, foolish human. The princess said nothing, merely nodding with a smile. This is the first human slave I've trained. He's a real workhorse and an excellent cook. He can prepare incredibly delicious meals. I'd like to invite you to taste the food this human worked so hard to make for lunch today. Though Guillermo's cooking always resembled a hodgepodge, chopping every ingredient together into one massive stew. But the flavor always turned out surprisingly good. The ingredients here were largely comparable to those on Blue Star. The Demon Clan's cooking methods, however, were far too rudimentary. They basically just figure out how to cook a piece of meat, sprinkle some salt on it. Nothing else is added. The taste is downright awful. Guillermo casually added a few ingredients and whipped up a delicious dish. It balanced meat and vegetables perfectly and was incredibly nutritious. The princess had been looking at him with newfound respect lately. Initially, she had only sent him to the kitchen for menial tasks like assisting in the kitchen and emptying the slop buckets. Later, she discovered his hidden talent for cooking, immediately recognizing his skill and elevating his status. What kind of delicious meal could a mere human possibly cook? This prince is rather curious. Sister, you haven't eaten much refined food yourself, yet you can stomach the cooking of an uncivilized savage? The 5th prince roared with laughter, utterly unconvinced that the human before him could cook. He dismissed it as his sister merely saving face. After receiving the princess's order, Guillermo promptly prepared a pot of potato stewed chicken. The moment the lid lifted, an enticing aroma filled the air. Huangzi stared in astonishment at the golden broth, the potatoes cooked until soft and tender, and the sweet, succulent chicken. He picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in his mouth. Before he could even chew, his tongue alone crushed it to a pulp. The flavor was perfect, melting away in his mouth as if it had vanished. Holy! The 5th prince roared in disbelief. He dug into the food before him like he hadn't eaten in ages. He completely disregarded any semblance of etiquette, seemingly casting aside the boastful words he had just uttered. Only after he was full did the 5th prince remember his earlier words, a look of utter embarrassment spreading across his face. My human slave cooks pretty well, huh? The princess smiled cheerfully at her younger brother. A hint of defiance flashed across the 5th prince's face. He was not yet very old, possessing the intellect of a human teenager of 17 or 18. He was still fiercely competitive. Seeing his brother flaunt his human slave's efforts, he instantly felt provoked and immediately brought up his own human slave. This is my human slave. I call him Human Demon. He's the strongest human under my command. The 5th prince proudly puffed out his chest and patted the slave beside him. The slave immediately flashed a dazzling smile. His skin was dark, his muscles bulging, giving him an imposing, burly appearance. After sensing the man's aura, Guillermo couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. He was merely an ordinary half-step martial god. Dispatching him would be child's play.
Better not. We shouldn't let human slaves fight each other to the death.
They have no sense of restraint.
What if one kills the other? That wouldn't be good.
The princess frowned and shook her head.
She never wanted these slaves to fight each other for entertainment.
It was essentially the same as using animals for entertainment in human eyes. Seeing this, the fifth prince grew even more excited.
Sister, haven't you always wanted the necklace mother bestowed upon me? How about letting these two humans compete for it? If my human slave wins, your single entry into the secret realm becomes mine.
If mine loses, the necklace mother bestowed becomes yours. A confident smile spread across the fifth prince's face.
Hearing the terms, the princess couldn't help but feel tempted.
Truth be told, she had adored the necklace mother had given him since childhood. But mother favored her younger brother more, so she had bestowed that necklace upon him instead.
Seeing the princess so conflicted, Yi-Mo stepped forward.
Your Highness, if you desire that necklace, I am willing to help you reclaim it. Thanks to the princess's care these past days, he had been able to gradually strengthen himself.
Moreover, he had been well fed and well housed, living no differently than ordinary demonic servants. This intervention would serve as repayment for her kindness over the past period. The moment Yi-Mo spoke, the fifth prince's face darkened. This fellow was openly declaring he could defeat his own slave right before his eyes. Wasn't this blatant provocation?
The princess, upon hearing this, wore a look of shock before breaking into a radiant smile. She had been hesitant, but since her slave had spoken so boldly, she saw no reason to refuse.
Soon, the battle between the two commenced.
The human slave under the fifth prince's command fought with extreme arrogance, his fists clenched tightly as they delivered relentless, thudding blows. He was a powerhouse at the half-step martial god realm. For a human slave who had only recently begun training, defeating him should have been a breeze. Just as he excitedly swung his fist in an aggressive strike, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped him. A fist abruptly magnified within his pupils. The next instant, blood gushed from his nostrils and teeth scattered across the ground.
His entire body was hurled backward like a cannonball. Chapter 150, Royal Hunt.
The fifth prince was utterly stunned by the scene before him.
That had been his finest human slave who would have thought he was so utterly fragile? He had even planned to show off at the upcoming gathering. Your Highness, I did not take his life.
I merely administered a slight punishment to fulfill our wager.
Yi-Mo bowed respectfully as he spoke.
The fifth prince's face instantly turned as dark as liver, his hand reaching out to kill Yi-Mo. But the memory of the deliciously tempting meal the man had just prepared flashed through his mind, and reluctance flickered across his face. This was the finest cook he had ever encountered. Even the imperial chefs in the palace couldn't compare to this human slave. To kill him now would be a tremendous waste.
Finding such exquisite dishes again would be impossible. Very well, very well. A gentleman accepts defeat gracefully. Sister, this necklace is yours to keep. The fifth prince spoke as he removed a pale blue pendant from his own neck.
Engraved on the pendant was a picture depicting the fifth prince, the princess, and a well-built woman.
This blue pendant wasn't a precious item, merely an ordinary recording stone.
Using certain techniques, the scene before one's eyes could be stored within the stone. It could hold photos or videos, as convenient as a modern smartphone. The image captured was a memento from their outing together, preserved using the memory stone. The princess adored this memory stone, but alas, her mother had gifted the necklace to the fifth prince.
It's so beautiful.
The princess accepted it with delight, a joyful smile curving her lips.
Yi-Mo cast a casual glance at the fifth prince, noting the 6 tails protruding from his back. This human slave is rather interesting. Sister, why not name your price? I'll buy her.
The fifth prince spoke as he produced a storage pouch brimming with gold coins. The value of these coins was enough to purchase over a dozen human slaves. Brother, don't joke about this.
After all, this human is a second-layer martial god tier powerhouse.
If you truly wish to purchase her, this price seems a bit too low.
The princess had no intention of selling Yi-Mo to anyone else. He was the first slave she had personally cultivated. What?
Prince Wu stared at Yi-Mo in disbelief, his voice trembling.
Second-tier martial god? How is that possible? Was he already this powerful when you first encountered him? Could he be from the human kingdom? Yi-Mo's ears perked at one phrase, human kingdom?
Just as he had anticipated, this world truly harbored a civilization built by humans. For a moment, Yi-Mo's face lit up with excitement and thrill.
This very moment was directly observed by the fifth prince. Humph. What are you so pleased about? Could it be that you're delighted my earlier efforts ended in defeat?
The fifth prince didn't consider any deeper meaning. Still very much a child at heart, he felt mocked and his face darkened with anger.
He raised his hand to strike Yi-Mo. Enough, little brother. Are you prepared for the royal hunt in a few days? The princess quickly changed the subject. Yi-Mo quickly composed his expression, hiding his true feelings once more.
Fortunately, the other was merely a mischievous child who understood nothing. Otherwise, had he reacted strangely upon hearing the term human kingdom, he would surely have been seized for interrogation.
Never mind. Enough of that. I'll send some chefs back to you soon. Let them learn proper culinary skills from this human. As for the hunt, I've already selected the participants. The fifth prince wore an air of absolute confidence, his face calm and composed. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strode out of the princess's residence like a shooting star. Several servants behind him swiftly rushed forward, carrying away the unconscious human lying on the ground. Thank you, Erdwa. The princess smiled sweetly. That name was the one she had given Emo. Your Highness, there's no need to thank me. Without your careful guidance these past days, I wouldn't even be able to read these characters now. It's only my duty. The princess clutched the pendant tightly, a trace of worry flickering across her face. Next comes the royal hunt. I wonder which of my brothers or sisters will perish in this struggle this time. The princess sighed helplessly, her chin resting on her hand as her gaze drifted into the distance. When the hunt begins, you shall lead my horse for me. The princess looked at Emo before her. Though Emo understood nothing, he nodded earnestly. Your Highness, please tell me what this job entails. I'm not quite sure. The princess slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering she'd never mentioned the hunting tournament to Emo. Every 10 years, my father, the emperor, hosts a hunting festival. All direct descendants of the imperial family must participate. The one who hunts the least will be beheaded on the spot by my father. Hearing this, Emo couldn't help but shudder with fear. How bloody cruel was this demon emperor, sparing not even his own offspring? A single hunt deciding life or death? It was utterly outrageous. As the princess spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Her dearest sister had perished during the hunt. The demon emperor cared not whether they were male or female, all his offspring had to participate in the hunt. His purpose was simple, to pit them against each other, nurturing the strongest among them. After such trials, the weakest offspring would be eliminated, while the mightiest would rise to prominence. In the future, these offspring would be entrusted with the responsibility of ruling as kings and defending the demon realm. Without formidable strength, how could they possibly achieve such a task? Each royal offspring was permitted to bring one attendant to lead their horse. Victory would be determined by the quantity and quality of their hunted prey. After listening to the explanation, Emo finally understood. Finally, servants led him to the stables to practice leading horses. Deep concern clouded Yemo's expression. He feared that if the princess failed to secure ample game, he too might face certain doom should the demon emperor strike her down. After all, he had lived under the princess's protection all this time. Should she fall from grace, his own fate would likely be grim. The fifth prince would certainly not spare him, whether by incorporating him into his palace or executing him outright. Emo studied horse leading with exceptional diligence, practicing almost day and night. Even his instructor couldn't help but praise the human's remarkable perseverance and sharp intelligence, noting how quickly he grasped the skills. One evening, after finishing his horse leading practice and heading toward the princess's residence, Emo suddenly spotted a man clad in a large golden red robe. The Grand Chamberlain. The Golden Monkey. Chapter 151, The Eve of the Hunt. He was the most trusted demonic being by the demon emperor's side. Emo had long heard of his fame but had never laid eyes on him. He had always served the demon emperor as a formidable figure. Golden Red Monkey was currently conversing with a burly man beside him. Anyone who had ever attended the demon court would recognize him as none other than the peerless general known as Iron-Backed Bear. What? Old monkey, are you serious? His Majesty ordered the hunting grounds cleared long ago? General Xiong's voice dropped as a look of disbelief spread across his face. Emo, his eyes wide, listened intently from the side. Precisely so. Bear General, you must not let this information slip out. Discussing this with you today has already been a grave breach of protocol. Golden Red Monkey glanced around nervously, his tension palpable. This matter had been personally entrusted to him by the demon emperor when giving orders to his subordinates. If it leaked out, even he might not survive. So that's it. You old monkey actually risked so much to leak this to me. General Xiong was instantly overcome with gratitude. This matter must remain known only to heaven and earth, to you and me. Let no one else learn of it. After speaking, the Golden Red Monkey hurried away. General Xiong didn't linger either, quickly departing. Just as Emo was pondering why the demon emperor had cleared the hunting grounds, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. In ancient China, there seemed to have been an emperor like this. He had tested the relationships between his ministers and the imperial princes and princesses by deliberately emptying the hunting grounds beforehand. Yet, numerous princes and princesses still managed to bring back abundant game. It was a trap. A chill ran down Emo's spine. To save their own lives, these princes and princesses would likely have ordered their servants to prepare game in advance. Even the princesses were no exception. Emo quickly scanned his surroundings. Satisfied no one had spotted him, he slipped back to the princess's residence. I have urgent business with the princess. Sister Huan, tell her to come out immediately. Outside the princess's bedchamber, Hua Guoxiao Huan stood with eyes closed, resting. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention as Emo dashed in. What kind of behavior is this, shouting like that? The princess has long since retired for the night. Xiao Huan delivered a hard kick to Emo, sending him flying across the floor. It's truly urgent. It concerns the princess's life. Emo was frantic with worry. He couldn't bear the thought of the powerful patron he'd finally managed to ingratiate himself with dying during the hunt. Where would he go then? Xiao Huan frowned, deliberating for a moment before finally knocking on the princess's door. This human before her had been personally trained by the princess. He shouldn't be lying. Who is it? The princess rubbed her eyes, stretched lazily, and opened the door. Her pale blue nightgown outlined her stunning figure. Your Highness, Erdwa says he needs to speak with you, Xiao Huan said, gesturing toward Emo standing in the courtyard. Erdwa? What could it be at this hour? Emo glanced at Xiao Huan, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. She immediately understood and hurriedly withdrew, leaving the two alone. Your Highness, it's terrible news. I overheard a conversation on my way back just now. After Emo quickly recounted the incident, the princess, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly became wide awake, her face etched with disbelief. Is every word you've said true? Emo nodded vigorously. The princess fell into deep thought. Her mother, the empress, had long prepared game for her children to hunt, ensuring they would not suffer harm. Therefore, she had never worried that she might be killed by the emperor for failing to capture prey. Yet now, hearing Emo's words, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the emperor had indeed set a trap, waiting for the princes and princesses to fall into it? After much deliberation, the princess ultimately decided to trust Emo. The night before the royal hunt, in the empress's chambers. Fujior. Are you listening? The empress looked furious, while the princess knelt at her feet, looking utterly wronged. Mother, please hear me out before you lose your temper. After Foxjoer finished her explanation, a cold smile instantly appeared on the empress's face. As both the demon clan's empress and deputy chief of the nine-tailed fox clan, Fujior's mother had never once heard her husband mention such a thing utter nonsense. The rules had remained unchanged for so many years, how could such a thing suddenly occur? Crucially, she, the empress, had never heard a whisper of it. Wasn't this utter nonsense? Tell me immediately who gave you this news. They must be trying to harm you. As the emperor's consort, I have never heard His Majesty the demon emperor speak of such things. Someone is deliberately trying to harm you. The empress's face betrayed deep concern as she stroked Foxjoer's head. Fujior nestled into her mother's embrace. Mother, he wouldn't lie to me. The one who overheard this conversation was one of my servants, the human slave I rescued from the south not long ago. Hearing this, the empress couldn't help but fall into deep thought. They knew about the training program. Before it began, the humans within the demon realm lacked even basic intelligence. Since this human had gained intelligence and recognized Fox Niner as his benefactor, he would never betray his master. Could it be that your father truly acted thus? This matter warrants further consideration. The empress stroked her chin thoughtfully. Early the next morning, a group of people stood before a mountain valley. The area had long been cordoned off. This was the royal hunting grounds, off limits to commoners. Big sister's here. A charming little boy ran up beside Foxjoer, while Emo stood quietly holding her horse. 24th brother. Foxjoer warmly embraced the boy, who also had 6 tails growing from his back. Hearing the boy's address, Emo couldn't help but curl his lip. The demon emperor sure could produce offspring. His sperm must be top-notch. Big sister. Several princes and princesses greeted Foxjoer as they approached. Their relationships were generally amicable. As the demon emperor's firstborn, Fox 9 was, by rights, the most likely candidate to become crown prince. Among the demon clan, regardless of gender, anyone with sufficient strength could become crown prince. But Foxjoer had no desire to vie for power. Over the years, she hadn't focused much on cultivation, instead quietly becoming a princess skilled in singing, dancing, playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Compared to state affairs, she preferred diplomacy and interacting with common folk. Thus, in the eyes of her siblings, Foxjoer posed no threat whatsoever. Chapter 152, Ambush. My dearest elder sister. The third princess leapt to her feet and embraced Foxjoer from behind. Emo recognized her. It was the Fox clan member who had sat beside the first princess in the carriage back then. Back then, she had looked at him with utter disgust. She had wanted his life. Third sister, you seem so cheerful today. The two chatted cheerfully. Mid-conversation, the third princess suddenly pulled a fragrant pouch from her storage space. Sister, this is a sachet I made with my own hands. I'm giving it to you. You must keep it on your person. After her earnest instructions, the third princess personally pinned the sachet to Foxjoer's waist. A delighted smile spread across Fujior's face. This kind of sisterly affection was what she cherished most. Thank you, third sister. You're so thoughtful. Thump. 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 Just as the imperial princes were laughing and playing, the muffled drumbeats echoed through the air. Everyone's faces instantly turned to shock. They hurriedly stopped what they were doing, mounted their horses with utmost reverence, and assumed a battle-ready stance. Accompanied by the drumbeats, a man mounted on a unicorn emerged, a man with 8 tails trailing behind him. The demon emperor has arrived.
Golden Monkey bellowed respectfully at the top of his lungs. All the servants present knelt in reverence. The princes and princesses dismounted and stood on the ground, bowing their heads with profound respect. Seeing you all so spirited brings joy to your father. This man was none other than the Demon Emperor. His face bore the weight of history and an air of authority. Judging by the wrinkles on his face, he was at least in his 40s or 50s. The crucial point is that the difference between a strong man in his 40s or 50s and an ordinary man of the same age is quite significant. If a powerful individual appears old, he is likely far older than you imagine. He could be thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. Your humble son greets His Majesty the Emperor. The princes and princesses bowed with utmost courtesy. The Demon Emperor nodded calmly. Instantly, a serene energy washed over everyone present. Servants, princes, and princesses alike lifted their heads and rose to their feet. Yemo was likewise lifted by this energy. This assembly is identical to the previous one. I hereby declare the hunting assembly officially open. With a sweeping gesture of the Demon Emperor's hand, tension gripped the crowd as they prepared for battle. As the eldest, Fox Jor was naturally the first to step into the hunting grounds. Yemo led the way, holding the reins. Soon they reached the depths of the dense forest. At the same time, the other princes and princesses also entered the dense forest. Your Highness, the fourth prince, this is the game specially brought for you by your uncle, the Duke of the State. A servant pointed respectfully at a pile of bound game on the ground. These prey possessed exceptionally high vitality levels. With just a slight effort, the fourth prince could easily dispatch them all. And that would be his tally. The fourth prince surveyed the game on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Tell me, he said, I've killed all this game without making a sound. There's not a single trace of struggle around here. It seems a bit unrealistic that it's all so clean and tidy, don't you think? As he spoke, the fourth prince fixed his gaze on the servant. The servant immediately understood and sprang into action, rampaging through the forest and destroying all vegetation within a radius of several hundred meters. A satisfied smile spread across the fourth prince's face. He then promptly began finishing off each prey one by one. The other princes and princesses followed suit. A total of 17 royal heirs entered the hunting grounds. These were all adult princes and princesses. Only those who had reached adulthood were permitted to participate in such a hunting assembly. Yemo sniffed the air, quickly detecting the fresh scent of damp earth and the scent of the river. Your Highness, shall we take a quick tour of this hunting ground before returning? I sense a promising spot nearby. Would you like to explore it? The princess was delighted. She adored nature and, upon hearing this, nodded without hesitation. Exploring the scenery sounded rather pleasant. Yemo led the princess on horseback to a pond nestled within a dense forest, where a massive waterfall cascaded down. Her eyes lit up instantly. She swiftly dismounted, shed her shoes, and waded through the river in her skirt. Oomph, you're the one. A figure lurking in the shadows let out a wicked grin. He swiftly seized his prey, releasing the restraints binding her. A cruel expression flashed across his face. My dear sister, die here quietly. He murmured softly before swiftly departing the scene. The ferocious beast rose to its feet, intending to depart, but upon catching a certain scent, a savage glint flared in its eyes. This was a leopard of immense size, standing over 8 meters tall. It panted heavily, its once pale green pupils now glowing a blood-red hue. Its gaze locked onto the figure strolling along the riverbank. Panting heavily, it began charging toward its target. Danger! It's hunting! Yemo darted forward, blocking the princess's path. A colossal purple leopard burst out from the thicket. Ah! A thunder leopard! The princess screamed in terror. Her cultivation was only at the 4th layer of martial god, but the aura emanating from this leopard clearly signaled 5th layer martial god strength. Aside from the second prince, none of the other princes or princesses present could possibly handle it. Fox Jor's heart sank in horror. Hadn't Father Emperor already cleared the area? How could such a terrifying beast still appear? Crucially, such a powerful beast shouldn't exist here. The animals in the hunting grounds were carefully selected, with the strongest not exceeding the 3rd layer of martial god. Princess, flee! I'll hold it off. Yemo roared as the leopard charged toward them, pounding the water's surface with its paws. Purple thunder surged around the leopard's entire body. Yemo's heart sank instantly. He immediately summoned his own thunder energy to counter it. The thunder spread through the water, but the moment it touched Yemo, it was instantly absorbed by his own thunder energy. The princess scrambled onto her horse, drew her weapon from the saddle, and shouted, Be careful, Erdwa. I'll help you. As Hu Jor spoke, she began plucking the strings of the chain before her. One of Fox Jor's tails gradually emitted a faint glow, distinctly crimson in color. Accompanied by the sound of the strings, a visible crimson crescent suddenly shot forth from the instrument. By harnessing the vibrations created by the strings in the air and infusing them with elemental energy, Fox Jor unleashed her attack. The shockwave slammed into the thunder leopard, only managing to knock off a layer of fur not even scratching the skin. It was precisely this attack that utterly enraged the 5th tier martial god thunder leopard.
Chapter 153, A Blessing in Disguise. Ugh.
Yemo remained standing in the water, using the thunder energy within his body to counter the thunder leopard's lightning. A fierce clash of thunder erupted between them and the water. All Yemo could do now was pray that the thunder power granted by the system was strong enough. Otherwise, if the princess met her end, he would likely face decapitation too. For when a prince or princess died, all their servants were executed as well. As a servant of Fox Jor, he would certainly be executed without mercy. Fortunately, the system proved reliable enough, granting him a relatively potent thunder power. The thunder leopard before him was no match for him at all. Though stronger in raw power, its inherent attributes were vastly inferior to his. Yemo greedily devoured the thunder surging from its body, feeling a tingling sensation spread through his limbs. He could sense his own power surging upward. The realization that devouring another's power could also enhance his own felt like opening the door to a whole new world. The thunder leopard realized this human before it could actually stand against it. Filled with resentment, its body erupted with a torrent of thunder. The air thickened with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Yemo's body instantly tensed as the electricity surged through him. His absorption rate was struggling to keep up with the opponent's release speed. Just as he was momentarily dazed, a sudden tingling sensation erupted from his crotch. The koi fish slid down his pant leg into the water, then joined him in absorbing the terrifying thunderous energy. The violent thunderbolts failed to inflict any harm on Yemo. But in Fox Jor's eyes, Yemo was now bound by the powerful thunder, unable to move an inch to save himself. He could only stand there waiting for death. Under normal circumstances, Fox Jor would have her eyes redden slightly or tears well up at this moment, but she did not. The 5 tails behind her gradually began to spin. As the ruler of the demonic race, each tail of the Fox clan could control an element. This power stemmed from the Fox clan's innate affinity with the elements. Earlier, she had only unleashed the fire elemental sound blades. The power of the other 5 elements remained untapped. 6 colored sound blades, deftly plucked from her hands, shot forward at blinding speed. In an instant, the 6 colored sound blades relentlessly assaulted the thunder leopard. Even with its formidable defense, the sheer intensity of the assault forced a cry of pain from the beast. The thunder leopard's greatest strength lay in its speed, not its defense. Seeing that these 2 opponents were formidable and that a decisive victory was unlikely, it prepared to flee. But when it tried to move, it found itself completely immobilized, unable to even recall the thunder energy coursing through its body. The human before him was voraciously devouring the lightning he emitted. He couldn't even stop his own abilities. He thrashed wildly, desperate to escape, but it was utterly futile. The creature clung to him like a leech, refusing to let go, making it impossible for him to shake it off. Seeing no escape, the thunder leopard resolved to take his enemy down with him, fixing his gaze directly on Yemo. No! Erdwa, run! Fox Jor saw the thunder leopard's desperate gamble but could do nothing to help. Yemo, equally immobilized, could only stand there, passively absorbing the thunderous energy emanating from the beast. This can't happen again. Hujor's eyes gradually turned crimson, and the long hair trailing behind her began to float in the air. Her 6 tails blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. Massive amounts of elemental energy condensed into pillars of light along each tail. Then, at blinding speed, they were unleashed through the sound blades released by the. Flashbacks flooded Fox Jor's mind. Her closest sister had stood before her at that moment. Just as Yemo was protecting her now. Back then, she could do nothing but watch helplessly as her sister, as close as a sibling, died before her eyes. Ever since then, everyone felt that Hujor had changed, though the transformation seemed subtle, merely a hint of newfound maturity. The innocent, joyful little girl was gone. Hujor, who had never cultivated before, became obsessed with cultivation, keeping it a secret from everyone. In secret, she steadily enhanced her strength. She masked her true feelings with smiles, never letting anyone glimpse her real thoughts. To others, she appeared as a child utterly devoid of ambition for power, yet she understood better than anyone that he was the one most desperate to become demon emperor. She would abolish this rule. She would never allow her descendants to enter this hunting ground to slaughter one another again. The death of the 10th princess was a pain that would forever haunt Fox Jor. A string snapped violently under her forceful pluck, unleashing terrifying energy that erupted from the instrument. An unparalleled shockwave slammed into the thunder leopard's body. In the blink of an eye, 6 distinct hues of light enveloped the thunder leopard, followed by an utterly terrifying explosion. The entire riverbed trembled. The waterfall continued its relentless flow, while a massive crater now gaped in the lake. The thunder leopard's remains utterly obliterated. Yemo, having absorbed too much energy, blacked out instantly. The koi was immediately absorbed back into the system. Erdwa. Fox Jor, disregarding her damaged weapon, stowed it away and swiftly dismounted. She rushed to Yemo's side and helped him to his feet. That earlier display had unleashed her hidden strength. To outsiders, Fox Jor appeared to be only at the 4th layer of martial god, and her weapon matched that level. But her true strength was at the 9th layer of martial god. As the first child of the demon emperor, his innate talent was undeniably terrifying. She had even inherited substantial bloodlines from both the clan chief and the deputy clan chief, making her bloodline the purest among all the imperial princes and princesses. Even her own younger brother, the fifth prince, possessed bloodline purity inferior to hers. Naturally, his cultivation speed couldn't match hers either. Ujora channeled the power within her into Yemo's body, and her energy was instantly drained dry. A sudden shock gripped Ujora's heart. Could it be working? She hurriedly continued to pour her power into him. At this very moment, Yemo was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the third layer of martial god strength. He was stuck in limbo, unable to advance or retreat, lacking that final, crucial bit of power. This was the primary reason for his unconsciousness. Just as he prepared to exit his cultivation state, he suddenly sensed a massive influx of energy merging into his body. Though Yemo didn't understand what was happening, he seized the opportunity and intensified his cultivation. Chapter 154, Realm Breakthrough. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the third layer of martial god. Upon hearing the system's congratulatory message, Yemo slowly emerged from his cultivation state and gradually opened his eyes. The moment he regained bodily awareness, he sensed something was amiss. His lower body was buried in cold, damp earth, and someone was shoveling dirt onto him as if attempting to bury him alive. Wah! I failed to protect my friend again. Ujora wept as she continued shoveling dirt. She believed Yemo was dead. Your Highness, are you planning to bury me alive? A sudden voice echoed from the pit, sending a jolt of shock through Foxjor. You're still alive. Ujora's face lit up with joy, her eyes welling up once more. She had thought another friend would perish here, yet unexpectedly, he had survived. Truthfully, she felt quite distressed. This was her first human slave, and naturally, she had poured the most effort into him. Now, it turned out the other person was completely unharmed. They had merely been knocked unconscious earlier. Outside the hunting grounds, all the princes and princesses had returned. Fifth brother, you've made quite the haul this time. Third sister's haul is also incredibly rich. The group of princes and princesses chatted excitedly. Their catches were all quite substantial, with everyone essentially on equal footing. No one had significantly more, no one stood out as particularly outstanding, and no one had notably less. Prince Wu, whose courtesy name was Ran, didn't believe for a moment that his father would clear the hunting grounds. So he naturally accepted the game his mother had prepared in advance, specifically bringing it out to count as his own achievement. Ha, third princess, you didn't hunt with the first princess this time? Weren't you two always side by side during previous hunts? The demon emperor was beginning to grow irritated. His offspring truly had a knack for deceiving him. He had clearly cleared the entire hunting grounds long ago, yet now everyone had managed to capture prey. How on earth had they managed it? The demon emperor was so furious he could only laugh bitterly, unable to resist a sarcastic remark. Yet the third princess completely missed the anger in his words. Father, I chose not to accompany my eldest sister this time. I wish to venture out on my own and prove myself, rather than always relying on her. The third princess believed her answer was flawless, and a faint smile slipped onto her face. Had he not secretly released that fifth-tier martial god demon beast, she might well have claimed first place this time. Yet she felt not a shred of regret. With her eldest sister eliminated by treachery, she now stood second in seniority among all the princes and princesses, surpassed only by the second prince. A cold smile played on the demon emperor's face. He said nothing, merely observing the princes and princesses before him in silence. They gazed at the demon emperor with eager anticipation. Though one prince or princess perished in every hunting tournament, the reason they remained so excited was that the surviving royal offspring would receive an extremely generous reward, one that was guaranteed for everyone. The victor claimed 5 times the reward of the others. That would be an endless supply of cultivation resources. We could use these resources to support our servants or to enhance our own strength. The demon emperor does not interfere with how these cultivation resources are managed. At present, only the eldest princess has yet to emerge. Golden Red Monkey counted the number of princes and princesses, then silently crossed off those who hadn't returned. Only the eldest princess remained. May she bring me a pleasant surprise. The demon emperor sighed helplessly and shook his head. He knew his daughter well. Though blessed with extraordinary talent, she had never shown interest in cultivation or power struggles, preferring instead to seclude herself within the princess's residence. She treated everyone with gentleness, even commoners. By all accounts, she should be the ideal candidate for the demon emperor's throne. Yet she disdained power struggles, never concerned herself with state affairs, and her cultivation was utterly abysmal. The demon emperor could only turn his gaze toward his second son and third daughter. As for his eldest daughter, he had completely abandoned any thoughts of cultivating her. She resolved to let nature take its course, content if the girl could simply live a life filled with happiness. All those rare and precious herbs the empress used during her pregnancy might as well consider them down the drain. As the demon emperor sighed helplessly, he suddenly spotted 2 figures walking out. One was a human in ragged clothes, leading a horse out. Seated upon the horse he led was a graceful and elegant woman. They carried no game. Just the 2 of them and a horse, nothing else. Your humble son has returned. The eldest princess dismounted and bowed respectfully. The demon emperor's face lit up with joy at the sight. That she had returned without any game at all, it seemed only his eldest daughter never deceived him. Very well, very well. It seems you've lost your will to live, Jor. To return without any game at all, do you truly believe your father would spare you? The demon emperor's tone turned icy. He was testing Fox Jor, forcing her to explain why she had returned empty-handed. Your Majesty, it is not that your daughter did not wish to bring back prey, but that throughout the entire hunting grounds, I saw no prey whatsoever. Huli Jor's words caught Yemo off guard. He had expected her to reveal the fierce battle she had fought with the thunder leopard. Yet to his surprise, Fox 9 had concealed the entire incident, telling no one. Yemo suddenly sensed something. This princess seemed rather extraordinary. Sister, you're mistaken. How could there be no game in the hunting grounds? Look at all of us brothers and sisters, everyone has returned laden with spoils. Could it be that you, sister, were too preoccupied with play and simply chose a spot to rest? The third princess spoke while flashing a dazzling smile at Fox Jor. Beneath that smile lay a look of utter shock. Wasn't the eldest princess only at the 4th layer of martial god cultivation? How could she have survived facing a 5th layer martial god level prey? Most crucially, she had encountered that leopard after all. She had given the other party that sachet precisely to lure the thunder leopard to its target. The sachet contained herbs that provoked the thunder leopard. Once it caught the scent, it would instantly fly into a rage. Yet now, the eldest sister claimed she hadn't encountered any prey at all. How could that be possible? Now, I shall announce the top prize winner of this hunting competition. The demon emperor rose from his palanquin, his face radiating majestic authority. All servants instantly knelt on the ground, while princes and princesses performed the court bow. I declare the victor of this hunting tournament to be the eldest princess, Fox Jor. Chapter 155, The Reward. At these words, every prince and princess wore expressions of utter astonishment. She hadn't brought back any game at all, so why did father declare her the winner? Could father be rigging the contest in broad daylight? One prince immediately spoke up. Father, this result is wrong. I brought back the most game, I should be the champion. Our eldest sister didn't bring back any game at all. Why did you declare her the winner of this hunt? Prince Ming was visibly furious. He had been eagerly anticipating the rewards, only to face this outcome. Have I finished speaking? The demon emperor unleashed a powerful aura the moment he spoke, instantly striking fear into everyone present. The speaking prince was instantly pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. He had dared to challenge the demon emperor's authority, and as the ruler, such insolence could not be tolerated. Father! Your son refuses to accept this. It was clear the prince had lost his mind, daring to speak back to the demon emperor even under such overwhelming pressure. Oof. I had intended to confine you for a time, but your actions now leave me no choice but to execute you. You claim to have the most prey. But do you know? Before this hunt, father had already cleared away all the prey. Now explain yourselves. Where did you possibly get all this prey? The demon emperor's roar shook the surrounding mountains to their foundations. Instantly, all the princes and princesses bowed their heads. They knew full well where their prey had come from. Not a single one dared speak further, all silently bowing their heads in silence. The ministers observing the hunt's outcome nearby turned grim-faced. Many among them had supported these princes and princesses. They were largely responsible for procuring the prey, yet now this outcome had unfolded. Cold sweat broke out on every minister's brow. Even the 5th prince was utterly shocked. Never had he imagined his sister's words could be true. Fortunately, he hadn't requested much game, so he avoided becoming the one with the most. The one with the fewest kills now stood first, while the one with the most had plummeted to last place. The moment the demon emperor finished speaking, the prince's body instantly exploded into a mist of blood. He didn't even get a chance to resist or speak before being crushed to death. The other princes and princesses watched the scene unfold, their hearts pounding with fear. None of you princes or princesses shall gain a single resource from this hunt. Where is Fox Jor? With a wave of the demon emperor's hand, a golden storage pouch appeared before him. Your humble son is here. Hujor stepped forward and knelt on the ground. This time, you alone shall claim all the resources. The demon emperor spoke as he handed the golden storage pouch to her. Hujor showed not a trace of joy, concealing all her excitement deep within her heart. She must continue to conceal herself until the day she seized the imperial throne. The vast resources gathered now were merely additional cornerstones for her conquest of the throne. From now on, her siblings would likely struggle to compete with her. The second prince was the strongest among all her siblings, yet his cultivation level was merely at the 6th layer of martial god. With such vast resources now at her disposal, Fox Jor felt far more confident about breaking through to the 10th layer of martial god and even reaching the divine master realm. Amidst the envious gazes of all her siblings, Hujor accepted the rewards bestowed by the emperor. She then returned to the princess's residence without facing any punishment. As for the other princes and princesses, each was ordered to return home for a month of solitary reflection, forbidden from undertaking any tasks whatsoever. At this very moment, the third princess was seething with rage, her face twisted in fury. She dared not expose her eldest sister's lies now. If she revealed that her sister had never encountered any prey, she would inevitably become the mastermind behind the attempted murder of her own half-sister. She would never commit such a foolish act. It seemed she would have to find another way to eliminate this sister in the future.
Back at the princess's residence, Fox Jor was in high spirits.
Seated in her chamber, she beckoned Yemo inside.
So, what reward do you want this time?
A thrilled smile spread across the princess's face. Tonight, she would break through to the 10th layer of martial god. After a month of seclusion, she should be able to advance to the Divine Master realm.
Reporting to your highness, I have no particular needs. Yemo offered a faint smile, saying nothing more. Hurry up and tell me. While I'm in a good mood, I'll get you anything you want. After some thought, Yemo realized there was indeed something he desired.
I desire knowledge. I desire books. I hope the princess will bestow upon me many volumes. I wish to study knowledge in all fields. Yemo's words weren't meant to save the princess money, they came from a genuine desire to understand more about this world. Asking others about common knowledge would only seem strange. Learning from books, however, would leave no room for suspicion.
After pondering for a moment, Fox Jor nodded. I never expected your demands to be so modest. After following me for so long, you still show no ambition whatsoever. Sigh.
Ujor sighed and casually tossed over some coins. Take these gold coins. Tomorrow, have Xiaohuan take you to the market to buy books. Yemo happily accepted the bag of coins, his face lighting up with excitement.
Thank you, your highness.
Since arriving in this world, he had never left the palace again. His only glimpse of the demon clan's imperial city's splendor had been that one time upon arrival. After that, he never ventured out again. It had been a long time, and Yemo felt a surge of anticipation. How wonderful! Xiao Duo already knows how to protect his master.
Xiaohuan ran over and patted Yemo's shoulder, looking thoroughly impressed. As the princess's personal maid, she naturally heard the princess recount Yemo's deeds.
To throw herself in front of her mistress without hesitation during such peril. That took tremendous courage. His strength was no match for that leopard, yet he still made that choice, willing to sacrifice his own life to protect Fox Jor.
Yemo understood it as clearly as a mirror.
He was merely protecting himself. If Hu Jor died, his own death was certain. But if he fought the leopard to protect Fox 9, he might still have a sliver of hope. Faced with this choice, he could only pick the latter.
Thanks for the compliment, Sister Huan.
Yemo scratched his head with a smile.
Tomorrow, this lady will take you out for some fun. I happen to have a few things I want to buy myself. Chapter 156, Kidnapping. Holy crap! Sister Huan. What the hell is that? Is that some kind of fruit? I've never seen anything like it. Wow! Which demon clan is that from?
Yemo was like a country bumpkin in the city, peering left and right, touching everything in sight.
Could you keep it down? You're embarrassing me. Xiaohuan covered her face, flushed crimson with embarrassment.
This guy was beyond ridiculous. He'd actually tried to pull a quill off a hedgehog demon.
Alright, Sister Huan.
The two soon arrived at a bookstore. The place was lavishly decorated, exuding an air of wealth and sophistication everywhere. Most of the patrons entering and exiting were wealthy individuals dressed in silk robes. Halt! A sudden voice rang out as a dog demon blocked their path at the shop entrance.
Do you know where you are? This is the largest bookstore in the entire imperial city.
Do you two think you can just waltz in looking like such penniless beggars? The dog demon spoke these words expressionlessly, its face devoid of emotion.
Put. Stop looking down on us. Think we're penniless?
Xiaohuan planted her hands on her hips, adopting a street-smart scolding posture. She often encountered such situations. She was already prepared for this. The golden retriever guarding the entrance, the moment he saw Xiaohuan,
couldn't help but widen its eyes. Though it said nothing, its rapidly wagging tail betrayed its inner thoughts. Please come in. The golden retriever stepped aside as he spoke, a faint blush spreading across his face.
Xiaohuan snorted, hands on her hips, and strode right in.
Yemo trotted along behind her. What books might you two patrons be looking for?
The shop assistant's face lit up with delight upon seeing customers enter, but his expression soured instantly when he noticed their plain attire. He asked perfunctorily, "What kinds of books do you have here?"
Yemo inquired.
The other rolled his eyes. "If you want it, we've got it. This is the biggest bookstore around. I'll take one copy of every single book." After Yemo said this, the shop assistant's face immediately twisted with contempt.
"As if you could afford anything here. Look at those rags you're wearing. How dare you even say that in front of me?"
Yemo lost his temper and dumped all the gold coins from his storage pouch onto the counter. A mountain of gold coins instantly piled up across the entire counter. This. The shop assistant's eyes were instantly dazzled, his gaze fixed on the glittering coins. "Please, honored guests, come upstairs. There are private rooms up there. Let's discuss this further upstairs." The shop assistant's attitude shifted completely upon seeing such wealth.
His face lit up with an excited smile as he hurriedly invited them upstairs to sit down. Emo and Xiao Huan rolled their eyes before tucking the coins away and heading upstairs. I said I want 1 copy of every book. Can't you afford it? The waiter nodded vigorously. We can afford it, absolutely no problem. Just leave me your address, and I'll deliver them directly to your residence tomorrow. The shop assistant pulled out a pen, ready to jot down the customer's address. Deliver? You won't be able to deliver them. Xiao Huan chuckled. Feeling slighted, the waiter's expression turned serious. Let me tell you, there's no place within the Imperial City walls we can't deliver to. Free delivery covers the entire city. If we can't deliver, fine. The Imperial Palace Princess's residence. We'll be waiting for you there tomorrow. Xiao Huan didn't wait for him to finish, blurting out the address with a teasing grin. The waiter swallowed the rest of his words, his face frozen in astonishment. Ah, so you two are from the palace. I completely misjudged you. I'll cover the 10% discount on all your books myself. I understand English perfectly. I'll prepare the carriage immediately. Within the palace, only those with permits could transport goods into the palace by cart. Otherwise, no one could freely enter or exit to transport goods. Alright, here's the deposit. We'll come back for it later. We still have other things to buy. Xiao Huan waved his hand generously, handing over 30 gold coins. 30 gold coins? That wasn't just enough to buy all the books. It could easily cover half the shop. The shop assistant's face instantly betrayed his astonishment. Miss, this is far too much money. Xiao Huan declared with authority, consider the extra as a tip. Then she walked straight out with Emo. The golden retriever at the entrance spotted the two exiting. Immediately wagged its tail and approached them. Hello, may I have your contact information to send you a letter later? The guard was visibly nervous. After speaking, he took 2 silent steps back, bracing himself for a scolding. How could a security guard like him possibly catch the eye of a wealthy young lady? The people who bought books here were all wealthy. Xiao Huan rolled her eyes. Forget it. The big blonde guy watched them walk away, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Come buy some rouge with me, Xiao Huan said as she approached a shop run by a fox clan. Sis Huan's here to help the princess with her shopping again? Xiao Huan was recognized the moment she stepped inside. The shop staff here knew her like the back of their hands. After making 7 trips to the shop in just over half a month, anyone would remember her. I'm here to pick up the princess's order. Has the rouge from last time arrived? While Xiao Huan went to retrieve the goods, Emo stood outside on the street, looking around. Just as he was admiring the surrounding architecture, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. A surprisingly resilient bag was pulled over his head, dragging him away. He struggled, but his strength was utterly useless against his captors. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pitch-black room. Other humans were there too. Their eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead. Their only distinguishing feature was their exceptionally well-developed muscles, giving them an imposing, powerful appearance. Just as Emo was puzzled, someone stepped forward and slapped him across the face. What the hell are you doing? Why bring in such a scrawny human? Who could he possibly beat? A man who looked like a boss was berating a petty thug. Not only had the guy tied up a human on the street, causing him a ton of trouble, but he also thought he'd brought back some valuable goods. Turns out it was just this scrawny little punk. Boss, at least this guy doesn't cost us anything. Hold on, didn't you even do your homework before kidnapping me? I just stepped out of the palace, and you snatched me right away. At these words, the scene fell silent. The boss and the thug exchanged glances, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 157, Heaven and Earth Society. Impossible, impossible. He must be lying. How could he possibly be a slave in the palace? The boss shook his head, then smacked Emo unconscious with a hammer. Just to be safe, go find someone to investigate immediately. See if any human slaves have gone missing from any of the officials' households in the palace. A grave expression settled on the boss's face. Matters concerning the imperial palace demanded absolute diligence. Even if the other party was merely trying to scare them, they had to conduct a thorough investigation. Otherwise, if trouble came their way, it would mean the extermination of their entire clan. Daring to provoke His Majesty the Demon Emperor would mean a death with no place to bury the body. The young thug swallowed hard upon hearing this. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of fear himself. After all, the clothes Emo wore certainly didn't look like those of an ordinary human. No matter how you looked at it, he had status and standing. Whether he was from the imperial palace or not, he likely had some connection to it. The thug quickly went off to investigate. Bull. I've never heard of any human slaves in the palace. Even those princes and princesses who toy with human slaves wouldn't bring them inside the palace. A fox-like eunuch addressed the young thug before him. The thug, who was of wolf demon descent, wagged his tail upon hearing this, a look of relief spreading across his face. I see. He'd made up his mind once he got back, he'd give Emo a thorough beating for daring to scare him. The wolf demon had barely left when another eunuch approached. Why are you spreading nonsense? There are clearly slaves in the palace, okay? You just haven't seen them because your rank isn't high enough.
The eunuch spoke angrily, giving the other fellow a sharp jab on the shoulder. This little fox had only recently entered the palace to serve and was still unfamiliar with its inner workings.
Ah! Chief Eunuch, is what you're saying true?
A look of astonishment flashed across the little fox's face.
That's because you haven't participated in the imperial hunt. I'm going to this season's hunt, where I'll be serving the princes and princesses. Do you know who was leading the eldest princess's horse?
Though he was far away, I could clearly see he had no animal ears or tail.
Good heavens, he was a human through and through. The eunuch steward's face darkened with fury as he spoke. So many little eunuchs make extra cash by leaking palace secrets. If you screw this up and no one dares bring us new intel anymore, cutting off our income, we'll beat you to death.
The chief eunuch flexed his muscles as he spoke, his face hardening with murderous intent.
He wasn't joking with this little fox.
If this little fox truly cut off their income, they might even kill him. The little fox shuddered in fright and hurriedly chased after the man who had just left.
Where is he? Where did that guy go? Xiao Huan's face twisted with confusion. She had clearly instructed Yemo to wait outside. Yet in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Excuse me, old man. I've taken a human slave here. Have you seen where he went? Xiao Huan tossed a copper coin into the beggar's bowl beside her.
The beggar's eyes lit up at the sight of the coin. But he shook his head firmly.
Too little. I won't say.
He figured this information was worth at least a little more. A shadow of disappointment flashed across Xiao Huan's face. How dare this fellow try to rip her off? But fearing Yemo's displeasure, Xiao Huan reluctantly produced a gold coin and handed it to the beggar.
You're quite a clever little girl. If only you possessed some talent for cultivation, I'd take you as my disciple.
This old beggar was a cat demon. As he spoke, he scooped up the gold coin with his furry paw. The Heaven and Earth Society is the one who captured him.
Getting him out might be a bit tricky, you know.
The old man stroked his beard as he spoke.
If you'd just treat me to another meal. Where is he?
Before the old man could finish his sentence, the little girl Xiao Huan had already dashed off in a hurry.
Huh, gold coins. You're quite wealthy.
The old man slipped the coin into his pocket, a hint of delight flickering across his face.
Boss. I found out. There's no slave in the palace at all. This guy's been lying to us. The wolf demon rushed back to the office and immediately began boasting about his success.
The boss, a pig demon with a fat head and big ears, let out a long sigh of relief upon hearing this.
Well, if that's the case, it's no big deal. Let's put this human on stage.
The boss said with a relieved smile.
The wolf demon quickly took his leave to carry out the order.
Oof. Who'd have thought such a rare creature would end up in this dungeon?
Humans aren't exactly common around here.
Yemo slowly awoke from the ground, catching a deep voice nearby. He turned to see a tiger demon with a deeply weathered face, his entire body chained and bound to the wall.
He couldn't move at all. Where am I? Yemo rubbed his head in confusion as he stood up, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. The Tiandihui Arena, of course. You've heard of it, right? Yemo shook his head blankly. And you're an enlightened slave? The council really has some nerve, daring to capture even you. Aren't they afraid of provoking your master?
The tiger demon snorted coldly, then cracked his neck, causing the chains to clank loudly.
If you want out of here, you either win 10 matches in the arena or find a way to break out. Otherwise, death is your only fate. Look at me, I got caught trying to escape.
Yemo frowned at the words. He hadn't expected this so-called Heaven and Earth Society to actually dare capture him. But inquiring around should reveal his identity soon enough. Just as curiosity began to stir within him, a bull demon burst in, wielding a massive axe. It grabbed Yemo, who was shackled with iron chains on his hands and feet, and hoisted him up. Then he was dragged away from this place.
Kid, get your ass in the ring. Put on a good show. Kill your opponent if you don't want to die. After uttering these words, they traversed a long corridor. The ox demon delivered a powerful kick to Yemo's backside. He tossed the massive axe to the ground and turned to leave. The steel door slowly descended, trapping Yemo inside the arena. A deafening roar of cheers and the announcer's shouts filled Yemo's ears. Next up is this human slave.
And his opponent will be the Crimson Blood Lion King.
Chapter 158, The Arena.
When Yemo opened his eyes and looked outside, he saw crowds gathered in the stands. The place resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum.
A battle axe lay before him.
Yemo swung the axe with all his might, severing his shackles and chains. But when he tried to sever the handcuffs and shackles, they offered no resistance. The restraints completely suppressed his powers, leaving him able to unleash only his raw physical strength.
He couldn't access any elemental powers, rendering him utterly useless.
Whenever he tried to break the restraints, strange, incomprehensible runes would appear on them. Those runes seemed to protect the shackles, making it utterly impossible to break free.
Yemo pounded the ground in frustration before picking up the axe before him.
Directly opposite him, an iron prison door was slowly rising.
The roar from the entire crowd erupted even more wildly. The Lion King is unbeatable. The Lion King will take down this human. Tear it apart. Amidst the deafening roar, a lion with a coat of fiery red fur gradually emerged from the darkness. Its body bore numerous scars, large and small, long since hardened into calloused wounds. He looked particularly ferocious. Yi Mo swallowed hard as he stared at his opponent. This opponent was terrifying. Standing 5 meters tall, he stood upright on 2 legs like a human, wielding a weapon in his hands. It was a massive hammer. The hammer was significantly larger than Yi Mo himself. You're my opponent in this round? Pathetic. The Lion King couldn't help but let out a maniacal laugh as he looked down at the tiny human on the ground. After all, even relying solely on his physical strength, he could take on a 4th-tier martial god. If it weren't for his desperate need for money, he'd never have come here to participate in this life or death arena. This was his 5th life or death tournament match. Win 10, and he could walk away with a hefty prize. Looks like the organizers are handing him a victory on a silver platter. Ready. Begin. With the referee's command, the Lion King's massive hammer came crashing down from the sky. Yi Mo's heart raced as he scrambled to roll aside, narrowly evading the blow. Where he had stood moments before, a massive crater now gaped in the ground. The surrounding area was covered in dense cracks. This opponent truly intended to kill him. A resolute expression hardened on Yi Mo's face. His friends hadn't been revived yet. He absolutely couldn't die here. He still had to find human civilization. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Yi Mo roared furiously, stomping the ground and swinging his axe with blinding speed, hacking directly at his foe. A fierce collision erupted between them, sending the cheers on the arena roaring even louder. Heaven and Earth Society, huh? I need to speak with your leader. Xiao Huan arrived at the Heaven and Earth Society's arena. It wasn't hard to find. The Heaven and Earth Society was a renowned entertainment organization throughout the Imperial City. This group made its living through arena battles and also ran betting rings for spectators. Its fame throughout the city was immense. Little girl, our leader isn't someone you can just demand to see. A cold, murderous intent flashed across Xiao Huan's face. Do you realize you've captured the wrong person? You dare seize one of our royal human slaves. Xiao Huan's eyes blazed with fury, ready to fight the guard to the death. Little girl, that human we just captured, is she yours? The wolf demon emerged from the darkness, a piece of candy dangling from his mouth, his face twisted in mockery. Don't bother. I already checked out the so-called palace you mentioned. It's completely empty. The slaves are in the palace. The wolf demon licked his lollipop as he spoke, fixing Xiao Huan with an icy stare. If you dare cause trouble here again, we'll send you straight to the arena. As he spoke, a terrifying aura radiated from his entire body. Every servant who leaves the palace carries a pass. Do you have one? The wolf demon watched Xiao Huan with mocking eyes as she frantically rummaged through her robes. After searching for a long time, she realized her pass had vanished into thin air. Seize her. Let her taste the pleasure of being someone else's plaything. The wolf demon waved his hand, and the surrounding guards began to move in to attack Xiao Huan. Just as they were about to touch her, a flash of silver light suddenly streaked through the shadows. The guard instantly had his head severed from his body, leaving behind a headless corpse. The wolf demon was so terrified his legs went weak on the spot. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of who had struck from the shadows. At that moment, a man clad in a black robe slowly stepped forward. A faint smile played on his lips. The wolf demon, scared out of his wits, fled into the venue at top speed. He needed to call for backup immediately and capture all the intruders. Relying solely on his own strength would likely prove difficult. As he charged inward, Xiao Huan's expression turned peculiar. Aren't you that old beggar from earlier? How did you follow us here? She instantly recognized the hooded figure as the very beggar she had given coins to earlier for information. I'm here to return something to you and help you out. You gave me this earlier. Did you give it to the wrong person? The old beggar spoke as he pulled out a gleaming golden token. It was precisely the token all servants were required to carry when leaving the palace. Ah! No wonder I couldn't find it. I must have accidentally given it to you earlier. Thank you again for your help just now. Xiao Huan said, slipping a gold coin into his hand. You're giving me so much. Looks like I'll have to do you a favor now. Otherwise, if word gets out, people will laugh their heads off. The leader of the beggars sect, no less, having to force a young girl to give me a gold coin. Consider it payment for hiring me to rescue someone. Old Cat tucked the coin away as he finished speaking, then swiftly led Xiao Huan into the arena. Ugh! The Crimson Blood Lion King's face twisted with fury. He never imagined a human could hold his own against him. After several fierce collisions, he hadn't gained a single advantage. Instead, his arm throbbed painfully from the impact. His opponent possessed a remarkably balanced combination of speed, strength, and agility. Most crucially, the opponent could coordinate their body perfectly to launch relentless counterattacks. Fighting this opponent was incredibly taxing, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. If not for his towering stature, he would likely have been killed by this human long ago. Chapter 159, The Will to Take a Disciple. The battle on the field has now reached a fever pitch. Who would have thought this tiny human could unleash such terrifying power? The announcer's voice trembled with excitement. His face lit up with sheer excitement. Those who bet against him before the match are in for a huge loss. Many had bet that this human wouldn't last 5 minutes against the Crimson Blood Lion King. Yet here they were, locked in combat for so long, with the Crimson Blood Lion King now teetering on the brink of defeat. Come on, Lion King. I suspect foul play. How could he possibly lose to that scrawny human? This is unnatural. Absolutely unnatural. How could he possibly lose to that human? The roar of anger from the crowd echoed throughout the arena. They felt betrayed by the arena. This human before them was clearly a decoy they deliberately let in. All to fleece them gamblers out of their money. Yemo stared intently at Lion King before him. The fact that his opponent could fight him to a standstill without using elemental powers meant his own strength had likely reached the 6th layer of martial god. Fortunately, both of them could only rely on their physical strength. Otherwise, based on those earlier moves alone, he might not have been able to withstand them. On Blue Star, he could fight opponents of higher tiers. But since arriving here, he realized his own growth made tier-jumping battles nearly impossible without extremely powerful weapon support. The weapon in his hand was the most ordinary one, forged from iron, the most common material and hardly superior to his opponents. Victory could only be decided by their raw physical prowess. Bad news, boss. Some people have come to the arena to seize that person group. They're too strong, I couldn't stop them. Quickly send guards to take them out. The pig demon's face instantly twisted with astonishment. He hadn't expected anyone would dare to disrupt their heaven and earth society's operations. Upon hearing this, he slammed his fist on the table in fury, a murderous intent flashing across his face. He then flung a token onto the table. With this token, you can summon every guard in the arena. Go immediately and gather men to capture those 2 intruders. The wolf demon acknowledged the order with a grunt before turning and sprinting out. At that very moment, the arena's entrance was kicked to pieces. As the audience stood dumbfounded, 2 figures slowly walked into the arena. There! Xiao Huan pointed at Yemo, who was locked in fierce combat with the Crimson Blood Lion King, her face lit up with excitement. Thankfully she'd run fast enough to find him before that human stood up. If he had died, the princess would surely be heartbroken. Leave it to me. As Old Cat spoke, his entire body transformed into a dark shadow streaking toward the lion at breakneck speed. Before the Crimson Blood Lion King could react, a gaping hole tore through its chest, its heart now clutched in a human hand. Yemo was startled and instantly grew wary. Dua. Over here, over here. Xiao Huan bounced excitedly, waving her hands. Just then, a large contingent of guards arrived at the scene. Seize all 3 of them. The wolf demon commanded with an air of authority, sweeping his hand through the air. A group of guards immediately charged forward, preparing to apprehend the trio. Their combat prowess was all around the 3rd tier of martial god. You lot think you can capture this old man? The old cat snorted coldly, his tail lashing out abruptly behind him. Purple energy spheres shot forth in rapid succession. Each guard struck was sent flying, crashing violently into the hall's walls. Just then, a breathless little fox in court attire hurried over. I'm exhausted. Is this the Tiandi Hui headquarters? The little fox looked at the wolf demon before her and let out a long sigh. Earlier, you came asking me for information whether there were any human slaves in the palace. There is indeed one. The eldest princess has a human slave under her command. Today, it said she's going out on the street with a servant from the eldest princess's household. Hearing this, the wolf demon, who had just been about to attack, froze in place, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What did you say? His voice trembled slightly. For a moment, he stared at the human before him, his tail drooping unconsciously, his ears flopping down. The lollipop in its mouth had slipped from its mouth and landed on the ground at some point. You didn't say that when you were asking me for information earlier. The wolf demon instantly flew into a rage. Oomph. This is our royal token. Do you still doubt my words now? Release the person. Xiao Huan pulled a gleaming golden token from her bosom, bearing a large character 4 demon. The token Old Cat had given her earlier finally found its purpose. Upon seeing the token, the wolf demon immediately dropped to his knees. A look of sheer terror spread across his face. At that moment, the burly pig kid stepped out from the other end of the arena. You bunch of good-for-nothings. I've been feeding you for nothing. There's an enemy right in front of us, and you're just standing there watching? What the hell is that supposed to mean? The pig demon pointed at the guards and began yelling, his face twisted with indignation. But when he noticed everyone staring at him like he was an idiot, panic seized him, for he too had seen that token. Ah! The royal token. The pig demon was utterly shocked, immediately dropping to his knees. Your humble servant didn't know you were of royal blood. If I've offended you in any way, please accept my deepest apologies. Xiao Huan snorted coldly before leading Emo away from the scene. Thank you, senior, for your timely intervention. Emo bowed respectfully to the elderly man before him. The old cat stroked his beard, saying nothing. Treat me to another meal. Consider it extra compensation. Upon hearing this, Yemo didn't hesitate for a moment and nodded. I observed your battle earlier. For someone your age, you possess surprising strength. Would you care to learn a trick or two from this old man? The old cat found himself feeling a hint of admiration for the human before him. You flatter me, senior. I'm just an ordinary human. Your skills are beyond compare. I could never hope to learn them. Yemo had already latched onto the princess's coattails. Why would he ever stoop to consorting with others? What a pity. If you ever wish to find me, come to the tavern entrance in the west of the city. I'll be here for 3 days. Taking on disciples is valid within that time frame. If you change your mind, come find me. After speaking, old cat picked the last fishbone clean from his plate, his face lighting up with pure satisfaction. Finally, he picked up his tattered bowl and headed back out onto the street to beg. That old man really is a peculiar fellow. Xiaohuan stroked her chin, sensing something amiss. She immediately pulled Yemo and hurried back to the palace. Chapter 160, The Begging Mission. Xiaohuan, you shouldn't joke about things like this. The Beggars Sect is a guild that spans the 4 great empires. How could that be possible? Their leader just shows up in our imperial city whenever he pleases? Hu Zhou'er spoke slowly while flipping through the book in her hands. She simply couldn't believe the Beggars Sect leader would appear within the imperial city. This servant swears it's absolutely true. I'd never deceive your highness. He even sent a special invitation to that fellow Erdwa, hoping he'd become his disciple. Xiaohuan's face flushed crimson as she argued with the princess. I will certainly question him about this matter myself. You may leave now. Hu Zhou'er waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Xiaohuan exhaled in relief and reluctantly withdrew. The moment she left, Hu Zhou'er set down the book before her, her breathing growing increasingly rapid. If she intended to vie for the throne, securing the backing of martial arts factions would be most advantageous. As her servant, Xiaohuan would never deceive her. If that fellow Erdwa was truly taken under the wing of some powerful master, her future claim to the throne would be bolstered by the support of martial arts factions. She had always been a princess adept at concealing her ambitions, though power itself held a deep allure for her. Your Highness, you summoned me? Yemo knocked on the princess's door and entered. Hu Zhou'er regarded him with an expression of utter calm. You must be aware that I've been concealing my true strength. Her gaze was unwavering as she studied Yemo's eyes, seeking any sign of deception. Yemo met her gaze without flinching and nodded. The power you unleashed that day far exceeded the 4th layer of martial god. Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. Sensing he was truthful, Hu Zhou'er exhaled a long breath and nodded. In that case, I need you to do something for me. Remember every word I say to you. You must never reveal it to anyone. Fox Zhou'er's expression was unwavering. Hearing this, Yemo instantly straightened his back, his face growing serious. Early the next morning, a figure cloaked in black robes, face concealed, hurriedly departed the palace with a token in hand. Yemo, wrapped in a black cloak, raced through the city. He soon arrived at the location the old cat had mentioned. After scanning the surroundings, he spotted a beggar lying on a straw mat, eyes closed in rest. Before him sat a beggar with a broken bowl containing a few copper coins. Master. Yemo knew how to play the game. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to ask for the old man to take him as a disciple. From what Hu Zhou'er had told him last night, he understood just how terrifying the strength of the man before him truly was. The leader of the Beggars Sect Cat 7 Monsters. A divine sovereign of the 9th heavenly realm. Far surpassing the martial god by 3 entire realms. His power rivals that of a demon emperor. The other party commands a vast organization spanning 4 major empires. Within every empire and every city, the Beggars Sect maintains its influence and strongholds. This organization is peculiar though ostensibly neutral, it occasionally sells intelligence. The princess now requires someone to infiltrate the Beggars Sect. After gaining sufficient status and authority within the organization, they must leverage its influence to aid the princess. Yemo naturally accepted this mission. His goal, however, was not to aid this so-called princess, but to use the opportunity to gather intelligence on the human race. The demon race treated the human race relatively peacefully, but the beast race was utterly brutal toward them. Their most notorious trait was their craving for unborn children, infants still in the womb. They took particular delight in brutally murdering human pregnant women, ripping the child alive from the mother's womb and devouring it right before her eyes. Youngster, you've come to your senses so quickly. Old Cat, having sensed the arrival, stroked his beard with a smile before his gaze turned icy. My apprentice must possess not only innate talent but also diverse abilities. I shall now test you. Take this bowl and bring me a gold coin by the end of the day. With a flick of his finger, the old cat sent the storage pouch flying from Yemo's waist. Other containers holding valuables also flew to Old Cat's side. As you command. Without further ado, Yemo picked up the broken bowl from the ground and began begging from passers-by along the street. After half an hour of begging with no results, Yemo figured out the pattern. People refused to give him money because they'd given him a thorough once-over.
His clothes were spotless, without a single tear, making him look nothing like a beggar. Naturally, no one would give him alms.
Yemo acted decisively, using the power within his body to tear apart most of his clothes.
He transformed himself into a ragged, tattered appearance. Then, he rolled around on the ground several times, thoroughly dirtying his entire body. After this series of actions, he did indeed resemble a beggar to some extent.
That kid.
Cat 7 Strange stroked his whiskers, his expression deep with meaning.
To become a beggar, the first step is to abandon your dignity. Otherwise, if you don't lower yourself to kneel and beg, who would give you anything?
He knew the origins of this human before him, a servant to the princess. Logically, such a person should possess the most resilient spirit. Accustomed to a life of luxury, even a lowly servant in the princess's household would never go without food or drink. As the first copper coin clinked into his tattered bowl, Yemo's face broke into a delighted smile.
At this rate, I should complete the task before long. Yemo took a deep breath.
His words were merely self-comfort. A single gold coin equaled 10,000 copper coins. At his current pace, it might take months just to scrape together one gold coin. After scanning his surroundings, Yemo immediately dashed toward a palanquin belonging to a wealthy individual. The palanquin was lavishly decorated, clearly belonging to either an injured noble or a high-ranking official.
You filthy beggar. The wealthy man pulled back the curtain to find a filthy face staring back.
He opened his mouth to curse, but Yemo didn't give him a chance. He immediately launched into the auspicious phrases he'd memorized during his school days in Nanjing.
May you prosper and grow wealthy, sir. May good fortune always be with you.
Give me a little charity, and next year you'll strike it rich.
Yemo rattled on endlessly.
After listening for a while, the rich man was stunned, staring at the beggar before him with astonishment.
You're quite an interesting beggar. With such eloquence, you'd rather live as a beggar than find honest work?
After showering him with flattery and praise, the wealthy man's face flushed with satisfaction as he reached into his pocket.
Chapter 161, The Gang.
Yemo's face broke into a smile as he saw the gold coins in his bowl. Completing the task so effortlessly, he found it utterly devoid of difficulty. Having navigated Blue Star's society for so long, he was a genuine hustler in the top 10. Flattery and sycophancy came as naturally to him as breathing.
Yemo began roaming the streets and alleys, seeking out the well-dressed, wealthy individuals who were always accompanied by attendants.
They kept spouting all sorts of flattering platitudes, flattering people from head to toe, from their outward appearance to their inner qualities. As dusk fell, Yemo's belt pouch bulged with gold coins, a solid 60 or 70 pieces.
You're quite the begging prodigy, aren't you?
You'd better teach all your tricks to my men later. If all our beggars could talk like you, the whole world would be ours. In short, the Cat 7's regard for this human shot up several notches. Not only could he swallow his pride. More importantly, he possessed both wit and resourcefulness in knowing how to earn money.
Thank you for your praise, master. This is a token of my respect for you.
Yemo said as he handed over a paper-wrapped bag. Cat 7 sniffed it with his nose, catching the scent of braised meat inside. His face instantly lit up with surprise, and drool began to flow uncontrollably.
This is all the good stuff your apprentice managed to beg for today, handing it all over to you, master.
Yemo said as he handed over all the gold coins he'd collected and the dinner he'd bought.
Very well, very well. From now on, you'll be under my wing. Cat 7 monsters accepted it with satisfaction and immediately began devouring the prepared pork knuckle.
Yemo stood quietly by, waiting for him to finish.
Early the next morning, Yemo began his training. Cat 7 monsters constantly assigned him extremely dangerous tasks.
One day it was to steal from a 9th-tier martial god, another to provoke the city guards. In short, every day Yemo was hunted down by various powerful figures. At one point, he was beaten so badly he was covered in bruises. If not for Old Cat intervening to heal him each time, he likely would have been beaten to death long ago. After several days of training, Yemo was astonished to discover his vitality had significantly increased. Without consuming any mutated creature flesh, merely enduring daily beatings that left his flesh bloodied and battered, he had somehow managed to enhance his strength. The resilience of his physical body kept growing. After a month of this existence, Yemo's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, propelling him straight to the 5th layer of martial god. You're definitely cut out for this cultivation method, kid.
Now I'll show you our beggars' sect headquarters here. Old Cat spoke as he led Yemo to the entrance of an inn.
The waiters and proprietor inside immediately bowed upon seeing Old Cat.
Greetings, sect leader. Lao Mao nodded in acknowledgement. Yemo stared at the Cat 7 monsters in utter shock. This was the most luxurious restaurant in the entire Imperial City. Cat 7 monsters' face broke into a faint smile. Who would have thought even the top inn in the Imperial City belongs to us? Other inns used to outdo us in business, but ever since I sent those kids to beg outside their doors, their trade has plummeted. Within a few years, we became the top restaurant in the Imperial City. Old Cat took a deep breath before ordering a table full of dishes. In the most exclusive and spacious private room on the top floor, he sat quietly in the seat of honor, waiting. Yemo, somewhat perplexed, did not take a seat behind him. He would only sit when the master gave the word. Before long, a group of lavishly dressed VIPs entered. Not a trace of beggar's appearance could be seen on any of them. Boss. Each person bowed to Lao Mao upon entering, leaving Emo increasingly astonished. Among them, he even recognized several officials. Alright, everyone's here. Let me formally introduce you all to my apprentice, Erdwa. You can all get acquainted with him. Old Cat extended his wine cup as he spoke. Emo understood instantly and poured immediately. The other demons exchanged peculiar glances at Emo. After all, this fellow was clearly human, yet he had earned the favor of the beggar's sect leader. Leader, this disciple you've chosen will be the future heir of our beggar's sect. But this young man, a human, no less, may struggle to command respect from the others. A merchant dressed in lavish attire stood up. What? Do you look down on my disciple? Though the man said nothing, the contempt in his eyes spoke volumes. You're around 20 years old. What is your strength? Old Cat didn't confront him but asked instead. I'm no great shakes, but by 20, I'd already reached the strength of a half-step martial god. By 30, I'd attained the first tier of martial god. As he spoke, the man puffed out his chest proudly. Such rapid advancement was indeed remarkable. Just as he was basking in his pride, Old Cat silenced him with a single sentence. This young man has already reached the 5th layer of martial god, and he hasn't even turned 30 yet. Now do you understand why he's qualified? Hearing this, the man stared at Emo in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Emo did not disappoint his master, immediately revealing his aura. Everyone present stared speechless at this young human. Do you all understand now? I don't just pick people at random. Old Cat chuckled. Come meet these individuals. They are undoubtedly our beggar's sect's top-tier members within the demon clan's imperial capital. They represent the highest ranks within our entire organization. Our ranks are divided into 3 tiers, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Tier 2 members are akin to common citizens, while Tier 3 are the most ordinary beggars. Emo nodded in understanding after hearing this explanation. He hadn't expected the beggar's sect to have such an extensive network. Many of these individuals were wealthy merchants, while others held positions within the imperial court, the pinnacle of power. Even such figures were members of the beggar's sect. One could only imagine how terrifying this organization truly was. No wonder the princess had urged him to cultivate his standing within this organization. It seemed he could indeed assist Hujor in certain future endeavors. Emo now had 2 powerful figures backing him. One was Fox Jor, the other the Cat 7 monsters. Holding his wine cup, he made the rounds, toasting each person present. His face radiated utmost respect. After greeting everyone, he planned to use the beggar's sect as a stepping stone to help Fox Niner ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. By then, he'd have 2 more powerful patrons to rely on. Given his contributions, establishing a human-demon coexistence society might not be beyond reach. Chapter 162, Retribution. Cough. Emo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agonized fury. Before him stood a bear demon, its massive fist swinging wildly at him. Emo's eyes blazed with savage intent. The opponent's power far surpassed his own by several major cultivation realms. If he engaged head-on, victory was utterly impossible. To win now, he had to find another way. As someone once said on Blue Star, when the prey is about to be killed, the hunter is most relaxed in that instant. Emo quietly absorbed the opponent's blows until the other was panting heavily from exhaustion. When the opponent began gathering strength for the final strike, Emo knew his chance had come. A flash of light darted through Emo's eyes, and suddenly, a frost-edged dagger appeared in his hand. Damn humans! This is the first time I've ever fought someone this tough. The bear demon roared in rage as his fist came crashing down. Emo seized the moment, launching himself forward with a spring-like burst of speed. Like a nimble snake, he had been poised and ready, waiting for this very moment. Terror flashed in the bear demon's eyes as a cold gleam flashed from the blade in Emo's hand, thrusting straight toward its throat. As the referee shouted to stop the fight and intervened to block Emo's attack, the bear demon slumped to the ground in disbelief, his face frozen in shock. Had the referee not intervened, he would be dead right now. This human had held back for so long, clearly 2 minor realms below him. Yet now, seizing a single chance, he had nearly succeeded in turning the tables and killing him. In a life or death struggle, he would likely have perished long ago from his own carelessness. I declare Erdwa the winner. The referee waved his hand decisively, his command resounding. In that instant, all onlookers felt a profound respect for the human before them. Truly worthy of being the chosen disciple, his prowess is extraordinary. 2 divine eyes watched the scene quietly from a distance. The beggar's sect possessed its own sect lineage. Without powerful figures, they would merely be a group of ordinary beggars. How could they have built such a vast organization? Emo now entered the sect under the guidance of the 7 cat monsters. He could enter only through the most ordinary channels, unable to use any other identity. Those with ulterior motives had long investigated Emo's background. For a human slave to freely join a sect, there must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Thus, they had conducted preliminary inquiries.
To their astonishment, the investigation immediately stumped them. He was a disciple of Cat 7 Strange, the leader of the Beggars sect. Many recognized Yemo's face, and combined with his unique status, identifying him was effortless. They also understood this was a test Cat 7 Strange had set for Yemo. After all, the Beggars sect's most basic requirement for recruiting disciples was the 7th layer of martial god cultivation. Even the weakest members here possessed that level of cultivation. Yet Yemo was merely at the 5th layer of martial god. If he couldn't even gain entry into the sect, the Cat 7 monsters likely wouldn't give him the time of day. By defeating his opponent, Yemo had proven himself worthy of joining the sect. When the disciple handling the matter helped him enter the administrative office with his outer disciple token to claim his cave-dwelling location and resources, the disciple handling the matter shot him a cold glance. A cold expression flickered across his face. Poof. A 5th-tier martial god scum like you barely squeezed your way into the sect. You should count yourself lucky. And you actually have the nerve to come here demanding resources? Who do you think you are? The disciple snatched the resources from him and stuffed them into his own storage pouch. You're new here. From now on, I'll look out for you. All your resources belong to me. Here's your cave dwelling, just go straight in. The dog demon tossed a token as he spoke. Yemo glanced at the other without comment, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing silently in his eyes. The dog demon, oblivious, basked in his smug satisfaction. He was quite pleased with having just stripped someone of their resources. The more resources he acquired, the sooner he could break through to the 10th layer of martial god, paving his way into the inner sect. Once he got in, it would mean he'd firmly established himself within the Beggars sect. After that, as long as he could safely exit the inner sect, he would secure a decent position. It could be as a service staff member at some outpost, or perhaps disguised as a merchant, traveling between nations. Either way, the rewards were incredibly lucrative. After inspecting his cave dwelling, Yemo's expression turned utterly cold. This was no cave dwelling. It was clearly a leisure spot. Numerous people were milling about near his cave residence, engaged in brawls, gambling, or amorous trysts. The place was littered with trash and filled with a foul stench. Everyone, please leave immediately. This is my cave residence. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced in his direction. Upon sensing his cultivation level, they immediately sneered. No one paid him any mind, continuing with their own affairs. Yemo's expression grew increasingly icy. His cultivation method was already rather painful, constantly subjecting him to beatings. A bit of resentment had built up in everyone's hearts. At this very moment, a murderous intent began to surface on Yemo's face. As someone blatantly ignored him and prepared to enter his cave dwelling for amusement, Yemo instantly conjured a dagger in his hand. He thrust it straight into the back of the man's waist. His attack held no restraint whatsoever, instantly piercing through the opponent's abdomen. Then, as if seized by madness, his eyes turned bloodshot. He repeatedly pulled the dagger out only to thrust it back in again and again. After stabbing over 30 times, others finally reacted. How dare you commit murder within the sect's grounds? Subdue this villain. We'll take him to the disciplinary hall together. A group instantly converged, closing in to surround Yemo. Yemo's gaze grew icy cold as he slowly extended his hand. A layer of ice armor instantly formed around his body. The man he had stabbed now lay limp on the ground, covered in multiple wounds. Being a demonic creature that relied on speed, he had virtually no defensive capabilities. Under Yemo's fierce assault, he lost all ability to resist. Yemo kicked him flying with a single blow, his expression icy as he surveyed the crowd before him. He summoned a swarm of ice crystals to hover around him. Heh, a mere 5th-tier martial god. And you dare show off in front of us? If it weren't for him being ambushed, any one of us could have taken you down effortlessly. A bear demon, whose defenses were gradually strengthening, revealed a savage expression. It charged forward first. A surge of fervor ignited within Yemo. An ice spear coalesced in his hand as countless ice crystals surged toward the bear demon. Chapter 163, Business Plan. Thud. A thud sounded as the bear demon collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his body drenched in blood, not a single inch left unharmed. Yemo's condition wasn't much better. His ice armor had long since been stained crimson by blood. It resembled nothing so much as a suit of crimson ice. Everyone swallowed hard, staring at the human before them in stunned awe. How dare you commit murder within the sect's grounds? To face so many and still gravely wound too, could you be from the heavenly prodigy list? The law enforcement squad, sensing the commotion, rushed over at top speed. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they froze in utter shock. A group of people surrounded a human whose strength was utterly feeble. Lying beside him were 2 half-dead demon bodies. Their Beggars sect had never admitted a single human, and naturally, no human name could appear on the genius rankings. They had assumed this was the work of some prodigy, only to discover it was merely a human who had just entered the sect. Seize him. These 2 disciples still have life in them. You've made a grave mistake. Even if they die today, you won't escape punishment. The law enforcement hall official waved his hand, swiftly subduing Yemo. Rest assured, they won't die.
I didn't strike their vital points. As for the rest of you, once I've finished collecting the hair and returning it, if I still see you here, your fate won't be any better than theirs. Yemo's eyes glowed blood red, devoid of any glimmer of life, filled instead with murderous intent and savage fury. Everyone who met that gaze instinctively took a step back. Such palpable, almost tangible killing intent was an aura that could only manifest after slaughtering countless living beings. Merely simulating it was utterly impossible. This human before them must have slaughtered countless beings to carry such a thick aura of murderous intent. When Yemo had slaughtered those mutant beasts invading Blue Star, he had shown no mercy whatsoever. Countless lives perished by his hand, naturally forging this aura of slaughter within him. The others, who had intended to continue playing along, couldn't help but swallow hard. They were the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If their target was a pushover, they'd bully him. If he was a tough nut to crack, they'd beat him up. After all, they had numbers on their side. But if the opponent was a madman willing to stop at nothing, not a single soul dared utter another word. Everyone cherished their own lives, after all. The two before them were beaten into such a state that it would likely take years for their injuries to heal. That human, however, still looked as lively as ever, as if the bigger he got, the stronger he became. Under such formidable intimidation, even though his cultivation level was relatively low, no one dared to underestimate him. What a madman! The head of the law enforcement hall cast a lingering, fearful glance at the human before departing. The two fallen demonic beings weren't fatally wounded, but their injuries would take at least a year or two to fully heal. Yemo had been confined for a month. When he emerged, his cave dwelling had been meticulously cleaned, appearing as ordinary as any other, completely devoid of anything. Not a trace of trash or stray individuals remained. After his display of force, no one dared to cross him. A maniacal grin spread across Yemo's face. Indeed, dealing with this bunch of bullies who preyed on the weak required showing them nothing but strength. The softer you were, the more they'd all over you. Yemo took a deep breath and stepped into the cave dwelling. After stowing his belongings, he took his token to the administrative office. The same dog demon was on duty here today. The moment he saw the human before him, he shuddered violently, his eyes widening in shock. He seemed somewhat fearful. But he quickly regained his composure, swallowed hard, and put on a stern, businesslike expression. You have no resources. Just leave. The dog demon naturally had his own backing. He'd long heard of the deeds committed by this mad human. At first, he'd been genuinely afraid. But then she remembered that he also had powerful forces backing him. If anyone dared to touch him, it would mean declaring war on those powerful forces. She relaxed and prepared to bully the human once more. After all, her big brother was a renowned powerhouse on the Celestial Genius Rankings. The so-called Genius Rankings were a list established within the Beggars sect. Originally, it was merely a way for disciples to evaluate each other's strength and assign rankings. It held little authority at first. But over time, more and more disciples began participating in the rankings. Eventually, nearly every disciple's name appeared on the list. The list gradually shed any inflated claims, becoming highly authoritative. It now ranked individuals almost strictly by combat prowess. You really aren't afraid of death. Yemo's face broke into a chilling smile. Without further ado, he turned and walked away. The dog demon swallowed hard, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Then he remembered the one behind him hadn't wasted words either. Kid, if you've got a problem, come find our organization. The Black Wind Society isn't afraid of you. After spouting this brazen threat, the dog demon plopped down into a chair, legs crossed. He looked utterly at ease. Black Wind Society. I'll remember that. Yemo muttered to himself, committing the name to memory. You can't possibly take on so many people alone. They could wear you down with a relentless barrage. The only option was to target those scattered lone wolves. Since you have your own faction, I can certainly build one too. A faint smile touched Yemo's lips. He had long since planned what he would do here. He hadn't been idle during his confinement. He could see that the people of this world desperately needed entertainment. But they have no means of entertainment. Doesn't this present an opportunity? Recalling how those people played games in their messy cave dwellings, this scene seemed to share some similarities with the Blue Star he had once called home. It was almost identical to those chaotic card and board game parlors. But this world lacked playing cards and mahjong tiles. Didn't that mean a profitable venture was ripe for the taking? A sly, opportunistic grin spread across Yemo's face. Gold coins were hard currency in this world, and he still had quite a few on him. He couldn't rent a few cave dwellings to set up shop, but putting up a signboard was certainly feasible. Spending all these gold coins on resources wouldn't create much value. If he could make money work for him, then wealth would follow. Chapter 164, Looking for Trouble. Ha? What? Why are you planing this wood into such tiny pieces? The carpenter looked utterly bewildered at the request. Yemo didn't offer much explanation, just instructed him to cut the bulk timber into appropriately sized pieces. He then rushed off to rent 3 cave dwellings. After placing a few tables and chairs inside, he couldn't help but flash a smug grin. Cutting wood into small pieces was an easy task, and soon the other party delivered a large quantity of mahjong tile blanks. Emo immediately began carving. He carved all the mahjong tiles into the shapes he remembered. Then he started making playing cards. The paper-making techniques in this world were quite decent. Soon, several decks of cards and boxes of mahjong tiles were laid out before him. Emo promptly hung a large sign above the doorway. In bold letters, it proclaimed, "Board Game Room." Passing demons couldn't help but glance over, their faces etched with puzzled expressions. Beside the sign hung two massive, eye-catching advertisements. "Bringing you ultimate joy. Once you start, you won't be able to stop." These cryptic slogans quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. Interested? Come on in and give it a try. 10 copper coins per person, and I'll personally show you how it's done. Emo wore a faint smile, holding a feather fan of unknown origin, looking every bit the modern-day Zhuge Liang. For the first few days, no one came. Later, some bored disciples couldn't resist and came over. It took Emo until the third day to gather enough players for his first mahjong table. "You're all my first customers. From now on, you'll get a 50% discount every time you come. And if you bring someone else to play, I'll give you 1 copper coin for each person you bring." As he spoke, Emo began teaching these burly demonic beings how to play mahjong. They weren't stupid and picked things up quickly, soon getting the hang of the game. Great! 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 One-eyed chicken! I'm claiming it! I won! Oh man! I was so close to a grand 4 wins. The 4 monsters played with great enthusiasm, their faces glowing with excitement. They played from dawn till dusk, yet still felt they hadn't had their fill. Alright, everyone, that's enough for today. If you want to play again, you're welcome to come tomorrow. And you can bring more friends along too. Emo began shooing them away as he spoke. "Boss, do you still stand by what you said earlier? Bring 1 person and I get a copper coin reward? Plus, we all get half price when we come to play." One of the demons inquired. They'd never encountered such a business model before. Was this owner out of his mind? This was a complete money-losing venture. The business system in this world was incredibly backward. With his advanced ideas, Emo was bound to make a fortune here. "No problem. My word is my bond. I'll never go back on my promise. Come tomorrow without worry." Emo closed the door after speaking. Early the next morning, a large crowd gathered outside the door. Emo stared blankly at the wildly excited demonic creatures. The 4 who had visited the night before had already spread the word about the place to most of their friends and relatives. Word spread like wildfire, and soon everyone knew about this new entertainment spot. Many demons arrived this morning purely to gawk at the spectacle. While they didn't care much about the 10 copper coins, even a fly is meat, they had to make sure their money was well spent. As table after table of mahjong players took their seats, Emo went from table to table explaining the rules. Business soon boomed like never before. "This lad. I sent him here to cultivate, yet now he's dabbling in business schemes?" A peculiar expression flashed across Cat 7's face. When Emo faced crisis, he knew it, and he was right there. But he hadn't intervened to help, intending instead to let the young man overcome these difficulties on his own. If he always relied on his master, what skills could he possibly develop? Within mere days, Emo had leased most of the cave dwellings and begun relocating his operations outward. He hired numerous people to work under him. Within a mere week, his businesses had spread throughout the entire sect, with his presence felt in both the inner and outer sects. Within a week, the chess and cardroom faction had permeated the entire sect. It became a source of entertainment, however small, in the daily lives of all demonic beings. Whenever cultivation grew tedious, they would flock to the card and board game rooms in droves to play mahjong. Card games were also quite popular, especially Landlord, making these demonic beings so engrossed they forgot all about cultivation. "Boss, here's today's earnings." A subordinate knelt respectfully before Emo, holding a storage pouch stuffed to the brim. Though filled only with copper coins, the total amounted to over 100,000. This was the pure profit left over after paying wages to the other subordinates. Emo rubbed his hands together, a smile spreading across his face. He pocketed every last coin. In just 1 short week, he had not only recouped his initial investment but also made a substantial profit. The 7 cat monsters watched in stunned silence. This human kid had quite the knack for business. Currently, the greatest shortage within the entire cardroom's factions was top-tier powerhouses ranked within the top 50 of the Celestial Genius list. For now, he remained untargeted by others. Otherwise, the empire Emo had built could very well collapse. Without formidable strength to back him up, this prize would be perilous the moment it caught someone's eye. Emo immediately exchanged his currency for vast resources. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the koi from his storage space. Finally, he instructed the koi to consume all these resources. A faint smile touched Emo's lips. Immediately, the aura within his body surged dramatically. He broke through directly to the 6th layer of martial god. An immense power surged through every fiber of his being. Before long, he too would earn a place on the genius rankings. Just as Yemo had anticipated, trouble began brewing early that morning. After just 1 week of operation, the massive profits had already made other factions green with envy. Who gave you permission to open a card room here? Have you paid your protection money? A Black Panther kicked over the sign at the entrance and strode straight inside. The others recoiled in shock upon seeing him. Though ranked last on the genius list, his strength was no joke, a full 9th tier martial god. Most martial gods at the 10th layer couldn't hold a candle to him. Yemo opened his eyes from the chair, a sharp gleam flashing across his face. Troublemakers, here I come. The other factions have finally woken up. Chapter 165, Provocation Fails. Come on out and talk. Yemo beckoned to the Black Panther, motioning for him to follow outside. But the Black Panther hadn't come here to negotiate, it had come to cause trouble. The Black Panther instantly wore a cold sneer on its face, paying him no mind whatsoever. It continued smashing things all around the place. Take them out. That one's mine. Yemo spoke slowly as the employees he'd summoned surged forward. In an instant, all the card players fled the scene as the fight erupted with fierce intensity. They actually dared to fight back? They've got some nerve. Black Panther grinned. His operation dealt in selling entertainment gadgets, but ever since the card rooms opened, all their merchandise had become dead stock. They couldn't sell a thing, let alone turn a profit. After enduring it for several days, he'd expected the card room's popularity to wane, but instead, it only grew more intense. Now, their members weren't getting a single penny of the profits they used to share. The group was on the verge of falling apart. The Celestial Pride rankings? Sounds pretty pretentious. Does beating you get me on the list too? Yemo flashed a faint smile. Anyone familiar with him knew that such a smile signaled he was about to unleash a bloodbath. For a new human disciple, you sure talk big. How dare you spout such nonsense in front of me? Even if I'm the lowest ranked on the genius list, I'm still far beyond your level to insult. Black Panther licked his thick whiskers with his tongue, a mocking expression on his face. Before coming here to pick a fight, they had thoroughly investigated the strength of the master behind this faction. A worthless newcomer barely reaching the 5th layer of martial god cultivation monopolizing such a lucrative operation? They wouldn't hand over this lucrative opportunity to such a weakling. Talk big? Let's settle this with our fists. Yemo casually flipped his wrist, and an icy frost staff instantly crystallized in his grasp. Ha 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 ha. A mere novice dares challenge me in staff combat? Black Panther sneered as he drew a black gold staff from his storage pouch. Staff techniques were the beggar's sect's greatest strength, especially their sect-defining dog-beating staff. Every new disciple must master it, and the depth of their understanding is closely tied to the length of their initiation period. A faint smile lingered on Yemo's face. That grueling month of training remained vivid in his memory. In the past, he wielded weapons relying solely on brute strength for their inherent sharpness. He knew nothing about martial arts techniques. It wasn't until arriving in this realm that he realized every weapon could be wielded with such intricate skill. Watch the staff. Yemo swiftly swung the ice stick in his hand, leaving a trail of sonic booms in its wake. Ha! Child's play. I'm a man who's mastered the dog-beating staff technique to its 3rd level. Black Panther's face beamed with pride and excitement. Finally, he swung his black gold staff directly toward his opponent's attack. He intended to overwhelm his opponent with sheer force. Yet, the instant their weapons were about to clash, Yemo's stick darted aside like a nimble snake. And dodged the opponent's stick entirely, striking directly at his torso. What? Black Panther's reaction was too slow, and his entire body was sent flying backward. The powerful blow shattered one of his ribs. Coughing painfully twice, he scrambled to his feet. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. This guy was clearly so weak, yet his mastery of staff techniques surpassed his own? He could actually dodge his weapon and strike his body directly. Black Panther's face darkened. He recognized it, the technique that made the staff curve was the 4th level secret art of the dog-beating staff technique. Only after mastering this technique could one advance to the 4th level of the dog-beating staff technique. He had been training within the beggar's sect for nearly 10 years, yet he had only just barely reached the 3rd level. How could this newcomer possibly cultivate faster than him? The real shock is yet to come. Yemo gripped the ice stick in his hand and proceeded to unleash his staff technique once more. The 6th layer of staff technique, 1,000-layered staff shadows. Black Panther sat on the ground, his eyes vacant. While strength could be compensated for by cultivation techniques. Though only 2 minor realms separated them, his opponent's mastery of staff techniques far surpassed his own, allowing him to defeat him with ease. This technique before him was absolutely impossible to block. The so-called 1,000-fold staff shadows involved swinging the staff over 1,000 times within a single second. Its power was terrifying. Only a defensive divine ability could barely withstand it. In the blink of an eye, Black Panther transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight out of the card room. His body was covered in bloody gashes, beaten to a pitiful state. Seeing their boss defeated so easily, the other henchmen dared not linger and quickly fled. Scum! Yemo spat on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Soon, the law enforcement division arrived to investigate the situation and immediately set out to find Black Panther. If the other party had instigated the conflict, then they naturally had to find the primary responsible party. Even if EMO had injured the other party in self-defense, what could they do about it? They couldn't just let their disciples stand there and take a beating. Soon, the exchange concluded. After handling everything, EMO exhaled a long breath of relief. Clean up. We'll reopen tomorrow. If anyone dares cause trouble again, no matter what happens, we fight back. EMO clapped his hands, a faint smile playing on his lips. He wasn't afraid of trouble at all. What? Black Panther lost? A slender figure reading in the study flashed a look of anger upon hearing the news. Black Panther was her newest recruit. She never imagined even someone ranked on the Celestial Pride list would struggle against that boss. This human seemed far from ordinary. I'll handle this matter. The girl gathered her hair, letting a cascade of long black locks fall to her waist. 2 small black cat ears adorned her hair. They twitched occasionally, appearing remarkably nimble. Erdwa, an interesting human. This lady shall meet you personally. The cat-like figure stretched lazily, set down the book, and slipped out into the night. While EMO was in seclusion within his cave dwelling, he suddenly heard faint sounds. When he opened his eyes, he saw a slender, delicate-featured young woman sitting on a stool before him, brewing tea. To sense my arrival, it seems you do possess some skill after all. A sly smile flashed across the girl's face before she struck with lightning speed. Before the teapot hit the ground, her claws had already closed around Yemo's throat. Chapter 166, The Arena. Why didn't you dodge? With your skills, you should have been able to avoid it, right? The girl withdrew her claws with interest, standing gracefully before him, a hint of curiosity playing across her face. There was no killing intent. You never intended to attack. Since you had no intention of attacking, why should I dodge? Yemo spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on the girl before him, as still as a stagnant pool. Put. You're clearly just a youngster, yet you speak with such rigid, antiquated language. You're no different from those old fogies. The girl snorted coldly. You'll be tagging along with me from now on. My name is Chingha, I'm ranked in the top 10 on the Celestial Genius list. Yemo curled his lips but said nothing. What? You don't seriously think beating Black Panther makes you untouchable? Do you have any idea how many in the outer sect are stronger than him? That guy on the Celestial Pride rankings is only ranked 100th. He wouldn't even last a single move against me. If you join my crew, I'll have your back. Chingha seemed intent on continuing to recruit Yemo. But the other party remained completely unmoved, not even glancing at her. Do you even know who my father is? He's the legendary Cat 7. Seeing Yemo's complete indifference, Chingha instantly lost her temper. Upon hearing this, Yemo flashed a brief look of surprise before quickly regaining his composure. Oh. Chingha was on the verge of losing her mind. You're not even a little surprised? Not the slightest bit afraid? My father is the leader of the beggars sect. So what? Does that mean you don't need to cultivate just because your dad's a god? Yemo's utterly indifferent attitude completely enraged Chingha. Die. This time, Chingha attacked with murderous intent, her claws extended. Simultaneously, her tail straightened into a staff, and she began wielding it with martial arts techniques. Yemo showed no fear, clashing directly with her on the spot. After just 3 moves, Yemo stumbled backward several steps, shock etched across his face. You think you're the only one who's reached the 6th layer? Chingha sneered coldly, unleashing the 7th layer of the dog-beating staff technique. Yemo moved like lightning, dodging the attack at the speed of light. This evasion technique was something he had honed through countless escapes. Forced by the Cat 7 fiends to provoke powerful foes, he honed his evasion skills through relentless flight. His footwork was so bizarrely unpredictable that opponents could never anticipate his next move. He named it the beggar's step. Seeing her attack dodged so effortlessly, Chingha's face betrayed a look of shock. This guy was indeed skilled. In the next few rounds of attacks, she found it difficult even to touch the hem of his clothes. Yemo was like a slippery loach. While he was no match for her in a direct confrontation, she simply couldn't land a single blow on him. My cat demon clan excels in speed. As a human with a lower cultivation realm than mine, how dare you surpass me in speed? Chingha's tone turned serious as she spoke. In the confined space, she darted back and forth with blinding speed, propelled by the cave's powerful energy. Yemo remained stationary, shifting his stance quietly in place, barely moving beyond a 5-meter radius. Half an hour later, Chingha was panting heavily, her clothes soaked through with sweat. Even giving her all, she struggled to land a single blow. If Yemo kept dodging indefinitely, he would eventually exhaust his stamina. Should his opponent seize the moment to counterattack, then, he would stand no chance. You're a grown man and all you know how to do is hide like a turtle. Ugh. Chingha stuck out her tongue in a playful scowl before striding out of the cave dwelling. Yemo watched silently in the direction she had departed, then resumed his cultivation practice. He had been at the sect for some time now, and in a few days, the outer sect disciples' grand competition would commence. Finishing in the top 10 would bring extremely generous rewards.
The top 100 would gain entry into the inner sect, while the top 10 would become direct disciples of the elders. Those ranked 10th to 100th could, of course, choose not to enter the inner sect. The triennial competition also marked the time when the genius rankings were reset. Although he had defeated Black Panther, in some respects it was still considered a clever trick. After all, I was inferior to others in cultivation realm, so I could only win through my cultivation technique. Frankly, it was still somewhat difficult to convince others of my true strength. For the next 2 weeks, he never left his cave residence, training relentlessly. He exchanged the vast sums of money he had earned for resources. With the aid of the extraordinary koi, which continuously devoured resources, his strength surged to a new peak within just 2 weeks. Having just broken through yesterday, Emo looked refreshed and invigorated. As he pushed open the door and stepped out of his cave residence, his business operations continued smoothly. Those minor factions eyeing him had immediately backed down upon hearing he'd eliminated Black Panther and then escaped unscathed from Chingha, a top 10 talent on the genius rankings. Though unranked on the genius list, his power matched those geniuses every step of the way. Naturally, everyone grew far more wary of him, and no one dared to cause him trouble anymore. Emo swiftly followed the guidance to a designated arena. A massive crowd had already gathered there. All newly admitted disciples were participating in the first round of lotteries. Senior disciples were exempt from participating in the first elimination round. Under everyone's gaze, Emo slowly walked onto the stage. Damn it, it's that human. His strength is terrifying. Even Black Panther couldn't stand up to him. That Black Panther is nothing but a bottom feeder. What kind of skill is it to defeat such a worthless trash? Bro, you're way off. Have you heard of Miss Chingha, ranked in the top 10 of the Celestial Genius list? Even when she personally targeted this human, she couldn't touch him. He walked away unscathed despite her focused attack. Holy, is that true? Doesn't that mean he could break into the top 10 this time? Not necessarily. Nobody knows what really happened in that fight. Based on his strength alone, he shouldn't stand a chance. Even the most ordinary outer sect disciples could beat him. But this guy must have something special, maybe not in attack. So he might not get a good ranking after all. The crowd debated fiercely, but GMO paid them no mind, waiting quietly for his opponent. You. The Black Panther standing opposite GMO caught sight of his opponent and instantly wore an expression of astonished delight. Black Panther, who had been just one step away from the 10th layer of martial god, had immediately ascended to that tier after that battle. Chapter 167, Rematch with Black Panther. This breakthrough in minor realm could fully bridge the gap in their cultivation techniques. After this match, he planned to seek out GMO and exact his revenge. He never expected to encounter him here. This time I'm far more confident than last. Making the top 50 is entirely possible. Now, prepare to face my wrath. The Black Panther, newly empowered by his breakthrough, radiated overwhelming confidence. He looked down with utter disdain upon the man who had once defeated him. In his eyes, Emo was merely someone who had won by sheer coincidence, benefiting from a slightly superior cultivation technique. Beyond that, there was no comparison between them. His cultivation realm was a full 4 minor realms above his opponent's. Is that so? Emo chuckled, a confident smile spreading across his face. Since arriving in this world, he had always felt himself to be a step behind others. After all, he was an outsider, not a native cultivator. He had assumed his cultivation techniques and abilities would inevitably fall slightly short of theirs. After several battles, however, he had come to understand that the gap in cultivation techniques was actually quite small. As for the quality of their cultivation realms, there was no gap at all. He might even surpass these demonic beings. Within the same cultivation realm, he could be considered invincible. Take this. The Black Panther leapt into the air, club in hand. He swung it down with a forceful strike. Emo neither dodged nor evaded, nor did he wield a weapon. A faint yellow glow gradually enveloped his hands. 2 fist shadows instantly materialized from his body, meeting the incoming iron staff head-on. Overconfident fool, trying to crack a nut with an egg. A cold sneer crossed Black Panther's face as he struck with even greater force. In a sparring match, there were no holds-barred. Maiming or even killing an opponent was entirely possible. On the stage, such an outcome would not be held accountable. This strike was meant to take Emo's life outright. A fist shadow slammed viciously into Black Panther's black gold staff, while another struck his body directly. Black Panther staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Surprise flashed across his face. He had assumed his opponent had diligently trained in staff techniques since childhood, which was why he could master such skill in such a short time. But he never expected the opponent's fist techniques to be so sharp. It even managed to block the 5th level technique of his dog-beating staff method. A smile spread across Emo's face. Though the Yun family fist was the lowest tier boxing style, its effects were quite formidable when fully mastered. The dog-beating staff technique was an earth tier skill, divided into 12 layers. If the opponent had mastered the 6th layer, Emo's max level fist technique might not have been able to block it. Fortunately, the opponent had only mastered the 5th layer. Come. Face me in battle. Emo roared with maniacal laughter. He didn't even need to reveal his true cultivation level, merely relying on his martial arts technique would be enough to defeat the opponent outright. Damn it! A vicious glint flashed across Black Panther's face as he instantly transformed into his true form, a jet Black Panther. True beast form. That human actually forced Black Panther to resort to his demon beast's true form. Good heavens! That human is only at the 6th layer of martial god cultivation. What power could possibly force Black Panther to resort to his demon beast true form? The audience below erupted in an uproar. Upon activating its true beast form, the Black Panther's defenses, speed, and strength all surged dramatically. Its power becomes terrifying, more than doubling its strength. Last time, if he hadn't been instantly killed with a single strike, Black Panther would have had the chance to unleash his true form. But the sheer shock EMO had delivered was overwhelming. He dared not confront him again and fled in disgrace. Now you'll witness my true power in beast form. Black Panther bared his fangs, a savage glint flashing across his face. He looked terrifying, a bloodthirsty aura erupting from his body. Roar! The Black Panther roared furiously, then transformed into a streak of black light. EMO instantly recognized this as the power of dark elements. The Black Panther was a dark elemental powerhouse. Demons could only wield elemental energy after revealing their true forms. EMO felt darkness envelop him, followed by a wave of foul, blood-soaked stench. In that instant, he felt as though his entire body had plunged into an ice cave, immobilized as if trapped in a muddy swamp. A curse. Black Panther's curse. Look at that ignorant human. Ha! He's been scared out of his wits. Go Black Panther. I bet on you. Don't lose. From the crowd's murmurs, EMO realized this creature was a special dark attribute powerhouse. This was his first encounter with curses, and their effects were terrifying. After just one exchange, he felt his power had dropped by at least 30%. Ha! The Black Panther swung its claws with all its might. This time, EMO was the one in pain. The single swipe sent him sliding several meters to the side. The opponent's power surge was terrifying, and there seemed to be a faintly familiar sensation within that force. Guess what? The curse I placed on you doesn't just weaken you, it channels your power into mine. The Black Panther licked its thick nose before continuing to thrust its claws forward at blinding speed. Pure, unadulterated brute force relentlessly pounded at EMO. After parrying several blows, EMO began to notice his own speed gradually declining. Such was the nature of curses. The longer the battle dragged on, the more agonizing it became for his opponent. 1,000-layered staff shadows. Yun family fist. EMO unleashed the most formidable power from both martial arts simultaneously. The Black Panther refused to be outdone. A layer of purple energy coated his pair of panther claws. Both sides intended to settle the outcome with their most devastating strike. EMO made a decision that shocked everyone. He actually charged toward the Black Panther with his vital areas exposed. In doing so, he evaded the panther's attack while redirecting its force onto its own body. A cold smile spread across the Black Panther's face. This strike would guarantee certain death if it connected with the opponent's vital point. His opponent's attack, however, had avoided the vital areas. If this strike connected, EMO would at most be injured and unable to continue fighting. The instant they clashed, a faint earthen glow erupted from EMO's chest. Under the effect of that earth-yellow glow, Black Panther's attack power was drastically reduced, nearly breaking the skin on his chest. Barely any blood flowed. Meanwhile, the Black Panther was struck directly by the overlapping shadows of the staff, hammering heavily against its ribs. The bones that had fractured not long ago shattered once more, this time in far greater numbers than before. Simultaneously, the Yun family fist struck his massive face, momentarily leaving him reeling and dazed, though not seriously injured. Chapter 168, Devouring Lightning. Watching Black Panther, dazed and disoriented, get knocked flying and only come to a halt after crashing into the venue's barrier, the entire grandstand fell silent. The human rookie, whom no one had expected to win, had defeated the well-prepared Black Panther within the first round. Yet immediately afterward, the entire arena erupted in deafening cheers. The demon race revered strength above all else, and nothing thrilled them more than witnessing an underdog pull off an incredible comeback. What could be more thrilling than witnessing the underdog triumph over the favored? Even the top contenders on the celestial talent rankings turned their gaze toward the arena. In an instant, EMO's value skyrocketed in the betting circles. Previously, it had only been hearsay, but now someone had witnessed EMO defeating Black Panther with their own eyes. Now everyone had witnessed it unfold before their very eyes. This was raw, undeniable power. Black Panther was taken down in a direct confrontation. His strength was naturally re-evaluated by everyone. The odds skyrocketed. Every opponent EMO faced afterward chose to surrender outright. Knowing they were vastly outmatched by Black Panther, they chose to abandon the fight outright. Soon, EMO reached the decisive match of the group stage. I don't want to fight you. You should just withdraw. A faint voice echoed. This voice belonged to Electromagnetic Rat, the 10th-ranked powerhouse among the top 10 on the Celestial Prodigy list. The top 10 prodigies were divided into 10 separate groups. Each group contained one elite fighter. Couldn't they be grouped together? If they were drawn against each other in the first round, it would be such a waste to eliminate such promising talent so early. How will we know without trying? Wouldn't it be a shame to give up so easily? Yi-Mo spoke slowly. Even when facing opponents vastly superior in strength, he must possess the courage to confront them. Otherwise, retreating even once would rob him forever of the courage to face the mighty. At the referee's command, Thunder Rat stood still, instantly transforming into a colossal rodent. Instantly, blue lightning spread across his entire body. With a flick of its finger, a bolt of lightning shot forth like a rainbow, streaking toward Yi-Mo like a sharp sword. A figure suddenly flashed through Yi-Mo's mind, the demon beast he had encountered alongside Fox 9 Child. If he could absorb the opponent's thunder to enhance his own power, could he not absorb the opponent's strength now? As he pondered, the thunderbolt had already reached him, its power immense. Truly worthy of a top 10 ranking on the celestial genius list. A mere 7th-tier martial god attempting to withstand this blow head-on would be crippled if not killed outright. The opponent struck with lethal intent from the very start, and Yi-Mo couldn't help but let a flash of anger cross his face. You enjoy violence? You relish beating people to death? Yi-Mo's eyes flashed as he deftly flipped his wrist. Suddenly, an ice pick materialized in his hand. Using the ice pick as a vessel, Yi-Mo charged directly into the thunder before him. Nothing more than a grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Thunder Rat sneered coldly, turning to leave the stage. For a mere 6th-tier martial god to withstand this strike? Utterly preposterous. Fortunately, Yi-Mo had concealed his true strength, making this move manageable for him. Now it's time to try to see if I can actually absorb this guy's thunder power. If it truly works, it could save a significant portion of the materials needed for advancement. Hoarding these resources would surely prove useful in the future. Yi-Mo took a deep breath, and the thunder energy began to circulate within his lower abdomen. Immediately, a massive surge of thunder energy flowed through his shoulders and into his body. Finally, it immediately made contact with the thunder energy circulating within his lower abdomen. Just as he had surmised, the vast thunder energy was gradually absorbed by the thunder energy already circulating within him. The thunder surging in from outside resembled tributaries being swallowed by the main river, gradually merging together, forming a magnificent, surging river. After receiving this immense energy, Yi-Mo's complexion flushed with a healthy glow. Amidst the gasps of everyone present, the Thunder Rat turned back, a hint of surprise flickering across its expression. It had assumed the opponent had bolstered their strength to directly withstand its thunderous force. But it turned out the opponent simply possessed sufficient confidence in his own abilities to dare withstand this strike head-on. I must admit, you've got something. It's no small feat to block my casual strike. Thunder Mouse sighed softly. He could see the human's face was flushed crimson. This strike had likely pushed the opponent to their absolute limit. Their chi and blood surged violently within, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand any further attacks from him. If the next strike proved too much for him to bear, then his fate was sealed. Falling would be his only outcome. Thunder Mouse confidently unleashed another strike before decisively turning away. Real men never look back at explosions. But when he heard the cheers erupting from the surrounding crowd, he gradually sensed something was amiss. By the time he registered what was happening, an ice crystal staff was already before him. Impossible! Thunder Mouse cried out in shock before being sent flying by the strike. Fortunately, its thick hide allowed it to scramble back to its feet quickly, its face twisted with rage. Fine. Looks like I'll have to get serious. Die! As Thunder Mouse roared, the entire world seemed enveloped in a blue glow. Thunder surged from its body, followed by crackling, sizzling sounds. Yi-Mo wore a delighted smile as he charged straight into the fray, wrapping his arms tightly around the Thunder Mouse. Seeing this, the Thunder Mouse was overcome with fury, its face contorted with rage. The lightning surging from its body grew even more ferocious. Yi-Mo held her tightly, greedily devouring the energy radiating from her body. He could feel the foundations within his body gradually strengthening. But he was still a long way from breaking through. How is this possible? Could you possibly be immune to my lightning? After a long moment, the Thunder Rat finally snapped out of it. The fact that the other had withstood its lightning for so long unscathed made it wonder, could the opponent actually be immune to its lightning? Yi-Mo let out a cold laugh. It was too late for the opponent to react now. Now that he understood, it was time to finish him off. Yi-Mo swung his staff with all his might, delivering a heavy blow to the opponent's body. But the opponent's cultivation was too high, his skin thick and tough, the blows couldn't budge him. Even with the highest attack intensity, Yi-Mo struggled to breach the opponent's defenses. The only element he revealed was ice. He didn't want others to know he harbored multiple attributes simultaneously. Among all the practitioners he had encountered, those who could control two elements were already considered quite skilled. He had only heard of those who could control two elements, never seen them in person. Yet he alone possessed skills like Thunderbolt, Frostbite, and Divine Bathing, all encompassing multiple elements. Chapter 169, Facing the Opponent. Yi-Mo examined his own body. After contact with the Thunder Rat, his form was now covered in crackling lightning. After a moment of contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. Relying solely on his own thunderbolts would be insufficient to defeat the opponent before him. But if he could use their own power against them, absorbing the thunder they released while amplifying his own. In this way, the opponent would be unable to counter his thunder, and defeat would be inevitable. With his plan set, Yi-Mo struck swiftly. "Taste your own lightning." Yi-Mo roared as he clutched the thunder mouse tightly. The thunder rat froze in surprise. Could the lightning it had unleashed actually harm it? As confusion clouded its mind, an utterly terrifying thunderous force surged from Yi-Mo's body, steadily expanding. Meanwhile, the thunder energy within its own body was steadily weakening. Resisting this force was practically impossible. "What? How did you do that? How could my own thunder power attack me?" Thunder Mouse was utterly bewildered, never having imagined such an outcome. He hadn't considered the possibility that Yi-Mo could wield two distinct abilities. He was only stunned by how the other could use the very lightning he had unleashed to attack him. The surrounding spectators erupted into an uproar. Yi-Mo offered no explanation. The thunder power surging through his body continued to devour and grow ever more formidable. "I refuse to believe it today that I could be killed by my own thunder power." A fierce glint flashed in the thunder rat's eyes. He was a ruthless individual, though not particularly bright. He unleashed every ounce of power within his body. In an instant, a blinding light engulfed the entire arena. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness to the spectacle unfolding on stage. It was blindingly bright, as if it would burn their eyes out. But the light didn't last long. After 3 seconds, it gradually faded away. Thunder Rat lay motionless on the ground, his body numb and covered in soot-blackened fur. The referee immediately stepped forward to assess the damage, only to discover the opponent had merely been knocked unconscious by the electric shock. He let out a long sigh of relief. After all, it was a top 10 contender on the Genius rankings. It would be a shame if it were to fall here. As the Thunder Rat was carried away, Yi-Mo's odds soared to a new peak. No one else's odds were higher than his. A new disciple who had just entered the sect had single-handedly taken on so many senior disciples in such a short time and won every single match. Even the top 10 prodigies on the Genius rankings couldn't stand against him. Though no one knew how he'd achieved it, his record was undeniably real. Many suspected his strength might be somewhat inflated, unworthy of his top 10 ranking. Yet everyone had to admit the guy had indeed taken down a top 10 prodigy. Even if it was the very last one on the list, it was still a top 10 prodigy. This kid's strength has surged so rapidly lately he's even taken down a top 10 prodigy. Cat 7 Monsters, of course, knew every detail about his disciple. He was well aware of the opponent's mastery over thunder and lightning. What he hadn't anticipated was the ability to absorb others' thunderbolts and transform them into his own power. As a powerful cultivator himself, he saw it all clearly. Yi-Mo stepped down from the arena under everyone's gaze. A dark horse had emerged. This guy's strength seems far from ordinary. The daughter of the Cat 7 Monsters sat in the audience, a pensive expression on her face. She could tell Yi-Mo hadn't exerted his full strength. Yi-Mo hurried back to his cave dwelling, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was now just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 9th layer of martial god. Having absorbed a massive influx of energy, a radiant smile finally spread across his face. He then closed his eyes to gather his energy, preparing to initiate the breakthrough. No, not yet. After a long while, Yi-Mo opened his eyes. Despite utilizing countless rare treasures, he still couldn't reach that final step. Yi-Mo can now be considered a powerhouse at the 9th tier of the half-step martial god realm. He has already secured a spot among the top 10, but his sights are set beyond this achievement. He aims to become number 1. Because the top spot comes with a special reward. A pill. It is called the mirror-shattering pill. Using this pill increases the probability of breaking through the 10th layer of martial god by 30%. It enables advancement to the next major realm. Yi-Mo still coveted this pill. Otherwise, relying solely on the koi's consumption would waste an unimaginable amount of resources. Yi-Mo exhaled a long breath and withdrew from his cultivation state. By then, it was already dawn on the second day. The top 10 competition was about to commence. 9 of these 10 individuals had ranked among the top 10 in the previous grand competition. They too coveted the pill, which is why they had not chosen to advance to inner sect discipleship. Most participants shared this mindset. After all, they could participate in the grand competition until they reached 300 years of age. Many had plenty of time. The triennial competition offered ample opportunities to participate. Kid, you're in for a world of trouble now that you've crossed paths with me. Yi-Mo stared at the demon beast before him, momentarily unable to identify its species. Its head was swollen to an enormous size, covered in overlapping scales. A massive tail extended from its rear, topped with a tumor-like growth. But with a furious roar, it revealed its true form. A 4-legged beast suddenly sprawled on the ground, raising its massive tail. Earth Dragon Xiaoyin seems to be taking this opponent seriously. He revealed his true beast form right after stepping onto the stage. At least he's taking it seriously. Otherwise, getting knocked off the stage before even showing his strength would be embarrassing. Dude, who are you to judge? You can't even crack the top 100. How dare you mock someone ranked on the genius list? Battle. Xiaoyin?
That is indeed a name befitting an earth dragon. Yemo was referring, of course, to that earthworm-like creature. The opponent's name was identical to that creature. With a light stomp on the ground, Yemo suddenly felt the earth shake violently, his vision blurring white. His entire body seemed to be shaken into the air, unable to control himself. He felt his feet no longer touch the ground. Die! Xiaoyin showed no mercy whatsoever, unleashing his killing move from the very start. As the roar echoed, countless spikes erupted from the earth. Had Yemo fallen freely, they would have pierced his defenses and inflicted injury. That was precisely Xiaoyin's plan. Yemo regained his senses with blinding speed. The opponent's stomp had actually managed to shake him. Reacting with lightning speed, he released a massive cloud of frost mist toward the ground. In an instant, a slope crystallized, covering the spikes and preventing them from harming him. Yemo landed safely on the ground and faced his opponent head-on. Chapter 170, The Great Battle Against Xiaoyin. You've got some skills. Xiaoyin spoke slowly, a look of interest appearing on his face. He had intended to catch his opponent off guard and eliminate him instantly. But unexpectedly, his attack had been dodged. You're no slouch either. Yemo stretched his limbs slightly, a smile playing on his lips. To dodge Xiaoyin's dragon's deathblow. Many have suffered heavy losses when caught off guard by his downward strike, and countless have been ambushed to death. So what? What good does dodging that move do? Xiaoyin isn't a burst-type powerhouse to begin with. He relies on his formidable defense and strength to wage a war of attrition. Exactly. Even the top-ranked fighter would struggle to break through Xiaoyin's defenses when going all out. This kid seems competent in every aspect, but balanced development is precisely what's most feared. Without a single ability honed to extreme mastery, he'll never match the true powerhouses. The crowd buzzed with discussion as they pulled out wads of cash to place bets on the two fighters. Yemo's odds kept climbing. While everyone acknowledged his formidable strength as a dark horse, that was precisely where his potential ended. His previous victory over the Thunder Rat was pure luck. He'd exploited his opponent's own power, using force against force to defeat it. People speculated he must possess some artifact capable of suppressing thunder, but against the opponent before them, it likely held no sway. Thus, many spectators opted for the safer bet on Earth Dragon Xiaoyin, whose odds of victory seemed far more certain to everyone. Only those gambling addicts seeking overnight riches would stake their entire fortunes on Yemo. Make way. Stop crowding me like this. This lady needs to place her bet too. The voice of the newcomer caused the crowd to instinctively part, forming a path. Surprised glances turned toward the source, revealing Cat Sandling, a black-eared cat approaching with a bag of gold coins in hand. Place all 100 gold coins on Yemo to win. The disciple taking the bets paused in surprise before immediately brightening. The odds gap between the two contenders was enormous, Yemo at 5-1, Xiaoyin at 1.1-1. This large injection of funds would significantly balance the odds for both sides. Even if Yemo lost, the disciple taking the bets wouldn't lose too much money. The prospect of substantial profits drew a crowd of new bettors backing Xiaoyin, each hoping to claim a share of the 100 gold coins. Mao Sandling watched the arena quietly, still fairly confident in Yemo. As the spectators in the stands had observed, his opponent lacked any particular strengths. He was well-rounded, but exceptionally strong in every aspect. In every aspect, he was a formidable force among those of his level. Therefore, even facing Xiaoyin, ranked 8th on the genius list, Mao Sandling felt unfazed. Last time, she had only been slightly outmatched by Xiaoyin, which is why she now ranked 9th on the genius list. Had she not rushed then, slowly wearing down his defenses with her speed, she would have defeated Xiaoyin sooner or later. But she had been too impatient, lacking the necessary composure. That was why she had been defeated in the end. Go! Xiaoyin flung her tail with all her might. A dull yellow glow erupted from its tip. Then it abruptly elongated, the glow expanding to colossal proportions, instantly enveloping Yemo's head. It seemed poised to crush him flat in an instant. Yemo froze for a split second before scrambling backward to evade it. The tail slammed heavily onto the ground, instantly shattering the entire arena into pieces. Cracks spread everywhere, giving the appearance of imminent collapse. Just as he feared the arena would collapse, a burst of light suddenly erupted from beneath it. The shattered platform, inexplicably, began to gradually mend itself. Within mere breaths, it stood whole once more. Beneath the arena lay a vast formation, sustaining its stability and operation. Should any damage occur, it would be instantly repaired. Thus, there was no risk of the match being interrupted or the platform being destroyed. Just as Yemo marveled at this fascinating phenomenon, Xiaoyin's voice suddenly echoed before him once more. You dare to lose focus while fighting me? Yemo's pupils contracted sharply, feeling as though his entire being had been locked onto. He sensed everything behind him closing in. He instinctively tilted his head to the side. A ground spike suddenly shot past his ear. After failing to lock onto a target, it slowly retracted. His reaction speed is this fast? Xiaoyin's face betrayed his astonishment.
But the next moment, his expression turned sinister. A dense net of spikes closed in around Yemo like a cage. Yemo understood that the ground was the enemy's domain. Fighting here offered him no advantage. After a moment's thought, he leapt upward. A pair of wings abruptly unfolded behind him, flapping rapidly as they propelled him skyward. Holy! How can this guy fly? He's not a flying demon race, yet he can take to the air. Could he be another divine sovereign-level powerhouse? In everyone's understanding, aside from flying demon beasts, only divine sovereign realm experts possess the ability to fly. Yemo smiled faintly. Under Cho Yin's stunned gaze, a cold light radiated from his entire body. Immediately, countless icicles appeared in the air. They shot rapidly toward Cho Yin. Each icicle struck Cho Yin's scales, producing a sharp crackling sound. Such ice spikes were unlikely to harm him. Are you tickling me again? After a moment of surprise, a delighted smile spread across Cho Yin's face. The opponent's attacks couldn't break through his defenses, forcing them to expend additional energy flying through the air. With the opponent's energy draining away, victory was assured. He wouldn't wait for the opponent to land exhausted, he would take them down immediately. But while Cho Yin was daydreaming, Yemo unleashed an even more powerful attack. Countless ice crystal spears coalesced in his hand, hurled straight toward Cho Yin on the ground with blinding speed and overwhelming force. After accelerating through the air for a moment, the ice spears reached terrifying, extreme power. Cho Yin's speed was utterly insufficient to evade them. Being a defensive powerhouse himself, Cho Yin could only brace for Yemo's assault. Pfft, this crap thinks it can break through my defense? Cho Yin smirked, but before he could react, the ice spike instantly melted into a pool of water that splashed onto his body. A thick cloud of smoke instantly billowed up from his scales. What did you do to me? Cho Yin's expression abruptly changed as he sensed something was amiss. Chapter 171, The Plot Against Jean Peng. Yemo flashed a brilliant smile. Those novels and TV dramas hadn't deceived him after all. He simply altered the ice spikes he could create, transforming them into water that became corrosive upon melting. Then he splashed it onto the scales covering Cho Yin's body. Most of the scales on his body were essentially like a keratin layer. The difference was that they were harder than the stratum corneum. With this gradual corrosion, the opponent's scales would pose no challenge to him. Yemo continuously hurled ice spikes to corrode the scales on his opponent's body, while dodging Cho Yin's attacks in midair. Before long, Cho Yin's armor became extremely brittle. Yemo effortlessly pierced through the opponent's armor with his ice spikes, inflicting severe wounds. Yemo secured another victory in the match. Damn it! I've lost all my money. This is outrageous. That human is cheating in every match. How does he deserve to win? If Cho Yin didn't have so few aerial attack options, this kid would have been blown to bits ages ago. Impossible. Impossible. There's definitely foul play. This is a scam. A crowd hurled insults at Yemo. Yemo remained utterly unmoved, not uttering a single word. Truthfully, if he revealed his true cultivation level, it would silence them all. But he didn't want to. He intended to keep his cultivation level as his trump card for later. The power he displayed now, the strength he revealed, was that of a 6th-tier martial god. Yemo waited a day before the second match commenced. Mao Sanling sat at the edge of the arena, quietly observing Yemo. Her opponent from the previous match had already been dealt with. Both had advanced to the final 5. The current match was a revival round, where the 6 defeated prodigies would compete to determine one who would be revived. Yemo watched quietly as the 6 contenders, all roughly equal in strength, faced off. Only Thunder Rat and Xiaoyin bore significant injuries, making their advancement unlikely. The winner was soon decided. Jean Peng, ranked 6th on the genius list. He was the young clan chief of the golden-winged Greipong clan. Yemo's next opponent would be him. Human, I've longed to test my strength against you. Come, let us fight. A sneer spread across the golden-winged great eagle's face. He had witnessed his battle with Cho Yin that day. At that time, he had already shown a look of utter contempt. His opponent had been vastly inferior to him in both speed and aerial combat skills. Back then, he had defeated Cho Yin by exploiting his superior flying abilities. You won't gain anything by fighting me. Golden Peng slowly took flight, a sneer still on his face. He did not attack immediately upon reaching the air, instead waiting quietly for Yemo to ascend. Yet, after a long while, Yemo still hadn't taken flight. What are you doing? Do you intend to fight me on the ground? A mocking expression instantly appeared on Jean Peng's face. The guy couldn't possibly think he was like Cho Yin, could he? That guy had low agility and couldn't dodge his ice spikes, but he certainly could. So what? Yemo snapped his fingers, a dismissive smile playing on his lips. Instantly, the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Jean Peng sensed the chill but made no move to react. His opponent was ice attributed, wasn't lowering the temperature while summoning ice spikes perfectly normal? He saw nothing amiss. Golden feather blossom. Jean Peng flapped his wings rapidly. A torrent of feathers shot from his wings, scattering toward Yemo like pellets from a shotgun. A smile spread across Yemo's face. With a light snap of his fingers, an icy armor formed around his body. The feathers embedded themselves into the ice armor, neither piercing through nor causing him any harm. Yemo chuckled softly. His opponent had fallen completely into his trap. Jin Peng attempted various ranged attacks against Yemo, who smiled faintly. As time passed, the wind in the sky grew increasingly bitterly cold. Heavy snowflakes began drifting down from the sky. Jin Peng seemed to sense something amiss, yet he made no reaction, merely continuing to probe Yemo with his attacks. He didn't believe these fragile snowflakes could possibly harm him. Admit defeat, Yemo said calmly. I don't want to hurt you. Yemo spoke calmly. Jin Peng burst into laughter upon hearing this. His earlier attack had shattered the opponent's ice armor. Yet here the opponent dared to spout such arrogant nonsense. You think I'll surrender? Yemo slowly extended his hand and made a gentle fist in the air. In an instant, the drifting snowflakes around him seemed summoned, swirling upward into the air. A terrifying blizzard slowly unfolded, its epicenter centered on the arena. The overwhelming aura left everyone present utterly awestruck. The Flame Lion King, ranked first on the Celestial Pride list, wore a look of anticipation. He hadn't expected such an opponent to emerge in this grand competition. He craved the clash of titans. A look of astonishment also appeared on Kat Sandling's face. She sensed a palpable danger within this move. If she were trapped within such a terrifying blizzard, she doubted she could last even half an hour. Jin Peng had been struggling to maintain his balance by flapping his wings. As sharp snowflakes and ice crystals began slicing through his wings, tearing away his feathers. His ability to fly grew weaker and weaker, making it increasingly difficult to take flight. Before long, his body was covered in wounds. Maintaining balance was already pushing his limits. Counterattacking was utterly impossible. If you'd unleashed your full power against me from the very start, I might not have had the chance to summon this blizzard. You missed your opportunity. Yemo slowly emerged from the blizzard, his blurred form gradually sharpening into clarity. A flicker of anger flashed in Jin Peng's eyes. He had fought his way out of the elimination round only to be mocked like this now. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Jin Peng's entire body. Feathers on his wings stood on end before shooting forth like arrows at blinding speed. Yemo showed no fear. With a light wave of his hand, an ice wall materialized before him. Witnessing this, Jin Peng could no longer hold back. His opponent had long been able to counter his attacks. Yet he had been given hope, led to believe he could shatter the defenses. After this prolonged struggle, his stamina had been significantly depleted. Now, unleashing his most powerful technique was beyond his reach. Yemo was slowly wearing him down, bit by bit, before delivering the final blow. He was now at the mercy of his opponent. The best outcome would be to surrender immediately, otherwise, he would need a long period of recuperation to recover from this blow. Chapter 172, The Cunning Kat Sandling. I surrender. After a moment of mental turmoil, Jin Peng reluctantly uttered these words. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath at once. Many could clearly see that Yemo's flying skills were no match for Jin Peng's. Many had bet on Jin Peng's victory from the start. Yet after such a prolonged battle, Yemo had miraculously defeated the sky god they all revered. Jin Peng's clan was the most fearsome presence in the skies. All flying demon clans across the entire demon race obeyed the Jin Peng clan's commands. And yet, the young clan leader of this formidable race had been utterly crushed by Yemo. Why doesn't that guy ever show new skills? Just how much power does he have? And why does he keep getting so many second chances? We were starting to lose our minds. Every time we tried to make a small profit off Yemo, we ended up losing everything. They always believed Yemo would fall to the elite ranked on the Celestial Genius list, yet their hopes were dashed time and again. Chao Sandling stared at the extra 400 gold coins in her hand, momentarily speechless. His initial stake was only 100 gold coins. After 2 matches, excluding his original investment, he'd already accumulated 400. Who knew betting on this guy to win could be such a lucrative venture? Mao Sandling rubbed her temples. Her next opponent was equally troublesome. Now she needed to compose herself before stepping onto the stage to compete. Mao Sandling took a deep breath before stepping onto the stage to prepare for her match. Yemo didn't linger long. He hurried back to his room, determined to seize the moment and break through his current cultivation level. He was just a hair's breadth away, yet he couldn't seem to cross that final threshold. It felt like an insurmountable chasm. He truly didn't want to enhance his strength by devouring koi, as that would consume too many resources. Yemo intended to rely on his innate talent and relentless effort to gradually break through the realm. The principle was the same, and it saved so many resources, why not? Yemo drew a long breath before commencing his cultivation. First, he slapped himself across the face, then punched himself in the chest. After his face swelled from the blows, the blood flow in his face did indeed accelerate considerably. Master's method works, but damn, it hurts like hell. Yemo forced himself to calm down, sitting cross-legged on the ground to feel the flow of blood within his body and guide it.
As time passed, the foundation within him grew increasingly profound, yet he still fell just short of reaching the 9th layer of martial god.
The next day arrived quickly, yet Guillermo still fell just short. He simply couldn't break through.
He sensed the issue wasn't with his cultivation method, but rather a minor bottleneck. Today unfolded much like yesterday, beginning with a repechage match between Mao Sanling and Jean Peng.
Cat Sanling was incredibly swift, ending the fight within 2 breaths.
Before Jean Peng could even take flight, she lashed out with a claw, tearing into his feathers and shredding his skin. In the blink of an eye, Jean Peng suffered another severe blow, losing his ability to fly. The Cat clan, like Cat Sanling, possessed an innate advantage against such flying creatures. Her victory was only to be expected. Heh, today your opponent is this lady. Let's see where you'll hide this time. Cat Sanling licked her paw before charging forward at breakneck speed. Having watched the previous matches, she knew Guillermo could fly. She certainly wouldn't give him the chance to take to the skies. If you like to play long range, then I'll specifically target your weakness. We'll fight up close. Miao Sanling's claws were exceptionally sharp. Facing this speed-type opponent, Guillermo once again employed the beggar's step he'd used before. He effortlessly dodged every one of Cat Sanling's attacks. It played out exactly as Cat Sanling had anticipated. There was simply no chance to flap her wings and take flight, as she was constantly locked in close combat, grappling with her opponent. The slightest distraction risked leaving her open to her opponent's strikes. Previously, Guillermo's cultivation was too low, forcing him to rely on the beggar's steps, slashing and shifting to evade attacks. But now, he had reached the pinnacle of the half-step martial god 9th layer. His speed had increased significantly, allowing him to counterattack while evading. Within moments, Cat Sanling was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. How did you get so strong? Mao Sanling clutched her lower abdomen, her face contorted in agony. When they last clashed, this guy was just an ordinary martial god at the 6th tier, nothing special except for his bizarre footwork and blazing speed. Beyond that, he hadn't been particularly remarkable. He hadn't even been capable of counterattacking before, so how could he suddenly start fighting back now? Could it be you've been hiding your true strength? A terrifying thought flashed through Mao Sanling's mind. It was highly likely that the opponent had deliberately concealed his strength. All for the sake of securing a favorable ranking in the tournament, making every opponent underestimate him. Guillermo paused, then smiled. He hadn't expected the other to guess his intentions. But he said nothing, continuing to face the enemy before him. Damn it! Mao Sanling stomped her foot hard, sending tendrils of vines surging out from beneath her. Guillermo seized the moment, flapping his wings to soar skyward. He hadn't anticipated Juan's growth rate to be so rapid. Before he could gain much altitude, the vines had already enveloped the entire venue, forming a cube-shaped prison. He set about cutting through the vines, but it was utterly useless. The moment he carved a small opening, other vines swarmed in to instantly seal the gap. Guillermo's expression darkened. Surrender to my bonds. Mao Sanling clenched her fist lightly, and immediately, masses of vines began contracting inward. Guillermo's maneuverable space gradually shrank, forcing him to descend inch by inch toward the ground. Mao Sanling smiled faintly, then swiftly lunged forward, her sharp claws extended toward him. He seized a perfectly timed opening just as her feet hadn't yet touched the ground and her wings retracted behind her. For a brief moment, he was suspended in midair, utterly unable to move. In that fleeting half-second, he was utterly defenseless. Guillermo's heart skipped a beat as 3 bloody gashes instantly tore open his back. Once the vines bound his limbs, the excess tendrils vanished. Chapter 173, You Lost. Amidst their fierce struggle for position, a voice suddenly rang out from the adjacent platform. The match is over. Victory for the Flame Lion King, Wang Shengli. Guillermo's face twisted into a peculiar expression. Why did the name Wang Shengli sound so familiar? It seemed reminiscent of names from Blue Star. Mao Sanling turned her head in surprise at the announcement, her face frozen in shock. The one who defeated him yesterday was the second-ranked powerhouse on the Celestial Pride list. He was also renowned for his strength and defense. Yet before the Flame Lion King, he had fallen so swiftly defeated in less than half a round. Just how powerful has Wang Shengli become over the years? A trace of astonishment flashed across Cat Sanling's face. She immediately shook her head, banishing all distracting thoughts, and began to focus intently on the opponent before her. Guillermo tried desperately to break free from the vines, but it was utterly impossible. The vines were covered in tiny thorns. Though they couldn't pierce his skin in the short term, they still caused him some pain. Damn it! Guillermo struggled fiercely a couple of times, but it was utterly useless. My vines are exceptionally resilient. I didn't use them earlier during our fight because I didn't want to damage your cave dwelling. After all, it's our property, and we'd have to pay to repair it ourselves. By now, Cat Sanling had transformed into a large black cat, crouched on the ground licking her paw. Traces of blood trailing behind her. Guillermo's blood. Now that you're badly injured, you'd better surrender peacefully. Don't make me strike and cripple you outright. Cat Sanling flashed a smile. In her eyes, Guillermo was completely immobilized, utterly helpless, a lamb awaiting slaughter. Guillermo's eyes flickered slightly, and a strange aura suddenly emanated from his entire body.
In the brief moment Ma Sanling hesitated, she watched in shock as the wound on his back began healing at a visible pace. Ice blade! Yi Mo roared as he flung his wrist open. Instantly, an ice blade crystallized in his hand. With a flourish of his blade and a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly severed all the vines. Sorry, what did you just say? Speak up, I didn't catch that. Yi Mo poked his ear, a smug grin spreading across his face. Seeing this, Ma Sanling instantly grew serious. I never expected you to possess such strength. I underestimated you. Ma Sanling's pupils abruptly shifted from pale blue to deep black. Yi Mo seemed to sense danger and leapt backward instantly. From his shadow, soft, flexible appendages extended like a cat's tail. As if they were trying to bind him. Yi Mo froze in shock. Dual attributes? Ma Sanling smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Facing this lady, you can only blame your own bad luck. The moment Ma Sanling's pupils darkened, a thunderous roar erupted from the surrounding stands. Had yesterday's battle not ended so abruptly, Cat Sanling wouldn't have even unleashed her dark attribute abilities. Otherwise, it absolutely wouldn't have ended so swiftly. Today, Miao Sanling held nothing back, unleashing her full power. Mastering a single element to its peak was already considered formidable. Her opponent wielding two attributes simultaneously would pose a challenge even for the Flame Lion King facing a fully transformed Cat Sanling. Miao Sanling's tail flickered. From the shadows behind her, figures began to materialize one by one. These figures emerged from her shadows, wielding great swords and shields. Like loyal soldiers, they stood in formation behind Cat Sanling. Every single one of these soldiers possessed the strength of a martial god at the third tier. Though their individual strength was modest, sheer numbers made up for it. Within mere breaths, 5 had already materialized. Currently, Cat Sanling could only command these 5 soldiers. Immediately after, Cat Sanling assumed command like a military strategist overseeing the battlefield, refraining from direct action. 2 immensely powerful elemental forces pursued Yi Mo as he scrambled across the arena. Simultaneously, the 5 soldiers relentlessly pursued and blocked his path, landing occasional blows on Yi Mo. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Mo's eyes. A green glow flickered repeatedly across his body, the full effect of the immortal evergreen physique. Without the immortal evergreen body, Yi Mo would likely be covered in wounds by now, lying motionless on the ground. After a long while, Yi Mo's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Immediately after, Cat Sanling unleashed her full power at lightning speed. She led her minions in a final, all-out assault. Yi Mo inwardly marveled at how deeply Cat Sanling had concealed her true capabilities. Well, I suppose I'll have to play my trump card then. Yi Mo sighed softly, uttering those words. Upon hearing them, Cat Sanling froze instantly, alarm bells ringing throughout his body. This guy had already used so many trump cards, and now he still had more. He had guarded against all his previous tricks, yet this guy still had something up his sleeve. Besides that incredibly fast healing body, did he possess other abilities? Though Cat Sanling was utterly horrified, he kept charging forward, determined to take Yi Mo down before he could unleash whatever new ability he possessed. Yi Mo gently flicked his sleeve. A flash of light erupted. Slender, pale blue feathers shot straight out. In the blink of an eye, they embedded themselves into the 5 soldiers, followed by rapid explosions. The 5 soldiers were instantly reduced to dust. The crowd watching reached a fever pitch. The relentless clash between 2 formidable opponents, their hidden cards gradually revealed the spectacle was utterly thrilling. Damn awesome. Absolutely incredible. Go, Miss. Aldo. Dark Horse. I bet my entire fortune on you don't lose. As the two continued their clash, the crowd erupted in deafening cheers so loud they could be heard clearly for miles around. Frost Feather Arrow. A cold gleam flashed in Nemo's eyes. In an instant, he flicked his sleeve, sending a torrent of feathers flying. They shot toward Cat Sanling at breakneck speed. As Cat Sanling closed in at full speed, vines began sprouting from beneath her feet, forming a barrier before her. The feathers embedded themselves into the vines, triggering another explosion. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice shards covered Cat Sanling's entire body. As the smoke billowed out, Cat Sanling's lower body had already turned into an ice sculpture, frozen solid to the ground and utterly immobilized. Yi Mo walked silently up to him and pressed a finger against the back of his head. You lose. Chapter 174, The Ace Revealed. A look of admiration spread across the Flame Lion King's face, his eyes brimming with fierce fighting spirit. This human before him was the perfect sharpening stone. Not only did he possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, but he also had a wide array of hidden cards and varied attack methods. Using such an opponent to hone his skills was naturally the perfect training. Wang Shengli stretched lazily before leaving the venue. Boss. Where are you headed? One of his underlings asked, looking puzzled. I need to head back now. I have to face my opponent tomorrow, so I need to prepare thoroughly. Wang Shengli laughed heartily as he walked out, clearly eager for tomorrow's battle. Yi Mo wore an equally excited smile. The fact that this opponent could defeat the second-ranked prodigy in such a short time meant the gap between him and the second-ranked prodigy must be enormous. Flame Lion King. Just by the name, he sounded like a formidable opponent. But Yemo relished taking on tough opponents. By the next morning, both men stood side by side on the arena floor. Erdo, you're the strongest human I've ever seen. I've never been to the human kingdom, but from what I understand, very few humans have broken through to become martial gods. Upon entering the arena, the Flame Lion King didn't launch an immediate attack. Instead, he began chatting with Yemo like an old friend. Ha, thanks for the compliment. We can chat after the fight. If you win, I'll buy you drinks. If I win, you buy me. Yemo returned the gaze with equal admiration, studying the massive lion before him. Hearing this, the Flame Lion King roared with laughter. Every opponent he faced trembled before him. Yet this human before him could converse with him so easily, his expression unflinching, his heart unmoved. For a moment, he found himself even more intrigued by the man. Experience my power firsthand. The Flame Lion King began to transform. He lay flat on the ground, his body suddenly swelling. Each muscle became sharply defined as he lay still, swishing his flaming tail. The lion's mane on his neck ignited with roaring flames. Fire meteor from the heavens. Wang Shengli roared, instantly conjuring a massive fireball in the sky that hurtled toward Yemo. Even as the fireball sliced through the air, waves of heat rippled around it, a stark reminder of its terrifying intensity. Yemo drew a deep breath, then slowly extended one hand. A wall of ice instantly materialized before him. Instantly, his entire body was encased in ice armor. Layer upon layer of ice piled up, forming an immense square before him. The instant the fireball struck the cube, vast plumes of steam began to spread as the two colossal skills collided. Everyone stared intently at the spectacle unfolding in the arena, afraid to miss a single detail of the clash between these powerful combatants. Witnessing such battles between the mighty could deepen one's understanding and cultivate their own foundation. Just as everyone was transfixed, a voice suddenly rang out. I'm betting on you duo to win 300 gold coins. After this declaration, all eyes turned back once more. Sure enough, the speaker was none other than Kat Sandling. He didn't know why this thought had come to him, but he truly wanted to believe in Yemo unconditionally. She believed he could create a miracle. So he placed all the gold coins he carried on the wager. This human gave him the impression she hadn't even begun to exert her full strength. Your ice magic is formidable. The Flame Lion King's face lit up with excitement. Yemo felt the same, this flame isn't half bad either. The two locked eyes, their gazes brimming with fierce combat intent. Then, unexpectedly, they plunged into close-quarters combat. Yemo's punches sent waves of pain through the Flame Lion King. The Flame Lion King's claw strike could tear through Yemo's flesh. Yet one possessed formidable defense, while the other boasted exceptional regenerative abilities. Their clash was a brutal exchange of blows, each landing with brutal force. Yet neither could gain the upper hand, their clash intensifying with every collision. In an instant, the arena's edges erupted with swirling ice shards and dancing flames. Yemo held nothing back now, unleashing his full power. The moment everyone sensed his aura, they all sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! When this human first arrived, he was clearly only at the 5th layer of martial god. How could he have grown so immensely in such a short time? His strength has improved far too rapidly. Yeah. I actually saw him fight someone back then. He was definitely only at the 5th layer of martial god back then. Now he's at the 8th layer? And it's only been a month. This guy must have some incredibly deep foundations or a very wealthy background. Otherwise, there's no way he could break through so quickly. He must have used a ton of resources. That card room he owns is a goldmine. Probably funneled most of the profits into buying resources. The onlookers immediately erupted into murmurs, each face glowing with excitement. Many had already formed suspicions after witnessing the earlier battles, and today's display of power only confirmed their suspicions. This guy really didn't use his full strength against me. Mao Sandling stomped her foot in anger, a look of frustration flashing across her face. She never imagined her full power attack would be so easily countered. She hadn't even forced him to use his full power. Good lad. Pretty fierce, huh? Both the Flame Lion King and Yemo, now separated, wore delighted expressions. You've earned the right to make me unleash my second attribute. The Flame Lion King spoke slowly, and then concentric rings of light began to appear in his eyes. The crowd erupted at this sight. The Flame Lion King was a dual attribute powerhouse, yet he rarely activated his second attribute. Most opponents were easily defeated by his primary attribute alone, rendering the secondary one unnecessary. As the Flame Lion King opened his massive jaws and roared, waves of light shot forth. Yemo felt a splitting headache, as if his eardrums were being torn apart. He hastily covered his ears with his hands. This is my second attribute. An extremely rare and unique one at that. The Flame Lion King continued to roar with its mouth wide open. The sonic waves relentlessly assaulted Yemo. Don't think you're the only one without a secondary attribute. The moment Yemo spoke these words, the entire crowd was instantly stunned. Chapter 175, An Endless Clash of Hidden Cards. How could this human utter such words? Could he possess a second attribute too? Damn, no way. He's already incredibly powerful. Fighting a 10th tier martial god with his 8th tier strength is already a rare feat. Exactly. Even back when the Flame Lion King was at the 8th layer of martial god, he could only challenge the most mediocre 10th layer martial gods. A top tier 10th layer martial god like him should never be challenged across tiers. Today I'll witness our sect's 7th dual attribute master emerge. Who knew this human possessed such talent? No wonder he was recruited into the sect. Such murmurs filled the banquet hall. The Flame Lion King's face lit up with keen interest, eagerly anticipating what abilities the human before him would unleash. Thunder surged around Yemo's body, a gleam gradually igniting in his eyes. With a fierce thrust of his finger forward, a torrent of thunderous energy poured forth from his fingertip. This was the skill he had learned after finding inspiration from the Thunder Rat. Previously, he could only channel lightning through conductors or strike opponents directly. Now, he could also project the thunderous energy like his opponent. The Flame Lion King roared in fury, but before he could dodge, the thunderbolt struck him directly, causing his voice to tremble. The sonic attack began to falter, unexpectedly morphing into an electronic beat. The last person who sang like that ended up behind bars. Yemo roared as he hurled the thunder spear. The Flame Lion King squealed in agony from the shock, yet its sonic assault persisted unabated. Both sides inflicted relentless damage upon each other, finding a twisted pleasure in the pain. Both could sense the other's power growing stronger, and the pressure on them both surged suddenly. You're only at the 8th layer of martial god, yet you've reached this level. I truly admire you. But today, you will inevitably fall to me. The Flame Lion King sensed the palpitation within him was about to erupt. Seems I won't need to wait for this tournament's reward to achieve my breakthrough. The Flame Lion King let out a loud laugh, his aura suddenly swelling. He swiftly retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and popped it into his mouth. He now sensed the optimal moment for his breakthrough. The intense battle had granted him a fleeting opportunity for breakthrough, one he must seize now to succeed. Combined with a breakthrough pill he'd somehow obtained, he now possessed everything needed to leap forward and become a divine master-level powerhouse. Yemo's face also broke into a faint smile. Thank you for the pressure. I too feel I've reached the threshold. Yemo finally understood what that elusive opportunity had been all along. It was that terrifying sense of pressure. He had never encountered an opponent who could match him. Most were simply crushed beneath his might. Now, feeling such immense pressure, a sudden sense of urgency gripped his heart. Vast energy surged wildly within his body, signaling that the breakthrough was imminent. The 8th layer of martial god was but a half step away from the 9th layer, a threshold he was about to cross. Yemo and the Flame Lion King simultaneously radiated brilliant light. Both advanced to the next realm at the exact same moment. Yemo broke through a minor realm, while his opponent ascended a major realm. Ha 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 ha. Feels good. The Flame Lion King's roar echoed throughout the entire venue. Every face in the room wore a different expression. Some were stunned, some thrilled, some envious, and some jealous. They all fantasized about the day they too could break through to such a realm. Good lad. Both are prodigies of our sect, they're bound to achieve great things in the future. Cat 7 Monsters observed all this from the shadows, a deeply gratified smile spreading across his face. The future sect would surely give rise to more powerful figures, allowing them to control even greater territories. Beyond the 4 great empires, it might even be possible for the Beggars sect to expand outward. The crowd's cheers had reached a fever pitch, everyone swept up in extreme excitement. Cat Sandling stared in astonishment at the scene before her, her eyes shining brightly. Come on, keep going. The Flame Lion King charged forward once more after speaking. Yemo, equally undaunted, met him head-on. As their fists collided, thunder and flame clashed violently. The very ground beneath them began to tremble, even the grand formation sustaining the arena showing signs of instability. Both fighters possessed terrifying strength. Yemo was still slightly inferior, and after several exchanges, he gradually began to show signs of fatigue. He took 2 steps back. Yet a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It was the sacred bath. He unleashed a miniature version of this skill within his own body, amplifying his strength. Simultaneously, he summoned an ice staff in his hand, finally unleashing the dog-beating staff technique to engage in a fierce battle with the Flame Lion King. With these 2 trump cards played, Yemo had exhausted all his hidden resources. 1,000-layered staff shadows. Yemo roared furiously, plunging back into fierce combat with his opponent. The 2 clashed relentlessly, the sound of blows echoing ceaselessly. Fiery roar. The Flame Lion King unleashed his signature technique as well. A colossal lion's head of flame gradually materialized behind him, charging toward Yemo. With overwhelming momentum, it opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow its prey whole. In an instant, vast flames began to spread around Yemo, scalding tongues of fire lashing out and searing his skin. Yemo's icy armor began to melt away. Yet a yellow glow emerged upon the ice armor. It was the defensive barrier of the tortoise-shell shield. Even this move can't defeat you. The Flame Lion King paused in surprise, but soon wore a look of satisfaction. The 2 were truly evenly matched in strength. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. All they could do now was wait to see who would exhaust their stamina first. Then the two continued their fierce clash. A sudden flash of insight pierced Yemo's mind. An utterly peculiar aura began to radiate from his entire being. The Flame Lion King paused in surprise. He had sensed this aura before it had once emanated from an inner door disciple. You've actually grasped the essence of the 7th layer of the dog beating staff technique while fighting me. A look of profound shock spread across the Flame Lion King's face. Not only had the opponent broken through to a new realm, but they had also made progress in their martial arts technique. Chapter 176, the outcome is settled. Fight me. Yemo slowly tightened his grip on the staff, raising it high toward the heavens. 7th form of the dog beating staff technique. Staff shatters the 9 heavens. Though it was merely a single staff, it now wielded 9 afterimages. After the 9 afterimages descended, the Flame Lion King was sent flying backward. Crashing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Good. 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 Now you'll taste my newly mastered martial arts. The Flame Lion King suddenly opened its gaping maw and bit down hard on its own paw. Blood gushed forth in an instant, leaving everyone present stunned. Why would he harm himself? Even Yemo couldn't fathom what this creature was up to. A blood-red, savage glint gradually spread across the Flame Lion King's eyes. A torrent of savage energy erupted from his body. Behold the final trump card of our blazing flame clan. The Flame Lion King roared furiously as a colossal phantom materialized behind him. The colossal crimson apparition appeared identical to him. In an instant, the Flame Lion King's body swelled once more, his strength and speed surging to an entirely new level. If you can defeat me within 5 minutes, I'll concede victory. If you can't, I win. The Flame Lion King declared the duration of his trump card outright. Only within these 5 minutes could he unleash his extraordinary power. After 5 minutes, he would enter a full 24-hour period of weakness. He would certainly have no strength left to face his current opponent. Come. Fight. Fiery roar. Yun family fist. The two began unleashing a relentless barrage of techniques, clashing head-on. At this moment, he also put the Flame Lion King's tail to use, beginning to execute the dog-beating staff technique he had mastered. His mastery of the dog-beating staff technique extended far beyond merely the 4th level, yet it still placed immense pressure on Yemo. The two were once again evenly matched. Brilliant! Yet many inner sect disciples couldn't match their performance. An elder from the sect wore a look of deep satisfaction. They were the inner sect elders who had come here specifically to select disciples. If any of the top 10 were willing to join the inner sect, they would become their disciples. These elders had all arrived just in time for the most thrilling match of the tournament. I'm taking that human boy. None of you dare compete with me. Put. I'm the one who looks more like that human brat. Humans have always resembled monkeys since ancient times. Damn it, don't compete with me. I'm taking this kid. Though the two hadn't yet determined a winner, everyone could see that Yemo's talent and strength far surpassed those of the Flame Lion King. Despite the gap of one minor realm and one major realm between them, he was actually holding his own in the fight. This alone proved just how terrifying his innate talent truly was. For a moment, all the elders, vying for the title of Yemo's master, seemed on the verge of coming to blows. This lad is my disciple. Don't you lot know that? What the hell are you all scrambling for here? A stern voice cut through the chaos. One elder, still fuming, failed to recognize the speaker and snapped back angrily. Who do you think you are? This kid must follow. The elder's words trailed off mid-sentence as he slowly turned to find the calm, composed Cat 7 staring back. His tone shifted instantly, his face softening into a fawning expression. So he's your disciple? No wonder he's so powerful. Cat 7 Strange gave a cold snort, saying nothing. He watched the unfolding events in silence. Both combatants were now beginning to show signs of exhaustion. The Flame Lion King had only 30 seconds left on his bloodlust talent. Yemo was also nearing his limit. Both fighters had exhausted all their skills, relying solely on primal instinct to exchange blows with bare hands and feet. The 30 seconds vanished in an instant. The Flame Lion King, his stamina finally depleted, collapsed first. The referee immediately declared Yemo the victor, officially crowning him the champion of this grand tournament. Yemo excitedly raised his right hand, but before he could utter a word, he closed his eyes and collapsed backward. Both men fell to the ground stiff as corpses. Had his opponent held on just a few seconds longer, he wouldn't have been able to endure it. Both were carried away simultaneously for medical treatment. The remaining 8 prodigies from the Heavenly Prodigy list were the first to be selected. Each elder was essentially assigned a disciple suited to their needs. Cat 7 Strange stroked his beard and nodded, agreeing to let the other teach the promising Fire Lion King. He then turned his gaze to the sect master standing nearby. Master Ling Yuan, I entrust this child to your care. I must depart for a while to handle some matters. His training is now entirely your responsibility. Don't ruin the boy. After speaking, Cat 7 Strange patted a monkey on the shoulder. The monkey's face lit up with delight, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if he was only a nominal disciple, he was still his own disciple. He would still have to address him as master.
This meant he now had such a gifted disciple under his wing. Though he wouldn't need him immediately, once trained, he would surely become a capable enforcer. The Spirit Ape sect leader nodded ecstatically, then hurried to the rescue station to check on Yemo's injuries. 3 days later, Yemo, exhausted, finally managed to climb out of the hospital bed, his face pale and weak. Awake? Mao Sanling sat beside his hospital bed, a faint smile on her face as she looked at the human before her. So you're the disciple my father sought out? Why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have gone looking for trouble with you back then. Mao Sanling had also learned of his identity from her father. I need to. Ha? You want me? We've barely known each other. That's not really appropriate, is it? Oh dear, could it be because I'm just too irresistible? Miao Sanling heard him say this, his hand outstretched as he gazed at her with a look of longing. For a moment, she felt a flutter of shyness, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. I wonder if a cat and a human could even have babies. Oh my, this is so embarrassing. I need to eat. Yemo's extremely weak voice was completely ignored by Cat Sanling, who was already lost in her love-struck days. It wasn't until the nurse came in and noticed the patient had woken up that she immediately brought him food. Yemo's eyes lit up at the sight of the food, and he began to eat heartily, paying no attention whatsoever to Cat Sanling, who was still gazing at him dreamily. Chapter 177, Resource Allocation. Yemo ate 3 or 4 plates of fried rice before regaining a little strength from his weakened state. Then he lay back down and slept soundly for a full week. Had he not been woken by hunger, he wouldn't have bothered to eat at all. This battle had been incredibly grueling for him. Both sides had fought with every ounce of strength, holding nothing back. It was the first time he'd ever fought with such utter satisfaction. Yemo exhaled a long breath. Today was the day he was discharged from the hospital. At that moment, a monkey dressed in a long robe stood waiting for him at the door. The monkey had kind eyes and a very large beard. Yemo approached with curiosity. My name is Devour. Could you be my acting master? Upon hearing this, the Lingyuan sect leader gave a light cough. Yemo instantly understood. Greetings, master. Upon hearing these 3 words, the Lingyuan sect leader immediately broke into a radiant smile. Excellent, excellent. My good disciple, today is precisely the day you graduate. Come, I'll take you into the inner sect. Oh, right, here's your reward for winning the competition. It contains abundant resources, plus that broken mirror pill. When you reach the peak of the 10th layer of martial god cultivation, swallow it to boost your breakthrough probability. The Lingyuan sect master tossed over an enormous storage pouch as he spoke. Yemo caught it instantly, his face brimming with excitement. A quick glance revealed the bag indeed contained an enormous quantity of resources. His face instantly lit up with delight. Come on, enter the inner sect. The Lingyuan sect leader spoke while listening, then swept his sleeve. Yemo felt as though he were riding on clouds, soaring through the air to a distant mountain range. To his surprise, the inner and outer gates weren't even in the same mountain range. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a serene, secluded valley. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outer gate. Although the sect possessed spirit-gathering arrays, the one here was clearly far more advanced than the one in the outer sect. Yemo felt his body and mind relax considerably with just one breath. Go claim your token. From this day forward, you are my disciple. I shall prepare a cultivation array for you. After the Spirit Ape Patriarch brought him back, he immediately turned and headed toward the lecture hall. The hall was already filled with his numerous registered disciples. Among them were 5 former top 10 contestants who had become his direct disciples. The other dozens were registered disciples he had personally selected, though they did not rank among the top 10. Master, you've worked hard. Did you find any exceptionally talented juniors during your recruitment trip to the outer sect in Dali? A female cultivator with a stunningly curvaceous figure and a mature, commanding presence stepped forward to pour tea for the Lingyuan sect leader. A tail wagged rapidly behind her hips, and 2 ears flapped atop her head. This creature was a dog demon. She had once ranked among the top 10 in the grand competition and was a direct disciple of the Lingyuan sect master. I've taken him to rest. Have you heard of that earth-shattering battle during the outer sect's grand competition? The Lingyuan sect leader proudly patted his chest. Your masters were outmatched by fate. They've brought their most gifted disciple into our great family. From this day forward, he shall be your junior brother. At these words, the assembled crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. They had already heard that the battle in the outer sect competition was a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Not only were both combatants terrifyingly powerful, but they were also exceptionally gifted dual-element masters. Their clash shook heaven and earth, a spectacle that dwarfed most battles between inner sect disciples. Congratulations, Master, on welcoming your new junior brother. A man with delicate features rose to his feet, bowing respectfully. A shadow crossed his face, and he too possessed a thick tail, though it remained largely still. He was a wolf demon. With the senior disciple leading the congratulations, the others naturally followed suit, offering their well wishes to the master. The Lingyuan sect master beamed with delight, his face radiant with excitement.
I've decided in the cultivation formation competition a month from now, our most outstanding registered disciple will compete to seize the golden cultivation formation. I wish to bestow it upon your new junior brother. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed one disciple's face. This individual was one of the most powerful registered disciples. Already possessing 4th tier divine master strength, by all rights, if he won the golden formation in this competition, it should be bestowed upon him. The top-ranked direct disciples had already received the blessings of golden arrays for their cultivation, leaving the rest to make do with blue arrays. The cultivation efficiency gap between the golden and blue arrays exceeded fourfold. This golden formation should have been his by right. How could a junior disciple suddenly appear out of nowhere, having made no contributions whatsoever, and now dare to compete with him for resources? A shadow of gloom settled over his heart. The Lingyuan sect master seemed oblivious to these thoughts. The registered disciple glanced at the wolf demon senior disciple. The latter immediately shot him a reassuring glance. For some time now, he had been showering this senior disciple with all manner of favors. All for the sake of having him speak favorably to the master, so that the array would be granted to him. Master, such behavior seems rather inappropriate. As the wolf demon spoke, all eyes turned to him, and a hint of confusion flashed across the Lingyuan sect leader's face. Before the Lingyuan sect leader could fully process the remark, the wolf demon continued his eloquent speech. While our junior brother deserves everyone's affection and possesses considerable talent, he is, after all, our shared junior brother. He has only recently joined our ranks. Bestowing the golden formation from this competition upon him now might cause discontent among the other disciples. After all, he has yet to contribute anything to our lineage. Bestowing such a significant resource upon him so soon seems excessive and could create a sense of imbalance among the others. Upon hearing this, all the disciples realized the truth in his words. Moments ago, they had been basking in the joy of welcoming the new junior brother, yet now, in the blink of an eye, they were already weighing the implications of resource distribution. The Spirit 8 Patriarch narrowed his eyes, fully understanding the implication. It seemed this had touched upon the interests of some disciples. Most disciples held no objections. Those possessing golden arrays naturally had no complaints, while those unqualified for such arrays naturally remained silent. Only those on the verge of receiving golden arrays might harbor such feelings. The Lingyuan sect leader now found himself thrust into the eye of the storm. Handle this poorly, and he risked becoming the target of his disciples' criticism. Chapter 178 Warning. Yemo sat cross-legged within his cave dwelling, a faint flush of anger beginning to appear on his face. Nearly a month had passed, yet while the outer sect's cardroom still remained under his control, the inner sect had long severed all ties with him. Without personal strength, such a lucrative enterprise was bound to be seized by others. He now received not a single coin from the inner sect. The genius ranking wasn't exclusive to the outer sect. Inner sect disciples vastly outnumbered their outer sect counterparts. The top two on the genius rankings are known as the Holy Sons. They represent the strongest foundation within the sect. Currently, the inner sect's cardroom is occupied by Jin Ingchan, ranked 300th on the genius rankings. After some inquiries, Yemo had already obtained detailed information about the opponent's strength. After all, being a powerhouse on the genius rankings meant their name was widely known. The inner sect's bridge rankings comprised a total of 500 positions. The geniuses listed there are also ranked based on their strength. This individual possessed terrifying strength, standing as an 8th tier divine realm powerhouse. Upon hearing this, Yemo's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed rather difficult to reclaim the cardroom in the short term. While resting with closed eyes in his chamber, Yemo suddenly sensed someone knocking on his cave dwelling's door. Upon opening it, he found nothing but a parcel lying on the ground by the entrance, accompanied by a letter. Yemo glanced at it privately before bringing the parcel and letter inside. Upon opening it, he found cultivation resources inside. It was an exceptionally smooth mineral, as slippery as jade. Its weight was also indistinguishable from ordinary jade, the only difference being the vast amount of energy it contained. This was a resource unique to inner sect disciples. The Beggar's sect had discovered a jade mountain, and the jade mined from it possessed special properties. It could be swallowed and absorbed. It was commonly referred to as spirit jade. As the top performer in the outer sect competition, Yemo naturally attained a higher status than other newly admitted inner sect disciples. While new inner door disciples typically start as first-tier disciples, Yemo's championship title elevated him directly to second-tier status. Each month, he could obtain 20 pieces of spirit jade. Attend the lecture hall once every 5 days in the morning. Participation is mandatory unless special circumstances arise. Tomorrow marks the opening day of the lecture hall. During regular sessions, you may exchange cultivation insights with fellow disciples within the hall. After reading the letter, Yemo tossed it aside. He made a few minor adjustments to himself, stabilizing the newly broken-through realm. The sky was already beginning to lighten. Yemo took a deep breath, pushed open the cave dwelling's door, and stepped outside the lecture hall. At that moment, many fellow disciples cast appraising glances his way. Everyone was deeply curious about this junior disciple who had won first place in the outer sect competition. Yemo, not one to greet strangers, merely glanced at the crowd before following them into the lecture hall. He found a meditation cushion in the corner and crossed his legs to sit upon it. The other disciples also took their seats according to the usual procedure. Soon, Yemo spotted the Lingyuan sect master who had brought him into the inner sect. The figure slowly walked to the front of the lecture hall and sat down on the largest, highest cushion. The purpose of this lecture hall is mutual exchange and sharing of cultivation experiences. Feel free to introduce yourselves. Beyond that, allow me to introduce your newest junior disciple. Erdwa, please stand up. Upon hearing his name called, Yemo immediately rose from his cushion. All eyes turned to him. Erdwa is a human. Please get acquainted. The Lingyuan sect master spoke slowly. Ha? A human? Our junior brother is human? Is there a human with such profound cultivation outside the human empire? Hello, everyone. I look forward to your continued support. Yemo smiled and spoke up. After greeting everyone and introducing himself, this part of the proceedings concluded. Yemo sat down, and the other senior disciples began chatting amongst themselves. They were sharing their cultivation experiences. As it was his first time here and he didn't know many people, Yemo remained silent. Junior brother Erdwa. Hearing someone call his name, Yemo lifted his head to look at the person before him. A beautiful woman with a wagging tail stood before Yemo, looking at him with great interest. Hello, senior sister. Yemo greeted her with utmost politeness. The woman before him could easily be described as a giant. She stood well over 2 meters and 30 centimeters tall. You're quite adorable, junior brother. Sister Dog said as she ruffled Yemo's hair. Yemo's face betrayed a hint of resignation. Just call me Sister Plum from now on. Is there anything you don't understand about cultivation? I heard you defeated a Divine Realm first-tier cultivator with only Martial God 9th layer strength. That's incredible. Dog Plum was genuinely excited. Demon's revered strength. At that moment, the tail behind her was practically wagging like a propeller. Yemo smiled, nodded, and offered a few modest compliments. Ha, little junior brother sure knows how to talk. Let me tell you in confidence, with your exceptional talent, Master plans to reward you with a golden cultivation formation. As the two were conversing, a cold snort suddenly echoed from nearby. Senior Sister Dog, might you be speaking a bit prematurely? It seems our master hasn't finalized who exactly will receive that golden formation yet. Seated before Yemo sat a senior disciple. Without turning his head, he spoke in an icy tone. A ripple of unease fluttered through Yemo's heart. Had he already made enemies so soon after entering the inner sect? What use would that golden formation be to you anyway? Aside from being slightly stronger in cultivation, what talent do you possess? Dog Plum frowned and turned to face the disciple. The other seemed to sense it was unwise to defy his senior sister. After all, sect rules were strictly enforced. He didn't continue speaking, only letting out a cold laugh. He had already secured his position with senior brother Wolf Demon. Senior Sister Dog was merely the second senior sister, holding little sway in daily matters. Thus, he naturally held no fear of her. Seeing that the other had no intention of continuing, Dog Plumflower dismissed him, opening her mouth slightly to send a telepathic message into Yemo's ear. Quite a few people aren't too fond of you, little junior brother. You're on your own here. If you have the strength to take it, grab it. If you can't manage it, then forget it. Yemo narrowed his eyes at her words. Sister Dog meant to tell him to take what he could get, and if he couldn't, then forget it. It seemed the hostility toward him wasn't limited to that senior brother from earlier. His arrival had disrupted their delicate balance of interests, likely inviting considerable trouble his way. Chapter 179, The Bet. Don't worry, senior sister. I've got this covered. If I can't even handle a minor resource, how will others see me? A 4th heavenly realm divine realm senior brother? Give me a little time, and I'll surpass him with ease. Yemo also conveyed his thoughts to Dog Plumblossom through telepathic transmission. She sighed, forcing a faint smile before shaking her head helplessly and walking back to her meditation cushion. Yemo watched his senior brother intently. The man was a pig demon. His skin was thick and tough, and his attacks were quite powerful. Yemo slowly closed his eyes. Only 1 month remained. Dog Plumblossom had already discreetly informed him that the contest for the golden formation would take place in a month's time. If the Lingyuan Patriarch forcibly awarded it to him, then many disciples would likely protest. They had made tremendous contributions to this sect. If even they weren't deemed worthy of such an array, how could a newcomer come in and take precedence? This deeply threatened the interests of many. Dog Plumblossom feared this issue would become the spark that ignited the complete disintegration of their lineage, shattering their unity. If the Lingyuan sect leader dared to override the consensus and grant the golden formation to Yemo, this very outcome would likely unfold. Yemo understood this logic all too well. If he desired the formation, he would have to enter the fray. To compete, his strength must reach at least the 3rd layer of the divine realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to compete for the golden formation. A quiet resolve hardened within Yemo's heart, and a faint, serene smile touched his lips.
As the top winner of the outer sect competition, he now had access to a special reward. He could enter the sect's illusory realm to seek out that sliver of opportunity, granted for 7 days. He hoped to find the breakthrough opportunity within those 7 days. After the lecture concluded, Emo did not depart. Instead, he strolled over to the Spirit Ape sect master. "How have you been adjusting since entering the inner sect?" A faint smile touched Emo's lips as he nodded. "Thank you for your guidance, sect master. I've managed to carve out a place for myself within the inner sect now. It's just that matter concerning the golden formation." The moment these words were spoken, the disciples who hadn't yet left the lecture hall all turned their gaze toward them. Everyone was eager to see what choice this junior disciple would make now that he knew the truth. Master Ling Yuan's heart was in his throat. If Emo were to utter something astonishing now, it would likely cause a tremendous stir. If he chose to relinquish this reward, he would earn the favor of most senior disciples, who would see him as sensible and considerate. Yet, he would also be forfeiting an immense opportunity. To obtain the golden formation array, he would have to wait another 5 years. For those 5 years, he would be unable to utilize the sect's finest spirit gathering array. The Lingyuan sect leader naturally did not wish to see such an outcome. After all, the man before him possessed both innate talent and combat prowess that were truly top tier. Grant him a single formation, and within these 5 years, he might even ascend directly to the peak of the divine realm. Without such an array's enhancement, his innate talent alone would only carry him to the 6th or 7th layer of the divine realm at best. For a moment, the Lingyuan sect master felt both anticipation and apprehension, unsure what words the other would utter. The golden formation requires contention. This disciple is willing to elevate his strength to a suitable level within this month to participate in the contest. I humbly request the Patriarch's approval. Upon hearing Emo's words, many disciples snorted in derision. He just won first place in the grand competition and already got so cocky. What right did a mere 9th-tier martial god realm cultivator have to bark like a dog here? Did he truly believe his talent was so extraordinary that he could break through to the 3rd tier of the divine realm within a month? Even reaching the 1st tier of divine realm within this month would already prove his extraordinary talent and access to vast cultivation resources. Breaking through to the 3rd heaven within a month? This junior brother sure talks a big game, but I wonder how much real skill he actually possesses. Those who think themselves geniuses always love to spout big talk, but in the end, don't they all just fade into mediocrity? Maybe we could pull off a miracle, but I'd say it's more likely just hot air. The senior disciples who hadn't left began whispering among themselves. In the presence of the Lingyuan sect master, they didn't dare to be overly arrogant. Instead, they spoke in cryptic, double-edged remarks. Upon hearing these words, Emo remained expressionless. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently upon the Lingyuan sect leader before him. It seemed as though he wanted the other to read his inner thoughts from his gaze. If that is your wish, then so be it. Should you succeed, I shall arrange for you to travel on business. Should you fail, then this position within the golden formation will have to be relinquished. The Lingyuan sect leader sighed deeply, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. He had been prepared to override the objections and preserve the golden formation. But now that the other had spoken so openly before everyone, insisting on his position would only stir greater discontent. At this moment, to stabilize the situation, the Lingyuan sect leader could only utter these words. Simultaneously, his internal assessment of Emo had dropped. This fellow possessed talent and strength, yet he remained overly confident in himself. He likely rarely faced setbacks and had no real grasp of just how difficult it truly was to break through to the divine realm. In an instant, Emo was branded with the label of arrogance. I demand to use my one chance to participate in the sect's illusory realm. Emo spoke slowly, finally snapping the Spirit Ape Patriarch out of his reverie. It seems you truly wish to strive for this. Very well, then. Come with me. The Lingyuan sect master suddenly swept his sleeve, and a cloud of mist instantly enveloped Emo. He felt his position shifting rapidly. They soon arrived at a peculiar cave at breakneck speed. Outside the entrance, an old man was actually stationed there as a guard. Brother, I've brought the person this year's top winner of the outer sect competition. The gatekeeper was none other than a white-haired monkey. Upon hearing the call, it slowly opened its wrinkled eyes. A hint of anticipation flickered in his gaze. Upon recognizing the visitor as a human, he stirred slightly but said nothing. He merely nodded quietly and stepped aside to clear a path. The Spirit Ape Patriarch had expected his elder brother to say something. Though far more powerful than him, the elder had willingly become a guardian of the illusory realm. Otherwise, the position of Patriarch would not be in his hands today. Chapter 180, The Trial. Go forth. This illusion holds many opportunities. If you find none suited to you, do not be disheartened. There is always a distinction between what fits and what does not. Some enter and emerge without gaining anything extraordinary. It is only natural. The Lingyuan sect leader couldn't help but worry whether Emo would gain nothing upon entering, only to plunge into deep self-doubt and shatter his Tao heart. Emo nodded quietly, then stepped into the cave with resolute strides. A flash of silvery light swept past him, followed by a dizzying, agonizing sensation of the world spinning. Suddenly, he found himself standing upon a vast, desolate grassland.
Yemo looked around in confusion.
Nothing existed beyond the endless expanse of grassland, not even a single animal. Sunlight bathed his body as wild winds swept across the grassland. Yemo began walking forward, the wind around him growing stronger and stronger, gradually turning into a howling gale. Just as he was growing puzzled, a piercing eagle's cry suddenly split the sky.
Yemo looked up toward the sky, noticing something dangling from the bird's body.
He tried to summon his kuumping wings to chase after the eagle, but no matter how he strained, he couldn't activate any of his abilities. He realized that all his skills seemed to be completely ineffective here. The object hanging from the eagle's body must be a cultivation technique manual, for he could sense powerful fluctuations of cultivation energy emanating from it.
That cultivation technique held a deadly attraction for him. Yemo watched the direction the eagle flew away.
The land in that direction began to gradually tilt.
Eventually, it formed a towering mountain. Yemo began walking toward that direction.
A voice within him whispered that the eagle would land atop the peak. If he could reach it, he could seize the cultivation technique the eagle carried.
Yemo pondered briefly before quickening his pace.
He didn't understand what these manifestations within the illusion signified, but he knew they must represent some special meaning.
Yemo chose to trust his instincts and follow his intuition.
Along the path to the high mountain, he encountered numerous animals. These creatures also bore strange martial arts techniques on their bodies. Judging by their grades, many of these creatures possessed heaven-grade techniques.
Yemo paid them no mind.
He simply continued walking forward in silence, paying no heed to the creatures passing by his side. He believed that once he made contact with these creatures, he too could acquire the cultivation techniques passed down through their lineages. But he didn't want these techniques. He felt they held no value for him. His mind was fixed solely on the cultivation technique carried by the eagle atop the mountain peak. With each step Yemo took, the number of animals and the variety of martial arts techniques grew. Each one was exceptionally advanced. Among them were even techniques that, once mastered, could dramatically enhance his strength. These techniques perfectly complemented his existing skills.
Yemo shook his head firmly, a resolute gleam in his eyes.
He couldn't let these other things sway his original resolve.
He must obtain the cultivation technique from that eagle. Yemo pressed onward once more.
He had no idea how long he'd been walking. Time seemed to stand still here.
The sun shone relentlessly overhead, and the wind blew ceaselessly.
As Yemo neared the mountain's base, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He suddenly realized the sun overhead seemed to have grown larger, for he could feel his body growing hotter. Now, he couldn't wield any abilities, just like an ordinary mortal. Exposed to the scorching sun, he still sweated profusely and felt dizzy.
Yemo took a tentative step up the mountain.
He intended to grow slightly larger once more, but a fierce wind swept down from the slopes, threatening to blow him off the path.
Could this be a test?
To verify his suspicion, he took another step forward.
He could feel everything intensifying.
Only later did he realize this was undoubtedly a test, not a mere illusion.
Yemo completed the first 50 steps with remarkable ease.
But when he saw the final 50 steps ahead, he faltered. Now, he lowered his head, bearing the fierce gale while the sun above scorched his skin.
The back of Yemo's neck was already sunburned in bright red. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward once more.
A fierce gale carrying a strange aura suddenly swept toward him. Yemo stood directly in the path of the gale, and instantly, wounds appeared across his body. Within the gale, it seemed as though tiny, razor-sharp wind blades existed.
They relentlessly eroded his flesh. Yemo endured the pain his body was suffering and continued to walk forward with unwavering determination.
40 paces. 30 paces. 20 paces. 10 steps. He could see the eagle perched atop the mountain peak, now only 10 steps away. Yemo gasped for breath, his body already drenched in blood, his clothes torn to shreds. He resembled a gravely wounded beggar. There was no dignity left in him whatsoever.
Yemo continued forward, taking another step with unwavering resolve.
After taking that step, his vision suddenly vanished. Pitch blackness engulfed him, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Had it not been for the searing sun scorching his skin and the fierce gale tearing at his body,
Yemo wouldn't have realized where he was.
He took another step forward. The grassy fragrance that had filled Yemo's senses vanished as well.
He could no longer detect any scent.
Another step forward, and the howling wind that had been crackling and roaring now fell completely silent. Yet the damage persisted.
Yemo's expression gradually darkened.
It seemed each step he took stripped him of another sense. As he reached his final step, poised to touch the eagle, he sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. At this moment, he had lost all his senses, his entire being enveloped as if trapped inside a pitch-black coffin. A fierce intuition gripped him. Take one more step forward, and death would be certain. The faces of his once dearest friends flashed through his mind.
Yemo's retreating steps halted abruptly. Then, a resolute glint suddenly flashed in his utterly vacant eyes. To become stronger, he was willing to pay any price. What did it matter if he lost his senses? Summoning every ounce of strength, Emo took that final, most agonizing step. He reached out and touched the eagle standing there, silently observing him. The moment he touched the eagle, all his senses and abilities returned to his body. Chapter 181, Annihilation Poem. The martial arts techniques carried by that eagle surged into his mind all at once. Yemo's mind instantly mastered an entire martial art. Its every aspect played out countless times within his consciousness, as he absorbed its operational principles into his very being. Immediately after, a white light like the purest essence of heaven and earth poured into every bone and muscle of his body. A surging tide of energy coursed through his body, and in that instant, he felt his physical strength grow immensely. The ninth layer of martial god realm he had just stabilized moments ago surged forward in a single stride. Emo drew a long, deep breath, closed his eyes, and quietly assessed the state within his body. The energy within him was exceptionally abundant, having now reached the peak of the 10th layer of martial god. Though the threshold seemed but a step away, he felt no urge to push through it now. It likely required some special opportunity. Emo immediately thought of that pill from before. Uncertain if further dangers lurked within this secret realm, Emo held off on pushing forward. Instead, he focused on sensing his body. That pure white energy had not only elevated his cultivation but also healed every wound on his body. As he was gauging the extent of his newfound strength, a sudden surge of power erupted. That dizzying sensation returned once more. Emo was violently thrust backward by a powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. The valley echoed intermittently with heavy footsteps and the rustling of wind through the trees. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The old man from before remained seated at the doorway, quietly stroking his beard. How long have I been inside? Emo sat up, rubbing his head dazedly, his face filled with confusion. Logically, their sense of time was exceptionally strong, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. He felt as though he had been inside for quite some time. Just the mountain climb alone, if measured by normal time, felt like it had taken months. It's the evening of the 7th day today. The old man's hoarse voice spoke up, his gaze flickering toward the light that had flashed within the cave. A hint of anticipation flickered across his face. But the expression vanished in an instant, unseen by Emo. Upon hearing this, Emo hastily thanked the old man before swiftly descending the mountain to seek out his cave dwelling. He intended to begin comprehending the cultivation technique he had just acquired. Watching Emo's hurried retreat, he stroked his beard quietly and glanced back into the cave. I wonder what kind of opportunity this child has stumbled upon for the illusory realm to emit golden light. A sudden surge of energy emanated from the old man before dissipating like smoke. The old man then reclined back onto his lounge chair, feigning sleep as he quietly squinted his eyes, admiring the vast night sky. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Emo immediately sat cross-legged to sense the cultivation technique within his body. He sensed something peculiar within the text. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Emo began practicing according to his memory. With immense difficulty, he contorted his body through the entire palm technique sequence. Even with his current physique, he finished the sequence with a flushed face and drenched in sweat. He barely had the stamina left to perform another set. Yet, after completing that sequence, he distinctly sensed his cultivation had advanced another notch. The effect was remarkably pronounced. The moment Emo opened his system to check, he was stunned. Techniques: Yun Family Fist Yellow Grade, Mid-Tier Immortal Spring Body Heavenly Grade, Mid-Tier Annihilation Palm Saint Grade, Lower Tier. Emo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The Heaven Tier technique, Immortal Spring Body, was terrifying enough on its own. Not even the entire Beggar's sect possessed a single Saint Tier cultivation technique. Now he had acquired another peculiar cultivation technique, one that seemed to surpass even Heaven Tier. As if sensing his confusion, the system popped up another window. Martial Art Grade Classification: Yellow Grade, Mystic Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, King Grade, Emperor Grade, Saint Grade, God Grade. Emo hadn't expected 4 additional tiers to exist. The dog-beating staff technique was merely an Earth Tier cultivation method. To obtain a Heaven Tier technique, one would need to become a sect elder and expend vast resources for exchange. The entire sect possessed only one treasured technique, barely reaching the threshold of the King Tier. Yet within such a sect, an illusionary realm harbored such terrifying martial arts. Emo suddenly found himself curious about the origins of this illusionary realm. He didn't dwell on it further, however, instead checking his completion progress. After practicing that set of palm techniques earlier, Emo was slightly surprised. The learning progress for this technique hadn't changed at all. He was exhausted to this extent, yet the cultivation technique hadn't gained even 0.01% in proficiency. Puzzled, Emo clicked to view the skill stat allocation. A look of astonishment flashed across his face, followed by a twitching mouth. Divine Tier Technique, 10,000 Strength Points increased 0.001%. Divine Tier Technique, 10,000 Strength Points increased proficiency by 0.01%. Emperor Tier Cultivation Technique, 10,000 Strength Points increased proficiency by 0.1%. King Tier Cultivation Technique, 10,000 Strength Points increased by 1%. Heaven tier cultivation technique, 10 strength points increase by 10%. Yemo couldn't help but gasp in shock. Though his cultivation technique was only a lower tier same tier, fully upgrading it to max level would consume a staggering 10 million strength points. Such resources were astronomical figures even for him now. The total life points required to reach the peak of martial god tier 10 were only 5 million. To directly expend resources and elevate this cultivation technique's realm would likely consume an immense amount of resources. Yemo's expression darkened. It seemed extremely difficult to utilize this cultivation technique in the short term. At most, Yemo's entire fortune could only yield 100,000 power points from the koi. This meant that over the next month, he could only cultivate this technique to a level of 1%. 1% represented the very initial stage of mastery. Barely enough to unleash the weakest palm technique against an enemy. Hadn't he worked so hard to gather these resources? Yemo finally gritted his teeth and dumped all of them into the koi. His power points began surging at that moment, and a helpless, almost tearful expression flashed across Yemo's face. He swiftly channeled all that power into his palm techniques. In an instant, countless iterations of the technique played out in his mind. Subsequently, vast amounts of knowledge related to the technique flooded his mind, instantly boosting his proficiency to 1%. Chapter 182, Another Attempt to Steal. Yemo clutched his head in agony, kneeling on the ground with an expression of utter disbelief. He suddenly sensed something new within his body, a strange energy. Yet this energy was overwhelmingly tyrannical and terrifying. Anything that dared to touch it vanished instantly. As if erased by an invisible, terrifying force. After cautiously testing it and confirming the force posed no threat to himself, Yemo finally relaxed his guard. He slowly opened his palm, and a swirling gray mist coiled around his hand. What the hell is this? Just as Yemo was puzzled, he glanced at a potted plant before him and gently flicked the strand of energy toward it. The moment the black energy touched the plant's leaves and stems, it withered at a visible speed, turning into a dry, lifeless stump in the blink of an eye. Within a few breaths, the plant disintegrated into dust, reduced to nothing but a handful of yellow earth. Shock spread across Yemo's face. How terrifying was this thing? Fortunately, this energy wouldn't harm him. Otherwise, if it were running wild inside his body, he might not even last as long as the flower had. Yemo slowly extended his right palm and gently tapped the door before him. Having now grasped 1% of the extinction palm's essence, he could wield this martial technique. As energy surged wildly within him, a gray palm wind identical to his hand formed directly on his palm. It slammed into the stone gate before him at an incredible speed. The stone door shattered in an instant. As if corroded by some substance, it began to crumble away bit by bit, its surface gradually weathering away. A look of astonishment flashed across Yemo's face, followed by wild elation. After all, their cave dwellings were protected by all manner of arrays. Not only was destroying the gate difficult, but even damaging a single blade of grass or tree in the courtyard was no easy feat. Yet his single palm strike had managed to directly corrode this stone gate. Its power was terrifying beyond measure, and Yemo couldn't help but let a brilliant smile spread across his face. He felt even more confident about what lay ahead. Yemo took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with insight. He sensed something profound, as if he had grasped some hidden mystery. Simply by closing his eyes and circulating the spiritual energy within his body, he had a chance to break through. Crunch! Yemo bit down hard, crushing the pill into pieces before swallowing it whole. The reward from the outer sect competition increased his chances of success. Yemo swiftly sat cross-legged on the bed, drew a deep breath, and began his breakthrough attempt. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The moment Yemo opened his eyes again, the surrounding air trembled. As if an invisible force began radiating outward, the bottles and jars on his desk scattered across the floor. Yemo slowly rose to his feet, flexing his body. The cracking sounds emanating from his joints were deafening. This must be the realm of the divine. Yemo sensed the surging energy within his body, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. He couldn't help but notice a tiny infant had appeared within his dantian. The infant bore a striking resemblance to him, its features identical to his own as a child. Yemo's eyes flickered. He could sense that his strength in every aspect had surged dramatically. After exhaling a long breath, Yemo slowly turned his gaze toward his storage pouch. Within it, a jade stone flickered continuously. This jade stone only activated when the outer sect chess room sent him his daily dividends. Yemo tapped the notification, somewhat puzzled. The contents left him utterly astonished. Boss, it's bad news. The inner sect disciples have set their sights on us. They say they'll come looking for trouble tomorrow. Boss, what should we do? They've already arrived at the outer sect and are searching for our traces. I've taken the others into hiding. The card room won't be open today. We've been discovered. Boss, save us. The message ended abruptly, the last line seemingly sent before its sender could finish typing. A deep flash of anger flared in Yemo's eyes. He couldn't control the situation he'd created. He could only admit his own inadequacy. He hadn't prepared adequately beforehand. But now these inner door disciples were actually reaching out to the outer door disciples. Without the card room providing him with vast amounts of cultivation resources, how could Yemo even think about participating in the next golden formation competition? Yemo stretched his limbs slightly before following the indicated direction to the outer sect. Among the many familiar faces, one man wrapped in bandages, chatting idly at a street corner, was none other than Black Panther, the very opponent he had defeated. Black Panther seemed to sense someone staring at him. He glanced in that direction and shuddered in fright. That kid. Wasn't he supposed to be in the inner sect? What was he doing here? Little leopard, long time no see. Come on over, I need to ask you something.
Yemo, upon seeing the familiar face, immediately approached with great enthusiasm, slinging an arm around his shoulder and acting as if they were old friends. Just as Black Panther opened his mouth to cry for help, a faint voice whispered in his ear. If you dare make a sound, I'll beat you senseless right now. Oh, and by the way, I've broken through to the God realm. Hearing this, Black Panther swallowed the words already on his tongue, his face flushing with fear. Under Yemo's coercion, he followed him into a narrow alleyway.
I'm telling you, I don't know anything. Don't ask me. I'm just a regular guy who got beaten by you.
Black Panther cowered in the corner, trembling violently. As the human figure approached, tears welled up in his eyes. He had thought he still had a chance to defeat his opponent, but never imagined the gap between them would widen so drastically. In such a short time, the other had actually broken through to the God realm. What kind of demonic creature was he even fighting? Calm down, calm down. I know about this. It has nothing to do with you, and I wouldn't dare do such a thing. I'm just curious and want to ask. Yemo then voiced the question he had been holding back. The Black Panther shook his head in utter confusion, completely oblivious to what had transpired. You knew nothing, yet now you seem to know everything, right? Yemo flexed his fists, cracking his knuckles loudly. Black Panther sprang up from the ground like a fish leaping out of water, scrambling to speak before Yemo could vent his frustration on him again. I'll mobilize my connections to investigate this immediately. Rest assured, I'll get you answers. Without waiting for Yemo's response, Black Panther dashed out onto the street at breakneck speed. Chapter 183, A Lesson. 2 hours later, Black Panther returned with his men, his expression one of utmost respect. Brother, I've confirmed it. The ones trying to seize your territory are disciples from the inner sect. Your men had already gone into hiding, but they still managed to track them down. Black Panther explained the current situation as he spoke. Yemo's mouth twitched. Before the last 3 outer sect competitions, a disciple had advanced into the inner sect. That senior brother now possessed the strength of a third heaven divine realm cultivator. Lately, he'd been desperately short on cultivation resources and wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the 4th layer of the divine realm. After probing around for leads and exploring various money-making avenues, all attempts had failed. Therefore, he now set his sights on these illicit activities, never taking profits earned by others for himself. His strength was mediocre within the inner sect, incapable of making any waves, so he could only turn his attention outward. A casual inquiry revealed the card room as a lucrative opportunity. He promptly decided to target this outer sect faction, intending to co-opt it into his own sphere of influence to secure cultivation resources. He found an excuse to leave the inner sect, and now he was here to stir up trouble. Alright, I understand now. Where have they taken my men? Yemo cut straight to the chase after hearing the details, determined to retrieve his men. They should be at the card room headquarters now. I just heard someone was taking your people back to the card room to collect money. After hearing this, Yemo nodded and quickly headed toward the card and chess room. From a distance, he spotted a large crowd. Though they outnumbered the single individual they surrounded, every one of them looked timid and trembling. Yemo smoothed his clothes and strode forward, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Hey, buddy. Before you came here to cause trouble, did you even bother to find out who I am? Yemo's expression turned icy cold as he stepped forward and slapped the man on the shoulder. This individual was none other than a giant scorpion in human form. A massive tail jutted out from his back. Kid, what are you? What gives you the right to speak to me like this? I've heard about you, just the top winner of the outer sect competition. So what? How many top winners of the outer sect competition ended up falling into obscurity? What's so special about that? The giant scorpion scratched his nose, a look of contempt spreading across his face. If this were 3 years from now, he might indeed feel some trepidation toward the current outer sect competition champion. But now? A mere newcomer to the inner sect, what could he possibly do? After all, he had been in the inner sect 6 years longer than this newcomer. He was absolutely confident his strength could crush the other guy. You've got some nerve. Bullying me on the inner sect's genius rankings is one thing, but who the hell do you think you are? Yemo's eyes blazed with fury. This guy was slapping him right in the face. Not to mention he has so many of his own men here. If he tries to infiltrate the Sparrow now, he'll likely lose the card room for good. Got a problem with that? Let's find a place to settle this. The two locked horns, neither backing down as they advanced toward the stage. Today I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. Mark my words, if you don't have the skills, don't bite off more than you can chew.
You won't be able to hold it together. Scorpion flexed his muscles, transforming his entire body into a colossal scorpion. He intended to clinch victory within 3 moves. Yemo's gaze flickered slightly, then an aura suddenly radiated from his entire body. Oh? You've actually broken through to the divine realm. The giant scorpion's expression betrayed utter astonishment. He never imagined his opponent could shatter both a minor and a major realm within such a short span. He couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of monstrous talent had he provoked? There was no turning back now. He was committed to the fight, having completely alienated his opponent. If he could seize the opponent's forces, he might stand a chance against them. Though his natural talent was mediocre, ample resources could compensate. With this thought, Scorpion flexed his muscles. Then, at the referee's command, the two clashed instantly. PSSSH. A torrent of venom erupted from the tip of the scorpion's tail, splattering onto the ground and corroding deep hits into the earth. Yemo executed an eerily swift evasion, effortlessly dodging the attack. He swiftly unleashed a barrage of freezing arrows. He began lowering the surrounding temperature. Snowflakes began falling from the sky, and the scorpion realized something was amiss. Yemo's previous victory over an opponent using a blizzard technique had become legendary. Everyone knew his methods. Though the scorpion had thoroughly researched his opponent's every move before daring to strike. Battle! The scorpion aimed for a swift victory, charging toward Yemo at breakneck speed. 6 tiny legs pounded the ground, clattering with each step. A shadow flickered in Yemo's eyes. Had he not been unable to deploy his trump card, he could have crushed the opponent before him with ease. He intended to save the extinction palm trump card for later. Yemo drew a deep breath before striking swiftly. A flurry of feathers shot out from his hands, and then he spread his wings, soaring skyward. A cold smile spread across the scorpion's face. Though Yemo was now airborne, the scorpion showed no fear whatsoever. Its 6 legs bent slightly, and then its entire body leapt into the air. His 6 legs erupted with tremendous spring, propelling him instantly before Yemo. Die! The scorpion extended its claws, aiming for Yemo's throat. Yemo's eyes held a hint of amusement. Up here in the air, who do you think's the boss? Yemo spoke while flapping his wings. A terrifying gust of air instantly blew the scorpion's attack off course. Yemo then struck again with blinding speed, his eyes burning with a deep, murderous intent. A blizzard erupted, blanketing the entire arena in a white haze that obscured the view for everyone. After a few breaths, the blizzard gradually ceased its swirling. A large scorpion lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Its massive tail was bent at an extremely bizarre angle. During the previous exchange, Yemo had savagely crippled the scorpion before him. Though evenly matched in strength, the scorpion's repertoire of techniques paled in comparison to his own. It was a most ordinary third heaven of the god realm. Chapter 184, Trouble Knocks. This level of innate talent and power is downright terrifying. In such a short time, the boss actually broke through from the 9th layer of martial god realm to god realm. And he even defeated a powerhouse 2 minor realms above him. Following the boss means a bright future for us. Last month's light dividend alone netted me a hefty sum. Next time, I'm sure to crack the top 100 and securing an inner sec position is practically guaranteed. The boss is seriously awesome. As the group chattered excitedly, Yemo slowly descended from the stage. After bidding them farewell and informing them the card room would reopen tomorrow, he departed. News of his performance in the tournament quickly spread throughout the area, thrusting Yemo back into the spotlight as a prodigy. Many had assumed he would gradually fade into mediocrity after entering Inner Mongolia. Yet within mere days, he had broken through to the god realm and even challenged a god realm 3rd-tier cultivator, a feat of transcending his own tier. In a dimly lit cave dwelling, a cultivator sat cross-legged in deep meditation. His body was covered in dense, thick hair. When the cave entrance was knocked upon, he slowly opened his eyes and beckoned the visitor inside. A disciple rushed in, breathless. This was the toad demon who had previously confronted Yemo. Emoha, why such urgency? The wolf demon's senior disciple opened his eyes, a hint of displeasure flashing in his gaze. Seeming to realize his own lack of composure, Emoha hastily composed his facial expression and smoothed his disheveled robes. He bowed respectfully toward the wolf demon's figure. Senior brother. I heard about that newcomer's latest exploit. He actually defeated a 3rd heaven divine realm cultivator using only 1st heaven divine realm strength. At these words, a look of astonishment spread across the wolf demon's face. Oh? It's only been a little over a week. How did he manage that? To break through from the 9th layer of martial god to the 1st layer of divine being in such a short time? The wolf demon finally understood why the man before him had rushed in so frantically. It was simply that the other party's strength had gradually grown, beginning to pose a hint of threat. In the battle for the golden formation, if the opponent could elevate his strength another tier, the master would undoubtedly send him into the fray. If the opponent could earn some merit, then the master would have a legitimate reason to bestow the golden formation upon them. The wolf demon fell deep in thought. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes and flicked a token across the room. Take this token to the task hall. There is a man named Hu Chi there, an old friend of mine. You're worried that the other party might break through another realm within the next 20 days. If that's the case, have him use his authority to forcibly assign a task to them. Moha's eyes lit up instantly. He understood the arrangement. If that kid went on a mission, he wouldn't be back for at least 10 days or half a month. How could he possibly find time to focus on cultivation? No matter how gifted he was, advancing a realm would be exceedingly difficult. By the time the golden competition arrived, his progress would likely be hindered. If his strength didn't meet the standards, he wouldn't be allowed on stage, nor would he be granted a formation. Moha, delighted, took the token to the task hall. The duty officer today happened to be a senior brother from the Tiger clan. Greetings, senior brother. I'm here to find a senior brother named Hu Chi. I have business with him. Moha bowed respectfully to the person in charge of the task hall. The man merely gave him a brief glance, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. What business do you have with Hu Chi? That would be me. Moha's eyes lit up at the words. He promptly explained the entire situation. Hu Chi narrowed his eyes, then nodded. Brother Wolf and I are close friends. Such a small favor is only right. I'll pick out a task for him. Moha was overjoyed at this news, hastily expressing his gratitude before preparing to turn and leave. Hu Chi suddenly called him back, extending a paw to give it a rub. Moha instantly understood the implication, his expression darkening. He'd already sacrificed too many resources to curry favor with the senior disciple, leaving him barely enough to cover daily expenses. It seemed Hu Chi intended to get a piece of the pie too. Gritting his teeth, Moha forcibly allocated half of his next month's cultivation resources and handed them over. Hu Chi eyed the meager pile of spirit jade with a hint of a knowing smile, but nodded in acceptance. Moha finally exhaled in relief and hurried away. What a cheapskate. If he'd paid more, I'd have stuck that kid with an impossibly difficult task, sending him away from the sect until after the golden formation competition. But with such a measly sum, I'm stuck. Muttering to himself, Hu Chi sifted through the numerous quests until he found one that met the requirements. A satisfied smile spread across his face. After all, he had taken the money. The job had to be done. Whether that guy could complete the task within the time limit and make it back in time was up to fate. If the other party returned before the golden formation contest, there was nothing he could do about it. Mo sat in his cave residence, his mind endlessly rehearsing the palm techniques. This palm technique was now his strongest trump card. If he could just improve his mastery a bit more, he might just make a stunning debut at the upcoming golden array competition. Suddenly, a piercing sound caught his attention. Mo's gaze fell upon a recessed slot outside the door. This contraption functioned like a mailbox, capable of receiving resources or envelopes. Mo stepped forward and opened the contraption on the wall, revealing a scroll inside. The words task hall on the scroll radiated an aura of authority, almost compelling one to bow in submission. Mo picked up the scroll with curiosity. Every inner door disciple must complete 2 tasks each year. They could either claim them themselves or be assigned by the sect. Assignments from the sect were generally tailored to the disciple and could not be refused. After examining his task thoroughly, Mo's face gradually darkened with anger. The golden formation competition was only 20 days away. The mission location was a small village within the sect's jurisdiction. The round trip alone would take 14 days, leaving him only 6 days to complete the task. Mo's expression grew increasingly grave. Senior Sister Go had been right, he should keep a low profile. Just look at this, he'd just made a high-profile display by defeating a third heaven divine realm cultivator, and now trouble had come knocking. Chapter 185, Strange Monkey Troop. Mo felt utterly frustrated. He had no desire to undertake this mission, but the sect had dispatched him, leaving him no choice. The instant he closed the scroll, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Mission triggered. Exterminate demonic beasts near Black Rock Village. Reward upon completion, 1 random magical artifact and 1 formation upgrade card. His initial reluctance vanished instantly, replaced by sudden vigor. A delighted smile instantly spread across his face. If he hurried over and back quickly enough to complete the task, he could obtain a magical artifact. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't even had a proper weapon to wield. Even if he couldn't obtain a golden formation array, if he couldn't make it back in time, acquiring a blue formation array would still be worthwhile. He could use the formation upgrade card to upgrade it into a golden formation array. Of course, obtaining a golden formation would be even better. He could directly upgrade this cultivation formation into a crimson formation, a level only elders were qualified to wield. Mo licked his lips, a hint of anticipation flickering across his face. He reported the matter at top speed, packed his belongings, and immediately set off for his destination. The moment he left the sect, he spread the wings on his back and soared toward the village at breakneck speed. Flying was far quicker than running, he could reach his destination in just 3 days. I see it. He has departed the sect. If I succeed in securing ownership of the golden formation this time, I shall repay my senior brother. Moha bowed respectfully before the wolf demon. The wolf demon nodded silently upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flickering in its eyes.
He hadn't merely accepted this fellow's payment, he'd also taken money from another junior disciple who, like him, was participating in the formation enforcement competition.
If Emo didn't return, the golden formation would never fall into Emoha's hands. 3 days later, Emo slowly made his way into a village, or more accurately, a city.
The demonic race residing here likely numbered no fewer than 100,000.
Emo descended from the sky, surveying the vast expanse of the settlement below.
At this very moment, numerous areas within the settlement were undergoing repairs. Large quantities of timber and stone were being transported in to repair the houses.
Emo looked around, then approached a person to ask for information. "Are you here on behalf of the sect?"
The man's face lit up with a pleased smile upon hearing this, quickly leading Emo to one of the more luxurious houses in the village. A massive spirit jade hung above the house, slowly radiating spiritual energy. It served as a cultivation resource for the villagers. Typically, such small settlements were guarded by a group of outer sect disciples sent by the sect, usually 5 in number. Their assignment lasted half a year. It counted as a sect assignment and was considered relatively low risk. Most importantly, such posts are generally cushy assignments. Many secured such positions through connections.
Emo pushed open the door. Inside, the 5 men were chatting.
Upon hearing someone enter, they finally turned their gaze toward him.
"Human? Who's this guy?" The others looked at Emo with puzzled expressions. "I am a newly initiated inner disciple of the sect. Upon receiving your distress signal, I rushed here. Please explain the current situation in detail." Hearing this, the 5 exchanged glances, astonishment spreading across their faces. Information flowed poorly among them, so they hadn't known a human had appeared within the sect. The token in his hand was sufficient proof of his identity.
The 5 addressed him respectfully as senior brother.
After all, as outer disciples, they were still inferior to inner disciples. Recently, this village has been repeatedly attacked by demonic beasts.
The 5 of us have exhausted every effort just to barely repel them. If not for our excellent coordination, we likely would have been killed on the spot. The demon beasts attacking here are a large troop of monkey demons. The strongest one we've seen possesses the strength of a 9th-tier martial god. However, the entity capable of commanding demon beasts at the 9th-tier martial god level must be a divine realm powerhouse.
Knowing we couldn't handle them, we immediately requested aid from the sect. After hearing the report, Emo nodded and waited quietly for nightfall.
2 days passed swiftly, yet the monkey horde made no attack. Emo found himself growing increasingly troubled. He would have to remain in this village for a full month. If the demon beast did not appear within that month, his mission would be deemed a failure and handed over to another. Returning to the sect before completing the mission would violate the sect's rules, absolutely forbidden. In other words, he had 2 choices: either lure the demon beasts out during this period, or wait for someone else to take over before he could return. Only the former would allow him to return in time for the golden array competition.
Emo wore a peculiar expression as he searched the village for clues about the monkey's purpose here.
After questioning a villager, he learned these monkeys were far from harmless. They were bloodthirsty creatures that consumed anything. They were truly omnivorous creatures. After smashing houses, they would remove the spirit jade embedded in the walls. Each household had one such jade embedded in their home, providing a constant flow of spiritual energy to the entire dwelling. Even the air felt fresher.
After inquiring around, Emo finally fixed his gaze on a nearby forest.
It connected to a vast mountain range, the very route the monkeys always used for their attacks.
Emo was puzzled.
Once inside the village, the monkeys neither killed people nor stole grain, nor did they slaughter livestock. They only destroyed the houses. As he pondered this, a dark shadow flashed through the distant trees. Emo's heart skipped a beat, and he swiftly gave chase. The figure possessed a long tail, thick fur covering its body, and limbs as agile as a human's. What else could it be but a monkey? Following the monkey, Emo soon found himself deep within the mountain range. Many trees here bore all sorts of strange and exotic fruits, suggesting no shortage of food.
Emo was genuinely puzzled. What exactly was their purpose? Was it to smash houses and plunder spirit jade? They were just a bunch of demon beasts. What use did they have for such things? Emo soon followed the little monkey to a massive monkey troop. Each monkey had its own role, appearing remarkably intelligent. Some fished by the river, others gathered fruit from the trees. It resembled a miniature civilized society. Emo even observed some monkeys using tools for hunting. If they developed sentience, they wouldn't be considered demonic beasts anymore. They couldn't speak, nor could they transform into human form. Thus, this troop of monkeys grew increasingly peculiar. Chapter 186, Rescuing the Monkeys. Emo scanned his surroundings. Finally, he discovered 2 monkeys with spirit jade tied to their bodies. They carefully concealed the spirit jade within their own fur. They then made their way through the dense monkey crowd until they reached a cave entrance. Emo's face clouded with confusion as he watched the 2 monkeys dart into the cave. When they emerged, the spirit jade on their bodies had vanished. Emo's eyes flickered. It seemed the answer to the truth lay here.
After waiting for the surrounding monkeys to gradually disperse, he concealed his form and approached the cave entrance, completely suppressing all traces of his presence. He intended to investigate inside. Even if discovered, he could always escape using his wings. These monkeys couldn't possibly catch him. Yi-mo felt his way into the cave. Using his perception, he quickly detected an ancient, decrepit monkey inside. Beside it lay a peculiar belt. A potent aura of spiritual energy rose from it in waves. The old monkey constantly sucked in this spiritual energy. If not for this constant supply sustaining it, the creature would likely have perished long ago. Yi-mo frowned in confusion, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. Had those monkeys fought so fiercely for spirit jade just to sustain this old monkey? The belt held countless spirit jades, while scattered nearby lay many spirit jades devoid of any spiritual energy. Yi-mo slowly revealed his form, certain that the old monkey before him was no match for him. The creature was merely a martial artist of considerable strength. Who goes there? Yi-mo was slightly startled, not expecting the monkey to speak. Are you a demon beast or a demonic being? A peculiar expression flickered across Yi-mo's face. My father was demonic kin, my mother a demonic beast. Immediately after, Yi-mo heard a story that shattered his worldview. But he quickly recovered. So you're the one who ordered them to raid the village and seize the spirit jade? Yi-mo frowned. The old monkey coughed twice before slowly slumping against the stone wall. I absolutely did not order them to do such things. I was actually curious where they got these domains from. Turns out they were stolen from your side. The old monkey spoke slowly, yet managed to prop himself up once more. So you intend to let your monkey minions keep doing this? No, no more. The old monkey exhaled a long breath. They had discovered a spirit jade mine long ago. But without mining tools, extraction was impossible. To keep the old monkey alive, the troop had resorted to robbery. Yi-mo's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Actually, I do have a way to keep you alive, it just depends on whether you're willing. The old monkey's eyes lit up at the suggestion, only to dim again moments later. Such a method simply didn't exist. Relying solely on his innate talent, breaking through to the divine realm was impossible. He understood his physical condition all too well. Forcing a breakthrough would only hasten his demise. Thus, he had abandoned all hope of survival. He likely had only 1 or 2 years left to live. If you're willing to become my subordinate, I can save you. Yi-mo spoke slowly. If the other agreed to become his retainer, he could share a portion of his own life force. The man would pledge absolute loyalty, making this arrangement mutually beneficial. The old monkey's expression flickered, unable to believe whether the man before him spoke truth or falsehood. If you're willing, sign a contract with me. If not, I'll leave immediately, and you must stop your monkeys from attacking the village. Yi-mo blinked, waiting for the old monkey's response. In the end, the instinct for survival overpowered his inner reason. The old monkey sighed helplessly and nodded. If it meant he could survive, he was willing to try. Yi-mo promptly added the old monkey to his retainer system. For the moment, his surviving retainers numbered only 2, by Yu Yao and the old monkey. This. The monkey stared in disbelief at his hands. His once withered skin was visibly smoothing and straightening, regaining the vitality and elasticity of youth. Then, a surge of energy abruptly erupted from his body. Already at the peak of the 10th layer of martial god, he had only needed a sliver of opportunity to break through. But now, with the system's enhancement, it directly shared 5% of Yi-mo's life force, allowing him to instantly achieve breakthrough. His lifespan naturally extended by a full 500 years. Tears of excitement welled up in the old monkey's eyes. Finally, the fur on his body began to gradually fade and lose its luster. Replacing it was new fur, glossy and vibrant. His entire being appeared significantly rejuvenated. The old monkey could scarcely believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He quickly regained his senses, immediately kneeling on the ground and bowing his head in reverence. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Yi-mo smiled. Of course, he wouldn't save the old monkey for nothing. He promptly pulled out numerous pickaxes from his storage space. When he had crafted the super alloy earlier, he had set aside a portion to forge various tools, storing them in his storage space. Now, they were finally proving useful. These tools, when forged into weapons, posed no threat to a martial god realm powerhouse. Only magical treasures could do that. Yet these tools could greatly facilitate mining operations. Yi-mo distributed numerous picks among the monkeys, organizing them into a prospecting team. The old monkey's authority still commanded the entire troop to obey his orders. Half of the monkeys were responsible for maintaining the daily expenses of the entire troop: food, water, and other necessities. The other half began mining operations. You shall remain here to provide me with an endless supply of cultivation resources. I shall not treat you or your monkey kin unfairly. If the opportunity arises, I might even help them awaken their spiritual intelligence. Hearing this, the old monkey's face lit up with an excited smile. Yi-mo retrieved a cultivation technique from the system specifically designed for demon beast cultivation and handed it to the monkeys. As long as they diligently followed the cultivation methods detailed within, they would eventually evolve into demonic beings.
The entire monkey troop sent Emo off with profound gratitude. In just 1 week, Emo had resolved every matter. He then discovered an immense spirit jade mine within the mountain range. After the monkeys mined it for him, they handed it over to the elder monkey, who stuffed the spirit jade into his storage pouch. His storage bag possessed 2 openings, one on the bag itself, and another within Emo's system space. This meant that resources placed inside by Old Monkey could be directly received by Emo within his own system space. Chapter 187, Challenging the Senior Brother. After handling this matter, Emo didn't leave immediately. Instead, he began directing the monkeys to mine spirit jade. As for himself, he took the spirit jade and began feeding the koi. He could guess that his assignment this time was likely orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. If he returned too soon, he might be assigned another mission. Given that, he decided not to return at all, choosing instead to wait until the Golden Formation battle commenced before heading back. This way, he could complete his current task while also participating in the Golden Formation battle. Emo hoisted a plump koi carp onto his shoulder and tossed it into the warehouse where his nets were filled with vast quantities of spirit jade. The koi swiftly opened its massive mouth, gobbling up resources bite after bite. A warm current began surging through Emo's body. As his power steadily accumulated within, Emo sensed within mere days that he had reached a bottleneck. For cultivators at the Divine Realm, breaking through a minor realm after months or even years of cultivation was considered normal. Emo, however, achieved it in mere days. Only when he reached the peak of the second heaven of the Divine Realm did Emo slowly halt his cultivation. He directed a large number of monkeys to begin mining operations. He had no time to linger here any longer, for today was the day he must journey to the sect to participate in the Golden Array competition. Emo flapped the wings on his back at full speed. In just 2 days, he successfully reached the sect. Upon seeing him enter the sect, one disciple wore an odd expression. He dashed back into the sect to report. What? On the very last day, he's come back. Emoha was so furious his vision went black. He silently prayed the other party hadn't gained too much strength during this time. He had assumed the other party simply wouldn't have time to return, yet here he was. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally gave out. Master, I wish to participate in the Golden Formation competition. Emo bowed respectfully before the Spirit Ape Sect leader, clasping his fists in salute. Seated below were numerous disciples, among whom the wolf demon at the head shifted his gaze slightly. Master, it's commendable that our junior brother wishes to contribute, but his strength is insufficient. Allowing him to compete would only waste a spot. If you insist on forcing him onto the stage, it might cause discontent among the others. Emoha and the other 2 contestants also entered the hall. All 3 turned their gaze toward the figure of the Lingyuan sect leader, awaiting his words in decision. This matter requires no further discussion. I know what I'm doing. The Lingyuan sect leader spoke slowly, then fixed his gaze upon Emo. At present, your strength is insufficient to participate in this grand competition. Merely possessing the power of a second heaven divine being is still inadequate. If you choose not to participate, perhaps I might still have a chance to obtain the Golden Formation? The Lingyuan sect leader's words carried an unmistakable implication. He was urging the other party to abandon this contest. If he relinquished the Golden Formation, the Patriarch could find a way to procure one for him later. But if the other party insisted on competing this time, and if the Golden Formation didn't end up in his faction's hands, and it was snatched away by disciples of other elders, their entire lineage would suffer humiliation. Even if he managed to secure a Golden Formation later, it likely wouldn't go to him, it would be compensation for the disciples whose interests had been harmed. The Lingyuan sect leader hoped Emo was a smart man. He didn't want him involved in this struggle. Wasn't it better to have a safe, reliable backup? Emo was no fool, he could easily discern the underlying meaning in the other's words. Yet he refused to back down. Once he succumbed to fear of the challenge, he would lose that courage forever. He understood the Patriarch's goodwill toward him, but some things couldn't be achieved overnight. They had to be fought for with his own hands. Seeing the resolute glint in his eyes, the Lingyuan sect leader understood this fellow had made up his mind. Sighing helplessly, he turned his gaze to the 3 individuals who had just entered the hall and been designated as contestants. Turtle Capital, he possesses the strength of a Divine Realm 4th-tier beginner, and is also the weakest among these 3. If you can defeat him, this mission will be yours to undertake. Emo clasped his fists in salute, then turned to face a turtle demon. The Patriarch had deliberately chosen the weakest opponent for him. If he couldn't even defeat this creature, Emo would never earn the right to step onto the stage. Since our junior brother is willing to contribute to our lineage, I, as his senior brother, am naturally willing to give you this chance. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, I will immediately yield my position. I promise not to retaliate. Turtle Capital wore a kindly smile, but everyone else saw through it like a clear mirror. His greatest strength lay in defense, not offense. Setting this wager was clearly designed to favor him. With his defense alone, he could force Emo to return empty-handed. On the surface, he appeared magnanimous, presenting the image of a senior brother looking out for his junior. But inside, he was full of tricks.
Yemo merely smiled upon hearing this, but he still nodded in agreement. He understood that unless he demonstrated extraordinary strength, even if his master granted him resources in the future, many would still criticize him. Yemo's eyes began to flicker, and an aura radiated from his entire being. Guizi also sensed a hint of danger and immediately burst into a brilliant yellow glow. It instantly assumed its strongest defensive posture, piling layers of earth onto its shell. Then, it quietly turned to face the enemy with its back. A fierce glint flashed in Yemo's eyes as he violently flung his wings backward, sending feathers flying. The foremost feathers charged forward like explosive vanguards, detonating upon impact. The explosions sent mud flying, shattering much of the opponent's defenses. The trailing feathers arrived just in time, piercing through all the remaining earth defenses and embedding their sharp tips into the enemy's shell. Yet this still failed to breach his defenses. These feathers too exploded, scattering all the earth completely. First move. Yemo swiftly unleashed his second skill. He wouldn't drag things out, giving his opponent a chance to regenerate more earth. As thunderbolts detonated one after another, Guizi's shell began to wobble precariously, showing signs of collapse. No one had anticipated Yemo's attack power to be this formidable. Just 2 moves nearly shattered Guizi's defenses. After all, there was a 2-tier gap in cultivation between them. Emoha's heart was in his throat, terrified the opponent might defeat Guizi and take the stage. Chapter 188, Defeat. Yemo's eyes flickered intensely as a formidable aura erupted from his body. Then, as Yemo slowly extended his fingertips, a wisp of gray energy emerged. This gray aura instantly seeped into the turtle shell. Guizi's face paled instantly as the shell on his back began to flake off continuously. Within seconds, it lay shattered on the ground, reduced to ashes. Though the shell could regenerate, it would take months to fully restore. His strongest defense had been effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. A mysterious smile touched Yemo's lips. The aura unleashed by the Annihilation Palm was truly terrifying. From now on, it shall be called the Extinction Breath. As Yemo mentally named this ability, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and the interface automatically popped up. Skills: Lightning, Master; Turtle Shell Ice Shield, Master; Kuanpung Wings, Master; Extreme Cold Ice Crystal, Master; Frozen Feather Arrow, Master; Sacred Bathing, Master; Thunderball, Master; Extinction Chi, Novice. Top tier signified 100% mastery of the skill's power, while basic level meant only 25% control. Many more abilities awaited Yemo's unlocking. As previously agreed, since Erdwa defeated Guizi within 3 moves, he shall replace Guizi in the battle. The Spirit 8 Patriarch's decisive hammer strike settled the matter. The wolf demon tried to protest, but a fierce glare silenced him instantly. The other disciples could only resign themselves to the decision. Emoha's face turned ashen. He never imagined that after paying such a heavy price, this bastard would still end up participating in the competition. Emoha pounded his chest in fury, his face twisted with rage. Yet helpless, he could only grudgingly concede defeat. Early the next morning, the Lingyuan sect leader brought the 3 of them to the base of the arena. You may introduce yourselves to each other and get acquainted. I've arranged the order of appearance, take a look. As he spoke, the Lingyuan sect master laid out their names. Yemo, possessing the lowest cultivation realm and weakest strength, was placed last to enter the arena. This way, as long as the first 2 disciples charged into battle, Yemo wouldn't have to do anything embarrassing. Even if they obtained the golden formation, it wouldn't go to Yemo. At worst, he could find a way to procure one for him later. As long as no disciples privately discussed the matter by then, it would be fine. Yemo said nothing, merely nodding quietly. He had already thoroughly investigated before arriving. Their opponents were several disciples under another elder. 2 of them were 2nd-tier disciples, and 1 was astonishingly already a 3rd-tier disciple. The foremost requirement for becoming a 3rd-tier disciple was reaching the 5th heaven of the divine realm. Rumor had it they had only recently advanced. Originally, their side also had 3rd-tier disciples who could participate, but unfortunately, each disciple could only enter the Golden Array competition once per year. All 3rd-tier disciples from their lineage had already competed. This is unexpectedly troublesome. After receiving the opponent's roster, the Lingyuan sect master paused in surprise. For their final, headline competitor was none other than a 3rd-stage disciple. Though recently advanced, his actual strength was solidly at the 5th level of the divine realm. It seems obtaining the golden formation will be quite difficult this time. The Lingyuan sect master rubbed his temples in resignation. If everyone were 2nd-tier disciples, they might have stood a chance. But now, there was no comparison to be made. Emoha stretched his limbs and stepped onto the arena first. His opponent was a horse demon. The opponent was robust and powerful, possessing the element of wind. He possessed the poison attribute. After battling fiercely for several hours, Emoha finally traded injuries for injuries and forcibly defeated his opponent. His toxins accumulated within the enemy's body, building up over time until reaching an astonishing concentration. The horse demon's entire body had turned a deep purple. Ultimately, the foe could offer no further resistance and surrendered. Manhwa paid a heavy price for this victory, with most of the pus-filled sores on his back having burst open. True to form, when facing the second opponent, he was knocked off the stage after only 4 exchanges.
My turn. Yemo watched silently as his 2 senior disciples stepped onto the stage.
Over by the spirit ape sect leader, he and the other elders had already started arguing.
How can you do this?
You sent 2 5th Heaven Divine Realm cultivators to fight.
What's the point of us even competing? Why not just hand over the golden formation to you outright?
The elder waved his hands repeatedly with a smile on his face.
That's not quite right, senior sect leader. You can't put it that way.
After all, we only sent out a 3rd-tier disciple. The disciple who's on stage now still possesses the required strength, but his tier isn't high enough. Besides, there's no rule against this kind of lineup.
If you had a 3rd-tier disciple, you could have sent them out too.
The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. The Lingyuan sect leader could only swallow this bitter pill, a flicker of anger crossing his face. It was clear to see that the figure on the stage was also a 5th Heaven Divine Realm powerhouse.
Yemo quietly observed the stage.
This man was far more formidable than Manhwa, yet he still fell short by a minor realm and remained no match for him.
He lasted only about half an hour before being knocked down.
The opponent emerged unscathed, having expended only a fraction of his energy.
A wave of boos erupted from the crowd below.
The Golden Formation competition has concluded.
There can be no turning back now.
The disciples under the sect master's tutelage have grown increasingly weak lately.
It seems only natural that their lineage lacks any top-tier prodigies. I know this disciple.
He's only been initiated a month ago.
To think he was brought out to compete is utterly ridiculous. What could a disciple who's only been here a month possibly achieve? Even if he was first in the outer sect competition, so what?
A wave of disbelief rippled through the spectators on the stands, and some even began preparing to leave.
In their eyes, this battle held no suspense whatsoever.
As Yemo and his opponent stepped onto the stage, they simultaneously released their auras. It was none other than the 3rd heaven of the divine realm.
Yemo's current strength left everyone momentarily stunned. Holy crap! Didn't he just start at the 9th layer of martial god realm? In just a month, he's reached the 3rd layer of god realm? How could he cultivate so fast? Did they hit any bottlenecks? Or does he have access to immense cultivation resources? What's his background? This shouldn't be possible. If he were demonic, we might accept it, perhaps backed by a powerful clan. But he's human. His cultivation speed is downright terrifying. Even the current Holy Son, who's being fully nurtured by the sect, didn't cultivate this fast back then. What kind of opportunity did he seize? Why is his cultivation progress so blazingly fast? Chapter 189, The Final Showdown. Go down yourself. Don't force my hand. As a 3rd Heaven Divine Realm cultivator, I'd only need to breathe on you to kill you outright. I truly can't fathom it. As the sect master's disciple, why isn't there a single top-tier prodigy among you? You only send trash like you to fight. Do you look down on me? Standing on the platform now was a bull demon. His muscles bulged, his skin glowing a deep bronze hue. His elemental affinity was metal, enhancing his skin and amplifying his strength. His strength was truly terrifying. Naturally, he looked down on Yemo, a mere 3rd Heaven Divine Realm cultivator, with utter contempt. What defines a top prodigy? Yemo frowned slightly, hearing the term for the first time. As expected, you new Inner Door disciple know nothing. The top 10 on the Inner Door prodigy rankings are called the top prodigies, while the top 2 are known as the Holy Sons. As the Ox Demon spoke, a sneer spread across his face. Every elder typically has 1 or 2 top prodigies under their tutelage. Yet, under your sect master's guidance, not a single top prodigy has emerged. Even your senior disciple ranks only 15th on the prodigy list. Yemo remained silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he looked at his opponent. I may yet reach that position in the future. But before that happens, there's one prerequisite: you must at least yield this formation. Battle intent flared between them. Looks like I'll be accomplishing the feat of taking on 3 today. The ox demon extended its thick tongue to lick its nose, then shifted its hind legs, bending its neck downward as it aimed its horns at Yemo. Immediately, he launched an incredibly fierce charge. During the charge, the horns grew to enormous proportions, sprouting numerous sharp spikes along their length. Yemo's heart sank. Confronting such a power-type opponent head-on was clearly unrealistic. Last night, his strength had surged to the 3rd tier of the Divine Realm, giving him added confidence for this match. During his return flight to the sect, he had accumulated substantial resources, thanks to the monkey's relentless mining efforts. They had handed over all these resources to him, allowing him to push his cultivation realm up another tier last night. The power radiating from the ox demon before him wasn't significantly higher than his own. Even so, he would never engage in a direct confrontation. That would be an utterly unwise choice. The opponent was massive in stature but not particularly swift. Yemo quickly adapted, leveraging his agility to engage in a tactical dance with his opponent.
Within the sect, combat rules strictly prohibited flying more than 100 meters above the ground.
Violating this meant immediate defeat.
Though 100 meters might sound high, it actually offered considerable maneuverability.
Any opponent possessing even the slightest ranged attack capability could easily secure victory.
Spreading his wings, Emo swiftly soared to 100 meters above. Seeing this, the ox demon snorted coldly and yanked the horns from his own head.
He hurled them like boomerangs. Emo smoothly sidestepped the attack, only for the horn to actually return in a spinning arc. It slammed into his back with brutal force. Emo felt a sharp pain and plummeted several meters downward before quickly regaining his balance.
Your defense is astonishing. Any third heaven divine realm cultivator hit by that would be either dead or gravely injured. The ox demon was slightly taken aback and began to take his opponent seriously.
This fellow clearly possessed some skill.
Emo remained silent, instead continuously summoning ice spikes and thunder spears, hurling them relentlessly toward the ground.
A cold smile spread across the ox demon's face.
Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his body, making his skin appear as if it had been plated in gold. The barrage of ranged attacks struck his body, yet had no effect whatsoever. They either shattered upon impact or were deflected cleanly away.
Not even his skin could be pierced.
A hint of surprise flickered in Emo's eyes. He then began channeling strands of the energy of annihilation into his weapon. No one could discern the modifications he was making to his weapon. He was utterly confident this terrifying energy would shatter his opponent's defenses. Amidst a flurry of attacks, Emo slipped in an ice spike infused with the energy of annihilation. True to his expectations, the moment the ice spike touched the opponent's skin, it corroded through and pierced directly into his body.
Gah!
The ox demon's face twisted in horror. He roared in fury, staring in disbelief at his chest where the golden armor had vanished, leaving only his normal flesh exposed. He was utterly bewildered. His abilities were clearly functioning normally. Why had they suddenly failed? Just as he was reeling from the shock, a brutal surge of energy invaded his body.
It began wreaking havoc within his body. In an instant, he summoned every ounce of strength to resist.
It took him 10 minutes of relentless effort to finally extinguish the threat of annihilating energy.
After a long while, the ox demon was drenched in sweat.
The strength of this human before him far exceeded his imagination. How could he so effortlessly break through his defenses?
I surrender.
Knowing he was no match, the ox demon slowly raised his hands.
Signaling his surrender, Emo said nothing, merely nodding silently. The referee immediately declared Emo the victor.
Useless.
Get down here this instant.
You can't even defeat a third heaven divine realm cultivator.
What good are you?
The elder's face turned ashen with rage as he berated the ox demon, demanding he get down immediately. Just moments ago, he had been lavishing praise upon the opponent before the sect master. Little did he expect that so soon afterward, the opponent would be taken down with such ease. Truthfully, his face had already been saved earlier, but now he felt utterly humiliated.
Ha!
Your disciple can't even defeat a third heaven divine realm cultivator. Truly useless. The sect master let out a long, satisfied sigh, his expression lightening considerably. At least this defeat wasn't too humiliating. They hadn't been beaten 3-1. Emo had delivered a tremendous surprise yesterday. He was at the second heaven of divine realm, and today he had reached the third heaven. Sigh, never thought I'd have to step onto the stage again.
How tedious. A figure gradually straightened, suddenly radiating an overwhelming aura.
The moment this figure appeared, every demon present sucked in a sharp breath. For the creature's appearance was truly beyond description. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he instantly revealed his true form of venomous serpent. Its body stretched over 10 meters in length. Had it not been for the confines of the arena, it could have been even larger.
Emo stared at the serpent demon before him. He furrowed his brow slightly, for he sensed a murderous aura emanating from the creature.
The killing intent radiating from it was far denser than his own.
Chapter 190, Rematch. You are unworthy of using this golden formation. You have no right to it. A mere third heaven cultivator, what gives you the audacity to wield a golden array?
The snake demon spoke, revealing a chilling grin as it flickered its forked tongue. Poison dripped from its sharp fangs. He too was a formidable poison attribute cultivator. His killing intent was even heavier than his own. This opponent was definitely no pushover. I'll cripple you within 3 moves, mark my words. The serpent demon slithered swiftly across the ground.
Emo smiled faintly.
Since this was the final opponent, it was time to unleash his ultimate move.
Just as he pondered, the system's prompt sounded again.
Mission issued, eliminate the opponent before you without using the annihilation palm.
Mission reward, random protective artifact.
Hearing this, Emo froze for a moment. Since the system upgrade, the number of missions had decreased, but the quality of mission rewards had significantly improved. Recalling the artifact he'd obtained from his last mission, Emo's smile grew even broader.
He was absolutely confident he could accomplish this without using the annihilation palm. In all sect battles, there was no stipulation against using magical artifacts.
The demonic race possessed such formidable physical prowess that artifacts were unnecessary, so naturally, no such rule had been established. Yemo flickered his wrist and a long sword suddenly materialized in his hand. The azure-edged sword. This was the lower grade royal tier magical artifact rewarded to him by the system. The instant his opponent drew the sword, the scales on the snake demon's back bristled and a look of astonishment flashed across its face. His defenses were formidable the moment he sensed danger, this state activated automatically. The opponent's sword gave him the distinct feeling that a single, light strike could shatter his defenses. Yemo flicked his sword lightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Though he wasn't particularly skilled in swordsmanship, after his grass pheasant sword was destroyed, he had specifically sought out a master to learn a set of Tai Chi sword techniques. Though not masterful, it was sufficient to handle the man before him. Yemo instantly assumed a fighting stance and began wielding his Qingfeng sword. The snake demon's face turned green. Merely from the opponent's sword chi alone, he felt it could effortlessly shatter his defenses. Where did this guy get such a terrifying magical artifact? Just as the snake demon opened his mouth to beg for mercy, the sword chi had already reached him. Instantly, smooth, even cuts appeared across his body. Blood spurted forth like gushing water columns. The snake demon, who had been so arrogant and overbearing moments ago, crumbled instantly. Whoa, that artifact! The Lingyuan sect master stared intently at the magical artifact Yemo wielded in his hand, his face contorted with disbelief. It was common knowledge that within the entire sect, only the sect master's dog beating stick was a mid-tier royal-grade magical artifact. It was also the sect's most revered treasure. Where on earth did this fellow Yi Duo obtain a treasure of quality only slightly inferior to the dog beating stick? As the Lingyuan sect leader pondered this, the referee had already halted the match. Someone swiftly carried the snake demon away for treatment. Yemo gave his sword a light flick before sheathing it, a faint smile touching his lips. Having a weapon truly made a difference. Battles became far easier. He didn't need to expend much energy, relying solely on his physical prowess to continuously execute sword techniques. Unfair. Utterly unfair. Why does he get to use a magical artifact? The snake demon roared in anguish while tending to his wounds. Though he now possessed the golden formation, he had intended to gift it to his friend. They had already discussed exactly who would receive it, yet he hadn't managed to secure the golden formation. What had seemed a sure victory in his eyes had been shattered effortlessly by that bastard Yemo wielding a mere sword. The elder and the spirit A patriarch exchanged glances and deliberated for a long time. Finally, they reached a mutual decision. The golden formation contest shall continue. Erdwa is forbidden from using magical treasures and must rely solely on physical attacks. Once he has recovered from his injuries, you two shall fight again. As the elder spoke, he produced a bottle of pills. He then tossed it lightly across the room. The snake demon caught it and poured out a milky white pill, his face immediately showing astonishment. Such healing pills could instantly cure even divine master realm experts. The healing elixir was incredibly potent. Now, with his divine master realm strength, using this stuff made him feel truly heartbroken. But with the battle for the formation still raging, he had no choice but to swallow the pill in one gulp. The instant it touched his throat, a radiant glow erupted from his entire body. Immediately, his wounds began healing at a visible pace, and the damaged scales gradually grew back to their original state. Come on, let's fight again. The snake demon's voice trembled slightly as a look of pain flashed across its face. That thing could fetch at least tens of thousands of gold coins on the market, maybe even 100,000 gold coins. Yemo shot a helpless glance at the Lingyuan sect master and the elder. They'd changed the rules right after he defeated his opponent, ruining what should have been an easy victory. What kind of nonsense was that? But what could he do? Their status and standing far surpassed his own. Yemo drew a long, deep breath before assuming a fighting stance. Die! The snake demon slithered toward him at lightning speed, coiling around him repeatedly. After coiling around Yemo 3 times, it suddenly began to tighten. One by one, its scales stood on end like sharp spikes, closing in on Yemo. Yemo's gaze turned icy. Since you won't let me use my magical artifact, and the system-issued quest never specified that I couldn't use the extinction chi, then he would unleash this ultimate move. Yemo slowly channeled a strand of the extinction chi to his fingertips. He then encased it in ice. To conceal any weaknesses, he even shaped it into the form of an icy spear. Once complete, he thrust it directly at the snake demon. The opponent's scales were indeed hard. The first strike barely penetrated, but the second drove straight into its body. The annihilating energy instantly burst forth from the ice, penetrating into the opponent's body and beginning its destructive work. You, the snake demon, thought that since the opponent wasn't using a magical artifact, victory was assured. You sensed this creature wasn't particularly powerful, and you were fully aware of all its abilities. He had thoroughly researched this top-ranked outer sect disciple long before this encounter. Thus, he had devised a strategy to eliminate the opponent, using his own body to constrict and kill him. Just as he was reveling in the prospect of obtaining the golden formation, a sudden, piercing pain erupted within his own body.
He could endure this pain, but in the next instant, he felt a gray stream of energy erupting within him, surging wildly. Chapter 191, The Trial Ground. What the hell is this thing? The snake demon summoned immense strength to suppress the gray energy. His body began to tremble violently. Yemo's face broke into a faint smile as he continued crafting more spears, relentlessly sending them into the opponent's body. The spears, fueled by the commemorative energy, effortlessly pierced through the opponent's defenses, corroding it at breakneck speed. The gray mist grew thicker and thicker, and the snake demon struggled harder and harder to resist, its face filled with terror. Yemo occasionally zapped its scales with electricity or froze them with ice. The torment was unbearable. After enduring for an hour, the serpent demon finally surrendered. If it didn't focus all its energy on resisting the chaotic gray currents surging through its body, it would surely die. As the serpent demon uttered words of surrender, astonishment spread across every face. Even Moha and the others were taken aback. They had assumed this battle for the Golden Formation would yield them nothing, yet unexpectedly, they had secured it with such ease. The youngest disciple, whom no one had expected much from, had single-handedly turned the tide. Dog Plum Blossom leapt up in sheer delight from the spectator stands, cheering and jumping for joy. In stark contrast to second senior sister, first senior brother's expression darkened considerably. Sitting there, a shadow of gloom settled over his face. Without uttering a word, he rose silently and departed the venue. He understood that Yemo was undoubtedly the winner of this Golden Formation. Frankly, the other two contestants hadn't exactly shown. This guy had turned the tide, not only defeating the two hidden powerhouses but also securing the Golden Formation in one fell swoop. No one else deserved this formation more than him. Yemo slowly approached the two elders and bowed deeply. Under the watchful gaze of the Lingyuan sect master, the two elders jointly presented him with a golden array. Projected onto a small array disc, the formation shimmered brilliantly in the air. Merely approaching it, one could sense the flow of spiritual energy. Yemo's face lit up with excitement. With this in his cave dwelling, his cultivation would naturally become twice as effective with half the effort. Most importantly, he now possessed an array upgrade card, allowing him to directly enhance this formation into a more powerful red-grade array. Even without personal cultivation, nourishing his physical body with this spiritual energy would yield immense benefits. His surroundings would gradually improve without him even noticing. Yemo respectfully thanked the two elders before accepting the formation array, his face radiating excitement. He tossed it into his storage space, and all the disciples began to depart. This generous gift left everyone utterly astonished. Who would have thought the disciple seated beside the Lingyuan sect master possessed such formidable prowess? The first-place victory in the outer sect competition, with its glorious achievements, would naturally be widely circulated. Many had waited to see him fail, but now all the naysayers fell silent, speechless. Those who had claimed he would achieve nothing after reaching the Divine Realm exchanged awkward glances in silence. A third heaven Divine Realm cultivator had defeated a demonic race powerhouse renowned for their physical prowess without resorting to any magical treasures. The incident soon became the talk of the entire sect. I declare that Erdwa has led us to victory. Therefore, the Golden Formation naturally belongs to Erdwa. He shall also be promoted to a third-tier disciple. The words of the Lingyuan sect master left most disciples in the lecture hall staring in astonishment. To rise to the rank of third-tier disciple within a mere month of entering the inner sect. Such a rapid advancement was nothing short of terrifying. The current top-ranked Holy Son had begun to stand out immediately upon entering the inner sect, also achieving third-tier disciple status within a mere month. Could he become the next Holy Son? Master Xie. Yemo bowed deeply with utmost respect. In front of others, he still addressed him as Master. Congratulations on advancing to third-tier disciple, junior brother. Dog Plum Blossom came bounding over, beaming with joy, and gave Yemo a big hug. Alright, today's meeting is adjourned. Everyone may leave, except for the third-tier disciples. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only about 30 or 40 disciples remained. Senior sister, why did Master ask us to stay behind? Yemo nudged Dog Plum Blossom's arm in confusion. You'll find out soon enough. This is our sect's biannual event that all third-stage disciples must attend. After whispering this explanation, Dog Plumflower immediately stood at attention, waiting respectfully for the master to speak. The Lingyuan sect master cleared his throat as he surveyed the crowd, a faint smile touching his lips. All third-stage disciples under my tutelage are gathered here today. First, let us all congratulate our junior brother. The third-stage disciples all rose to their feet, clasping their fists in salute to their junior brother, offering congratulations to Yemo. Wolf Demon led the charge, though the faint smile on his face couldn't mask the hint of disgust in his eyes. Yet rules were rules, and he had no choice but to comply. You all understand the next activity. June is approaching, and it's time to open the trial grounds. As the Spirit A Patriarch spoke, he glanced at his seated disciples, a trace of benevolence flickering across his face. The sect has invested immense resources into this trial ground. Rumor has it that soul entities at the Divine Master Realm will appear. At these words, everyone's eyes widened involuntarily, their faces lighting up with excitement. But their faces quickly fell. Master, our lineage is the weakest. Even if we all band together, we couldn't defeat a divine master-level soul entity. One disciple scratched his head helplessly as he spoke. Yemo remained utterly bewildered. The Lingyuan sect master noticed his expression and began a brief explanation, ignoring the disciple who had just voiced his frustration. Let me give everyone a brief introduction first. Erdwa, listen carefully, this is mainly for you. Yemo straightened his posture slightly, listening intently, afraid to miss even a single detail. This trial ground is an ancient battlefield. Who knows what kind of powerhouses fought there, but it was a battle that shook the heavens and earth, shattering the entire world. The fragment of this ancient battlefield we possess is but an extremely small piece. Each year, it releases a vast number of soul entities, though their power is generally weak, typically ranging from the first to third tiers of the divine realm. At the core of each soul entity, embedded within their chest, lies what we call a soul crystal. This is an exceptionally rare cultivation resource. Chapter 192, The Mystic Heaven Jade Vessel. Our demonic race possesses the most formidable physical bodies, so we cultivate our external forms. Meanwhile, the human empire practices immortal cultivation, focusing on refining inner cores. There also exists a unique cultivation school dedicated to refining souls. The primary use of soul crystals lies in cultivating the soul. With the Spirit A Patriarch's explanation, Yemo finally understood. All this time, he had been cultivating his physical body. The human empire's so-called cultivation path was something he deeply yearned for. One day, he would definitely go there to see for himself. He'd acquire 2 complete cultivation manuals and cultivate himself into an immortal. Yemo now found himself intrigued by other cultivation schools. He never imagined the soul crystals within this trial realm could possess such power. If he could cultivate his soul essence to extreme potency, wouldn't he then wield its power to rival even those at his own cultivation level? A faint smile touched Yemo's lips. The trial grounds will open in 1 month. Everyone, prepare yourselves thoroughly. Remember, soul crystals can be contested among each other. Therefore, you must not only guard against attacks from soul entities but also be wary of disciples from other schools who may target us. After the Lingyuan sect patriarch had imparted these precautions to the group, he finally dismissed them. Wow! There's actually such a powerful spirit body this time. Dogplum's face lit up with excitement, his tail wagging nonstop behind him. Senior sister, we can't defeat such a powerful spirit body. What are you so excited about? Dogplum made a shushing gesture, then cautiously spoke after scanning the surroundings. You wouldn't understand. Whenever a soul entity this powerful appears, the top 10 prodigies on the genius rankings will all step forward. They're vying for this opportunity to boost their strength. Many of them have already reached the late soul realm stage in their soul cultivation. Rumor has it that the Holy Sun has reached the peak of the advanced soul realm, just 1 step away from advancing to the next realm of soul cultivation. Your most beloved and respected senior sister is also a 7th tier soul realm powerhouse. Dog Plumflower explained the prowess of soul cultivation while demonstrating various applications of soul power. Whether it was retrieving objects from afar or directly launching soul-based assaults, Yemo found it all utterly astonishing. Both demonic and human races must cultivate their souls as a secondary discipline. Once, a top-tier human cultivator had reached the tribulation realm, yet his soul was too weak. He was ambushed and killed by a far weaker opponent who used a soul assault. Since then, all races began cultivating their souls. While soul strength varied, it could never be underestimated. Vigilance was essential. Yemo now understood that this path of cultivation appeared to be quite difficult. Even the resources required for cultivation were scarce within the demonic race's territories. Only 3rd stage disciples were qualified to cultivate their souls. Senior Sister Go, what's your ranking on the genius list? Yemo asked curiously. Your senior sister ranks 35th on the genius rankings. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Dogplum's proud little nose nearly touched the sky. Ranking 35th still placed her among the strongest within the entire inner sect. This time, our senior brother Wolfdemon is leading the team. His strength is ranked 15th. Though he has a bit of a temper, he's undeniably powerful. His soul cultivation has even reached the 8th stage of the soul realm. After getting the gist of things, Yemo bid farewell to Sister Dog and returned to his quarters. A peculiar expression flickered across his face before he finally submerged his consciousness into the system. He activated the protective artifact draw for this round. A massive wheel spun wildly. The pointer finally settled on a specific artifact. Yemo rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation, staring at his backpack as he waited for the system to deliver the item. The next instant, a peculiar jade bottle suddenly appeared within the system space. Yemo retrieved it from the space, holding it in his hand to gauge its weight. It felt no heavier than ordinary jade. But what astonished him most was that this thing was actually a low-grade sacred tier magical artifact. Yemo tapped to open the item description, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Mystic Heaven Jade Vessel contains an internal cultivation space for spiritual plants, accelerating growth by 1000%. capable of refining and purifying soul cultivation resources. Using this vessel to cultivate the soul increases cultivation speed by 5%. Provides defense against all soul attacks from the soul and spirit realms. Yemo couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder this thing was called a saint-tier artifact. The fact that it was built in and could accelerate spiritual plant growth just by paying money was already incredibly powerful. It could even assist cultivation and accelerate progress. Crucially, this artifact arrived at the perfect moment. I'm about to face off against those third-tier disciples wielding soul power. Without any soul power of my own, I stand no chance against them. But with this jade bottle, I can become immune to their attacks. That meant they'd be on equal footing with me in terms of soul power, no difference at all. Yemo purchased some herbal seeds sold within the sect. He then entered the jade bottle's spatial realm. The space here could be considered infinitely large. Whatever he wanted to plant, no matter how much, could be grown. Plants would not interfere with one another. As the seeds of these spiritual plants scattered, Yemo's face broke into an excited smile. He never imagined he would one day possess his own medicinal garden. Apart from the flesh-bone pill, he hadn't mastered the refinement of other elixirs yet. Unless he could find a way to obtain alchemy formulas, his only option was to wait for system rewards. Closing his eyes, Yemo slowly entered his cultivation state. A vast amount of spirit jade resources continuously poured into his spatial realm. In just a month, he had advanced his cultivation by another minor realm. Time flew by, and when Yemo emerged from seclusion, it was time to head to the trial grounds. The Spirit Ape sect master and others had already gathered in the lecture hall. Over here, over here. Sis Dog wagged her tail excitedly, her face beaming with joy. The trial grounds will be open for 1 month. We can hunt soul entities within, or seize soul crystals from fellow disciples as long as we don't kill our own kind. Yemo nodded, a hint of anticipation flickering across his face. Soul cultivation, this seemed rather intriguing. The Spirit Ape Patriarch handed over a small jade bottle. Yemo accepted it. This was where they would store the soul crystals after hunting soul entities. The moment Yemo saw its shape, he immediately thought of his own Shintian jade bottle. The Mystic Heaven jade bottle indeed possessed such a function. It could purify soul cultivation materials when they were placed inside. Chapter 193, Baiting the Enemy with Flesh and Bone. Yemo and his companions entered the trial grounds, where the others had already arrived. As the weakest branch, they were naturally the last to enter the trial grounds. The moment they stepped inside, Yemo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The place was utterly desolate, stretching endlessly across vast stretches of barren desert with not a single plant in sight. The sky bore an eerie purple hue, with a strange purple sun hanging in the heavens, casting an unsettling, otherworldly glow. After scanning his surroundings, Yemo realized he wasn't with the others. Instead, he found himself here alone. A wooden token hung at his waist. If faced with an unavoidable danger, crushing it would trigger an immediate teleportation out. After scanning his surroundings, Yemo detected no signs of life. He'd heard this was merely a tiny fragment of an ancient battlefield, but he had no idea how vast it truly was. Yemo wandered aimlessly through the desert. It was barren and desolate, nothing but bare ground stretching endlessly in every direction. It was precisely at this moment that the sect began to exert its power, pouring vast resources into it. Soul bodies began to emerge one after another. After journeying for an entire day and night, Yemo finally encountered the first living being. A massive creature with a vacant stare stood ahead. It could not be called human, nor could it be classified as any known animal. Its appearance defied any known biological aesthetics, resembling a bizarre amalgamation of tissues forcibly assembled into a creature. Sensing the presence of life beside it, a sudden gleam of longing and bloodlust flashed in its eyes. Finally, it let out a fierce roar and lunged toward Yemo. Its face abruptly split open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its entire head was nothing but a mouth. It looked utterly repulsive. If there was a pale blue crystal embedded in the creature's chest. So this must be the soul crystal. Yemo's spear shot out with sudden force, striking directly at the creature's heart. He drove it forcefully into the ground. The creature quickly ceased all movement. Yemo stepped forward, extracted the soul crystal, and examined it with a look of curiosity. He then placed it into his Mystic Heaven jade bottle. Just as he had surmised, the Mystic Heaven jade bottle could indeed transform it into cultivation resources. Moreover, it was exceptionally pure. Simply consuming it would directly enhance one's strength. Without hesitation, Yemo extracted a drop of deep blue liquid from the crystal and swallowed it. In an instant, he felt his perception sharpen dramatically. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceive every detail within a 5-meter radius. Even the grains of sand on the ground and the fine particles stirred by his own breath were crystal clear. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. Yemo slowly opened his eyes, a radiant smile spreading across his face. In that instant, he felt as though he had opened the eye of God, observing his surroundings from a third-person perspective. Yes. 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 Yemo burst into joyful laughter. He never imagined enhancing his soul power could feel this exhilarating. The system interface promptly updated his cultivation level with the notation, Soul Power, Tier 1. Physical Realm, Godly Realm, 3rd Heaven. Soul Realm Tier 1. Judging by its aura just now, this inhuman, ghostly creature before him was likely a divine being at the 5th heavenly realm, not particularly powerful. The weakest among 5th heaven practitioners. Yemo had only needed to unleash a trace of the void extinguishing chi to effortlessly eliminate it. Afterward, Yemo, like grass longing for sweet dew, his eyes brimmed with craving for soul crystals. He swiftly flapped his wings into the sky, hunting down soul entities everywhere. After some time, he realized these soul entities seemed to act purely on instinct. For whenever they attacked, it was invariably because they had sensed the scent of flesh and blood. Even when Yemo concealed himself perfectly, they could still detect the scent emanating from his body upon approaching. These creatures hunted like bloodhounds, tracking their prey by scent alone. After searching far and wide, he finally located a monster of a lower realm. After completely masking his own aura and even spraying on some perfume, the monster showed no reaction. Yemo pulled a piece of fresh flesh from his spatial pocket. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the monster whipped its head around and locked onto Yemo. Got it. A faint smile played on Yemo's lips. These creatures were like sharks in the ocean, using blood energy to track their prey. If that was the case, then he had a solution. Yemo refined a significant portion of his resources into flesh and bone pills. Finally, he ground them into powder and gently scattered it into the windy pass of the valley. In an instant, the powder was scattered by the wind in all directions. Countless monsters swiftly turned their heads and charged toward the source of the scent. A single ordinary flesh bone pill had attracted over 20 monsters. After slaying them one by one, Yemo retrieved their soul crystals. A bright smile spread across his face. These monsters were all low level, so he could handle a few more. This time, Yemo directly pulled out 10 flesh bone pills and crushed them. Within half an hour, a massive horde of over 100 large monsters surged toward him. Yemo hunted excitedly among these monsters. He quickly gathered a large quantity of soul crystals. Over 200 droplets of liquid were swallowed in one gulp. A wave of coolness instantly flooded his body. His mind felt sharper, his entire soul seemingly elevated. Soul Realm Tier 3. Yemo licked his lips, looking as though he hadn't had his fill. This time, he directly tossed out 100 flesh bone pills and crushed them. Within the area swept by the wind, all the monsters went frenzied. The thick, fleshy aura plunged them into a frenzy. Disciples who had been dominating their battles suddenly found themselves overwhelmed. Holy! Did they take drugs? Why are they so damn strong all of a sudden? Help! Run! They've all gone mad. Holy crap! I'm outta here. I'm never coming back to this trial ground. Many disciples, panicking, crushed their wooden tokens to teleport away swiftly. Yemo waited half an hour without any movement, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Just as he thought it might have been blown askew by the wind and failed to attract the monsters. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. A vast, dark mass of shadows appeared in the distance. They howled like madmen, charging toward his position. Seeing such overwhelming numbers, Yemo felt his scalp tingle with dread. He dared not linger, turning tail and fleeing. Over 1,000 monsters surged toward the windy pass in a massive, chaotic wave. They seemed high on some drug, howling wildly while swaying their heads back and forth. Chapter 194, 10th Stage of the Soul Realm. Yemo employed hit-and-run tactics from the periphery, systematically eliminating the monsters one by one. It took him a full day to finally eliminate every last one of them. He immediately condensed the vast liquid into the Mystic Heaven Jade bottle. Without hesitation, he drank it all down once more. His strength surged rapidly. Soul Realm Tier 4. Yemo's eyes flickered. Each subsequent level required significantly more energy than the last. This time, it would take over 1,000 monsters to let him advance a single tier. Yemo couldn't help but let out a long sigh, a trace of resentment flickering across his face. He never imagined his senior brothers and sisters possessed such formidable foundations. How many years had they devoted to cultivation? They had all reached the Soul Realm, such a lofty stage. Yemo let out another long sigh, his face clouding over with a look of unwillingness as a fierce resolve began to take root in his heart. He then crushed a large quantity of pills once more, reducing them all to powder. This time, it was also 100 pills. Hordes of monsters surged toward him. This time, Yemo did not flee. Instead, he began laying down layer upon layer of traps. First, a barrage of thunderbolts encircled all the monsters, lightning bolts darting wildly across their bodies, steadily weakening their strength. Immediately after, a fierce wind began to howl around them. The blizzard unleashed its devastating group attack upon the monsters, proving exceptionally effective. For those slightly stronger foes that couldn't be taken down by area of effect attacks, Yemo dealt with them one by one, personally eliminating each one. The most formidable foe Yemo encountered was nearly a 7th-tier Divine Realm opponent. He had never encountered monsters of higher power than that. After several rounds of slaughter, the blue liquid within the jade bottle had accumulated significantly. He grabbed the Mystic Heaven Jade bottle and downed it in one gulp. Soul Realm, 6th tier. Having broken through 2 realms in one go, excitement flashed in Yemo's eyes. He then closed his eyes quietly, his perception suddenly extending to 1,000 meters. As he scanned his surroundings, a sudden thought struck him. He then waved his hand lightly toward the ground. A vast cloud of sand and dust rose from the ground under his command. With another wave of his hand, the sand began swirling around him at an astonishing speed. It was remarkable that he achieved this without using any aura, relying solely on the power of his soul. Yemo's heart surged with excitement. His gaze fell upon the massive boulder standing nearby, stirring a flicker of thought within him. The boulder remained utterly still, its clan's soul-bound sight as silent as a stone sinking into the sea, stirring not a ripple. Yemo focused his mind, concentrating entirely on manipulating the boulder. Then, miraculously, the stone began to tremble before slowly rising into the air. The boulder looked to weigh at least 1,000 pounds, yet he lifted it effortlessly with his soul power. Yemo's face lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This power was truly wondrous. Yemo's resolve to strengthen his divine soul grew even firmer. He continued striding forward, searching everywhere for monsters to hunt down. 20 days later, Yemo gazed at the small bottle she'd filled to the brim, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Finally, he downed it in one gulp. Soul Realm Tier 10. Yemo's face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile. His Soul Realm had now reached the 10th tier of the Soul Realm. Over these 20 days, he had hunted countless monsters. Using only his flesh bone pill to lure them, he had swept through vast swaths of the wilderness. It was destined that he would master the use of soul power. 2 5th Heaven disciples had attempted to seize the energy in his possession. Instead, he instantly countered them with his soul power, killing them on the spot. Both were struck so hard they bled from their noses and mouths. He had merely thought it through lightly at that time, his soul power was only at the 8th tier. Now that he had reached the 10th tier, he would have to be extremely cautious when facing others in combat. Otherwise, he might just wipe them out instantly. Killing was strictly forbidden within this sect. Yemo's eyes flickered intensely as an overwhelming confidence radiated from his entire being. Little junior brother? Hearing a familiar voice, Yemo turned to see Dog Plumblossom followed by over a dozen disciples of the Spirit Ape Sect Master. They huddled together for warmth. Greetings, senior sister. Yemo bowed respectfully. Dog Plum walked up and patted his shoulder. How have you been, junior disciple? How's the progress been these past few days? As he spoke, Dog Plum reached out and picked up the jade screen, giving it a little shake. A look of utter disbelief instantly spread across his face. No way. You haven't killed a single soul entity these past few days? Dog Plumblossom shook his head helplessly, then poured a portion of the soul crystal essence he'd collected into Yemo's jade bottle. Yemo paused in surprise for a moment, then smiled without offering any explanation. From here on out, just follow senior sister closely. I'll guide you. This time, I guarantee you'll reap rich rewards at the very least. I'll get you to the 2nd tier of the Soul Realm. Dog Plumflower patted his chest confidently. After all, he was ranked 35th on the Celestial Genius list. The 9th heaven of the Divine Realm was no laughing matter. Yemo nodded quietly and followed behind his senior sister. For the next few days, everyone was relentlessly hunting soul entities. After extensive inquiries, they learned that no one had discovered the location of that Divine Master Realm soul entity. This time, the group could only return empty-handed. They looked forward to the next opening in 6 months. So what do you say? Senior sister says if she can make you a 2nd-tier soul realm cultivator, she'll make you one. Dog Plumflower excitedly shook Yemo's jade bottle. Yemo smiled but said nothing. This soul crystal elixir is more than enough to get you to the 3rd stage of the soul realm, probably with some left over. Dog Plumblossom seemed thoroughly satisfied with her own promise. Yemo, however, wore a slightly puzzled expression. Senior sister, do you remember how much soul crystal elixir you used when you broke through back then? Dog Plumflower stroked her chin thoughtfully before shaking her head. I don't recall precisely, but I think it was around 700 or 800 drops to break through to the 7th layer of the soul realm. It had been too long ago, over a year, and he simply couldn't recall. Yemo frowned slightly. How could that be? When he had advanced from the 4th tier to the 5th, he had used roughly the same amount of soul crystal essence. Now, the soul crystal elixir in his jade bottle was barely enough for a single breakthrough from stage 4 to stage 5. He couldn't quite wrap his head around why Dog Plumblossom had claimed so much. System, what's going on here? Are you screwing me over? Why do I need so much more resources to break through than others? A crackling electrical hum emanated from the system. The higher the host's innate talent, the more resources absorbed, resulting in greater strength after breakthrough. Chapter 195, Increasing the Stakes. Upon hearing this, Yemo finally broke into a delighted smile. Alright. I was about to lose my temper, but it seems you still care about me after all. Yemo exited the system space, his face beaming with a bright smile. He immediately channeled all the soul crystal essence into his senior sister's jade bottle. What are you doing? Dog Plumflower looked puzzled. I won't need these for now. Let's save them for senior sister. She's just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 8th tier, right? With these, she should have more than enough. Upon hearing Emo's words, Dog Plumflower paused in surprise. A faint smile spread across her face, radiating genuine satisfaction. Little junior brother, I appreciate your kindness, but you also need to focus on your own cultivation and break through your realm faster. If you give all these resources to your senior sister, then your own cultivation. Before Dog Plumblossom could finish her sentence, another woman's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Is that Manhwa? What's this? You brought disciples into the trial grounds again? With this bunch of useless disciples, your progress must be painfully slow now. Dog Plumblossom frowned and turned her head. A seductive woman approached, sporting a small tail protruding from her rear and antlers on her head. Her figure was every bit as impressive as Dog Plumblossom's. Lu Duo, as one of the stronger disciples in your lineage, taking a few disciples with you for trials shouldn't be difficult. We could all have access to better resources, but you're just too selfish. Dog Plum shot the woman a contemptuous glance. Ha! Ridiculous. So what if I have some ability? Am I supposed to be their mother or something? If you can't even hunt for yourself, what's the point of being here? Lu Duo spoke these words without a shred of restraint, and the others couldn't help but shoot her disgusted looks. Looks like you're planning to share your soul crystal essence with this new junior disciple, huh? Lu Duo covered her mouth and chuckled softly, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. I collected quite a bit of soul crystal essence this time. If you want some, I can give it to you. But only if you'll wager with me. Let's see whose soul power is stronger. Lu Duo spoke while pulling out several jade bottles and giving them a shake. Clearly imprinted on the jade bottles was the head of a spirit monkey. Yemo's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the bottles. They were unmistakably the distinctive jade bottles unique to their lineage. The fact that the other party was guarding these bottles proved he had ambushed and captured numerous disciples from their lineage. Dog Plumblossom's anger flared, a deep glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Are you targeting our lineage's disciples again? Hearing his voice brimming with impending fury, Lu Duo, however, appeared utterly delighted, as if she had heard heavenly music. So what? What's the problem? Are you telling me I can't fight? If you're too incompetent to protect the resources you've earned, then they're mine by default. Lu Duo spoke with a dazzling smile. I'll ask you this, dare you take the wager? If you dare, accept my bet. If you win, I'll return the jade bottles to all 5 of you disciples. If you lose, stake your own jade bottle and hand it over to me. Lu Duo shook the 5 jade bottles in her hand once more, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Behind her stood a young man, also of the Deer clan, who remained silent, standing there coldly. The aura emanating from him was not much different from that of Dog Plumblossom. Both were powerhouses ranked within the top 50 of the Celestial Genius list. Oomph. Let's settle this. Who? Go Manhwa was about to speak when he was abruptly cut off. Senior sister, wait. Dog Plumblossom's soul power was only at the 7th tier, while this woman named Lu Duo had just broken through. Her soul power was already at the 8th tier. Yemo's soul power far surpassed his own, and he instantly recognized her strength. Let me handle this, senior sister. Dog Plum was about to say something when a burst of utterly contemptuous laughter cut him off. You? A mere newcomer to the inner sect actually dares to challenge me? Go ahead. If your soul power surpasses mine, I'll give you all my soul essence and everything I've stolen from others. Lu Duo laughed wildly with utter arrogance, then flung a pile of jade vials onto the ground. And if you lose, hand over every soul crystal elixir from your entire faction too. Lu Duo licked her lips, revealing a greedy expression. Yemo frowned, about to speak, but was immediately interrupted by other disciples. Junior brother, don't take this bet. You've just joined the sect, how could your soul power possibly match hers? Yeah, if we lose, we'll have to hand over all our soul crystal essence. That's just too much of a loss. She's a 7th tier soul realm powerhouse. You're no match for her. Don't be foolish. The other disciples chimed in one after another, their expressions grim. They dreaded the thought of their junior brother accepting this wager. If he lost, they would pay a heavy price. This trial would be as if they hadn't participated at all. Those who were originally on par with them would gain a slight edge. That slight edge could easily crush them for life. Dog Plumflower also wanted to speak up and dissuade him, but upon seeing Emo's confident smile, he slowly closed his mouth. I'll take your bet. If you lose, the person beside you must also hand over their jade bottle. Lu Duo's eyes widened in surprise before she burst into a maniacal laugh. Her laughter grew shriller and more triumphant. No problem at all. I'd love to get stronger. I'll thank you in advance for gifting us these resources. Lu Duo roared with laughter, then abruptly unleashed her aura. Upon sensing the terrifying might of her soul power, everyone instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of her pressure. Lu Duo had once been inferior to Dog Plumblossom in both cultivation realm and soul power, but her ruthlessness allowed her to seize vast resources. After some time, she had managed to catch up.
She had forcibly surpassed Dog Plum Blossom. Once, she had fawned over Dog Plum Blossom, constantly calling her senior sister in hopes of securing more resources. Now, of course, she had long since changed her tune. Damn it, what the hell is this? Our hard-earned soul crystal essence has been squandered by that little junior brother. We have to honor this bet, or our branch will never hold its head high again. It's all because junior brother acted so impulsively. Forget it. We'll just have to accept it. After all, he's our little junior brother. What can we do? Chapter 196, Life-Saving Soft Armor. Hearing the waves of wailing from her disciples, Dog Plum Blossom's face twisted with a hint of pain. Her own hopes of breaking through to the 8th tier now seemed utterly shattered. Truth be told, a hint of resentment toward her junior brother welled up in her heart. Is that so? Yemo wore a cold smile, then abruptly unleashed his spiritual energy. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura swept toward them. Lu Duo's mind went completely blank in an instant. She could see nothing before her eyes. She staggered backward and collapsed onto the ground. Her face was frozen in shock and disbelief. It took her a long while to recover, blinking rapidly. Soul Realm. 10th tier. Lu Duo murmured tremulously, utterly unable to believe what had just unfolded before her eyes. The strongest among their lineage was a top-tier prodigy. Such terrifying spiritual power he had only ever sensed it emanating from that one person. Yemo chuckled softly, then waved his hand. All the jade bottles on the ground floated toward him. No! Lu Duo let out a heart-wrenching roar, reaching out to intercept them. In that instant, a colossal surge of psychic energy erupted, sending him flying backward. Blood poured from his 7 orifices. Lu Duo closed his eyes in agony. His companion behind him immediately erected a defensive barrier, barely managing to share some of the soul force's oppressive pressure. You lose, you pay up. No excuses. Yemo fixed his gaze on the stag. The stag understood that if he didn't hand something over today, leaving would be impossible. With great reluctance, he tossed his jade bottle forward. Yemo caught it with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality. After that, he paid no further attention to the 2 men, turning instead to face his fellow disciples. These soul crystal essences don't belong to our lineage. Divide them equally among us. As for the rest, we'll return them to their rightful owners. I wonder if any of our senior brothers suffered serious injuries. Yemo addressed his fellow disciples, but all stood silent, mouths agape, faces frozen in utter disbelief. They hadn't yet recovered from the shock of what had just occurred. Only Dog Plumflower hesitated slightly before immediately accepting the offer and distributing it to everyone. Only then did the senior disciples snap out of their daze, their faces lighting up with excited smiles. The weaker seniors, who had only been able to advance 1 tier before, now looked poised to advance 2 tiers. Even those who previously lacked sufficient resources for a single tier advancement now had enough after the resources were divided equally. Gratitude shone in every face. Yemo placed both jade bottles before Manhwa. Senior sister, your cultivation is already quite high. You don't need these. Please take them. Dog Plumflower was so stunned she couldn't speak, but her face lit up with joy as she nodded. Little junior brother, you never cease to surprise me. Dog Plumblossom was at a loss for words, so she simply placed her hand on his furry head and gave it a gentle rub. Yemo shook his head free, a slightly embarrassed smile playing on his lips. Alright, senior sister, I'll return to my cultivation now. If you need anything, feel free to come find me anytime. Yemo waved goodbye to his fellow disciples before returning to his cave dwelling. Dog Plumblossom rushed excitedly to find the Lingyuan sect leader. Master! Master! That little junior brother is simply unbelievable. Dog Plum burst into the Lingyuan sect leader's cave residence, his excitement bubbling over. Can't you be quiet for once? How can you cultivate with such restlessness? The Lingyuan sect leader was currently pruning the green plants he had cultivated. The sharpness of his voice nearly caused him to accidentally sever one of his carefully cultivated spirit trees. Hee, master, I'm just so excited. Dog Plumblossom's tail was wagging like a propeller, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What did our little junior disciple do to shock you so? Tell me about it. The Lingyuan sect leader spoke while calming his nerves, then resumed trimming the branches. Well, how to put it? Junior brother's advancement in the trial grounds this time has been truly remarkable. The Lingyuan sect leader raised an eyebrow with interest. Seems he truly reaped great rewards this time, so much so that you came running to share the good news. Did he break through to the 5th tier? Dog Plum shook his head. The Lingyuan sect leader sighed softly. So this fellow wasn't one to deliver surprises very often after all. Not even reaching the 5th stage he'd clearly overestimated. 4th tier is still quite commendable. The Lingyuan sect master maintained his usual composed demeanor, continuing to trim the branches. Dog Plum Blossom shook his head once more. The Lingyuan sect leader was starting to grow impatient. Breaking through to the 3rd tier? What's there to report? With his talent and strength, reaching the 3rd tier is perfectly normal, isn't it? No, master, you're underestimating it. Try guessing higher.
Dog Plum Blossom, failing to notice his master's growing impatience, hurriedly interjected. 6th tier? What kind of opportunity did that kid seize to reach this realm? He's made such significant progress in just a month. His pace is remarkably swift. Ordinary disciples must rely on cultivation to gradually absorb soul crystals after hunting them down. Yemo, however, possessed the mystic Heaven Jade bottle, which could instantly transform all of this into the purest energy. He could simply pour it into his mouth and absorb it directly. There's absolutely no need for gradual absorption. Master, that's still too low. Our junior brother broke through to the 10th tier in one go this time. The Lingyuan sect leader nodded upon hearing this. Oh, only the 10th tier. After a moment of silence, his voice suddenly rose sharply. His hands clenched unconsciously, and he hacked the spirit tree he had cultivated cleanly in two. What? You said what? That Brattardwa broke through to the 10th stage after just one trial run? The Lingyuan sect leader's shocked exclamation echoed clearly throughout the entire mountain range. Dog Plumflower shrank his neck and nodded, then cautiously pointed behind his master at the severed spirit tree. Only then did the Spirit A Patriarch realize he'd made a terrible mistake. A look of heartache flashed across his face as he hurriedly turned back to mend the damage. Next time something this exciting happens, don't tell me while I'm trimming the spirit trees. Dog Plumflower nodded, then returned to his cave dwelling, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yemo took a deep breath, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Breaking through to the 10th tier in the trial grounds was also a system quest. Successfully passing it would reward him with a close-fitting soft armor. This was a mid-grade royal tier artifact. When fully charged, its maximum defense could withstand a full power strike from a peak divine sovereign. More than 3 times over. After spending a month recharging it, it can withstand 3 more lethal attacks. Chapter 197, Street Food Stall. While Emo was cultivating in his cave dwelling, he suddenly heard Dog Plum Blossom's voice. Junior brother. I found what you asked for. Dog Plum Blossom said as he placed a pile of pill formulas on the ground. There were 3 thick stacks of books. These are the most comprehensive pill formulae I could manage to gather for you, only 1st to 3rd tier ones. Senior sisters couldn't obtain higher tier ones either, our sect doesn't possess them. Dog Plum Blossom shook her head. She had begged their master for ages just to get the 3rd tier formulas. Yemo's eyes lit up the moment he saw the books. He then thanked Dog Plum Blossom profusely. When you refine some delicious pills, remember to let your senior sister try them. Dog Plum waved excitedly and dashed off in a flash. Yemo extended his hand, scanned the books with the system, and stored them all within his system space. Learn them all. Use all my power points to max out the proficiency. With a sweeping gesture, Yemo expended a massive amount of power points. Instantly, countless pill formulas and alchemy techniques flashed through his mind. He now resembled a battle-hardened alchemist, effortlessly crafting diverse elixirs. His success rate was practically 100%. This was because the system had forcibly imprinted thousands, even tens of thousands, of alchemy sessions into his mind. Each instance felt identical to personally performing the process, with every sensation and tactile memory vividly recalled. He felt as though vast amounts of knowledge had fused into his brain. His head felt incredibly itchy, as if a new brain were growing inside. Yemo retrieved a pill furnace from his storage space. He then began experimenting with the herbs he currently possessed, one by one. Within half an hour, he effortlessly refined 8 batches of pills. Every single one was of the highest quality, with not a single batch ruined. There was barely any waste material left behind, achieving near-perfect efficiency. Moreover, the number of pills produced per batch far exceeded that of other alchemists by several times. Yemo popped a pill into his mouth and instantly felt lighter on his feet. This pill boosted speed after consumption, though its effects lasted only 3 incense sticks worth of time. Not bad, not bad. Yemo then purchased a large quantity of seeds, scattering them all into the jade bottles. After completing all this, Yemo couldn't be bothered to monitor the growth of the spirit plants. He extracted some spiritual energy from a piece of spirit jade and directly infused it into the jade bottles to accelerate maturation. Accelerating growth with spiritual energy could multiply the rate several times over. And it was cumulative. A look of relief spread across Yemo's face. As far as he understood, most of the arrays used by the demonic tribes were purchased from the human empire. As a nation devoted to cultivating immortality, they naturally possessed many esoteric techniques. Each formation engraved on those jade bottles was invaluable. These arrays were all engraved by human array masters. Not only could they protect the jade bottles, but they could also convert soul crystals into soul crystal essence. Yemo suddenly developed a keen interest in the art of array formations. If he could obtain similar texts, he could master them all swiftly. Unfortunately, being among the demonic tribes now, there weren't many cultivation techniques to choose from. He yearned even more for the life among the humans. Yemo excitedly refined numerous pills, storing them all within his storage space. Just as he prepared to rest and resume cultivation, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Little junior brother. Little junior brother. Dog Plumflower pounded excitedly on the door. Guillermo opened the door to find Dog Plum Blossom wagging his tail wildly. "Senior sister, what's up?"
Manhwa chuckled, grabbed Guillermo's arm, and pulled him swiftly toward the inner disciples' living quarters. Over there, they sold all sorts of things from snacks to furniture, you name it. "Today's a rare festival for our sect. Let's grab some good food," senior sister's treating. Dog Plum Blossom excitedly dragged Guillermo around, browsing here and there. In just a short while, Guillermo spotted a huge business opportunity. This massive residential area didn't even have a single barbecue shop. Opening a barbecue shop here would be a goldmine. After all, their culinary skills here were rather primitive. Aside from those snacks, most food was basically raw meat. After all, the demon race could eat raw meat directly. Guillermo realized this world not only had chili peppers but also other seasonings. It was just that the locals didn't know how to use them. His interest was instantly piqued. He wasted no time. Early the next morning, he managed to build a barbecue grill crafted entirely by his own hands. And it was a massive contraption. He then rented a shop in the residential area, skewering meat and various vegetables onto wooden sticks. He scattered numerous spice seeds into a jade bottle. Within just half an hour, they all matured, yielding a bountiful harvest of fruits. Guillermo ground them all into powder and stored it in a small jade bottle. He then drilled holes in the top to dispense the powder. Guillermo gathered some charcoal and began grilling. In no time, the aroma wafted down the entire street. Curious glances turned toward the stall, and many drawn by the scent gathered around. "What's going on? Holy cow, this smells incredible. I've never smelled anything this good in my entire life. What on earth is this? Why does it smell so good after being roasted over fire? Looks like just some simple veggies and meat, but why does it smell so amazing?" The gathered disciples murmured in astonishment. Guillermo reached into the charcoal stove, scooped up some soot, and smeared it on his lips. He ended up looking like he had two big beards. He grilled skewers while hawking his wares. Lamb skewers. Lamb skewers. Delicious lamb skewers. Roasted potatoes, roasted greens, roasted leeks, we've got it all. Come give them a try. Guillermo began preparing the dish while calling out to customers. Before long, some disciples who couldn't resist the aroma approached, their faces brimming with anticipation. "Hey, boss, how much for this stuff?" Guillermo chuckled. 3 gold coins for a meat skewer, 1 gold coin for a vegetable skewer. Guillermo held up several fingers. The disciple who'd asked the price instantly paled. "Damn it, this is way too expensive. There's barely any meat on it. How dare you charge that much?" The disciple rolled his eyes and turned to walk away. Guillermo stepped forward and grabbed him by the arm. Chapter 198, Expanding and Strengthening. "Hold on a second, we've got special offers here." At Guillermo's words, the disciple's curiosity was instantly piqued. "Well, boss, what kind of special offer do you have?" Guillermo grinned as he pulled out a stack of cards from his pocket. Each card represents 500 gold coins. Simply top up the card with funds, and once you've accumulated 100 gold coins, the card becomes usable. So basically, if I top up 100 gold coins here, I can use it as 500 gold coins. At this revelation, the eyes of all the onlookers lit up. 100 becomes 500? Who wouldn't want such a deal? "Boss, is this for real? Are you sure depositing 100 gold coins really turns into 500? Guillermo nodded. The cost of this string of meat didn't even amount to a single silver coin. This was pure, unadulterated profit. Upon hearing his confirmation, everyone grew excited. "Hey! Let me be clear up front, this card only works here. Other vendors won't recognize the funds on it. So if you want to top up, you must do it here and you must spend it here too." Upon hearing this, the demonic crowd surged forward en masse, eagerly raising their hands to top up. The minimum top up was 100 gold coins per person. They'd even forgotten to taste the grilled delicacies, madly jostling for position just to grab that tiny bargain. Guillermo couldn't help but flash a sly, shrewd smile. A modern-minded person transported into an ancient-like environment, what merchant could possibly outsmart him? Advertising, savings plans, top-ups, and all manner of promotional tactics were beyond the wildest dreams of these merchants. Guillermo's tactics instantly drew crowds to top up their accounts and buy skewers. After one person tasted his creations, their eyes lit up with gold. These skewers weren't merely resources that boosted strength after consumption, they were incredibly delicious. One skewer led to craving another. The seasoning was incredibly savory and fragrant. No demonic creature had ever tasted such flavor before, and each one was deeply hooked. Especially those demonic creatures born carnivores, every single one went frenzied. They bought massive quantities of skewers like madmen, flaunting them wildly. Even the herbivores were largely swept up in the frenzy. "Holy crap, these potatoes are insane. How did he even make them? This is the most flavorful leek I've ever tasted. I've never had leeks this delicious in my entire life. Why is this stuff so good? I can't stop eating it." The crowd gathered here, bustling and lively, attracting many disciples. The next morning, Guillermo opened the door and was stunned. Outside stood what seemed like nearly 1/5 of the inner sect disciples.
Each one craned their necks, staring expectantly in his direction. Among them, fewer than 1 in 20 had actually tasted his barbecue. The rest had all heard rumors about the exceptional flavor, strongly recommended by friends and family, so they came to join the excitement and sample it for themselves. By the end of the day, EMO had sold over 10,000 pounds of skewers. Covered in grime and sweat, he was panting heavily from exhaustion. Gasping for breath, he sat in his stall, frantically pouring water over his head. Today alone, he felt like he'd burned through the equivalent of 3 towering trees worth of charcoal. He was now exhausted to the point of collapse. To keep up with demand, he'd fired up 8 grills simultaneously all by himself. He was nearly driven mad by the relentless pace. Now that night had fallen, he still had to prepare supplies for tomorrow. He was utterly despairing. He simply couldn't sustain this business. These apprentices were completely out of their depth. They were acting like madmen. Emo had no choice but to hire some employees to help with the skewering work in the shop. He also selected several disciples, mostly those with decent talent but lacking cultivation resources or connections. Emo incorporated them all into his entourage system as subordinates. Only then did he let them take over the shop's operations, teaching them step by step how to grill and prepare skewers. Soon, the barbecue shop became wildly popular throughout the inner sect. The recharge savings feature alone had everyone hooked who wouldn't go crazy over 100 yuan buying 500 worth of food. Most crucially, once these customers topped up their cards here, they had no choice but to think of the barbecue shop first whenever they wanted to eat out. After all, they had cards loaded with substantial balances here. Since they couldn't spend elsewhere, they had no choice but to use it here. Emo soon realized one location couldn't handle the demand. He immediately leased 5 more storefronts, opening a total of 6 branches in Inner Mongolia. Every employee in these shops was his own people. Some tried to copy his method for making skewers, but all failed miserably. Without his secret seasonings, they couldn't replicate that flavor. Within a day of opening, their stalls were shut down. Yemo's hands were cramping from making money this period. His barbecue shop was a veritable money spinner. There were no labor costs to speak of. He only needed to provide meals for his staff. The workers were also eager to eat the grilled skewers. They often grilled them for themselves as their meals. Emo readily agreed without any hesitation, as these costs were negligible. Although he only had 5 barbecue shops, they were already far outpacing the card room in profitability. Emo promptly began expanding the business, purchasing all the surrounding shops and merging them into the barbecue chain. His goal wasn't to continue specializing in barbecue. Instead, he started introducing all kinds of other snacks. Beef and tomato stew, beef and potato stew. Every well-known dish from Blue Star found its way into his restaurant. Each dish introduced received an overwhelmingly positive response. Nearly all Inner Door disciples except those in seclusion had sampled his offerings, with 80% of them topping up their accounts. Though the prices were indeed steep, 100 credits effectively bought 500 credits worth of value, so they didn't think twice. Calculating the actual cost was out of the question. Their intelligence simply wouldn't allow such calculations. They only knew the discounts were substantial. Even the elders began topping up their accounts. Emo had no choice but to introduce tiered membership levels. The more one topped up, the higher the membership rank, unlocking perks like private rooms and other exclusive services. Those who deposited less were confined to dining in the main hall. Higher membership tiers meant access to higher quality dishes. Before long, even the Lingyuan sect master shamelessly approached Emo and secured the highest tier membership card. Chapter 199, So much money, I don't know what to do with it. Erdwa, why did you call me over here? Dog Plumflower wagged her tail in confusion as she knocked on Emo's cave-dwelling door. She was still basking in the joy of breaking through to the 8th stage of the Soul Realm. The other party yanked him inside. What's wrong? What's wrong? Dog Plumflower looked puzzled at Emo, who was peering cautiously outside the cave dwelling. He now resembled a spy, fearing someone might be tailing the other from behind. It's clear now. I'm not here to trouble you, senior sister, but I have a question. After closing the cave entrance, Emo sighed deeply, a look of resignation on his face. Take a look at these. As he spoke, Emo tossed several bulging storage pouches onto the table. Dog Plumflower opened the bags with some confusion, and in an instant, the coins stuffed inside spilled out everywhere. What the? Within mere moments, the entire room was piled high with burst storage pouches. The chest was overflowing with gold coins, visible to the naked eye. Dog Plumflower was dumbfounded. She'd never seen so much money in her entire life. Little junior brother, did you raid the sect's treasury? How did you get all this money? Dog Plumflower struggled to lift her head above the pile of coins. Emo sat on the pile of coins, looking utterly helpless. He hadn't expected business to be this booming. In just a few short days, all his storage pouches were already filled to capacity. You must understand that the cost of the items he sold was practically zero. Every penny earned was pure profit. Back then, he could use the money to buy cultivation resources. But after his sudden wealth, the sect found out immediately and banned him from trading cultivation resources within its walls. The sect simply didn't have that many reserves. If he bought them all up in bulk, it could easily leave other disciples without any cultivation resources, or even prevent the sect from paying out stipends. Yemo did indeed want to stockpile some resources for his own followers. He had even purchased the resurrection herbs for them, but now was not the time to reveal them. He must gather vast resources before showering them upon his followers. And it had to be done within human territory, where they would face minimal danger. A large number of powerful humans appearing within demon territory would likely be detected by the demon emperor immediately. At that point, they might face annihilation once more. Therefore, until safety was assured, Yemo would never be so reckless as to resurrect them all. Bai Yuyao still lived within his attendant space. Occasionally, he would converse with her, but he dared not do anything else. He hardly dared to release her. Yemo lacked permission to leave the sect. Even when undertaking missions, he required an escort unless it was a solo assignment. He had purchased nearly all available resources from other disciples. He still had a large amount of gold coins left. Not knowing what to do with it, he summoned Dog Plum Blossom over. When it comes to making money, senior sister isn't the best. But when it comes to spending it, no one beats your senior sister. Dog Plum excitedly grabbed the storage pouch and stuffed all the coins inside. A delighted smile spread across her face. With this much money, we can buy a huge batch of human-made talismans and puppets. Dog Plum Blossom's eyes sparkled as she began explaining things to Yemo. These talismans and puppets are all combat resources invented by the human race using their wisdom. Take this one, for example. Dog Plum Blossom retrieved a cloth bundle from its storage space. Layer by layer, it unwrapped the cloth, revealing a yellow talisman paper wrapped within. Strange symbols were painted in vermilion cinnabar across its surface. Yemo felt a sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen something similar on Blue Star. After frowning and examining it for a few moments, he nodded. Don't underestimate this small talisman, it holds immense power. This is a life-saving talisman your senior sister worked incredibly hard to obtain. With this talisman, when I face danger, it can directly block one lethal attack for me. Of course, the opponent's strength can't be too great. If they've reached the Divine Master realm, it won't be able to completely block the attack, only absorb a large portion of the damage. After finishing, Dog Plum carefully wrapped the talisman paper and stored it away. This talisman was extremely costly to her, having come at a great personal expense. Yemo nodded upon hearing this, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The human race seemed to be doing quite well. They had an empire, practiced cultivation, and possessed all sorts of strange and wonderful minor spells. He desperately wanted an excuse to leave the demon clan's territory. Traveling between the empires required using teleportation arrays. Otherwise, it would be utterly impractical. The reason was that the four great empires were separated by vast distances, with no shared borders whatsoever. Massive mountain ranges stood between them, home to vast numbers of demonic beasts. Even divine sovereign-level powerhouses dared not venture into these mountains lightly. Ancient monstrous beasts might lurk within these ranges, a truly terrifying prospect. Senior sister said this thing has such great utility. Might as well take me to see it for myself. After packing the remaining storage pouches, Yemo followed Dog Cotton to a small shop. From the outside, it appeared to be a simple and unremarkable little shop. Yet, numerous disciples streamed in and out daily, flocking to it like bees to honey. Alright, sign up over here. That's right, this is the fixed price. No discounts whatsoever. A demonic being busied himself with a brush in hand, scribbling and drawing incessantly, seemingly recording something. Each disciple stood quietly in line, waiting to state what they needed. A goods list was displayed, detailing the price for each item. After prepayment, they would contact the human empire for manufacturing, then distribute the goods to their sect. This process could take up to 2 months, but the items crafted by the human race were exceptionally well made and highly effective combat resources. Even with the lengthy wait, they were willing to endure it. After obtaining a list, Yemo and his companion began scribbling notes on it. Dog Plum Blossom was also puzzled. Why did Yemo want to buy books on constructing formation arrays? And why did he need books on artifact forging, puppet creation, and talisman drawing? He had filled his own list with a long string of such items. Dog Plum Blossom finally decided to speak up and try to dissuade his junior disciple, urging him to face reality. Chapter 200 Alchemy Quest. Junior brother, while the human race sells these items, other races have long since purchased their various cultivation manuals and secret techniques. No race other than humans can master the methods to create these items. Even if they replicate the exact shape and engravings, the artifacts will be utterly useless. Dog Plum Blossom recounted what he had heard before. The reason the human race sells these manuals and their foundational knowledge is precisely because they can guarantee that no other race besides them can master these techniques. Thus, they harbored no fear that the dissemination of these secrets would pose any threat to them. Yemo pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat perplexed. Still, he ultimately decided to purchase them for study. After all, he was human. If he could somehow figure out a way to learn them, wouldn't that be a huge win? After the two submitted their purchase list, the disciple handling the registration looked astonished. You two buying all this stuff? Do you even have that kind of money?
The disciple's tone carried a hint of contempt, his face twisted with a trace of mockery. The two before him were dressed in ordinary robes, clearly just common disciples without any background. Yet the items they'd just purchased exceeded over 100,000 gold coins in value. Even if they sold every resource their sect distributed monthly, it would take them at least 20 years to save that much.
Frankly, he couldn't help but look down on them. Yemo wasted no words, simply tossing a storage pouch their way. It was filled to the brim with gold coins. The disciple's eyes widened instantly at the sight. His expression instantly shifted to one of obsequiousness as excitement surged through him. After all, he earned a 0.1% commission on such transactions. Though 0.1% of over 100,000 wasn't much, it would sustain him for a long time. His eyes lit up with greed, his expression becoming utterly fawning. Sir, this way please. Write down your name and your cave residence here, and I'll personally deliver it to you myself. The clerk rubbed his hands together as he spoke, his face plastered with an obsequious smile. He even brought tea and pastries for the two, clearly treating them like VIP clients. Yemo finally nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He then departed the place with Dog Plum Blossom in tow. We've already expedited our order. It should be delivered directly to our cave residence within a month. The sect has a mission coming up. Interested in joining me and Senior Sister? Dog Plum Blossom spoke with a sly grin, a hint of cunning in her expression. Yemo felt an uneasy premonition, but he still nodded in agreement. They arrived outside the mission hall. Dog Plum Blossom told him to wait there while she scurried inside. After a quick search, she found the mission she wanted to accept. This task shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Dog Plum's eyes sparkled as she held the mission slip. Yemo took the slip and glanced at it, then couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This task order requires the refinement of first-tier elixirs, the most basic type needed for cultivation at the martial god realm. But the sheer quantity left Yemo feeling a bit lightheaded. A full 1,000 pills. Although his pill refinement speed was fast and each furnace yielded a high success rate, gathering that many would likely require 8 furnaces operating simultaneously for a full day and night. It was certainly achievable. Controlling those individual furnaces with his current soul power would be effortless. It would just be a bit taxing. Senior Sister, this order is just too large. Yemo sighed helplessly, a wry smile touching his lips. Dog Plum scratched his head and chuckled, but his expression quickly turned serious. Actually, there's something I never told you. Before you started working on that golden array, remember taking on a mission? Yemo nodded. How could he forget that mission? Without it, he wouldn't have such a handy weapon now. Exactly. That's the crux of the matter. Have you ever wondered why a disciple who just entered the inner sect was assigned a task so quickly? I had someone look into it for you. Someone has been secretly targeting you. The one ultimately giving the orders was our senior disciple. Dog Plum sighed helplessly. Until now, he couldn't believe that fellow disciples under the same Lingyuan sect master would turn against them. Is Senior Sister telling the truth? Yemo frowned in confusion. He had never wronged the senior disciple. Why would he act this way? It's true. He accepted bribes, agreeing to help others obtain the golden formation and eliminate their rivals. And you were one of those rivals. If those two hadn't failed to obtain the golden formation and caused a scene at Senior Brother's cave residence, this matter wouldn't have come to light. Yemo's face flashed with surprise. Senior Brother had taken money from 2 people simultaneously, yet there was only 1 golden formation? The guy really played dirty. I never provoked Senior Brother, yet he treated me this way. Alas. Yemo let out a long sigh, yet a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Don't dwell on this matter. Such incidents will likely become commonplace. People will do anything for profit. Dog Plum Blossom regained his serious demeanor. Every disciple must complete a fixed number of tasks each year. Only by completing these tasks can you earn sect contributions. As a third-tier disciple, you must undertake and finish 3 tasks annually. Failure to do so will result in demotion and the revocation of your array. Crucially, if you fail to claim a task within the stipulated timeframe, it will negatively impact your standing. The task hall can forcibly assign missions to disciples who refuse to take them. Upon hearing this, Yemo understood the elder's intent to prevent him from being exploited again by those with ulterior motives. They feared he might be sent on another mission, causing him to miss the upcoming event. This task can be refined gradually. 1 task counts as 4, requiring 2 people to accept it simultaneously. Due to its large scope, it only needs to be submitted before the end of this year. Chapter 200, Alchemy Task. Junior Brother, while the human race sells these items, other races have long since purchased their various cultivation manuals and secret techniques. No race other than humans can master the methods to create these items. Even if replicated with identical shapes and engravings, they possess no functional value whatsoever. Dog Plum shared what he had heard about these matters. The reason the human race sells these manuals and their foundational knowledge is that they can guarantee no other race can master these techniques.
Thus, they harbored no fear that the dissemination of these secrets might pose a threat to them.
Emo pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat perplexed.
Still, he ultimately decided to purchase them for study.
After all, he was human. If he could somehow figure out a way to learn them, wouldn't that be a huge win?
After the two submitted their purchase list, the disciple handling the registration looked astonished.
You two buying all this stuff? Do you even have that kind of money?
The disciple's tone carried a hint of contempt, his face twisted with a trace of mockery. The two before him were dressed in ordinary robes, clearly just common disciples without any background. Yet the items they'd just purchased exceeded over 100,000 gold coins in value. Even if they sold every resource their sect distributed monthly, it would take them at least 20 years to save that much.
Frankly, he couldn't help but look down on them. Emo wasted no words, simply tossing a storage pouch their way.
It was filled to the brim with gold coins. The disciple's eyes widened instantly at the sight. His expression instantly shifted to one of obsequiousness, his entire being brimming with excitement. After all, he earned a 0.1% commission on such transactions. Though 0.1% of over 100,000 wasn't much, it would sustain him for a long time. His eyes lit up with greed, his expression becoming utterly fawning. Sir, this way please. Write down your name and your cave residence here, and I'll personally deliver it to you myself. The clerk rubbed his hands together as he spoke, his face plastered with an obsequious smile.
He even brought tea and pastries for the two, clearly treating them like VIP clients. Emo finally nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He then departed the place with Dog Plum Blossom in tow. We've already expedited our order. It should be delivered directly to our cave residence in a month. The sect has a mission coming up. Interested in joining me and Senior Sister?
Dog Plum Blossom spoke with a sly grin, a hint of cunning in her expression.
Emo felt an uneasy premonition, but he still nodded in agreement. They arrived outside the mission hall.
Dog Plum Blossom told him to wait there while she scampered inside. After a quick search, she found the mission she wanted to accept.
This task shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Dog Plum's eyes sparkled as she held the mission slip. Emo took the slip and glanced at it, sucking in a sharp breath.
The request specified the refinement of a first-tier pill, the most basic type required for cultivation at the martial god realm.
But the sheer quantity left Emo feeling faint.
A full 1,000 pills. Although his pill refinement speed was fast and his yield per furnace was high, gathering that many would likely require 8 furnaces operating simultaneously for a full day and night.
It was doable. Controlling those individual furnaces with his current soul power would be effortless. It would just be a bit taxing.
Senior Sister, this order is just too large.
Emo sighed helplessly, a wry smile touching his lips.
Dog Plum scratched his head and chuckled, but his expression quickly turned serious.
Actually, there's something I never told you. Before you started working on that golden array, remember when you took on a mission? Emo nodded. How could he forget that mission?
Without it, he wouldn't have such a handy weapon now.
Exactly. That's the crux of the matter. Have you ever wondered why a disciple who just entered the inner sect was assigned a task so quickly? I had someone look into it for you. Someone has been secretly targeting you. The one ultimately giving the orders was our senior disciple.
Dog Plum sighed helplessly. Until now, he couldn't believe that fellow disciples under the same Lingyuan sect master would turn against them.
Is Senior Sister telling the truth? Emo frowned in confusion. He had never wronged the senior disciple. Why would he act this way?
It's true. He accepted bribes, agreeing to help others obtain the golden formation and eliminate their rivals. And you were one of those rivals. If those two hadn't failed to obtain the golden formation and caused a scene at senior brother's cave residence, this matter wouldn't have come to light.
Emo's face flashed with surprise. Senior brother had taken money from 2 people simultaneously, yet there was only one golden formation? The guy really played dirty.
I never provoked senior brother, yet he treated me this way.
Alas.
Emo let out a long sigh, yet a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes.
Don't dwell on this matter. Such incidents will likely become commonplace. People will do anything for profit.
Dog Plum Blossom regained his serious demeanor.
Every disciple must complete a fixed number of tasks each year. Only by completing these tasks can you earn sect contributions.
As a third-tier disciple, you must undertake and finish 3 tasks annually.
Failure to do so will result in demotion and the revocation of your array.
Most critically, if you fail to claim a task within the stipulated timeframe, it will adversely affect your standing. The task hall can forcibly assign missions to disciples who refuse to take them.
Upon hearing this, Emo understood the Dog Plum Blossom's intent to prevent him from being exploited again by those with ulterior motives.
They feared that if something significant were to happen next time, someone might use him as an excuse to send him on a mission, causing him to miss crucial events.
This task can be completed gradually. One task can count as 4, requiring 2 people to accept it simultaneously. Due to the substantial workload, it can be submitted before the end of this year. Chapter 201, Collective Petition. If 2 people accept it together, each counts as completing 2 tasks.
Dog Plumflower said, sticking out her little tongue. I may not know how to refine them myself, but I know you do. You asked me for so many books before, you must have learned quite a bit by now. I'll gather materials and assist you, we'll refine the elixir together. No sooner had Dog Plum finished speaking than a cold snort echoed from behind. Yemo turned his head in confusion. Had he gotten himself into trouble again? Just as he was feeling a bit dazed, the other party revealed a sneer on their face, glancing at the quest they'd accepted. Ha ha ha. You two actually dare compete with us for a task? A man and a woman stepped forward, their robes bearing a round elixir emblem on the chest. It's common knowledge that alchemy tasks have always been under the control of the Pill Association. How dare you outsiders, mere disciples, try to take business away from us? One of the men snorted coldly, a look of contempt spreading across his face. He seemed to hold the two before him in utter contempt. Yemo's expression turned slightly peculiar. It was absurd that even taking on a simple task could involve clashing with someone else's interests. He hadn't done anything wrong, had he? What kind of constitution did he have, anyway? Why did trouble always seem to find him so easily? Hand over this mission to us right now. Do it quietly, and we'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, forget about ever tasting another pill crafted by our Pill Association for the rest of your lives. The man spoke with a sneer. The woman remained silent, only a cold smile playing on her lips as she regarded the two men before her. In his eyes, these two were fools, daring to compete with the Pill Association for business. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Virtually every pill within the inner sect was crafted by their alchemy guild. Not a single disciple dared cross them. Normally, only their people dared to take on such tasks. Yemo frowned. These people were actually trying to monopolize the market. All disciples who truly know alchemy are already in our alchemy guild. If you two can actually refine pills, you can take our test. If you pass, you can join our organization. If you fail, you'd better give up the idea of alchemy altogether. The sect's alchemy profits belong solely to us. You won't get a single cent. After speaking, the man reached out to take the task slip from their hands. Yemo promptly tucked the slip away and shot him a defiant look. Whether I have the strength to take this task is none of your concern. Mind your own business. Yemo waved dismissively as he began walking toward his cave entrance. Dog Plum made a face before immediately following suit. She rarely used pills and had little interaction with these people, so she was completely unaware of this unspoken rule. Fine. Just you wait. The man glared fiercely at the two of them, committing their faces to memory. He immediately began inquiring about the pair everywhere. It wasn't hard to uncover their identities, after all there was only one human in the entire sect. And the person beside him was none other than Dog Plum Blossom, the second senior sister under the Lingyuan sect leader. A worthless branch lineage like theirs wouldn't make the Pill sect think twice. If they had a saint son, saint daughter, or top prodigy, the Dan sect might have demanded some compensation, and the matter would have been settled. But they had nothing, just a bunch of good-for-nothings who dared to provoke them. Utterly audacious. Issue the order, all branches are forbidden from selling to their lineage. The Dan Association leader waved his hand lightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Their actions suited him perfectly. Seated beside him, a woman wore a faint smile of her own. Brother, now that you've caught them red-handed, please help me deal with them properly. Lu Duo addressed the man seated opposite her, who was also of the Lu clan. He was her own brother. I've looked into what happened last time when you and Ertzi were bullied. It really wasn't the right moment to intervene. Don't blame me, sis. You two were in the wrong. Losing a bet means accepting the consequences, that's only fair. But now we have a reason. Let's settle both old and new scores. Lu Duo's face lit up with a satisfied smile. The figure that kept flashing through her mind filled her with such hatred she longed to cut them down. Hello, I'm here to purchase some cultivation pills from your Pill Association. A disciple approached the pill sales counter at the Pill Association, resources in hand, smiling as he greeted the association member, his friend. The moment the other saw him, his expression froze, then his entire demeanor soured. He immediately pulled him out of the shop. Take your money and leave. We don't serve disciples from your faction here. What? The disciple who had come to buy pills stared blankly at his friend. Oh dear, someone from your faction offended our Pill Association. The boss specifically ordered that no one from your lineage is allowed in this shop. Anyone found here will be immediately expelled. So you'd better hurry back. I can't sell you anything either. My deepest apologies. Though he desperately wanted to sell the pills to his friend, there was nothing he could do. What's going on? Tell me everything. The Dan Association member sighed, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something. His eyes widened in disbelief, then turned to anger. That troublemaker. How dare he keep causing us trouble? The member's face twisted with fury as he planted his hands on his hips and stormed off. The next day in the lecture hall, word had already spread far and wide. All the disciples stood up and jointly presented their demands to the Lingyuan sect master. What are you all doing? The Lingyuan sect leader was puzzled.
He had never seen his seated disciples so united before. His expression darkened, for this unity was directed against their junior disciple. We demand you order our junior brother to apologize to the Pill Association members and seek their forgiveness. Otherwise, disciples of our lineage will be barred from purchasing any pills to aid our cultivation. After grasping the full situation, the Lingyuan sect leader slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet, his face flushed with fury as an aura of authority radiated from him. You disciples! Old who has taught you for so long, yet all you know how to do is bully your own. Others bully your junior disciple, and you force him to apologize? Whose side are you on? The Lingyuan sect leader, furious to the point of pain, pointed at the group of disciples and couldn't help but shout angrily. Chapter 202, Extreme Elixir. After being scolded, the disciples' faces betrayed a hint of fear. They seemed to sense the overwhelming pressure and fury radiating from the Lingyuan sect master. Yet some disciples simply couldn't suppress the rage boiling within them. For many of them possessed mediocre natural talent, relying heavily on elixirs to sustain their cultivation. If this path were cut off, it would effectively sever their cultivation journey. The wolf demon assessed the situation and a smile flickered across his face. This presented a golden opportunity to salvage his lost dignity. Master, many of our fellow disciples rely on elixirs for their cultivation. Offending the Elixir Association in this manner is truly an unwise choice. It would be better to make a compromise, letting the junior disciple endure a little hardship in exchange for our lineage continuing its cooperation with the Pill Association. At these words, many cast grateful glances toward the wolf demon. Lacking both strength and influence, they had previously kept silent, unable to speak up. Now that someone had stepped forward to speak for them, it was a perfect solution. He noticed subtle shifts in the expressions of several disciples. The Lingyuan sect master frowned. His eldest disciple was otherwise exemplary, but his ambition ran far too deep. Over the years, the man had secretly cultivated the loyalty of numerous disciples, and the patriarch remained uncertain of his true intentions. Master, there's no need to trouble yourself. It's merely a few pills. Yemo shook his head with a smile. These senior brothers clearly underestimated him. For a few pills, they were willing to act like lackeys for others, even ganging up to threaten him, their junior disciple. Yemo looked down on them from the bottom of his heart, but what could he do? Within the sect's hierarchy, they held higher seniority than him. You make it sound so simple, junior brother. Just a few pills? Can you even get them? I don't understand. Just focus on your cultivation, run your card room, that's what you should be doing. Why drag yourself into this mess? It's as if you actually know how to refine pills. Yemo raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Dog Plumflower couldn't sit still any longer and erupted into a tirade. Why are you making things so difficult for your junior brother, senior brother? Is our junior brother less important than those few pills? Or are you just such a narrow-minded person who enjoys kicking someone when they're down? Yemo cut off Dog Plum Blossom before he could continue, then simply rubbed his storage ring. These pills will be distributed among all senior brothers. In the future, if anyone needs specific pills, feel free to come to me to purchase them. I'll offer you all a reasonable discount. No sooner had Yemo finished speaking than his storage ring suddenly burst into a rainbow of light. Instantly, a vast number of pills flew out. They landed with remarkable precision in the hands of every disciple present. At first, the fellow disciples looked on with some disdain. But when they caught the potent fragrance emanating from the pills in their hands, astonishment spread across their faces. When they saw the 5 intricate patterns etched upon the pills, they were utterly stunned beyond words. This pill is of the highest quality. Holy crap! This single pill is worth at least 100 spirit jades. Our monthly resources are barely enough for that, and this single pill is worth 3 months' worth of our resources. And that's an understatement. You ignorant fools. This is a second-tier pill. 5 spirit patterns. Worth at least 400 spirit jades. A knowledgeable disciple immediately revealed its true worth. The 5 spirit patterns on a pill correspond to 5 quality tiers. 1 spirit pattern is barely passable, indicating ordinary quality. 2 spirit patterns signify excellent quality. 3 lines signify fine quality for lines top tier, and 5 lines represent the pinnacle. Each additional spirit pattern doubles both the price and the potency, but only up to the 4th pattern. The 5th pattern represents the pinnacle of alchemy, achievable only by the most masterful alchemists. The effects of a limit pill are a full 3 times greater than those of a top-tier pill. Extreme pills, which some alchemists struggle their entire lives to create, are as common as cabbages here. Everyone has one. Though the wolf demon had annoyed Yemo earlier, he treated everyone equally. This fellow also received a pill. The Spirit 8 Patriarch looked surprised. You crafted all these limit-grade pills? Yemo nodded without denial, a faint smile curling his lips. As you can see, I can effortlessly refine pills of this caliber. So if anyone needs pills for cultivation in the future, just come to me to purchase them. The best discount I can offer is selling these peak-grade pills at the price of 3 spirit pattern fine-grade pills, provided they're used solely for personal cultivation and not resold. Hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment.
That price conversion meant they were getting a whopping 70% discount.
Little junior brother is a true gentleman. What's this pill competition nonsense? I fully support little junior brother. Exactly.
We were out of line earlier.
Junior brother, you're so generous. Forgive our rudeness and give us such a great deal. We're ashamed. This is my first time seeing a limit-breaking pill. Heck, tonight I'm sleeping with this pill in my arms.
Don't act like you've never seen one across the entire demon race. Fewer than 3 alchemists can craft second-tier ultimate pills.
Junior brother's alchemical prowess is truly terrifying. Flattery poured in thick and fast. Emo let out a faint smile. As for the pill conference, I have my own plans. After buying my pills, remember to spread the word for me.
The wolf demon swiftly stowed the pills away, his face immediately lighting up with a bright smile. Being the opportunistic type who never gets up early without a reward, he now had his benefits secured, his problems solved, and a favor owed to him.
He might as well go with the flow.
The disciples departed in high spirits. Dog Plumflower's eyes sparkled as he hugged Emo and spun around in circles.
Little junior brother, you've given me so many surprises. Your alchemy talent is incredible.
The pills Dog Plum held in her hands filled an entire bottle, roughly 7 or 8 pills. These pills were worth nearly 2,000 spirit jades. Even the top prodigies might not be able to come up with that much money at once.
Emo chuckled softly.
The alchemy techniques taught by the system allowed him to freely control the quantity of pills produced.
If he needed large quantities of low-grade pills, he could rapidly produce hundreds in a single furnace.
For pills of peak quality, however, a single furnace could yield no more than 30 at most.
While he himself had no limit, the pills themselves had a limit. They simply couldn't be crammed any further inside. What? Peak quality pills? Bull. That's complete bull. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What gives that greenhorn the right?
How dare he concoct such top-tier pills? News of the ultimate pills reached the pill assembly, and everyone's initial reaction was disbelief.
But as the news spread further, shock and a look of facing a formidable enemy appeared on every face in the Alchemy Association. Chapter 203, The Bet.
The rumors outside are growing more intense.
It seems increasingly likely this could be true. But it's impossible no matter how you look at it. How could such a young alchemist possibly refine such terrifying pills? Even some of our senior elders in the Pill Association can't achieve that. What gives that new inner door disciple the right?
The upper echelons of the Alchemists Guild were now descending into panic. A cold smile played on the lips of the man seated at the head of the table.
A mere new initiate dares challenge my Alchemy Association?
His voice was not loud, but upon hearing his words, everyone immediately fell silent, their faces turning expectantly toward him. Ranked 8th on the genius list. A top-tier prodigy.
Ma Hongzong.
He was the sole prodigy among the elite whose alchemy skills reached extraordinary heights. Within the entire assembly, only 20 individuals possessed the skill to refine second-tier elixirs. The quality of their pills was barely passable.
Ma Hongzong's pills, however, reached the level of fine quality.
In truth, many prodigies cultivate friendly relations with him, seeking to obtain more cultivation pills from his hands. Spread the word immediately, all his pills are counterfeit. Prohibit any disciple from purchasing them.
If anyone dares to buy them, they are declaring war on our single sect. We will never sell them any pills again.
At this declaration, everyone exchanged glances before springing into immediate action. Simultaneously, deliver a formal challenge to him.
Demand a one-on-one alchemy duel.
Everyone stared at Ma Hongzong in surprise. Knowing full well that his alchemy skills surpassed theirs, why would he accept the challenge?
Why are you all staring at me like that? Don't you believe in me? Ma Hongzong snorted coldly before rising from his stool. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. They truly didn't believe him.
Look at this.
Ma Hongzong said as he placed a pill on the table. As everyone looked over, astonishment flashed across their faces.
This is a third-tier pill.
Holy crap, a third-grade pill. Could this be something the boss personally refined? Deep shock etched itself upon every face.
Third-tier pills were elixirs capable of dramatically boosting cultivation levels when consumed by Divine Master Realm experts.
Even a top-tier second-tier pill couldn't compare to an ordinary third-tier one.
The refining techniques and quantity of herbs required were utterly terrifying. They were on an entirely different level. For a moment, confident smiles spread across everyone's faces.
So what if the kid could refine a peak-tier pill?
At best, it would only be a second-tier pill.
They, on the other hand, could refine third-tier pills.
The elders would have to beg them for purchases in the future. Every face beamed with radiant smiles.
Currently, my success rate for this pill is only 1 in 10.
I'll compete with him over 10 batches.
If I can refine even one, we win. Ma Hongzong's confident words left everyone stunned once more.
Those who could successfully refine second-tier pills at a 10% success rate were already considered influential figures within the Pill Association. Who would have thought the boss could achieve a 10% success rate with third-tier pills? Cheers erupted throughout the venue.
The tactical orders were swiftly delivered to Emo. At that very moment, his face bore an expression of calm composure as he submitted the previous task of 1,000 pills under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He refined all these pills by himself, without even Dog Plum Blossom lifting a finger. Emo accepted the challenge letter and opened it immediately. A line of golden text appeared in midair. Everyone saw it clearly, and the onlookers couldn't help but buzz with discussion. We've long heard rumors of his ability to refine ultimate pills. Now that he's accepted this challenge, doesn't that mean we'll witness the emergence of an ultimate pill ourselves? I absolutely must secure a seat for that battle. Witnessing a duel between masters will surely be immensely beneficial. Our guild leader is eagerly anticipating this duel with you. We hope you bring your best. This member was utterly arrogant. He believed his side already held the upper hand. After all, they could refine third-tier elixirs. Emo was about to refuse. He had too many other matters to attend to, leaving him no time for this. But then, the system's voice sounded in his mind at the most inopportune moment. Quest triggered, accept the challenge and defeat Mahunzone, the Dan Association's leader. Reward, all 4th tier and 5th tier pill formulas and refinement techniques. Yemo's heart skipped a beat. This reward was incredibly tempting to him. Formulas for refining 4th and 5th tier pills. He'd asked countless people but never found them. It wasn't that they didn't exist, but rather that he had no access to the pills consumed by the world's elite. The only way he could obtain these formulas was likely through the system. Emo took a deep breath, then a confident smile spread across his face. It's a deal. Don't chicken out when the time comes. Emo snorted coldly and reached out to take the challenge letter. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Pill Association, they would face off. The news instantly sent ripples through the crowd, swiftly reaching the ears of the sect disciples. Expectation lit up every face. One was a rising alchemy prodigy, the other a seasoned top-tier alchemy master. The clash of their ultimate skills would undoubtedly offer invaluable lessons to countless disciples. Emo, however, spent these 3 days without practicing or doing anything else. He remained calm and composed, continuously selling his elixirs. Many disciples sought him out to purchase pills. Though some couldn't afford the 5-element pattern pills, Emo still offered a large selection of ordinary, excellent, and fine-grade pills. His prices were lower than those at the, yet his quality surpassed theirs. While many disciples feared the Pill Association, those ranked within the top 50 of the genius list paid them no mind. Numerous individuals sought Emo for pills of the highest possible quality. To cultivate these valuable connections and friendships, Emo offered them a flat 50% discount. Paying a fraction of the cost while obtaining peak-grade pills naturally delighted them immensely. You are quite impressive. Nyo Lanchan, ranked 4th, wore a simple, honest smile. He had thought his money would only buy 1 pill, yet now he had acquired 2. I owe you 1. I'll take care of your matter. Emo was utterly baffled by this statement. What matter of his needed sorting out? Could it be that he needed him to talk to the Pill Association about abandoning the wager? He shook his head, about to refuse, but the other person had already vanished. Yemo's mouth twitched a few times before he sighed helplessly. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Emo arrived outside the Pill Association headquarters. Chapter 204, The Terrifying Dan Formation Rate. Dan Association members were on high alert, their faces flushed with anger. Over the past few days, this rival had stolen a significant portion of their business. Many disciples had secretly sought him out to buy pills, causing their sales to plummet significantly. Not only were the prices cheaper than theirs, but the Dan Association's threats now seemed utterly meaningless. With a who offered both cheaper and more effective flooding the market, they no longer needed to rely on me for their supplies. Emo strode past the group without a glance, his stride purposeful and confident. To ensure this event gained widespread attention, the Pill Association had invited numerous spectators to witness the contest. A full tenth of the inner sect disciples watched with bated breath as the two figures stood on the stage, setting up enormous alchemy furnaces before them. Today, I challenge you to a duel. Why not add a wager? If I win this alchemy contest, you must never brew pills again. If you win, the same applies to me. Dare you take my bet? Ma Hungzone's tone dripped with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Emo merely smiled. If you're looking for death, I'd be happy to teach you a lesson. Whoever loses must seal their furnace and never refine pills again. This brutal wager sent a wave of excitement rippling through the crowd. Their purpose was clear, to make a name for themselves. Ma Hungzone wore a confident smile. Before arriving, he'd deliberately consumed a potion that elevated his fire control and pill refinement abilities to a new level. Now, out of 10 batches of pills, he could reliably refine at least 2 when they were third-tier pills. He certainly had every reason to be arrogant and confident. Emo merely gave him a quiet glance before turning to walk toward his own alchemy furnace. Several elders were seated on the viewing platform observing the proceedings. They had received word that Ma Hungzone could now refine third-tier pills. As divine masters, these elders normally had to purchase their required pills from outside sources. Witnessing the creation of a third-grade pill firsthand would mean they wouldn't have to go through the trouble of purchasing them from outside sources in the future. Yemo snapped his fingers lightly. With the referee's signal, the duel commenced. Ma Hongzong pursued victory through steady precision. He prepared only one batch of pills. After adding the herbs in precise proportions, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He began refining the pills using specific techniques and methods. Yemo picked his nose as he quietly observed his opponent's performance, but soon couldn't help raising an eyebrow, a smile spreading across his face. "You're refining a third-tier pill?" Ma Hongzong ignored him. The fact that his opponent could recognize it meant he had some understanding. But ultimately, he was still no match for him. Hearing his words, the entire audience couldn't help but gasp in shock before erupting into a frenzy. This was a third-tier pill of considerable value. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting its completion. Several minutes passed in the blink of an eye. With a muffled thud, thick black smoke billowed from the furnace. 3 jet-black pills rolled out, shattering into fragments upon hitting the ground. Yemo merely glanced at the debris and immediately understood what the other had been lacking. The yang energy in your elixir is too strong, while the yin energy is far too weak to counterbalance it. You should add some yin herbs to balance it out and improve your success rate. Hearing this, Ma Hongzong rolled his eyes, unable to hide his contemptuous gaze. Do you even know how to refine pills? The formula can't be altered casually, don't you know that? He then proceeded to begin his own alchemy process. Yemo remained motionless, merely observing the other's process. Ma Hongzong noticed his gaze. "You're not trying to steal my techniques, are you? Too bad my third-tier pills aren't something you can learn just by glancing a few times." Yemo merely gave a cold laugh, saying nothing. Soon, the second batch of pills also emitted billowing black smoke, another failure. It wasn't until the fourth batch that Ma Hongzong finally succeeded in refining 3 ordinary quality third-tier pills. A wave of intense excitement swept through every seat in the audience. Even the elders couldn't help but rise to their feet, their eyes gleaming with profound excitement. They used to have to wait a week or even a month to purchase a single batch of pills. Now, being able to obtain their cultivation resources directly from the sect was simply the best possible outcome. See? This is the gap between us. What good are your second-tier pills, no matter how well crafted? Can you refine third-tier pills? Ma Hongzong, convinced of his impending victory, wore a look of utter arrogance. Yemo waved his hand lightly. With formidable soul power, he manipulated 10 alchemy furnaces. Under everyone's gaze, he flicked his fingers lightly. A torrent of herbs surged from his storage ring into the furnaces. Does this guy even know how to refine pills? How could he possibly manage to place so many herbs at once and control so many furnaces simultaneously? What a waste! Absolute waste! All those herbs he's using are third grade. Good heavens, it's killing me to watch. If he fails to refine them, that means all 10 cauldrons of pills will be completely ruined. A chorus of disbelief and curses erupted across the field. Not a single soul believed he could simultaneously refine so many pills. Most crucially, he was using several times more herbs than any other alchemist. Yemo ignored the mockery and began his alchemy process. Guided by the memories in his mind, he gradually adjusted his techniques in flame intensity. He drastically shortened the refinement time, shaping the pills at lightning speed. Not even a quarter of an hour passed. With a light snap of his fingers, 10 batches of pills simultaneously landed on the ground. He opened each batch one by one, while the judges swiftly gathered around, ready to record his results. But upon seeing the pills inside the furnace, the pen in the judge's hand dropped to the floor. His face was frozen in utter shock, his mouth gaping wide. This, you. He was utterly speechless, staring in disbelief at the pills before him. Each furnace contained at least 10 third-grade elixirs. Those with keen eyes also caught sight of the furnace's contents, each wearing expressions of profound shock. The absence of black smoke proved his alchemy had succeeded. Crucially, successfully refining 10 batches of third-tier pills in one go was an achievement likely unmatched by anyone in the entire demon race. His pill formation rate was practically 100%, and his pill yield was terrifyingly high. Chapter 205, Honoring the Bet. The elders who had come to observe exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Yet, their eyes betrayed an underlying thrill. That our sect now boasts these 2 talents, both capable of refining third-tier pills. This is a great blessing for all the elders of the sect. Especially Yemo. This fellow's mastery over the alchemy furnace has reached such a terrifying level. He managed to refine 10 cauldrons simultaneously, and crucially, every single one succeeded. These weren't some trivial first or second tier trinkets, they were third tier elixirs consumed by divine master realm powerhouses. Such alchemical talent is truly unparalleled, a top tier genius the likes of which hasn't been seen in centuries. F5 spiritual patterns. The person responsible for recording the pills was utterly dumbfounded, stammering the words with a sense of profound disbelief. Ma Hongzong, standing closest, was the first to hear the words. He couldn't even be bothered to control his own furnace anymore. He let go and rushed over, throwing caution to the wind as he leaned over the alchemy furnace. After scanning the furnace with an intensely aggressive gaze, he froze solid on the spot. Sure enough, just as he had claimed, the furnace contained over 10 third-grade pills bearing 5 spiritual patterns. Impossible. Ma Hongzong's voice cracked with disbelief before he toppled backward, collapsing unconscious. Members of the Alchemy Association rushed onto the stage, carrying their leader away. Under the referee's signal, Yemo was declared the winner of this round. Honorable elders, my current cultivation level is insufficient to consume and refine these pills. Therefore, I offer them to you as a gift, hoping they may swiftly enhance your strength. As Yemo spoke, he waved his hand, sending the 4 batches of pills flying out. He distributed them among the 4 elders present. Each elder's face flushed crimson with excitement as they hurriedly produced small porcelain bottles to store the pills. You little rascal! If anyone ever bullies you in the future, come straight to me. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, I'll beat them to a pulp. From now on, any disciple under my tutelage who encounters Erdwa must address him as senior brother Erdwa. The patriarch's lineage has gained an excellent disciple. The elders grinned from ear to ear. Such terrifying third-tier pills were beyond the reach of even the demon clans. Not even the 4 great empires could muster 10 of them. With so many pills in their hands, many felt more confident about breaking through to the divine sovereign realm. For a moment, every one of them harbored the same thought, to recruit this human youth into their own sect. He had only 4 more batches of pills left. As for the remaining 6, their ultimate destination was obvious. Senior Sister Go, please deliver these bottles of pills to Master for me. I have matters to attend to back at the sect. Dogplum took the pills from his hand, a puzzled look crossing her face. Junior brother, wouldn't it be awkward for me to deliver such a heavy gift? You should take it to our master yourself. Yemo shook his head. He had no time to waste here. Having just rewarded her with 4th and 5th tier pill formulas, he intended to use his strength points to max them out immediately. After bidding farewell to his senior sister, he promptly returned to seclusion, emerging only 3 days later. He had mastered the methods for refining 4th and 5th tier pills, and his cultivation realm had simultaneously broken through. He discovered that while he couldn't consume 3rd tier pills directly, diluting them in water yielded effects significantly stronger than 2nd tier pills. A single pill could yield roughly 200 liters of medicinal liquid, far surpassing the efficacy of 2nd tier 5 spirit pattern pills. Immediately after breaking through to the 5th heavenly layer, Emo sensed something amiss. A new force seemed to have emerged within him. This force had existed within him before, but it had been faint. After breaking through to the 5th heavenly realm, it began to coalesce into a pink liquid within his body. It now flowed rhythmically through his veins. He could feel his very blood being slowly transformed by it. Emo didn't give it much thought. As soon as he opened the door and stepped outside, he saw a group of people chatting and laughing at his doorstep. They seemed to have been waiting there for quite some time. Some had even brought bedding. The moment they spotted him emerge, they instantly dropped whatever they were doing and swarmed around him all at once. Senior brother Erdwa. I'm here to beg for medicine. I've brought ample research this time. You must supply me first. Who does he think he is? Brother Erdwa, look at me. I've prepared these tonics for you, and these gifts are all for you too. Please sell me a batch of pills first. A scuffle erupted as the crowd scrambled to be the first to reach him. Each of them argued fiercely, faces flushed red. They had all come thoroughly prepared, determined to secure the elixirs today. Many had reached their cultivation bottlenecks. Breaking through required vast resources far less practical than simply swallowing a single pill. Stop! Yemo raised his hand and roared, instantly silencing the chaos. Every pair of eyes fixed on him, burning with intensity. Everyone, if you need elixirs, you can purchase them directly at the restaurant I own. They carry a wide variety of elixirs for sale. Funds in your restaurant cards can still be used to purchase pills, but the promotion where you get 500 gold coins for every 100 gold coins topped up is now discontinued. Yemo shrugged his shoulders and said no more. Instead, he walked toward his shop under everyone's gaze. Take note, everyone. Every day, I will stock 100 second tier, 5 pattern spirit pills here. Each is priced at 350 gold coins cheaper than the market rate and of significantly higher quality. As far as I know, a standard 1 pattern second tier pill already costs 400 gold coins. This discount is a benefit for all of you, and I also hope that if I ever encounter difficulties in the future, you'll lend a hand. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly patted their chests in assurance, fearing they might arrive too late to secure the pills. If any of the top 100 on the Celestial Pride list require pills, you may discuss details directly with my shopkeeper. Yemo was well aware of the power that connections could bring. He was naturally willing to offer greater discounts and more pills to those high-ranking powerhouses. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. Hold on! Everyone was startled by the resonant voice, hastily stepping aside with puzzled expressions. Upon seeing the figure, their expressions grew even more peculiar, as if awaiting something. Ma Hongzong, his eyes bloodshot and hair wildly disheveled, pushed his way through the crowd. He fixed Yemo, standing at the front, with an expression that defied description. Do you still remember the wager we made that day? Ma Hongzong's voice was hoarse, his spirit utterly broken. He had sworn an oath to the other party back then that after this loss, he would abandon alchemy forever. Chapter 206, The Sect Leader Enters Seclusion. Before Emo could fully register the moment, the man stood trembling before him.
From this day forward, I shall honor our agreement and cease alchemy. Yet this alchemy assembly cannot go a single day without a leader. After much consideration, you are the only one within the inner sect who is truly fit to serve as the head of this alchemy assembly. No sooner had Ma Hongzong finished speaking than two figures clad in alchemist robes rushed over. One of them was none other than Lu Duo.
Brother! You can't do this. The Alchemy Society is your life's work. Lu Duo's eyes were brimming with tears.
If she hadn't pestered her brother relentlessly to help her seek revenge, he would never have ended up in this predicament.
This is entirely my own decision. It has nothing to do with you.
A deep resolve flashed in Ma Hongzong's eyes. He was a man of his word, and he would never sacrifice his dignity over such a trivial matter.
This is the emblem of the Pill Association's leader. From this day forward, you are the new leader.
You must manage this organization well and continue supplying the sect with ample medicinal pills. From this day forward, I shall cease alchemy. After speaking, Ma Hongzong sighed deeply, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. He pulled out his alchemy furnace in front of everyone and raised his hand to smash it to pieces. Emo reached out to stop him, a faint smile playing on his lips.
You're quite the gentleman, accepting defeat gracefully.
But doing this would put me in an awkward position.
Emo shook his head as he spoke, gently pressing Ma Hongzong's hand back. I'm not one to take what belongs to others.
I can see your passion for alchemy and your remarkable talent. If you were to give up now and never practice alchemy again, it would be a loss for the art itself. Ma Hongzong stared blankly at the man who had defeated him, his face etched with disbelief.
Surely, shouldn't he be kicking them while they were down, mocking them openly?
He had braced himself for humiliation before coming to the scene. The others around them couldn't help but nod in agreement, their faces showing a hint of admiration.
Emo's stature in their eyes grew immensely.
From now on, you may continue as the head of the Alchemists Association.
I won't interfere in your affairs.
I simply don't have the time to refine so many pills myself. If your association can shoulder much of the burden for the sect, I'd be more than happy to let you do so. Henceforth, I'll only supply pills to those I have a good relationship with or those on the genius rankings. This inn will also sell 100 pills daily. Whether others can snatch them up depends entirely on your own skills. After Emo finished speaking, everyone immediately swarmed toward the counter, scrambling to hand over their money.
Fearing they might miss out on the elixirs they desired, Ma Hongzong remained frozen in place, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. Just as Emo was about to leave, a piercing bellow suddenly echoed from the distance.
A man clad in tattered, golden robes appeared. He was being held aloft like a small chicken.
He was flung violently right in front of Emo.
Niu Lanshan poked his own nose, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for this guy going into seclusion, I would have caught him long ago. I brought him here specifically to apologize to you.
Remember when I said I'd repay your favor? Emo seemed to recall something, nodding with a faint smile.
So this was the favor he'd promised to settle for him. The Golden Shadow Cicada, a divine realm 8th heaven cultivator, now lay on the ground limp as a dead dog, slumped like a pile of mud.
Emo walked over, crouched down, and gave his face a pat. So? My card room's doing pretty well inside the inner sect, huh? Business booming lately? Ji Ningchan burst into tears.
Bro, if you just told me you knew this jerk, I'd never have dared to mess with your turf. On the way here, he'd been beaten to a pulp. The enemy had been lying in wait outside his secluded cave. The moment he emerged, having made a tiny bit of progress, before he could even feel excited, he was beaten to a pulp. Even a single rank on the Celestial Pride list meant a significant gap in strength. How much more so for those separated by hundreds of ranks like them? He was beaten so badly he couldn't even fight back. If he hadn't begged for mercy fast enough, his limbs would have been beaten to pieces.
I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have coveted your influence.
I'll return the card room to you right now, and I'll give you every penny of the profits made during this period.
Hearing this, Emo couldn't help but burst out laughing. How could this guy be such a coward? I was actually planning to come find trouble with you myself. But now, it's all good. Someone else has already taken care of you. It's good that you know you're wrong. Emo had long since stopped caring about the card room.
That thing didn't even make as much in a month as his restaurant did in a single day. Merging the two businesses could actually be a good move.
After handling matters here, Emo headed to the lecture hall.
His fellow disciples had been waiting there for quite some time. As soon as they saw him approaching, their faces lit up with excited smiles.
Ah! Little junior brother. You finally made it. We heard you defeated Ma Hongzong in the alchemy competition. Congratulations.
Junior brother, from now on, you're the top alchemist in the inner sect.
Everyone wore bright smiles as they rushed over to fawn over Emo. He didn't find anything odd about this. Aren't humans just that kind of creature?
The moment someone holds no advantage over them, they wail and moan. But the instant that person can bring them significant benefits, they instantly switch their tune, turning into nothing but sycophants. Yemo had long seen through the true colors of these fellow disciples. Though he couldn't be bothered to engage them, he responded with a polite smile. Soon, most of the senior disciples began seeking him out to purchase pills. Yemo, naturally, didn't hold back and sold them all. Every senior disciple's face beamed with delight. For Yemo, crafting hundreds even thousands of these pills took barely a quarter of an hour. He felt no regret whatsoever, and would have gladly given them away for free. It was a small favor worth granting. Just as everyone waited for the sect master's arrival, Sister Dog entered with a smile. Today, everyone is free to exchange ideas as they wish. The master has entered seclusion. After Sister Dog Plum finished speaking, many disciples promptly rose and hurried toward their respective caves, eager to return to their cultivation. Chapter 207, Coincidence. Little junior brother, we owe this to you. Master was thrilled upon seeing those pills. After this seclusion, he might very well break through to the divine sovereign realm. When that happens, he'll step down from leading the sect and become the supreme elder presiding over the clan. Dog Plumflower leaned closer to Yemo as he spoke. This is all Master's own destiny. I merely assisted from the sidelines. Yemo remained humble, his tone utterly unassuming. Dog Plum Blossom chuckled, about to say something, but noticing the crowd around them, she silently closed her mouth. Senior sister, did you have something to say? Yemo sensed her unspoken meaning. The two stepped outside the main hall. Master's meaning this time is quite clear. There's a task only you can accomplish. Yemo couldn't help but frown. A task only he could complete. What did that mean? Here is the letter from the master. You should read it yourself. Yemo reached out, slowly unfolding the letter. As he scanned the contents, his expression turned startled. The letter's message was concise and to the point. The human empire's top alchemist had fled, and no one knew his whereabouts. Rumor had it he'd defected to the demon clan. Everyone was urged to remain vigilant. His master was essentially telling him to take the blame for everything. Master must be joking. The human empire lost a woman. How can I, a man, take her place? Yemo voiced his frustration helplessly. Don't all humans look alike? What's stopping you from taking her place? To the demon race, human faces were indistinguishable, much like how foreigners struggle to tell Chinese people apart. Yemo couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead. Dog Plumflower made a playful face before turning and walking away. It must be said that the Spirit A Patriarch had thought things through thoroughly. He had mentioned to the other party back then that he was very eager to see what the human empire looked like. It seemed the master had truly taken those words to heart. He'd even prepared the token for descending the mountain. Didn't the old man fear I might never return after leaving? Yemo sighed helplessly, then began his descent. Yet within his heart, a faint longing had also taken root. He didn't necessarily have to take that person's place. Perhaps simply returning to the human realm with those from the human empire would suffice. Rumor had it that the human empire had already dispatched disciples to this region in search of that top-tier alchemist prodigy. After descending the mountain, Yemo located a demon clan city nearby. He planned to use it as a staging point before heading toward the demon clan's imperial capital. He concealed his human identity beneath a cloak and cape as he slipped inside. A wave of aroma gradually drifted toward him. Yemo felt a sudden pang of hunger and headed toward an inn. This lady is sharp as a tack. How could I possibly get caught by this bunch? Beneath another black cloak, a pair of large, watery eyes scanned the surroundings. She wore a scarf around her neck, concealing her stunning features except for the skin around her eyes. Even from those large, watery eyes and delicate skin, it was clear she was an absolute beauty. Gurgle. A peculiar sound emanated from her stomach, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. That inn over there looks like it serves decent food. If only my physical training level weren't so low, I wouldn't get hungry this fast. The girl pouted, a hint of defiance flashing across her face before she stepped inside the inn. Outside the demon clan city, a group of humans held a peculiar token in their hands. A faint blue flame flickered upon it, guiding their path. Each possessed extraordinary prowess, standing atop flying swords with an imposing, majestic air. Each bore the appearance of immortals soaring through clouds and mist. They scoured the area, asking if anyone had seen a human girl. In demon territory, a human girl's appearance should be easily detected. We absolutely cannot let the holy maiden escape. She is destined to replace us among the elite prodigies of the upper echelons, the very wife chosen by the holy son of the supreme sect. If she gets away, we'll never answer for it. Exchanging glances, they swiftly searched the vicinity before deciding to enter the city. Alright, let's just order these dishes for now. After Yemo spoke, the waiter hurried off to fetch the dishes. While waiting for the food, he sipped lightly from the tea before him. Suddenly, another figure clad in black robes squeezed into the space. Yemo's spiritual senses were exceptionally keen. He instantly detected that this person bore none of the physical traits typical of demonic beings: no tails or pointed ears. Instead, it was a human through and through. Holy, how the hell did I run into this? Yemo couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
He watched as the girl sat down at a table and began calling for the waiter to take her order. Before long, both their meals were served. Yemo was shoveling food into his mouth in huge bites. The girl was also wolfing down her food, completely disregarding any manners. She was undeniably pretty, but she looked like a starving ghost reincarnated. That was Yemo's assessment of her. After a long while, he was full and satisfied. He rubbed his belly contentedly before calling the waiter over to settle the bill. Unlike her, the girl seemed far from full despite the mountain of food before them. She continued ordering dishes. Crayon Shin-chan. Yemo glanced at the girl's delicate, porcelain-like face and couldn't help but smile. Her plump cheeks seemed to speak volumes about how much food was stuffed inside. Finally, after what felt like another eternity, the girl finished her meal. She patted her belly, stood up, and prepared to leave. "Hey, miss, you haven't settled your bill yet." The waiter rushed over to stop her as soon as she moved to leave. "Oh, I forgot." She began rummaging through her belongings, but no matter how she searched, she couldn't find her storage pouch. Just as he was feeling a bit surprised, the waiter beside him had already grown impatient. "You didn't come here just to eat for free, did you?" The waiter's tone was unfriendly, as if he might call someone to restrain her at any moment. "I just forgot it this time." "Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you next time." The girl flashed an embarrassed smile and started to head for the door. The waiter snorted coldly, clapped his hands, and several burly men immediately emerged from the kitchen. "This little brat ate without paying." The others glared at the girl with fury. A middle-aged man holding a fan emerged from behind the counter. Just as he was about to speak, Yemo cut him off. "Innkeeper, how much is it? Is it really worth this fuss?" The shopkeeper immediately bowed and scraped his way over to him. "Sir, we sincerely apologize. This will never happen again and won't affect your dining experience. We'll take her away immediately." Chapter 208, Spoiled and Willful. As the group prepared to lay hands on the girl, Yemo let out a cold snort. "Is this how your establishment treats its guests? How utterly arrogant." The shopkeeper frowned but said nothing. After all, the customer was spending money in his establishment and he was a customer, no less. "We can't do anything about this girl eating without paying. It's a small business, we can't extend credit. Please understand, sir." The shopkeeper continued giving orders to his men as he spoke. Yemo slowly slammed a bag of gold coins onto the table. "I'll cover her bill. Try lifting a finger and see what happens." His voice reached the shopkeeper's ears, and the shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly. To the proprietor, as long as the money was paid, it made no difference who settled the bill. He scurried over to count the coins, then returned to his counter as the burly men retreated to the kitchen. "How could you come out to eat without carrying any money? Here, take this." Yemo tossed a storage pouch containing 100 gold coins as he spoke. The girl's eyes lit up slightly. He didn't want any connection with this girl, to avoid getting entangled in troublesome affairs. As long as he stayed close to her, the human empire would eventually find him and bring him back. He could also sneak off to the human empire to scout the situation. Just as Yemo was marveling at how flawless his plan seemed, the girl had approached him unnoticed. Yemo sipped his tea while pondering what he should do upon returning to the human empire. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a pair of chopsticks reaching into his plate of leftovers. The girl appeared as though she hadn't eaten her fill yet, continuing to pick at her food. It seemed as though they were quite familiar with each other. "Miss, this isn't quite right, is it? Didn't I give you money? Why not order for yourself? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" The girl paid him no mind whatsoever, continuing to pick at her food. Yemo sighed helplessly, stood up, and prepared to leave, intending to find a hidden spot to keep an eye on this fellow. The instant he rose, the girl moved like lightning, swiftly grabbing his sleeve. "Those people should thank you. If it weren't for you paying my bill, they'd likely be dead by my sword." The girl mumbled indistinctly. Yemo couldn't help but frown at her words. "You were in the wrong to begin with. How could you possibly have the nerve to strike someone? That sort of thing is unacceptable." The girl replied nonchalantly. "They were about to attack me. I couldn't just let them lay a hand on me, could I?" Yemo finally grasped the girl's stubborn, even irritating nature. He said nothing more, instead pulling the other away, grabbing his own sleeve, and turning to leave. "Hey, at least tell me your name. Meeting a human in this foreign land feels like a rare stroke of fate." Yemo paused after taking a few steps, turning back to look at her with a puzzled expression. He had clearly concealed his identity. How had she recognized him? Could it be that her soul power was exceptionally strong too? "You really need to watch how you speak. What kind of demon would call someone miss?" Seeming to notice the other's confusion, the girl spoke up to explain. Yemo couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead. He hadn't expected his identity to be revealed in such a way. "You should head back soon. Don't make your family worry." The girl pouted at his words. "You're just as annoying as those old geezers." "Grr." She stuck out her tongue. "You're not one of them, so why won't you help me escape?" Yemo suddenly found himself intrigued again. "Why do you want to run away? Have they been treating you badly? If they treated her well, it wouldn't have shaped her into such a spoiled, willful child. They must have pampered her all along. Oomph. What good is that? In the end, they'll still use me as a pawn in a political marriage. The girl pouted, her face clouded with displeasure. It was like some melodramatic plot straight out of a novel. Yemo couldn't help but curl her lips, but she didn't say much. She just nodded quietly. So you ran away to escape the marriage? The girl nodded. What kind of physical defect does that young master you were betrothed to have? The girl shook her head. Nothing. Then is he some depraved villain who commits every conceivable evil, cultivating dark arts? The girl shook her head again, this time without speaking. She seemed to realize her elopement lacked justification, yet her rebellious nature was ingrained. So why run away from a perfectly decent young gentleman from a good family who would likely treat you well? Yemo was momentarily speechless. Why did this girl feel like she'd traveled through time just like him? Her worldview was twisted to an almost bizarre degree. It was like those naive, airhead girls who watched all those melodramatic soap operas on Blue Star without a shred of critical thinking. They always believed they were the protagonists of their own lives, convinced they were the masters of their own destinies. Then they refused to follow anyone else's advice, acting solely on their own whims. Such people were utterly brainless. Yemo instantly lost all goodwill toward this delicate, porcelain-skinned girl before him. For a moment, the girl seemed to realize her mistake. After being guided into reflection by those words, she truly understood how unfair she had been to others. No, I can't go back. At least not with them. The girl murmured softly, while Yemo also fell into deep thought. Then he shook his head, dismissing her words entirely. Without another word, he turned and walked away. He had intended to help her, but her attitude left him no choice. He decided to let things take their course, figuring he could find his own way back to the human realm. Yemo took a deep breath and walked into an alley near the inn, his gaze fixed intently on the area. Yemo slowly clenched the token in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. Soon, a ragged, elderly man approached him. Your humble servant greets the inner sect master. Yemo briefly summoned the leader of the hidden beggars sect faction within the city. Spread the word that the human girl sought by the human empire is within these city walls. After Yemo gave his orders, the man respectfully acknowledged the command and withdrew. Within half an hour, strange occurrences began to unfold throughout the city. Chapter 209, Farewell, Boxjor. For instance, children's nursery rhymes suddenly transformed into peculiar verses about searching for someone. A keen ear could discern the hidden meaning within. Meanwhile, rumors spread rapidly through the taverns that the human empire was searching for a young woman within these very walls. Yema remained quietly hidden in the shadows. Soon, he spotted a group of people entering the city to inquire about matters. They too were clad in black robes. Isn't this going a bit too smoothly? Why can we get information about the Holy Maiden just by asking around casually? The group was baffled, wandering aimlessly around before returning. Well, what I heard matches what you found. Just ask anyone, and they know the Holy Maiden's location. They exchanged glances, sensing something was off, but with their mission at stake, they had no choice but to proceed. They set off in the direction indicated by the information they'd gathered. The girl was staying at an inn. Soon, a group of black-robed figures surrounded the inn. Yemo waited quietly outside. Suddenly, a window in one of the rooms shattered violently. The girl, standing on a flying sword, attempted to escape through the opening. The men outside reacted swiftly, leaping forward to pin her down. Yemo's eyes sparkled. This was the first time he'd witnessed the dazzling spectacle of someone standing on a flying sword. The fluid sequence of actions was nothing short of breathtakingly cool. Yemo couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with longing. Could he become such a formidable cultivator himself one day? The girl was now completely unable to resist. Watching their actions, Yemo sensed something was off. Though their blows weren't exceptionally brutal, they were vicious nonetheless. Every strike targeted her vital points. It seemed as though they intended to kill the girl. Yemo couldn't help but frown, unsure whether to intervene. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd done something wrong. The girl struggled relentlessly, her eyes brimming with tears. Quest triggered. Help the girl escape. Escort her safely back to Swordgate Mountain. Upon completion, receive a random high-grade Saint-Tier cultivation technique as a reward. Yemo's eyes lit up and a bright smile spread across his face. Great, great, great. The reward is incredibly generous. He hadn't planned to meddle in the girl's affairs, but now that the system had spoken, he was more than willing to oblige. Getting paid for a job was only fair. Yemo licked his lips, a hint of eagerness flickering in his eyes. With a final burst of speed, he charged forward, violently shoving aside several black-robed figures. Their physical strength wasn't particularly formidable, and he shoved them aside with ease. Then, Yemo hoisted the girl onto his shoulders and vanished swiftly into the alley. Damn it! Quick, chase him! Just as the others prepared to mount their flying swords and take off, they immediately sensed a powerful aura locking onto them. All magical arts are forbidden within the city walls. A commanding voice flashed through their minds. With no choice, the black-robed figures landed on the ground. This was demon territory, and they dared not act recklessly. They then quickened their pace to pursue, but their physical strength was far too feeble to keep up with Yemo. After running for a long time, Yemo confirmed no pursuers were close before stopping in a corner and setting the girl down on the ground. "It's you? Why did you save me?" The girl looked at Yemo with confusion. Just moments ago, he had seemed utterly disgusted by her. Why was he suddenly helping her now? "I'll help you escape. You take me to the human empire." The girl frowned briefly but quickly nodded in agreement. Yemo's face lit up with delight. "Those men earlier didn't seem to have a good relationship with you. They were particularly rough when they captured you. Didn't you say they treated you well?" Yemo couldn't help but feel a touch of confusion. "Those weren't from our sect. They don't serve our sect. Our sect has likely dispatched many to search for me, while also recruiting numerous individuals from the martial world. Those men were likely sent by my younger sister. Only someone from the Lin family could have tracked my aura so precisely. My name is Lin Weishue. What's yours?" "Yemo." Yemo finally revealed his true name to the humans. "So you're saying your sister tried to harm you?" Lin Weishue frowned and nodded. "While I don't care for that young master, my sister is quite taken with him. The clan and sect arranged for me, the eldest daughter, to enter into a marriage alliance. Naturally, my sister is deeply unhappy about it. Her only chance to rise in status is to eliminate me. If it weren't for these people relentlessly pursuing us, I wouldn't have fled all the way to the demon clan. If I return with them, there's an 80% chance I'll be left with nothing but bones." A look of anguish flashed across the girl's face. He hadn't imagined his sister capable of such a thing. "I see." Yemo finally understood why she'd been hiding from those pursuers, and he grasped the meaning behind the system's mission. Under normal circumstances, if you found this girl, you'd escort her back safely. But now, with the added identity of a sister and a motive for the crime, his journey back would be anything but ordinary. Within the demon clan's territory, at least, they wouldn't face major issues. After all, human magic was strictly forbidden within demon cities, forcing them to rely solely on physical strength for movement. Minor disruptions might be overlooked by city lords, but major damage would cause an uproar. Yemo located a nearby teleportation array and spent some gold coins to transport them directly to the demon clan's imperial capital. Only here existed a super-large formation capable of reaching the direction of the human empire. After some inquiries, the two discovered that to leave the demon race and travel to other races, they must possess various trade permits and a series of qualification certificates. These documents function like passports and travel permits. Without them, boarding was strictly prohibited. Yemo pondered briefly before devising a brilliant solution. Using his token, he swiftly entered the imperial palace. He went straight to the gate of the princess's residence and knocked. "Who's there?" Huango Xiaohuan opened the palace gates and froze upon recognizing the familiar figure outside. "Why are you back?" Xiaohuan was startled and hurriedly pulled Yemo and the others inside. After the young girl was shown to a room, Yemo went to see the princess. Hujoer sat in her chair wearing a pristine white skirt, her legs crossed elegantly as she quietly read a book. She remained as noble, beautiful, and captivating as ever. Chapter 210, The Long-Distance Teleportation Array. "Erdwa, why did you rush back? What's the situation with the beggars' sect?" After so long apart, Foxjoer's aura had undergone a profound transformation. Yemo, who stood before her, knew her true capabilities, so she made no effort to conceal her aura. The aura emanating from Hujoer now was unmistakably that of a seventh heaven divine realm cultivator. Yemo could sense that her soul power was significantly weaker than his. It seemed to be only around the third tier of the soul realm. Yemo spoke with great respect. He briefly recounted his situation with the beggars' sect. Upon hearing this, Hujoer's expression abruptly changed, her face contorting with utter disbelief. She had never heard that the beggars' sect's influence extended so far and wide. And within the beggars' sect, there was even a sect-level organization. This was information he had never encountered before. Initially, he had simply thought of the organization as having a vast network and numerous members, but he never imagined it harbored such a terrifying hidden threat. "I believe it won't be long before I rise to a high position within the beggars' sect. I can assist them in helping Her Highness the Princess seize the throne." Yemo had no desire to see the demonic royal family and the beggars' sect branches locked in a bloody, head-to-head conflict. Each of the beggars' sect's 4 major empires had its own sect, each functioning as a branch. Even if the demonic realm were to be annihilated, the remaining 3 empires would still exist. But by then, the demon race would likely face fierce retaliation from the beggars' sect. Both major factions had shown him some kindness, and he did not wish to see them locked in a bloody conflict. "Very well then." Foxjoer nodded, then closed the book and looked at Yemo. "So, what brings you back to see me this time?" Yemo held nothing back as he recounted the matter concerning the human girl. Foxjoer's heart skipped a beat. She was well aware of the girl's situation. The royal family of the demon clan had searched for her countless times without success. Who would have thought she was now in this guy's hands? So you want me to use my authority to grant you two access to the long-distance teleportation array? Yi-Mo nodded in response. I see. Once Hujor understood his request, she wasted no words. She immediately retrieved 2 tokens from her storage space. With these 2 tokens, you'll have unrestricted access to the teleportation array area. Yi-Mo's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly accepted them. He could finally return to the human race. Even though he had never met this human before, a sense of anticipation welled up within him. In this foreign land, not a single soul around him was human. Others inevitably regarded him, an outsider, with varying degrees of suspicion. Yi-Mo deeply disliked this feeling. Now, he could finally return to his own kind. Remember to return soon. The imperial succession struggle will likely begin in about a year. Yi-Mo fell silent for a moment, his face betraying utter astonishment. Finally, he voiced the question weighing on his mind. The demon emperor is in the prime of his life. Why would they suddenly need to appoint a new one? Fox Jor merely smiled faintly. It seems you're unaware of many things. I can confirm you're definitely not from the human empire. Even if I let you return now, you'd surely come back. With that, as if releasing some burden or making a firm decision, she laid everything bare. All you know about our generation is the 4 great empires, right? Yi-Mo nodded. Indeed, that was all he knew. How could our realm possibly consist of only these 4 empires? We are merely branches released by those above us. Our Fox clan is just a small branch of the demon race. Above us exist higher-tier demon races, including higher-tier beastmen, humans, and elves. Beyond these races lie even more terrifying ones. We 4 major races are the weakest, harboring hostility even towards each other. Yet for survival, we've united. Alliances like ours, formed by 4 empires banding together for mutual support, are commonplace in this world. There are countless other coalitions cobbled together from 4 nations, much like ours. We are regarded as the lowest-tier blood source. Occasionally, promising individuals emerge from our ranks, and they are sent upward for cultivation. Once one becomes either a demon emperor or a human emperor, ascending to the upper realm for cultivation is virtually guaranteed. After reigning for 500 years, one gains direct access to higher-tier organizations. My father is nearing his term limit just 1 year from now. Yi-Mo nodded, finally grasping the situation. So that's how it was. It seemed there were even greater treasures waiting above. He wondered whether his current Saint-tier cultivation technique was considered good or bad. Yi-Mo currently possessed only one Saint-tier cultivation technique, a body refining method. As for that cultivation technique for cultivating immortality, he had yet to obtain it. Understood. I'll return within a year to lend you my strength. Hujor nodded, then signaled for them to depart. Yi-Mo slowly retreated outside. Hujor sighed deeply, and just then, Xiao Huan entered. Your Highness, did you still not tell him about that matter? Hujor seemed unconcerned about the matter, merely nodding silently. His talent is so exceptional. With his power in the future, I will surely become the Demon Emperor. In secret, Fox Jor had already forged a pact with Yi-Mo, a divine-grade contract personally bestowed upon her by her great-grandmother. Once sealed, it allowed both parties to share their innate talents. The faint pink energy appearing within Yi-Mo's body originated from Hujor. As their cultivation levels soared higher, they gradually gained the ability to share each other's power. Her rapid progress during this period stemmed entirely from the formidable effects of this shared contract. Fox Jor had never cultivated soul power before, but as Yi-Mo grew stronger, her soul power also gradually increased. Though inferior to his, the effect was comparable. Your bounty is far too generous for him. He is merely a native human who has only recently awakened. Xiao Huan still felt a bit resentful about the matter. Such a precious contract being used on him was simply too wasteful. Under cover of night, the two slipped into a caravan that was preparing to enter the long-distance teleportation array bound for the human empire. Yi-Mo, possessing the token, naturally blended in as well. With a flash of light, a colossal surge of spatial energy swept over them. Chapter 211, Homesickness. Immediately afterward, a massive silver tunnel slowly unfolded around them. The caravan members instantly entered it, and they too were sucked inside. After some time had passed, when the two emerged from the passage, the sky outside had grown completely dark. Entered Human Empire territory. Cultivation interface unlocked. Current realm immortal cultivation, mortal. Spiritual root, none. Yi-Mo glanced at the system before stowing it away. If arriving at the human race's territory unlocked abilities, could he unlock more when reaching the elf race and beast race territories? Didn't we enter during the day? Why is it night now? Yi-Mo gazed curiously at the sky. You've never ridden one? Yi-Mo nodded. Naturally, he had never used such a teleportation array before. It felt like only a few minutes passed for us, but outside, a whole week might have gone by. Counting the days, today should be the full moon festival. Otherwise, how could we have traveled so far? Lin Weishue walked confidently out of the teleportation array and headed away with Yemo. We're probably being watched now.
Lin Weishue sighed helplessly as several figures had already begun tailing them. There was no need to guess these were undoubtedly sent by her sister. Yemo, naturally, had also noticed the situation. Before anyone could react, he suddenly wrapped his arm around Lin Weishue. Then, with a sudden thrust of his feet against the ground, he accelerated to his utmost speed. Like a blur, he vanished into the streets and alleys of the human empire's imperial city. It was his first time in this human-founded nation, but he spared it no further observation, fleeing into the distance at breakneck speed. The pursuers behind him immediately accelerated, but as a group of internal cultivation practitioners, they simply couldn't match Yemo's physical speed and stamina.
Within mere breaths, Yemo had outrun them by more than a dozen city blocks.
Only when he regained his senses did he realize he and his companion were now on a bridge.
Lanterns hung thickly around the bridge's perimeter.
The street echoed with the cries of street vendors, bustling with countless ordinary citizens going about their lives. These were all ordinary, everyday people. They appeared here in small groups of 3 or 5. Couples out for a stroll with their children, children playing and laughing together, elderly couples holding hands as they gazed at the distant moon from the bridge.
Everything seemed so harmonious. The surrounding vendors' cheers gradually brought Yemo back to his senses.
He had been in a daze, feeling as though he had stepped into ancient China. Everything around him resembled the golden age described in books.
Both prosperous and harmonious. Yemo took a deep breath, and an overwhelming longing for his homeland suddenly filled his mind.
Lin Weishue was just about to head to the next teleportation array to return to the sect. Yemo grabbed her arm, his eyes filled with deep sorrow as he stared at her.
Stay with me to release a lantern.
Lin Weishue parted her red lips to refuse, but Yemo's deep, sorrowful eyes seemed to plead. What was he saying? For a moment, the words of refusal remained unspoken. A gentle breeze rustled their robes. Strands of her dark hair fell across Lin Weishue's fair cheek. Lin Weishue finally swallowed her refusal, gathering her hair back with her hand.
She nodded. Yemo found a small stall.
Here, gold coins were also accepted as currency.
Yemo pulled out a gold coin and handed it to the vendor, who recoiled in alarm, waving his hands frantically.
Sir, you must be joking. This gold coin could buy 1,000 lamps. I wouldn't dare take such ill-gotten gains.
Yemo fell silent for a moment.
It seemed he only had gold coins on him. After rummaging through his pockets, he finally managed to pull out 10 copper coins. After purchasing a lantern, he began figuring out how to light it. Beside him, Lin Weishue gently snapped her fingers and performed a magical gesture.
A faint flame appeared in her palm.
She gently extended her arm forward, and the flame settled precisely at the lantern's center, igniting a faint, flickering flame.
This is divine magic.
The vendor stood frozen in place, his eyes wide and vacant.
As a mortal, he might never encounter immortals in his lifetime.
Yet here, 2 immortals had just appeared before him. And they had even purchased one of his goods. Years later, he would recount this tale to his grandchildren, boasting of the encounter. Yemo found a piece of paper and slowly wrote several characters with a brush pen. He then folded it and placed it precisely at the center of the lantern. He placed it by the lakeside and gently pushed it forward. The lantern swayed and drifted toward the immense glow gathering at the lake center.
Many lanterns gathered here. A profound sense of sorrow suddenly welled up within Yemo.
He didn't know if he would ever have the chance to return to Blue Star in this lifetime. This act was a profound expression of his longing. Tonight, my thoughts reach 1,000 miles to my homeland. Tomorrow, my sorrow-streaked temples will mark another year. Lin Weishue, standing beside him, slowly recited the verse Yemo had written on the lantern moments ago. She felt an inexplicable wave of intense homesickness welling up within her heart. Young master, these verses are truly heart-wrenching. Both looked up to see an elegantly poised man approach them, a folding fan in hand and robes draped over his shoulders.
On this night of blossoms and full moon, why not speak of happier things? Young master, your talent is evident. You must be a scholar. Yet you seem unfamiliar here. May I ask your name and where you come from? Yemo gazed silently at the lanterns floating on the lake. My origins? I shan't tell you, sir. Even if I did, you've likely never heard of them. Yemo sighed deeply once more.
Seeing this, the gentleman did not press further.
Instead, he opened his folding fan, a hint of anticipation flickering across his face. With such remarkable talent, young master, why not join me at the poetry gathering? This one is hosted by the immortal elders themselves. It is said that whoever wins first place may find a sliver of opportunity to tread the path to immortality. Just as Yemo opened his mouth to refuse, a voice flashed through his mind. Quest triggered. Host must participate in the poetry gathering and become the top-ranked participant. Rewards: top-tier complete celestial spirit roots. Complete collection of cultivation pills from Tier 1 to Tier 5. Immortal evergreen physique automatically upgraded to Nirvana divine phoenix physique. Spiritual energy affinity increased by 1000%. Spiritual energy conversion rate increased by 1000%. Divine grade meridians. All human followers gain a single celestial spirit root.
Emo instantly cast all his emotions aside, a hint of excitement flickering across his face.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
He always had ample reasons to decline troublesome matters, but now the system gave him even more compelling reasons to participate.
He was utterly salivating over every single one of these 6 rewards. I've suddenly become interested. Please show me the way, brother.
Lin Weishue, still immersed in her earlier sorrow, hadn't fully processed the situation and simply followed the 2 men.
You're quite the enigma, sir. It's a shame I don't know someone so eloquent. Chapter 212, Composing Poetry. After some conversation, Emo had a decent grasp of the identity of the person before him. So you two know each other?
Lin Weishue nodded, munching on a string of candied hawthorn berries. So you're from the demon clan, fellow cultivator.
No wonder, no wonder. I knew I shouldn't have been unfamiliar with someone so talented.
Jiachi burst into laughter. As the young master of a prominent family within the Pinghai sword sect, he was a close confidant of the Lin family from Swordgate Mountain. Naturally, the children from both families knew each other well. This poetry gathering is hosted by our Ni family, which is why I invited you, sir. If you happen to find a sliver of opportunity there, it would be a fortunate turn of events. The top prize is a first-tier 3-spirit pattern bone marrow washing pill. Consuming it increases one's chances of advancing to chi cultivation by 50%.
Emo nodded in understanding. Soon, the trio arrived at the poetry gathering.
The rules are simple, match 10 couplets within this venue.
Upon completing them, you may proceed to the inner arena for the final poetry contest. Lin Weishue seemed intrigued as well.
She loved nothing more than traveling and sightseeing. She knew every detail about the various festivals held by mortals. As the trio moved together, Emo grasped the concept. It was much like solving lantern riddles.
One simply took the riddle from the lantern and answered it. Drawing on his past life knowledge, Emo effortlessly matched numerous couplets.
He was the fastest among the 3 to finish.
Brother Yi, you truly possess remarkable talent. I've only managed to match 6 couplets. Jiachi looked at Emo with envy.
Emo smiled, momentarily feeling as though he had traveled through time. It was as if he still resided on Blue Star, only now in ancient times.
Brother Yi, come help me brainstorm. Let's figure this out together.
Jiachi was truly stumped, so she enlisted a last-minute helper to compose couplets with her.
Lin Weishue racked her brains to come up with 8 couplets, relying on Emo to complete the last 2.
Lin Weishue was the last to complete the task, and the 3 of them finally entered the poetry gathering together.
Young master. You're back.
A chubby little boy dashed out and clung to Jiachi's leg.
You have no idea how furious the head of the household was just now. He was searching everywhere for you and nearly skinned me alive.
The little chubby kid, tears and snot streaming down his face, vividly described the scene. Jiachi shuddered in fright, his face flushing with embarrassment.
He hadn't expected his father to be so furious. Rebellious son.
A thunderous shout echoed as a dashing middle-aged man descended from the sky, reaching out to grab Jiachi.
Jiachi's heart skipped a beat.
Quick as lightning, he pulled out a small silk pouch, the prize for winning the first round of lantern riddles. This pouch was his ticket to the poetry gathering. The Ni family patriarch, upon seeing the pouch, immediately relented and snatched it away.
Did you get this yourself, you brat? The Ni family patriarch was skeptical. When had his child ever shown such promise? The boy had some knowledge, but certainly not much.
Of course. I snuck out just to prove myself.
Jiachi patted his chest nervously. Since you snuck out for a legitimate purpose this time, I'll let you off the hook for now.
The Ni family patriarch snorted coldly, snatching the pouch from his son's grasp. His face still bore a look of anger, but the moment he turned away, his expression changed instantly.
He looked utterly delighted.
He took the pouch and went off to show it off to his old friend.
That scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness I reacted fast.
Jiachi patted his chest, still shaken.
Emo gave a helpless smile. These two were no pushovers. One was more troublesome than the other.
One ran away from home to join the demon clan, while the other snuck out to play.
Thanks a million, Brother Yi. Without you, I'd have been doomed this time.
The 3 quickly found 3 connected seats. After sitting down, they drank wine, ate fruit, and chatted. By the time they arrived, nearly every seat was taken, signaling the end of the lantern riddle event outside. Gentlemen, I imagine you all came to this lantern festival seeking that sliver of a chance at immortality.
Our poetry gathering consists of 2 parts. You may draw lots to be assigned either red or yellow. Those who draw red may choose one person with yellow as their opponent. The process was straightforward. One by one, they stepped up to draw lots. The 3 of them weren't very lucky. They all drew yellow. Challenges began arriving swiftly.
Lin Weishue and Jiachi didn't even make it through the first round, getting defeated immediately.
Damn it.
Their literary skills were barely a notch above mine.
Jiachi sighed in frustration, then fixed Emo with a piercing gaze. There were only 80 contestants in total.
Each had to step onto the main stage, compose poetry on the spot, and have it judged by the panel. The judges would draw topics at random. Yemo was soon called upon by one of the scholars. The two approached the main hall together and bowed respectfully before the judges. Your topic is homesickness. Yemo paused in surprise, not expecting such a theme, though it did match his current mood. After a moment's contemplation, the scholar began his verse, a rather conventional and unremarkable composition. Upon hearing it, Yemo shook his head, a faint smile touching his lips. My friend, your verse lacks genuine emotion. If I may point out, this imperial city is your homeland, you've never truly left it. That's why you struggle to compose authentic lines. The judge nodded in agreement upon hearing this, tacitly acknowledging Yemo's assessment. The verses were indeed rather flat, revealing no trace of longing for home. The young man seemed somewhat unconvinced, but faced with such reasoned argument, he could only nod in agreement. Who is this upstart, standing on this grand stage spouting such nonsense? He knows nothing of humility or decorum. I'd love to see what kind of elegant verses this so-called polite fellow can produce. He probably just stumbled through 10 matching couplets to scrape his way into this poetry gathering. A single poem should reveal his true colors. Yemo's arrogant remarks stirred discontent among many. Heads turned expectantly, all waiting for his poem to fall short so they could criticize him and make him thoroughly humiliated. Best to have him kicked out. Yemo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting the air of a sage, though his mind was racing through the 300 Tang poems he had memorized. After 7 steps, his mind had already settled on the words. Slowly, he opened his mouth. All eyes were fixed on him, anticipation etched on their faces. Whose jade flute, unseen, sends its melody, scattering into the spring breeze, filling Luo City. This night, hearing the willow-breaking tune, who among us does not yearn for our old hometown? Chapter 213, Ancient Wisdom. Yemo directly quoted the poem by Li Bai, the immortal poet of his previous life. The capital of the human empire was also called Luo City, making this reference particularly fitting. For a moment, everyone including the judges couldn't help but widen their eyes and gasp in astonishment. Good heavens! 7-step poetry. 7-step poetry is one thing. But to compose such exquisite verses within the time limit, truly a prodigious talent. Such innate talent, such erudition. Why have we never heard of this man before? It must take years of grueling study to compose verses like these. His opponent stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. His expression seemed to scream, you're a top-tier player, yet you come fishing for easy wins against low-tier players, you jerk. What a masterpiece! What a masterpiece! I never imagined my son could find such a friend. This is truly his good fortune. As one of the judges, the head of the Ni family was deeply impressed by Yemo's verse. The other judges unanimously agreed, ultimately awarding the poem a perfect score of 10. Yemo smiled and proceeded to the second round. 40 contestants were eliminated in a single round. The rules for the second round remained the same. Yemo drew the red lot, randomly selecting an opponent. I'm a scholar renowned throughout the surrounding villages. Had I not missed the last imperial examination, I would have surely passed. A man brimming with self-importance strode forward, his face etched with haughty arrogance. Yemo merely glanced at him, offering no further words. Whoa! That's young Master Kong. I recognize him. The eldest son of the Kong family. I recognize him too. One of the top scholars in the capital. If he hadn't fallen into a cesspit during the last imperial exams, knocked unconscious by the stench and missing the deadline, he'd have passed with flying colors. His ancestors even produced a grand secretary of the imperial study. His erudition will surely make this a fierce battle against that dark horse. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. As the chief examiner drew the question, a slip of paper was revealed, bearing 4 bold characters, Moon, Festival. The second round increased in difficulty, requiring candidates to compose poetry based on 2 conditions drawn simultaneously. Both racked their brains. Kang Xiao pondered how to compose the verse, while Yemo struggled to recall poems he'd memorized long ago. Suddenly, a poem flashed through his mind, one that perfectly matched both keywords. A delighted smile spread across Yemo's face as he turned to look at Kang Xiao. I wonder if you've composed your poem, sir? If not, then I shall begin first. Kang Xiao had already composed 3.5 lines, needing only the final half line to complete the poem. Hearing the other man's presumption daring to show off in front of him, Kang Xiao felt a surge of irritation. Since you've already composed it, why not recite it for us all to appreciate? Yemo nodded, cleared his throat, and maintained his calm smile. When did the bright moon first appear? I raise my cup to ask the heavens, wondering if the palace is above. May we all live long, sharing this moonlight across 1,000 miles. As the poem flowed forth, the entire hall fell utterly silent. What kind of poem is this? Why is it so noble and elegant? No, this absolutely isn't poetry. Poems are only 4 or 8 lines long. This lad's talent is truly unprecedented. Look at the judges, they're all gobsmacked. Many of them are immortals themselves, yet they're all so impressed by this kid. Good heavens! What kind of extraordinary genius could compose verses like these? The audience buzzed with endless discussion.
Emo gave a cold smile, a hint of confidence flickering across his face.
Finally, he turned his gaze toward the so-called well-versed Kong young master.
I've made my fool of myself.
Now it's Kong Xiao's turn. Kong Xiao stood frozen in place, utterly speechless and flustered. He had prepared for this poetry gathering for over a decade. He had even composed countless poems of various styles, practicing them daily. Now, he stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Kong Xiao found it impossible to open his mouth, his face flushing with shame.
After all that showboating, the poem he finally produced wasn't even a tenth as good as Emo's.
He couldn't even bring himself to say it aloud. He felt like he'd been showing off all day, doing backflips left and right, only to end up pulling a huge stunt that embarrassed everyone. Overcome with grief and anger, Kong Xiao leaned backward, his vision went black and he fainted. Clap! 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 The sound of enthusiastic applause filled the air.
Emo turned to look at the judges' table. All 5 judges wore expressions of astonishment and admiration. They clapped vigorously. Young man, what kind of poem is this you've composed? We've never seen such an exceptionally long verse before.
At first, the judges thought he was just spouting nonsense, as each line seemed to defy the word count. But by the end, they were utterly captivated.
So what if the syllable count didn't match?
Every line was so exquisitely crafted. Each word woven together pulsed with such intensity.
They could even sense what GMO was thinking when he composed this poem.
What scenes he had witnessed. And they understood perfectly the emotions he wished to convey during this festival.
To be honest, I feel a bit ashamed.
After all, in a sense, this can't truly be called poetry.
Yet it's so close to poetry, just a different literary form. I call it a CI. Emo delivered this explanation with unwavering composure.
They immediately rose from their seat, their face radiant with a kind smile.
Lyrics. Excellent lyrics.
From now on, poetry has gained a new form. After exchanging glances, the judges unanimously awarded him the highest possible score.
For a moment, the remaining 9 contestants who hadn't been eliminated couldn't help but swallow hard.
They had fought tooth and nail to make it this far. They had prepared for this poetry gathering for years.
After all, who wouldn't want to become an exalted immortal?
Even those who entered the imperial court as officials or achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations remained mere mortals.
Only by becoming those exalted immortals could they truly hold sway. Emo smiled faintly before stepping back.
In the final round to determine the top 5, he effortlessly defeated his opponent once more. This time, when the topic was announced, he didn't even pause to think, the verse flowed directly from his lips. The scholar beside him, who was supposed to compete, wore an embarrassed expression.
He immediately conceded defeat and stepped down.
After effortlessly advancing to the final 5, he drew 2 consecutive buys, propelling him directly to the championship round.
Chapter 214, Resurrection.
Before him stood a scholar clad in a black robe, holding a folding fan. This man was the top scholar of the previous imperial examinations and now held the rank of second-grade official within the human empire. He too had come to participate in this poetry gathering. Having fought his way to the finals, he now faced an exceptionally formidable opponent. The man before him appeared utterly devoid of refinement, his speech lacking any trace of scholarly grace. Yet his erudition flowed like an unstoppable river. He appeared lean and handsome, yet his mind was brimming with profound knowledge. He knew deep down that his own abilities might not be enough to overcome this opponent. A hint of resignation flickered across his face. Winning this written exam against this gentleman seems exceedingly difficult.
His erudition far surpasses my own capabilities.
I shall graciously concede first place to him.
Emo had prepared himself for battle, yet his opponents surrendered outright. Without even competing, the other judges wore expressions of understanding.
They seemed to have anticipated this outcome all along. After all, facing such an opponent was suicide for anyone who stepped forward. His erudition was terrifyingly astonishing, truly beyond anyone's match. Composing poetry in 7 steps, verses flowing effortlessly from his lips today, countless miracles unfolded through this formidable youth. The entire crowd of scholars could only bow to his superiority, utterly unable to muster any desire to compete for first place.
Congratulations, sir.
Should you ever seek that elusive path to immortality in the future, do not forget this humble one.
With a sigh, the man departed.
Emo, however, beamed with delight, though his thoughts had already connected with the system.
Mission complete. Reward activated.
The system's cold voice announced, followed by a surge of light flooding into Emo's body.
First, the immortal spring body technique vanished from his cultivation panel. A new entry called Constitution appeared. Constitution, Nirvana Divine Phoenix Physique.
All memories of refining cultivation pills from Tier 1 to Tier 5 surged into his mind. Emo immediately channeled his power to max out all his stats. He had once held the marrow refining pill in high regard, but now he couldn't care less. After receiving his reward, his face bore little joy. He merely offered a polite smile and thanked the judges.
You may consume the pill immediately. We shall guard you during the process. As the first place winner of the poetry gathering, you also hold the privilege of joining our sect. Yi-mo paused, a faint smile touching his lips. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I shall decline. Should I ever embark on the path of cultivation in the future, I will certainly seek out your sect's mountain gate. A hint of regret flashed across the face of Niga's patriarch, Wen Yen, but he nodded nonetheless, choosing to respect the young man's decision. Yi-mo smiled and departed. His mission was complete. He now possessed the most exceptional physique for cultivating immortality. Once he obtained a Saint-tier cultivation technique, his future path to the Tao would surely be secured. Frankly, he couldn't care less about these minor sects and factions. Brother Yi, your talents are truly awe-inspiring. I am deeply impressed. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I, Nijuchi, wish to be your friend. Nijuchi waved goodbye to Yi-mo and Lin Weishue. Once this teleportation array is complete, it will take us to the nearest city to our sect. Once there, we must be extremely cautious. Yi-mo nodded. He had no choice but to build the teleportation array. If he relied solely on running, it would take him over a year just to make a single round trip. He wouldn't make it back in time to help Fox Jor. He was only repaying the debt of saving his life. Once the debt was repaid, he would return to the human realm. He would never forget that day. Had Fox Jor not spared his life and taken him as a servant, he would have been torn to pieces long ago among the demon clans. The man soon arrived at the city. This area fell under the jurisdiction of Swordgate Mountain. This city could be considered their sect's domain. The moment the two teleported down, a piercing sound erupted around them. In an instant, four formidable figures materialized, hovering in the air, radiating waves of overwhelming pressure. Yi-mo could sense that the aura emanating from them was in no way weaker than that of a divine master. So powerful. Yi-mo knew he was no match for them and refrained from rash actions, standing obediently in place. Holy Maiden Lin Weishue. You fled the sect without permission. Your actions have incurred the wrath of the higher powers. Return immediately to face punishment. The words had barely left her lips when Lin Weishua's body shot forward uncontrollably, seized directly by these powerful figures. Yi-mo sighed helplessly and shook his head. He had essentially delivered her back to them. Against such formidable opponents, no matter how robust his physique or how advanced his physical cultivation, he stood no chance. He'd have to wait until he reached the Divine Master realm to think about it. Yi-mo slowly closed his eyes, his aura surging suddenly. Before departing, Lin Weishue seemed to want to say something, but she remained silent. Instead, she tossed her handkerchief toward him. Yi-mo caught it with a puzzled look, and by the time he did, she had vanished. Quest triggered. Prevent Lin Weishue's wedding in 3 years. Reward, Divine Grade Martial Art. The previous mission had barely concluded when the next one immediately popped up. Yi-mo felt a slight jolt of surprise. The system typically deems certain injustices worthy of his intervention. It seemed Lin Weishue's intended husband truly wasn't a good man. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have assigned such a mission. Yi-mo glanced in the direction she had departed, fully aware he was still no match for those people. He would only be able to complete the mission once he had gained sufficient status and opportunity in the future. Yi-mo found an inn, settled in, and then snapped his fingers lightly. A stunning figure instantly materialized from his personal space. Darling! Bai Yu-yao, thrilled to be released, immediately threw herself into Yi-mo's arms. They talked through the night, Yi-mo sharing every bit of his knowledge and understanding of this world with Bai Yu-yao. So that's how it is. This world is truly fascinating. When shall we revive them? Yi-mo had already begun preparing for this. He had gathered all the necessary materials. As he channeled a thread of his soul power to manipulate the pills, shattering them and infusing them into his system space. Everyone instantly opened their eyes, their bodies slowly materializing from the surrounding air. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at their own hands. Their last memories had frozen at the moment of death. Chapter 215, Welcome Back to Life. Welcome back to life, everyone. Yi-mo flashed a faint smile. With a light snap of his fingers, garments automatically flew onto their bodies, covering every inch without revealing a single part. Each person stared at themselves in disbelief. Only after a long while did they grasp the situation, then respectfully knelt in Yi-mo's direction. The luckiest thing that ever happened to me was tagging along with you. Ruan Wei's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. He had thought he was done for. Yet now he was alive and well. Hu Gao felt the same way. Familiar faces like Li Wanyue and Li Shanggu appeared before him, and Yi-mo's face broke into a joyful smile. He had finally brought them all back to life. As the group chatted excitedly, Yi-mo suddenly heard the system's voice echo in his mind. Host has revived all followers. Follower chat system activated. Yi-mo's heart skipped a beat. A moment later, a pop-up window resembling an old-school chat app appeared before him. The contact list displayed over 100 entries, his entire retinue. Yi-mo quickly grasped its functionality. It worked much like the chat apps on Blue Star. He could summon anyone at any time for unlimited conversations, even across different planes. Everyone quickly became proficient, mastering how to use these tools.
With this, passing messages between us will be so much easier. Ruanwei pumped his fist excitedly. Though he had no idea how the boss pulled this off, following him was definitely the right move.
Ha! What's going on? What is this thing? The group chat quickly erupted with activity.
Many of the participants were retainers recruited from the Demon Clan Beggars sect. Each of them was intensely curious about these novel things. Once they understood, it all made sense. They were all colleagues after all. Soon the group was buzzing with lively chatter as everyone chatted non-stop. After Yemo instructed everyone not to reveal these matters, they all silently nodded in agreement. His followers were 100% loyal to him and would never make decisions or choices that betrayed him.
Alright, stop playing with that thing. Only you can see it. From now on, you'll live among the human race.
Since you're all my attendants, you're all considered human.
Each of you possesses a heavenly spirit root, allowing you to rest among the humans.
I'll provide you with funds so you can pursue your own interests. Try to join major sects with your talents and strength. You'll surely be groomed as sacred sons or sacred daughters. As far as I know, there are numerous sects among the human race. Each of you should choose one to join, no duplicates. If danger arises, alert the group so others can assist. Mutual aid is essential. The group nodded in understanding. Yemo shared his power with all of them, boosting their strength.
In an instant, every one of them reached the peak of the martial god realm. Now you possess the means to protect yourselves here. From this point forward, you're on your own.
I may still need your services in the future, so you must diligently cultivate your own power. Hu Gao pounded his chest excitedly.
Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely help you grow strong.
When the time comes, I'll bring out a whole army of minions who'll follow your every command. If you're ever in danger, we'll immediately rush to your rescue on flying swords. Ruanwei rolled his eyes at the boastful promise, unable to resist pouring cold water on the enthusiasm. Just remember to pick a bigger flying sword. Don't end up crushing it before you even take off. As they spoke, the two began fighting, brawling right there in the inn. The others chuckled, then each accepted their orders, collecting 50,000 gold coins apiece.
They began scattering across the human empire, each seeking their own fortune. After everyone had departed, Yemo sat alone at his seat, a faint smile touching his lips. As long as they all survive, that's what matters. We'll have chances to meet again in the future. And with this chat system, they wouldn't be particularly lonely. They could communicate with each other anytime, anywhere. This chat system was remarkably versatile. It could send weapons, various cultivation techniques, and medicinal pills. Essentially, it could transmit anything except living beings. Yemo sat cross-legged on his bed, took a deep breath, and entered the system space. He clicked the draw button on a massive spinning wheel. The massive pointer spun rapidly before finally settling on a cultivation technique. A high-grade sacred tier cultivation technique. The Nine Yang Sword Art. It also contained a sword technique, the Nine Yang Sword Art. Yemo frowned. Why did this thing's name sound so much like the Nine Yang Soy Milkmaker?
Feeling slightly annoyed, he clicked on the description and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Nine Yang Sword Art. When attacking enemies using the Nine Yang Sword technique, one can summon the Great Sun.
Every 3 Great Suns constitute one realm. Attacks utilize scorching flame power, whose temperature is beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. Damage to wood spirit root cultivators increases by 1000%.
A gleam of sharpness instantly flashed in Yemo's eyes. Thankfully, this was a Saint tier technique. If it had been God tier, he truly wouldn't have been able to level up. The Annihilation Palm remained stuck at 1%, still beyond his reach. The Nine Yang Sword technique was also at 0%. Gritting his teeth, Yemo channeled most of his power into the Nine Yang Sword technique, barely pushing it to 1%. In that instant, he casually swung his sword, and behind him appeared the blurred silhouette of a sun. This unintentional strike unleashed extreme heat, instantly setting the inn ablaze. Holy! 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 Put out the fire!
Yemo frantically tried to extinguish the flames.
Then his gaze fell upon his spiritual roots. Supreme celestial spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, light, darkness, space. A total of 9 supreme celestial spiritual roots. Only those possessing the corresponding celestial spirit root could utilize the corresponding cultivation techniques.
Otherwise, those cultivation techniques would be utterly useless to him.
Now, he could utilize any cultivation technique of any type he could obtain. As for the final spatial spirit root cultivation technique, a look of confusion flashed across Yemo's face.
This one sounded downright bizarre. Where on earth was he supposed to find it?
After sighing, he pushed the matter from his mind.
Yemo pulled out most of the spirit jade from his inventory and tossed it all to the koi.
He let the koi devour them, accumulating a bit of power for himself. He himself sat cross-legged in place, closed his eyes, and began to sense his surroundings.
Chapter 216, Perceiving Spiritual Energy. Yemo kept his eyes tightly shut, using his soul power to probe and sense the surroundings.
To become a cultivator, the first step was to perceive spiritual energy before absorbing it. He repeatedly practiced breathing techniques according to his mental guidance, a hint of anxiety creeping onto his face.
His talent was undeniably exceptional, and he possessed such a top-tier spiritual root. Yet why could he sense no trace of spiritual energy? If he couldn't sense it, how could he possibly absorb it? Emo began to panic, but then calmed himself. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. Thankfully, he'd reacted quickly. If he'd succumbed to spiritual chaos, it would have been the end. Cultivation demanded patience above all else. It must be approached naturally, step by step. Emo spent an entire day sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, yet gained nothing. A wave of irritation washed over him. He pointed at the system and cursed. This thing was definitely playing games, deliberately making him collect a bunch of junk so he couldn't sense the energy. The system remained silent, utterly still. After venting his frustration, Emo finally gave up in utter resignation. After such prolonged exhaustion, Emo felt mentally drained. She slowly closed her eyes, preparing to drift off to sleep. Her breathing gradually evened out, and her mind began to settle into tranquility. Just as Emo's consciousness began to blur, on the verge of drifting into dreams, he suddenly sensed something. His alertness snapped back. Within his perception, round, blue particles were appearing one after another nearby. Emo snapped awake, quickly adjusting his internal breathing to perform slow, controlled inhalations and exhalations. He then drew the spiritual energy into his body, circulating it through his meridians according to the 9-yang solution method. After one full cycle, it entered his dantian. A cataclysmic change erupted within him. As the threads of spiritual energy reached his dantian, they instantly formed a faint membrane. That thread of spiritual energy gathered within his dantian. Where before, with his eyes closed, he could only perceive the flow of flesh and blood, he now saw a raw, greenish energy pulsing within his dantian like a small serpent. Emo's face lit up with excitement before he resumed his breathing exercises. In just one night, he had reached the first layer of chi cultivation. So it's this simple. Emo's heart surged with excitement as he continued his cultivation. Within a week, he had reached the peak of the 10th layer of chi cultivation. He was just one stroke of luck away from entering foundation establishment. The strength of the 10th layer of chi cultivation was actually comparable to that of the peak of the 10th layer of martial god. The terms for the realms differed, but the actual power was comparable. Emo's face lit up with excitement. He then pulled out his alchemy furnace and, using the materials he had gathered, crafted a pill according to the method in his mind. This pill was the foundation establishment pill. Emo took a deep breath and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the spiritual energy throughout his body began swirling around his lower abdomen. In an instant, it surged entirely into his dantian, beginning to swirl and condense. The moment the first droplet of pale blue liquid coalesced within his lower abdomen, a wave of exhilaration surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. In that instant, Emo instantly realized he had broken through to the first layer of foundation establishment. Emo chuckled softly, his entire body filled with exhilaration. His dantian now held a significant amount of liquid formed from condensed spiritual energy. This spiritual essence unleashed power far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual energy. Emo merely pushed forward with a light palm strike, exerting no physical strength whatsoever. Yet, a massive palm print abruptly appeared on the wall, shattering it completely. This was the result of projecting his spiritual power outward. Damn, that feels amazing. Emo retrieved the green-edged sword from his storage space and stood upon it. He then stood there quietly, lost in thought. How exactly did sword flight work? Emo was puzzled. The system hadn't taught him sword flight techniques. Just then, a cultivator flew past overhead. Emo watched curiously, suddenly noticing the figure transform his right hand into a sword finger, which he then placed before himself. A thread of spiritual energy emerged from the tips of his two fingers, connecting to the tail end of the flying sword. This was how he controlled the flying sword, making it hover beneath his feet and carry him forward. A look of astonishment spread across Emo's face as he seemed to grasp something. He rubbed his hands together and couldn't resist trying it himself. Following the method he'd seen, he managed to release a tiny bit of power on his first attempt. Unfortunately, he hadn't controlled his strength well enough, and the thread pierced straight through the roof. His next attempt produced threads so thin they snapped at the slightest movement. After countless attempts, Emo finally succeeded. With a gentle wave of his hand, a cup of tea before him flew directly into his palm. The thread of spiritual energy tightly wrapped around the teacup as it flew into his hand. It felt much like Spider-Man's ability where he used spider silk. Emo employed threads of spiritual energy. Once his mastery of spiritual energy reached a certain level, he could not only move small objects like teacups but even lift massive boulders from the ground. Emo smiled, then turned his gaze back to the Qingfeng sword. His hands formed sword fingers, gently pointing forward. The thread swiftly wrapped around the sword's tail, and the flying blade began to wobble as it rose from the ground. Emo's heart surged with joy, but the Qingfeng sword, its energy unstable, crashed back to the ground. Emo composed himself and began his attempt once more. He slowly stepped onto the flying sword. It swayed dangerously, teetering on the brink of instability. Emo increased his spiritual energy output, instantly stabilizing the flying sword.
A smile spread across his face. He then slowly guided the flying sword forward. After circling his room once, he decided to open the window and fly outside. Outside, night had already fallen, making him relatively inconspicuous. Yemo moved with incredible speed, soaring into the sky in the blink of an eye. The sensation of soaring through the clouds, the wind whistling past his ears, it was utterly exhilarating. Yemo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, manipulating his flying sword to dart and weave through the air like a monkey. After a long while, Yemo slowly flew back to the inn, his spiritual energy barely depleted. His terrifying meridian absorption capacity was already defying the heavens, and on top of that, he still carried the buff reward from completing his previous mission. Spiritual energy affinity increased by 1000%. Spiritual energy conversion rate increased by 1000%. With these two attributes applied to himself, it was as if he didn't need to cultivate it all. Vast amounts of spiritual energy automatically flowed into his body. Chapter 217, The New Elder. Spiritual energy affinity meant that spiritual energy naturally gravitated toward him. Even without cultivation, this energy would automatically enter his body, becoming part of his foundational reserves. Once he activates his cultivation techniques to begin training, his efficiency will skyrocket by 1000%. As for spirit energy conversion rate, it's even more terrifying. Normally, after absorbing spirit energy into the body, it must be converted into one's own spirit energy. Only then could it be integrated into one's dantian. Otherwise, it posed significant danger. The spiritual energy floating in the air can be considered ownerless spiritual energy, bearing no aura or markings. Only after assimilating this energy could it be incorporated into the dantian. With this buff, he didn't even need to actively convert it. The moment the spiritual energy entered his body, it became immediately usable, requiring no transformation whatsoever. The spiritual energy he had just released could be replenished in the blink of an eye. Even if he unleashed 50% of his entire spiritual power at once, it would only take 100 breaths of cultivation to fully recover and return to peak condition. Without cultivation, it would take 500 breaths to fully recover on its own. Such terrifying recovery speed left Yemo in awe. Within the same cultivation realm, he was confident no one could stand against him. This terrifying regenerative ability alone was something no one could match. A confident smile spread across Yemo's face as he left the room and headed toward the human imperial city. He had intended to linger longer, but time was running short. Using the teleportation array to return would take a month, and then another half-month of travel before he could reach the Demon Clan sect. By the time he arrived, exhausted and dusty, the opening of the trial grounds would be drawing near. Presenting his token, Yemo effortlessly re-entered the Demon Clan imperial city. He's back. For some reason, a flutter stirred in Hujoer's heart. Ever since activating that contract, she felt a different kind of emotion toward its signatory. The more she looked at Yemo before her, the more pleasing he seemed, her heart fluttering as if filled with restless deer. Yemo, too, felt his breath quicken as he looked at Hujoer, an indescribable sensation washing over him. But he quickly suppressed his inner thoughts and reported on what he had seen during his trip to the Human Empire. The Human Empire is quite interesting. I must visit someday if I get the chance. Hujoer smiled but said nothing more. Yemo didn't know what to say either, and both their faces seemed to flush slightly. Xiao Huan entered carrying tea and snacks. Seeing their expressions, a look of surprise flashed across her face, followed by a surge of intense curiosity. Two men and one woman sharing a room, cheeks flushed. In her mind, Xiao Huan was already staging a melodramatic soap opera. Alright, you should return to the beggars sect first. It'd be best if you could gather more support. When the time comes, you'll need to help me vie for the throne. The current situation is truly chaotic. Many ministers are wavering, unsure which prince or princess to support. Backing the wrong side could mean decapitation. While I have quite a few loyal ministers, many remain undecided. Yemo nodded in agreement. The princess would indeed need external support to secure victory. Then I shall take my leave. After leaving the princess's residence, Yemo set off toward the beggars sect. Phew, finally gone. Hujoer exhaled deeply. Xiao Huan stood nearby, her face a picture of pure amusement. Watching her princess, a faint, amused smile spread across her own face. Why are you looking at me like that? Hujoer took the tea offered with a puzzled look. Well, it seems our princess has someone special on her mind. Xiao Huan chuckled, causing Hujoer's cheeks to flush instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop talking like that. Furious, Hujoer stood up and headed for the door. Xiao Huan shifted her gaze to the very book the princess had been reading moments before. The book clearly detailed the negative consequences of various contracts. The negative consequence of the talent-sharing contract they had signed was that unless one died or their cultivation path was destroyed, they would inevitably become cultivation partners in the future. Yemo rushed back to the sect at top speed. After such a long period, the Lingyuan sect master had emerged from seclusion. True to expectations, he had successfully broken through to become a divine sovereign-level powerhouse. He now held the position of one of the sect's supreme elders. From now on, he would no longer teach disciples but remain hidden within the sect, becoming a covert force within its ranks.
Yemo and the others had been assigned a new master, a recently appointed elder.
Yemo entered the lecture hall, where the elder stood silently at the front. His expression darkened the moment he saw someone enter. He was the senior disciple who had been in seclusion for some time, finally breaking through to the divine master realm. He could have chosen to leave the sect and pursue a position within the demonic race. Yet he had not made that choice, opting instead to remain within the sect. He had become an ordinary elder. Now that the Lingyuan patriarch had stepped down, this lineage had been entrusted to him to pass on.
Unaware of Yemo's circumstances, the elder's expression darkened the moment he saw this disciple enter.
He had been preparing to establish his authority but hadn't known where to begin.
Now, this disciple hadn't arrived at the lecture hall within the stipulated time, perfect material for making an example of him.
You!
Get up here! Yemo frowned upon hearing the command and glanced upward.
The elder stood there with an air of arrogance and superiority.
The other disciples, seeing that it was Yemo being reprimanded,
their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief.
Hadn't this elder researched them before coming to teach?
To dare lecture such a terrifying alchemy prodigy. Ma Hongzong had declared long ago that the entire alchemy assembly belonged to him. This was a considerable force within the sect. His status seemed no less than that of the elder. Moreover, he was a terrifying existence capable of refining third-tier elixirs. By all logic, every divine master-level cultivator should worship him like a deity. Otherwise, how else would they get all those cultivation resources and elixirs? Yet this fellow goes against the grain. Everyone understands he seeks to establish his authority, but the person he chose to confront is a bit too. Who the hell do you think you are? Yemo's voice turned icy. He now had escape routes everywhere, no longer needing to tread carefully like before, afraid to do anything.
Even if he offended someone, so what?
At worst, he could flee to the demon clan's imperial city or escape to the human clan territory.
Chapter 218, Conflict.
How dare you show such disrespect to your elders?
Who taught you to speak like this?
The elder slammed his fist on the table, his face twisted with fury as if his authority had been challenged.
Oomph. Think you're some kind of big shot? What are you, anyway? Yemo met the confrontation head-on, engaging in a no-holds-barred argument with no mercy.
Fine. 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 Today, I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders and honor your teachers. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the elder rose abruptly, extending his broad palm and slamming it fiercely toward Yemo.
Yemo showed no fear.
Having studied the annihilation palm for so long without unleashing its full power, now was the time to use it. His gaze remained steady as he leapt upward, unleashing a fierce palm strike of his own, his hand swirling with dense gray energy.
The two collided fiercely right there in the lecture hall. The moment their palms met, Yemo was violently knocked back, blood spilling from his mouth.
He seemed to have sustained some internal injuries, but his formidable physique instantly healed all his wounds. The elder, however, took a half step back, surprise etched across his face.
Naturally, he could sense that Yemo's aura was far weaker than his own.
Yet the fact that the other had managed to push him back left him utterly astonished. With such a vast disparity between them, yet still forcing him back half a step, this was beyond mere talent.
This combat power was terrifying.
In the brief moment he was stunned, a gray current surged rapidly through his body, beginning to wreak havoc.
The elder's expression froze instantly.
He hastily closed his eyes and began scanning his own body. The terrifying gray energy surged wildly within him. Suppressing it was utterly beyond his immediate control.
What have you done to me?
The elder's face darkened as he summoned every ounce of strength to suppress the gray energy. Had that strike landed on a divine realm expert, it likely would have ended their life outright.
Yemo smiled.
His internal injuries had healed completely within a single breath.
He then waved his hand at the elder. Continue.
Zhang Lao's face had turned an extreme shade of grim. He had intended to assert his authority, but now he had become the butt of the joke. To be humiliated in front of so many people, he truly was one of a kind.
What's going on?
A voice filled with authority echoed through the air.
Several elders flew over to this location, having sensed an extremely powerful fluctuation here moments ago. The crowd present was scanned with puzzled glances.
Only the elder before them could have released such intense fluctuations moments ago.
Newly promoted Rhino Elder, what are you doing?
Why did you unleash such terrifying energy just now?
Several elders looked at Yemo, their faces also showing puzzlement.
At this moment, the blood on his lips hadn't been wiped away yet, and his clothes seemed somewhat disheveled.
Fellow disciples, your arrival is timely. Look at this brat before us, he dared to attack me outright.
I merely offered him some guidance, yet he took offense.
Can our sect tolerate such a disciple? Shouldn't he be expelled according to our rules?
The Rhino Elder struggled to suppress the gray gas surging within him, seizing a moment to address the elders.
Ha? Him? You want to kick him out? What? Every elder wore expressions of utter astonishment, their faces twisted with bewilderment. But some quickly caught on. They were all seasoned veterans, well aware of the benefits this disciple could bring them in the future. If you find this disciple unmanageable, you may call him over. Let him join my sect, I'll train him myself. Hey, you can't talk like that. I'll tell you this, I was the first one here. By rights, he should be under my tutelage. Cut the crap. If it comes down to it, we'll settle this with a fight. Whoever wins becomes his master and gets full ownership rights. As the elders argued, their fists began to fly. The rhino elder froze in place. Weren't these people here to help him deal with that kid? To solve the problem? Why were they fighting each other? Hold on, everyone. We need to deal with that. Several elders were arguing fiercely, still boiling with rage. The moment this guy opened his mouth, everyone roared at him in anger. Shut up. The rhino elder shuddered in fright, daring not utter another word. These men were his seniors, men who could defeat him effortlessly. He dared not maintain his elder's dignity in front of them. Yemo couldn't help but let out a helpless, bitter laugh at the scene. What kind of nonsense was this day bringing? After a long while, the elders finished their heated debate and finally decided to address the immediate issue first. Did you know that just now, when you wanted to expel him from the sect, even if you were kicked out yourself, he wouldn't be able to leave? Do you have any idea who he is? When you took over this branch, you could have at least done some research. Asking someone for information wouldn't have hurt. You shouldn't be this ignorant now. You've completely alienated him. My advice is to resign immediately, leave the sect, and find a way to survive out there. Several elders stepped forward to reason with the rhino elder. He expected them to back him up, but instead they were all defending that GMO fellow. Wait, what exactly is this kid's status? Why are you all so afraid? Why are you all scared stiff like this? The rhino elder was utterly baffled, unable to fathom the state these elders were in. What the hell were they babbling about? Shouldn't they be backing him up? Ha! All I can say is, if you dare lay a finger on this disciple again, every single elder here will beat you. And we won't stop until he agrees to let you go. After one elder delivered this threat, the others nodded in agreement. They then glared at him before storming off. Elder Rhino was utterly humiliated, trembling with rage and speechless. He had no clue what this kid's status or background was, yet these elders were so afraid of him they'd even stick their necks out for him. New broom sweeps clean, but you've swept the wrong person. I advise you to leave on your own accord. Don't make me come looking for trouble. Yemo snorted coldly before turning and walking away. Elder Rhino hesitated, tempted to step forward and punch him a few times, but upon second thought, he retreated. He hadn't even suppressed the gray energy within himself yet. Going after him now would only invite another beating. Chapter 219, Dragon Son. Perhaps it's best you seek employment elsewhere. There's no place for you here. Dogplum walked over, patted the elder on the shoulder, shook his head, and walked away. The other disciples followed suit, showing him no courtesy whatsoever. They all stood up and left together. Even the wolf demon didn't oppose him this time. What could they do? The pills this fellow offered were simply too tempting. They couldn't afford to offend him. Once they did, those precious pills would be gone for good. Elder Rhino returned to the elders' hall, his face clouded with frustration. The other elders had been waiting there for quite some time. Here are several positions we've secured for you within the demon clan where you can survive. Choose whichever you prefer. Elder Rhino glanced at the list before him, waved his hand dismissively, and frowned in confusion. Fellow elders, please tell me what's going on with that guy? Why are you treating him like this? The elders exchanged glances inside. The man still didn't understand why. They retrieved bottle after bottle of pills from their storage spaces. Upon opening them, they discovered they contained 5 pattern third-tier pills. The Rhino elder's eyes lit up at the sight, and he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Where on earth had these colleagues obtained such high-grade pills? Those pills were all refined by that kid. I never imagined you'd dare speak to him like that. He's probably the only one in the entire demon clan capable of refining such pills. The Rhino elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire expression betraying utter astonishment. Impossible. You know about the Spirit A Patriarch breaking through to Divine Sovereign status not long ago, right? He's our sect's third Divine Sovereign. Guess how he achieved it? Or rather, guess what kind of elixir he used to break through? Upon hearing this, Elder Rhino's vision darkened. He stumbled backward 2 steps and collapsed into a chair. No wonder these people treated him with such deference, even going out of their way to defend him. So that's the connection behind it all. Damn it! In the end, Elder Rhino fixed his gaze on those identities. He ultimately chose a decent option for himself, resigning from his position as elder. Junior brother. You're unbelievable. That single palm strike left Elder Rhino reeling. How did you become so powerful? Yemo smiled. That strike had been his full power infused with soul energy and even containing a hint of spiritual power. Only by combining all 3 forces could he barely push the opponent back half a step. And that was merely a casual strike from the elder, far from his full power. The gap between him and such a formidable opponent remained vast. Upon returning to his cave residence, Yemo immediately entered seclusion. He placed a large quantity of pills in the tavern for sale. He himself closed his eyes to rest and recuperate. Among the monkeys, many had already evolved from demon beasts into demonic beings. Those monkeys who had awakened spiritual intelligence had also begun their own cultivation practices, one by one. Moreover, the monkey troop had bred numerous young monkeys during this period. The monkey troop grew even larger, and their mining efficiency increased significantly. 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye, and now the trial grounds were about to open once more. The top 10 prodigies on the genius rankings, including those 2 sacred sons, would participate in this soul-hunting trial. After all, the soul essence of a divine master realm expert was simply too tempting. Once they had slain such a target, elevating their soul power from the soul realm to the soul essence realm would be a certainty. Yemo pushed open the cave dwelling's door, his entire aura already transformed beyond recognition. Standing there, he radiated an aura of overwhelming authority. The vast resources had propelled his strength to the 8th layer of the divine realm. Now he could confidently declare he could single-handedly take down a divine master realm, tier 1 powerhouse. Should he encounter Elder Rhino again, he was confident he could take him down within 3 moves. This was the absolute confidence born of true power. Yemo arrived at the entrance to the trial grounds. Now their elders had been replaced once more. A more powerful elder had taken the position. The new elder held Yemo in high regard. He also obtained quite a few pills from him for cultivation purposes. Yemo had generously provided them with ample supplies. During this period, all his followers joined various major human sects. The human empire was essentially an ordinary empire composed of mortals. Its survival was primarily sustained by the numerous sects within its borders. This is how the human empire has managed to survive until now. Within the empire, even divine realm experts might not necessarily exist. All this information came from his retainers who had been gathering intelligence. Following the disciples into the trial grounds, Yemo exhaled deeply. He sensed that everything here remained unchanged from half a year ago, yet he himself had long since become extraordinary. By harnessing his formidable spiritual power, he could swiftly lock onto spirit bodies and effortlessly annihilate them all. Within mere days, he had amassed vast resources within the mystic heaven jade screen. He discovered that the number of soul entities this time far exceeded the previous occasion. Could it be that the elders had poured in even more resources? The truth matched his suspicions exactly. The elders continuously extracted all manner of resources and poured them into this trial ground, solely to spawn more soul entities. Yemo's rampant slaughter of other disciples yielded little for them to share. To maintain a semblance of balance, the elders could only swallow their resentment and contribute vast resources, allowing these disciples to gain a little more. At the same time, they didn't mind Yemo at all, because his pills were simply too valuable. In short, not a single elder had dared to cross him thus far. If he needed more, these elders would even pour in additional resources as long as he remained content and willing to keep selling his pills. Yemo was having a field day slaughtering souls, while the other disciples faced immense hardship. Originally, they could have taken on soul entities one-on-one or overwhelmed them in groups. Now, not only were these soul entities of exceptionally high quality, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Any soul-hunting squad composed of disciples who encountered them had no choice but to turn tail and flee. With only 3 days left, all the top 10 prodigies had gathered together, and even the top 50 strongest were present. Everyone, the question is, how do we locate the divine master-level soul entity? This place's vast searching every corner is simply unrealistic. The Holy Son spoke up, his head crowned with 2 pairs of dragon horns. His true identity was that of an unloved dragon prince from the upper echelons of the dragon clan. Had it not been for this, he would never have been banished to this lower-tier source realm. He trained relentlessly, vying for every resource, all for the day he could return to the upper echelons. Chapter 220, Contempt. I wonder what our little junior brother is up to right now. Dog Plum Blossom swayed his long legs. He had no place in the discussions among the powerful. So he sat quietly to the side, staring blankly at the sky. This time, the soul entity's power was significantly stronger than before. He wondered if his junior brother could hold out. After a long while, Yemo's figure slowly came into view before the crowd. Isn't this the 11th ranked prodigy? The wolf demon noticed him and snorted coldly. At that remark, all eyes turned toward him. 11th on the Genius rankings. This ranking was assigned to Yemo by the creators of the Genius rankings. It was heavily inflated. The other party likely assigned him this position to curry favor, hoping to secure more elixirs. His combat prowess likely wouldn't even rank in the top 50, yet they had placed him at 11th. If they had ranked him any higher, the top prodigies would have been furious. He dared not provoke those madmen ranked in the top 10. After pondering it, he could only shift his focus and reluctantly place Yemo at 11th. This left the wolf demon ranked just behind him deeply dissatisfied. This guy clearly didn't have the strength, yet he'd managed to rank ahead of him solely on his alchemy skills. This was precisely the scene he now led in mocking. The others all snorted coldly. Their rankings all fell between 10th and 20th place.
Finding their own rankings inexplicably pushed back, they were naturally displeased as well.
Though Emo caught the hidden meaning in their words, a faint smile had already curved his lips.
His repeated acts of humility had earned him this outcome. Given his vindictive nature, he would have already confronted that wolf demon head-on.
Were it not for his senior brother's status, Emo possessed countless ways to deal with him.
Now that his strength was sufficient, it seemed there was no need to continue yielding.
Senior brother wolf, what exactly do you mean by that? Emo spoke slowly, but the wolf demon dismissed him with disdain.
I'm referring to certain individuals who occupy positions they don't deserve.
The sarcasm is clear between the lines.
If he can't even grasp that, it only proves his stupidity is truly remarkable.
The wolf demon's words stabbed at Emo like sharp thorns. Unworthy of my position? What on earth are you talking about? The wolf demon chuckled coldly. How long have you been in the sect?
Barely over half a year,
And you've climbed to 11th on the genius rankings? Is that even possible? It's utterly laughable. If it weren't for your alchemy skills, you wouldn't even be on the rankings now.
The others burst into derisive laughter at the sight.
Emo's gaze grew icy.
It seemed the other truly intended to humiliate him publicly. In that case, he saw no need to spare him any more face.
Senior brother, such arrogance, have you forgotten how effortlessly I repelled the new elder earlier?
Hearing this, the wolf demon sneered with utter disdain.
Deep contempt spread across his face. Do you know the difference between us, the top 20 on the genius rankings, and that trashy elder?
Though his official rank may be higher than ours, he has never made it onto the genius rankings. Any one of us in the top 20 could easily defeat him, even with him being one major realm above us. The wolf demon spoke with absolute confidence, his face beaming with a smug smile.
The top 20 on the genius rankings didn't earn their spots by chance.
Every single one of us fought our way through the ranks with real, hard-earned strength.
Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve to be ranked above us?
Though reluctant to offend Emo, the others nodded in agreement with these words.
He was absolutely right.
The other guy simply didn't have the strength to deserve that position.
Say one more word and see what happens.
Nyo Lanshan expelled 2 puffs of white breath from his nostrils, a clear sign he was preparing for battle. Seeing this, the wolf demon swallowed hard, involuntarily taking a half step back as his body began to tremble. The other could crush him effortlessly. Though their cultivation levels were on par, their actual strength was incomparable.
A thorough beating would be the least of it. I'm just stating the facts. Our top priority now is capturing that soul entity. Instead of defending him here, you'd be better off figuring out how to lure the bastard out. No need to rush. Let's cripple you first. We can lure him out later.
Ma Hongzong stretched his limbs nearby. His strength was no joke either. Both men ranked among the top 10 prodigies and were friends of Emo.
Ever since that battle, Ma Hongzong had regarded Emo as a mentor figure.
The fact that Emo had abandoned their wager and allowed him to continue placing orders filled him with profound gratitude.
Now that Emo faced trouble, stepping up was only natural.
The wolf demon's expression darkened further.
How could these two be standing behind Erdwa? What on earth was Ma Hongzong thinking?
After suffering such a humiliating defeat and losing so much, he was now actually speaking up for this guy.
Emo showed little reaction to the other's attitudes, merely wearing a faint smile.
Holy Sun Long Jitian, standing nearby, opened his mouth to speak but shook his head instead. Now was not the time to antagonize these prodigies. If they sabotaged the attack on that soul entity from behind, they might very well let the creature escape. It was better not to antagonize these powerful figures for now. Originally, he had absolute confidence in taking on that powerful soul entity alone. But now, his confidence had completely evaporated. The greater the resources the sect invested, the more benefits that soul entity reaped. By now, its strength had likely reached the 3rd layer of the Divine Master realm. If that were the case, he had absolutely no guarantee of defeating him. At the 1st layer, he might have been able to hold his own. At the 3rd layer, it was impossible. Only a combined attack by everyone might offer a sliver of a chance. If you're truly so confident, let's put it to the test. Should you lose, I'll voluntarily never appear on the Heaven's Pride ranking again.
Should I win, I ask that no one question my placement.
The moment these words left his mouth, everyone reacted as if they'd heard the most laughable joke imaginable, each face breaking into a smile. It was obvious they were struggling to suppress their laughter.
Ha! Little junior brother, your confidence is truly boundless. Do you have any idea how long I've been training in Inner Mongolia? How many cultivation techniques I've mastered? If it weren't for my determination to break into the top 10 of the genius rankings, I wouldn't have stagnated at my current realm for so long. And have you even broken through to the 4th heavenly realm yet?
How dare you brag like this in front of me? Your senior brother here has already reached the 10th heavenly realm. I could take you out with a single strike.
Chapter 221, Fierce Battle.
The wolf demon spoke while swiping his claws, a savage glint flashing in his eyes. If you insist on testing your mettle against me, I suppose I won't refuse. But don't go telling others your senior brother bullied you. After all, you were the one who brought it up.
Emo stretched his limbs and gestured invitingly. The others immediately cleared the space, even the Holy Sun stepping aside. Accompanying the wolf demon was Asaintus, the second-ranked powerhouse on the celestial genius list. Neither spoke. They too seemed eager for the fight, wanting to see just what kind of strength EMO possessed. Rumors about this fellow had been circulating for days, yet none had witnessed his moves firsthand. Well then, senior brother, I won't hold back. The wolf demon flexed his muscles, then propelled himself off the ground like a gray streak of lightning, charging straight toward EMO. EMO held nothing back either, his right palm swirling with gray currents of energy. With all his might, he struck out with a palm strike, its immense force rippling through the surrounding air. In an instant, their blows collided repeatedly. The moment the wolf demon touched his palm, its expression abruptly changed. It swiftly retreated, its attention turning inward. He discovered his fur was aging at an alarming rate, growing dull and lifeless. The area where contact had occurred seemed to have already entered old age. You do possess some skill, but alas, you are merely a frail human. The wolf demon let out a furious howl to the heavens. His eyes swiftly turned blood red, and then, one by one, the muscles across his body began to swell and bulge. Then, his entire form transformed into that of a werewolf, standing there. Other demonic beasts either fought in their true forms or used avatars. So this creature's true form was actually a werewolf. So that's why you're so hostile toward me? Looks like you're hostile toward all humans, you bastard. Hearing this, the wolf demon's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of fury spread across his face. His mother was the sacred maiden of the wolf clan, while his father was a prodigy of the human race. Their union, born of a chance encounter, had produced him as the fruit of their love. From the moment he was born, he was rejected by both the human and wolf clans. Both his parents were punished by their respective clans. They had even prepared to kill him. Had it not been for the beggar who saved his life back then, he would have perished long ago. That incident became a scar he bore, and he refused to reveal his true identity to others. Now, not only had his secret been exposed, but he was being mocked so cruelly. Worse still, the other dared to call him a bastard. The wolf demon's aura grew terrifying once more, strands of bloodthirsty intent erupting from his body. You asked for this. The wolf demon's aura had reached its peak. If it grew any stronger, it seemed poised to break through at any moment. Wolf clan talent, blood sacrifice. Long Zykian recognized the surging currents emanating from the opponent, and the state they now embodied it was the wolf clan's secret technique. Everyone else stared wide-eyed, fixated on the battle unfolding before them. The wolf demon held nothing back, unleashing its full power. Angry already? Fine. Let me show you my newly acquired power. EMO gripped the green-edged sword tightly in his hand, slowly closing his eyes as his aura abruptly shifted. In the brief moment the wolf demon faltered, EMO opened his eyes. Golden light seemed to shoot forth from his gaze. Circles of great suns formed within his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern exactly 9 suns. EMO thrust his sword forward lightly, and a faint, ethereal figure suddenly materialized behind him. The phantom was so bright, so fiery, it was almost blinding. Hit! EMO roared, unleashing a sudden surge of sword energy. The raging flames that swiftly ignited upon the sword energy surged forward like a storm unleashed by the sun itself, hurtling toward the wolf demon at breakneck speed. The spirit wolf demon clearly sensed the danger and darted aside, but it was too late. A heavy blow struck its shoulder. The wound instantly charred black, billowing dark smoke. The wolf fur near the wound was instantly scorched to charcoal. Enraged by the sight, the wolf demon let out a furious howl to the heavens. His form began to blur, and 10 duplicates instantly materialized around him. Each emitted an aura identical to his own, with no discernible difference in appearance. 10 body technique. Someone quickly recognized the technique. A heaven-tier cultivation technique within the sect. Mastering this technique demanded immense suffering, forcibly tearing one's soul and flesh into 10 separate parts. Only after becoming familiar with this sensation could one summon 10 clones so swiftly. Each clone possesses only 1/10 of the master's combat strength, yet when united, they unleash a unique and spectacular power. I only mastered this technique recently, so I'm not entirely proficient with it yet. But it should be more than enough to deal with you. Yemo's heart jolted in alarm as he swiftly retreated 2 steps. The 10 figures charged toward him with blinding speed. No matter how fast Yemo was, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 legs. In the blink of an eye, he was struck several times. Though the blows were barely a scratch to him, they momentarily slowed his movements. Seizing this opening, the wolf demon thrust its claws forward with blinding speed, slashing viciously at Yemo's abdomen. A torrent of blood spurted forth. Let's see how you fight me now that you're wounded. Humans are the most fragile race. Once injured, their strength plummets dramatically. The wolf demon, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans, was well aware of their weaknesses. Haha, you seem to understand humans quite well. Too bad I'm not like them. Yemo then opened his chest, revealing his wounds. Everyone who witnessed this bloody scene couldn't help but swallow hard. It was clear this single blow had left him gravely wounded. His entire abdomen seemed to expose the organs within. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss.
Their face twisted in astonishment as wide eyes stared intently at the wound.
His wound is wriggling. Good heavens, what am I seeing? Why does it seem like his wound is shrinking a bit? I think it's shrinking too. Is something wrong with our eyes? How could that be? Damn it, it's definitely not our eyes playing tricks, it's this guy.
His wound is healing at an incredible speed. In just a few breaths, he's already recovered more than half of it.
Chapter 222, Conditions.
The wolf demon froze solid on the spot at the sight.
What the hell kind of terrifying regenerative ability was this? Weren't humans supposed to be weak and pathetic? Aren't they supposed to be a fragile race and species? What the hell was going on? While he stood there utterly bewildered, Yemo's wounds had already healed completely.
He stood before him, completely free of any negative effects. If not for the holes in his clothes, everyone would have thought the entire scene was an illusion.
Come on, keep fighting. Yemo thrust his sword forward once more.
A dense swarm of sword chi shot toward him at lightning speed.
The wolf demon let out a howl and turned to flee.
The 10 clones on its body swiftly retracted into its own form. The innate skill he had unleashed was instantly recalled.
What the hell kind of hit is that?
He'd put in nearly all his strength into that last strike. It successfully breached a significant portion of his opponent's defense, yet it couldn't do a damn thing to him.
What the hell kind of fight is this? The enemy has infinite stamina, while he has only one life. Clang! A metallic clang echoed through the air.
The Holy Sun slowly extended his dragon claw, blocking the strike for his opponent. Had that blow landed on the wolf demon, it would have been gravely wounded and fallen to the ground. But they needed this combat power now.
So for now, let's avoid killing each other. Yemo furrowed his brow slightly, a look of confusion crossing his face. What is the Holy Sun doing? Let's call it a day. There's no need to prolong this feud between the two of you. Everyone can see you're clearly stronger than him. You rightfully belong in this seat. We have more important matters to attend to, more formidable foes to confront, don't we? Hearing this, Yemo burst out laughing.
When he left me gravely injured just now, you didn't utter a single word.
But now, the moment I'm about to strike back, you step in to stop me. What's that about? Favoritism? Or covering for him? Yemo refused to accept the other's manipulation. Long Zitian's expression darkened. He was indeed shielding the wolf demon. The reason he hadn't intervened when the wolf demon attacked earlier was simple: he didn't believe Yemo would be of any use in the ensuing battle. So if this guy got hurt, he got hurt, no need to make a fuss. If you're outmatched, then go back and nurse your wounds. But now the situation had changed. He had no choice but to intervene. Your grudge isn't that deep to begin with. There's no need to make such a spectacle of yourselves. Do it for my sake. Yemo couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud laughter. Dude, do you really think you're something special? If I wasn't afraid of killing him with a single sword strike, do you think he'd still be alive today?
At Yemo's words, Long Zitian frowned.
This guy had just unleashed such overwhelming power, yet he hadn't even gone all out? He must have been bluffing. I advise you not to get too cocky. There are always people stronger than you out there. The sky has no limits.
As Long Zitian spoke, he infused his words with immense soul power, causing everyone nearby to tremble at the sound. Their souls trembled in the face of the overwhelming aura emanating from the man before them. Yemo, however, remained completely unfazed. He released his own soul pressure in response. And it completely overshadowed him. Long Zitian's expression froze. How could this guy be so terrifyingly powerful? He was not only matching him on the spiritual plane, but even surpassing him. Wasn't he just a newcomer who had only recently entered the realm this year? Enough. You can get lost. I'm going to teach him a lesson now. If you keep butting in, I'll beat you too. After all, Long Zitian was the top-ranked prodigy on the Heavenly Genius list. He had his pride and refused to step aside. Our mission is to eliminate that divine master-level soul entity, not engage in meaningless squabbles here. He seemed poised to continue pleading, but Yemo cut him off without further ado. He produced a handful of pills, flung them into the air, and shattered them with a blast. A cloud of powder drifted through the air. A sweet, metallic scent of blood filled the air. Just as everyone was puzzled by his actions, countless soul entities swarmed in from all directions. I have ways to draw the soul entities. I'm confident I can also get my hands on the one you're after. His words thundered like a bolt of lightning in everyone's ears. They first joined forces to deal with the swarming spirits. Afterward, the spirits that had gathered around him fixed him with piercing stares. Their meaning was clear: if you're so confident, then you take the lead. Fine, I'll do it. I'll beat this guy to a pulp and kick him out of the game. And as for that guy's soul crystal? I want 60% of it all for myself. Hearing his outrageous demands, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. It was utterly outrageous. Such a high cut would leave the others with nothing. Your demand is simply... Long Zitian was cut off before he could finish. If you lot aren't willing, then I'll go solo. If I find that bastard, I can take him down single-handedly and keep everything for myself.
You'd be lucky to get a crumb off the table. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2, Yemo showed no hesitation whatsoever, immediately holding up 3 fingers to begin the countdown. Long Zitian's heart was torn. He desperately needed that soul crystal from the spirit body. His breakthrough to the soul realm depended on it. Before Yemo could utter the final number, Long Zitian immediately stated his bottom line. You take half for yourself. The remaining 50% is split among us. If you agree to this, we'll cooperate. A faint smile curved Yemo's lips. This had been his plan all along. His earlier demand for such a high price had been precisely to give the other party room to bargain. Now that both sides had reached an understanding, their gaze shifted toward the wolf demon cowering in the corner, trembling in fear. Crackle, crackle. Niu Lanshan cracked his joints, his bones popping loudly. He then lifted the opponent as easily as a chick, delivering a brutal beating before kicking him flying. The opponent shot through the air like a rainbow, vanishing into the distance. Tough guy got beaten like that and didn't utter a single whimper. Yemo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Niu Lanshan spread his massive hoof, revealing dozens of gleaming teeth clutched within. He wasn't trying to stay silent. I knocked out his teeth. The pain made it impossible for him to open his mouth. Chapter 223, Fourth Layer of Divine Master. Yemo stood atop the mountain peak, clutching a large quantity of pills in his hand. The other powerful figures and their followers remained hidden in the shadows, preparing to eliminate the numerous weak soul entities converging from all directions. They had simultaneously summoned numerous disciples they were close to, organizing the majority of their forces to sweep away the soul entities together. As Yemo crushed the pills, countless fragments scattered in the wind. The surrounding soul entities instantly sensed the commotion and began swarming toward the location with frenzied urgency. Those who had been lying in wait wore puzzled expressions, for they suddenly felt the earth shake violently. Could an earthquake have struck within this secret realm? Just as astonishment spread among them, one man's eyes widened. Pointing toward the overwhelming tide of souls engulfing the horizon, he trembled violently. The sheer number of these soul entities was staggering, overwhelming like a tsunami. There were tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, rapidly converging on their location. Yemo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at the sight. This was the first time he'd shattered so many pills, attracting such a vast number of soul entities. Yet the effect seemed negligible. None of these chaotic masses contained a single divine master level being. Yemo took a deep breath, knowing he needed to take more drastic measures. He pulled out another large batch of pills, gathering them in his hand before crushing them with force. Even the more distant soul entities seemed to respond, swiftly rushing toward this location as the scent carried through the air. Deep within the trial grounds, a soul entity sat motionless, eyes closed in meditation. Every minion surrounding him radiated the aura of a 10th-tier divine realm cultivator. Suddenly, one subordinate furrowed his brow, his face clouding with confusion. He then turned his gaze toward a specific direction, his eyes brimming with an insatiable hunger. The others followed suit, each swallowing hard. Yet none dared to leave first, their gazes fixed intently on their leader. Their leader seemed to possess remarkable composure. Such a terrifying aura failed to draw his attention. As another wave of fragrant breeze swept by, the divine master-level soul entity seated there finally couldn't hold back any longer. As he slowly rose to his feet, a savage look of desire flashed across his face. With a gentle wave of his hand, a vast number of soul entities rapidly materialized around him, and not a single one was weaker than a 7th heaven divine realm soul. Each possessed a quality that could only be described as terrifyingly high. Under his command, these soul entities surged forward like a disciplined army, charging toward the source of the scent. Yemo seemed to sense something, his expression abruptly changing, but what followed was an overwhelming surge of excitement. Others engaged in battle also sensed a peculiar sensation, their eyes soon reflecting a frenzied anticipation. This guy had finally been drawn to them. The potency of his soul essence was terrifying beyond measure. Even a single drop could likely surpass the combined quality of all soul crystal liquids from 10th-tier divine realm cultivators. Therefore, even knowing they would only receive a tiny portion, each of them coveted it intensely. It was a crucially important resource. Yemo narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. He stood right at the center of it all. The outer perimeter was filled with others fighting frantically for their shares. He, however, was content to remain at leisure. The top 10 experts were doing the same. None had made a move, conserving their strength for the final showdown. That guy's strength has likely reached the 4th tier of the Divine Master realm. Perhaps even the 5th tier. Yemo, exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations, spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Long Zitian's brows furrowed slightly, and his expression shifted. Fortunately, they had prepared thoroughly this time, inviting so many powerful allies to join forces against the enemy. If it was the 4th layer of the Divine Master realm, they still had a fighting chance. But if it was the 5th layer, it was time to disband and make a quick escape. The 5th heaven was beyond their capabilities. As time passed, wave after wave of the Soul Army was easily dealt with by their junior disciples. The lone wolf demon on the outskirts, utterly terrified, had long since crushed its wooden token and fled for its life. Moreover, having been severely beaten and losing much of his combat strength, he was utterly incapable of fighting the soul entities and could only flee. Finally, the overwhelming tide of soul entities surged once more. The Divine Master level soul entity revealed its true form before everyone's eyes. A terrifying entity standing a full 8 meters tall. The soul entities gathered around him were nearly as numerous as all the soul entities that had previously assaulted the defenses combined. Every disciple's face turned grim. They had already expended considerable energy earlier. Yemo hesitated not a moment, swiftly tossing out the pills. These pills possessed the power to restore stamina. Everyone rejoiced upon seeing the pills. With 3 pills in total, they only needed 1 to restore their stamina, meaning the remaining 2 were essentially rewards for them. Even if they didn't get a single drop of the Divine Master level soul essence this time, they'd still come out ahead. The soul essence liquid produced by the overwhelming swarm of soul entities belonged to whoever slew them. Their jade bottles were already filled to the brim with countless drops of soul essence. The rewards from this single event nearly surpassed the total resources they had obtained from participating in the trial grounds 4 times over. Everyone was thrilled. Yemo also gave the top 10 strongest individuals recovery pills, 5 pills per person. Gratitude flashed across each face. As the soul entity army charged in, both sides collided violently. Countless disciples immediately plunged into the battlefield, deploying their abilities to confront the soul entities. Chaos erupted instantly. Countless soul entities were annihilated, while many disciples sustained injuries. The battle raged fiercely. He's here. Long Zykian fixed his gaze on the defensive line. The moment he spotted the towering figure, he let out a furious roar to the heavens, his body shrouded in billowing mist. Then, within the mist, his entire form transformed into a colossal blue dragon. Soaring through the clouds, it swiftly charged toward the front lines. Other powerful warriors unleashed their unique abilities. Those meant to charge did so, while others took to the skies. Yemo did not rush to act, instead standing quietly in place to observe the battle. He occasionally intervened to support disciples whose defenses were on the verge of collapse. He did not recall the soul crystal essence. The disciples immediately shot him looks of immense gratitude. This was a prime opportunity to build connections, and he wasn't about to let it slip away so easily. Roar! The soul entity roared furiously. To everyone's astonishment, it swung its arm with tremendous force, revealing a broken halberd in its grasp. Chapter 224, Sword Technique reveals its might. Holy! Yemo couldn't help but exclaim beside him. This was the first time he'd ever seen a soul entity wield a weapon. Other soul entities relied almost entirely on their own innate power, none ever resorting to external aids. This one could actually wield a weapon. The halberd whirled menacingly in his grasp. The 10 elite warriors launched a frenzied assault, surrounding him. Yet they couldn't break through his defenses, they couldn't even get close enough to land a hit. Damn it! This guy! He's already at the peak of the 4th layer. Yemo also sensed the soul entity's cultivation level. Why isn't that kid making his move yet? Cat 7 stood outside the trial grounds, observing the situation inside through a bronze mirror artifact. He frowned slightly, having intended to gauge the strength Yemo had gained during this period. But it seemed the results weren't as promising as he'd hoped. The fellow hadn't once engaged the stronger opponents. Was it because he was too weak, or simply because he disdained facing such adversaries? Though he could effortlessly slay those at the 3rd or 4th tier of the Divine Master realm, this held no surprise whatsoever in Cat 7 monster's eyes. After so long training within the inner sect, if he couldn't even reach this level of strength, he might have to give up on this fellow altogether. Let's ramp up the difficulty for them. Cat 7 monsters chuckled softly, then flicked his fingers lightly, injecting a massive influx of resources into the trial grounds. The soul entity seemed to sense something, its expression instantly lighting up with ecstatic joy. His aura surged once more, propelling him directly to the 5th tier of the Divine Master realm. Yemo's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What was this sect elder trying to do? Play with their lives until they died? Quest triggered. Slay the Divine Master realm soul entity. Reward, Holy Tier body technique upon completion. Yemo's face twisted in astonishment. By his own assessment, that thing was at best a mystic tier technique. Moreover, it was the kind with no discernible system, offering negligible effects. It was utterly useless for cultivation, serving only for evasion. If he could acquire another footwork technique, his combat speed would undoubtedly increase, allowing him to move with ease and agility. A smile spread across Yemo's face. However, with his current strength, he could barely engage this soul entity. Defeating it would still be a significant challenge. It seemed absolutely necessary to level up. Yemo narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow as he slowly opened his system interface. After a series of operations on the panel, the cultivation levels of 2 same-tier techniques simultaneously rose to 10%. During this period, Yemo hadn't relied heavily on the power absorbed from the koi carp to advance his own cultivation realm. Instead, he had stored all of it as power points within his system. Storing it within his system held one immense advantage: it could be used any time to upgrade techniques.
His current cultivation level and strength were entirely the result of his own diligent cultivation, meticulously honed step by step.
Damn it, this is killing me. I'll definitely need to use this thing to recover later. Yemo muttered under his breath, observing the battle unfolding before him.
The battle grew increasingly fierce, with many disciples already sustaining injuries.
That soul entity was incredibly powerful.
With a powerful swing of his halberd, Niu Lanshan was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth.
Ma Hanzong and the others weren't faring much better.
He kept popping various battle pills non-stop. Barely holding their ground on the front lines, they managed to keep up the fight.
The 10th ranked fighter, now at the very bottom, lay unconscious on the ground.
His clothes were torn to shreds, and his arm was broken at an unnatural angle.
Damn it! I could have held my own a moment ago, but now I can't even fight back.
Long Zitian had lost his usual composure, his body gradually covered in wounds of all kinds. The soul entity sneered contemptuously. Not a single person present could stand against him.
Yemo could no longer sit idly by.
He stomped the ground with all his might, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed.
He channeled every last ounce of his remaining strength into his cultivation realm. In an instant, his peak 8th heaven cultivation surged through to the 9th heaven.
With the help of the koi, he swiftly stabilized his newfound power. Overwhelmed by his overwhelming aura, everyone froze in shock.
Damn, no wonder he said he wasn't using his full strength earlier. It seems he was telling the truth. A divine realm cultivator capable of fighting above his tier?
He deserves a spot in the top 10 of the heavenly genius rankings.
Yemo flew forward, landing directly before the soul entity.
Seeing this, the others immediately retreated, gaining a moment to catch their breath.
Leave this to me. You can handle other matters.
The other defensive lines were also on the verge of collapse under the soul entity's onslaught. The soul entities weren't particularly formidable individually, but their sheer overwhelming numbers made them terrifying. Many disciples were already exhausted, forced into retreat, and even facing mortal danger. Had it not been for the 10 strongest fighters capable of eliminating the soul entities, they would have fled long ago.
Stop trying to be a hero. How could you possibly handle this alone?
Long Zitian spoke, then prepared to charge forward for another melee assault. As a dragon, his regenerative abilities were formidable. He thought to himself that while he had many minor wounds, they were no great concern to him.
Yemo merely sneered with disdain before unleashing a direct sword strike.
The moment the blade left his hand, the very heavens and earth seemed to shift. Behind him, a perfect sun rose slowly.
It radiated scorching light. The strike unleashed a fierce gale that swept through the surroundings.
The sheer power of this strike far exceeded that of a divine realm cultivator. This. Long Zitian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Thankfully, he hadn't pushed things to such an awkward point with this guy earlier. Otherwise, he might not have stood a chance against him. He had concealed so many hidden cards.
That sword technique seemed to be from the human race, didn't it?
A realization dawned on Long Zitian, his expression shifting slightly. If this guy could wield human cultivation techniques, didn't that prove he had mastered? Roar! The soul entity sensed the terror of this strike and swung its halberd with all its might, attempting to counter it. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi sliced clean through his halberd. Without encountering any resistance, it cleaved the rust-stained halberd clean in two. The sword energy then struck his blood-stained armor. In the blink of an eye, the armor shattered into pieces, exploding apart. The powerful sword energy left a deep gash across his chest, nearly piercing him through.
One strike. Defeated the enemy. Whoa!
Niu Lanshan climbed down from the wall, his face betraying utter shock. After swallowing hard, he couldn't help but extend his hoof and give a thumbs up.
This kid's strength is terrifying.
Even without my help, he probably could have taken down the golden shadow cicada earlier.
Chapter 225, Light and Shadow Body Shifting Technique. Yemo gasped for breath, his lungs heaving.
Though his spiritual energy recovered quickly, that single arrow had drained 90% of his foundation establishment stage reserves. It was well known that at the foundation establishment stage, one could only unleash techniques of the yellow or mystic ranks at full power. He skipped Earth grade, Heaven grade, King grade, and Emperor grade techniques, directly unleashing a sacred grade cultivation method one only the most elite masters could wield to its full potential. This feat stemmed entirely from his formidable meridians, vast internal spiritual energy reserves, and his relatively shallow grasp of the cultivation technique's profound layers. Had he grasped even 1% more of its essence, that single strike would have drained him dry.
I'm drained. Damn it. I pushed too hard. You guys, hurry up and heal me.
Yemo's face darkened as he hastily pulled out a handful of pills and shoved them into his mouth. These were all spiritual energy restoring pills he had refined after receiving the cultivation pill reward. His spiritual energy rapidly began to recover within his body. Seeing this, the others immediately rushed forward, forming a shield in front of him.
Yemo was far too vulnerable at this moment.
Whoa! Truly the cultivation technique of a powerful human cultivator, its destructive power is terrifying.
Cat 7 Monsters, finally witnessing his young disciple in action from outside, wore a deeply gratified smile. Damn, a 9th Heaven Divine Realm Cultivator one strike shattered the defenses of a 5th layer Divine Master Realm powerhouse. He had come within a hair's breadth of instantly killing the opponent. With his cultivation level and discernment, he could clearly tell the opponent was using a human cultivation technique. He hadn't expected this little one to return from his trip to the human race having learned their cultivation techniques and crucially, possessing the physical constitution to actually cultivate them. In this world, practitioners typically specialized in one path only. Either physical cultivation or spiritual cultivation, most possessed only one innate talent. Yet this fellow could master both paths simultaneously. Most crucially, he excelled in both paths with such formidable strength. His future path would undoubtedly lead him to greater heights and further distances. After a few breaths, Yemo opened his eyes once more. His pallid complexion had returned to normal. His spiritual energy surged once more, swelling to its peak state. Step aside. I'll slay him. Though the soul entity had lost its weapon and was forced into retreat, no one could harm it in the slightest. They could only barely suppress it. The moment Yemo's voice echoed, everyone swiftly retreated. No one dared to linger, fearing they might be caught in the sword cheese blast. A single careless brush with that blade could mean instant death. With this single strike, the soul entity was cleaved cleanly in two. Flames erupted from its wounds, consuming it until nothing remained but ashes. A soul crystal, nearly half the size of a human head, emerged from its body. Yemo stepped forward, cleaving it in two. He took one half for himself and handed the other to the other 10 masters. As agreed, I take what belongs to me. This is yours. The instant Yemo slowly withdrew his sword, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the sword Dao law. Yemo's heart skipped a beat as he opened the system interface to check. Law mastered, sword path law minor achievement. Unlocked sword path domain. Domain? Yemo tapped the domain description with some confusion. Sword path domain. Upon activating the sword path domain, an area within a 500-meter radius around the user is subsumed into the domain. When releasing sword path techniques, their power increases by 500%. Resource consumption increases by 50%. A smile instantly spread across Yemo's face, but it quickly turned to relief. Thankfully he'd checked the domain details beforehand. Otherwise, if he'd activated the domain before unleashing the 9-yang sword technique, he would have likely passed out instantly. He wouldn't even be able to swing his sword. He already required 90% of his spiritual energy just to wield his sword. Adding this 50% consumption, though it boosted power, was simply beyond his limits. The 10 elite prodigies all wore expressions of gratitude, followed by deep excitement and fervor. Exchanging brief glances, they swiftly dispersed to reinforce other battlefronts. Long Zitian tucked away the remaining half of the crystal. After the battle concluded, they would distribute rewards based on merit. From this day forward, the title of First Holy Son on the prodigy list changes hands. Yemo shall be ranked as our sect's Holy Son. He will represent our sect in next month's upcoming sect competition. Cat 7 Monsters swiftly issued the order, and the names on the prodigy rankings abruptly changed. The top 10 prodigies each dropped one rank. The second-ranked Holy Daughter now occupied third place among the top prodigies. Long Zitian's name now occupied the second position. What? The top spot on the genius rankings has changed hands? Disciples within the sects wore expressions of utter astonishment. Upon seeing the name at the top of the list, every single one of them couldn't help but gasp aloud. A junior disciple who had only recently joined the sect had become the strongest talent, ranked first on the list in such a short time. At Yemo's restaurant, the staff's faces lit up with delight upon seeing the changes on the genius rankings. He immediately posted this in their entourage's chat group. Ruan Wei, holy. Only our boss could pull this off. Brother Yi is so badass. Li Wanyue, bro, Li is the real deal. Hugao, Sisyu, maybe tone it down a bit. Otherwise your man's gonna go nuts again. Ruan Wei, bull. You fatso. I've never been jealous of the boss. I'm ranked in the top 20 prodigies in my sect on the human clan side now. Stop trying to drive a wedge between me and the boss. The entourage chatted animatedly. Many of them had been heavily relied upon by their respective sects. Yemo's rise in power had benefited all his followers. Not only were they formidable within their sects, but they also stood out in every aspect. Possessing top-tier celestial spirit roots, they thrived effortlessly. They had already become the rising leaders of their respective sects. Though they must rebuild their spiritual power from scratch, relying solely on their physical strength, their innate spiritual roots and Yemo's enhancements have accelerated their growth. Their strength grew at an astonishing pace. The instant Yemo broke through to foundation establishment, every human follower reached at least the 9th layer of chi cultivation. Most of these human followers could share 50% of his cultivation experience. A smaller portion could share 20%. Reaching chi cultivation levels 7 or 8 posed no difficulty. Such cultivation speed naturally caught the attention of many sect elders. Many of them were directly admitted as inner disciples, and some even became disciples under the elders themselves. Yemo opened the system interface with great excitement and claimed his randomly assigned body movement technique manual. Light and shadow body shifting technique. The moment Yemo saw the name of this technique, he was overcome with excitement. This was a mid-tier saint-grade cultivation technique. Most crucially, its cultivation requirements were exceptionally stringent. One must possess both light spirit roots and dark spirit roots, dual spirit roots. Moreover, individuals possessing such rare dual spirit roots were exceedingly rare. Chapter 226, Rapid Advancement. After a long while, Yemo slowly opened his eyes. His left eye radiated an aura of authority, while his right eye emitted a dark, profound depth. As he rose and shifted, shimmering light seemed to dance around his form, making it incredibly difficult to catch a glimpse of his movements. Even observing him was this difficult, let alone making contact. His energy reserves were nearly depleted, having pushed this cultivation technique to a mere 5% mastery. For now, however, it was sufficient. It must be said that this technique was a profoundly weighty gift for him. The reason was simple: the other two same-tier techniques required massive energy expenditure when unleashed, potentially even depleting his reserves. But this light and shadow body technique caused him no such trouble at all. He could unleash it without expending much energy. It required no offensive action, only evasion. As Yemo sat cultivating in the eastern garden, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. The moment he opened the door, Dog Plum Blossom lunged forward. Yemo reacted swiftly, immediately employing the newly learned footwork to dodge out of the way, leaving the dog to lunge at thin air. Dog Plum Blossom, still displeased, lunged forward again, but the elder behind him gave a soft cough. Dog Plum Blossom then stood pouting to the side, glaring at Yemo. Ahem, Erdwa, you must have heard about the celestial prodigy list. As the holy son of our beggars sect, you will now represent us in the grand competition. Yemo had naturally heard about this matter long ago and nodded. With you there, we have no worries about this competition. However, your opponent this time might be. The elder hesitated, his words trailing off. Yemo frowned, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Elder, speak plainly. I'll weigh your words myself. The elder sighed before explaining why he had hesitated. Your opponent this time is from the Beastmen tribe. They harbor innate hostility toward the human race, having once even kept humans captive as two-legged sheep. Yet when they crave fresh snow-fed meat or meat dishes, they feast heartily on their human slaves. Yemo's expression suddenly darkened with rage. A murderous intent gradually crept onto his face. The threat the Beastmen posed to humans was truly immense. A race that delighted in eating human flesh. If Yemo had the power, he would never let them go unpunished. So what do you suggest? After all, they maintain relatively friendly relations with our sect. I only ask that you refrain from excessive violence when you act. Yemo raised an eyebrow at the words. Right now, I want to know one thing: if I fall into their hands and am defeated, will they show mercy? The elder paused, then a wry smile touched his lips. It was true. Over the years, whenever human sects and beast tribes clashed in the grand sect competitions between empires, it always turned into a bloody massacre. Humans never showed mercy when they could slay beastmen. Beastmen felt the same: if they could eliminate a human, they wouldn't hold back either. I was short-sighted. You need only act according to your own judgment. The elder gave a bright smile before turning and leaving. Yemo offered no further explanation, merely glancing slowly at Dog Plum Blossom. What brings my senior sister here? Well, to congratulate my senior brother, of course. Now that you've crippled that wolf demon, you've become the senior brother of our branch. Dog Plum Flower wagged her little tail as she spoke, her face radiating excitement and enthusiasm. It had been ages since their branch had produced anyone in the top 10 of the Celestial Genius rankings. This achievement brought immense prestige to their entire branch. Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you. After exchanging a few polite words, Yemo began his seclusion. The koi fish gobbled up vast quantities of resources on the other side. Yemo suddenly realized that the koi's power values could also be applied to his own cultivation realm. Moreover, whether it was cultivation pills or physical enhancement pills, the koi could devour and convert them into power points. Yemo was naturally overjoyed, ceaselessly refining various pills to feed the koi. Beep. While Yemo was refining pills, a notification suddenly popped up. A private message had been sent to him through the attendant system. He tapped to open it, revealing a message from Bai Yu Yao. Darling, do you miss me? Yemo immediately replied. You guess. The other person seemed to be waiting by the screen as well, replying instantly. Hee, I'll tell you, my abilities are pretty formidable now. I've been given important responsibilities within the sect. Even though I just advanced to inner sect disciple, I've been taken under the wing of our sect master as a personal disciple. Yemo raised an eyebrow at this, giving a nod of approval. Entering the inner sect so quickly meant the other party had likely broken through to foundation establishment. It was time for him to push his own cultivation further. The chi refining stage was equivalent to the martial god realm within the body tempering realm, while foundation establishment was comparable to the divine being realm.
The strict requirement for participating in this grand competition was that one must not break through the divine being realm, nor advance beyond the foundation establishment stage in cultivation. EMO planned to max out both of these stages in the coming period. Oh, right, in a month, our sect elders will take me to observe the sect competition held in the Demon Clan Imperial City. Will you come then? Bai Yuyao seemed quite eager since arriving in this world, she hadn't had a proper chance to see it. I should be representing the Demon Clan's sect in the competition. We'll meet then. After replying, EMO closed his eyes to cultivate. In a certain cave dwelling. I never imagined this small world could harbor such a terrifyingly gifted powerhouse. Though their cultivation time is shorter than mine, their strength surpasses mine. It's truly shameful. Long Zitian sighed deeply, a look of helplessness spreading across his face. He had always believed that within this tiny demonic realm, he was, at the very least, a uniquely gifted and extraordinary existence. Yet he never imagined this world could also produce such talent. In his eyes, EMO was fully qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies of the higher realms. As long as there are avenues for advancement in the future, prosperity and success are well within reach. Don't be too discouraged. You dragons possess your own innate talents. He, being human, can cultivate human techniques. His methods all stem from human cultivation manuals. A calm voice interjected. Long Zitian poured the other a cup of tea. Master. Cat 7 monsters slowly approached him, took the tea, and drank it in one gulp. So he masters human cultivation techniques, no wonder he's so powerful. But everyone knows that while soul and spirit can be cultivated together, spirit and body are another matter. Early dual cultivation brings great strength, yet advancing later becomes as hard as climbing to heaven. One might even stagnate forever. Chapter 227, Deceiving Long Zitian. Cat 7 monsters understood this principle too. I've naturally considered this scenario. Those who practice dual cultivation either lack talent or possess extremely poor aptitude. That kid, though. His cultivation aptitude is nothing short of exceptional, a rare heavenly spirit root. Long Zitian's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. His face was filled with utter disbelief. Those with cultivation aptitude were truly 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. And among them, those with truly exceptional talent were equally rare, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000. For someone of his age to have cultivated his physical body to such a degree, his innate talent was undeniably exceptional. Even prodigies at the same cultivation level would struggle to match him. Only a saint's son or saint daughter could be considered worthy opponents. Possessing physical cultivation aptitude alone was already rare enough, yet this fellow also possessed top-tier cultivation aptitude for cultivating immortality. Such talent is truly unparalleled throughout history, with no precedent and no successor. I see. It seems my defeat was entirely justified. You 10 youngsters are about to participate in the grand competition. If you need anything, just ask. This is about bringing glory to our sect. I came to see you today hoping you could assist me with something. Long Zitian looked at Cat 7 with some confusion. You know you're not the main force this time. The main force is Erdwa. Long Zitian nodded. He understood perfectly well that his role this time was merely to assist. The opponent was stronger than him, and most importantly, he hadn't yet cultivated to the peak of this realm. The peak of the divine realm was the 10th heaven, yet that man was already at the 9th heaven and could easily crush him. Once he reached the 10th heaven, he would likely become even stronger. I need you to do something. It might mean you won't make a name for yourself at this grand assembly, but I hope you'll make this sacrifice. Cat 7 Strange stroked his beard. There are many other powerful cultivators from different sections. Our plan is this. After hearing this, Long Zitian couldn't hide the shock on his face. He let out a soft sigh, his eyes gradually growing dim. But he quickly regained his composure. I'll follow my master's lead. Can you go speak with him now? Cat 7 Nuisance nodded, then flicked his sleeves and slowly departed. Bitterness filled Long Zitian's heart as he stared at the tea leaves floating in his cup. After a long moment, he drained it in one gulp and stood up. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reached his ears. Yemo slowly opened his eyes, puzzled. Why was he constantly being disturbed during his seclusion? With a light wave of his hand, the cave entrance opened automatically. Long Zitian stood outside, watching him, forcing a strained smile. Senior brother. Yemo was filled with questions. What on earth was this guy doing here? Ah, Brother Long. Come in and rest for a moment. Yemo spoke as he led the other into the cave dwelling. The two sat down before a stone table. Senior brother, I've come to deliver Master's verbal instructions. Yemo raised an eyebrow. Master Cat 7 monsters? Long Zitian nodded. I never imagined we were disciples of the same master. What did the old master say? Long Zitian sighed deeply. We must cooperate in the upcoming grand competition. The master's instructions are straightforward. You are to be the primary closing act. Your identity and strength must remain undisclosed. You are to be kept as a trump card. The competition will be packed with masters. Even for me, winning would be incredibly difficult. Master instructed me to spare no effort in clearing some opponents for you.
Yemo frowned, then nodded.
Sacrificing the pawn to save the king was indeed crucial. Sacrifices must be made to secure a better ranking.
Seeing the other's expression, Yemo understood he was utterly unwilling to serve as his support, clearing the path for him. Who in his position would willingly accept such a role? Once, he had been the most outstanding prodigy within the sect, the pride and foundation of everyone's confidence, the figure everyone aspired to catch up to. But now, this newcomer had not only snatched away his former glory, but more crucially, possessed extraordinary power despite his youth. Naturally, everyone's attention would shift away from him. It seemed only natural that he would be relegated to the role of a non-existent support. The feeling of falling from the clouds to the depths of despair Long Zetian must be experiencing it all too fully right now. Yemo felt a twinge of sympathy for him, yet he didn't know what to say. Then his eyes darted around as if he'd thought of something. Brother Long, do you want to become stronger? Long Zetian looked puzzled but nodded nonetheless. I have a way to make you stronger, but from now on, you must stand with me on the same side no matter what. Long Zetian paused, slightly bewildered, then nodded uncertainly, gesturing for him to continue. You can think of this as a contract. Once you sign it, we'll share a portion of each other's innate talent, pushing our power beyond its current limits. You've likely hit a bottleneck by now, stagnating and suppressing your breakthrough, right? Long Zetian nodded. Yemo continued, after signing with me, your power ceiling will rise significantly. I can even pass on the cultivation techniques I've mastered to you. A look of utter shock spread across Long Zetian's face. He had never heard of a contract capable of such feats. Not only could it break through both parties' bottlenecks, but it also allowed learning the other's cultivation techniques. What Yemo was saying was essentially a ploy to lure Long Zetian. If the other party willingly became his subordinate, then everything would fall into place. Securing such a powerful subordinate, combined with the strength boosts he would provide, would inevitably elevate him to the ranks of the elite in the future. Let me think about it. Give me some time to consider, okay? Long Zetian didn't immediately agree. He needed to return and ponder this matter. Yemo nodded readily. Then we'll meet again in half a month. Half a month later was precisely the day they were to depart for the competition venue. This grand tournament would be held in the Imperial City. It would take half a month to travel there. Long Zetian nodded, then turned and left. Yemo continued his cultivation. Within that fortnight, he successfully pushed his strength to its peak. He reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of the divine realm and achieved the grand perfection of the 10th layer of the foundation establishment stage. Now, when wielding his sword techniques, he would never again experience exhaustion. Each sword strike consumed merely 10% of his spiritual energy, and all three cultivation techniques had reached 10% proficiency. Quest triggered, win first place in the grand competition. Reward, random Emperor tier weapon and matching Saint tier cultivation technique upon completion. Chapter 228, Convergence. The reward instantly lit up Yemo's eyes, an excited expression spreading across his face. The Azure Edge Sword was merely a low-grade king tier weapon, yet unleashing its sword energy could boost its power by 500%. An Emperor-grade weapon would surely be even more formidable. Just as Yemo was reveling in his excitement, a knock sounded at the cave dwelling's entrance. Coming. Long Zetian stood outside, his expression utterly calm. In the most matter-of-fact tone, his gaze fixed intently on Yemo, he delivered his final decision. As long as it makes me stronger, I'm willing to sign this contract with you. The moment the words left his mouth, the information belonging to him was instantly recorded into the system. Yemo's face lit up with a bright smile. He then extended a hand. Welcome to the family. Yemo said as he showed him how to open the chat panel. Li Shangwu, welcome, new friend. Ruan Wei, welcome, welcome. Hu Gao, wow. This time we got a big shot. Dragon Brother is so cool. Long Zetian, experiencing this kind of chat software for the first time, clearly felt a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't quite processed why so many people were suddenly surrounding him with such enthusiasm. A rare blush spread across his face. Alright, now you can feel it. Do you sense any changes within you? After Yemo finished speaking, Long Zetian closed his eyes and carefully examined his body. His expression suddenly turned utterly shocked, his face brimming with excitement. He could sense his upper limit had seemingly increased by about 10%. Don't underestimate this mere 10%. In duels between masters, it's often the depth of one's foundation that decides the outcome. A single point, a single thread of strength can tip the scales of victory. And this was a full 10%. Tears welled up in Long Zetian's eyes. All his years of arduous cultivation had yielded less tangible results than someone else's simple contract. So this contract truly means becoming a servant. Long Zetian now understood his predicament. This contract was remarkably tyrannical. While it granted power upon signing, it left him utterly powerless to resist Yemo. You wouldn't make me do anything outrageous, would you? Long Zetian hugged his shoulders, a peculiar expression on his face. Yemo's face darkened. Is that really how you see me? What? Say that again? Within the main hall of the Beast Clan sect, a figure resembling a scout knelt before the sect leader. Reporting to the sect leader, every word I speak is true. There is indeed a human among the demon clan's official roster of combatants. After extensive investigations, he had obtained the participant rosters from all factions competing in the grand tournament. However, the information he obtained was deliberately fabricated. Oof. Are the demonic clan provoking us? Knowing full well our hostility toward the human clan, they still dare to do such a thing? Spread disorder. When the human clan's 10th ranked contestant, the weakest among them, sees this, beat him to death. If possible, slay him right on the stage. The scout departed, mission accomplished. Silence once again fell over the vast hall. Father, might this not be unwise? Should it provoke the demon clan's wrath, our alliance between the two races could be jeopardized. A massive man stood before the clan leader, his body bulging with muscle, 2 enormous fangs protruding from his jaw, and standing a full 2 meters tall. Oof. The demon clan dared to send a human to the arena. This proves they seem dissatisfied with us too. They're likely testing our limits. We naturally needn't hold back. Only by displaying our greatest strength can we earn others' respect. As the team leader for this grand competition, I expect you to fulfill your responsibilities diligently. Your greatest threat is likely the demonic clan's Long Zitian. According to our spies, he hails from the higher realms. The man nodded, a savage gleam flashing in his eyes. During this competition, we must still be cautious toward the human sects. He trailed off, miming a throat-slitting gesture toward himself. The sect master nodded, scratching his armpit with a claw. Of course. Humans are merely the 2-legged sheep we raise. Now these sheep have jumped up to bite us. If we don't kill the leader, how can we intimidate the rest of the 2-legged sheep? The sect master paused, a hint of profoundness flickering in his eyes. What follows is for your ears only. Do not breathe a word of it. The higher-ups feel the same. We may soon take action against the human race. If successful, the entire human race will become our fresh blood feast. He extended his thick, crimson tongue, licking his teeth with an expression of excitement. He then grabbed a blood-dripping chunk of meat from the nearby platter, shoved it into his mouth, and savored it with evident pleasure. As you command, father. Ha? What are you doing here? Bai Yuyao stared at Ruanwei in the teleportation array, surprise etched across her face. I was wondering the same thing. What are you two doing here? Hu Gao waddled over from the side, his belly protruding prominently. He looked even heavier than before. What a coincidence. I was wondering why I ran into you lot too. Li Wanyue glided over in a flowing robe, radiating an ethereal aura. Ha? Didn't you tell me you were going into seclusion? Ruanwei was also a bit baffled. His partner hadn't told him she was coming to the grand competition? Li Wanyue cleared her throat softly, immediately turning her attention to him. Didn't you tell me you'd be focusing on alchemy for several months? How did you end up here? They exchanged glances without saying much, each clearing their throat awkwardly. If I'm not mistaken, you two are here as spectators representing exceptionally talented disciples, right? Hu Gao remarked while munching on a baked flatbread. Good to know. Can't you eat a little less? You're so fat now. Ruanwei patted his belly, a look of disgust spreading across his face. You know nothing. The secret technique I'm learning now lets me burn fat to unleash tremendous power. You might not even beat me in a fight now. Hu Gao snorted. The technique he practiced was rather peculiar. Burning fat amplified his attack power, potentially doubling it at peak. The cost was enormous, though. He currently weighed over 300 jin, but after using this technique, he'd slimmed down to around 200 jin in less than a quarter of an hour. We're still way behind Brother Yi. Us little guys can only watch the fight. He's representing the demon clan, after all. Li Wanyue sighed. She'd thought their cultivation progress was fairly swift, but it simply couldn't compare to their leaders. You know each other? A woman with an icy expression approached from Bai Youyao's side, radiating waves of frigid energy. Chapter 229, 4 Paths Converge. Senior sister. Bai Youyao bowed respectfully. The woman glanced at her, her expression tinged with displeasure. Though your talent is exceptional, you must avoid excessive contact with members of other sections. Whether we become enemies or allies in the future remains to be seen. The icy-faced, white-robed immortal woman glanced at the group before her with a hint of disdain. Bai Youyao seemed somewhat afraid of her. This was Leng Hanswang, the strongest holy maiden among the ice spirit sect's combatants. You lot should hurry back to your respective sect positions. Don't gather in groups. Given your strength to observe here, you must be exceptionally gifted disciples. It wouldn't do if you suffered any losses. Leng Hanshuang's icy tone sent a chill through the others. The overwhelming pressure radiating from her was not something they could withstand. The group exchanged glances before swiftly dispersing. Little junior sister, why do you always act like this? Once everyone had retreated, Leng Hanswang, who had been utterly icy moments before, instantly transformed. A doting smile spread across her face as she ruffled Bai Youyao's hair. Senior sister, we're friends among ourselves. They wouldn't harm me. Bai Youyao hung her head like a scolded child, looking slightly dejected. Alright. Just focus on your cultivation from now on. Your talent far surpasses mine.
You're destined for the upper echelons. The higher-ups at Ice Spirit Sect already hold you in high regard.
If you dedicate yourself to cultivation, your future will be bright. Ling Hansuan pulled by Yu Yao back to the Ice Spirit Sect's location.
A flash of white light erupted as all participants in the grand competition entered the spatial tunnel, initiating their teleportation.
Even returning here again, it remains as bustling as ever. Yemo arrived once more at the Demon Clan Imperial City.
Compared to other cities, this place was noticeably more prosperous. The streets bustled with traffic and all manner of people. Alright, the competition grounds prepared by the Demon Emperor are just ahead. We only need to rest at the inn for a bit before heading over to check them out.
Cat 7 led the group to an inn. Just as they finished settling into their rooms and prepared to explore, they encountered the sect representatives sent by the Elven clan to participate in the tournament. Greetings, esteemed demonic contestants.
The elf delegation was led by an elegant, intellectual woman. She wore a deep green robe that perfectly accentuated her figure.
Pointed ears and a pair of adorable little fangs declared her identity. Hello, I seem to recall you. The Supreme Elder of the Elf clan? The woman smiled and nodded.
Cat 7 began chatting with her, while the contestants from both sides exchanged glances.
Hello, I am Long Zitian.
As the team leader, Long Zitian extended his hand to greet the opposing captain, a handsome elven man. With his golden long hair and a bow slung across his back, his smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. After exchanging handshakes, both teams' members gradually began chatting casually, warming up to each other.
This is our demon clan's territory. Come on, there are many treasures within this imperial city. Let's go explore together.
Nyolan Shan, possessing fairly strong social skills, promptly led the group on a tour of the Demon Clan's imperial city. They sampled unique local delicacies and wandered through the city's intriguing streets. After immersing themselves in the local customs and atmosphere, evening had already fallen. Yemo noticed a flash of white light emanating from the teleportation array in the distance. It seemed another group had arrived. The direction of that teleportation array was precisely the massive one within the imperial palace of the royal city. Sure enough, upon returning to the main hall, they found two factions locked in a heated argument.
Ha! Worthless humans! This time, we beasts will annihilate you. Put! You bastards! What the hell do you think you are? You're dead meat.
The Orc clan and Human clan factions had erupted into a heated argument, both sides red-faced with rage, on the verge of violence at the slightest provocation.
The senior elders leading both factions had vanished without a trace. On the demonic side, two major sects had also joined the battle.
Including the Beggars sect, there were 3 sects in total, plus the Imperial Palace's special competition team.
This team comprised the entire demonic royal family. Yemo recognized many of the faces among them. 5 sects had arrived from the Human clan.
The reason was simple: within the Human clan, sects were the primary power holders. The Human Empire merely provided a living space for commoners, with the real power firmly in the hands of the sections. Hence, there were relatively more sects. The Beastmen sent only 1 faction to the competition, yet fielded 30 contestants. Beastmen lived in tribes, and sects were subject to tribal authority. Thus, it could be said that their sects and tribes were inseparable entities. The elves, however, were far more straightforward. As a peace-loving race inherently averse to combat, they sent only a single team merely going through the motions. After getting a general grasp of the situation, Yemo spotted several familiar faces in the crowd.
Boss!
Ruan Wei, watching the humans and orcs bicker, suddenly spotted a figure and nudged Hu Gao, who was nearby enjoying the spectacle.
No way!
Hu Gao stood up excitedly and waved toward Yemo's direction. Yemo nodded, but instead of joining them, he simply watched the argument unfold.
Oh? The Demon Clan?
Bu Yalian, the Beast Clan's leading holy son, wore a tiger skin apron, his face twisted in fury. When he saw Long Zitian, memories of his father's parting words flashed through his mind. This time, show no mercy to the demon race, strike them down without hesitation. A look of excitement flashed across his face.
Intelligence indicated that Long Zitian was the strongest among the Demon Clan.
The holy sons from the other sects fell short of his power by a significant margin.
This fellow was arguably the Demon Clan's most formidable combatant.
Defeat him, and the Demon Clan would have little left to resist. Those princes and princesses were nothing but useless fools, in his eyes a bunch of pretty faces good for nothing.
Hello, Bu Yalian.
Long Zitian eyed the man with little warmth, his face betraying a hint of disgust, yet he still responded politely.
Ha 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 ha. Bu Yalian? Indeed.
That guy really had no shame during that argument just now.
Hu Gao couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud laughter.
Only when everyone's eyes turned toward him did he realize the gravity of the situation.
Chapter 230, Imprisonment. Say that again.
Boyolian erupted in blazing fury, his eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Can I call you shameless? Do you have any dignity? Or to put it another way, do you even have a face?
Everyone turned toward the source of the voice.
At the very rear of the Demon Clan's ranks, Yemo picked his nose. He had already donned a mask. With imperial family members present, he had to conceal his identity. If recognized, it could jeopardize the princess's plans. How dare you! The beastmen immediately assumed battle stances, ready to charge forward and beat EMO to a pulp. Get out of the way! Long Zitian merely let out a faint roar, instantly sending the charging figures flying backward. They were among the weaker competitors, eager to prove themselves, but their strength was simply insufficient. Are you demon tribesmen provoking me? You attacked and injured our men. And among your ranks, there's even a human. This fellow is fighting for the demon tribes. What do you demon tribesmen think you're doing? Though Bu Yalian was hot-tempered and reckless, he understood this wasn't the place for a fight. If they started here, they'd likely face punishment from the demon emperor. Thus, he forced himself to hold back for now, shooting EMO a searing glare that etched the man's face into his memory. Once they reached the arena, he would show no mercy. Moreover, the demonic beings would undoubtedly be added to his list of targets. As the tension thickened, the leaders of the various factions finally stepped forward. Alright, that's enough. Youngsters, it's good to get acquainted and understand each other, but try not to damage the harmony. The beautiful female elf wore a serene smile. Slurp! A audible swallow echoed through the air. A contestant from the Beast Tribe's team stared intently at a female member of the Elf Tribe's squad. His eyes were glued to her, drool dripping from his mouth. Ahem! Perhaps sensing his own embarrassment, Bu Yalian cleared his throat twice before slapping the fellow hard on the back of the head. The man snapped back to his senses, but his first words left everyone stunned. Elven beauty, if I beat you in the tournament, will you marry me? The Elven team leader's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of anger appearing on her gentle cheeks. Is this how your Orc clan conducts itself? As an elder, shouldn't you intervene? She turned her ire toward the Orcish leader. Ha 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 ha. It's only natural for a strong man to desire a beautiful companion. I have an idea too. If our team wins first place this time, how about you marry me? The Beastman elder showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he licked his lips, revealing a look of lustful desire. His aggressive gaze made the elf elder extremely uncomfortable. Poof! We'll settle this on the field. With a sweeping gesture, the elven elder led all his disciples back to their quarters. Yemo and the others, led by the peculiar cat, also returned to their respective lodgings. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Yemo slipped out of the inn unnoticed and made his way to the vicinity of the princess's residence. Knocking on the door, Xiao Huan's face lit up instantly upon seeing him. Thank goodness. Dua. You're finally back. Something terrible has happened to the princess. Xiao Huan nervously scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was following before closing the palace gates. I assume you came to witness the grand competition between the various clans and sections. I must tell you, something major has happened. Yemo frowned. What could possibly happen to a princess of the demon clan? Unless he wanted to be expelled from the demon clan. She was the demon emperor's daughter, after all. What exactly happened? Sister Xiao Huan, get to the point. Xiao Huan gathered her thoughts. Her Highness the princess's true strength couldn't be concealed any longer. The demon emperor found out. While the demon emperor publicly allows all his children to compete for the throne, he still favors sons over daughters. Upon learning the princess had a strong chance of seizing the throne, he immediately devised a cruel scheme. The winner of this grand competition among the sects will receive one qualification: the qualification to marry the demon princess. The demon emperor intends to marry off her highness. That way, she won't have a chance to vie for the throne. Yemo's heart sank upon hearing this. The demon emperor truly had a screw loose. To prevent his own daughter from becoming demon emperor, he'd resorted to marrying her off. Not only was this tactic effective, it was utterly despicable. I've heard the strongest among your Chinese is that dragon from above. You absolutely must ensure he wins the competition. The princess must never marry an outsider. Otherwise, she'll truly have no chance. The princess is now imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. She won't be released until after your grand competition concludes. Xiao Huan was overcome with anxiety. Yemo lowered his head, lost in deep thought. If the princess were to marry an outsider, she would lose her chance at succession. Yet he must secure first place for the system's rewards. Judging by the openly displayed strength, the Beastmen tribe seemed to hold a slight edge. The demon emperor likely shared this intention, seeking to wed the princess to a beastman. Yemo sighed helplessly. He had no choice. He absolutely had to obtain the cultivation technique the system offered. Very well, I understand the situation. I had intended to pay my respects to the princess, but since she is not here, I shall take my leave. With that, Yemo slowly turned and walked away. Xiao Huan stood rooted to the spot, her mind blank. The killing intent that had emanated from Yemo earlier, almost as if by accident, had frightened her. How could this guy be so strong? Did he come to compete, not just watch? Xiao Huan shook her head, refusing to believe her own thoughts. Early the next morning, teams from all four races assembled at the entrance. They were to enter the palace together to meet the demon emperor. The group slowly made their way into the demon clan palace. After passing through layer upon layer of inspections, they finally reached the grand hall where the demon emperor sat upon his throne.
His majestic presence radiated authority as a faint smile touched his lips.
Welcome to my demon clan for the grand competition. You will reside among us for the coming period. Should you require anything, you may come directly to me. Representatives from several factions began conversing with the Demon Emperor. After exchanging a few polite remarks, the Demon Emperor swept his gaze across the assembled crowd, finally settling on Yemo. Chapter 231, Team Battle.
The Demon Clan had a human among their ranks as the Demon Emperor. His spies had long since uncovered this fact. Now, as he looked at the human, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Though the man wore a mask to conceal his face, the Demon Emperor could still sense a familiar aura emanating from him. He quickly averted his gaze, dismissing the thought. Perhaps it was because the human slave he had seen before bore some resemblance to this man. I hope you all rest well so you can face the grand competition with renewed vigor. Additionally, I shall offer an incentive. Since every team captain is male, the champion of this competition shall earn the right to marry my eldest princess. I shall personally arrange the marriage, bestowing boundless resources. From that day forward, he shall be my demon clan son-in-law. At these words, astonishment spread across many faces. The peerless beauty of the demon clan's eldest princess, Fox Jor, was renowned even among other clans. For a moment, everyone grew excited. Long Zitian, however, remained utterly composed. His future wife could only come from the Phoenix clan. Dragon in Phoenix United was an ancient rule of the demon race. Yemo, too, remained utterly composed. After paying their respects to His Majesty, the crowd quickly withdrew and made their way to the competition grounds. 4 platforms stood ready, hosting 3 distinct contests: individual battles, team battles, and clan battles. Team battles required all 10 members of a squad to enter the ring, while group battles involved the entire clan's participants fighting together. Currently, the human clan held a significant numerical advantage in the group battle. Team battle. Begin. The referee drew the team battle as the first event among the 3 competitions. Yemo's squad stepped onto the arena, facing off against the elven race. My apologies. I didn't expect us to be opponents. We won't hold back from here on out. The elf leader bowed slightly before leading his 10 members to the opposite side of the arena. At the referee's command, the battle erupted instantly. Yemo stood at the rear of the formation. With everyone's focus on protecting him, he naturally had no intention of actively engaging in the fight. Moreover, he suppressed his aura to the level of a newly ascended divine realm cultivator at the 10th tier. Naturally, the others would be deceived by the aura he projected. The elves swiftly drew their bows and arrows. Their greatest strengths lay in their eagle-like eyesight and terrifying physical power. The destructive power of their sword techniques could be considered the most terrifying among all ranged attacks. It was even said that an elven elder once shattered an entire mountain with a single arrow. Facing the hail of arrows streaking toward them, the demonic tribesmen advanced while dodging. They were primarily close combat fighters. Long Zitian instantly transformed into a colossal azure dragon, soaring through the air. With a gentle sweep of his claws, turbulent currents began to disrupt the arrows' trajectories. The elves seemed to realize their opponents could manipulate air currents, and soon they ceased hiding their own abilities. Vines erupted abruptly from the ground. They began weaving a resilient net around the arena, layer upon layer intertwining. They completely enclosed the entire arena. The dense tangle of vines formed a thick, impenetrable wall. It would be difficult for Long Zitian to alter the arrow's trajectories now. As the distance between them closed, the elves demonstrated flawless coordination. They swiftly dispersed in different directions, launching a guerrilla-style assault across the arena. Seeing this, the others immediately separated, each seeking their own opponent. Whoosh! A loud whistling sound cut through the air. Long Zitian twisted his body, dodging the arrow fired at him. Impressive speed. The holy son of the Elven clan praised Long Zitian without hesitation. Long Zitian showed no sign of letting up. He instantly summoned a barrage of wind blades, converging toward his opponent in a deadly spiral. A deafening roar and a surging shockwave swept across the entire arena. Arrow! The holy son of the Elven clan reacted swiftly, drawing his bow at lightning speed and unleashing a 5-arrow volley. Each of the 5 arrows was imbued with green energy. Upon colliding with the wind blades in the air, both attacks exploded violently. The others, lacking ranged attacks, could only attempt to close the distance. Nyo Lanshan stood like a tank without mobility, his opponent relentlessly trying to pull him into range. Each time he seemed on the verge of closing the gap, he'd take a solid arrow to the body. His opponent's footwork was incredibly agile, allowing them to twist and dodge his attacks in the briefest of openings. Nyo Lanshan gritted his teeth, breathing heavily with fury, yet he couldn't even graze the hem of his opponent's robe. Yemo, having deliberately suppressed his power to match his opponents, now fought at the level of an ordinary 10th-tier divine realm cultivator. Against the elf, his speed simply couldn't keep up. The opponent, too, kept pulling him back. To maintain his persona, Yemo occasionally let himself take a few hits, drawing a trickle of blood. He would then pretend to take some pills to recover. Then he would resume the chase. Get down! Ma Hungzone erupted in blazing flames. His element was fire.
specifically designed to counter the wood attribute of the elf tribe.
The only element the elves could awaken was wood, so even a single touch from Ma Hongzong inflicted severe damage. He strained his hind legs, kicking fiercely at an elf he'd cornered. The kick shattered the bow in the elf's hands.
Momentum carried the elf flying off the stage, resulting in defeat.
The dynamics on the field shifted slightly at that moment. What had been one-on-one battles now saw some facing two powerful opponents simultaneously.
Ma Hongzong and Emo joined forces, kicking one elf off the stage. The gap between the two sides widened. The demonic tribesmen gradually began freeing up their hands to support their allies. Half an hour passed, and one by one, the elves were knocked down, leaving only the Holy Sun standing. Neither side fought with lethal intent, both held back their power, avoiding genuine harm to their opponents. Defeating them was sufficient. The demon clan had lost 3 members, while the elven clan was down to just him. After a long while, he finally couldn't withstand the pressure any longer. Slowly, he lowered his bow and arrow, signaling his surrender. The elves' archery is indeed swift and precise, impressive. Long Xiqian extended his hand with great courtesy, offering another friendly handshake. Soon their battle ended. In stark contrast to their peaceful skirmish, the clash between the human and beast tribes turned bloody. Even at the very start of the match, casualties began mounting on both sides. Especially after a human fell in battle, the orcs would tear the corpse apart and devour it right before the eyes of its comrades. Chapter 232, The Offensive. That gruesome spectacle sent a chill down every human's spine, yet it also ignited the bloodlust within them. The humans' assault grew even more ferocious. Emo gritted his teeth in fury at the sidelines. Seeing so many of his kind fall, the orcs were actually thrilled and delighted. He had intended to show them some mercy, but now it seemed wiser to simply slaughter them outright. The relationship between humans and beastmen was clearly strained. Even their current alliance felt forced. Not only would they likely disintegrate soon, this mere skirmish had already claimed so many lives. And this was merely among the younger generation. Emo suddenly realized that the beastmen also practiced physical cultivation. Unlike the demonic tribes, however, their physiques weren't as formidable. Yet they actually possessed martial arts skills. Whether displaying fist techniques or wielding weapons in combat, their movements followed distinct patterns. Though not as refined as human techniques, they still proved effective. Emo observed the clash between the two sides. The beastmen were overwhelming the humans. This was inevitable, as physical strength was not the humans' forte. If they could maintain distance, these orcs wouldn't even be able to touch the humans. Yet on this arena, crossing the boundary meant automatic defeat. After a long while, all 3 of the orcs' opponents were humans. They won all 3 matches without incident. After 3 matches, 3 orcs had fallen in battle. The human side lost 6 men. Damn it! Once I get stronger, I'll rip those beastmen's heads off and kick them like soccer balls. Hu Gao gritted his teeth in fury, chewing his food with such force that his face contorted with rage. Watching their fellow humans, even members of their own sect, slaughtered before their eyes. Their fury was palpable. The demon clan royalty hadn't joined the battle, they'd drawn a bye in the draw. Damn orcs! Lang Hansuang clutched her wounded shoulder as she stepped down from the arena. She had witnessed 2 of her junior sisters die before her eyes, utterly powerless to intervene. A powerful beastman had pinned her down, preventing her from coming to their aid. Though she had ultimately slain him in vengeance for her sisters, her fury burned fiercely still. Senior sister! Take this pill! Bai Yuyao hurried forward, offering a bottle of pills. Her heart ached for her senior sister. Ever since entering the sect, senior sister had always looked out for her. Seeing her injured now, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Thank you for your kindness. Lang Hansuang accepted the pills but did not open the bottle. This little girl had limited access to resources to begin with, and even those she did obtain were meant for chi cultivation stage practitioners. They were useless to her, a foundation establishment stage powerhouse. With a flash of light, she pinched her own pill between her fingers, unscrewed the cap, and prepared to consume it. Bai Yuyao saw the 3-spirit pattern healing pill in her hand and wore an exasperated expression before snatching it away. Senior sister, don't eat the one I gave you. What kind of junk pills are these? Bai Yuyao flung the pills to the ground and crushed them underfoot. Long Hansuang frowned. Though her intentions were kind, the pills truly were useless to her. Meeting her expectant gaze, he finally sighed helplessly, shook his head, then opened the bottle cap and poured out one of the pills she had given him. When she saw the 5 spiritual patterns etched upon it, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face filled with utter astonishment. Still somewhat doubtful, she stretched out her finger and counted each pattern one by one. Finally, she confirmed it was a foundation establishment stage healing pill and one with 5 spirit patterns, the absolute pinnacle. Little junior sister, where did you get this pill? Lang Hanchuan's expression remained utterly incredulous. After all, no one in the entire sect had ever managed to refine a 5-pattern pill. Even a 3-pattern pill was considered quite good. My Dao companion gave it to me. He's also competing. Bai Yuyao flashed a radiant smile. Lang Hanchuan's face twisted in astonishment. She hadn't even known the girl had a Dao companion. He's competing? Is he from one of the other 4 sects? Lang Hanswang had assumed Bai Youyao's partner belonged to a human sect. No, he's right over there. Bai Youyao beamed with delight, flashing a wide grin as she introduced her partner to her senior sister. Following the direction of her finger, Lang Hanswang was stunned to discover that he was the sole human among the demonic sect. Logically, this should be their first meeting. Why? Lang Hanswang opened her mouth to ask, but then she saw the gleam in Bai Youyao's eyes. She immediately closed her mouth slowly. Her eyes were practically bursting with hearts. There was no point in saying anything to her now, she wouldn't hear a word. Soon, the first round of battles concluded. The demon clan finished in the shortest time, naturally securing first place in this team competition. The host proceeded to draw lots again. This time, he drew the tag for the team competition. The rules for the team battle were simple. All 4 races stood together on a massive arena. They could either form alliances or attack together. The last member of whichever race remained standing on the platform would be declared the victor. Yi Mo hid among the demon race's ranks. He remained largely unnoticed, rarely engaging in combat. The demon clan fielded a total of 40 participants. They did not engage immediately, choosing instead to observe the situation. The human clan's stance was clear. Regardless of their final ranking, they intended to eliminate as many beastmen as possible. The moment they stepped onto the arena and the referee declared the match open, all the human participants, driven by shared hatred, charged toward the orc tribe's position. Over 40 attacks unleashed by the humans struck the beastmen like bursts of multicolored light. The clash between the two sides was nothing short of brutal. Any orc who suffered injury immediately withdrew from combat. They chose to jump off the platform and surrender. They didn't want to lose too many men in this phase. Their focus was firmly fixed on the final one-on-one duel. Though the human side desperately wanted to attack and kill more orcs to vent their anger, they too withdrew immediately upon sustaining injuries. Team battles only reveal overall strength, not individual prowess. Many human warriors were itching to kill as many orcs as possible. After prolonged combat, the humans ultimately prevailed over the orcs. With all orcs driven back, the humans casually leapt down from the arena. Fewer than 20 humans remained. They were no match for the untouched demon and elf tribes. The elves naturally surrendered immediately. Their numbers were no match for the demon race, making further resistance pointless. Chapter 233, Distributing the Pills. No one had anticipated events unfolding so swiftly. The demonic tribes hadn't even participated in the battle. They had effortlessly secured victory in this group battle. The demon clan had now won 2 consecutive matches. The final one-on-one battle would follow a 3-day rest period. Once everyone had fully recovered to peak condition, the individual combat would commence. Hello, let's talk. Yi Mo stepped out from the demon clan's ranks and approached the 5 human clan's holy sons directly. Ha! The other party looked at Yi Mo with some confusion. To be honest, they genuinely looked down on him. This guy was clearly human, yet he chose to serve the demon race. What difference was there between him and those scum who betrayed their own kind? We have nothing to discuss with you. Go back to your demon clan and be a dog. A hot-tempered saint's son sneered with contempt. Neither Yi Mo's strength nor status commanded his respect. Since that was the case, he might as well insult him outright. The others remained silent, but their attitudes were much the same. Only Lang Hanswang regarded Yi Mo with keen interest. You all might have some misconceptions about me from the demon clan side, but I won't bother explaining. Take these. Yi Mo handed over several porcelain bottles. Each bottle contained healing pills, all of the highest quality. Oomph. Who wants your stuff? The holy son who had spoken earlier flicked the pills away with a single palm strike. The pill bottles shattered into pieces on the floor. The others wore cold smiles on their faces, not a single one reaching out to take his offerings. Yi Mo had intended to help them, but since they were so averse to it, he decided against it. Just as he prepared to retrieve the pills, a slender jade-like hand reached out. Lang Hanswang took a bottle of pills from his hand. Thanks, she said with a smile, then, under the astonished gazes of the other holy sons, poured out several pills. Shock instantly spread across everyone's faces. Holy crap! 5. One saint's son's face was filled with disbelief as their gazes fell upon the shattered bottle of pills on the ground. Only now did they realize every scattered pill was a 5-pattern pill. The hot-tempered saint's son immediately scrambled to the ground, scooping up every last pill with a beaming smile. My apologies, my apologies. I was too quick to anger earlier. Thank you so much. The other holy sons were just as quick to change their tune, eagerly snatching the pills with beaming expressions. Just kill a couple more beastmen. Don't waste these pills of mine. The pills Yi Mo gave them were all healing potions, the kind that could turn the tide in dire straits. Finally, everyone stopped looking at him through tinted glasses. Though he belonged to the demon race, his heart remained with the human race. The fact that he gave them so many pills, and crucially, pills of immense value, was what mattered most. Everyone nodded firmly. Their sole objective was clear: to slaughter the beastmen. Take these pills. 1 per person. Consume them only when you're on the verge of defeat. Use them solely against the beastmen. Kill as many as you can.
Every holy son seethed with fury, their ranks having suffered heavy losses among their prodigies. Seeing this, the others' eyes lit up. 5 pills were incredibly hard to come by. Holy son of Dragonflame, where did you obtain these pills? The hot-tempered saint's son who had spoken earlier was none other than the saint's son of the Lihua sect. A hint of awkwardness now flashed across his face. He cleared his throat lightly before gesturing toward the demon clan side. There's a human among the demonic race. He gave them to me. I've already had our leading elders inspect these pills, and they're perfectly fine. The same scene unfolded among the other human sections. Before long, many turned their heads toward Yimo's direction. Gratitude welled up in their hearts. These pills could not only save their lives in critical moments but even help them turn the tables on their opponents. Such precious pills, freely given by the other party and in such generous quantities, distributed to so many people. Initially, they had looked down upon this fellow for serving the demonic race, but now their opinions had completely shifted. He was practically a god of wealth. Yimo hadn't intended to curry favor with them at all. He merely wanted to assist these humans in slaying more beastmen. Providing resources meant they'd do the dirty work for him quite convenient. Several groups withdrew, each returning to their respective inns to rest. Yimo had barely returned to his room when he heard a knock on the door. "Boss." Ruanwei and the other 3 stood at the doorway, grinning at him. "What do you want?" Yimo was puzzled. "The demon realm is your turf, hurry up and take us out to eat, drink, and have fun. I'm super excited to try the demonic cuisine." Hu Gao patted his belly excitedly. "What delicious food. Everything here tastes awful. You're just a glutton." Ruanwei showed no mercy, immediately calling out the glutton. The others remained silent but gazed at Yimo with equally expectant eyes. Yimo gave a helpless smile before leading the group out onto the streets to eat and explore. They played until late into the night before returning. This pattern repeated for 3 consecutive days. However, on the final day, while leading everyone to purchase demonic tribe specialties, a cold snort suddenly echoed from behind them. Well, isn't this the traitor of the human race, the lackey of the demon race?" A beastman entered the shop. Yimo and his companions turned to see the massive figure striding directly toward them. How peculiar. The demon realm is truly fascinating. Even dogs can speak here. Hugawi looked slightly surprised as he scrutinized the beastman. "You're right, I hadn't noticed before. That did sound like a dog barking earlier, but now that you mention it, it does sound a bit like human speech. Truly worthy of the demon clan." Ruanwei chimed in from the side, ostensibly praising the demon race but actually hurling a scathing insult at the beastman before them. "You've never seen the world, have you? A talking dog demon isn't exactly." The beastman started to retort, but suddenly seemed to realize something. Anger instantly flashed across his face. "You're insulting me. Wow. You've got some nerve. What, you think you can fight us? The demon clan enforcement squad is nearby. If you dare lay a finger on us, you'll be arrested on the spot." Li Wanyue rolled her eyes at him before speaking with utter contempt. The beastman trembled with rage, his face turning from green to crimson. Yet he dared not retaliate. It was true, just as they said the enforcement squad was nearby. If he made a move, he'd be heading straight to jail.